Our story is about Jiangsu, a seemingly ordinary high school student who possessed insectoid mutation powers after a strange incident involving bugs. From a student always confident in his appearance, now became someone completely self-conscious. Suchan's life was turned upside down when he discovered he carried the dragonfly. Though it allowed him superhuman, incredibly fast reflexes and superior he was still just a monster like Zhong. Fortunately, while trying to rescue someone, he discovered he was not the only one who had mutated. Suchan was gradually drawn into a struggle for survival among the humans with insect genes, each possessing different extraordinary abilities. Strength of a dung, the poison of the camouflage ability of a stick. Schoolyard battle quickly turned into a bloody arena. Everyone had their own some for power, others for survival. Some simply enjoyed hunting. The story began with a piercing scream echoed with a man live-streaming a chaotic monster scene. Can you guys see anything? Over there seems to be a monster as big as it's right in front. Immediately after, the monster lunged at the streamer, scaring him into a loud scream. On the other side, someone was watching the livestream on their phone. Holy crap, is this? The students in a university lecture hall were gossiping. Are you kidding me? This kind of stuff is common on YouTube. The person at the desk peered over. But this big? How is it different from a human? The person with the hat exclaimed. What insect could possibly be this big? Is this a comic? The guy with the hat grinned, holding his phone up. Right? Something with a human body but insect wings. Haha. His friend next to him chimed in. It's like those insect heroes in movies. Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed the phone. Are you still looking? What do you Suchan looked at the phone in their stunned silence. Ah? He smiled, showing them the phone. What's so cool about insect wings? Aren't you disgusted? This is Zhang Suchan, 20 years old, a university. He handed the phone back to the student with the hat. Forget it. Do you guys want to go for drinks with the girls from our department? The one with the hat whined. Again? We just went yesterday. The blonde guy next to him said. Besides, the girls only want to see you, right? Im ex-hosted. The black-haired, black-shirt guy sat on the table, crossing his arms. Anyway, they don't like us that. He nonchalantly took out his phone. If you guys don't like it, the one with the hat quickly grabbed his neck, pleading. Asuchan is here. There's no way you guys don't want to see us, right? The other two also bowed in unison. We understand. We will be fully present at the meetings. Suchan rolled his eyes, speechless, trying to shake off the one with the hat. As you can see, I'm an extremely capable. He recalled his grades and his appeal to the opposite sex. A star with over 50,000 followers. Consistently received A+ for academic performance. I'm always busy with a point. The guys looked at him with envy as the girls approached him proactively. Suchan, will you go for drinks with us today? He waved at them. Suchan stood above all his peers and he realized it. If we consider the food chain, I'm at the top of the food. Looked down like a king. In this university there are only two types of people. The strong and the. He compared humans to ants. Humans live in colonies like animals, much like ants and ants have a queen who is served food. Regardless of the form, the hierarchy always exists. Currently, he and his friends are laughing in the schoolyard. I am the one the entire university looks up to and envies. That's right. I am the strongest. He smiled confidently, walking through the crowd. A position that makes my university life perfect. The black-haired friend bumped his shoulder. By the way, Suchan, would you mind if a few more girls joined us for dinner? Suchan flinched. He leaned in close. Mysteriously smiling, he pointed behind him. Who else? He turned around. In the distance, two girls waved at them. Su smiled and waved.
Suchan recognized her.
Me, his cheerful face approached. Where are you going? Are you going out for? The black-haired guy put his arm around his shoulder, teasing. Your fiancé is here. The one with the hat covered his mouth. Fiancé? No need for a date? Haha. She follows you around every day. The blonde guy gritted his teeth, angry. This guy is so. In the distance, Mihai didn't understand what was happening. The black-haired guy suddenly spoke. Hey Mihai, do you want to go for drinks with us? The one with the hat added. Suchan is going too. She heard that and was smitten. Drinks with Suchan. Mihai rushed towards Suchan while the others stepped aside. Yes, they'll go too. Suchan. The black-haired guy put his hands on his hips. Haha, just as expected of Suchan's fiancé. Flinched as her hand reached out toward. Immediately after, a flash of electricity. He pushed her hand away, causing Mihai to fall backward. Chest glowed with a yellow light. He was sweating uncomfortably. Everyone around looked confused. What's happening? What's wrong with Suchan? He struggled. Sorry. Suchan faded into the void. My stomach feels a bit uneasy. I have to go now. He then turned and left. His friends watched him go in confusion. It's happening again. He does that sometimes. What happened suddenly? I don't know if he's made an excuse. Sorry. I had 5 wrestling matches yesterday, so I'm a bit tired. Mihai looked speechless. The 2 friends behind them were also bewildered. What is he talking about? Did we even have a wrestling department? They watched his retreating back, bewildered. Suchan is really strange. What's wrong? A while later, Suchan walked down the street, touched his shoulder and muttered, "Wrestling department. What a ridiculous excuse." His eyes fell on a guy standing by a red light. "I actually have a secret I can't let anyone know." He wore a black mask, his face filled with loneliness. That's right. He and the guy over there are actually no. Then he recalled the image of that friend, lively and by the side of others. At the beginning of the semester, he was very different from now. He used to be well liked by everyone. But guess what? Why is he always alone? He thought of that friend's body being exposed in front of so many darkened eyes. A reason called inferiority complex. He let everyone know about his inferiority complex. That day, everyone was gathered at a drinking session, chatting. Perhaps due to alcohol allergy, he started breaking out in a rash. The people around him shied away, and the blonde guy's face contorted in fear. Faced with the fear on everyone's faces, he left immediately. He glanced at the blonde guy walking alone. After that incident, he lost his confidence and always walked alone. A dull story. Doesn't everyone have their own secrets? Suchan arrived at his apartment, then he opened the door and walked in. Once people know about your inferiority complex, it's like exposing your weaknesses to the room was empty. He took off his shirt in front of the bathroom and threw it on the floor. Why would a talented person like me? Why would I tell such a story? Then he removed his shirt, revealing a chest wrapped in bandages. Piece by piece, the bandages were removed and fell to the floor. It's because the wings were freed and stretched upwards. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at them. As a person with an inferiority complex, his mind flashed back to his classmates' words. What's so cool about insect wings? Aren't you disgusted? Then he looked at his flapping wings, furious. Cool? It's just a disgusting. His eyes were filled with anger. The cause of this was a dragon. When he was young, he sprayed an aerosol can at a dragonfly. A green liquid sprayed out. When he was a middle school, sprayed insect killer on a dragonfly that dared to enter my room. Immediately after, that dragonfly turned into. The biggest mistake was tasting that powder. Suchan's face turned ashen as he knelt on the floor, vomiting violently. I was exhausted after a period of vomiting and drifted. Next day, wings suddenly grew on my back. Suchan stood frozen, looking at the mirror with his. That time, he lay curled up in a corner under the table, filled with fear and negative thoughts. What if people see me as a monster? Won't they take me to do experiments? His hands gripped his trembling shoulders. I fell asleep in fear. How can I hide these wings and live a normal? I tried to limit my contact with people for fear of my wings being exposed. Friends came to the desk to invite me, but Suchan just smiled. Karaoke, I can't. In this way, I managed to hide my wings and successfully got into university. But what tired me the most was my friends gradually distancing themselves from me. The path I walked. Suchan gritted his teeth, clutching his bag strap. Loneliness, it makes me feel like I'm not alone. So, when he entered university, he cut his hair to change him. Strands of hair fell, along with his determination. I was determined to change. First, the wings. This was easier to solve than I thought. In the bathroom, he folded his wings and wrapped them up. But his face showed doubt as he looked in the mirror at the bandages on his back. Is this okay? But I feel a bit uncomfortable. Confidence gradually returned to me. An unexpected change. His classmates smiled and waved at him, and he waved back. Hello. His body language seemed to say, confident and friendly to everyone. Pay attention to your appearance and hair. Someone once said that confidence is the first condition for accomplishing great tasks. And from then on, a shy hand tugged at his shirt from behind. Hey, many people surrounded me more. He turned his head and saw Maihi shyly holding out her phone. Looking away. Could I have your phone number? He was a bit surprised. Currently, Suchan stands in front of the mirror, looking at his wings with anger. Once people see this disgusting thing, my perfect university life will be. Then he turned on the faucet to wash his face. Actually, I don't really want to go out with Maihi. But why did it have to happen at that moment? He also realized, these wings always prevent me from getting close. They are also a part of my body. If I don't expose them regularly, it's like sitting for too long. His muscles won't be able to take it. He stretched. His wings stretched taut and he realized, have I forgotten to do that so I have no choice. I have to let them out of my shirt, but no one is allowed to see them. especially Maihi, even if I die. I won't let her see this appearance. Then he closed his eyes and opened the door with a wet. Suddenly, Maihi appeared in front of him, staring intently, which startled two of them, one terrified, the other covering their face shyly, screamed. She turned away, and he slammed the bathroom door shut. Maihi screamed shyly. Why aren't you wearing pants and going out? He made an excuse. I am wearing pants. His hand tightly gripped the doorknob. Veins bulged. His face slumped against the door in fear. That reaction. She must not have seen my wings yet. Maihi, why are you? Glanced back and held up her bag of snacks, explaining. You didn't close the door. Your friend said they were gathering for drinks at your place, so they gave me the address to come ahead and check. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and glared angrily. These guys are too presumptuous. Then she stood looking at the door silent. And she spoke, making Suchan behind the door freeze.
Suchan.
You really had a stomachache. Not just today, you've left like this many times before. You occasionally have pains. Maihi's questioning made him swallow nervously. Are you hiding? Inside the bathroom, he froze, thinking of his monstrous form, muttering.
No, that's impossible.
Suchan's face was filled with helpless despair. Hearing this, she lowered her head and didn't. Then Maihi put the bag of food on the ground. Then she pressed against the door, urging him in his shock. Come out. Suchan looked up in confusion. She sat outside the door, holding her phone. Her face was determined. Today you have to go to the movies with me. They'll sit here until you agree to come out. Hearing this, he peeked out, embarrassed. What? I'm really? Suddenly, she exclaimed, startling him. I know. Her mood sank. She hugged her knees, looking sad. Don't pretend to be sick anymore. You're always like this, always thinking about something alone. It's like you're trying to hide a secret. Suchan slightly opened the door and looked. Mihai buried her face in her knees, tearfully expressing her sadness. But you never say anything to me, so I feel heartbroken and lonely. Then she reminded him. Do you remember? At the beginning of the semester, you saved me from those older guys. That memory returned as he protected her from behind. I am his boyfriend. Please leave. His face was like a thug's. The person approaching her, holding her hand, was furious.
Suchan replied.
Yes, I remember. Then she questioned him, making him spit blood and unable to argue. You were a bit overbearing then, and very embarrassing. But even she leaned back against the wall, looking at the door, smiling. I'm really grateful to you. You don't hate me. I really want to be overbearing with you. Inside, he leaned against the door, listening to her. If you have anything that makes you sad, let me share it. Suchan looked up, leaning against the door frame, thinking, thank you. Immediately after, the door opened. Mihai also looked. He smiled at her and suggested, let's go to the movies. He told himself, but I can't let you. They walked together on the road. The sunlight shone down on both of them like a young couple. That's it. That's the answer for. Behind them, someone was watching. Shadow fell on the ground with his insect-like. His eyes were covetous, like a horse watching a dragonfly and biting it off. At the park, Hygiene and her companion were conducting a survey. Excuse me, we are university students. If you don't mind, could you please fill out this survey for us? Refusing and running away. What are you surveying? Suchan reached out to stop her, but it was too late. Mihai, the movie is about to start. It was just an On the other side, she ran over and swayed while doing the survey. He sighed in helplessness. Oh well, she can't refuse anyway. She's too. Then she held a heart-shaped candy and turned back to look at him, smiling. Look, they gave me. He scratched the back of his neck. At the movie theater building. Suchan was still lost in thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed through my mind. What if? Just inside, people watched the movie, startled. She leaned into him, surprised, making the cup of water in her hand spill on herself. Ah! He watched intently, wondering, I'm dating. She looked at the water spilled on herself and whispered, oh sorry, I need to go to the restroom for. Suchan turned to watch her confusedly walk away, wondering, will I ever have enough confidence to tell her about my secret? His face filled with worry, he looked up. And when Mihi knows everything, will she still treat me the same? On the screen, a phantom clown reached out. He remained frozen in thought. No, she'll definitely be scared. Everyone will just see me as a monster. Then he smiled to comfort himself. Just like this, I'm already content. Suddenly, the lights inside the theater flickered off, alarming everyone. Huh? What's going on? Suchan also looked around in confusion. The people around complained, why are the lights? Why did all the lights suddenly go out? A power outage? Damn it, right at the good. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Outside, a panicked staff member called out to the people inside. Get out. Everyone quickly get out. The person informed them. There's someone in the building carrying a very dangerous weapon. But some people still looked back nonchalantly. What's going? Is it an event? The security guard's face was frantic, breathing heavily, and he emphasized, it's not a special event. Everyone, please move quickly according to my instructions. As he spoke, the person suddenly cried out in pain. The guard's body was pierced by the locust. His pincers lifted the guard. Blood also flowed down. Ugh! Stood up abruptly. The crowd also began to panic and scream. Help! They ran in chaos. Ah! He bit his lip, terrified. His whole body trembled, unable to move. His eyes looked at the locust. What the hell is this? Just blood from the guard still dripped. Did it just kill? He turned around. His body trembled as he looked towards the exit in fear. Too dangerous. I need to get out of here quickly. But Mihi upstairs. The locust grinned, drooling, and looked at him. Suchan, my thank you watching for vid. He too ran in. He glanced back, confused and terrified. It swung its pincers, smashing a row of chairs in front. He was frantic. His face was drained of all color. No, on the ground, he dodged the slash but stumbled, looking at the locust in horror. His eyes were filled with panic. Damn it! On the other side, it still grinned excitedly, drooling. Suchan screamed in his mind. What the hell is this? In front of him, it looked like a praying mantis monster with glowing eyes. What kind of monster is this? The creature saw his terror and understood. You're a monster too, aren't you? Is this your first time seeing a human insect? He stepped towards Suchan, who was trembling on the ground. You used it too, didn't you? That damn insect. The locust emphasized. Dungo juice. His face also turned pale with confusion. Dungo, it mentioned insecticide. Could it be? He recalled spraying the dragonfly with the In reality, it grinned at him, explaining, after using that I became this way. I have a perfect sense of. It chased him and he ran for his life down the hallway. And I smell a delicious scent on you. What would a carnivorous insect like me taste like if it ate another insect? The creature leaped from above. His mouth watered. Seems it's going to be one. Suddenly, something flew straight towards the locust. It swung its arm, slashing the object away. He too was kicked by it, spinning. In the corner, Mihi was the one who threw the object. She shouted. Suchan lay on the ground, lifting his head to look at her anxiously. Her body trembled. Her eyes, filled with fear, explained, I just came out of the restroom. Suddenly, everyone was yelling to evacuate. But I couldn't find you anywhere. It glared at her angrily. Ha! A worthless. Immediately after, its face contorted into a monstrous, craving expression as it lunged. How dare you interfere with my. Suchan frantically warned. Run. He struggled to get up from the ground, reaching out. Mihi, it's dangerous here. Run. Hurry. The crazed locust leaped, lunging towards. Below, a crowd gathered to watch. Authorities surrounded the area. Police officers blocked access. Everyone, you can't go in there. There's a very dangerous armed person inside the building right now. Hyojin clenched her fists, affirming. It seems some people haven't left the building. She, wearing a hat, worried. If the police officers are afraid to go in, then let me. Suddenly, someone behind pointed up. Oh, everyone. Above. Mihi was pushed through the glass door and fell. The crowd clamored. That girl. Inside the building. The locust looked down at her, complaining, Get lost, you bland human. He, however, ran over in a panic. Suchan looked down, his face filled with panic, to where his wings would be exposed, thinking, No, Mihi will die like this. What should I do? Should I use my wings? But I've never flown before. His eyes looked down at the people watching below. They held their phones, filming and looking up curiously. If I expose my this, he froze. His face changed color. In front of so many people, Suchan thought of himself with wings, exposed to the crowd below. Thank you watching for vid. He bit his lip hard, screaming in his mind. I'm sorry, below. She looked up, falling and terrified. He muttered to himself, I'm still. Her tears fell. She huddled in terror. Suchan plunged. Thank you watching for vid. The crowd below also panicked. Oh, over there. What's going? Dove quickly from the. Reaching out towards. Above, the locust also stared. Her screams did not. He got closer and closer, then embraced her. Suchan gritted his teeth and shouted. It laughed derisively, shouting a warning to Suchan. Ha ha ha, you fool. Even if you're a human-insect hybrid, you'll still die from this height. A coward who always runs away suddenly trying to be a. He still held her tightly. Suchan gritted his teeth. The locust remarked, but doing this is nothing short of suicide. His eyes looked straight down. His body was still falling. I've been exposed in front of so many people already. My life is over from this moment. The previous memory of Maihi's gentle presence outside his door reassured him. If you don't dislike me, I want to be intrusive in your life. Now her face was ghost-like. Tears streamed. He gritted his teeth, trying to fly up. He was determined. The wings struggled to burst out from under his. Immediately after, the wings glowed brightly before Maihi's eyes. They stopped mid-air. Below, Hyojin and her companion looked. Above, the locust also gritted its teeth in confusion. What? People below also widened their eyes. He mused. Everyone has their own secret. Others smirked, taking out their phones to film. The fate of those who reveal their secret. He hovered in mid-air, cradling Mihi, who looked at him in shock. Suchan was lost in thought. It's nothing less than exposing my weakness to the. His eyes looked vaguely down at the faint road below. In this dog-eat-dog world, a student like me has become. He gritted his teeth, deciding, I cannot survive. Below, Hyojin looked up, utterly amazed. He unfurled his wings right in the city center. A signal came to her ear. What should we do with him now? Just leave him alone. She took off her hat and replied, No, I think. Two antennae emerged from her head as she smiled, announcing, it would be better if I brought him to our. Everyone below, witnessing the scene, buzzed with discussion. What was that? He saved the falling girl. That person is flying. But what is that? Only the locust was furious. Damn it, that brat has. It silently speculated, a type of insect that can stop in midair like that can only be. Meanwhile, Suchan anxiously asked, Mihi, your head is bleeding. Finally, the locust realized that brat. At that moment, Suchan was confused. It's my first time flying, but I feel so familiar. The locust watched his flying figure and shouted. It snarled, grinding its teeth furiously. An insect with such superior flying ability can only be a dragon. Finally, the locust concluded, he gained dragonfly DNA thanks to Dungo Juice. Suchan, holding Mihi in his arms, flew away. In his mind, he had only one thought. I must take her to the nearest hut. Behind him, the more the locust thought, the more excited it became. Ha! That forbidden pleasure is starting again. Dragonfly, oh dragon! It was so eager it drooled. It's definitely going to be delicious. Unbeknownst to it, at that very moment, Hyojin was preparing to tackle it from behind. The back of the locust's neck was physically impacted. A loud sound. After dealing with it, Hyojin landed, letting out a breath. Whoosh! Finally, I'm in here. Do you know what kind of havoc you've caused? She angrily questioned the locust's mistakes, while it lay unconscious on the ground, drooling. Not only did you get videos spread on YouTube, but you also murdered people and caused a riot right in the city center. You are officially arrested starting from this. Then she put on her hat and glanced at it. And Hyojin emphasized one thing: we must not let anyone. She reminded more carefully our existence. Far away, he was still furiously. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, the students sat in class happily chatting. Haha, the first semester is finally over. What are you watching? It turned out they were discussing the video of Suchan saving Mihi. The incident at the movie theater. Are you still watching it? Look, the wings are exactly like a dragonfly's. How can a human body have wings like a monster? But if you look closely, they look towards him. One of the group stated that human-insect hybrid looks a lot like Jiang Suchan. The comment was immediately met with a warning from another person. Hey, Suchan was now in trouble because of this. He glanced at them. He put his hand up, held his hat tightly, and walked out the door that day. Someone took a picture of me and spread it on the internet. Rumors are starting to spread at school too. I thought the Ministry of Justice would send someone to arrest. Suddenly, his face looked a bit scared. But every cloud has a silver lining. The news reporters declared it, and he also told himself humans never believe in these kinds of fictional things. But the situation now will be just like 12 years ago. At this time, everyone in the kindergarten class was singing Happy Birthday in front of a cake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. The whole class sang in unison. Happy birthday to you. He just stood far away watching them celebrate the birthday. Suchan stood alone, listening to the whole class sing Happy Birthday. Seeing this, the teacher awkwardly said, you all should sing Happy Birthday to Suchan too. Today is Suchan's birthday as well. But the children were very thoughtless. Why? We're not. The teacher tried to explain to the children. But your classmates. The children whispered and discussed. But Suchan has never given anyone a birthday present. Shush, you shouldn't say that. It's just that Suchan doesn't have. One saying haunted Suchan. And he doesn't have parents. Such times, Suchan could only stand in a corner, watching his friends laugh and talk at the party table. Back then, I really wanted to become close with my. Something always stuck in his mind. but someone different from the crowd with the label of an orphan stuck on his back, unlike the other children around, had no right to be. Even now, Suchan always wondered, why am I always so different? Unbeknownst to him, someone was approaching. Even now, he stood still in a corner, feeling as hurt as when he was little. Suddenly, someone pulled up his shirt, startling Su. He spun around, intending to angrily hit the guy's head. The boy instinctively ducked his head. The student then showed an innocent face and pulled his hand back, saying, everyone told me to see if you really have wings. So, but your reaction is a bit excessive. Then he turned to tell his friends, to Suchan's irritated, bitten lips. Ah, I almost saw it. This made others even more curious. So he really has wings? The guy from earlier kept looking at Suchan. Who else could it be? The guy's attitude truly frustrated Suchan, who instinctively pulled his hat down further, glaring at them. Ah, how ridiculous. Before, we always went everywhere together. But now he had to walk under everyone's judging eyes. Jiang Suchan, the one who was once loved by so many, is no more. Like this, it would be better to be arrested by the Ministry of Justice than to have a life of solitude begin. It was only when he was on the bus that Suchan had a moment of peace. It's been a long time since I checked social media. The painful truth appeared before his eyes. Almost everyone has unfollowed. There are rumors that the Ministry of Justice is investigating those who appeared in the video spread online. That's probably why they don't want to be involved with me anymore. Finally, Suchan told himself, oh well, I don't need to care about those, because right now, the person he cared about most was always looking out for him. No matter what, Mihi is still. Suchan caught up on the news. That day, she fainted and had to be hospitalized. I heard she woke up, so he had to reassure himself even more. Yes, it's okay. Suchan remembered Mihi's words of encouragement. If you have something on your mind, let me share it. That was the reason that gave Suchan more motivation. I only need Mihi. Just having Mihi is in Mihi's hospital room. Suddenly, she screamed in fear. Ah, don't come. Suchan now stood before his. Seeing her agitated, he wanted to get closer. Mihi, what's wrong? It's me. It's Suchan. The nurse quickly pulled him back. You can't go in. Mihi was still screaming. Ah! This situation broke Suchan's heart. Mihi, you're always kind and worried about me more than. He remembered her bright face from before. Mihi. Oh, but her current state was completely opposite. Mihi trembled and spoke frankly, now you don't come looking for me. She even uttered the words. Ma. Suchan's current follower count was 300. Soon it was 304, and the one who left was Mihi herself. In Suchan's dark, things happening made him unable to be positive anymore. All of it is because of these. So Suchan made a bold decision. I will cut you. He shoved a rag into his mouth. In his head, 2 words repeated. Cut them. But as soon as he placed the scissor blade on his wing, Suchan's hand trembled. Cut them. Immediately after, the scissors dropped to the. Suchan helplessly knelt down, covering his face and crying. Hick. His tears streamed down. But, I'm so scared of the pain. Why am I so Time passed again. 1 month later, lively sounds echoed. Hey, are you going? From that day until now, Suchan had always been alone and solitary. Meanwhile, the crowds around him were so bustling. Drinking again? Go. Everyone else is going.
Negative thoughts overwhelmed Suchan.
Humans live in. He began to contemplate in his mind. All living creatures that live in herds on this earth, if they cannot integrate with their own. Suchan's mind couldn't think of anything else. Then the outcome is only. He stepped onto a standing on the tall rooftop. In Suchan's mind, there was only one word. His face was full of melancholy. That's right. This way will be much more bearable. Suchan let himself. His whole body plummeted in free fall. I can't endure this terrible life for another. But halfway down, the wings inside Suchan automatically burst. He couldn't help but reproach himself. Even dying, I can't do it my way? Suchan even despised himself. Disgust. Then, Hyejin's admiring voice spoke up.
Oh, I'm so envious.
I wish I had them. She looked at Suchan and wished for herself. A pair of. Hyejin's words stunned him. What? That girl? When did she get? Suchan was astonished by the scene before him. But more importantly, how can she run on walls like that? Now Hyejin chided. Are you stupid? You have wings, and you're trying to jump off a building to commit suicide? She comfortably took off her hat. You hate having wings that much? Hyejin made a request. I'll show you how to return to being a normal human. Hearing this, Suchan was surprised. Return? There's a way to go. He asked himself, you are also like me? Before that, Hyejin suggested we should talk inside the. After going inside, Hyejin complained. It's so incredibly. Suchan suddenly and aggressively braced his hand against. He was so eagerly impatient with Hyejin. Then, How can I return to how I was before? In contrast to Suchan, she was very calm. Let's see. This attitude annoyed him. Hey, Hyojin interrupted. I have one Then she stated her condition. Come for an interview at my school. The professor there will explain everything to you directly. Suchan was a bit stunned. Professor? A university professor? You're telling me to go for an interview at a university. After saying this, Hyojin left and announced the meeting point. I'll wait for you on the bus parked on the first floor. You just need to follow. However, Suchan still couldn't trust her. How can I trust you? That mantis tried to kill me last time. Hyojin cruelly uttered. If you don't trust me, then go jump off the building again. Even though you want die because you have. She slowly spoke. But if you trust me and follow, Jean can guarantee. You won't be alone. And now there was something that made Suchan grit his teeth and gripped the railing hesitant. Finally, he had to conclude, though I still don't trust you 100%. But now I have nowhere else. In the car, Heejin asked, do you know insect rep? Suchan's eyes widened at the item she was holding. Heejin revealed, jungle juice. It's what can mix humans and insects together. She continued to add some information. For a while, it sold very well because one spray would kill any insect. But the problem with this medicine is that it mixes the essence of the dead insect with the nearest person present. Heejin then explained, that's why your wings, just like that praying mantis, are a transformation after it got mixed. Suchan was truly enraged after hearing this. Just which damn idiot invented this medicine anyway? Even Heejin had to reply that, I don't know. She could only share a few things. Whether it's the manufacturing company or the producer, everything remains a mystery. But one thing is for sure. This medicine was released to the market through a commercial company, and many people have been contaminated. This new information was confusing Suchan. How can something this big be unknown to everyone? I can't even find it on. Heejin seemed used to it and was very calm. People like us have had all traces of our existence. Suchan noticed the phrase people like us, but before he could ask, Heejin interrupted, where Heejin got out of the car immediately, leaving Suchan looking bewildered. As he stepped onto the road, Suchan became even more confused. What is this? We're still in a... Heejin didn't answer immediately but asked in return, where are tunnels usually built? Suchan promptly replied, inside some kind of light was shining into his eye, and Heejin revealed a hidden truth. People like us are very reluctant to appear in front of others. So living in seclusion is the best option for... Then she announced loudly, we've arrived. A magnificent scene was Heejin introduced, this is our campus. Nest camp. Suchan marveled at the sight before his eyes. Is this a university? How can there be one inside a... Suddenly his gaze stopped. Wait, those... From the sky to the very ground, everyone was like seen. It was like a He couldn't believe his own eyes. There are so many bug-human hybrids. I can't believe a place like this exists in the way to become normal. In some room, the grasshopper looked down. He seemed to have seen Suchan. Isn't that the dragonfly? Head barely peeked when the person behind him snapped. Damn it. Who told you to... They then used magic to punish the grasshopper. What? Suddenly missing the outside world? Wake up from your dream, you murderous monster. Now you'll have to live your whole life in this... He was in pain but still managed to utter. Dragon. The grasshopper put on its eerie expression again. We're about to meet. He stopped. Ahaha. Suchan looked up at the sky, seeing that scene, and was confused. What is this? Could it be? Everyone here, Heejin from behind immediately replied, that's right. They are all infected by jungle juice, just like you. Although it's called a universe, in reality, this place is a sanctuary for people like us. Suchan heard that and was startled. But isn't this too many? Heejin reassured him. I told you, didn't I? You won't be alone. And she turned and waved goodbye. I'm going to the department office. You go take a look around. You're the only new student this semester. Welcome to... A little later he walked around by himself, marveling. I can't believe it. There's a university like a forest in Korea. It's truly unbelievable. Everyone had insect-like body parts. And what's important is that they didn't hide it. Suddenly Suchan stopped. He saw an insect flying in front. Before Suchan's eyes was an old man meditating, surrounded by flying. The old man suddenly caught the beetle. The price for those greedy for sweet nectar. This is called the circle of life, the cycle of life. As he spoke, he opened his mouth as if to put the bug. Then he munched on it happily. Suchan's mouth twitched as he witnessed the scene, thinking, did he really? Then he put his hands in his pockets and continued walking. No one here is no. Suddenly, the old man yanked up Suchan's robes and asked, hey, what kind of insect are you? Oh, dragonfly. Suchan suddenly sprouted wings and flew backward, screaming, ah. The old man then said, keep your wings inside your clothes like that, yet they're still very flexible. They even look quite beautiful. Not bad wings. But why do you have to hide them like... Suchan remembered his girlfriend's words at that time. Horror. Now don't come looking for me anymore. His eyes became, then he turned and left, leaving only one sentence. I came here precisely to find a way to make it Seeing that, he sneered. A moment later, a building with magnificent architecture, Nest, Department of Entomology, professor in charge. Ma Juyun. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I am Professor Ma Ju. You've worked hard, Heejin. You're Suchan, aren't you? I've heard many reports about. Suchan stared at the person in front of him, evaluating. This person. He is the one who knows how to turn back into a normal human. They were in the Nest University research area, Professors. Hyun continued, alright, let's get straight to the main point of today's meeting, Kangsu. Now I will tell you how to return to being a normal human. First, let's watch a video. Suchan was startled. Right now, Juhyun displayed information while speaking. This is our university's graduation ceremony. First is the valedictorian speech. Then, the presentation of Cinderella for the top grad. Suchan watched, confused. Cinderella. What is that? That head is an insect head.
So groß.
There. Is that image of a tongue reaching into a cup. The liquid inside immediately changed. Immediately, that insect became horrifying. Suchan's face grew paler the more he on the screen. A hand appeared amidst the insects. Then, the image of a girl gradually appeared. Suchan immediately exclaimed excitedly. What was that this person just... Juhyun calmly explained. Our university's research institute accidentally discovered it while researching jungle by applying the core principles of jungle juice. Chromosome manipulation, protein interference, and DNA separation. We were able to separate and remove the insect. Put it simply, this is the medicine to return to being a normal human. Its name is Cinderella. The medicine to return to being a normal... Suchan looked at the vial with overflowing hope. Yes. He said loudly, that's exactly what I need. Give it to me. But Juhyun put it away and refused.
I'm sorry.
Cannot do that. This made Suchan disheartened. Juhyun then explained, Cinderella is not an easy medicine to make. This is a liquid medicine that has been condensed from jungle juice. Therefore, the quantity is very limited. I'm very sorry, but the truth is it's impossible to turn everyone back into humans. However, if you truly want to enroll here and graduate as valedictorian, as you saw in the video, we can only give Cinderella to the student with the best academic performance here. What do you intend? Suchan felt annoyed after hearing that. To get the medicine, I have to study at this place? What kind of school is this? A moment later, Suchan and Heejin left the building. As they walked, she asked, what do you intend to do? Suchan replied helplessly, the medicine is only given to the valedictorian. This is clearly forcing enrollment. Heejin turned back and happily said, but the choice is yours. If you hate enrolling, you can still live here. Although in that case, you won't get Cinder. And even if you enroll, becoming valedictorian is not easy at all. Suchan quickly replied, fortunately, the condition they set isn't. Put on his glasses and smiled, saying, if we're talking about grades, I'm overly confident. Let's go register for classes right. A few hours later, at the auditorium entrance, noisy chatter echoed. Today's registration day. Which professor do you want to study with this semester? Of course, Professor Ma. My grades last semester were terrible. Cinderella is out of reach now. That's why you have to choose your classes carefully when registering. And if you get into a class with some seniors as teaching assistants, it's really... Suchan looked around, marveling. Class registration is really fast. Everyone here talks like normal students. This school isn't bad at all. New student enrolled in the Department of Entomology, Kangsu. Then he started thinking, that girl. She helped me, made everything get resolved faster. At that time, Suchan was very confused. What? Registration is in a bit? What? Which courses should I register for? Heejin was helpless. You don't even know the course names and you want to be valedictorian? Heejin happily handed him a notebook. Here, I've already written down some introductory courses for you. When you register for classes, you just need to register for one of the 3 courses I've listed here. Suchan pondered as he read. Huh? Register for one of 3 courses. But why do the course names sound so strange? The content inside elective courses.
Practical insect combat, Professeur Jijun.
Note. No one got an A last semester. Many analysis of GMH human mutation, Professor Yu Huanyang. Note. Requires high specialized knowledge. Graded. Many lab sessions. Principles of hive protection 1, Professor Ma. Note. Many individual assignments. Course. Popular among many students. No one failed last semester. Half the class got an A. Suchan couldn't help but be confused, thinking he had been given the wrong notebook. What exactly are these courses? Principles of hive protection. Taking this course will be more beneficial for an A. Half the class got an A. plus no group assignment.
Professor Ma Juyun.
He's the person from earlier. He looks quite gentle. Just as I... Then he closed the notebook with determination. Alright, he'll definitely register for Professor Mosk. Later, seeing the crowded campus made him disheartened. Oh my, are they gathering the whole school to register at once? Normally, you just go to an internet cafe and This school must have a lot of fancy computers. Suddenly, as Suchan stood there contemplating, a fighting couple dashed past. Suchan turned back in alarm, following them. What's this? Are they fighting? The girl throttled the guy, swinging her fists and gnashing her teeth, cursing, "You motherfucker. I told you not to let me see you." Suchan looked at this scene, worried. Are they just fighting like this for no... Guy retorted, "Are you crazy? Why are you picking a fight for no reason, you lunatic?" People around gossiped, but is a scorpion also an insect? Haizong and Du Hua are fighting again. Quick! Stop! Suchan turned away. This is a school, people. This place is just like the university I used to attend. Suddenly, someone brushed past him and said, "Don't worry. You'll see scenes like this every day." The couple continued to fight relentlessly, until someone easily separated them with two hands. Then that person decisively threw both of them far to either. Suchan frowned, muttering to himself, "That girl. She has an..." Haizong, lying face down on the ground, cursed annoyedly. Damn it, which bastard was... But he looked up in alarm when he heard a voice. "It's only the start of the new semester and you're already fighting? You guys sure are in the mood." Department representative. She is the department representative of entomology, Park. Suchan looked at her, startled. That girl is the department representative? So strong. Do I have to study in the same department as people like... Suddenly, Heejin raised her hand and called him. "Hey new guy, let's go register for classes." Suchan felt uneasy. Will my student life be... At Smart Auditorium, 10 minutes remained until class register. Suchan fumbled with the computer, sighing in relief. Good thing I still arrived, though he was starting to feel that student life was a bit uncertain. The important thing right now was class register. No matter how good one is at studying, if the schedule is ruined or a good course is missed, it's university hell. Scholarship gone. It's over. My next class is in 4 hours. I already want to give up. Time until next class is 5 minutes 1 second. I have to go from here to there. Professor, why is it a B+? What kind of demon is waiting for people? Principles of Hive Protection 1.
Professor Ma.
Note. Many individual assignments. Popular among many students. No one failed. Half the class got an A last semester. Suchan secretly resolved, I must definitely get into Professor Ma Juhyun's. This moment, Professor Juhyun was standing, looking down at the outside scenery through the glass. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to look. Ah, you've arrived. Professor G. This is Nest Department of Entomology's dedicated professor, Ji-jun. He immediately grew curious. I heard there's a new...
Joyen Apili replied, "Ah."
Are you referring to student Suchan? You met him earlier, didn't you? What do you think? Student Suchan. I wonder if he'll be safe in this class registration. It turned out Professor G was the old man eating bugs in the garden. Remembered Suchan saying, I came here precisely to make it He broke into an excited smile. Professor G then replied hard. On Suchan's side, he was extremely tense as registration time approached. Class registration time. Begin. Suddenly, everyone in the classroom rushed out. Suchan, startled, stood up, swaying in alarm. What's going on? Why is everyone suddenly leaving? Aren't they registering for class? He looked out the window in confusion. No, could it? Now Professor G appeared and spoke. That's right. That's how it is. Class registration at this school. You not only have to be quick, but you also have to use your head. Only the strong can survive. Suchan rushed to the window in alarm. Looking out, he saw those students flying around and doing strange things. Suchan exclaimed in alarm. What's going on? Where is everyone? He was now utterly confused. What kind of bizarre situation is this? Is everyone still following the correct procedure? Just then, a boy walked in and asked, Are you the new student? Were you in such a hurry that you didn't have time to find out? Let me tell you about it. The class registration. After hearing it, Suchan was startled and exclaimed, What the hell? I have to go find the professor. The boy immediately explained, Yes, class registration at Nest is a little unusual. The professors will be somewhere in the mountains, waiting for students to find. Once you find a professor, you can register for classes. The professors will only give a USB to the first 16 people who arrive. After you get that USB and plug it into a computer at our starting point, you can register. Suchan was furious. Damn it. No one told me beforehand. The boy flinched. What? You're so behind. Which professor's class do you plan to register? He scratched his head and replied, Of course, Professor Ma Juhyun's class. I heard he gives the easiest grades in this school. My goal is to become valedictorian. The boy looked startled for a moment, then smiled. Oh, I see. That's a very difficult path. I truly admire people like I also have to go find the professors. Suchan replied, thanks for telling me everything. Good luck to you. He secretly sighed in admiration. What a kind. So I have to go find the professors? I've wasted quite a bit of time. Will I still make it if I start? I don't even know where everyone went. Which way should I go now? I need to find a high place to observe. Let's see. Suddenly there was a change behind His jacket was quickly hung on it. Suchan was lifted straight into the air by his beating. He began to observe his surroundings. Perfect. A complete overview. This way I can see where everyone is and where they're. Over there. Flags. Are those flags the destiny? So the professors are where those flags are. Suddenly, Suchan saw fights break. What's going on? Why are people fighting each other? Then shouts echoed. Gotta take care of one more. Over there. That spot in Professor Ma's class is mine. This made him confused. Would it be for class registration? They're fighting just to compete for a spot. Is it really necessary to go that far? I need to hurry too. The destination is definitely one of those flags over there. But the important thing is which flag belongs to Professor Ma. Do I have to check each way? Suddenly Suchan sensed, wait, he quickly shot forward. At this moment at destination, Professor Juhyun was already sitting here, waiting. Seeing him fall face down onto the ground, the professor exclaimed, ah. Suchan lifted his head, forcing a smile. My landing was terrible. I flew too fast to open my eyes and see the way. Luckily, my prediction was spot. Professor Ma's flag is the place where most people are. It's the class with the highest registration competition rate. So many people will be heading to this location. You thought that way, didn't you? Although you started later than others, you knew how to use this disadvantage to turn it into an advantage for yourself. Then you used the amazing flying skills of a dragonfly to achieve your very clever. Juhyun then presented an item and said, this is the USB to register for my class. Suchan happily took the USB. Juhyun then said, close call. This is the very last. Now you just need to go back to the classroom and plug it into a computer. Please take good care of it. He replied, holding the USB in his hand. Suchan was filled with hope. I finally registered successfully. Professor Juhyun waved and loudly told the late students. The USBs for registering for the Principles of Hive Protection class are all gone. They complained regretfully. In 1 minute late, while Suchan was still in a joyful state. The first step on the path to becoming a normal human. At this moment, Juhyun checked again. Let's see. Have all the USBs been distributed? Let's begin. As he spoke, he pressed a red icon on his phone. Suddenly, Suchan's phone also vibrated. A message had arrived.
Professor Ma Juyun.
Those holding the USB for the Principles of Hive Protection. He read the content and was confused. Suchan's image had also been distributed to other students. Professor G saw this and exclaimed, oh, the new kid. He already got a US. But now comes the main course of this. Heejin also looked at the notification, thinking, the new kid is holding Professor Ma's US. The main part of class registration has officially begun. Can you please stop gnawing on my shirt? I need to check my mess. Everyone was targeting Su. Countless eyes stared down at him like prey. It's not over. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the. Suchan turned back in a. Something was running towards him. Suchan quickly ducked. Someone else also rushed from the other. The person with orange hair and 2 antennae was Ha Yunseo, a beetle-bug-human hybrid with the power to fell large. Suchan looked up in horror. What's going on now? Why are you charging at me like that? Suchan slid away, fleeing in a panic. Meanwhile, the opponent growled while him still speaking politely. Hand over the US. On this side was a pincer spider, with formidable hunting abilities thanks to the arms growing on its shoulder. Suchan tried his best to dodge. Are they rushing me to steal the USB? And those people just keep chasing. Where are you running? Suchan gritted his teeth as he ran, belatedly realizing, so the target earlier referred to this kind of situation. Unbelievable. There's really this kind of class registration in the. Those students continued to chase. Suddenly, a voice called out. Here. The boy from earlier extended his hand. Brother. Under the tree. Hurry. Suchan also saw. It's the kid from earlier. He went this way. Chase him. The spot in Professor Ma's class is. At this moment, Suchan had jumped down and was hiding with the boy. They seemed to have left, brother. Now Suchan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank you so much. You helped me again. Luckily, the USB hasn't been stolen. I'm really lucky to have met such a kind person. The boy scratched his head. No, it's nothing. I'm not that. Because you were wrong, brother. Then he pressed his sharp claw into Suchan's forehead, injecting a dose of venom into his forehead. Suchan was confused. My body. He couldn't move. And the boy had already picked up the USB from his hand. That's because you were stung by a honeybee, sir. This is a honeybee. The wood honeybee has a potent venomous stinger. This is a bee species that stings with a small amount of venom but has very strong toxicity. He now wore a sinister expression. Your body will be paralyzed and unable to move for a while. I really admire you. Few people get Professor Ma's USB. A little acting really paid off. Huh? What? What do you mean? You think I was sincerely snap out of it, you idiot. Everyone here is an enemy. I'm not stupid enough to help my enemy. This is a battle. Only the strong can survive. This is the purpose of this kind of class registry. Anyway, thanks. You'll use it well. Next year, when you register for classes again, let me know if you learned it. Although someone like you has no chance of becoming valedictorian. Saying that, he flew up. Suchan, meanwhile, tried to reach his forehead. Valedictorian. No, I can't lose this USB. I have to become valedictorian. He quickly pulled out the stinger. If I don't get Cinder, then I can't go back to being a normal human. Then he used all his strength to chase after. Turned back, saw this, and sneered. Oh, still trying to use your last bit of strength to chase the. But what now? You'll soon feel the venom seeping into your. Suchan gradually lost strength. Damn it, I have to catch him. What is this? Suddenly his eyes flashed. His move can see his direction of movement. Dragonflies are known as the kings of hunting, with a success rate of up to 95%. The key factor that helps dragonflies achieve this rate is their dragonfly eyes are composed of many honeycomb-shaped lenses, capable of observing subtle movements in 360 degrees. Thanks to such excellent eyes, dragonflies can easily read the direction of their prey's movement, thereby predicting their movements. This was the first time Kong Suchan had thought about catching someone. He had become aware of the feeling of. He turned back and was startled to see Suchan chasing him like a demon. At that moment, Suchan was using his dragonfly compound. Never losing his prey, he delivered a punch to the chin of that ill-mannered. Someone was plugging a USB into a computer. A message appeared. Nest, enrollment. Heejin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally successful. When does enrollment end? Haizong now looked up and called. Hey, department representative. Is the guy you brought doing? You know, a lot of people are aiming for Professor Ma's class, right? Moreover, if he doesn't enroll in time, he'll automatically be considered. Heejin heard that and rested her chin in thought. New student, if you truly want to become valedictorian, you'll have to protect that USB with your. Returning to Suchan, the USB had fallen from the beast. Made him extremely alarmed. Ah, my USB. Why did he fly all the way over? Suchan quickly dove down to catch it. I have to catch it. Suddenly, another hand snapped. Another student quickly caught it, exclaiming joyfully, what? Haha, here it is. Thanks. Chan's face paled once again as he watched his USB. Then he tried to flap his wings. If I can't. What? Why is he falling? If he falls from this height. Hell, don't tell me one punch knocked him out cold. If so, he'll lose the USB. No, that's right. He was the one who attacked me. It's not my fault. He brought it upon himself. Suchan had intended to ignore the beast, but he couldn't do it and instead turned back to grab him, pulling him back. I can't pretend I didn't see it. He dragged the ill-mannered bee through the forest. A moment later, the bee was placed on a tree branch, unconscious. Suchan, meanwhile, was back on his way to find the USB. Damn it. I lost track of the. What do I do now? At least I have to get another USB. Suddenly, Suchan's body stiffened, then abruptly fell to the ground. My body is not obeying anymore. Is it because of the venom? I'm in such a pathetic state just for class registry. Suchan tried to open his eyes, but his vision was slowly blurring. No, my mind. I have to focus. A moment later, Professor G appeared, snacking and looking down at him, grumbling. How pathetic. Suchan tried to crawl up. What's going on? How long was I out? This person is. It's the one from before. Then he walked straight ahead. Seeing Suchan still bewildered, he called again. What are you doing? Aren't you going? Enrollment is. Suchan heard that and was startled. What? Professor G continued. To be precise, 5 minutes left. But I doubt there are any USBs. Unfortunately, you'll have to aim for next year. But it's not certain that Cinderella will still be available next. Suchan immediately yelled. Wait, hold on. I was attacked first and had my USB stolen. And I passed out from being poisoned. Isn't this Professor G glared at him after hearing that. You pathetic fool. Are you stupid? So, are you trying to say you want the privilege to retake it? Suchan stammered. What? He continued. In this school, strength is the most important thing. If you want something, you have to fight to. And the professors have monitored everything. We will prevent anything life-threatening. Although there hasn't been much of. Jungle juice has turned humans into weapons. Venom, horns, Claws. Insects are full of dangerous. In this school full of dangerous people, do you think we just need to open books and study to be? If you want that, go to Nest Citizen Protection Department. If you're there, you can live in peace your whole, like a flawed human. Ah, right. If you don't want to do anything, then go throw this out. Even happily reminded him, to protect our planet, remember to sort your. Suchan was silent for a while, then couldn't hold back his. Is it over? In the end, I couldn't get into any. Perhaps, if I had let that guy die, then I could have enrolled. I can't believe I'm sitting here thinking such things now. I really am. He cursed loudly in anger, about to throw the trash in his hand, shouting, God. Then he remembered Professor Jis' reminder. Remember to sort your. I peeled open the paper bag. Suchan mumbled, I couldn't enroll in any class. How annoying. But why did he give me this task? What is there to... Suddenly, he felt surprised. He saw that inside the trash bag was a US. He remembered Professor J's forceful words from earlier. Huh? To be precise, there are 5 minutes left. But I doubt there are any USBs. Suchan stood there, looking into the distance, counting down until enrollment ends. 5 minutes. At this moment, Professor Juhyun appeared and asked, what's going on? Professor, I can't believe you just handed him the USB directly like that. If it were a student from a previous year, I might believe it. Don't you dislike student Suchan anymore? Or do you have another? Professor G heard that and briefly he coldly spoke. Why? The simple. I chose him to get beaten. At this moment, Suchan was still flying with all his might. There isn't much time left. At this speed, but if I close my eyes, I won't be able to land. I can't fly any fast. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. That's it. Suchan quickly pulled out a pair of glasses, then quickly put them on. Wearing them would reduce the wind and dust blowing into his eyes a bit. Immediately, Suchan's eyes speed. Accelerate. Immediately, his speed quickly increased. Up here in the forest, another group of students was sitting and discussing. I don't understand why everyone is searching in the forest. If you guys just steal USBs in front of the school, you can enroll right away. Whatever. Excellent, excellent. There's someone flying. Finally saw him after waiting this whole. Now then, let's go. Their expressions were utterly ravenous, like hungry wolves spotting. But when they stepped forward to intercept, they only caught a strong gust of wind blowing. The whole group stood there, bewildered and awkward. What the hell was that? So fast. No other choice. Let's just steal from the classroom. But that's against the rules. Suddenly, Haizong appeared. You know the rules too, don't you? And with that, Haizong delivered it, causing Yunseo to fall to the ground. Damn it. Which dog knocked me? Immediately, a surge of power shot down, forcing him to shut his. Haizong spoke up. Did you forget that fighting indoors is forbidden? Dua laughed and said, idiots. They were, respectively, Chun Dua, the top male student of the Bug Benefit Department, and Cha Haizong, the top male student of the Bug Benefit Department. Heejin stood behind, thinking about the message content. After enrollment is complete, I received a message from Professor G, giving me the task of helping the new student. I have nothing to do today. Go help the new. He's not the kind of person who would say that. The two next to her were still squabbling. Now that I think about it, you fight in front of the school every day. What? Are you jealous of me? Meanwhile, Heejin wondered. I wonder what he did? Not bad. New student Kong Suchan was now breaking through a window, rushing into the class registration. USB was quickly plugged into the. Suchan furiously typed on the. Finally, he pressed the enter key. The screen displayed a notification. Nest. Enrollment complete. Practical insect combat. Suchan's whole body trembled. Sweat dripped. After finishing, he collapsed onto the back of the chair. Good thing I enrolled in time. It's not Professor Ma's class. But there's no more time to. If I try harder, I can still become valedictorian. Suddenly, something appeared on the screen that made Suchan's eyes widen. He looked at the brightly lit screen and couldn't help but exclaim. What? The whole battered group now exclaimed in alarm. Who is this guy? Is he the flying insect from Earth? Kong Jun now sneered. Is you flying guy? I punched you, and you're still not dead? Immediately, a surge of power impacted below Suchan's. He quickly tilted his head back to dodge. Just like last, I can see his movements. Suchan quickly used his technique. Compound. His movements aren't fast at all. For an opponent of this caliber, Heejin yelled in alarm, warning him, no, get out of. Meanwhile, Kong Jun still sneered smugly. Suchan was quickly approached by a sharp pincer from behind. He quickly slid back. Then he wondered, what's wrong? I was about to catch him. Heejin hastily explained, what the hell are you talking? He's on a completely different level from the rest of them. We're also at a disadvantage due to the terrain. The insect inside him is an aquatic insect. If he catches you and drags you underwater, you're dead for sure. We have to leave the lake immediately. But at this very moment he flashed his student ID. Planning to leave. But the student ID is still here. Go ahead and leave if you want. Suchan was utterly furious, gritting his teeth. You bastard. You're stronger than us, and you still want to fight in a position that benefits. Jean coldly reminded him, go back. You don't need to fight him, so go back. Their target is me, the top student of semester 1. If they get what they want, they'll just return the student. From start, this was my problem. But I dragged you guys into it, so I don't want you to be in danger. Suchan didn't listen. You shouldn't say that. When you brought me to school, you already... He smiled and said, I want be... Jean looked at Suchan. Suchan landed next to her, pointing and saying, you said that. And to be honest, I didn't come alone either. Haizong had also suddenly appeared behind those. He unleashed powerful kicks that sent them flying far. Those kicks sent their heads flying like... He called out, I'm here to get my student ID back. This is a grasshopper. A destructive insect that hunts by smell with powerful, spiked... Haizong yelled, you mother... Kong Jun saw this and was enraged. Are you recovered? You're a damn nuisance, so I was planning to deal with you after the department representative. Suddenly, a surge of power attacked. Suchan lunged forward, intending to snatch the card, but Kong Jun dodged. I anticipated that, flying boy. You were planning to steal the student ID and then run off, weren't you? You coming here was a mistake. Suchan dodged away and replied, who was wrong? I just need to not get... Kong Jun secretly calculated. This guy. His movements aren't as straightforward as before. Is it because he has more space to... Even so, how can he fly so well? What kind of insect is he? Suchan charged forward once more. He attacked while growling, you scoundrel. Are you still only targeting student ID? Suchan calculated, if I use the speed of a dragonfly and take full momentum to punch, even if we're in different classes, that should be an... Immediately, the other guy's nose bled from Suchan's... Damn it. Damage is reduced by more than half because of the... Jiang Jun grimly clutched his nose. Phew. Wait. Why do we have to be like... Let's solve this peacefully. Let's be honest with each... You guys also want to become the top student to win the Cinderella prize, right? Why do I have to fight these minions? If the number of competitors decreases, ITLL benefit you. So what I mean is, suddenly, something emerged from behind. A minion grabbed Haijin's neck. Boss, I got here. He was immediately met with an elbow jab. Haijin quickly turned around and saw Jiang Jun charging at her, shouting, I just need to kill this little... Suddenly, Suchan grabbed his 2 pins. Now you're out of the water. This is no longer your territory. My territory. Suchan declared loudly, slamming him to the... Jiang Jun opened his mouth as if to spit fire from the... Suchan continued, no matter how much you desire the Cinderella prize, you're doing it the wrong way. He snatched back the bundle of ID. If you become someone worse than an insect, it's meaningless. You scat. So we succeeded. We got back the student ID. We returned to the auditorium. The orientation had... We returned all the student IDs to our classmates. But, this is my student ID. Who left it here? We decided not to tell them we retrieved. She insisted on keeping it a secret because everything that happened was her fault. She pleaded so much that we couldn't Though I didn't attend the orientation, at least they didn't take attendance. And I didn't become a hero for retrieving my classmate's student ID. But I did get a new home for my old house was a bit far from here. Wow, the department uniform looks great. Since I've decided to enroll, student housing is a pretty good idea. Suddenly, someone's arm wrapped around Suchan's shoulder, startling him. Hey, it was none other than Haisung. He grinned. You look pretty cool, don't you? Suchan secretly rolled his eyes. Why am I roommates with someone so terrible? Haisung invited. Can you drink beer? Suchan replied hesitantly, a little is fine. Inside, he lamented. There are only 2 of us, and he still wants to... Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Huh? The door's not locked? Haijin walked in carrying a bag. Wow, what a spacious room. Duwa cheerfully carried a beer carton. We're here. Haijin continued to explain. Oh, sorry for coming unannounced. Actually, we planned to have an opening party, and since you and Haisung happen to be in the same room, will you drink with us? She said, bowing in front of Su. Perhaps it's because I haven't had beer in a long time. But after coming to this strange school, the room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Wow, the uniform is awesome. My wings pierced through my shirt, but it automatically mended itself. How is it? That's our school's tech. Is your nose broken yet? Let me see. Suchan drank and laughed happily. It was true that ever since his wings appeared, he had been very... The forest outside... So you couldn't kill the professor's disciple? It's fine, your main goal was to openly attract attention. But don't you know? Hunters who fail get eliminated. He frantically begged for a chance. Next, Next time I can do better. This time, you'll kill that department representative bitch. Then take the Cinderella but the other person interrupted. The Cinderella prize? What are you talking? We need that thing. Regarding the thank you watching for video strong, yet you couldn't defeat those weak newcomers. How
But don't worry.
The leader will be very pleased because we found what we were looking. The next day, Bug Benefit Department class. Su-chun sat still, tense. Today is the first class of the core course, Practical Insect Combat. I wonder what they'll teach him. So the person next to him reassured him, don't be too. Haijin said, today is the first class. They said it's just a basic test today. It shouldn't be anything difficult. There are many things you don't know, but it'll help you. Su-chun regained his composure and replied, thank you. She kindly offered. Inside he thought, oh that's right. As Haijin said, today is the first class. I was too. At that moment, the professor walked in and quickly spoke. Everyone, listen up. I said yesterday. Today we're having a simple test. Results will be reflected in your grade. However, you could die. So be careful. As he spoke, he raised a terrifying change. Su-chen's face contorted, drenched in cold sweat. Scene changed to the training area outside. Su-chen ran, bewildered. What the hell is this? He screamed frantically as Professor D continuously chased him with the chain. Why is that homeless old man here again? And why does he suddenly want to kill? Hai-sung ran beside him and said, that's Professor D. Jun, in charge of our major. Su-chun cried out in even greater terror. Haijin continued to explain, our major, Practical Insect Combat, focuses on learning to fight by using insect ability. Our job is to fight against those like the mantis you met. Su-chen's face turned pale. That's right. You could have learned about this at yesterday's orientation, but you weren't. Insect abilities are like weapons. There are those who abuse them to commit crimes. Dangerous scumbags. So you must learn to fight. Because Nest must find and protect all those who have become human insect high. Didn't I tell you? Only the strongest can survive. If you want to win the Cinderella prize, you'll have to abandon your weak. The first test is a chase. Use your insect abilities to escape. But if I catch, you will fail. And you won't be able to become the top student. Su-chun cried out in alarm. Professor G continued his onslaught, swinging the chainsaw. All right, test begin. Su-chen's face turned purple as he dodged. Unbelievable. He said we have to learn to fight, but why do we have to? Even when I met that mantis, I could only run away. Hai-sung dodged and cursed. The stinking old man. How are you so fast? At that moment, the chainsaw blade was pressed against Hai-sung. Su-chun quickly pulled him away from the Professor G was startled and surprised, exclaiming, Dragonfly's compound eyes. Su-chun read the chainsaw's move. He attacked even harder. The purpose of this test is to eliminate your wings. But you seem very at ease. This made Su-chun remember his words from before. Professor G reappeared like a demon once more. Don't get distracted. Fool. Erase an F. This time, Su-chun was saved by. She reminded him. If he catches you, you'll fail. Be careful. Su-chun quickly replied. Then Haijin shouted. Hai-sung. At that moment, Hai-sung replied. Then he dodged the chainsaw blade and said, Professor, why don't you take this mud? Immediately, he threw. Professor G glared. Kids these days. No manners. Smoke screen? At this moment, thick smoke surrounded. The three of them continued to run. Hai-sung ran, looking back. Doesn't that old man get tired? Haijin whispered. Sure, hell catch us. Su-chun focused on running even harder. He told us to run. At this time, in the Nest basement prison, someone was walking down the hall. A voice echoed. Yo, are you still? Bloodshot eyes peered through the bars. Oh, how pitiful. How could they do this to such a precious? I really want to open the door for you with the student ID. But it seems I couldn't get past all the security. The test results will be reflected in your grade. Well done. A smart kid like this sent to a dreadful school. The bee, hugged, smiled naively. Thank you, big. Wait, why am I rummaging through the professor's office? I don't even know this woman. And when did I get? No need to worry about those trivial things. At that moment, someone walked in and questioned, you guys, what kind of hybrids? You look delicious. His expression was terrifying. The person holding the bee spoke. Hung, just as the leader said, huh? You think just like a. Now then, erase a little gift for you. The bee trembled in terror, crying out. What? Wait, no. Afterward, pools of blood flowed down, accompanied by gruesome chewing. The woman then took off her face mask and declared with satisfaction. How interesting. Even you have become human insect hybrids, your blood is still on Su-chen's side. After running desperately for a while, he stopped, gasping for breath. It's been an hour already. I can't believe I spent half the class running and what kind of test is this?
Hy sung chết.
Damn it. This is no joke. Hyjin also rested. We finally escaped him. Haesung added, it seems most of our classmates were caught while we were. Chen wondered, so, those who were caught really failed? Hyjin replied, probably. Professor D-Jun never breaks a Su-chun grimaced, sweating profusely, thinking, it's only the first day, and he's already this strict. I had a bad feeling from the start. The professor isn't normal. After thinking, he sighed, now I wish I was in Professor Ghost's class. Hyjin encouraged him, there's still an hour left, so just hang in there a little. Su-chin looked up. So Professor, he really wants to fail everyone? Hyjin explained, that's Professor Jis teaching. Suddenly, Haesung held up a finger to signal. Shoo, then they all hid in the bushes. Hey, At this moment some other students ran past. Unfortunately, one girl, the other frantically called out, Iona, are you okay? Hey, did you sprain your Professor? Iona, Professor G nonchalantly said, so what? The blue-haired girl panicked. But her ankle. But he seriously reminded her, even if you're shot or lose a leg. In the real world, if you can't run, what are you two waiting for? You're about to. As he spoke, he swung the chain. The two students could only cover their heads, preparing for punch. A huge explosion seemed like it would be a bloody scene. But Su-chun quickly ran out and blocked the chainsaws. Professor Jis' face was taut as a bowstring. What are you? Su-chun angrily shouted. That's enough. You've gone too. It's only the first day. Hyjin and Haesung were bewildered. Haesung exclaimed, what is that idiot doing? Su-chun continued, don't you think this is a bit too? Professor Jis' face darkened. A bit too much? If this were real combat, they'd already be dead. Are you going to tell me this nonsense like you told that man? However, I said that if I caught you, you'd fail this class, didn't I? Seems you're quite brave. Well then, there's still an hour left. Is one hit. If you can land one hit on me before class ends, it'll exempt everyone from failing, not just the. If you can't do it, the two hiding behind you will be. Su-chun heard this and became even more furious and found it. Professor G looked at him with a challenge. Now is not the time to worry about others. You still have a long way to go. You must learn how to use your abilities. Perhaps you came here to remove the dragonfly abilities from your. At this moment, the two figures in the nest basement had also reached the floor. The woman walking behind asked, what are you doing? Our leader is waiting. Professor G continued to think, but unfortunately, if he doesn't have those powers. The terrifying figure from before turned back, mouth full of drool. Something delicious is nearby. I recognize this. It was the dragonfly from before. His appearance was utterly disgusting and terrifying. Professor Jis' thoughts continued. You won't be able to survive. Su-chin began to calculate. If I can land one hit on the professor, everyone will pass the test. But if I fail, it'll be alright, then it's easy. I just need to hit him once, right? Just one punch. Then he swung his fist towards Professor. But he dodged and spoke. It seems you've never used your fists outside. Such boring and slow movements. You couldn't even catch a. Chun continued to attack. Professor G dodged and said, what are you doing? Do you want to dance? At this speed, you'll just waste time and get expelled. You know that. Haesung gritted his teeth in anger. Just like Professor G. He doesn't give an inch. Are we really going to be expelled? But Hyjin realized something. No.
Su-chen.
There's still a chance. Su-chun became even more agitated. Professor G also became serious. Because he possesses compound. He's unconsciously identifying the professor as. That moment, Su-chun grabbed his. He joyfully swung his fist. But he was immediately slammed hard to the ground by Professor. Both Hyjin and Haesung were. The two students from earlier were also terrified. Professor G then spoke. Do you think your prey will just lie still and get. Su-chun lay helplessly on the ground, screaming internally. Damn it. What the hell? I can't defeat. Did he use insect powers? So what kind? Suddenly he continued, currently I can't use insect powers. I'm also a human-insect hybrid like you, transformed by jungle juice. But using my power has side effects. Since I'm old, my body can't withstand those side effects. So I have to use this to protect myself. Su-chin wondered in horror, isn't that a bit too much damage to use for self-defense? Professor G placed the chainsaw on the ground and continued, anyway, the important. You're still very young and have nothing holding you back. In theory, you could easily defeat me. But do you know why you. Su-chun was utterly confused. He immediately saw a dragonfly perched on. As soon as Su-chun saw it, he screamed and jumped up in horror. Professor G felt helpless. That kid. It's just a. Then he explained, your disgust for insects limits the extent of the power you can use. What do you know about dragonflies? Do you know how weak they are when you grab their. Or how they fight against higher levels? Do you know how your compound eyes. You must learn to use your power properly. To do that, first accept that you have a part of an. Su-chen's eyes quickly sharpened, and he began to think. Except I've always hated insects. What's cool about insect wings? It's disgusting, right? Because I wanted to hide the fact that I became a human-insect hybrid. I hated insects even. Who can accept this? A monster. Who can accept becoming a monster? Suddenly, someone applauded with a sinister air. Wow, what a wonderful... Both teacher and student turned to look in wonder. It was Agazian. She approached, applauding and exclaiming, "Indeed, Professor Dijun is..." Professor Jis' expression became... Agazian continued, expelling and attacking, threatening the little dears like that. But it was just lies. Huh? Teaching students at any time. Truly a real Both Hai Sung and Haijin's faces turned pale. What? Huinei and Jiun watched in horror. Let's get... Agazian used one of her pincers to slash Huinei away. She continued, "You truly..." Disgust. Fresh blood splattered into the air. Su Chen's face was stunned and bewildered, as if he couldn't believe it. Everything happened too suddenly. Hai Sung impulsively charged forward, fists clenched. "Who the hell are you?" Haijin cried out in alarm. But Agazian stabbed him in the chest. Then she made continuous incomprehensible sounds. Hai Sung immediately felt a transformation. What is this? My mind. Hai Sung's body lost all strength. Agazian caught him and spoke nauseating words.
SHH. Don't worry.
It's paralyzing venom so he won't feel pain. This one seems delicious. Su Chun was still in a panic. What the hell is she also from this school? Agazian continued, "On the way you already gave him one guy. But he said he still wants a female. I'm sure you understand." Su Chun heard this and cried out, startled. Eat, just like that day at the movie theater. Before his eyes was the image of Professor G being pierced through the chest by a sharp pincer. A scene I had once witnessed. Haijin screamed in terror. "Professor, the weakness I had once..." Su Chun helplessly watched his body fall before him. Next was a terrifying and disgusting sinister smile. "It's you again. Dragonfly." It appeared before Su Chen's face looked as if his soul had flown away. The fear I had once experienced. Haijin was utterly confused and worried. That mantis was supposed to be in the basement area, right? Why? No. More importantly, he's very different from when I caught him. Now he's more predator who recovered energy after eating its prey. Agazian spoke again. "That's enough now. This much is enough for you to eat." The ugly mantis showed regret. "TSK. It's been a long time since my power returned. How sad." Then he carried Hai Sung over his shoulder. Agazian also followed. "Now let's go. We still have a long way. Remember to take care of yourself. See you next time." Her expression was utterly despicable as she looked. Haijin, enraged, tried to rush forward. "Stop right." Professor G grabbed her arm, holding her back. He quickly reminded her, "They are very dangerous. You know you can't fight outsiders without the Academy's permission. I've contacted the professors. Let the Academy handle it. You just need to be..." Haijin lost all patience and shouted, "Now is not the time to worry about procedures. It'll be too late. If it drags on..." Hai Sung. Professor J's eyes shone coldly. "In this academy, rules are rules. As long as you are a student at Nest, you can't do it." Su Chun suddenly flew into the air. Then he calmly said, "You said that if I fail, I'll be expelled. I don't need to follow any rules anymore. These stupid..." He frantically called out after him. "Stop." Hyun Su Chun, flying away, began to calculate. "I was stiff with fear of that mantis, and I let them take high. Even if he was a bit rude, he was the first person to befriend me. It was all because I was too timid and weak. So I have to say..." At this moment, he had flown above Agazian's group. Professor G stayed behind, worried. "That idiot. Do you know why I have to teach you to run before teaching you to fight? In this wild world, you can't always be the hunter. Even the strongest insects have their natural predators. That's why I teach students to run from unbeatable enemies. And for dragonflies, mantises are the unbeatable natural predator." The mantis seemed to sense something. He lifted his disgusting face. "A sneak attack, huh? Excellent. But I can smell you." At this moment, Su Chun was swooping down to attack. Su Chun dodged his attacks, reassuring himself. "All right, no need to be afraid. That's right. If his sharp claws hit me, I'm done for. But as long as I maintain distance in the air, and when he moves, he'll get momentum and punch." His fist landed on the mantis. He just gritted his teeth and glared down, asking, "Oh, so you've only learned this much?" And Su Chun was immediately thrown flying far away. His skin, too hard. There was already a wound on Su Chen's. The mantis continued, "That's my exoskeleton. I ate a few things, so my body has hardened again. I was planning to leave. But if you've brought yourself here, you must want to be eaten by me, right?" As he spoke, he charged forward like a demon demanding, "Su Chen sais guaidend." This monster. I can't defeat. Previous image flashed back. Terrifying. Su-chun as a human was about to endure. No. Agazian stood to the side, urging, hey, kill him and let's go. Ah, that's why you couldn't digest the prey you ate. Finish up before the nest people are. This moment, Hai-sung slowly opened his eyes. Huh? Why was I sleeping? Damn. Who's calling me? And then he saw a haughty figure looking down, ridiculing him. Even if you can't do anything, you should at least try not to be a burden. You know? How long are you going to live so weakly? Hai-sung, as if in a dream, suddenly Su-chun, still struggling with the mantis, shouted loudly. Wake up! Hai-sung, just woken up, was still bewildered, unsure of what was happening. What's going on? Su-chen? Why? Hai-sung then began to calculate. The paralyzing venom has worn off. Huh? Seems he has some skill after. Well, I guess I have to kill him. Anyway, alive or dead, he's still. Hai-sung helplessly gritted his teeth, watching the venom strike. Damn it. My body is still paralyzed. I can't. At that moment, Su-chun suddenly appeared and slashed away Agazian. Then he shouted, reminding him, "He'll buy some time. Recover and run." Hai-sung heard this and felt his pride stirred. Hey, how can you, without hesitation, accept the danger of dying here for someone else? He called when Su-chun first asked, wait, what do you mean? Hai-sung, a bit drunk, replied, what I mean is even at the movie theater. And you saved the department representative, right? Do you like the department representative or something?
Su-chen está mered. No.
Not. Hai-sung wondered. Then what? I'm sure you're well aware. These days, even if you save someone's life, it's hard to even get a Su-chun pondered for a long time, then agreed. Why should I do that? When I won't even get a thank you. But at least if I do it, I want regret. Because, for me, that's the right thing. Just as Su-chun was about to be attacked by the mantis, Hai-sung grabbed him by the collar and dragged. Hai-sung used all his strength to pull Su-chun, running very fast. Asian watched, confused. What? How can he run so fast? He jumps meters with each. Oh, fables about ants and grasshoppers make us think grasshoppers are very lazy insects. In reality, they are. In particular, grasshoppers are carnivorous insects in the order Orthoptera. They have very long and fast hind legs. They use their legs to move very quickly and catch. Each jump covers a distance 12 times their body length with extreme. Hai-sung pulled Su-chun along, running, and said, what kind of answer is that? Turning yourself into a worthless cripple like this. You really are. And Agazian turned away. You won't catch him anymore. Oh well. But Mantis showed a sinister expression.
HMPH no.
I don't want to give. Then he began to use his scent tracking ability. Their scent stopped somewhere nearby. They didn't run. At this moment, Su-chun and Hai-sung landed on the ground. When he heard Su-chen's intention, Hai-sung exclaimed in shock. He pointed and yelled, you want us to take down that mantis? Did he drill a hole in your head? Or can't fight, then run. Didn't you learn anything today? Look at the state of your body. You're all messed up. Su-chun hesitantly stepped back and replied. That mantis isn't like the ones we've fought before. If we make a mistake, we have to take him down. Hai-sung's face turned pale and Su-chun continued, if we let him escape, there will be others like people who know nothing about him. Hai-sung crossed his arms and turned his face away. I understand your point, but how can we? Our attacks are ineffective against him. The professor said he called the academy, and someone will be here. We just need to hold him off until they arrive. Suddenly, Su-chen's face brightened, and he raised a finger. I have an idea. On this side, Haijin was extremely worried about the professor. What should I do now? What should I do? Beside her, June was worried about her friend. Haijin was very tense. I'm so worried. I want to go too. But I can't leave the professor here like. Suddenly, some movement nearby startled her, making her turn. What is it? Seems like someone. Professor G was also slowly opening his. Agazian spoke as the mantis continuously searched. It seems we lost their trail.
But don't worry.
You'll find more prey. His eyes became serious, and he glanced aside. Huh? Why is the scent suddenly coming from over there? Su-chun suddenly dropped from the air, holding a jungle vine slung around Agazian. Agazian was choked by the mantis looked wary. What's with that? Agazian was now quickly tied tightly to a tree by Mantis, confused and unsure what was happening, asked, what are you trying? Then he immediately received a kick to the chin from Su, but he just chuckled nonchalantly, still doesn't hurt. Su-chin sprang back. Just as I thought. His exoskeleton is too hard. With that rock hard, there's basically no way to break through. The mantis began to swing its pincer again. Yusti. You can't he recalled earlier. Su-chin had laid out the plan. I have a plan. It'll attract the mantis' attention. If I maintain distance in the air, I can probably hold him off for a few. Haesung, use those legs. Go back. Bring me that. Haesung quickly turned back and threw something. Professor G exclaimed. They took it. Haijin asked worriedly. Professor, are you alright? What did they take? He chuckled, you damn kids. Consider this a win for you this time. Stealing something right under my nose. Thank you watching for vid. And Haesung brought was Professor Jis Chen. He shouted loudly. I brought it to you. Jiangsu cut him up. Su Chun quickly caught the chain. Then, with all his strength, he swung it towards the man. In the wild world, normally, dragonflies cannot defeat man. But that is only true for insects. Cut him up. Humans always find. After taking a chainsaw strike from Su, the mantis screamed in pain. My hand. Then he roared madly, swinging out attacks. Aya! 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 Su Chun and Haesung quickly backed away. Su Chen exclaimed. Oh, it's really sharp. Oh, his whole arm. You really weren't. He didn't stop there and looked up again. You useless, how dare you think of me as prey? He charged to attack Su Chun cried out in panic. Then he quickly raised the chainsaw to block his attack. The mantis quickly landed on the ground. Then, once again, he continuously stabbed Su Chun with his remaining. Immediately, the chainsaw was shattered into small pieces. Su Chen's glasses also flew. Mantis roared madly. Without a weapon, you can only run. Just like last, Su Chun was now in an extremely disadvantaged situation. He smashed the chainsaw. Damn it. Without it, I can't. Haesung quickly appeared and delivered a blow to him. What do you mean, run? Do you think you'll lose to a one-arm? But immediately, a pincer swept past natural predators. To balance unrestricted reproduction and the growth rate of species, Mother Nature has devised a harsh solution. These are species that can unilaterally crush opponents. Always a predator with overwhelming power. Su Chun continued to swing his fist and shouted, Monster, let go of Haesung. This also meant that natural predators are death and the mantis violently threw Haesung to the ground. I got you. He licked his lips covetously. This hunt is very Su Chen, Aniclimax, struggled. Damn it, I can't escape. We've done this much, but we still can't beat him. We need more time for the academy people to arrive. No, it can't end like the mantis gigantic, gaping, foul-smelling, disgusting mouth opened to bite Su Chen's head. He tightly closed his eyes. I don't want to. Suddenly, a surge of power abruptly rushed. The mantis was kicked flying far away, even losing its scent. Professor G appeared right in front of Su Chun like a god of light. You arrogantly ran here. Now look at your pathetic. He appeared incredibly powerful and terrifying. A surge of power swirled through his. Su Chun exclaimed, startled and surprised. Professor, you recovered. Howard. Professor G reassured him. Don't. I received some treatment from the nest reinforcements. Someone there can easily heal these injuries. I tracked Haesung's footprints to find. I was worried you both had died. But it seems you gave this mantis a good to face your natural predator and do so well. Especially since he's just a noose. It seems he has proved himself to me. Then he turned towards the mantis. Earlier you were lucky to ambush me. But there won't be a second time. The mantis grew even more excited. How fun. No matter how many ITLL just make me eat more. Then he charged like a bloodthirsty. Professor G coldly raised his arm with its flaming tattoo. I congratulate you on ruining my first class of the second semester and piercing my body with that cheap. I will surely repay you with interest. Just like that, both prepared to charge at Su Chen watched, stand, wondering internally. What? Why is the professor's hands bombardier beetle? True to its name, this insect possesses a unique. Bombardier beetles can mix chemicals in their body to create. When fighting predators, it can spray a mixture of those high-temperature chemicals to create an explosion. Professor J's fist charged forward, powerful and. This technique is called the bombardier beetle's burst fist. Immediately, a flash of light erupted in that. Su Chun had to raise his hand to block the smoke billowed around Professor J's. The mantis was now roasted black. Its eyes rolled back, and smoke came from its mouth. He spoke again, you see? This is what happens to those who use jungle. We call it the insect complex, which is our true potential as human insect. Su Chun exclaimed in shock. So complex is the name of this insect. A huge explosion had just occurred, and the mantis was knocked unconscious with one. He remembered Professor J's words then. If I use my power, I will suffer side. Su Chun quickly looked down at Professor J's trembling fist. The professor's hand was shaking violently. He turned and reminded him. Are you thinking this is just someone else's? This is the price I have to pay for using my complex too carelessly in the past. It's so bad that I can't recover anymore. If you don't want to end up like me, it's best to fully master your complex power as soon as possible. Su Chun was stunned. Incident ended, and we returned safe and, well, not entirely safe and sound. The two injured individuals were Jiang Su-chan, who was wounded and bruised all over with a fractured rib cage, and Hai Sung, who suffered from bee venom poisoning and had a bruised. Su-chan still sighed in relief, thanking the heavens that everything was over. The professor had let the matter of failing and expelling them slide. Hai Sung, lying on the bed next to him, agreed. That's a relief. I really thought we'd be expelled. They've locked up that mantis again. And they're going to strengthen the security system so this doesn't happen. If there's one thing I'm still uneasy about, it's that they lost track of the masked woman who released the mantis. Even though HWFG said we did great holding off the mantis, to be honest, I couldn't do anything on my own. So, according to the professor, I need to make this complex power my own as soon as possible. Su-chan was deeply concerned and researched the situation. At night, a full moon shone brightly through the. As Su-chan was sleeping, Hai Sung suddenly sat bolt up. His face was blank, like a person who had lost their. The scene shifts to the fore. Hai Sung walked alone with zombie-like movements. Later, when he arrived, Gazian was already waiting there. Just as I thought, so many weak. It seems they haven't noticed this yet. Have they? What do you think? She embraced Hai Sung's. Gazian was the Emerald Lord. By injecting a neurotoxin into the host, the Emerald Lord could turn the target into a zombie-like. She pressed closer and closer to Hai Sung's face and began injecting. You know this place is full of hypocrisy and lies, isn't it? This place is like a cage, holding us monsters here. Like that mantis protecting all insectoids? No, next it protects no one. The more she spoke, the tighter she squeezed him. Just then, Professor G appeared and pulled Gazian. I knew you'd show up again. If I were you, you'd want to provoke me by destroying what I strive to protect. So, even if I saw the sting mark, I left it there. No matter what you intend, confident I can protect him. Let's talk, Gazian. Hearing this, Gazian revealed a contemptuous and despicable expression. At this moment, the two sides were in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Su-chan was hiding in a corner, extremely worried. Hai Sung suddenly got up and walked out like a sleepwalker, so I followed. What's going on here? Professor G helped Hai Sung lie down, then shot a sharp glance upwards. Long time no. It's been 5 years since you. Hearing that, Su-chan wondered inwardly. Was she a student? Professor G continued to ask. How have you? She showed no interest. Professor G, you and I both know I'm not here for small. Is this part of you asking me why I'm doing these? Hearing that, he scratched his head. Well, I thought this was at least a way to show respect to a long unseen. But if that's what you want, he immediately swung his. The flaming fist slammed down onto the ground where she had. Then Professor G coldly stated, I will defeat you and bring you back to. Gazian dodged the attack, then moved around disdainfully. Oh my, you show your true colors so quickly, Professor. Defeat me? Am I that? Professor G grew increasingly furious, roaring. Do you think you have the right to say that? You've killed 2 students and 8 staff members. Why did you do it? Then he continued to swing his fiery fist, seeking his. The thrown fist quickly shattered a large ancient. Gazian remained nonchalant. That kind of attack won't work, Professor. The worst is yet to come. She then circled Professor G, intending to sting him with her. Immediately, a surge of power pushed her. Gazian slid far back. Professor Du Hyun appeared, speaking coldly. The two stood there with extremely cold expression. She cried out, Professor Ma. He calmly replied, you don't seem very well. Gazian, why don't you stop and leave now? Net security forces are arriving soon. You don't want any more bloodshed. Professor G called out loudly, Professor Ma. Du Hyun quietly replied, there's someone behind her. Some kind of. Let her go for now. It'd be wiser to track her later. With her abilities, more people might. Immediately, shouts rang out. Fire. Professor G used his explosion skill. Hurry. Before the fire spreads. She put her hands on her hips and said, it'll come again next time, Professor. Remember, next time I come, it'll kill all of you. See you later, Net. She left the 2 professors to watch her leave. Seething with staff entered and began putting out the fire. Professor, are you all right? To return, there's been an explosion in the northwest district. Du Hyun sighed, then noticed Professor J's trembling arm. I understand you want to correct her character because she was your student. But you're so badly injured. It's dangerous to go. He replied dismissively. I know. Our net security personnel will follow Gazian. We'll leave the rest to them and head. Then, as if remembering something, Du Hyun continued, but before, 2 of you must have something to talk about. Jiang Su-chan was currently supporting the unconscious Hai. As they walked, Su-chan asked anxiously, so, is Hai Sung all right? Professor G reassured him. He'll be fine once the neurotoxin is removed. Just throw him on the bed, and he'll be good when he wakes. Su-chan gave a forced laugh. After that, an awkward silence. Unexpectedly, he spoke again. Keep what you saw just now. A woman, Gazian, was once my student. After an incident 5 years ago, she left the. Since then, we've had no news of her. But now it seems she maliciously attacked Nest and its students. Her existence will threaten the students. When the time comes, we will announce this. But Su-chan stepped forward and said, to keep this secret, I need something. Professor G wondered, you want? Su-chan continued walking. They'll keep the secret if you teach me the technique you used to defeat that mantis. Teach me how to use my comp. I've always thought about what you said. Accepting the truth that there's an insect part within me. And having to let go of my self-hatred for insects. To be honest, it will be very difficult. But today I felt so weak. I had to sit by and watch Haesung get taken. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been killed by that man. His face was filled with determination. I want to become stronger. I don't know how, but can you you're a professor after all. Professor G smiled with interest, thinking, ha, so the kid wants to make a deal now. I like your courage. He replied, you should get. A few days later, at the Nest student cafe, students were happily eating chewing loudly. Someone said, a few days ago, I woke up in the hospital and my clothes were gone. Hyjin, exasperated, said, yeah, just suddenly, she looked in one direction. Is that Do-hoa? Everyone was looking in one direction. Ah, the scorpion. Now that you mention it, she's in our class, isn't she? Everyone who saw Do-hoa turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. I thought she just deferred because she didn't like comments. Oh my god. This line is damn long. We're leaving the line, okay? She glared. Do that and Hyjin continued, yeah. But her case is a bit special. Hearing that, Su-chan wondered, special? Hyjin kindly explained, you know how jungle juice turns us into insectoids. But in some cases, people develop traits of non-insect arthropods. So, they're investigating its effects on organisms. To aid the investigation, some students were excused from class for laboratory tests. She might be joining our class.
Su-chan nodded blankly.
Understood. Suddenly, he remembered. Now that you mention it. HVKPI Jean, what kind of insect are you? Without antennae, I wouldn't even recognize you as an insect. Hyjin replied, if I had to explain. It's an insect related to the mantis order. Just the mantis made Su-chan turn. He secretly glanced at Do-hoa.
No wonder.
That's why she's so. Suddenly, Do-hoa kicked hard, making Haesung fall out of his chair. Imbek. Thump. Haesung furiously cursed, you dog leech. Do-hoa confidently propped her feet on the table. Hey, did you hear? We have a group project. Su-chan looked at Hyjin, wondering, group project? What is it about? Hyjin, though annoyed, reminded them calmly. Haesung just got out of the hospital. Be a little careful. Then she explained, all group projects for the combat entomology class have different. Usually it's not difficult. But there are cases where we encounter fighting other insects. Su-chan immediately thought, perhaps this is an opportunity to test what I've been practicing. Hyjin continued, furthermore, the professor divided the teams. Our team, first-year student, entomology department X. First-year student, entomology department X. Cha-hai, first-year student, entomology department X. Jiangsu, student representative, entomology department X. Hyjin happily people.
Su-chan rejoiced inwardly.
In the same group as HVKY. Haesung and Do-hoa are also good fighters. To become the top student, you also need luck. With teammates like this, it should be fine. The three of them turned to look at Su-chan. Want to get some coffee? I want a cold Americano. And then you'll add a ton of sugar, won't you? Stop. A few days later, the sky poured down a heavy, incessant. Professor G was currently in the arm train. Just then, someone entered and stopped and then asked, what is it? The person replied, here. And emerged. This person was Hyun Bin from the entomology department. He reported, I just received news about this group project. Group A. For people were located, and while on their way to a location, one of the members. After hearing this information, Professor G gasped in shock. On the screen was an image of Su-chan's four-person. In the department lecture hall, Assistant Du announced, surely everyone has heard about the group project starting today, right? This time's group project is, leave the Nest campus and find bottles of insecticide. Or jungle juice, and bring them back. Su-chan gasped in shock. Jungle, Assistant Du continued, exactly. Retrieve the substance that caused the hybridization within pesticide of unknown origin called jungle juice. Because it wasn't heavily advertised, it's not well known, but it still has many customers. Not just ordinary families use it, but also cyclists and campers who are outdoors can experience side effects. And some even spray various insects as challenge. We couldn't find the company that produced jungle juice, but it was distributed by Natural. However, immediately after releasing it to the market, this company went bankrupt. Therefore, everything about jungle juice remains very mysterious. The good thing is that because the company was located in Gangwon province, the consequences were mostly confined to the province and its surrounding areas. Chan now understood, so that's why I was able to hide it? This phenomenon isn't happening nationwide. Professor G continued, to produce Cinderella, jungle juice is absolutely necessary. Currently, Nest's biggest mission is to acquire as much jungle juice as possible. But this is also a lesson in intellectual activity and perseverance to seek something. So, you have 1 week to scour Gangwon province and find jungle juice. Any team that finds 1 bottle will receive an A+. Whole class began to buzz with discussion. Damn, an A+. But jungle juice is so hard to find. It's not even sold anymore, so we'll have to compete for it. Damn, I knew it. Even if you find it, if it's empty, it's useless. If I'd known the assignment was like this, I wouldn't have enrolled. I think only 1 or 2 bottles were found last semester. After listening to everyone's complaints, Su-chan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Everyone gets an A+? Is it really that hard to... Professor G now became serious. So now, disperse. In your group. So, Haesung and Du Hoa split up, that's okay, right? I haven't been outside in ages, so even hiding my wings feels strange. Su-chan scratched his head. Haijin looked over and explained, working in 2 groups is more efficient, you know. Now the question is, where do we find jungle juice? Because we always collected jungle juice in the same place. Where else could it be? Su-chan mumbled again, long. Plus, A+. He seemed to be injected with a stimulant, excitedly exclaiming, becoming the top student is no longer just a dream. Just trust me, HVKY Jean. Just trust me, HVKY. Know a place where we can find jungle juice. Then Su-chan grabbed her hand and pulled her. A moment later, Haijin asked, a mansion? Su-chan explained, the bottle I used in middle school. Even though it scared me, I still kept it just in case. When he opened the door, he cheered. All right? Suddenly, he saw that the furniture inside had been completely overturned. Only a messy pile remained. What the hell? Why is my house? Haijin looked inside in astonishment. Were you robbed? Were you... No. Su-chan quickly rummaged through the drawers. The bottle. The insecticide bottle must be here somewhere. No. It's not. No. My jungle juice. My A+. Haijin felt bewildered by Su-chan's frenzy. No, it's okay. Let's just go look somewhere. Suddenly he turned and asked, wait, now that I think about it, do you have any?
HWIJin.
You've used jungle juice before too, right? So you must have a... Haijin suddenly lowered her face, her expression unreadable, and replied, we don't need to go to my... Let's try looking in the city. Then she coldly walked out the door. Su-chan awkwardly watched her go. Ooh, he noticed Haijin's unusual attitude. What's wrong? Did I say something? Later, the 2 sat together searching online. Su-chan frantically typed. How about this one? No. What about? Afterwards, the 2 went searching in stores. Excuse me, have you seen a bottle like this? I don't know. They considered cheating on the assignment. Su-chan was determined to take liquid from another bottle. Haijin glared, stopping him. Later, they both bought lemonades to cool down. Damn it, there's not a single... Su-chan Said. Where do we even look? Haijin, sitting beside him, said, this is really hard to find. That's why Cinderella is so difficult to make. How about we just call it a day? We still have dorm curfew to worry about. Su-chan was helpless. Damn it. At this rate, I can't become the top student. Who took the bottle from my... Haijin now wondered, Su-chan, why do you want to get rid of your wings? Su-chan looked down, his face weary. Haijin continued, is it because of your girlfriend? The girl you saved at the cinema? Hearing this, Su-chan spat out the waterhead just... Then, his face pale, he retorted, you... What are you talking about? And Mihai... Immediately, a beautiful image of Mihai appeared before his... Su-chan had to hold his tongue and began to... A moment later, he explained, no. She is my girlfriend. Even me. I want a university life. I want to get back everything I've lost. I want to return to a normal... Even though she pushed me away and called me a monster. I don't think she's a bad person. She was almost killed by that mantis too. It's clear she must be afraid of insectoids. We truly are Haijin smiled encouragingly. Look at you. You're a strong man. If I... Su-chan interrupted, so... Thank you, HVKP Haijin, for coming to find... He recalled earlier images. Hadn't met you in that building, I would have been finished back then. Thanks to you, I found a purpose in... I think I should keep talking. But, damn. Saying this makes me want to cry. Haijin smiled and continued. At first, you were very See? It's a good thing you met. Su-chan happily replied to her. Yeah. Then he smiled, his eyes crinkling. Now that I think about it. HVKP Haijin, you were the class president in the first semester. Studying in an environment like this, you must have worked very hard. I think you also really want to return to a normal life, HVKP Hyjin. To become the top student, I'll aim to defeat you first. Hyjin pulled her cap further down. Don't want to return? Suchan wondered, what did you say? Then his phone rang. Hyjin said, you have a call. Suchan quickly took out his phone to answer. Hello? On the screen, the caller was Cha Hae-sung. He hurriedly announced, hey, listen, do you know what we found an abandoned warehouse, and it's a museum. It used to belong to the company that distributed jungle juice. Natural. To get all the jungle juice here, we want just get an A+. Hearing that, Suchan's face lit up as he cheered. Then, ignoring Hyjin's pale face, he turned to her. HWEG, did you hear that? She quickly yelled. Hae-sung, that's. But Hae-sung on the other end of the line had already hung up. They'll send the address, so come. Suchan was extremely confused. Wait, hold on. Hello? He's not answering. The number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later. Hyjin, running, urged him on. Hurry. We have to get there. The mission is to retrieve all the sold jungle juice bottles. Because despite their efforts, Nest has never found unsold jungle juice. But now they found an entire warehouse. This is too strange. Perhaps this is... It's now night. Suchan carried Hyjin, flying quickly to the location. After landing, Suchan exclaimed, oh my, that warehouse is terrifying. Did those two really go in there? Hyjin rushed to search. How could they find a place like, let's go in now.
Suchan felt uneasy.
This place gives me a bad... Two now entered the dark warehouse. Suchan was confused. Is this all it? Look at this layer of dust. It seems too real. Hyjin rushed further inside. No way. Let's find those two. Who would go to such lengths to set up this trap? Suddenly, Suchan bumped into a box on the floor. Joyfully exclaimed. Look.
HVKPIN.
This is jungle juice. Maybe this isn't a trap after all. Just then, a spray of fresh blood erupted in midair. Suchan looked over and saw Hyjin's body, gushing blood, falling back. His face was aghast at the... A blood-stained stinger appeared, accompanied by a voice. Ah, have you found what you were looking? Because I found what I need. My prey. It was a shadowy, terrifying, ominous figure with gigantic pins. Hyjin lay unconscious on the floor in a pool of her own. When I was young, I heard my grandmother say that from the moment I was born, I had to be separated from my parents. So I would be accustomed to goodbyes. But that wasn't... I couldn't get used to it. The act of being separated from those I was close to. I couldn't get used to that feeling. Suchan felt as if he was dragged to hell. Seeing Hyjin's... He went berserk, charging towards the fiend to it. The creature displayed a terrifying, twisted expression. I know you're furious over your friend's death. But if you come closer to me, it's no different than rushing headfirst into... The earwig used its large pincer to hunt its... Suchan quickly activated his compound eyes. He gritted his teeth, hissing. Getting past that tail, Suchan swung up and he punched the earwig hard in. His punch completely distorted its...
Suchan quickly slid backwards.
I hit his man. The earwig now reset its man. It suddenly appeared above Suchan, gritting its teeth as it attacked, roaring, strong. Suchan's hand was now bleeding from the earlier punch. The skin is very hard. He recalled the mantis' earlier words. I am an exoskeleton. Because I just ate my fill, my body has become even tougher. Suchan quickly realized, just like that man. The earwig, swinging its grotesque arm, continued, could it be you? You have a dragonfly complex? But you've never absorbed anything. Suchan heard that and asked, puzzled. Absorb? It then explained, absorb means to eat other insects. Carnivorous insectoids like us can eat other insectoids, you know. When I first ate them, I felt like I gained wings and flew to the sky. Felt like consuming opium. Once you've had a taste, you can't... I continuously absorbed that intoxicating substance. I realized the more I ate, the stronger I became. Bound by a society where money and status were power. I had to scheme 100 ways to survive. Now I've been freed from it. In pursuing what's called the pure power of a new organism. That rotten class society will soon collapse. And I will stand at the pinnacle. The more it spoke, the more it drooled, revealing a perverse Someone told me that if I just waited in this fake warehouse, prey would automatically walk into the den. So it was true. I should go thank that person. Both of you. I'll eat every last... Then the earwig began swinging its arm to attack. Suddenly its movement stiffened. A voice rang out. Ridiculous. Suchan had grabbed its pincer. What? Pure power of an organ. For that thing, he used all his strength to bend them up. Suchan's expression became frenzied. For that reason, you killed... Then Suchan suddenly let go, causing the two pincers to clash. As for him, he lunged towards the earwig, screaming. You bastard. Su once again threw a head once again snapped to the then it controlled its two pincers to clamp onto Suchan. Suchan was yanked. He was then flung towards the rafters by the ear. Suchan struggled to stay on his feet. Then the earwig spoke again. What? No matter how hard you try, you're still not on my. Then the pincer once again stabbed down towards Suchan gritted his teeth, dodging. Then his eyes filled with immense determination. The earwig continuously attacked him. Suchan couldn't avoid being covered in blood. He still gritted his teeth and charged forward. Even if our levels are different, even if I fall countless times, he remembered just earlier that day. Hyjin had happily said, see, trusting me and following me was a wise decision. Suchan opened his mouth and roared loudly. I must kill him. He swung his arm. The earwig's body took the blow, and it staggered back. But Suchan was quickly startled when it casually spoke again. That hit stung a little. Its face grew even more hideous and Suchan gritted his teeth in rage. Can't even injure. He was attacked back. Suchan remembered what Professor G had taught him. No, there's a way. I learned every night with Professor. If I use that method, then Suchan was about to find another. Then suddenly his body fell, collapsing.
Suchan's wings trembled.
He was utterly confused. My wings can't move. Why? Earwig mocked. What's wrong? Already exhausted? How? Suchan was still in despair. Why is it suddenly like this? Could it be? If you use insectoid power, side effects will appear. That's the price for reckless complex use when not proficient enough. He recalled Professor Jis' reminder at the time. Suchan was utterly terrified. No, move. Please, move. But in his helplessness, Suchan could only lie there, waiting for the gigantic pincer to clamp. Suddenly, at this moment, some power flung the earwig's grotesque arm. It was Hyjin who had woken up. She stood shielding Suchan was naturally utterly shocked. He won. Hyjin, how are your wounds? The earwig was also confused. What? You're not dead? Then I'll send you to heaven again. Then it once again lunged with its.
Suchan screamed. Ijin.
It's dangerous. Hyjin calmly brushed her hair back. Back then you asked me what my complex was. The gigantic pincer was lunging toward. Suchan's face turned pale with fear. Hyjin's sharp eyes quickly turned back. Then she used astonishing. She struck its pincer with an extremely powerful. That force transferred directly from the arm to the earwig's body. His face showed pain and, to Suchan's astonishment, Hyjin spoke again. Watch closely. Now, I'll reveal it to you. Hyjin's eyes now shone with intense seriousness. The scene shifts to a desolate alleyway. The group of students looking like troublemakers gathered. One with curlers in her hair looked back and frowned in annoyance. Hey, she's here. She's here. The frivolous girl next to her snorted with laughter. Hyjin, as a student, walked out with an emotionless expression. When they saw her appear, they laughed mockingly. Will Hyjin? Oh, she really came? Ha 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 ha. Didn't she just go down? Is she coming up? The little park Hyjin lives in the bay. Seriously. And at school she's so When Hyjin walked out and saw those kids, she was puzzled. The pain of poverty begins with, is that girl in our class? One of the boys pulled out his phone. The curler-haired kid urged, hey, take a picture of her for everyone to see. The frivolous girl added, seriously. If that's true, how does she even live? Pity turns into prejudice. Prejudice. They just keep going, not knowing when to stop. Like in the movie Parasite, those creatures just explode into sewage water whenever it rains. Damn it. That's a gross image, Come on, you filthy parasite, Will Hyjin. Seeing this, Hyjin was furious. The mushroom head guy with a despicable look pressed the shutter. Becoming disgust. Suddenly, someone appeared and kicked the guy, cursing. The other kids were furious. Hey, what are you doing? Did you kick him? You just kicked him, didn't you? The person just turned away, then turned back, sneering. Oh, my bad. The rule is you have to step on insects with your foot, They were enraged. What? Insects? Who the hell? But Hyjin's face lit up when she saw that. Even so, I can only Young man chuckled and winked mischievously. Me? Just a handsome guy.
Bok Sung-yin.
25 years old. A salaried worker. That's my. Night fell. Dim lights came on. I'm home. Big brother. Hyjin entered the door and called out loud. She immediately saw a snake moving on the. Then an ear-splitting scream rang out. Her brother, who was sleeping in his room, jolted awake and he quickly opened the door, crawling out. You're home? Hyjin, trembling all over, pointed. Here, over. Sung Jin quickly grabbed the insecticide spray.
Don't worry.
Ilhan. Both siblings' faces were twisted with fear. Snakes often hide down here, right? Hyjin stammered, I think. Finally, Sung Jin lost his composure and screamed, "What do we do? What do we do? What do we do?" Haijin tried to calm him. "Bro, just get some paper ready first." "Oh my god. They're here. Ah, over there. Under the wardrobe. Aiwa." The whole room seemed about to explode. Later, the two siblings sat tiredly leaning against the wall. The floor was a complete mess.
Sung Jin sai.
They all came down here. Haijin gave a wry laugh. "Haha, so many insects crawling down." Sung Jin quickly searched on his phone. "Maybe we should buy another bottle of jungle juice." "Huh? I think I saw some recently when I was at work." Haijin was curious. "Oh, is it really that magical? Can kill any insect with just one spray? Is that even true?" He then explained, if an insect doesn't die after one spray, they offer compensation to the customer. Haijin added, "If that's true, they'll bring it to school and hunt for compensation." "Haha." Sung Jin reminded her. "Hunt for what? Stop worrying about money. Just study hard." Haijin looked thoughtfully at her 10-square-meter house, half of which was a dark and cramped basement. Although it had nothing. At that time, Sung Jin had said, his eyes filled with hope, "They'll definitely see you enter university." For me, it was still a ray of light. That was before my brother passed. He died of exhaustion. He worked himself to death at the construction site just to earn a little more. Poverty. Killed my brother. Poverty. The only ray of light in my life. If only everything had been a dream. At that moment, Haijin sat alone, huddled pitifully and miserably in the basement. Just then, a group of wicked students looked down through the window like demons. "Oh, it's open now. Haha. Hey, are we really doing? Why not? Her brother dared to kick my boyfriend." "What? He's her brother? Well, Haijin, I brought you some new." Haijin watched in horror as they dropped a cockroach. "Take good care of each other, won't you?" She froze, screaming. After that, countless cockroaches fell, looking utterly disgusting and terrifying. "I wish it were just a nightmare." A desperate scream rang. "Ooh, it must have been a whole bucket of cockroaches." The other kids ran off, highly excited. "That little devil. You're really cruel." "Haha." The cockroaches seemed to fly down as if to devour. The scene was infuriating. No matter how hard I tried, it was useless. Her tears fell freely, watching that swarm approaching. Has clung to my life for who knows how, making my life sink into dark. Suddenly, an insecticide spray bottle rolled toward that. Haijin seemed to see a ray of light. "Maybe we should buy another bottle of jungle juice." The cockroaches were flying towards Haijin as if to devour. She quickly grabbed the spray, then she aimed it towards the cockroach. Using all her strength, she sprayed back to the present. Haijin was attacking the ear. His arm began to deform and his body fell to the ground. He muttered in disbelief, "Ugh, I clearly killed it with a surprise attack." Oh. Haijin charged forward again, demanding, "Tell me, where are Duhoa and Haisung? You bastard." After that, a smoky battle ensued, making it impossible to see. And Su-chan exclaimed with an admiring expression, "Amazing, she's really But how did Haijin recover? Her wounds were clearly very serious. I thought she couldn't possibly survive." Suddenly, Haijin's fist was covered in Junpanikt. "Haijin, your hand. Are you really okay?" She replied, "I'm just healed." Su-chan was terrified again as he saw Haijin's blood-stained hand smoking and healing at astonishing speed. "Healed? Is it because of your insectoid power?" She said, "Yes, me." Suddenly, the earwig, with its deformed arm, charged forward, screaming, "So it's the wheel. Huh, that movement style. That life. Could only think of that, will girl. It's you. Where'd you catch that insect? In your dark, cramped rented room? In the sewers? The trash dump? Or in the basement?" As it fought her, it tried to provoke. Seeing her so angry, it yelled again. "Looks like I guess." Su-chan was also shocked upon hearing this. "Well, so that's why she hid what kind of insect she was until he tried to call out, 'Haijin.' Then he tried to stand up but couldn't. Damn it. My body isn't obeying." And Haijin charged into the attack. The earwig still tried to hurl insults. "Ha ha ha ha. No wonder you reek like that. The smell of pop." Then, inwardly, it grimaced at Haijin's rage. "Damn it. Her power is normal. But she's too fast, so I can't attack her. Is that why she's called the... No matter how fast she is, it's nothing. No matter what, I still have a way to defeat." Then it quickly thought of something despicable. A way? After that, it quickly aimed its pincer towards Su. Haijin leaped towards him in horror. "No." She reached out, full of Su-chan was also helpless. "No, this is bad." He once again sank into despair, seeing Haijin pierced through the body. Her body hung suspended in mid-air. Su-chan's eyes were wide open, staring at his dear. The earwig now bared its hideous. Then it controlled its pincer to fling Haijin's body away. This time, You're definitely. Su-chan's vision was now of a gigantic circular hole through Hyjin's body. Recovery was almost impossible. Fresh blood and her body fell before Su. The earwig continued its vile words. You shouldn't grieve too much. If she hadn't become an insectoid, she would have died a long time ago. Poor people can't survive in this. Just then, it suddenly withdrew its arrogant demeanor. What is that? Its eyes widened in a surge of power erupted from Su-chan's wings. He stood up, his eyes glowing bright. The earwig felt astonished. What is that light on his wings? Is it a form of insectoid power? I didn't see it before. He said he's never absorbed anything. And the moment he transformed was after that will girl. If so, besides absorption, is there another method for insectoids to fully evolve? How interesting. Thinking this, it licked its lips, drooling with craving. His face was hideous and disgusting. The nutrition a predator receives will vary depending on the prey. If I eat him now in this, after that it began to attack Su-chan. What will happen? But Su-chan suddenly appeared in front of him. The creature looked down and took a punch from Su-chan that sent him. His body slid across the Su-chan stood in the smoke. Expression. Then the earwig creature's pincer was repeatedly impacted. He lay on the ground, his face strained. I have a feeling. He clearly used. Suddenly his eyes widened. When Su-chan grabbed one of his pincers. This man gritted his teeth, holding his hand, and thought using dungo juice turns people into powerful monsters. The level of abnormality and intelligence only returns to the human level. But now Su-chan's entire body darkened, and he snarled, if I don't die today, then today will be your death anniversary. If I don't become your food, then you will be mine. Chan was consumed by hatred. Completely. His humanity was no longer discerned. The earwig creature's face was now filled with terror. His body trembled uncontrollably. The next his body suddenly moved, Su-chan pulling hard on his mutated. When that disgusting face fell, Su-chan slammed him hard onto the floor once more. He was nailed down like a stake. Su-chan's hand still gripped his face tightly. The creature still had enough strength to curse. Madman, you should be watching your. His pincer was about to attack Su-chan from behind. Su-chan quickly turned, opened his mouth, and bit down on the earwig creature's eyes widened in horror. A dragonfly's, not just its wings and compound eyes, but the power it uses to catch prey, chew it up, and evolve. That Su-chan bit off one of his pincers. This is called the power of. He looked at the scene in disbelief. What exactly is that? Su-chan spat out the pincer with He remembered training with Professor D. He had explained, excellent. Physical training ends here. From now on, every day we will train like this and try to minimize its side. Primal stance means attitude and primal instincts of animals affect humans. Human reason can control it. It can only be restrained for a moment before the animal instinct grows stronger. At that, Su-chan listened very seriously. Balance? The professor continued, therefore, within each of us lies the latent power of insects, and it can unleash great strength. That is the primal. However, Su-chan's once handsome face was now the reason that controls the situation is very complex. It's not that instinct is inferior to reason, but rather which state is completely dominant. When the string of reason breaks, that's when animal instinct takes. His eyes lit up like two lighthouses. Because reason can be devoured. The earworm's eyes bulged out as if they were about to pop. This guy has changed so. I have pursued the primitive strength of creatures to this day, continuously searching for and hunting. But today I chose the wrong. Head was trapped in what felt like sticky. Grave mistake. A disparity in species. Su-chan now began to tear at his flesh. It was gruesome. The earworm, too late, begged. Wait, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please. Su-chan could hear nothing now. He opened his mouth and bit into his and so bloody chunks of flesh were thrown. In the dark, the earworm's body was covered in blood and gore. Truly terrifying. I was wrong. Help. Immediately, Su-chan pushed his head. Then he lifted the mangled body as if carrying it. Su-chan opened his mouth to. Then, someone suddenly appeared. Su-chan's body quickly returned to normal, and he person created a bundle in their hand and said, You've gone too. It's okay for the prey to eat the hunting dog, but not the other way around. While speaking, the person controlled strings to bind. I created this hunting ground to raise it. In the end, it's useless. First, I should retreat. Regardless, I didn't expect another special one to appear besides Singa Zeon. And also he said, lifting Su-chan. He brought his face close to Su-chan. If you want to follow. At this moment, Nest personnel appeared outside. He exclaimed. As expected, they're here quickly. Those Nest. I don't have time to deal with these people now. Although we met briefly, I was very happy. Su-chan tried to open his eyes. What is this? How did it become like? The person in front of him with a blurred face said. Next time we meet, turn into a monster again.
Suchan wondered.
Is it a past employees had arrived at the door of the warehouse? Here, we detected a signal, natural life. Why is it in this warehouse? I have a bad feeling about. Suddenly, a sound came from inside, making everyone freeze and become vigilant. Jean, he ran out.
Suchan shouted in despair.
Someone, please save me. Save Hygiene. She's not breathing and at the entrance to Nest. It was raining heavily at this. Professor G was stunned by the scene before. It was an image of Suchan, dazed, carrying Hygiene, whose life was on medical team. This way. Time seemed to and after a while he asked coldly. What happened? Suchan, with an expression of helplessness, recounted. This when we went into an abandoned factory to find dungo juice. A person transformed by dungo juice. Professor G flipped the table in anger, startling everyone. Oh my! His arm, bulging with veins, grabbed Suchan's shoulder. Talk prop. Not asking about the homework of finding that insect. I'm asking why it became like. Just then, the medical team came out. What are you guys up to? Why is he so? Professor J's sharp eyes turned to Professor Yu. The red-haired girl who came out is from the insect department, Professor Yu Honyang. She said seriously, if you continue like this, how can we take the patient? Professor G asked helplessly. Why are you here? I brought them here. She gestured towards the students. They were all confused. Everyone, let's move. What is it? Is someone dead? What should we do? Then she explained. If there's a patient, I have to. Then she said to Suchan. Let her down. Professor Yu quickly took out her and began the treatment. Suchan, seeing this, wondered. What are you? At this moment, an object emitted a light and it emanated from Professor Yes' hand. He wondered what it was. The assistant holding the umbrella behind her reassured him.
Don't worry.
It's just a form of therapy. Because our Professor Yu has a special power. Suchan was astounded. Special power? She continued to explain. Half of Professor Yes' power comes from a firefly beetle. The other half is from a parasitic fungus on insects. People have studied cordyceps and called it a cure-all. The vitality and healing ability of cordyceps are miraculous. Professor Yes' ability is the most mysterious and useful power at this moment. A magical light emanated from Hygiene's wound was. Suchan exclaimed with joy. The wound. So, does that mean Hygiene will be saved? His face was full of, but he was disappointed again when he heard Professor Yes answer. No, her heart stopped beating long ago. My ability is only, though it's hard to accept. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Suchan was stunned and bowed his head, not knowing what. Professor Yu also stood there silent. Professor Yu then spoke. Medical, move this body in.
Someone approached Suchan.
Student. You. He immediately pushed his hand away. Suchan stubbornly hugged Hygiene's body in his arms with Hygiene's memories returned. When she had just chased away some cockroaches. Her brother sighed. It's all messed up because of insects. Hygiene sat hugging her pillow, looking bored. I hate these bothersome insects. And I hate this house with insects. If only I were born into a rich. Then her brother encouraged her. Even insects, considered disgusting things. The poor also have beautiful moments. We are the. Have you ever heard the phrase HVKFAIANGIAONHVKFA before? It's the most beautiful moment in life. Everyone has times, no matter how difficult or tiring, that are overflowing with happiness. Every day of mine is overflowing with happiness. Because I have such a beautiful little sister. After hearing that, Hygiene kicked him. Don't say such cheesy things to me. Her brother laughed teasingly then. But it's fun to say. If you think you're unhappy, you'll really become unhappy. You have to grasp every small moment of happiness and keep. He bent down, extended his hand to Hygiene and affirmed, as for catching bugs, he'll do that for you. So, no matter how difficult it, thank you watching for Hygiene's hand now reached, keep struggling. There will definitely be a way to survive. Back in reality, Hygiene's hand grasped Suchan. Suchan's eyes widened in shock. His tears stopped, then a scream echoed, making everyone turn in alarm. HWKP. Hygiene's skin peeled off. She transformed once. All insects must undergo this transformation, shedding their old or damaged outer shell to truly transform into adult insects. No matter how ugly or terrifying an insect is, in its tiny life, there is one metamorphosis to the next stage of life. People say that is the most beautiful moment in an insect's. A little cockroach was about to experience the most beautiful moment of its life. Hygiene opened her eyes and saw a clear, sparkling blue. The image of her brother appeared before her eyes. Did you catch that insect? Another hand grasped Hygiene's and replied. Suchan happily woke up. You don't have to worry about him. And Hygiene saw him and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, why are you? Suchan excitedly hugged his beloved friend. His happiness at this miracle was beyond Tears streamed down his face again. Anyway, so good. What a everyone else was also shaken by this miracle. The scene changed to the nest hospital. Su-chan sat on the hospital bed and asked, "Where were you all? I've been looking for you for so." Haesung scratched his head, recalling, "Well, I think we were in another section of that work." That time, the two of them went inside. The space was very dark, so they were very scared. "Where is this?" Then suddenly a violent tremor occurred. All the shelves there collapsed. Basically, we were trapped there for several hours. At that time, Doho was shouting, "Hey, do something." Su-chan listened and thought helplessly, so it was my fault after all. Well, at least we didn't. And Haesung wondered, but what was that big tremor anyway? Su-chan quickly changed the subject. "Oh, did you find any dungo juice?" He secretly thought it's best not to tell them what. Haesung sat down and recounted, what a pity. All that dungo juice was fake. So, we're back to square one." Su-chan quickly reassured him, "At least the assignment deadline hasn't passed yet. Even though we've been grounded and have to write a report." Then he frowned and asked again, "How did you even find that abandoned workshop? Anyway, it's deep in the mountain." Haesung scratched his head. "Oh, that? When I asked around, someone told me." Su-chan wondered. "Told you? Who?" Haesung replied, "I don't know. It seemed like a passerby. Oh, that person's style was a bit unique. That person had light purple-tinted white, seemed to be wearing earrings." Meanwhile, in another place, a dog lay resting, letting out. A few people were checking the situation in the room. "Ah, you're finally here. It's a miracle you didn't drown in that drop of." At this moment, the blue-haired man who had just been mentioned appeared and replied, "Haha, I've always been talented." The other person asked, "How did it go?" The blue-haired man spread his hands casually and said, "That cleaner bug we created? It was killed. I just didn't expect. There were so many ambitious people and he began to feel a surge of. Person opposite him had to cover their face with a cloth, then held out a blanket. "Judging by your expression, it seems the one you wanted to bring back has a breeder." He wiped his face and asked, "Oh, is it that obvious?" His name was Breeder. His identity was He ordered, "Contact the two we infiltrated into Nest. The one Singa Zeon Len." The person opposite asked about this. "I heard that water bug was killed." Breeder sighed, "Geez, that violent." "What about the other one?" "The one. I heard she's blending in." Among the stroked his chin with interest after hearing that. "Oh really? Then let's do something." After that, we continuously searched for dungo juice. But, in the end, a month passed, and we couldn't even find a bottle cap. And the assignment deadline had passed. This time, our academic performance is dreadful. Su-chan sat in class, sweating profusely from stress. "Group A. No dungo juice." Assistant Du stood at the podium and announced, "This time, all groups failed to find any dungo juice bottles. All freshmen have 0 dungo juice." Everyone started explaining. "Even though we tried our best to find it, we couldn't find a single bottle. So, Professor, how are we supposed to find it?" "That's right. Consulting the internet was useless. I knew it would be like this." Su-chan, astonished, covered his mouth. "It turns out my group isn't the only one who couldn't find it. I guess it's lucky." Assistant Du then gave another piece of information that left the entire class bewildered. "Well, of course you couldn't find. If I knew, I would have sent someone to retrieve it already. This assignment was merely a training exercise to observe your diligence in this confusing assignment. Everyone will have a different perception. But currently, Nest is in great need of dungo juice. This year, the number of Cinderella vials has dropped to only 2 or. Do you know why? Because besides us, there are other humanoid factions targeting dungo. Currently, we have no clear information about them, but it seems they are using dungo juice for malicious purposes. They are carrying out a plan to transform innocent ordinary people into humanoids. From now on, if any of you cultivate dangerous alien species or illegally harbor endangered species, these humanoids are definitely transformed from such insect species. Currently, Nest also has quite a few such victims. Among those sitting here, there may also be such people. They were harmed and became human. Unintentionally, they became targets for those who use dungo. Currently, they have not yet taken any action against Nest, and we have not yet directly confronted these people hiding in the shadows. However, recently they have started to target us very over. Listen carefully, everyone. From now on, our learning method will also be different from the first semester, because you will have to complete the assignments I give. The main content will be practical combat against the very dangerous individuals I mentioned earlier." Assistant Du's face was extremely serious. "To be blunt, from now on, you will no longer be studying this subject. You can leave this classroom immediately. The battle represents a dog-eat-dog world. You may also face danger. I haven't even told you about its danger. That is, there may be seriously injured people like Group A in this assignment. There may all be fatalities like the desertion and escape incident not long. I know some people have returned after standing on the threshold of life and death. You must truly prepare yourselves for a life or death battle in this. After hearing this, everyone fell into some turn to discuss with each. More than anything, there was confusion and suddenly, Su-chan stood up. He spoke, I have a question. After fighting these dangerous individuals, will we get grades for our performance? Both Assistant Du and the students in the class were startled for a few seconds. Then Assistant Du quickly replied, of course. Because the total score depends on the level of danger. So, if anyone does well, they can even rank at the top of the entire I guess you all have no more questions. Haijin recalled her notebook. When I missed Professor Ma's class and attended this one, I thought I no longer had a chance to be the top student in the department. Su-chan exclaimed happily, so, the higher the risk, the higher the achievement. Haisung also burst into excited laughter at this moment. While everyone else was still stunned, he was already thinking about achievements.
Lihan Bayon.
Kim Chong-jun, the awakened purifier. When I heard they died, I was so scared. But I have to overcome the limits of this dog-eat-dog. We have to beat them to a pulp. Hoa slammed the table, growing even more bloodthirsty.
Practical combat.
Hyuna turned to her friend and said, I've been determined since I enrolled. Duan agreed the first class was the same. We can't lose to new students. Other students also grew excited after hearing this. Well, living with this kind of determination for life is fine, isn't it? We can also put what we learned in the first semester into practical. Haijin smiled with relief upon hearing this. Every year I hear such determined words from friends, but those are just empty words. When their lives aren't many students have dropped out of this course for fear of injury. I am quite satisfied with this year's batch of students. Even when facing mortal danger, not a single one back. Assistant Du spoke with a spirited voice. Today's class ends here. You've all worked hard. Starting next week, we will begin our special class. But it won't necessarily be difficult every region. That will proceed today, right? Haijin immediately replied, yes. Take this opportunity to get to know each other. Some time later, at the orientation fest, Su-chan, tearing at his food, asked with a pale face, this is Nest's orientation fest. It's pretty normal, isn't it? At this moment, Haisung was being humorously abused with food and drinks by Dohoa. It was a very amusing scene. Haijin smiled helplessly. Well, it's just an orientation festival. Chan mumbled while chewing squid. Conversely, now that things are normal, I feel awkward. What should I? He remembered how overjoyed he was when Haijin miraculously came back to life. Caught it. You don't have to worry. And Haijin, her face flushed, looked at him, about to call out, A loud voice drowned out hers. Hey, Haisung, with Dohoa clinging to him like a parasite, cried out for help. Help! Save me! Haijin was helpless with her two friends. Dohoa saw this and jumped off Haisung. How boring. Su-chan hurried over in a panic to help the stumbling Dohoa slammed the table again and shouted, Jumu, bring me some alcohol. The guy behind her turned back with a weary look. What an alcoholic. Someone else chimed in, cough. Anyway, he's even crazier when he's Haisung sat there exhausted. He's always this energetic. Oh, I'm going to die. Su-chan handed him a can of water and said, I should have brought him here. He started to guess, that's right, or do you like him? Is that your style? Haisung, hearing this, flushed and glared angrily. No, are you crazy? Drank and retorted to Su-chan, well, aren't you the same? You two look pretty close. Truly inexperienced in love. Aren't you? Look how clumsy you are. Dohoa was clumsily pressing her nail into a can of water. Why want it open? Chan heard that and was startled. Do I look like that? Haisung still drank his water and replied, yeah. Su-chan's face turned red with embarrassment. Who said that, huh? Someone approached and called out, Dohoa. Then picked up her can of that person popped open the handed it back to Dohoa. This guy invited them. Shall we go drink over there? This was Lee Junhung, a first-year student in the Department of Beneficial Entomology, elective course, Principles of Nest Protection. Su-chan's group watched him with interest. Su-chan wondered, who is he? Haijin added, I think we've met him before. Dohoa took the can of water and glared, asking, what are you? Then, suddenly, she linked arms with Junhung and smiled brightly. Why are you only just arriving now? Friend, let's go. Let's continue the Haisung witnessed the scene, and his jaw. Haijin turned to criticize him. Isn't your way of showing affection clumsy? Haisung angrily gulped down water. Shut up. Chun continued to tease, I guess you have a lot of dating experience, huh? Haisung was speechless. I told you two to stop. Su-chan laughed and said, ha. It's the first time I've seen you like this. What's their relationship? But at this moment, Junhung suddenly turned back and glared at Su, making him freeze in He began to ponder. At this moment, a moment later, a nest flag fluttered in. Someone stood on the mountain, looking down. It seems this matter hasn't been exposed. And that person glanced again. So that's Junhung, who was now tied up and unconscious. This drunkard is sleeping soundly. It's best if she doesn't wake up for now. For her. Not waking up is for the best. He sat down in front. His hand was about to touch Dohoa's private. And immediately, another hand grabbed his, stopping that despicable. It was Suchan. He angrily questioned, "What are you doing?" "Hey, thank you watching for but Breeder." At this moment, the person following Breeder asked, "Who is the one you want to bring back from nest?" He replied. The other person wondered, "It's not that dragonfly, is it? So it won't be easy." Breeder laughed. "Haha.
Don't.
It's not him. Although it's true I want to catch that dragonfly. But now is not the one I intend to bring here now, an animal I've raised for a very long time." It seemed his target was Turning back to Suchan. He was stopping Junhung. "What are you doing? What exactly are you trying to do to Dohoa?" Then he grew cautious. "Could it be that are you Dohoa's boyfriend? Am I interfering?" Junhung coldly pushed his hand away.
Don't talk no.
Suchan immediately went to help Dohoa. "If you're not her boyfriend, why are you laying hands on her? You know that's a crime, right? Wake up, Dohoa." But at the moment, he grabbed Suchan's collar and shouted, "Stop getting in my way. Then Junhung released black hairs. Su quickly slid back. He looked at the black hairs in confusion. "What are these? They look like black But at this moment, one of the hairs pierced Suchan's hand. Immediately, blood spurted. "Thank you watching for Suchan quickly sprang away from the spot. Junhung spoke again. "Ha! It would have been better if you were more Those are venomous bristles." He was a Goliath bird-eater tarantula humanoid. They can launch large quantities of venomous bristles. He approached Dohoa. "I'm taking Dohoa. This place isn't suitable for her. Everyone needs to live where they belong. Oh, and she also won't be coming back to nest and Suchan exclaimed in shock. "Are you not a student?" Junhung glared at Suchan. Suddenly lunged to attack. His hand was about to grab Suchan's. He recalled. "Although I used excessive power last time," wings quickly sprouted from his back. Right, fully recovered. Suchan flapped his wings and flew into. "Alright, there will always be a way. As soon as he makes a mistake, he'll take Dohoa and escape immediately." Junhung stood below, looking on. Then he glanced up. "I gave you a chance, you should have run." Then Junhung launched countless black strands from his tarantula, primal stance, slingshot. Innumerable bristles rained down and shot towards Su. His arms were covered in multiple wounds from shielding him. He was confused. Can he fly too? What kind of humanoid is he, anyway? There are too many. I can't dodge them all. What is this damn ability? Tacked relentlessly, Suchan had to land on the ground. Suchan turned and ran. Damn it. First, I need to go back and call. But Junhung suddenly appeared and grabbed the back of his shirt. Then, I guess I'll have to take you with me. The party. Haijin was pondering. Why hasn't Suchan come back yet? Isn't he just in the rest? I wanted to ask him about what happened that day. There's no private space to ask in. And she shook her head, denying it. No. Why would I need private space? Why do I feel so regretful? At this moment, Haisung called out. Haijin startled and turned around. Huh? Yes. What is it? Haisung, red-faced from drinking, said, Call Dohoa for me. She's your roommate. After sobering up a bit, he worriedly said, Well, I haven't seen her for an... Haijin exclaimed in shock. Geez. Her friend at the next table, also drunk, chimed in, Oh, I saw her Seems some guy took her outside. Both of them turned in shock upon hearing. On this side, Suchan was still trying to escape from... He flew backward a long distance. Junhung suddenly appeared behind him, making Suchan gasp in surprise. He's about to catch up to me. So he'll go... At this moment, a shower of bristles fell like rain, startling him. Poisonous bristles. Suchan landed next to Dohoa. This is bad. I can't escape by flying high. Will you catch me here? Su desperately called out. Wake up, Dohoa. This isn't the time to... Junhung suddenly appeared again. Who told you to interfere with me? Then a collision. Both of them slid back. Junhung spoke confusingly again. You think you're Dohoa's boyfriend? Aren't you going to avoid me anymore?
Suchan retorted. No, Dohoa
is a member of our group. If a member disappears, of course we have to find them, right? Junhung heard that and showed a contemptuous expression. Geez. Suchan recalled the happy times and continued to smile, saying, I don't want my college life to be ruined. Then he jumped and lunged forward. So, this is the... Junhung stood there in shock. Now, I must take him. Suchan rushed forward like... He recalled training with Professor D. He taught there is something called reason. It can control the animal instinct within humans. Instinct and reason. I will break that balance and let instinct take. If I do that, I can unleash many times greater. Su-chan confidently threw that punch. Alright. But Junhung quickly regained his balance. Su-chan was quickly startled by the scene. What was that? What? My eyes. They feel like they're about to. Then his body fell powerless. Junhung approached and looked down at him. Feels like you're about to die, right? If you die here, it would be really embarrassing. Su-chan tried to remember a moment ago. Did he attack? Junhung raised his trembling hand close to Su-chan's face. Feels like your bones are about to shatter, right? You're quite strong. Just not as strong as. Su-chan felt helpless in the darkness. I didn't see his. A moment later, Su-chan slowly opened his eyes. He was lying bare-legged under a blanket, looking bewildered. What? Sleep? Where is? Too dark. I can't see anything. This isn't the building. Suddenly, Su-chan glanced to the side, horrified to see Dohoa lying next to him, also bare-legged and sharing the same blanket. Ooh! Su-chan's sweat quickly poured down in streams. His face turned pale. Dohoa slowly opened her eyes at this moment, and their eyes met, each with a different expression. Immediately, loud slapping sounds echoed in the space. Su-chan took 2 slaps from the other person with confusion. Slap! I didn't do it. A moment later, he wrapped the blanket around himself and went to check the situation. Sigh. The door is locked. Even the window is completely blocked. I thought I was stripped naked. It scared me to death. Dohoa had put her clothes back on. She sat on the bed angrily, thumping her tail loud. Su-chan tried to pry open the window. My phone died a long time ago. But do you know what's most important, right? He screamed as if going mad. I violated my grounding order. I can't attend class today either. My grades. My top student ranking. Did that bastard do this because of the top student position? Dohoa retorted at this moment. No, it's not like that. She gritted teeth tightly. Lee Junhung would never do. Su-chan tried to calm down. What are you talking about? Dohoa was about to explain. I told you that guy locked us in here. At this moment, the doorknob clicked. The door opened. Both entered a tense state of defense. Just little girl opened the door and walked in, calling, brother, sister. Time. Both of them had frowning, confused expressions. After going outside, they saw a table full of children eating. Su-chan looked at this scene in confusion. Where is this? Why were we brought? Dohoa then explained this is the angel orphanage. She watched the children happily eating together. Then an image of her younger self appeared. This is where I lived when I was. Dohoa's face showed a rare melancholy. It was a small orphanage in the country. A moment later, a little girl admired Dohoa's. Then the children began to get curious. Dohoa, sister, what is this? Is this really a tale?
Su-chan gasped in surprise.
Oh no, I forgot. Dohoa's tale. Dohoa quickly explained, oh, this is just a toy. The innocent children believed her wholeheartedly. Su-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The kids believed. Dohoa. It's so rough. But the end of the tale is a bit soft. Isn't it? It really looks like a scorpion's. Perhaps because it was ticklish. Dohoa quickly scurried into the room. Oh, she ran away.
Su-chan mused inwardly.
He didn't even get angry with the children. Good. At this moment, a voice rang out. Did you sleep well? A woman came out to greet them. I heard you're friends with Junhung and Dohoa. So please come visit often. This is the director of the Angel Orphan. Then the director explained, oh, your clothes were so dirty, so I washed them for you too. Ahahaha. Your name is Su-chan. Junhung brought you 2 here yesterday. Su-chan asked in surprise, is it the one with the medical patch on his lip? She smiled and replied, yes, that. Then she recounted. Both Junhung and Dohoa came from here, so I couldn't refuse when they asked for help. Su-chan pursed his lips in thought. From an orphan background, so they're very He asked again, so where is he now? The director simply said, I don't know either. The boy just said to take care of you too and then. This confused Su-chan. What? He just left like that? He could have just abandoned me in some remote place. What exactly is his? Suddenly the director spoke again. Dear, how is Dohoa living now? She's not being bullied, is she? Su-chan heard this, pursed his lips, and sweat beaded on his face. She continued, I worry a lot about her. She's a child who cries very easily. Su-chan was surprised to hear this. Dohoa. Really? The director explained. One day Dohoa suddenly grew a strange tail. Truly startled. He remembered when Dohoa was little. Carrying her backpack, she excitedly went to school. Suddenly, someone abruptly appeared in front of her. Long time no see. The device was attached to this person's ankle. You must have missed your father a lot over the years, right? Those bastards. They dared to bring you here to deprive me of my paternal. Let's go inside and talk. Okay. The man's terrifying appearance made Dohoa's small body. He questioned, "What? Are you going to call the police again like last time?" Dohoa's tears fell. She was unable to speak. Went mad, swung the glass bottle in his hand, and yelled, "I told you to talk. Are you not going to listen to your father?" And returning to the present, Dohoa angrily clenched her, unable to hold back. She let out a curse. "Damn it. Coming back here just makes me remember that horrible memory." The director was still surprised. "Oh my, so you two are going back to school right away? Your clothes must be dry by now. They'll bring them in for you too."
Su-chan replied, "Yes."
"Thank you." Suddenly, a small hand pulled the blanket on Su. He was startled and looked down to see a little girl with wide, round eyes cooing. "Big brother, let's draw together." The director smiled brightly. "Oh, hello. Yezem wants to play with this big brother. I apologize, dear. This child just rushes towards any handsome young man like a moth to a flame." He happily replied, "Oh, it's no problem. They'll play with her for..." Felt strange inside. Rushes like a moth to a flame. Huh? She probably wants to stay a little longer, right? Well, it won't hurt to stay a little longer. A moment later, Yezem happily held up a stack of drawings.
I'm done.
Picture was of her with beautiful butterfly wings. Su-chan praised her. "Oh, you draw so well. Are these butterfly..." Izzy's face became even more animated as she exclaimed, "It's beautiful. Isn't it? These are the wings of a butterfly called Mofo. This butterfly belongs to the four-legged butterfly family, and they have beautiful wings from the time they were ugly larvae."
Su-chan felt surprised.
Yes. As a child obsessed with her next words stunned him. "I wish I had insect wings like these. It must be amazing, right?" Chan replied seriously, "I'm not sure. Wouldn't people like that be hated and avoided by others? People inherently hate insects." Lil Ayazim held up her red spots and complained. "Actually, I hate mosquitoes, because mosquitoes suck human blood and can transmit diseases that are bad for us."
Su-chan sympathized.
"Are there many mosquitoes in the mountain?" Suddenly, Ayazim bent down and continued drawing. "But I like dragonflies because every day dragonflies eat over 200 mosquitoes. They are gentle and skilled insects, like he." At this moment a woman called out, "Ayazim, have you prepared your clothes for tomorrow?" The girl replied, "Yes." Su-chan, hearing this, wondered. Ayazim explained, "I heard that starting tomorrow, I will be transferred to a different orphanage. Although I'm sad to leave my friends, I'm also happy to go to a new..." After folding the drawing book, Ayazim handed it to Su-chan. "Here, I'll give this to you." Su-chan received it in surprise. "Is that so?" Ayazim then held the woman's hand and said to Su-chan, "Let's play together again next time." The woman also said goodbye. "Go home carefully, student." Ayazim waved. "Hey, goodbye." He waved back. Su-chan smiled, watching them leave. "I feel like I've been healed. Now Duwa and I have to go back to..." A while later, the woman from before and the director entered a dark basement. "Have you prepared everything for Ayazim?" The woman replied, "Yes, child is waiting obediently in the room." The director simply smiled. "Oh, hello. Congratulations on leaving the orphanage. My good Ayazim was lying unconscious in a small... The director asked the person next to her, "Has she been sedated? And this won't get out, right?" She smiled mechanically. "Ha, of course. This isn't the first or second time we've done this." Images of Duwa, Jin Hyung, and other children being affected. "So, this woman is the villain?" The director turned to ask, "What is it this time?" The woman picked up a millipede. "Oh, how disgusting. This species is called a millipede." She took out a bottle of goo juice. "Don't say it's disgusting. They can hear." She placed the millipede on Ayazim. Then she pointed the goo juice bottle down with a perverted gaze. "As soon as we finish the job, the money will come." A sound from outside made their actions. Su-chan, with an innocent expression, peeked through the door crack and called out, "Excuse." The director quickly pushed the door. Then, her face pale, she poked her head back out. She forced a smile and asked, "Young student, you haven't left yet?"
Su-chan replied, "Oh, I apologize.
"I got lost looking for the restroom." She felt a little relieved. "Oh dear, this is basement level 2. It's a restricted." Su-chan was silent for a long... Then he quietly uttered. Then he decisively launched a kick that sent the door... The director clutched her mouth in pain, her eyes wide. What's going..." Su-chan recalled the scene where he had opened Yezem's drawing book earlier. "On my way back, I saw... Children don't know how to lie." The drawing showed 2 women with a cart full of juice solution. Both of them were incredibly Then he recalled the director's fake expression earlier. One day, Dua suddenly grew a strange tail. It really startled. Yezem's face lit up even more as she exclaimed, "It's very beautiful. Isn't it? These are the wings of a mofo butterfly. This butterfly belongs to the brush-footed butterfly family, and they have beautiful wings even when they're ugly larvae. Suchan was surprised. Ah yes, she's a child fascinated by insects. But the girl's next words startled him. I wish I had insect wings like these. It would be wonderful, wouldn't it, big brother? Chan replied seriously, I'm not sure. Wouldn't people like that be hated and shunned by others? Humans naturally hate insects. Little Yesem then raised her hand, showing several red bumps, and sighed. Actually, I really hate insects like mosquitoes, because mosquitoes suck human blood and can transmit diseases that are bad for us.
Suchan secretly empathized.
There are so many mosquitoes in the mountains, aren't? Suddenly, Yesem bent down to continue drawing. But I like dragonfly, because every day, a dragonfly catches and eats over 200 mosquitoes. They are gentle and skilled insects, just like humans. At this moment, a woman came out and called, Yesem dear, have you finished preparing for tomorrow's departure? The little girl replied, yes, ma'am. Suchan, hearing this, wondered. Yesem then explained, I heard that starting tomorrow, they'll be transferred to live at another orphanage. Although I'm very sad to say goodbye to my friends, I'm also very happy to go to a new. After folding the stack of drawings, Yesem immediately handed them to Suchan. Hee. This is for you, big brother. Suchan took it, surprised. Oh really? Yesem then held the woman's hand and said to Suchan, let's play together again next time. The woman also greeted him, go home carefully, young student. Yesem waved, big brother. Goodbye. He waved back, goodbye. Suchan smiled as he watched them go. I feel like I've been healed. Now Duwa and I should head back to. A moment later, the woman and the director entered a gloomy basement area. Have you finished preparing everything for Yesem? The woman immediately replied, yes, director. Little girl is obediently waiting in the room. The director still only wore a smile on her lips. Oh hello. Congratulations on leaving the orphanage. My God. Yesem was now lying unconscious on a small. Director asked the person beside her. Has she been anesthetized yet? And you haven't let this get out, have you? She smiled back Haha, of course. We're not doing this for the first or second time, you know. Images of Du-Hwa, Jun-Hyung, and other affected children. Oh, so she's the villain, huh? The director turned and asked, what insect is it this time? The woman picked up a millipede. Oh, how disgusting. This species is called a millipede. She took out a bottle of juice solution. Don't say it's disgusting. She placed the millipede on Yesem's body. Then, with a perverted gaze, she pointed the bottle of juice solution downwards. As soon as we're done, the money will be in our hands. So at this moment, a sound echoed from outside, making both of them. Have you thought about the tragedies these children will have to endure? They'll have to live with the hatred of others. Suchan thought of his own circumstances, the painful memories he had experienced, and the scrutinizing, hateful gazes people. Suchan angrily shouted, have you ever thought about it? He charged directly towards the director, wanting to kill her with his own hands to avenge the. It turned out this director was an insectoid herself. Seeing Suchan charging to kill her, she immediately shot out a long, sharp tongue from her mouth, like a blade, stabbing directly into Suchan's arm with terrifying. Suchan was a little surprised that her tongue pierced a hole in his arm. What kind of power is? She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, smiling maliciously at him. This isn't a place you can just come and go as you. Seeing the overwhelming disparity in power, Suchan quickly turned to flee, but the director calmly continued, although you seem to have been trained quite well. But with your current strength, you think you can take us ahead? 3 monstrous figures in nurse outfits appeared, their hands bearing sharp, cold claws, and their bloodshot eyes glaring at him as if they wanted to devour him. Suchan nimbly dodged them while thinking, are all of them insectoids? What kind of hellish place is this orphanage? Anyway, damn it, this room is too small so I can't fly. The insectoids all had wings and sharp claws, surrounding Suchan, leaving him no choice but to dodge, and the small space prevented Suchan from escaping. While he was struggling to deal with the 3 insects, Yesem was carried off on the shoulder of a subordinate who fled. Suchan watched his retreating back and shouted, wait, stop right. Suchan wanted to save the girl and rushed forward, but the director blocked his path. Because of you, we have to move our operations. Even though Jun-Hyung brought you here, it's probably best to just kill you. As she spoke, she flashed a wicked. Du-Hwa was still in the room holding an old. She held the doll and gazed at it, old memories flooding back, weighing heavily on her heart. Du-Hwa silently stared at the doll for a long. Suddenly, the door opened, and Jun-Hyung entered, carrying a bag. Seeing him, Du-Hwa called out to Jun-Hyung. He coldly handed her the bag. I just bought you some. There are only children's clothes here, so I thought you'd need them. In front of Jun-Hyung, Du-Hwa had completely recovered her original majestic appearance, without a trace of weakness. Her tail swayed, as if sensing her surroundings. Duwa was silent for a moment. A moment ago, I sensed a very loud noise in the basement. Hearing this, Junhyung flinched slightly. He glanced at Duwa but had no intention of explaining. Duwa angrily put her hands on her hips. What kind of place is this? Anyway, is this really the orphanage I know? Junhyung guessed that she might have sensed it. Is it because of her scorpion's sound sensing? Seeing that she was quite angry, Junhyung decided to tell the truth. This orphanage's basement is where they turn children into insects. Hearing this, Duwa's expression immediately changed. As if she had heard shocking news. She immediately lunged from the bed, grabbing his collar and angrily questioning him. What the hell are you talking? Junhyung also lost his composure and reminded her. Duwa, don't you remember? Before you became an insectoid, how did you? A single sentence from Junhyung made her recall her painful memories from the past. At that time, she was still an innocent little girl living in the orphanage, and then that person appeared. Long time no see. In front of her was her alcoholic father, still wearing a criminal tracking ankle monitor. You must have missed your dad a lot, right? Those bastards. They dared to bring you here and take away my paternal. Let's go inside and talk. Her father, with a gaunt face, still holding a bottle of alcohol he was drinking. His face, like a manifested devil, made her tremble with. He edged closer and closer to Duwa, threatening her. What? Are you going to report me to the police again like last time? Duwa was too young at the time. Standing before an abusive father made her so scared she burst into tears. That. Junhyung also witnessed Duwa being abused by her biological father at that time. He continued at that time, still too young and you couldn't fight back against that trash. And you could only beg him for forgiveness. Junhyung could only stand in a corner, watching him brutally beat Duwa, watching her scream and beg for forgiveness. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry.
Junhyung then realized, no. To be precise, you had no strength to resist. I wanted to help you. I even intended to kill him. If I had helped you right then, it wouldn't have solved your fundamental problem. Duwa, what you needed most at that was change. That's why Junhyung let the director's people turn Duwa into an insectoid. For Junhyung, only by becoming strong could one protect oneself. Duwa stared blankly for a moment, almost unable to believe it. She asked Junhyung again, so, this is what I became. Whether it's in terms of strength or your inner self. You became an insectoid, and finally you escaped that misfortune. After transforming into an insectoid, Duwa's strength increased significantly. She was ready to retaliate against the brutal actions her father had inflicted upon her. When he tried to raise his hand to hit her, she firmly grabbed his hand, her eyes showing clear resilience. Wake up. He screamed in anger as Duwa gripped his hand tightly. What is this? Finally, she was no longer afraid of him. She decided to repay all the suffering he had inflicted upon her. With her own hands, she ended her father's life, then coldly watched him lie there in a pool of. Junhyung bowed his head and added, the children living here are the same. They are all orphans abandoned by their parents. They have no. Later, when they go out into society, will they be able to live decently? No, it's very difficult. Human lives are predetermined from their starting points. And these children, they need a new starting. Raised the insect spray bottle. And this is that new starting. Just think. A world where humans live naturally, without worrying about life. A world where we don't have to hide our tails or wings. A world where everyone is an insect. There is someone who can change this world into such a. Junhyung took Duwa's hand and advised her. Forget about that Cinderella-like change. If you return to being a normal human, you'll only live under the bullying of. Join our organization. In that new world, we won't be the weak ones and. You agree, right? We're friends, after all. Junhyung's coaxing words were like a devil's. If Duwa agreed, she would be manipulated and become a slave to. Duwa looked up at him for a moment, then gently said, yes, we're friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Duwa swiftly delivered a devastating punch to Junhyung, which him flying straight out and crashing into the. Then, the director's subordinate, who was carrying Yezim and fleeing, saw Junhyung being sent flying and was utterly terrified. He cautiously peeked into the room and saw Duwa standing there with a fierce expression, which made him so scared his limbs went numb, and he quickly hid in a corner. She said to Junhyung, because we're friends, I can't watch you go down the wrong. A moment later, Junhyung slowly picked himself up. A fresh red streak of blood appeared on his face. A result of Duwa was still fired up. That's why I have to hit you. They'll keep hitting you until you come to your senses. Duwa clearly manifested as a powerful and formidable scorpion, ready to give Junhyung a proper. Meanwhile, on Suchan's side, countless tiny holes on his arm were spurting streams of. Gasp. They're sucking blood? Could it be that all these people are mosquito insect striped mosquitoes? They usually live in mountains or coastal areas. They are a rather large species of mosquito. The director looked at Su-chan with malicious eyes. They say if a human loses about 2 liters of blood, they'll die. Just a few more bites, 3 or 4, and he'll be. Crimson-legged mosquitoes are a rare type of mosquito. They carry various infectious diseases. The director and her subordinates stood blocking the doorway, looking at Su-chan smugly. Constantly looking outside, you must be very worried about that child. Huh? But give up. Because that child is a precious product of Mr. Breeder. If she's not delivered to Mr. Breeder on time, it won't be. Her eyes suddenly turned malicious. Our staff are probably already working in another room now. Now, young student, there's nothing more you can do. Do you understand? Su-chan stared helplessly at the door, remembering what the little girl had once said. Dragonflies. But I like dragonflies. Every day they can catch and eat about 200 mosquitoes. The little once told me she really liked dragonflies, saying dragonflies are like here, even though they were just the words of an innocent child. But because of those words, he looked up and saw the director and the group of mosquito insectoids. They are natural and a powerful instinct surged within him, urging him not to give up. Instinct. Hunting. He stood up and shouted, I can only become a hero. This is the nature of a Facing the director's group, Su-chan's fighting spirit ignited. His entire body blazed with resolve, making the director's group retreat in. Su-chan thought to himself, first, I have to save that little. A barrage of needles simultaneously lunged at Su-chan, but he dodged. The director's tongue shot out like a snake's body. Her eyes were sinister. That won't do, classmate Su-chan. Try to survive, kid. They attacked simultaneously, forcing Su-chan to constantly. With speed and quick reflexes, Su-chan was still able to dodge to his utmost. He was extremely worried. They're too fast. But even fast. He quickly built momentum, then launched himself forcefully in the blink of an eye. Su-chan zipped past them, kicking each one, sending them face-planting onto the. Especially the director, who took a kick that scraped her face across the floor. Her long, flailing tongue was twisted to one. But this moment, one of Su-chan's eyes was injured due to moving too fast without protective eyewear. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. My other eye hurts too much. I can't keep going. I forgot my glasses. The pain was so intense that Su-chan couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't prolong it any longer. Su-chan grew more anxious to find a solution. I have to find. On Do-hwa's side, the two of them fought from the room, flying into the hallway, then straight out the window to the yard. A loud crash echoed. The door was completely shut. Jun-hyung landed on the ground, expressing regret. It's come to this. What a shame. Do-hwa also stood there coldly, scoffing at him. What do you regret? That I don't support your crazy act. Jun-hyung seemed to have lost his patience now. No. Under Do-hwa's angry gaze, angrily said, I will make you submit with my. As he finished speaking, Jun-hyung immediately unleashed his full power with the skill, tarantula form. Slime shot. The skill was like a whirlwind, shooting countless poisonous hairs directly at Do-hwa, forcing her to brace herself, and Do-hwa quickly protected her eyes. The hairs fell like. Then she suddenly smiled. You crazy. She charged straight at him, aiming a powerful punch at Jun-hyung, but he managed to dodge in time. Duvazmirke. That move won't work. A glint flashed in Jun-hyung's eyes. Is that so? My poisonous hairs aren't effective. Huh? Then I'll switch to using my. Jun-hyung reached out, intending to grab. She quickly slammed her tail down to gain momentum, then did a flip in the air, escaping Jun-hyung's outstretched. Seeing her escape so easily made Jun-hyung lose a bit of control. His entire face showed clear. Seeing Jun-hyung attack so decisively made Do-hwa worried. You're going to. Please, come to your senses. Seeing Jun-hyung fight with increasing ferocity, having lost all reason, Do-hwa quickly kicked him directly in the. Sending Jun-hyung flying a long distance backward. His entire body scraped across the ground, creating. After kicking Jun-hyung away, Do-hwa landed lightly, letting out a refreshed sigh. Phew. That feels better. Did you think I'd go easy on you just because we're. Suddenly, a car sped past, making Do-hwa halt for. After clearly seeing that inside the car was the director's subordinate, leading a little girl and preparing to escape, she shouted, wait. Where's that person taking the. Do-hwa quickly chased after the car. Hey, stop the car, you. Ignoring Do-hwa chasing behind, the director's subordinate sped up and drove. The subordinate drove for a while, quite far from the orphanage. He checked the rearview mirror and confirmed that Do-hwa was no longer in pursuit. At this, he laughed loudly. Haha. I've left her far behind. Even if it's Do-hwa, she won't be able to catch up to me. Great, now I just need to get to a secluded place. Then finish the. Before he could even rejoice, Do-hwa had already caught. Then she suddenly appeared right in front of the car. Seeing Do-hwa catch up, he exclaimed in fear. Did she cross the forest to. Dua slammed her tail into the ground for leverage. Then she used both hands to block the high-speed car. The car was immediately lifted off the ground by Dua. As she lifted the car, she mocked him. I still have strength, you know, you. Then she slammed the car onto the ground, utterly destroying its body. The windows also shattered. Seeing the driver hit his head on the window and pass out on the spot, she calmly said, "If it weren't for the little girl inside, I would have smashed this car into a pile of scrap. Thanks to that little girl, you're not dead." As Dua prepared to save the little girl, Junhyung also arrived. His eyes were gloomy, daring to block the front of a car. "You're really something. Indeed, you are my—"
Junhyungs arrogant attitude nåede Duhui.
She frowned. As soon as Junhyung arrived, he engaged in martial arts with Dua. Each move was extremely. Dua relied on her superior strength to neutralize all of Junhyung's moves. Soon, she gained the upper. Dua advised him, "Give up, Junhyung. Because your insect power won't work on me." Dua powerfully whipped her tail towards Junhyung, forcing him to brace himself, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Dua, Junhyung immediately threatened her with the children at the orphanage. "Indeed, it seems my poisonous hairs have no effect. What about the children at the orphanage? Just a little of this poison is enough to put their lives in danger. You've experienced it, so you must understand. But it would be different if they also had power like Duva. Today I'll show you my true." Junhyung raised his hand and peeled off 2 bandages from the corners of his mouth, revealing 2 sharp, glossy black fangs. He said aggressively, "So, look closely. What those children—" Dua saw this image of him and froze in place, unable to believe. Junhyung appeared as a giant python with 2 extremely venomous fangs. Tarantula, black mamba snake. As Dua was still stunned, Hyung lunged forward and bit her neck. There's no way you can escape this. The moment you are bitten by these venomous fangs is when everything bitten." Dua had no strength left to resist. She gritted her teeth in anger.
Junhyung.
Junhyung's eyes were cold. "I've already adjusted the amount of venom."
You won.
Junhyung released Dua, who, poisoned, collapsed to the ground. He calmly licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just a little after subduing Dua, he quickly went to the car whose front had been. Looking inside the car, he saw the little girl still lying there, her body stirring slightly. He thought, "It seems the anesthetic has worn off. But it doesn't, because now everything will end." Junhyung reached out to grab Yesem. His eyes The little girl was also slowly waking up. In front of her was Junhyung, about to grab her. Due to the effects of the anesthetic, she couldn't move, only helplessly wriggle and cry. Fortunately, Suchan also appeared in time. He shot forward like an arrow, slamming directly into Junhyung, which him flying back. Junhyung, unexpectedly hit, stumbled back a few. Seeing that the newcomer was Suchan, he gritted his teeth in anger and hissed through them, "It's you again." Seeing Suchan appear, Junhyung immediately knew what had happened. "So you dealt with all of them, huh? Indeed, they couldn't stop. But you fought me before, so you should know. With these poisonous hairs, you can't even get close." Suchan stood in front of Yesem and admitted, that's. Yesem looked through the car window and saw someone ready to stand there and protect her. She found him very familiar, as if she had met him before. In precarious situation when Suchan alone had to face the director and the group of mosquito insectoids, the situation became even more difficult because he had injured one eye from moving too fast. Just then, beneath a cabinet, he saw a pair of protective goggles. The goggles were Suchan's lifeline. Thanks to them, he had completely defeated the directors. Suchan stood in front of Junhyung. Now, his eyes were fully protected by the goggles, encountering no obstacles. He confidently declared, "But now it's different." Yesem also recognized him. Big Suchan was now facing Junhyung. Countless poisonous hairs shot out from his body. "They say it's wrong to leave witnesses after doing bad things, and that's not wrong. I brought you here with no intention of killing you. But now I probably have to send you to your grave." Suchan stood there silently, his gaze firm, even though he knew he was no match for Jun. As he finished speaking, Junhyung unleashed his skill, Slime Shot. Thousands of poisonous hairs, like a rain of arrows, flew straight towards Suchan. He quickly flew into the air, using his speed to escape this rain of air. But no matter how fast he was, Suchan still got hit by a few hairs. He quickly raised his hand to block. As soon as the hair touched his hand, he felt the pain it brought. But blocking with my hand really hurt. Seeing that he couldn't counterattack, Junhyung became even more smug, shooting countless poisonous hairs. "New student, you can't beat me because you can't resist my. Thanks to these poisonous hairs, you can't even get close." Before he could brag, Suchan exploited his advantage of speed. He vanished from Junhyung's sight like lightning, then suddenly appeared and delivered a shocking punch to his face, making him spurt. His entire body was sent flying several meters by an. He had been smug just moments ago, and now being sent flying by Su-chan's punch made him unable to believe it. What just happened? Su-chan looked up at the sky and saw countless hairs floating. No matter how dense the poisonous hair defense is, there will always be. As long as I charge through that gap, it'll definitely have a chance. After Su-chan's punch, it took Jun Hyung a moment to get back up. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Su-chan had to both guard against Jun Hyung and figure out how to escape the poisonous hairs flying everywhere. These goggles have blocked all wind and dust. Now I don't have to worry about my eyes anymore. Then there's no need to fly slowly to dodge him. Su-chan sped up and flew straight towards Jun Hyung, then kicked him directly in the face. Jun Hyung's entire body fell backward, spitting blood everywhere. He lifted his blood-covered face, his eyes full of extreme rage, and looked at Su. Using all his strength, he unleashed his strongest skill, wanting to take Su-chan's life immediately. He transformed into his true form, a massive python. Tarantula form, black mamba. He opened his wide mouth, revealing two extremely venomous fangs, and with terrifying speed, prepared to snap directly at Su-chan. But fortunately, Su-chan reacted in time. He delivered a powerful punch to his, sending him flying once. Su-chan was startled by the situation just now, where he nearly died. That was dangerous. He almost bit me. Was he trying to knock me unconscious like? Jun Hyung refused to accept defeat. Don't think you can stop me anymore. I must finish this. You don't understand anything. Jun Hyung recalled his own tragic past. He wondered how many tragedies are there. Since he was just a child, he had witnessed his mother kneeling and begging debt collectors. They broke into their home, smashed furniture, and beat his mother. He weakly called out, his frail mother, because she gave birth to him when she was too young, didn't even have a decent job to make a living. She knelt, begging the debt collectors, I'm sorry. They'll pay you back soon. I have to pay hospital bills, so I can't pay right away. Please give me a few more days. Those thugs didn't spare her. Oh, you bitch. If you don't have money, use your body to pay me back. Do you think we're a Seeing the thugs trying to harass his mother, Jun Hyung rushed to protect her and shouted, stop. Then he charged, wildly punching and kicking them. Seeing it was just a kid, he cursed, who the hell are you? Another thug ran over and lifted Jun Hyung away. Let's go play with. Seeing his mother being brutally violated by 4 or 5 thugs, was helpless, unable to do anything, which made him realize, the weak will forever be trampled upon by others. If I had had power then, I would have saved my mother. When he saw his mother for the last time, only a cold corpse, he felt even more regret. If I had gained power earlier, who knows, I might have had a happy. Jun Hyung cried out tragically. How truly miserable are those without power. Do-was like that. And those children too. He seemed to have gone mad. It's me. I will help them live happy. Jun Hyung seemed to go mad. He disregarded everything to achieve his goal. Tarantula form Hydra. He now resembled a giant insect with countless tentacles, formed like thousands and tens of thousands of tiny hydras. Seeing this sight, Su-chan's face clearly showed fear. Damn, what kind of power is? Go ahead and dodge all you want. You won't be able to escape anyway.
Jun Hyung looked at Su-chan coldly.
Su-chan was now like an ant surrounded by a rain of poisonous hairs. The number of poisonous hairs now completely filled the turned around and saw Du-wa still lying there unconscious. Then he suddenly realized something and turned back to embrace Du-wa. Shield. A dense barrage of poisonous hairs flew down, striking them, leaving Su-chan no choice but to endure it. Holding Du-wa, Jun Hyung looked down from above, his eyes like a devil's. You idiot. This venom is useless against Du-wa. Did you think I hadn't thought? Su-chan, with an innocent expression, peered through the crack in the door and called. Su-chan gritted his teeth. Don't get caught. He powerfully flapped his wings, creating a strong gust of wind that repelled all the poisonous hairs around. At this moment, Su-chan was utterly furious, veins popping on his face. You say you want to make the children live happily? On the contrary, because of you, the children almost had to live in misery. Su-chan stood up. Below him, Yezem was tightly embracing Du. The little girl saw Du-wa unconscious and immediately rushed to protect her, regardless of the life-threatening danger. Seeing Yezem, despite her fear, steadfastly refusing to let go of Du-wa, sent Jun Hyung into a panic. What is this? Why is that child? In the moment the poisonous hairs fell, the little girl, risking her life, dashed out of the car, rushed to shield Du-wa with her own body. Su-chan firmly said that child is not weak. Even without insect power, she was already strong enough. Both charged at each other with wrath, determined to fight to the Jun Hyung, a black python with 2 fangs. If Su-chan was even a little slow, he would be bitten to death instantly. In Jun Hyung's eyes, Su-chan was just a tiny dragonfly easily defeated by him. No matter what you say, nothing will change. Because my attacks are faster than yours. You absolutely cannot defeat. Su-chan gritted his teeth. He would definitely defeat Jun. Suddenly, Su-chan's speed increased dramatically, completely dodging Jun Hyung's attack in the blink of an eye, like a gust of wind whistling. Jun Hyung saw his speed and gaped in astonishment. What is this? How can he dodge my attack? Su-chan had now reached the speed of light. He couldn't be seen, only flashes of light darting across. Su-chan said seriously, "Did you think you could overwhelm me with..." Dragonflies can fly at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Such speed, dragonflies can still expertly turn or change direction stably while flying, and simultaneously block all escape routes of the dragonfly. Su-chan quickly unleashed his skill, Hunter's Whirlwind Flight, circling Jun Hyung with blinding speed. Jun Hyung could no longer maintain his composure. He panicked. He's too fast. I can't see anything. Where is he? Su-chan saw his chance and finished him with a full-force punch. The weak one. That's you. You scat. After Su-chan delivered a full-force punch to Jun Hyung, sending him falling. As soon as he landed, Su-chan immediately turned to look at Jun Hyung with wary. Only when he saw Jun Hyung lying unconscious did Su-chan finally let out a sigh of relief. Yesem sat there, witnessing the entire battle between Su-chan and Jun Hyung, and even when she saw Su-chan standing in front of her, she still stared at him with unblinking, worshipful admiration. Su-chan gently walked over and asked Yesem, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" It wasn't until Su-chan asked the second question that the little girl startled and replied, "Oh." Then Yesem stammered, "You're back. Behind you, big..." Su-chan suddenly flinched. "Oh no, my wings." Su-chan recalled some unhappy memories of his own. When people saw the wings on his back, everyone turned away in disgust. They called him a monster. Su-chan's face turned pale. He thought maybe the little girl is the same. She must be so scared. He thought to himself, if only there was a hole in the ground for me to crawl into. He gently comforted her, "I'm sorry. You must be very scared, big brother. Now I'm going to find a way to contact the school." Just as he was about to leave, Yesem to grab his shirt. "Big brother. No, it's not that." Perhaps seeing the wound on Su-chan's back made the little girl feel guilty. "You're back. Just now, because of me." Su-chan also realized she's talking about my wound. Seeing the little girl care about him so much made Su-chan very happy. He turned back, smiling brightly. "Oh, don't. My school has excellent doctors. I'll be fine." The little girl's eyes welled up as she looked at him since, "Thank you, big brother, for saving me. Dragonfly big brother." Upon receiving the sincere words from a little girl made him stand frozen for a long time. He remembered how he had helped so many others, only to receive fear and hatred in return. "I help people so enthusiastic, yet I don't even get a decent thank you." Receiving sincere thanks from the little girl deeply moved Shurjun. He felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. Zim saw that Shurjun wasn't saying anything, which made her a little worried. She looked up with tear-filled eyes, trembling and anxious for him. "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you in too much pain to speak?" Shurjun quickly reassured the little. Oh, I'm fine. Doesn't hurt at all." Shurjun patted Zim's head.
Don't worry anymore, okay?
"Now I have to go back to Nest to report this. Everything will be resolved quickly. I heard there's some kind of protective equipment, right? For now, let's wake Du-hua first." As soon as Shurjun and the little girl turned around, realized Du-hua, who had been lying there just moments before, had vanished. Shurjun looked stunned.
Du-hua, she's gone.
A few seconds, she was still lying there. Why is this happening? Suddenly, a shadowy figure flickered into existence, right behind Shurjun, making him instantly alert. The figure held the still unconscious Du and said coldly, "Things are getting more and more interesting now." Shurjun whirled around abruptly. "Behind me? Is it Jun Hyung's accomplice?" But the more surprising thing was that there was no behind him even though he had turned around quickly. Shurjun ran to protect Zim, raising his guard against his surroundings. What? How did he disappear? The mysterious person saw Jun Hyung's pathetic state and sneered, "You lost, Jun Hyung." Yun Hee-ong quickly realized that voice belongs to Breeder's minion. At this moment, the mysterious figure revealed himself. He was carrying Du-hua, perched precariously on a tree branch. Jun Hyung lay on the ground like a bug trampled to death. How comical. Shurjun was utterly astonished when he realized who the figure was. "Minion?" The minion looked at Jun Hyung coldly. "Lord Breeder predicted you would fail, so he sent me here to take Du-hua. Today we'll tame her using the food training." Hearing this, fear clearly showed in Jun Hyung's eyes. He gritted his teeth and pleaded, "No, I haven't failed yet. I can persuade her." Jun Hyung stared intently at the unconscious Du-hua and, "So, release her first." Otherwise,
Yoon Hee-ong yelled furiously. Release her.
then he immediately shot countless poisonous towards the minion to prevent him from taking Duhua. But Breeder's minion remained utterly calm amidst the barrage of poisonous hairs. He only added coldly, that foolish sentiment only diminishes your judgment. Breeder is always annoyed by that. Now you're worthless. Goodbye. Having said that, disappeared with Duhua, leaving only a blinding flash of light. Jun Hai-ung trembled with rage. He disappeared. I have to chase him immediately. As Jun Hai-ung tried to rush into the dazzling light, he was immediately flung backward. Him somewhat helpless. His power is strange. Damn it. In his haste to save Duhua, his face was now a mix of blood, sweat, and helplessness. Suddenly, he remembered Shurjin. Hey, new student. You want to see Duhua too, right? He'll lead the way you follow. Shurjin asked, surprised. You know where they went? Determination was clear in Jun Hai-ung's eyes.
No, I don't.
Thank you watching for vid. It's not like there's no way. In a greenhouse in the middle of the forest, Duhua was tied to a chair. Her scorpion tail was also bound tightly. When she saw she was kidnapped, Duhua's face darkened. Breeder sat opposite her, smiling as he asked, awake now. What's wrong? Humph. Looking for someone to help you? Don't even think about it. Because from now on, it'll make you join our what? Leave nest and come work here? What nonsense are you talking about? Damn you bastards. Breeder turned to smile at his minion. Ah, I like her spirit, haha. Dogs, of course, must be kept loose. Just then, the chef brought 2 hot meals. Breeder enthusiastically invited, you must be hungry from traveling so far. That's it. Haha. As expected, dogs should be let out. Just as the cook brought 2 steaming portions. Breeder enthusiastically invited. You must be hungry after coming all this way. Poor girl. Eat and then we'll talk. Duhua defiantly lifted her chin. Annoyed. Even though her stomach was grumbling. I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. Breeder picked up a piece of.
Don't worry.
There's no poison in this. Eating and drinking are basic animal. Live to eat. And eat only to live. He stroked the head of the golden retriever sitting obediently beside him. In this regard, dogs are eat well, they learn to be loyal to their masters. After finishing the beef on his plate, Breeder elegantly wiped his mouth. Oh, you're really eating, are you? No appetite? Or, are you? If you're so worried, then, let me help you eat. Breeder's words were filled with deadly danger. Duhua saw his arrogant attitude and cursed through gritted teeth, you dead dogs. Duhua, though still tied to the chair, defiantly cursed, damn it, they'll die before I eat that. You bastards. If you're so good, untie me. Breeder sat opposite her and gave a soft smile, saying, haha, whether you eat or not, I'm the one who decides. A slapping sound echoed, and a red mark appeared on Duhua's neck, seemingly a punishment for her defiance. From behind Duhua, a hand with dark claws slid through her hair, slowly caressing her beautiful face. Oh little a strange scent emanated from the hand, causing Duhua to lose consciousness upon contact. Ion Weaver held Duhua, who was gradually passing out. She looked at Breeder and pouted coquettishly. Long time no see. Breeder remained seated neatly at the table, looking at the girl in front of him and replying, well, I'm so moved I could cry. Ion Weaver came to help me today? Ion Weaver appeared very interested. I heard you have something interesting to show me? If it's something boring, you're dead. Looking at the appetizing food plate on the table, Ion Weaver asked, could it be this? What? Are you planning to go into the catering business? Breeder said with amusement, that's absorption food. But what I want to show you is her appearance after being brainwashed. Ion Weaver paused slightly upon hearing Breeder's. You crazy man, Breeder continued to talk about his idea. I call this food training. First, we'll get the pet addicted to absorption meat. And once they're addicted, no matter how stubborn they are, they'll become obedient dogs wagging their tails. How about it? This method is great. Breeder propped his chin on his hand, holding up a piece of meat towards Duhua. Hypnotizing her nerves is only temporary, but this method is forever. Isn't this very attractive? Breeder suggested you could try this method with the nest. Ion Weaver stroked Duhua's hair and flashed a sinister smile. Ion Weaver leaned close to Duhua's ear, using her hypnosis method. Duhua was now completely hypnotized by Ion Weaver and could only obey her unconditionally. Breeder continued to explain, although after absorption, she won't forget what happened. It doesn't. Once she absorbs it, it's done. Then all those insects from nest will just be food in her. At this moment, Duhua slowly bent down, preparing to eat the delicious piece of meat in front. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. In the greenhouse, Minion was utterly surprised, not understanding what was happening. Weaver also asked what's going on. Breeder also seemed a bit surprised. He still held a knife and fork in his hands and exclaimed in astonishment, back to the moment when the minion had just taken Duhua away. Shizhen suspiciously asked Jun Haiyang, "You said you have a way to how now? We can't even see his shadow anymore." Jun Haiyang, squatting and examining the grass on the ground, replied, "That guy doesn't have flight ability, so he must have moved by. Tarantula is also a spider. To be on the safe side, I spun spider silk all over the forest at the orphan, so even if he tries to hide, he can't erase all traces."
Yun Hee-ong patiently explained to Shizhen.
There was a lot of spider silk spun by Jun Haiyang on the back in the present. Breeder chuckled softly. Ah, he saw that Shizhen had now embraced Duhua. Jun Haiyang had even teamed up with Shizhen to save Duhua, the very person he had been fighting to the death with earlier. Breeder exclaimed, "What kind of strange duo is?" Breeder looked at the youths who appeared before him. He still sat there elegantly and politely. "Ah, how interesting. Hello, Dragonfly. I didn't think you'd come too." The trio of Shizhen looked at Breeder with wary eyes. Breeder observed Shizhen and his group, then asked a sarcastic question. "You two seem quite close." Shizhen was surprised that Breeder knew his name. He asked, confused, "You know me?" But then Shizhen felt a sense of familiarity. That recalled when Jun Haiyang asked, "How did you guys find your way to that abandoned warehouse?" Someone must have shown purple-tinged hair, pierced ears. Could it be? Could it be this person? At this moment, Breeder ordered his subordinates, "You two go outside first." Both quickly complied. One of them didn't forget to take the dog out with him. Only then did Shizhen know. Ion Weaver too. Why is this woman? After examining Du Hua closely, Jun Haiyang immediately grew furious. There was a trace of poison on Du Hua's neck. Shizhen only noticed when Jun Haiyang pointed. Jun Haiyang looked at the bite mark on Du Hua's neck. This is a neural toxin from a wasp. It can paralyze the nervous system of other insects, allowing Ion Weaver to control them. They'll make her absorb it, then turn her into a slave. The more Jun Haiyang spoke, the more enraged he became, staring at Breeder with eyes full of. Breeder, on the other hand, was completely calm, his attitude utterly arrogant, as if they were just ants to be casually trampled. After hearing Jun Haiyang's explanation, Shizhen was utterly shocked. He thought, absorption? He's talking about the act of eating other human insects. Just one taste, and you're addicted. He's gonna do that to Du Hua? Is he in? Breeder slowly stood up, smiling brazenly. Haha, calling it slavery sounds too. Just food. Jun Haiyang looked at Breeder, his blood boiling. He accused, "Are you laughing now? You promised me you'd help the people at the orphanage. So why are you doing this to Du?" Jun Haiyang was now absolutely furious, and his body began to change slightly. He yelled loudly at Breeder, "You'd better explain this clearly if you don't want us to become." Breeder laughed loudly. "Your words make me sad. I thought we had a good business relationship. Oh, I look so trustworthy. Ah, that's right. I haven't shown you my farm yet." Breeder held a tablet in his hand, tapped something, then showed it to Jun Haiyang. His smile gradually lost its humanity. "Here, you must be curious, aren't you? About how the transformed children from the orphanage." On the tablet screen were images of children who had been transformed. They were crawling to a tray of insect-human meat and eating it ravenously. Each of them seemed to have gone mad, seeing only the meat as everything. Meat, meat. Jun Hyung was furious after seeing those images. His face turned. Jun Hyung never expected that the children he thought he was saving were being raised like livestock. Breeder was even more perverted. These children were fed from an early age. Because their resistance was weaker, their training was more effective. Their bodies would be quickly strengthened. Soon, they would become excellent hunting. Breeder smiled pervertedly, still holding his phone forward. "See, they are living very well, aren't they? They have a new life as you." Suchan, standing beside him, couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "You're in." Then he lunged, wanting to beat the perverted lunatic to. Jun Hyung's anger reached its peak. He rushed towards Breeder. His true form began to appear.
Yun Hyung yelled.
"You lied to me, you scam." Gay Ion stood by, observing with great interest. Exciting. Why did they all come at once? Suddenly, Suchan's wings were severed by a. Jun Hyung's poisonous fangs were cut off and fell to the ground. Jun Hyung was madly attacking Breeder. He said, "You should have cherished your life?" Suddenly, Duhua, who was in a coma, unexpectedly intervened, blocking Jun Hyung's path and even cutting off his. Seeing Duhua's irrational behavior, Jun Hyung realized, "My fangs have been cut off. Is Duhua being controlled? But how can this?" As Jun Hyung was secretly wondering, Gay Ion spoke. "I didn't explain earlier, my power is to paralyze the nervous system and control other insects. In addition, there are a few other tricks. That is hypnosis and brainwashing. In addition, there is also stimulation for power enhancement. Duwa is currently being controlled. A spark of immense power flickered in her eye. It can be said that a scorpion's tail is its main weapon. While for some other species, the tail is just a secondary. This type of scorpion is called an emperor scorpion. Their weapon is their own body, with a sturdy exoskeleton and two large claws, especially those two large claws. They are so strong they can crush the body of a beetle. And its shape resembles a Duwa was gradually transforming into the shape of an emperor scorpion. Emperor scorpion Duwa's arms had transformed into two claws that could grip anything with immense force. Jun Hyung gritted his teeth in. Duwa lunged and slammed her claws hard into Jun Hyung. Feeling the power of Duwa's attack, Jun Hyung blocked his chest with both hands and wondered, what kind of power is Gyeon, watching from the sidelines, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the power is not to be underestimated. Just a little enhancement and she's already this. The effect of this nerve paralysis lasts for about 2 hours. Until then, enjoy yourselves. Go tear apart the prey. A skilled Duwa lunged to engage Jun Hyung in a decisive battle. Her power was so immense that he could only dodge and defend reluctantly. Suchan, seeing them fight, rushed to intervene. Wake up, he shouted, extending his hand. Suddenly, something appeared and wrapped around Suchan's wrist, surprising him. Before Suchan could understand what was happening, he was suddenly knocked down by Breeder with a powerful sweep. Breeder taunted. Suchan was furious. He dared to ambush. As Suchan was about to charge at Breeder, he realized he was stuck in a giant spider web trap set by. Suchan struggled to break free but couldn't. He cursed loudly. Damn it, when did you set the trap? Breeder replied with satisfaction from below. Just now. Suits you quite well, doesn't it? Stay still. Breeder commanded. Suchan was furious, wanting to escape the enormous trap, but Breeder raised his hand towards Suchan, and more spider webs were. Suchan was suddenly attacked by the spider webs in his face and could only. After struggling for a while, Suchan finally used his wings to escape the spider web trap. He flew towards Breeder, yelling, "Why did you do this?" Turning innocent children into insect humans and cruelly making them a. Breeder continued to spin webs to stop Suchan from approaching. In his mind, he thought, "You're coming close to me?" A blue light, like a laser beam, shot out with immense power and directly struck, causing him to be thrown backward, spitting blood from his mouth. Seeing that he had hit Breeder, Suchan thought, I hit him, although I couldn't see anything. I'm faster now. What changed? Then Suchan continued to question Breeder. You did these things, and you still think you're. Breeder continued to spin webs to block Suchan's attack. But with extreme speed, Suchan easily escaped the. Suchan attacked with all his indignation, avenging the children in the orphanage. Was punched 4 times in the face with full. Despite being punched, Breeder didn't seem too bothered. He wiped the blood from his face and laughed loudly. Haha. So Breeder pressed the gem on his earring firmly and smiled wickedly. That's right. Stray dogs should be aggressive. Water suddenly began to rain down from somewhere, plunging everything into chaos. High-pressure water jets sprayed everywhere in the greenhouse. Breeder stood in the middle, laughing loudly. Only then does domestication have. Suchan was hit by the water jets, making him unable to fly. He gritted his teeth and endured. My wings were wet and. Breeder watched Suchan struggling to stand steady amidst the torrential water jets. Haha, amazing speed. How much he has grown in such a short time. In that, I have to bring you here too. Breeder looked incredibly demonic as he continued to spin webs to capture Suchan. Suchan's neck was already entwined with Breeder's silk. Breeder was extremely smug. There is only one species of spider in the world that lives under. That is the water spider. Suchan's neck was entwined with silk. Breeder quickly executed his move. Pet chain stance. The silk threads transformed into a water bubble that enveloped Suchan. His entire body was submerged in water. Suchan began to feel suffocated, his face turning blue. What is this? I can't. Despite his best efforts, Suchan couldn't remove the water bubble from his head, causing him to lose oxygen. Breeder confidently said, My silk can turn into water. Although it's a bit different from the characteristics of water spiders, depending on how it's used, this energy can be used in. That is my power. When you suffocate and wake up again, I will use food-based training on you. Breeder looked arrogantly. Suchan, who was struggling in the water bubble, gradually losing oxygen. Suchan had no intention of giving up, trying to use his hands to hold the silk threads around his neck, hoping to. On the highway, the sun began to set. Aizim still stood there, lost on the national road. Dense forests surrounded her. She wore Suchan's shirt, looking worriedly at the sky. Brother Dragon. He remembered Suchan's instructions before he went to save Duwa. We will go and save Sister Duwa, so you stay here obediently, Understand? Seeing that the girl's clothes were quite thin, he thought, with such thin clothes she must be cold. Suchan quickly took off his shirt and put it on her. The girl replied obediently, "Make sure you save her, okay?" After saying that, the girl turned and walked towards the setting. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Did your car flip over? Are you okay?" The girl instinctively turned around in alarm to see who it turned out to be Park Heejin. Seeing her wearing the school uniform, Heejin exclaimed in surprise. That Jun Hyung struggled to withstand Doha's onslaught of attacks. Each blow landed on him, making him feel dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Gay Ion watched with amusement. "Oh, what beautiful music. The sound of shattering bones," he commanded, and then Doha used her scorpion tail to strike Gay Ion, sending him flying far. Jun Hyung, struggling to stand up, cursed inwardly. What kind of crazy power is this? It's like being hit by a truck. If this continued, Doha didn't give Jun Hyung a chance to recover and continued to attack relentlessly. Jun Hyung was kicked far away, and just as he sat up, he was hit by a punch to the stomach and collapsed. Sensing the dire situation, Jun Hyung worried. Jun Hyung fired a rain of poisonous quills at Doha. Each quill flew like a... Doha used her scorpion's tail to form a solid shield, deflecting every... Seeing that the situation was not good, Jun Hyung gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like... Doha unleashed a powerful beam of light aimed at killing Jun, but Jun Hyung quickly dodged and slipped behind. Seizing the moment when Doha wasn't paying attention, he bared his two extremely poisonous fangs, intending to bite Doha. Just as Doha turned, her innocent face with chestnut-colored hair and large round eyes spoke in a clear voice. Jun Hyung, who was about to attack, was stunned by the sight of that face and completely lost his intention to deal with. Seizing this opportunity, Doha delivered a knockout punch, sent him flying backward, crashing hard onto the ground with a resounding impact. On the other side, Breeder was holding onto the spider silk tied to Suchan's neck. His head was covered in a water bubble. Breeder turned to Guy Ian with an excited expression. "Haha, this strength is no joke. As expected of an Emperor Scorpion. It's due to the influence of Nesta's curriculum. It seems Guy Ian's power enhancement stimulation only boosted it slightly. This power is probably among the top-tier dogs raised on the farm."
Right, Yun?
This moment he was covered in wounds, blood flowing everywhere. He had fatal injuries all over his body and was struggling to move, unable to... He looked at Jun Hyung. Seeing him sitting motionlessly in a corner, exhausted, with no part of his body intact, he sneered. "Give up. It's already like this. Even if she saves her, it will be used. After absorbing it, she will lose all her humanity. But what does that matter? We will change this boring society." Hearing this, Jun Hyung's eyes widened in panic. Hyung remembered what he had once confidently told Du Hoa. Just imagine. In a world where humans live in harmony with nature, where life isn't defined by origin or circumstance. A world where everyone is human. That's right. Only the strong can survive in that world. All the weak and ordinary people will be eliminated. Then, in a world without humans, what's the need for humanity? Isn't that... Jun Hyung's eyes could no longer remain calm. His face was bleeding, and his eyes showed a hint of regret for believing the beautiful lies they had created. On the tablet screen were images of the transformed children, crawling to trays of hybrid meat, grabbing and devouring it ravenously. Each one seemed deranged, only seeing the meat as everything. Meat! Meat! Jun Hyung's face turned beet red with rage after seeing those. Jun Hyung never expected that the children he believed he was saving were being raised like livestock. Breeder was even utterly perverse. These children were given absorption early. Because their resistance is weaker, the training is much more effective. Their bodies will quickly be enhanced. Soon, they will become excellent hunting dogs. Breeder flashed a perverse smile, his arm still holding the phone forward. "Look, they're living very well, aren't they? They've gotten a new life, just as you..." Shurjun, standing next to him, couldn't take it anymore and cursed loudly. "You're a Then he lunged, wanting to kill this sick... Jun Hyung's anger reached its peak. He dashed quickly towards Breeder. His true form gradually emerged, and Jun Hyung roared, "You lied to me, you bat..." Ion Weaver observed from the side, seemingly very interested in the events unfolding. "How exciting. Why are they all coming at once like..." Suddenly, Shurjun's wings were severed by a... Jun Hyung's poisonous fangs were cut off and fell to the... As Jun Hyung was furiously rushing to attack Breeder, the latter said, "You should have cherished your life, shouldn't you?" Then, the unconscious Du Hua suddenly rushed forward, blocking Jun Hyung's path and even severing his... Seeing Du Hua's seemingly deranged appearance, Jun Hyung belatedly realized, "My poisonous fangs were cut off. Is Du Hua being controlled? But how did she get this?" While Jun Hyung was silently wondering, Ion Weaver spoke up, I didn't explain earlier. My power is to paralyze the nervous system and control other insects. I also have a few other tricks such as sedation or brainwashing. I can also stimulate and enhance strength. Du Hua was now being controlled. A powerful glint of light shone in her eye. It could be said that a scorpion's tail is its primary weapon, whereas for some other species the tail is only a secondary. This species of scorpion is called the emperor scorpion. Their bodies themselves are their weapons, with strong exoskeletons and two large pincers, especially those two large pincers. They are strong enough to crush the body of a beetle, and their shape resembles a Du Hua's form gradually transformed into that of an emperor scorpion. Emperor Scorpion Ultimate. Du Hua's two arms transformed into two powerful pincers that could grip anything with immense strength. Jun Hai-ung painfully clenched his. Du Hua lunged, striking Jun Hai-ung hard with her pin. Feeling the force of Du Hua's attack, Jun Hai-ung crossed his arms in front of his chest and wondered, what kind of power is it? Weaver observed from the outside, smiling with satisfaction. Indeed, a power not to be underestimated. Just a slight boost and she's already this. The neural toxin will last for about 2 hours. Until then, you guys can enjoy yourselves. Go tear apart the prey. Skilled. Du Hua lunged into a decisive battle with Jun Hai-ung. Her immense power forced him to reluctantly dodge and defend. Shurjin saw them fighting and rushed to intervene.
Wake up, Du Hua.
He shouted, extending his hand. Suddenly, something wrapped around Shurjin's wrist, taking him by surprise. He wondered, Before Shurjin could understand what was happening, he was suddenly knocked down by Breeder. Breeder scoffed. Shurjin was enraged. He dared to sneak attack, but when Shurjin tried to charge at Breeder, he realized he was tightly stuck in a giant spider silk trap spun by. Shurjin struggled to break free but couldn't. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, when did you set this trap? Breeder stood below, replying with satisfaction, just now. Suits you quite well, doesn't it? Just lie there obediently. Breeder commanded. Shurjin was furious and wanted to escape the huge trap, but Breeder raised his hand towards Shurjin again, and more webs of spider silk were. Shurjin was unexpectedly attacked in the face by the spider silk and could only. After struggling for a while, Shurjin finally used his wings to break free from the spider silk trap. He flew towards Breeder, yelling, "Why are you doing this? Turning innocent children into human insects and cruelly forcing them to." Breeder continued to spin webs to prevent Shurjin from approaching. He thought to himself, "You're trying to get close to me?" How powerful green light, like a laser beam, shot out with immense force, striking Breeder. It sent him flying backward, spitting blood. Seeing that he had hit Breeder, Shurjin thought, I hit him, even though I couldn't see anything. I'm faster now. What changed? Then Shurjin continued to question Breeder. You do all these things and still think you're. Breeder continued to spin webs to block Shurjin's advance. But with extreme speed, Shurjin easily evaded the. Shurjin attacked with all his fury, retaliating for the children in the orphanage. Was punched 4 or 5 times directly in the. Despite being hit, Breeder didn't seem too bothered. He wiped the blood from his face and laughed loudly. Haha, how aggressive. Breeder raised his hand and pressed firmly on a pearl earring, then smiled sinisterly. That's right. Stray dogs should be a little aggressive. Suddenly, water began falling from somewhere in the space, plunging everything into chaos. Powerful jets of water sprayed everywhere in the greenhouse. Breeder stood in the middle, laughing loudly. It only has meaning once they're. Shurjin was hit by the water jets and couldn't fly. He gritted his teeth, enduring. My wings are wet. They're too. Breeder stood below, observing Shurjin struggling to stand firm amidst the torrential water jets. Haha, truly astonishing speed. You've grown so much in such a short time. In that, I'll have to bring you here too. Breeder looked utterly sinister as he spoke those words. He continued to spin silk to catch Shurjin. Shurjin's neck was already wrapped several times in the Breeder's spider. Breeder was immensely smug. In this world, only species of spider lives underwater. It's the water spider. Shurjin's neck was wrapped in spiders. Breeder quickly unleashed his technique, ultimate form, pet enslavement. From the spider silk, a water bubble formed, enveloping Shurjin. His entire body was submerged in water, and Shurjin gradually felt it hard to breathe, his face turning pale. What is this?
No, primer can.
Despite trying everything, Shurjin still couldn't remove the water bubble from his head, causing him to lose oxygen. Breeder said confidently, my spider silk can turn into water. Although it's a bit different from a water spider's characteristics depending on how it's used, this energy can be. That is my power. Wait until you suffocate and wake up again. I'll use food training on you. Breeder looked arrogantly. Shurjin, who was struggling in the water bubble, gradually losing oxygen. Shurjin still had no intention of giving up, desperately trying to hold onto the silk around his neck with both hands, hoping to break. On the highway, the sun was gradually setting. Zim still stood there, lost on the national road. Around her were dense forests. The little girl, wearing Shurjan's jacket, looked up at the sky anxiously. Dragonfly Big. She remembered Shurjan's instructions before he went to rescue Duhua. Well, go save big sister Duhua. So wait here obediently, okay? Do you understand? Seeing that the little girl's clothes were quite thin, he thought, her clothes are so flimsy, she must be cold. Shurjan quickly took off his jacket and put it on her. The little girl obediently replied, absolutely must bring big sister back. After saying that, the little girl turned and walked towards the setting. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The car overturned? Are you okay? The little girl heard a voice from behind her and instinctively turned around in a fright to see who it turned out to be Park Hee-jin. Seeing the little girl wearing her school uniform jacket, Hee-jin stopped, surprised. Oh, that Jun Hyung was struggling to defend against Duhua's torrential attacks. Each blow slammed into him, making him feel dizzy and almost unable to resist. Ion Weaver watched with amusement. Oh, what a wonderful sound. Is that the sound of bones shattering? She gave an order, and immediately Duhua used her scorpion tail to strike Jun Hyung forcefully, sending him flying. Jun Hyung struggled to stand up, cursing inwardly. What kind of crazy power is this? It's like being crushed by a whole truck. If this continued, Duhua gave Jun Hyung no chance to recover, unleashing continuous attacks. Jun Hyung had just been kicked, and as soon as he got up, he was met with a punch to the stomach and completely collapsed. Seeing the desperate situation, Jun Hyung worried. Jun Hyung unleashed a rain of poisonous hairs at Duhua. Each hair flew like a... Duhua used her poisonous scorpion tail to form a solid shield, deflecting every... Seeing the unfavorable situation, Jun Hyung gritted his teeth, and sweat began to pour like... Duhua shot out a terrifyingly powerful light beam, aiming to kill Jun Hyung. But Jun Hyung quickly escaped, darting behind Duhua. Taking advantage of Duhua's momentary lack of vigilance, he bared two extremely poisonous fangs, intending to bite tightly into Duhua. Just at the moment Duhua turned her, an innocent face with chestnut hair and large, round eyes spoke in a clear voice. Jun Hyung had intended to attack, but upon seeing that face, he was stunned and dumbfounded, completely losing any intention of harming Duhua. Taking advantage of this moment, Duhua delivered a knockout blow, him flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground, creating a resounding impact. On the other side, Breeder held a strand of spider silk, one end tied around Shurjan's neck. Shurjan's head was covered by a water bubble. Breeder turned to Ion Weaver with an excited expression and said, haha, this power is no joke. Truly an emperor scorpion. It's influenced by Nest's curriculum. It seems Ion Weaver's power enhancement only increased it slightly. This power is probably among the top dogs bred at the farm. Isn't it, Jun? At this moment, Jun Hyung was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. His entire body was riddled with fatal injuries, barely able to speak due to blood loss and lack of...
Breeder looked at Jun Hyung.
Seeing him sit motionless, utterly exhausted, with no part of his body unharmed, Breeder mocked. Give up. You're already like this. Trying to save her is useless. After absorption, she'll lose all her humanity. But what does that matter? We're going to change this boring society. Hearing this, Jun Hyung's eyes widened in horror. Jun remembered the words he had once spoken passionately to Duhua. Imagine a world where humans are one with nature, where life isn't defined by origin or circumstance. A world where everyone is a human insect. That's right. Only the strong can survive in that world. All the weak and ordinary humans will be eliminated. So, in a world without humans, what is humanity for? Isn't that... Jun Hyung's eyes could no longer remain calm. His face was streaked with blood, and his eyes showed a hint of regret for having believed the beautiful lies they had. Ion Weaver saw Jun Hyung lying still and motionless. He seems to have no strength left to move. In that case, the person who appeared was Gaeon. She launched a series of attacks at Hyojin. Caught by surprise, Hyojin became enraged. As soon as she saw that familiar face, she swung her fist. You're the one who released that mantis. So you're behind this trick, Gaeon retorted in a challenging tone. A bright pink light flashed by. Hyojin grabbed Doa's head tightly. Doa came to her sense. That, Hyojin punched Doa hard, sending her sprawling to the... A streak of pink light shot across Hyojin's face at super speed. Fortunately, Hyojin managed to dodge in time, but it still left a bleeding scratch on her. Seeing Hyojin take down Doa with a single punch, Gaeon became quite annoyed and lunged at Hyojin, intent on finishing her. She spoke with a mocking tone. Oh, how cruel. Why so violent? The girl will be finished. As Gaeon spoke, She relentlessly rained down blows. Hyojin quickly dodged. Doa will be. Hyojin was busy fighting. A punch grazed Gaeun's. It was Suchan, who had also rushed forward, aiming to punch her. But she quickly dodged. Oh dear. Girls are talking. Why is a boy sticking his nose in? How insane. Just as Suchan was about to charge again, a spider web shot out, wrapping around his neck and stopping him. Wait. Reader pulled Suchan straight towards him. Your opponent is filthy water spider. He shot countless strands of spider silk, wrapping Suchan's wrists and ankles, as if controlling a puppet. Then he threw Suchan, making him crash painfully into Hyojin's head. A dull thud was heard as his hands were. Hyojin used her hands to remove the spider silk covering Suchan. She worriedly asked him, "Are you all right?" Suchan clutched his head in pain, only able to apologize repeatedly. Hyojin crouched down, her face turning serious. Those two aren't ordinary. At the very least, they're as strong as Professor. Gaeun stood there, then suddenly said to Breeder, the girl, "They'll handle her." Breeder didn't object. "As you wish. I'm not interested in a cock." Suchan thought to himself as expected. "We don't have a chance to win." Thinking this, he immediately said to Hyojin, "Hyojin, for now you take Doa and go ahead. They'll stay here to stall them. Then he'll find a chance to escape." Hyojin flatly refused. No. Suchan was a bit surprised to hear that. Hyojin turned to look at him and smiled. "Do you still remember what you told me on the day we got the USB at the beginning of the semester?" "Actually, I didn't come along." Breeder had also noticed something at this moment. Izong suddenly appeared and lunged, punching him before he could reach. Suchan was extremely surprised and shouted, "Hyizong!" He ground his teeth in anger. "What did you do to my friends? You bastard!" Gaeun looked at them with a cheerful, mocking smile. Oh my, what a lovely face. Golden threads quietly wrapped around her until, by the time she realized it, they had almost completely encased her. She only managed a surprised cry. "Huh? What is spider silk? No. Is it silkworm silk?" From the ceiling, Hyuna was shooting countless silkworm threads. A blonde girl was shooting out many silkworm threads. Gaeun was now completely wrapped, looking like an Egyptian. Suchan stood dumbfounded for a moment. What is this? Turning thread into clothes. While he was dumbfounded, someone called out, "Hey, new student." Suchan looked up at the ceiling and saw Ron hanging by a thread, holding Hyuna. She smiled smugly. People used to make clothes out of this back in the day. Hyuna was still dazed. It worked. I'm still humming praises. Seeing the whole group appear, Breeder smiled disdainfully. Haha, what's this? Are the nest rats gathering? Gaeun, standing beside him, also gently escaped from the silkworm threads. How would I know? These little brats who haven't tasted life yet. No matter how many of them there are, they're all the same. So how about... A voice rang out. At the same time, a huge explosion erupted right behind. The light flared blindingly. A massive explosion made Gaeun and Breeder freeze in Someone slowly walked out of the flames. How ridiculous. Do you think I'd let things repeat a second? I already said. Nest will definitely protect. A hand with a skull tattoo and burning flames reached out. Now, who will come first? His eyes clearly showed killing intent towards both. After Gaeun clearly saw who was walking out of the blazing fire, she lost her composure. Professor G began to laugh mockingly. Humph. Speechless, are we? Didn't you say see you again? So I came directly to me. Professor G turned to look at the unconscious Doa who was being given first aid. Constantly laying hands on my students like this. From now on, I can't tolerate it. It seems you still haven't had enough. Professor G began to unleash his deadly flame power. A large skull figure began to appear behind him. Flames shot out from his left arm, where the skull was tattooed. His rage was clear. On this occasion, I'll incinerate your whole body. You deserve to. Then gently raised her hand to cover her gloomy eyes, her voice trembling slightly. Are you talking about the past? As soon as she finished speaking, both immediately charged forward, wanting to seize the opportunity to settle all past grief. Breeder stood beside, observing, then smiled with interest. That perspective is interesting. But that's enough for now. Let's go. As he finished speaking, suddenly threads wrapped around Gaeun. Stop. She turned her head to look at Breeder with bloodshot eyes. What are you doing now? Breeder calmly controlled the spider silk and said coldly to Gaeun. I said I'd handle the... Escort her back carefully. As he finished speaking, a hand wrapped around Gaeun and pulled her away for... It was Breeder's subordinate, holding Gaeun tightly in his hand. I'll wait at the farm. Gaeun unwillingly shouted. Wait. Wait for me. The other person ignored Gaeun's words and instantly disappeared. Professor G watched this scene without surprise, only asking curiously. Disappeared? Is it an illusion? Breeder laughed in praise. Haha, quite quick. Worthy of a Regaining his serious demeanor, Breeder looked at Professor G and laid out his conditions. So? Should end now, shouldn't it? I'm sending Gaeon out of here because I don't want to see any more bloodshed. I'll return the children from the orphanage and the G's parasites. Before he could finish his sentence, Professor G unleashed a fireball towards Breeder, but Breeder managed to dodge and Professor G's face was filled with anger. I think you're more like the mastermind behind this incident. Am I right? Suchan, standing behind, concurred. Yet, Professor G was filled with fury. Around him, flames flickered. Unknown forces, waiting to capture you all. And finally, we clash here because you persistently targeted my student. This is your karma. I don't care about the side effects, and after concentrating explosive power with maximum firepower onto the ground, I will make it explode. You're all going to explode. Geothermal super. His power made Breeder's eyes widen in surprise. He saw the light shining on him and the enormous power that threatened to blow him. Punched the ground hard, shaking everything. Everything touched by that light was utterly destroyed. Its power and Breeder's subordinate and Gaeon, on their way back to the farm, also couldn't escape Professor G's destructive power. He was startled and surprised that the heat from the explosion could spread all the way to him, even though he was very far from the blast. He thought to himself, the heat spread all the way. The students there were also greatly affected. Indeed, Professor G. What a terrifying explosion. Suchan also covered his face, trying to avoid it. Then he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. So what is... Even Professor G was utterly surprised. After the explosion subsided, a giant centipede suddenly appeared. Breeder, wrapped inside the centipede, peeked out and chuckled disdainfully. Wow, I thought I'd become smoked meat. Is it an explosive bug? Its power is no joke. Well then, let's show off our strength for... The centipede, under Breeder's control, began to twist and writhe, making everything chaos. Students hiding in the corner also quickly ran away. Mom, get out of the centipede stopped, its head rising into the sky, overturning rocks and destroying everything in its... Breeder sat atop the centipede, looking down at the terrified people below trying to escape. Isn't it too terrifying? Normally they aren't that big. That's the result of continuous feeding and... The ending I spoke of earlier didn't refer to me, but to you. I find it a pity if I have to kill all of you here now. He casually sat atop the centipede, which was a golden centipede, one of the 4 types of giant centipedes in the... Suchan was supporting Hyojin. Both looked up at Breeder, their faces paling with fear. What is this? This overwhelming... It was so immense that any courage to approach it completely vanished. Breeder tilted his head, looking down and smiling. I intended to drain them one by one, starting with Doa. But it's fine even if I can't do that now. I still have a mountain of plans. Stay strong. At finished speaking, the centipede plunged straight into the ground and disappeared, leaving a gigantic, bottomless hole. Someone wondered aloud. It left? Professor G assessed the situation and replied, it dug a tunnel and Suchan, exhausted, still bravely stood up. No, it's not too late. We just need to follow this tunnel and pursue them. There are still children, still being held captive by that. Suchan tried to rush down, but as he neared the edge of the hole, he fainted. Hyojin ran over anxiously. Professor G saw Suchan's brave and reckless action and thought to himself, he's overtaxing his body a bit too much. It's understandable, given such formidable opponent. I'm quite surprised. To dare to fight those guys like that. Could it be that he has already controlled the situation? He smiled proudly. This kid has quite a lot of potential. Incident concluded like that. Everyone returned to nest safe and Doa was admitted to the hospital for treatment. The doctor said Doa's body had no abnormalities, although there were some lingering after-effects from Gaeon's power. Doa was now angrily pounding the table and shouting, hospital food is too bland. Bring me fried chicken. This left the doctor feeling helpless. Yejin and the other children were taken to another center. It was said that Nest's board of directors handled this matter. Professor G said they were capable and trustworthy people, so there was no need to... In the end, no trace of Gaeon and Breeder was found. This is what bothers me the most. Junhyung said, I don't know where he went. Because my job was only to infiltrate Nest and protect the orphan. Suchan looked to the adjacent bed and saw Junhyung, covered in injuries. Suchan asked, why are you here? Junhyung calmly replied, because all the rooms are full. First and foremost, I'm a patient. Suddenly, a foot stepped onto Junhyung's hospital bed. He angrily yelled, they should lock this guy. Song's face was full of fury as he glared at Junhyung. How dare you lie here, you damn spy. Suchan, pale with fear, reminded him, hi, Haizong. This is a hospital. Song's face was menacing as he looked at Junhyung, but Junhyung didn't care at all. Junhyung turned his head and called out, hey, new student. Suchan thought helplessly, he doesn't seem to be afraid of Ignoring Haizong, whose face was veined with anger as he grabbed Junhyung's collar, Haizong threatened. Junhyung calmly continued, I believe those without power will become unhappy. Although I lost to you, my thoughts haven't changed. Suchan asked him, confused. What? You think? Is he holding a grudge over that comment? He recalled what he had said. The weak one is. Suchan pondered. He remembered Junhyung once saying, if you don't have power, you'll become Suchan said to Junhyung, is that so? Considering background or circumstance, although this is a world where a person's life is determined by their circumstances, I think differently. At least, I don't think a person's happiness is determined. At this moment, Junhyung's expression changed. He recalled old memories of his mother. When he saw his beloved mother being harassed by a group of thugs demanding payment, he bravely stood up to protect her.
Junhyung shooted, don't bully my mom.
The man shoved him, sending Junhyung crashing to the ground. He angrily yelled, this brat dares to bite me. Damn you, dogs, like mother, like son. A beating will make you The man picked up a chair, intending to hit Junhyung, but his mother quickly ran and shielded him with her body. The chair shattered, and blood flowed. A drop of blood fell onto Junhyung's face, making him stammer in fear. Mom! Mom! His mother looked at him with gentle eyes, softly comforting him. It's okay. Mom is fine.
So don't.
Junhyung's mother hugged him tightly. It'll make our Junhyung happy. I love you, son. Junhyung had wondered, I asked myself. My mother was frail. She had nothing. But why did she always tell me not to worry? Why did she tell me I could be? Junhyung's face was filled with sorrowful contemplation. Suddenly, two uniformed people appeared from nowhere. Your wounds have healed, so you'll probably be interrogated for a few. Junhyung was led away by the two uniformed people. He turned his head and said to Suchan, we'll meet again someday. Then he looked towards the sleeping Doa. I'm sorry for everything. Please live. Doa, lying in the hospital bed, turned her face away, sulking. Dormitory. Suchan was brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, thinking as children are still being held captive. But for now, we can only wait to see if any clues can be found at the been discharged. Until then, I need to focus on my studies first. As he was thinking, he suddenly noticed someone in his room. He let out a sound of surprise. Seeing Hyojin standing in his room, he wondered, Hyojin, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? How did you open the... Hyojin's face was hidden by her hood. Sorry, I have something private to tell you. So I climbed in through the window. Suchan was quite surprised. Huh? What is it? Through the Hyojin smiled. Suchan, is it true that you slept with Doa? Hyojin asked with a bright smile, but her hands were clasped tightly. Suchan's face went blank, freezing for a long moment. What? Minutes earlier, at the girls' dormitory, Hyojin was blow-drying her hair while talking with Doa about what had just happened. Hyojin was astonished. There's even an organization that turns children into human insect hybrids. They look human but do such beastly things. Doa was playing a game and talking. Alright, I have something interesting to tell you. At the orientation party, I got completely drunk and passed out. But when I woke up the next morning, I found myself in the same bed as Suchan. The hairdryer in Hyojin's hand fell to the ground. Hyojin stood dazed and stunned. She was still holding the hairdryers. Suddenly, Hyojin became somber. She pulled on her hood and walked straight to the window. Doa, lying in bed, asked dazedly, where are you going? Hyojin said gravely, I remembered something I need to do. Doa asked, but that's the window. Doa continued, if you go to Suchan's place, tell him something for me. About this, thank you watching for vid. Doa remembered the time Suchan had saved her regardless of the day. She turned her face away and told Hyojin, oh, it's nothing. Then she thought to herself, next time, I'll thank him directly. Hyojin leaned against the door, looking at Doa with a puzzled present moment. In Suchan's dormitory room, Hyojin threatened, you said. What do you mean, slept Suchan? Suchan cautiously looked at Hyojin, his hands gripping the towel, trembling with extreme fear. He had been through countless battles before, but her current appearance is the most terrifying. Hyojin smiled at Suchan, but it wasn't her usual bright smile. It was a smile brimming with murderous intent. She pulled up her sleeve, her voice threatening. Explain yourself. Suchan immediately knelt down, ceaselessly making all sorts of vows and explanations. Suchan explained everything from start to finish, hoping to survive. After hearing Suchan explain the whole story clearly, her face flushed red as she covered it. Embarrassed. Me? What? Is that how it was? In her heart, she was screaming madly. Oh, how embarrassing.
Overacted.
Suchan rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm telling the truth. Even though I have friends as numerous as ants, I've never held a girl's hand. Nothing ever came of it with me. Hyojin immediately retorted, that's not. She recalled her past memories with Suchan. We even held hands, and we've hugged too. Hyojin awkwardly rubbed her hair. She avoided Suchan's. However, a youth who had never had a single romantic encounter like him was utterly clueless. He completely failed to understand Hyojin's meaning. He shook his head. What? No, that's not true. Seriously, never once. Maybe what happened back then was too vague for me to remember. Hyojin's face flushed red with anger. Has your memory turned into a dragonfly's memory? Then Suchan finally spoke a heartfelt thank you. But thinking about it. Thank you, Hyojin. She asked, bewildered. Suchan then explained. It seems I'm always just receiving your help. That time at the old warehouse you got hurt protecting me. This time, if it weren't for you, I'd probably be. I hope I can repay you somehow. Hyojin looked nonchalant. Then do it. Suchan asked, confused. Hyojin put her hands on the. She leaned close to his face. Repay me, you said. Just do it. Seeing Hyojin almost pressed against him, Suchan's face suddenly turned bright red. The next. Thank you watching for vid. In the school's faculty meeting room. The agenda for today's meeting, as already sent to everyone via email, is the conclusion the principal has made regarding this. Professor Ma said gravely this time. To deal with Breeder and his organization, Nest will begin preparing for a full-scale. Professor G immediately asked, have you found it? Their lair? Professor Ma replied, for that, we enlisted the help of this friend. The spy Breeder planted in Nest. Screen in the meeting room turned on, showing surveillance footage of Junhyung's interrogation. Professor G immediately reacted, this guy. Professor Ma then explained, after listening we learned he was abandoned by Breeder. Keep him play the recording of that time. At this moment, the recording was played on the TV. The interrogator asked Junhyung, now, tell us, what is the name of the organization? Junhyung honestly told everything he knew. ISOP, an organization that uses G's parasites to overthrow modern society. To create a new society with only insect. Angel Orphanage is one of the facilities that transform people into insectoids. There are other facilities, but I don't know their locations. He is very meticulous, so he shares very little information with his subordinates. Professor Iwoo rested his chin on his hand, his face clearly showing frustration. Doesn't know the location? So what do we do now? Junhyung's testimony continued to play. But I secretly learned one place from where perfected insectoids gather. Professor Iwoo immediately asked, are Breeder and Gaeon also there? Professor Ma rested his chin on his hand. I'm not sure, but it's definitely one of their bases. If we investigate that place, we might find that place is Dark Island in our country. Although not famous, it occasionally has visitors. The farm is located somewhere on this island. Professor Iwoo looked serious. So, we need to investigate this place first. They'll tell the graduate student. He hadn't finished speaking when Professor Ma interrupted. Regarding that, the principal has ordered the selection of talented first-year students to do that. The selection will be through a team battle among the students. Professor Iwoo immediately slammed the table in anger. What? Aren't those kids too green? Professor Ma explained, the older students are currently being dispatched to deal with other issues, aren't they? It's not dangerous. It's just an investigation. Professor Iwoo was still unconvinced, yelling, but why must it? Professor Ma calmly said, this year, there are many outstanding first-year students. This time, Professor Yaiwa's students have been very active. The principal wants to quickly train them and turn them into the school's main. Professor Iwoo then said, it's just a trivial investigation. Can't the first years handle it? I think overprotecting them is not good. Professor Iwoo still didn't accept sending first-year students into enemy territory. You should reconsider why Gaeon left. However, Professor Ma maintained his stance. It's a bit regrettable, but if we don't uncover the enemy's conspiracy, we won't be able to spare the effort to continue protecting the students. Those kids need to be even stronger than they are. Hyojin was now eating spicy rice cakes with Suchan outside the school. She fanned herself. Her face was bright red. Spicy. I'm dying from the Suchan then thoughtfully gave her a glass of iced water. Who told you to choose such a spicy kind? But is this all it takes to reap? Hyojin affirmed, yeah, actually, I don't usually come to places like this. But the girls said the strawberry-flavored spicy rice cakes here are delicious, so I was curious. I can't eat it all alone. Suchan replied, Hyojin, as long as you like it, that's... Suchan looked outside cheerfully. Now that I think about it, this place is just like a university town. It has everything. Hyojin was also happy. These are stores operated by insectoids who didn't enroll. Even if they became insectoids, they still wished for a prosperous life like ordinary. Hyojin suddenly remembered something and asked, oh right, where did Hyezong go? I didn't see him in his room yesterday either. Suchan immediately replied, oh, that guy? He said he went back to his hometown to visit his parents for the weekend, you know. Hyojin seemed surprised. Oh really? So Nest allows students to stay out overnight now. I see. Doa must be so low. At this moment, it seemed there were acquaintances of theirs outside. Oh? Playful voice rang. What's this? What's this? I wonder what their relationship is. Their friends' teasing made them both immediately. It was Hyuna and John. The two of them walked past. Hyuna was surprised. Her eyes widened. Oh my. John looked at them with eyes that saw through everything. Look at their reactions. I told you there was something going. Hyojin looked at the two of them and spoke. Hyuna and John. Are you two here for spicy rice cakes too? Hyuna teased. What about you two? Are you on a date? Hyojin, embarrassed and angered, spoke with a murderous tone. That's enough. Hyuna immediately flinched and apologized. Sure. John, standing beside her, said to Hyojin, I heard the lab is open, so we're on our way there now. Hyuna quickly added, to submit applications. Do you two want to come? Hyojin's eyes sparkled with excitement. She turned to Suchan and said, let's go together. Suchan. Suchan was a bit startled. The research lab? Hyojin told him that place conducts various research and also develops equipment for staff and students. Our jackets are also made. Occasionally, it's also open to us students to create complex support equipment. But once the lab opens, it also means a battle is about to break. The research lab, technical development support department. A blue-haired girl said loudly, anyone who wants to register for equipment, please. Sean looked around. This is the lab? It's full of strange machines. Hyojin smiled and replied, it's my first time here. John asked Suchan, hey, new student, what equipment are you going to register for? Hyuna also added, jackets? Or masks? Suchan was awkward. Me? I was just dragged here, so I haven't thought of anything. Hyuna and John quickly boasted, we're going to create a weapon. A weapon that, even if you two teamed up, you'd still lose. Honestly speaking, we're very grateful to you. But part of us was also a bit frustrated. That time, we realized that this wouldn't do. We needed to be stronger. If we didn't get stronger, as Professor G said, before we could even become top students, we would have lost our. Hearing those words, Suchan pondered. Must become strong. Remembered breeder. Wrapped in a giant centipede. That's why Professor G's explosion didn't harm him at all. I'm no different from you. Suchan quickly ran to the customer service department. I've thought of the equipment. Hyojin seemed surprised. She had thought, actually. I thought he would be disheartened because he lost to breeder. And still troubled because he hadn't rescued those What's this? I even took him out to eat to cheer him. But it seems I was worrying for Professor Yu held a cigarette in his hand. First, the bizarre enrollment method. Now, a team battle. That old principle is really something. Professor Yu stood on the rooftop, talking with Professor G. Who do you think will win? Among this year's first years, I see many rare individuals. The most special kid. Professor G replied, I don't think that's him. Even if we are insectoids with complex abilities, victory or defeat isn't solely determined by individual strength differences. All creatures on this planet are the same. In the game of big fish eats small fish, the winner is always the one, always finds ways to make themselves stronger. Suchan's eyes were firm and filled with determination. Can protective goggles be made? The pet shop, the secretary entered. He was extremely surprised by the scene before him. You two? What are you? Breeder was wrapping spider silk tightly around Gaeon, making her unable to. Breeder, acting superior, jokingly said, she just arrived and immediately lunged at me, trying to kill me. I had no other choice. But the secretary found this very strange. But treating guests like, after a while of fooling around, he decided to release her. Alright, I'll untie you. Then let's talk like civilized people with not. As soon as she was freed, Gaeon immediately lunged, slashing past Breeder, creating a small, bleeding wound on him. She said with venom, I wanted to gouge a hole in your head, but because I owe you quite a lot. This much isn't. Then Gaeon leaned close to Breeder's face and challenged him. If you stick your nose in my business again, I'll kill. Breeder recalled old incidents and kept teasing her. So, about that, if you're not happy, then I apologize. He went to make tea, ignoring Gaeon's obvious displeasure. First, calm down. And sit there. I'll offer you a cup of tea as an apology. He secretly glanced at her attitude and thought to himself, it seems she's quite upset about not being able to kill that Professor G. Actually, I'm starting to get curious. He noticed the worry in young Gaeon's eyes and speculated. I wonder what happened to her at Nest 5 years. Indeed, Gaeon's mind had not forgotten this humiliation from Professor G. You mom. Her eyes became sharp and filled with hatred for that. Breeder brought the teacup. He offered her, how about I clear the path? Placed the hot tea next to her and directly stated his purpose for helping. I can help you with killing Professor. But Gaeon didn't seem to believe that Breeder's skill could handle such a difficult task. How? Don't tell me you intend to use those students as bait? That old man won't fall for it. Those kids aren't fools to be tricked by. Peter had already devised a plan and discussed it with her. Besides that method, I have many others. Yahello could secretly get you into nest like last time. As long as you know nest's location, only those others would be at a disadvantage. Breeder seemed very enthusiastic. If you need subordinates, he'll provide them. Whatever you need, just tell me. They'll find it for you. Dan showed great surprise and teased him. Oh my, why are you suddenly so nice to me? She brought her hand closer to the teacup and said meaningfully, when a man suddenly treats a woman well for no reason, he's either fallen for her or has an ulterior motive. In my experience, it's one of the... Breeder brought the teacup closer to his mouth and chuckled softly. Ahahaha, you caught... Professor G pointed at the screen and taught his students, the place you are seeing is called Dark. The students below listened attentively as the professor provided more information about the island. It's a quiet village, completely isolated from the outside and sparsely populated. This place is the base of the pet shop, who recently attacked our nest. Specifically, it's a gathering place for insects. Chan immediately imagined them in his head. He wondered, are they talking about those bastards from Pet? Professor G continued to announce the combat operation to the students. The school will select a few of you. Then you will disguise yourselves as tourists to investigate the place. The members of the investigation team will be selected through a team. Cana asked John in surprise. Team battles? This wasn't a thing in the first semester. Professor G instructed, just think of it as a match to determine superiority between. He carefully reminded the students, although it's just about disguising yourselves as tourists and this is an extremely dangerous assignment, entering the enemy's lair. That's why the school decided to select talented students. But besides that, Professor G also mentioned the rewards for students who complete this mission. Of course, there will be rewards for those chosen. Those selected for the investigation team will receive bonus points. This will be beneficial for your future academic performance. The students became interested. Wow, we get bonus points without even going to class? That's incredible. Just being chosen means we're one step closer to becoming the tops. Suchan mumbled, team battle. Hyojin asked in surprise, what's wrong? He resolutely told her, we must win. Hyojin saw this high determination and guessed. Could it be that he's still worried about the captured? Doa then paid attention to their conversation. Yeah, I'll do my best too. Thank you, HVKP. Suchan clenched his fists. He was filled with lofty ambition. Team battle. Even if I don't know how well compete, I must. He looked very serious. He thought of the consequences of his absence, becoming extremely angry. Suchan lowered his face and muttered, my entire semester will be ruined because of that absence when Doa got into trouble. Top student. Top student. Hyojin saw his appearance and misunderstood again. Goodness, he's so worried about those kids Doa turned to look at them with annoyance. Professor G used the remote to change the screen. Now I will begin to explain the rules of the team. He pointed at the diagram on the board and announced the rules as follows. The match will proceed in a semi-final knockout format where two teams will compete against each other, and the team that wins the final will be chosen as the investigation. He also showed them some illustrative images of the upcoming match. The content of the competition is, of course, battle. Each person uses their complex ability and defeats their opponent. Of course, killing or severely injuring the opponent is strictly prohibited. Nunso thought this seemed simple. Using insect powers in a 4-on-4 battle, huh? So we just need to take down all 4 members of the team? Doa beside them was extremely confident. Haha, excellent. You're all dead, but Professor G's attitude was very serious. It's not just a reckless fight. As I said, this is a competition to select an investigation. He clearly simulated the game rules. Each team will choose a location for their base and plant a flag there. Simply infiltrate the enemy's base and retrieve their flag. He also shared some tips on how to restrain opponents for them. The 2 teams will not know where the opponent's base is, but if you can restrain one member, you can get a GPS location of the opponent's. Hyojin rested her chin on her hand. She had gradually understood the rules of the game. Because when the investigation team goes to the island, they'll have to find the enemy's base, so this match is exactly like it. Professor G concluded, that's right. These battle rules reflect the scenario the investigation team will experience on the island. The team that perfectly executes this scenario will be selected as the investigation. Chan's team had prepared their gear for battle. Now let's begin. The first 2 teams to enter the arena will be Team A and Team. All of them bravely stepped out. Proceed to the training area. Trang Hun calmly watched the opposing team with a condescending attitude. And Lee. Looks like they've registered to create equipment at the lab. He looked down on the members of the opposing team. This match is worth watching. The department's representative, Doa, plus the new student who's been active lately. There's only 1 week, but looking at the screen, it seemed that Doa and Nunso were having a small disagreement. After the 2 teams were ready, Professor G gave the signal. Now then, the first team battle. On Team B, Jean and Hyuna entered the battle with great spirit. Everyone cheered. Oh! Team B is running towards Team A right after the match began. Is it John and first glance at their formation, Professor G had already analyzed their strategy on this, divided into 2 groups. 1 group to guard the flag and 1 group to find the enemy's flag. In such a large forest, wandering around aimlessly looking for the flag is naturally ineffective. His 2 students were still flying. He thought the most effective, according to Professor G, it was the second principle I just explained. First, you must restrain the... On Team A, Suchan and Hyojin had already set an ambush, just waiting for the right moment to... Team B was surprised. Suchan decided to go 1 step ahead. Guys, Jean and Hyuna were extremely astonished by their unique ambush. Jean didn't flinch at all. She flashed a confidence. She immediately used her weapon. She shattered Suchan's attack, striking the ground and creating a large pillar of... Bah! Both Suchan and Hyojin were affected by this power, crying out, "This is dangerous. What the heck is..." Jean was extremely confident in her weapon. She answered them frankly, "I told you. I've created a weapon that can defeat you." The bolus spider swung its web like a hunting... Hyojin calmly dodged the attacks. She boasted, "A mace? A mace, you say? Of course, there's no way I'd be hit by such a slow weapon. I have plenty of time to..." She wasn't so lucky and was quickly caught by another enemy move, restrained by tangled spider silk beneath her. That's one of Hyun's special techniques. This is it. Seizing the opportunity, Jean continued her counter. Hyojin began to panic as she found herself powerless against the restraint. "My whole body is bound, so I can't..." In that critical moment, Suchan rushed over and saved her from... Jean and Hyuna stepped closer to them. Jean certainly wouldn't back down. "How's that? Tougher than you thought." Although Suchan and Hyojin were ready, they didn't underestimate the 2 girls' attack capabilities. "You 2 have been through a lot recently, so you have more combat experience than us," the 2 girls said proudly to them. However, that doesn't mean well. Professor G silently observed his students and commented, "Those 2 have been inseparable since the first semester. Individually, the students might be stronger, but in terms of cohesion, those 2 are certainly far." On Team A's side, the flag bearers were very responsible and battle-ready. How will things unfold? Team B was not to be outdone with excellent members. The first-year practical combat, both sides were evenly matched, making the match's outcome difficult to predict. Who will be the strongest team right? Jean swung her iron mace decisively. Iron mace swung down with immense power, causing incredibly strong... Suchan was surprised by this special ability. "Whoa, if that hits you, you'd probably meet your ancestors right away. A bolus spider morph with the ability to swing an iron mace? Do such insects even exist in this world?" Hyojin explained to him that species also lives in... She sagely explained some facts about this creature. The 6-horned spiny spider, also known as the bolus spider. This spider has a very special hunting technique. The tip of the silk thread it casts out has a very sticky drop of... Suchan was stunned upon hearing this. Hyojin quickly darted over. Then she explained, "But all spiders share one weak..." She seemed to know a lot about this creature, so she quickly deduced venom and spider silk are merely supplementary tools for their weak bodies and... Understanding this point clearly, Hyojin confidently launched a direct attack. That means they're at a disadvantage in close combat. At that crucial moment, Hyojin was still caught, her body tightly bound by the threads. Hyuna stepped out confidently with the technique she was using. Last time, it was ripped apart for no good reason because the opponent had an extremely sharp poisonous... So this time, Hyuna had learned from experience and chosen a more durable method. It's not easy to escape this empty-handed. My silk thread is quite sturdy. This is a silkworm, a domesticated insect species. The silk threads taken from their cocoons are used to make silk fat. Suchan worried about Hyojin and wanted to find a way to save her. Don't worry. They'll bite. Before he could even reach, Jean had already launched an attack towards him. Where do you think you're... Suchan was knocked back a bit. Huh? Suchan was a little startled by the situation. Damn it. Aren't these the same kids I met in the first class? Such seamless coordination. Hyuna held the handcuffs ready. She asked again to be sure. Professor said if we capture an opponent, we'll get the flag's location. Jean confirmed. That's right. Quickly capture him. Suchan began to feel worried. This is really dangerous if it keeps going like... Hyojin was tied up so tightly she couldn't budge. When she saw Hyuna approach, she expressed admiration. You 2 are formidable. I didn't realize you were this... That was just her pretending to be weak. Immediately, Hyojin revealed her true talent, leaving Hyun-A dumb. Hyun began to become extremely serious and resolute. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Hyun-A, thank you watching for vid. Hyun-A was instantly scared out of her. Suchan was astonished by this spectacular. John and Hyun-A were utterly shocked by this incredible display. What the hell? How did he get? Hyun was no longer polite and reminded them, you forget so quickly? We went to the lab together, remember? I registered back. Hyun had been very smart to choose a powerful weapon for herself. Spiked footwear. A weapon perfectly suited to her tact. She kicked directly, deforming Jayuan's. With just one smooth move, John immediately lost a crucial supporting. Next, Hyun equipped herself with a full-power spiked punch. Armor-piercing gauntlet. John couldn't believe what was happening. She exclaimed, it's broken. What kind of power is... John quickly turned to warn Hyun-A behind her. Hyun-A, retract the silk. Hyun-A stammered, wait a moment. Take some time to retract the... Hyun quickly told Suchan to seize the opportunity.
Suchan.
Now's the time. He replied, understood. Suchan darted towards the two girls like a gust of wind. Even if him not wearing protective goggles, looked with a determined gaze. But the technique won't change. He flew straight through and plunged. John had a panicked expression. Suchan still had some compassion. I don't want to hurt them, but I have to. Professor G also became alarmed. He thought to himself if he continues with that form, he might kill them. Suchan brought out an incredibly powerful weapon. Sniper rifle. Paralysis.
Yaun baka maunusualis karat.
Using that, Suchan stood with an imposing aura, making her slump to the ground in fear. This effect is meant to intimidate the opponent. A pair of handcuffs descended, seizing Jayuan's hand.
Yaun, eliminata.
Team BS base location. Other students in the hall watched them, commenting and whispering to each other. Wow, that new student already captured one. Amazing. What was that just now? So, the department representative's equipment is an iron fist. A bit. Professor G continued to silently observe and evaluate the student's abilities. So he braked abruptly before impact. Perhaps it was an aerial maneuver that only a dragonfly can perform. I saw a slight instability in his form, as if he intentionally slowed. Seeing John captured so naively, he guessed even further. Come to think of it, I heard that kid registered for some equipment at the... Hyun-A saw her teammate being captured and immediately panicked. This is serious. Am I the only one? She immediately decided that escaping was the best option. She turned back and warned, wait. Hyun-A. That direction. Hyun-A had run too far, onto a rock outcrop next to a cliff. She lost her balance, tripping over her own feet and nearly... Hyun-A was about to bite the dust from falling face. Professor G was immediately Luckily, Hyun arrived in time and grabbed her hand, saving her. She asked Hyun-A with concern, are you... Hyun-A trembled with emotion. Thank you, but immediately, she changed her expression and pulled Hyun down with her, having fallen into her. Suchan and John looked down at them from a... Hyun-A was extremely confident, having anticipated the situation. I knew you would come. You helped us find our student ID card last time. Hyun also had her hands cuffed. Hyun-A said honestly, the sense of responsibility of a department representative, a kind heart that always thinks of classmates. Although I didn't want to take advantage of those, Hyun-A had no choice but to renege on her deal. She felt a little guilty, but had no other option. I'm sorry, but we also really need Cinder. Both of them fell into the cocoon net that Hyun-A had prepared in advance.
Hyun captured.
Team as base location. Hyun was also surprised by this soft creation. Is this a cocoon bath? Our mission is... Suchan and John also gave the spectators a scare, but both of them were unharmed, so they felt relieved. Thank goodness they all landed safely. Truly lucky. From now, Professor G examined each team's performance. So, it's a one-for-one trade. Now only, on the side Team B no one was left at the base. Where has Team B's defense team gone? It's your turn to... Suchan received an update on the situation via phone. He decided, we found Team B's base location, we have to go there quickly. Suddenly, a small voice came through his earpiece. Hey, Suchan just noticed the voice. Hey, Suchan. This voice, Haesung said, panting, they're done. It turned out that Team B's defense team had found Team as base and launched an attack. Haesung recounted. Those bastards got here so quick. Suchan was extremely surprised by this news. He asked again, what? Hyun was just eliminated less than 2 minutes ago. Suchan smartly realized the reason right away. They must have abandoned their own base, concentrated all their manpower on finding the opponent's base, and got a stroke of luck from the... Haesung said with extreme helplessness. I tried to stop them, but outnumbered 2-1, there was nothing I could... Haesung had lost all hope, and he wanted to give up.
I'm sorry.
I guess, watching the opponent slowly capture the flag, He could only watch helplessly. We're going to lose this. Suchan was still trying to find something in the forest. He saw his equipment box near a tree at the decisive moment before the opponent's hand could grab the flag. Suchan opened his equipment box with a determined and resolute attitude. It's not over. Professor G had witnessed everything. He thought, abandoning the base and playing such a high-risk game. Team A is about to take the decisive. Team B had almost touched the flag. So he didn't expect the first match ended so quickly. Suchan resolutely decided to use his ultimate move. Not yet. If it's this item, there's still a chance. As he was about to open the box, Hygiene stopped. Sincerely advised him, you should save this. You said you're not used to using it. Then Hygiene left first and entrusted Suchan with a great responsibility. Eliminated players have to return to the classroom, so I'm going ahead. The rest is up to you. Suchan wondered, wait. Save it? If it continues like... Hygiene put her hat on, preparing to leave, utterly confident. Don't worry, we haven't lost. She looked at her opponents with confidence. Our team. Haesung also struggled to arrive. He cursed. Damn it. All that effort for... He looked up, saying in a dissatisfied tone, I felt a tremor in that direction, so I came to check. Turns out there was absolutely... Du-Hoa walked over, carrying a large bear on her shoulder. Her face looked incredibly fierce. But are there bears living in military zones? This was also the reason why Hygiene was so confident about her teammate. We still have Two Team B members stared blank. Du-Hoa pointed at the two, provoking them, what are you guys? But sure enough, Team B member's strength was not ordinary. The bear couldn't be used to scare. The team's destructive power quickly defeated the... Even turned back to look at them with intense red eyes, showing disdain. We're almost winning. Let me tell you, I'm not good at controlling my power. So if you get hit, you'll die. The first member of Team B is OMG Hwan. Rhinoceros Beetle. Haesung quickly warned Du-Hoa. Hey, above her head, the opponent had already set up a formation. White dust fell to the ground, ready to ambush her. The opponent denied. It's not. The opponent continuously scattered white dust and introduced, this powder is toxic pollen. She is Hong Jiha. Yellow-footed poison butterfly. Du-Hoa shielded herself from the dust with her hand. Jiha explained its harmful effects. Just touching your skin will cause an allergic reaction immediately. With that toxic pollen all over you, you'll be itching all over and struggling with pain in no... Du-Hoa merely gave a faint smile, showing sarcasm. Toxic pollen. The extraordinary thing was that the dust had no effect on her. Du-Hoa darted quickly towards the other two. Your luck has run. Jiha was extremely surprised. How is he not affected? Jiha took on the task. Leave him. The two of them charged at each other, both throwing punches towards their... Ji-Hwan gritted his teeth, not giving in. Du-Ho's leg also tensed up, exerting all her strength to... Jiha observed from the side, immensely proud of her teammate. Amazing. He's gradually being overwhelmed. Worthy of being called the rhinoceros beetle. What terrifying... Jiha was extremely pleased when she managed to grab Du-Ho's hand. She cheered. Crush him like... Haesung panicked, seeing the situation become critical. No one here could have foreseen. Du-Hoa was not one to be easily subdued. She immediately transformed. Du-Ho's morph system, thanks to her force transformation. Proud smile appeared on her face. It had gradually changed. Du-Hoa gradually summoned power in her hand, directly attacking the... She pushed OMG Hwan with all her might, sending him flying far. Jiha, who had been smug just a second ago, was now terrified when she heard OMG Hwan groan. Oh, I've been hit by his... Unleashing lightning-fast speed, Du-Hoa moved right above, causing her to only dare to glance in. Another impressive strike from Du-Hoa. Jiha falling headfirst along with OMG. Two Team B members were beaten until their limbs were jelly. They mumbled, what is this? This is the Emperor Scorpion. Du-Hoa gleefully told them, I'm super strong. You know? She was equipped with a formidable weapon. Iron gauntlets. Hardness 20%. Hyun A, in an urgent situation, ran for her life back to protect her team's flag. With that one strike, our chance of victory has been shaken. I must quickly go back and protect the... But unfortunately, in the end, she was still a step too late. The first team, Suchan darted to the spot in time and captured the opponent's flag before Hyun's helplessness. Team A, the entire room watched the end of the match. Each person had a different opinion and buzzed with chatter. Wow, Du-Hoa is truly like a madwoman every time she fights. OMG Hwan should have grabbed the flag and run. That new student is pretty good too. Huh? If Team A is this strong, they might as well be the best in the country. Professor G was very curious. Did Du-Hoa train her form by her... But for him, in this match, only Du-Hoa and Suchan made a strong impression. The other kids are also very strong, but I wonder if it's because of their combat experience with Pet Shop, but the growth of these two kids is especially... John on one side regretted, what a shame. Hygiene, however, was extremely proud. You guys are amazing. This time, it's a confident prediction that if they keep this up, Team A might even win the champ. Team D members were also a little bewildered and scared before facing Team A. Team A looks tough. Huh? We haven't lost all hope. Chonghun, however, was extremely calm. No way. He looked at Hai-sung with disdain. He had already planned this in advance. We have a strat. Hai-sung suddenly remembered the past, being severely scolded. Damn that Hee-sung guy. He bowed his head sadly, feeling insulted. That was a chance to be recruited into the regional representative team. His mistake ruined everything. The team captain scolded him as humiliatingly as possible. If you can't help the team, then at least don't be a... Hai-sung bowed his head, blaming himself, listening without resisting. Useless bat. As he sank into the darkest and most negative thoughts, Suchan came and placed a hand on his... came to remind Hai-sung to prepare himself. Hai-sung, it's almost our turn. Hai-sung was surprised by how quickly it happened and asked, Team C and D are already done? Suchan replied, Team D won. Hai-sung looked very surprised. I was lost in thought and completely missed it. How was the... Suchan couldn't explain the reason either. It ended in the blink of an eye, so I don't even know what the morph was. Further, Team C member was beaten so badly, he had to be taken to the emergency room.
Suchan recounted.
Someone was taken to the emergency room. Since it was deemed an unintended incident, no one was penalized. The power disparity between the two teams was that Hai-sung was startled, asking with disbelief. Went to the emergency room. Who was it? After the key member Chonghun, whose morph was an unknown from Team D, came to greet them. Hello, Team A, he said arrogantly and sarcastically. Well, meet in the next match, won't we? I hope for your consideration. Hai-sung knew this guy had no good intentions, so he cursed inwardly. That bastard from Team...
Chonghun patted Haijian's shoulder provocatively.
Hey, your team's fight earlier was quite impressive. Our team members are already... And he shamelessly approached Du Hoa again. Of course, every team has to fight their best. But go a little easy. Then Chonghun glanced and gave a contemptuous smile. Oh, that reminds... He deliberately walked past Hai-sung and provoked him. It seems someone couldn't do anything. Hai-sung immediately felt a pang, knowing he was being talked. Team's flag was planted, signaling the start of the... Everyone was nervous and attentive, watching the screen. Professor G announced the final team battle. Team A versus Team D. This team as members were ready to fight and full of determination. Will determine the best. Hygiene cautiously reminded all her teammates and assigned tasks. The offense and defense teams will be the same as before. Okay. This time, be very careful. Absolutely no acting. She specifically instructed Hai-sung. Hai-sung, this time, remember to keep an eye on the area around the base for me. Okay? He replied. Du Hoa raised her eyebrow, looking toward... After ensuring both teams' formations were stable, Professor G prepared to give the signal. Then now, the final team... In the middle of his sentence, he suddenly stopped, his face utterly astonished. Chan also froze when he saw Du Hoa and Hai-sung behaving strangely. What's going... Du Hoa seemed possessed, babbling nonsense and grabbing Hai-sung's collar, demanding a forced kiss. Pucker up, you dog. Give me a kiss. Suchan couldn't understand what the heck was happening. What are they? It turned out this was Team D's dirty trick. Did you spread it all over them? Chonghun replied proudly. He had taken advantage of the opportunity to do such a thing, saying smugly, I smeared it on him. The closest spot to his face. Those fools didn't suspect it. He held up his hand, covered in magical pink liquid, arrogantly. Seo Hane, Team DS spotted lanternfly morph, was the one who created the liquid. She blew on her hand. Team A is done for this. Some more information about this insect. Spotted lanternfly. This insect possesses cantharidin toxin. The harmful effects of this toxin are documented in traditional Oriental medicine. Suchan was horrified when he realized the problem. That toxin caused... Hygiene also began to have a strange reaction.
Hey, Suchan.
She pulled down her outer jacket zipper. Isn't it? Hygiene struck a seductive pose. Take it off. Suchan's jaw dropped in astonishment. A strong aphrodisiac. Hygiene threw her jacket forcefully towards Suchan, making him only manage to shout. What sight before him made him... Hygiene was even about to dare to take off her inner top. Before she could act, Suchan yelled in panic. Both Professor G and the students in the classroom were speechless. John and Hyane even felt embarrassed for them. Is that really allowed? Unbelievable. Professor G quickly realized the trick. The Seo Han as morph. She acted in advance to pave the way. But there's no evidence to prove it, so I can't disqualify. Hane was extremely smug about her ability. Is heaven helping me? My morph is only fully effective on females. And team as 2 trump cards are female too. Now, Haesung was also strenuously struggling with Du Hoa. That bastard used arm strength to push me. Jean kept babbling nonsense. Before Du Hoa takes it, Suchan tried to use the jacket to tie her up. He called her to wake up quickly. What the heck are you saying? Hi Jean. Please snap out of it. The opponent became even more confident. While he was still struggling awkwardly, an announcement came. Starting now, the final team rang out like a warning. Finally, after a period of subduing them, Haesung and Suchan managed to tie up the 2 women. Few finally got them tied up. What suddenly came over them? Haesung guessed it seems Team D played a trick. We'll probably have to leave these crazed women. Suchan looked a bit disappointed. We lost 2 people right at the start. Let's change our battle plan. Haesung. They'll fly high to scout. But before he could finish speaking, Haesung dismissed him. This time, Haesung was extremely confident and decided for himself. You guard the flag. Last time it was 2 against 1, that's why He strode forward decisively. Haesung flew forward as if soaring. Suchan stood rooted to the spot. He's different. Suchan called out worriedly. Hey wait, are you going? Tried to call out again, but Haesung deliberately ignored him. The scene shifted to a few days earlier. When Haesung returned home, his mother was waiting for him. I'm home. Haesung is, she asked her son worriedly. How is school? Is everything okay? Haesung tried to hide his emotions. Yes, nothing special. I'm going to shower. His mother asked again, suspiciously. They're not making you do dangerous things, are they? He said with an evasive attitude. I told you it's nothing. Haesung thought to himself, Mom's intuition is really... In truth, she also had her own worries and was emotionally fragile because of a past incident. Because I worry about you. I couldn't find any information online. They even told me to keep the school a secret. The first time those people in suits came, talking about Nest, I was so shocked I almost... Knowing her son was uncomfortable, she just asked casually. All right, you're still getting good grades. She asked sincerely, if you become the top student, they'll heal your leg. Haesung was surprised. That Mom? His mother interrupted and brought out an old pair of shorts with a look of anticipation. Look at these. I washed the soccer shorts you used to wear so She held up the shorts. If your leg heals, wear them again. Perhaps his mother understood her son's feelings very well through the photos filled with dreams and ambitions. Haesung, you still have regrets, don't you? He seemed to understand clearly. Mom's intuition is frighteningly accurate. He recalled the soccer matches with regret. I still have regrets, just like Mom said. I want to be active again and salvage everything from before. The more he thought about this, the faster Haesung ran. He was single-mindedly determined to achieve the set goal. I absolutely must get Cinder. Before he had gone far, a Team D member suddenly charged out to attack. An ambush? He yelled a sound like tearing. Your ears will... That was the 3rd member of Team D, Digumajin, Cicada Morph. That hurts, but nothing could stop Haesung from reaching the championship. He told himself, I have to become the top student. Images of his teammates appeared in his mind like a motive. Haesung used his enhanced equipment to attack the opponent. He reminded himself to try his best. I can't fall behind you. Majin looked up in astonishment. Lab equipment? Haesung surged forward and defeated him with a decisive blow, immediately knocking down an Chan was also astonished to witness this. He used handcuffs to capture Majin and said proudly, Haesung became even more confident in his own abilities. Last time it was 2 against 1, that's why it happened. Majin was also miserably captured. Majin eliminated. Team DS base location revealed. The phone screen displayed a map showing Haesung heading towards the opponent's base. He went big. Just you wait in this team. Finally, he reached Team DS base. Haesung said arrogantly, they'll capture them all by my... He looked around, searching for the flag. Let's see, this is Team DS base. Finding the flag is all I need, right? The flag? But there was no sign of a flag in front of him. Haesung was very suspicious. I don't see anything. Did they send me the wrong location? First, let me check. Suddenly, a hand from underground grabbed his... Haesung hadn't even reacted. He looked down at his foot. Right below, a hand was slowly pulling Haesung under... Was Chonghun taking advantage of an opening to play a dirty trick? He said sarcastically, your confidence is soaring through the... He ruthlessly threw Haesung down, then said contemptuously, your whole team will be sent to hell. Looking at the detestable Chonghun, he still couldn't understand. What the hell are these guys? Tricked? Haesung became furious. The flag is underground? How is that even possible? Another Team D member flew down right in front of Haesung. That was a mole cricket. It's an insect with enormous specialized legs, optimized for digging and burrowing underground. For a while, This small insect species of the Orthoptera order was very common in Team D was very shrewd to have Dung Junji, the mole cricket morph, hold the flag. A cave this size is nothing. Chonghun chuckled and provoked. It seems even if you capture the flag, you have to get out of the base for it to count as a win, right? If they built a base underground, then he flung a pile of dirt onto Haisung's face, then taunted. It'd be hard for you to lose. Chonghun spoke harsh words to Haisung. You're a cornered rat now, aren't you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Just because of you, your whole Then he kicked him several tens of meters away. We'll lose. The word of contempt from the past flashed through his mind, making him frustrated and uncomfortable. If you can't help the team, then at least don't be a burden. Sung furiously charged towards Chonghun, determined to deal with him. You goddamn bad. Chonghun became even more amused by his attitude. Triggered, are we? If you attack directly like that, then he released a surge of power. It'll be even easier to hit you. Sung, hit by the move, immediately noticed something strange. Huh? Why is it pitch? His eyes were gradually being damaged.
He sung panic.
I can't see it. Other students in the classroom were also horrified to see this scene. Professor G immediately issued a warning. Hey, Team D, I clearly told you not to cause serious injuries. Chonghun feigned innocence and made excuses. Oh dear. Sorry, Professor. This was also an oversight. He maintained an arrogant attitude, looking down on everyone. But anyway, Professor June can just cure it, right, Professor? He deliberately challenged. Isn't that? Professor G was annoyed but held back. That bastard knew but still did it on purpose. Haisung fell right at his. Chonghun continuously spoke provocative words. That psycho is starting to chicken out. He admitted his nasty deeds. It's scary when you can't see anything. Isn't it? That little girl in the previous match also bawled her eyes. Haisung was furious yet helpless, listening to his opponent humiliate him.
Don Blamues.
Because if we didn't do this, how else were we supposed to beat your team? He held up an iron bracelet. After all, this world is about the big fish eating the little fish. Isn't that how it always? Then he opened the bracelet and handcuffed Haisung. You've worked. Before he could finish capturing him, Suchan advanced. He used his body to push Chonghun down. In an instant, he snatched the silver cuff. Chonghun was furious. What the hell is that bat? Seeing this amazing skill, he also froze. My hand. Chonghun was also caught off guard by this fast speed. Just now, at that speed, in an instant, he aimed and snatched the hand. Suchan came to rescue Haisung.
He sung. Sorry I'm late.
Now, he was extremely confident. I'm used to using it now. Ready. 10 minutes Thank you watching for vid. Suchan looked at his phone. He was astonished. Team DS base location has appeared. Haisung. Suchan turned to look at Duhoa and Hygiene. He pondered. Hygiene and Duhoa still haven't recovered their senses. What do I do now? Should I continue to guard? He put down his toolbox. No. If Haisung goes alone, he'll be at a disadvantage in Suchan put on his protective goggles, his eyes determined. If I already know the enemy's base, I must. He exuded a terrifying surge of power. Surprised. What is? This morning, Suchan chatted with the receptionist. Your registration and user license are here. The creator added a few functions. Check them out. He was bewildered. The receptionist explained the function of the special goggles. These protective goggles were created with special lenses, based on the compound eye pattern, to protect a dragonfly's compound. She also revealed, but what's even more special is this adjustment knob. If you look through this, what do you think will happen? Suchan was suspicious. What would happen? This sister is really. The receptionist carefully warned him, you'll experience severe motion sickness, and more easily you'll faint. Suchan trembled, then requested, please take it off immediately. Now, Professor J's face darkened as he called out. As for Suchan, he was facing terrible nausea. Professor G said loudly, no throwing up during. Suchan's face turned pale. He remembered something. That's right, I have to turn that. The view through the goggles became clear. Suchan sighed. Alright, the motion sickness has immediately flew off. I must quickly get to Haisung and a determined glint appeared in Suchan's eyes. As fast as possible. He flew very base D. Suchan found Haisung writhing in pain, and Chonghun's detestable expression. Oh, you flew here really fast. Is that because of that lab equipment? Suchan was extremely angry at his words. You're too. Haisung painfully raised his hand to his eyes. Chonghun said in a mocking tone, your team has someone who's gone. Suchan quickly ran to Haisung.
He sung.
Chonghun was hiding something behind him, ready to act. He flicked something suspicious towards Suchan's eyes. You'll soon be as crippled as. Suchan was horrified by this strange thing. What is? His skin began to burn. He immediately realized. Formic. Chonghun's face became sinister. What a pity. And he's even wearing goggles. That was you, Chonghun? Fire ant. Some information about this species. Fire ant. Absolutely do not bring your face close to these ants when observed. Some dangerous effects of this species were mentioned. Fire ants will shoot an acid called formic acid when their enemies approach. Although it's not a deadly poison, if it gets into the eyes, it will damage the optic. Chonghun shot directly without hesitation, causing blind. Suchan immediately realized the problem. He felt lucky. So that's what happened to Haisung's eyes. Luckily, I have protective goggles so I can protect my. Chonghun appeared very cautious. It was very agile, so he boldly criticized Suchan. Slow as a Haisung was also astonished by this speed. Damn it. So incredibly. He wiped the blood from his mouth without a trace of fear. Thank you watching for vid. Suchan stared grimly at the holes opening slowly closing. Huh? Chonghun chuckled gleefully. Just realizing it now, a Team D member had a great responsibility. To push a rock to seal the cave entrance. To deal with you, I sent someone to guard outside. His task is to seal the cave entrance.
Deliberately provoked Suchan.
What happens when diurnal animals like dragonflies are trapped underground in pitch dark? In the dark underground, he looked around, and everything was black. I can't see any. Suchan tried to reassure himself. No, it's okay. If I can't see, they can't see. Chonghun, however, was not affected at all. He charged at Suchan like a man. He said arrogantly, I can see clearly, because ants naturally live under. Chonghun continuously attacked him. I heard that dragonflies with degenerated senses can't see anything in the dark. Right? In short, you're the only one who can. Suchan backed away, trying to stay calm. Damn it, this won't do. I have to fly up. Young Junji darted out from somewhere and grabbed his leg. Suchan was a little panicked. Someone emerged from underground. I'm held tightly so I can't. Chonghun, his hands covered in poisonous goo, said sarcastically, oh, how convenient. You even prepared protective goggles. He intended to end everything this time with a despicable tactic. But in the dark, even that becomes useful. The screen in the classroom also turned pitch black.
Yaun ba surpresa.
It suddenly became so dark she couldn't see anything. Hyunei was also curious. Could it be that Suchan was... Professor G remained calm. Underground. Underwater. In the sky. Any complex system can encounter unfavorable situations. Suchan was struggling to resist. But how could he overcome? He refused to back down. That was the big challenge in this. Chonghun picked up the handcuffs and said with arrogance, looks like I overestimated Team A. Disabling the department representative is now as easy as pie. So then, he advanced. Let's finish this. Suchan was somewhat disheartened. Damn it, I still can't see anything. Turns out I'm completely useless without. He still had no intention of giving up. Even if that's the case, he'll try one more. Suchan decided to take a risk. It won't make a difference, and I'm not planning to survive. Back in the lab, Suchan had once considered refusing the extra goggle function. Normal protective goggles would be fine. Why add that function? The receptionist explained, they didn't just add it for no reason. Her words left Suchan dumbfounded. Because the protective goggles features were too perfect, they installed a limiter. It's a type of mechanical restriction. At the decisive moment, as Chonghun's hand was about to reach him. If I remove that restriction, motion sickness will appear simultaneously. When Chonghun thought he had achieved his goal, Suchan vanished. However, Chonghun was still bewildered when he saw no one. Where did Haisung had broken through the limits of the goggles and punched Chonghun. Compound Junji beside him cried out in alarm. Time Suchan has reached an advanced level. Hairstalker will be elevated another. Chonghun gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is that bastard? Junji, frightened, quickly dug into the ground and fled. Save me. Chonghun was utterly bewildered. How can that bastard see? He couldn't accept this truth. How is that possible? It turned out there was a very significant reason for this. Dragonflies are diurnal animals, active during the day. But the period when dragonflies most actively hunt is as dusk approaches. Another reason is that dragonfly eyes contain more opson's light-sensitive proteins than human eyes. This allows them to see perfectly even in extremely low light conditions. That was an immense advantage for Suchan. At this moment, Suchan had increased the level of his compound vision. Thanks to the special lens of his god. Suchan felt this. It's even more like a dragonfly's eye. My stomach's about to... Chonghun was immediately startled. Wait. Suchan's eyes. Chonghun's full image now appeared. As clear as... In the classroom, Hyunei and John, unable to see the match's progress, became bored. Can't see anything. So frustrating. Where's the battle at? More surprisingly, the stone blocking the cave entrance was overturned. Everyone was astonished. The stone covering the cave it burst open, dragging out another member of Team. She looked up in utter astonishment and all the students in the classroom were stunned by the sight before their eyes. Professor G watched satisfied. Thanks to the support of the goggles, Su-chan's compound vision, Su-chan surged forward and delivered a thunderous punch to Chang-hun, as if to rip his head from his body. Professor G silently rejoiced. He can see through the night.
Su-chen delivered a decisive finishing blow to
Chang-hun was battered so badly he fell, leading to a tragic outcome. Chang-hun eliminated. Yoon-ji saw the critical situation and quickly reminded her teammate.
Yoon-ji,
the situation is dire. We have to protect the flag. Go quickly and secure the flag. Joon-ji ran at full speed, replying under. She was about to grab the flag. But sadly, Su-chan was one step faster than her and snatched the opponent's flag.
Yoon-ji fell heavily, crying.
Yoon-ji became furious. She decided to risk using her ultimate move, something created in the lab with her. She aimed the manufactured weapon at Su-chan anti-human tranquilizer. As the bullet was fired, Su-chan precisely observed its trajectory. With a single, fluid movement, he gracefully deflected the bullet in another direction. Yoon-ji was immediately amazed by this superhuman ability. He saw the bullet and the bullet was fired in a different direction. Su-chan had aimed accurately, causing it to graze Yoon-ji's. That's the final answer. The fluttering purple flag was also a recognition for the winning team. The final match of the team battle. Victory belonged. Su-chan held the flag triumphantly, with the final decision. John and Hyun were so surprised they gaped. He beat 3 people by himself and won. Oh my! Everyone's attention was focused on him. Why do I find Su-chan so cool? But he didn't care about the victory and looked around anxiously. Where is Hae-sung? I need to get him to the emergency room immediately. Hae-sung thought he had lost. He lay on the ground. The feeling of resentment and helplessness tormented him. Damn it. It's like this. Hae-sung recalled some past events, just like back then, doing something foolish by himself. The pain tore at his heart, unable to let go or forget. In the end, it didn't help his teammates at all, and he only made himself pathetic. He was so angry and ashamed that he couldn't stand up. He wished he could just stay like this. Never wake. Rain by the lake. Hae-sung saw Professor Jun talking. He was surprised to find himself treated in time.
Professor Junior.
She reminded him and gave advice for his condition. I used my complex to save you from blindness. But there may still be some lingering effects. You should be hospitalized for observation for about 2 days. Professor Jun didn't forget to congratulate them. Oh, congratulations on winning against China in the team. Hae-sung was incredibly surprised and asked back. We won, but our team only had 1 person left then. Because I couldn't see, I didn't know what happened. Professor Jun was also surprised by this extraordinary feat. I'm also very surprised. He beat all 3 of them by himself. Hae-sung couldn't believe his ears anymore. He won by himself. Su-chan reached out his hand and kindly asked about his health. Are you okay? Hae-sung looked at Su-chan. His expression became stunned and disbelieving. You, a new student? How could you get so? Hae-sung bit his lip, unwilling to accept being in. Professor G keenly observed his. He turned and subtly dismissed Su-chan. You should go back to the classroom first. He wondered, what about Professor G had to resort to threats with this stubborn student. Are you not even listening to the professor now? Do you want your academic record to become something else? Only with scolding did Su-chan listen and return. I'm going back to the class. Hae-sung was still very resentful. Professor G also commented on Su-chan's skill level in front of Hae-sung. That kid has gained a lot of practical combat experience recently. Fighting dangerous people has made him grow. He frankly stated that the disparity in strength compared to other students was natural. There's always someone better than you. How? Professor G slowly stroked his beard and said meaningfully, delivering a cold shower. Compared to this mountain, you are nothing. Hae-sung stammered, unable to speak. What do you mean? He immediately cut him off. Today's lesson ends. Professor G found a clever way to avoid the topic and focus on future plans. Go back for treatment and pack your bags. You've been selected for the investigation team, so you'll have to go to Dark Island in a few. He also gave Hae-sung a hint. Want to know what I meant by that? Then go there and think carefully. That night, in the dormitory, Hae-jin stumbled when she heard the story of the match again. What? I took off my shirt and charged at Su-chan blushed but tried to find a reasonable excuse to escape the awkward atmosphere. No, it's nothing, Hae-jin. It's just because you were drunk. But that's right. We were all. John and Hyun kept teasing the 2 of them. We knew you wanted to speed things up, but we didn't expect you to be so bat chap of the place in time. Oh, you pervert. Hae-jin warned. 3 of them raised their glasses to celebrate. Congratulations on being selected anyway. You'll probably get bonus points, right? Su-chan spoke the truth about the bonus points. Actually, that bonus, according to Professor D, If you can't find the pet shop, don't even dream of bonus. Su-chan could only remain silent at this directive. There's no other way. It's the principal's order. He said if we give students bonus points now, they'll become lazy when doing. John also realized the meaning of this special gift. If you want bonus points, you must first achieve good results. As expected, it's not easy to get something for. Su-chan could only reluctantly accept the school's decision, because he had no other choice. What else could be done? And now that they're on the investigation team, they just have to work hard. Otherwise, they won't be able to make up for their absences. John became interested in their outfits. Oh right, you're going to pretend to be tourists when you go to the island, right? Then you'll need new clothes, because wearing school jackets will give you. Hyun excitedly volunteered to make their costumes. How about I make them for you? Casual wear with the same function as Nessie's. Su-chan was also swept up in their bold design ideas. Just like the school jacket. Isn't that a special outfit? If we register at the lab, we can get the special fabric just like the school jacket fabric. Bro, you can create clothes with the same material as the fabric. Hyun was very excited and looked forward to it. She suggested, "Can you make one for me too?" Bro enthusiastically and happily handed her his notebook. "I'll make them all for the 4 of you in Team A. Write everything down here." Hyun suspiciously asked Su-chan, "Did you just peek?" He immediately denied it. "I didn't." Jian and Huin sighed. It seemed like they had a plan. They exchanged meaningful glances and raised their glass. A few days later, at the pier of Dark Eye, Su-chan and Hyun had arrived. We're here, Dark Eye. Jiahoa and Haesung were also dressed up and preparing for the mission. From now on, we'll be looking for the Petsoft farm here. A voice called out to them nearby. Finding the farm is important, of course. But your lives are the top priority. Was the assistant lecturer Zuhyun Bin. He spoke. Therefore, for your safety, I will also participate. Everyone turned to look at the assistant lecturer simultaneously. Among the people on the island, we can't know who belongs to Petsoft. So we can't reveal that we are students of. They were all surprised to see him, the assistant lecturer. With his unique and unconventional style, he instructed the students. You must act as tourists as much as possible. The students looked at him like a chameleon and exclaimed, "Isn't that outfit?" Haesung glanced at Su-chan, but it seemed he was just sweating with worry and didn't notice that glance. We're not here for a vacation. Haesung recalled the professor's words repeatedly. Compared to this mountain, you are nothing yet. These words made him very restless and gnawed at his conscience. He still couldn't understand what Professor G had, but Haesung still remembered his only goal for coming here. Forget about it. The important thing now is to become the top student and I must surpass everyone present here. I must earn points from the professor. There, Haesung coldly left first with high determination. Shall we get started? I must be the first to find the. Sun-chan and Du-hoa were very curious about his cold at the jungle resort where they were. The assistant lecturer handed them colorful bags and requested. He suggested the students follow his instructions. Everyone put them on. Then let's start investing. Su-chan picked up the bag and looked bewildered. What is this? The assistant lecturer explained. These are special outfits made by our friend Hyun-a. They are precisely what we need for the investigation. So I'm happy to receive. Su-chan understood her strange designs well. He thought to himself, Hyun-a? What kind of special outfit has she created this? The assistant lecturer seriously led them. From now on, we will discuss the strategy to carry out the mission. Team A, take the outfits you received. Su-chan opened the bag. To his surprise, it was a pair of black swim. The 2 girls, Hyun and Jo-hoa, received 2 incredibly sexy swimsuits, as per the assistant lecturer's request, and change into them. They also asked themselves, swim time at the beach of Dark Eye. A reminder echoed from behind. We've arrived. Hyun glanced back and impatiently called out loudly. Hurry up. I told you it wouldn't look good. Hyun stepped out in a hot outfit. Hyun-a? You're serious? Su-chan stared at her blankly. He remained silent. If I go back, you'll regret. Du-hoa looked at the outfit unhappily and complained. You two? Su-chan and Hyun, far away, blushed and looked at each other. Damn it. I'm not a child. Why am I the only one forced to wear this? It's not even a real float, but a tool to hide the tail. It suits you perfectly. Is that? Du-hoa quickly looked around, paying it. She looked at the man in front of her with his chiseled abs exuding masculinity. She excitedly looked him up and down, constantly evaluating, ignoring his impatience. What are you looking at? You're making excuse. Su-chan quickly stepped forward, expressing his surprise. But Professor, what do swimsuits have to do with investigation? We're not here to play. Assistant lecturer Dus' next reminder confused Su-chan. While we're not here to play, we must have. He glanced at them coldly through his glasses, reminding them. According to the information provided by Jun Hyung, the farm staff patrolled the entire island periodically. If they feel a situation is dangerous, memories of the empty place before appeared like a death knell. They will immediately relocate the base and erase all traces. Hygiene appeared surprised by these actions. Duhoa quickly explained the entire process. They are quite careful, aren't they? First, the important thing is to avoid their suspicion. We have to look as much like tourists as possible. He scanned the surroundings and calmly explained clearly. Moreover, this is the only famous beach on Dark Island. It would be very strange for tourists not to visit here, right? To avoid the group excitedly jumped into the sea. Let's enjoy our... The two girls happily played with the A1 swim rings. Later, they gathered everyone together for a photo. Then Suchan lay down exhaustedly, looking at the food neatly arranged on the table. I'm so tired. We partied too hard. Duhoa asked with confusion while eating. Hyjin also realized with a nod. But why is it so deserted here? Yeah. There are hardly any young people. Occasionally, we only see a few elderly people. This is because the island's population is severely... Assistant lecturer Du looked around and speculated. For the older generation who farm, this is a homeland they can hardly leave. But the younger generation cannot stand the boredom of this place. Perhaps because there are so few people here, Pet Shop chose this place as their... Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind Suchan. Hyjin turned around. He looked back with confusion. What's wrong?
Su-chan.
His eyes widened, activating his ability. Something just flew through his eyes. He saw a man observing. On the other side of the man frowned and looked at the group through binoculars. The football club and the players showed off their skills.
Flashy technique.
And the ball quickly flew into the opponent's goal under the force of the kick. After moments of attack and defense, the two opponents excitedly high-fived amidst the cheers of the spectators. When the ball entered, the young Hai-sung watched with admiration. And most importantly, the person who made me obsessed with the scorer of the goal went to the podium with a proud smile and shared. It was a famous player. Everyone always called me a football genius. But honestly, I had no talent for He watched excitedly, not blinking. What I had wasn't talent or technique. It was just passion for football. Finally, after all of Hai-sung's efforts. And then, on the first day I officially stepped onto the field. He gasped, tired, looking down at the grass. I made my team lose the opposing team cheered happily, contrary to Hai-sung's team's mood, just because of one missed catch. The situation was reversed. He seemed to have a goal and trained frantically. No, I can't be this fast. I will train even harder, because the team needs... A dark figure in the alley followed Hai-sung as the day before the match. Hai-sung suddenly wanted to ask for leave, making the coach unbelievable. What? You want to rest for... Angrily reminded him. Hai-sung lowered his head, not daring to look. I have to play tomorrow. Why suddenly? Because my leg is in... He looked down in disbelief. What? Your leg? When will it heal? That... I don't know. He looked at Hai-sung, who kept promising.
But, don't worry.
He'll get my leg healed and come back to the... Don't need to come back to the team. You've worked hard all this... Hai-sung couldn't believe it and wanted another chance. This made a nearby teammate sneer. What do you mean? Can't you understand what I'm... The crowd watched and laughed heartily. Doesn't he know he's just a burden to the whole team? Because of him, we weren't chosen to represent the region. Rest and come back? You thick-skinned... Suddenly, the scene changed to another familiar image. We're asking you for a favor, Professor. This is Net. Suchan's group went to see the professor to express their concerns. What are they doing? Honestly, he doesn't quite fit our team's standards. So, instead of the group's eyes were dismissive without saying much. Can we replace him with someone? Hai-sung jolted awake and he looked around and realized. It was rubbed his head, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Curses echoed from inside the house. What a cruel... A certificate appeared. Low-grade certificate. The next morning, the group followed the path asking around. Then, to find the farm. We searched all over the island for several... Suchan and Hyjin separated and flew high, still not knowing where. Still couldn't find it. Not a single... Hai-sung observed the surroundings along the coast.
A familiar silhouette.
A familiar certificate appeared. Low-grade certificate. The fire crackled on the... Assistant lecturer Du was skillfully cooking dinner. We've been traveling for days. No matter how you look at it, this place looks like a normal island village. The old man we saw that day. According to Hai-sung, he was just a normal old... Suchan blurted out in annoyance. Duhoa quickly splashed water on his face. Could it be that bastard Junhyung tricked the professor? Suchan turned in surprise. She quickly averted her eyes. I accidentally splashed you.
Don't lie.
Have you two become close? Suchan looked worried and curious. Hyjin also quickly speculated. Where did Hai-sung go now? He said he was going to buy some drinks. The supermarket must be a bit far, so he's late. Jin, who was wiping his mouth, also looked in the direction she was pointing. Surprised. What's up with Sung? The two looked in that direction and seemed to realize the problem. Who knows? Isn't she not feeling well from her eye injury back then? Du-hoa, why are you paying so much? Su-chan teased her. But Du-hoa just silently looked at her phone screen. Usually, you bully him so carelessly without looking at his She looked at a photo taken during a swim and slowly frowned. He clearly showed his sadness. Anyone blind wouldn't know. Sung quietly walked along the beach. His eyes quickly spotted someone in front. The old man sat silently by the beach, not saying a word. He sat there until this late hour. Sung approached and gently reminded him. Please go inside, sir. There are no boats at night, so no one will. Sung's grandfather smiled up at the sky and replied immediately. No, he will come. My grandson said he would be back. Sung glanced at him and reminded him. Sung's grandfather was stubbornly displeased. Even if he wants to come back, he can't come back at this hour. It's getting cold. Please go inside. I don't want to. I want to wait, muttered softly. The words touched a painful memory for him. Because Sung's grandfather still needs this old. The image of Sung training exhaustively for the team gradually appeared. Because the team still needs. Sung clenched his fists, trembling with anger. It was all in. He still silently looked at the beach, ignoring Sung's questioning. Even if you sit there, your grandson won't come back. Do you know? He pointed angrily and shouted. Because you've been abandoned. He recalled his pathetic state and became angry. Because this is a world where it's natural for those who become burdens to be abandoned. Sung approached, slapped Sung's grandfather on the shoulder, and questioned him incessantly. Please wake up. For that grandson. Sung's grandfather had already fallen asleep soundly in front. Sung stared down in disbelief. A kind person quickly stepped over and reminded him. Are you struggling with the old man again? You can just ignore him. You're too. He left, leaving a reminder. If possible, please take him home. He'll catch a cold sleeping there. Sung carefully helped Sung's grandfather back, his mind clear. Am I yelling at an old man? What am I even? Night in the outskirts of the mountain forest. Sung rubbed his neck, his face contorted with exhaustion. Finally, I've brought him back. I should go back. He quickly spotted a phone on the table. What is this? A smartphone? If he has a phone, why didn't he call his Sung tried to turn it on again but found a problem. The battery is dead. Does he not know how to use it? He'll check the phone first, then he'll At this moment, Sung realized the truth and looked at the phone screen in astonishment. He stood up and shouted, realizing the problem. This isn't the old man's phone, it's his grandson's. But is this the truth? Sung turned and left hastily. If this is the truth, he must hurry back and tell everyone. But outside, there was the silhouette of a giant beetle, over 3 meters. Ji-jun seriously folded his arms and lectured the group in front of him. Team A, listen carefully. At Pet Shop, there is a system called food. He thought seriously with a cold expression and reminded them. As you have seen, they force humans to absorb insect larvae and then brainwash them. They become beasts with forced development. These individuals are no longer. Sung struggled to escape the giant pincers in front of him. I hope you don't encounter them. But if you tossed him high into the air. Absolutely. Must. Sung gritted his teeth, observing the beetle from above. The strength is terrifying. What kind of monster is? Sung glanced and guessed that the plant was of the same species as the beetle. Combined with a beetle? But I can be sure that it's no longer. The beetle's eyes were blood red. Although there was still some human body left, its consciousness was gone. It was no longer. The beetle in front of him attacked continuously, pinning him with its large pin. Sung jumped and dodged, flying far away. Low-grade certificate. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, unwilling to accept it. I was almost impaled. As expected. That terrifying strength is too unbalanced. Sung held the phone tightly, seemingly knowing what to do. I've also got a clue related to the breeding farm. So first, Sung quickly ran. He jumped continuously, weaving through the trees, fleeing. If it's a complex like a beetle, it won't be able to keep up with my. Sung smiled excitedly and ran like the wind. If I can take this clue out of here, this mission will be considered complete. I will become the ace. Sung stopped abruptly, realizing. The friction under his feet created a long trail of. Gasped and looked back, realizing. Wait a. Sung's eyes widened, as if remembering something. In Su-chan's house, lamentations echoed. Why hasn't Du-hoa returned? He sullenly took off his gloves and grumbled. Jin smiled and corrected him. The phone on the table rang. Finally, I have to wash all these dishes myself. Did they run away because they hate cleaning? He picked it up and looked at it in surprise. This is Sung's. Assistant lecturer Du entered, looking tired and troubled. Did you call? Heavens. He left without his anxiously wanted to ask. Hygiene quickly explained. Where did Du Hoa go? That. She seems to have gone out to find Beetle's large foot stomped down power. He gasped heavily and said seriously. That thing is fast. Couldn't catch it. Those things are too He entered the house, smashing the beetle hybrid before him, eyes glowing red, looked at Hai Sung's grandfather. I reached out to grab the old man. Replenish my daily. From behind, a small stone quickly beetle hybrid turned its head to look at the person outside, provoking it. With a body like that, attacking an old man who's asleep? Aren't you underestimating your... Hai Sung tossed the stone up and down, gesturing with his hand. Come out here, you monster bat. The beetle hybrid shifted, emitting smoke, and muttered. That brat. They say youngsters are always better. That he quickly charged at high speed. Hai Sung looked up. I'm here to... Hai Sung leaped up. Facing the gigantic body, he extended his leg. The inferiority certificate faintly appeared. Hai Sung's leg seemed to possess great power, emanating a green... His leg slammed down directly onto the beetle hybrid. Hai Sung bounced back. He stared blankly, thinking about what it said. Catch me? Do they catch every... He looked at the uninjured opponent before him, angrily. Whatever. Right now, escaping that monster and bringing back this clue is the best option for the whole team. The image of Hai Sung's grandfather smiling innocently appeared. Another image of him patiently waiting for his grandson to return. Then what about that foolish old... Hai Sung's face darkened with anger, gritting his teeth. I can't leave him behind and just... Immediately after, the beetle hybrid lunged with its sharp pincer. This forced Hai Sung to dodge with difficulty. He used his rebound strength to leverage off a tree trunk. This is too much for me. It's truly a crazy... He lunged with a direct punch to the beetle hybrid's jaw. But I have no other... Hai Sung continuously delivered blows, utilizing his overwhelming speed advantage. Suddenly, a slashing attack from the beetle hybrid's flesh hit Hai. He reeled back, clutching his stomach and he grimaced, tightly holding his hip in agony. Damn it, I got cut. First a poison needle, then vision loss. Now I'm torn open. Why am I getting hit with every... Hai Sung painfully clutched his hip and stood up, only to realize, I hit it several times, but it wasn't even injured. This is outrageous. The large shadow above plunged down with full force, much to Hai's confusion. Where did it... A quick explosion erupted. Rocks and earth scattered in the hazy smoke, a whisper echoed. He held Hai Sung's head with one hand, a triumphant smile on his face. Hai Sung gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, trying to break free. Damn it, like this I'm just a burden again, aren't I? How ridiculous. Hai Sung thought about being about to die but still held a selfish thought. Even in this situation, that's still my main concern. The beetle hybrid looked up, excited, revealing its slimy mouth. If I take him, I can eat meat now. Hai Sung stared blankly, recalling a past moment. I hate being alone like... Suddenly, he clamped down on the beetle hybrid's arm and put all his strength into it. The inferiority certificate lit. Hai Sung gritted his teeth, tensed up, and looked up. To the beetle hybrid's astonishment, Hai Sung leaped up. Then, relying on his flexibility, he spun in a large arc. The strong bicep of the beetle hybrid released Hai Sung. He seized the opportunity to... He plunged down forcefully, concentrating all his power into the blow. Even if this is an overwhelming fight, even if this is a crazy... The beetle hybrid, enraged, snapped its pincers shut and roared. He excitedly opened his mouth, waiting. I'll catch you. At least this... Hai Sung kicked, piercing through its... His two pincers fell loose. Hai Sung's foot lightly touched the ground. He remained silent, not turning his head. He'll do it properly. Hai Sung tilted his body, revealing a blade on his praying mantis stance. Scythe pierce. He looked at the beetle hybrid before him, roaring in pain, and reminded him, I'll catch you and bring back the clue. Hai Sung's eyes scanned gravely, his face covered in... That's the real ace in the hole. The beetle hybrid screamed, roaring, unwillingness. My pincers. My pincers. Hai Sung, back, bewildered. What is this? The small spine on my leg quickly extended. My legs grown into a... Beetle hybrid lunged with a direct punch. Sung nimbly dodged the attack.
Hi Sung red jet, galan.
I can do it. Hai Sung dashed forward. He spun using the sharp blade to slash across its neck. The beetle hybrid his leg triumphantly. Got you. Hai's other leg shot back for leverage. Then he directly used slash to cut its face in half and retreated, putting distance between. Hai Sung continued to charge forward, giving a chance to recover. If I use... Beetle hybrid turned its head in shock and disbelief. Hai Sung's enraged figure strained and charged forward. Then I can win. The creature fused with Haisung was an insect, the green lacewing. It is a relentless insect with the strongest predatory among insects of the lacewing family. On the other hand, there are many species in this family. Even if they are all green lace, there are cases of special evolution. The image of a gigantic green lacewing, 3 times the size of a normal one, was the giant green lacewing. Differences in habitat caused some species to evolve remarkably. The green lacewing living on the island is called the island green lacewing. To survive in an isolated environment, their body became larger than other species. Haisung's sharp blade was stained with red blood. Haisung was now in a situation where he had reached his limits. To survive in this isolated situation, had to evolve his complex system. Haisung spun and finished off the beetle hybrid. He had adopted a stance that made part of his body gigantic. Inferiority certificate. He turned his head to look, groaned. It hurts too much. The beetle hybrid hugged itself and stood up, repeating, catching a strong one. Is too. I need to fill my meal. From an empty wine bottle quickly flew towards it. From behind, an angry shout echoed. Hey, over there is. Haisung's grandfather walked over from afar, holding a beer bottle.
Don't bully.
Grandson, you wicked scoundrel. Haisung was bewildered by his grandfather's actions. That man. What's he doing? The beetle hybrid, enraged, furiously. Old man. No. He tightened his pincer in his hand. Oh, will be weak. I must fill. Then he quickly lunged with a pincer, intending to stab Haisung's grandfather. Thank you watching for blood splattered everywhere non-stop. Grandfather fell to the ground in horror. Haisung gritted his teeth, enduring as he blocked a blow. He trembled, shielding, and slowly pleaded. You can't die here, old man. You must meet your grandson. Haisung's face was grim as he focused his breath, quietly reminding, his words broken. No, your grandson. Before he could finish his sentence, Haisung collapsed motionlessly, exhausted. The hybrid looked on gleefully, excited. He clenched his pincer in his hand. The youngster. Haisung's body was slowly take this one away. He looked at his trophy, laughing triumph. Then I can eat meat. Haisung still had a faint trace of consciousness. Hey, on. Now the rest. Su Chan's footsteps were hurrying. I'm leaving it to you. He recalled Assistant Professor Du's reminder to the two of them. I have a bad feeling. Jo-Hoa went out searching and also lost contact. This isn't a coincidence. We must consider the worst-case scenario. That they sword. I'm entrusting it to you. He recalled Assistant Lecturer Du's reminder to the two of them. I have a bad feeling about this. Jo-Hoa ran out to find him and then lost contact. This isn't a coincidence. We must consider the worst-case scenario, that they might have encountered the pet shop group. He looked around cautiously as he sounded the warning. First, let's split up and search. Notify the others if you find the two of them or if anything happens. Haisung, where on earth are you? I've been searching everywhere for over an hour and still haven't found a trace. Just then, Su was suddenly startled and looked over. He discovered footprints accompanied by a long trail of blood. That mark, he recognized it instantly. Those were the footprints from when Haisung ran with all his might. Back then, Professor G saw these and found us. Su-chan quickly followed the trail, certain now. If that's the case, Haisung definitely went this way. Suddenly, a blue quickly caught Su-chan's attention. He observed it with surprise. A smartphone? This model looks different. Haisung's or Doa's. Su-chan carefully picked it up and the contents. What is this? On the flickering screen, urgent words appeared. If you see this message, please report it to the police immediately. Below was a recording of the island's phenomena. I live on this island to take care of my grandfather. But very strange things are happening. Young people are gradually disappearing. They seem to vanish without a trace. Neither the police nor the villagers can find anyone. Even though they've stopped searching, I found the place. Those missing people. That place.
Su-chan suddenly realized everything.
Flew to the breeding farm. He looked closely, puzzled, not noticing someone approaching from behind. It doesn't seem like Haisung wrote this. Then who? Haisung's grandfather quietly approached from behind. Su-chan turned his head in Please help me. This old man. Su-chan recognized him immediately. He was the one who had mistaken Haisung for his grandson. What happened? Why is your face covered in blood? Please. The old man looked at him and pleaded for help. Save our lower tier certificate. By this time, Su-chan had already his destination, Dark Island Pier. He looked around with a grave expression. The place mentioned in that note is here. But this is the first place we all set. Is the farm really here? Su-chan ran back and forth, searching anxiously. Regardless, I have to, otherwise Haisung will. He looked down at the sea, finding it strange compared to the daytime. Wait, I can see the bottom. Something different from when we arrived during the day. Facing that sight made Suchan realize the problem. Wait, could it? He immediately jumped into the water. Just below, a special hatch was slowly I found it. The breeding farm. Suchan looked at it and guessed the situation. It appears when the tide goes out. They built the breeding farm under the pier so it only appears during low tide. Suchan quickly picked up the phone to I need to inform them first. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey! Hyojin stood still, looking at the scene in awe. The last location phone signal was picked up was here. She was in disbelief, unable to catch. What is this? Here. Before Hyojin's eyes, countless circular indentations appeared on the water's surface. What on earth are these things? Suchan looked back in shock. The stranger seemed surprised to see him. So you're the one Shin Gaeon mentioned. I've always been curious. I didn't expect to meet you here. S6 looked down excited, chewing a challenge. Let's have a fight. He flew high into the air, revealing red wings. Suchan also quickly took a combat stance. Let's see which dragonfly is going to. S6 complained tiresomely from above without. Below, Suchan looked up at him in amazement. Honestly, I haven't been here long, and I've already run into trouble. What is this guy? Is he a member of Pet Shop? He even has gritted his teeth, recalling Assistant Dust's warning. Even if you accidentally encounter the enemy, do not fight them. Escape from that place. First, Suchan quickly sped across the water to escape. I have to get out of. 6 followed closely, his face darkening with anger. Where are you going? Aren't you going to stay and play? He quickly landed a powerful punch that sent Suchan. Suchan glanced back, unharmed.
He's fast.
Good dodge. As expected of a dragon, S6 flew up, excitedly reminding Suchan. That scorpion from earlier was the same. Nest's insects are actually quite impressive. I'd feel bad if I had to kill. Suchan questioned him furiously. What did you do to? He rubbed his neck, looking tired but smiling wickedly. Your friend. I ran into her earlier so we had a. Zoa had been beaten unconscious and lay silently in a pool of blood. I only meant to play around a bit, but I didn't expect her to be tougher than I thought. I failed to control my strength and went a bit too. S6 flew behind him and launched a provocative attack. Well, are you mad? Planning to avenge your. Suchan swung his arm back and shouted. You bet. S6 quickly grabbed his. He then immediately delivered a blow to Suchan's. Both hands clenched together, concentrating. Suchan was knocked straight down into the. Emerged from the water, panting heavily. His speed is equal to mine, but how is this power so terrible? Suddenly, S6 approached and grabbed Suchan's face. He dragged Suchan a long distance across the water without. Then he finally stopped by throwing slamming him into the harbor. Suchan lay on the water, struggling to get up while looking at him. I don't know how you managed to get here, but once M6 massaged his wrists excitedly from above. Don't even think about it. Meanwhile, inside the breeding, Haisung squinted his eyes, struggling to realizing he was lying on the ground. He suddenly snapped awake. He sat up, rubbing his arm and muttering in pain. How long have I been unconscious? He looked at the iron chains on his feet and realized the situation. It seems I was defeated by that stag beetle and brought. He looked around and quickly understood. In that case, this place. Footsteps echoed from behind. This place is the breeding. Song stepped forward and explained. Seeing that your shoulder was injured, I gave you first aid, jungle juice. A group of people also quickly approached from behind. Sung looked over in shock and fear. Could you all be? The group of half-human, half-monsters explained quietly. That's right. Just like you, we were all captured by those monsters and brought here. The breeding farm staff used a drug called jungle juice to turn us into this. Haisung backed away, refusing to accept it. Haisung quickly reminded him. Isn't the breeding farm where individuals trained as food are? A roar erupted from behind, drowning out the warning. That over there, the monsters roared and reached out. Meat! It's meat! It's meat! Individuals trained as. Haisung slowly continued his explanation. That room is for those who have turned into monsters. And the people in this room. Haisung stared blankly, taking in his words. Food for those monsters. Food? The iron door quickly opened. Someone stepped inside. Time to eat. No. Please. Haisung watched the person enter excitedly. Well, whose turn is it? He gripped a random chain happily. Which one should I catch? The shop owner is calling. Haisung's memory flashed back to the man who warned him the other day. Could that person be a patrol officer for the breeding? The image became clear. I kept wondering how that stag beetle found me. If possible, please take that old man back. Did he lure it here on purpose to cap? The man gripped the chain and left happily. The person being dragged screamed in terror. Wait, no, help me. Why is it my turn? Haesung stepped forward angrily, wanting to help. He turned and realized his feet were chained. Damn it. Haesung gritted his teeth and turned to question the others. Why are you just sitting there and not stopping him? Don't you see he's in danger? The man turned back with a look of contempt. Oh, that's right. Haesung shuddered at the warning. A vague image of a young man appeared. Is this person that old man's Haesung's voice trembled as he realized. So that's how it sat on the ground, dazed. Haesung quickly tried to reassure him. So you read the note on that phone. I didn't expect my grandfather to still be waiting for me to return. That's right. So you have to get out of here. Haesung immediately refused. This shocked Haesung.
Date impossible.
He slowly explained everything clearly. The chains are made of a special iron, so they can't be broken. Not only that, the entrance is guarded by things like the monsters you encountered. How could we possibly get past that? Haesung turned his head to look. Haesung hugged himself and insisted. We just need to defeat them. But you all have the power of insects now. We can't. The crowd sat silently in the corner after hearing the answer. There are only weak and cowardly people here. The breeding farm staff said raising us has no value. So they're using us as food for those monsters. Haesung tried hard to persuade him. Haesung quietly bowed his head in thanks. How can you know if you haven't tried? Besides, I'll tell you a secret. Outside, there's a place called Nest. Thank you for your words of encouragement. Haesung trembled, looking at his pincers. But our will to live has long been. He trembled, looking at himself in fear. With a monster-like appearance like this, how can I go on? Haesung watched him silently as he sobbed. He turned his head to look at the people beside. Haesung's eyes flashed with a spark of. He recalled his past self in front of a screen. In a situation with a huge point gap, maintaining a winning mindset is not an easy. His idol explained in front of the camera. Especially with a 3-0 score, it's even harder. Self-blame and regret, a sense of helplessness, and negative emotions fill my head. Generally, in such situations without motivation, it's hard to turn the. Haesung gritted his teeth. At that moment, I had to grit my teeth. Haesung angrily broke the chains on his feet to score the first. The crowd watched the scene in shock. The members who had bowed their heads only knew how to sigh and Haesung looked on and seemed to realize. Thanks to that, we can hold on to the hope that a miracle will. The voice of Haesung's idol appeared with a smile. That is what led our team to victory. I believe that is. Haesung smiled and looked over cheerfully. What are you all doing? The strikers outside, Suchin and S6 were still fighting relentlessly. Under Suchin's impact, S6 took a blow to the chin. Looked over happily, noticing the difference. His speed has become fast. He looked at the glasses on Suchin's eyes and seemed excited. What is that toy called? Suchin gritted his teeth and cursed. I was sure that would hit just now. But as expected, your speed is no. 6 looked down and stated confidently. Of course. Because my body contains a quite special Suchin smiled contemptuously. Don't be too relaxed. I'm not easy to deal with. S6 looked down with red eyes, teasing him. What kind of specimen are you to be so arrogant? Haesung gritted his teeth and successfully drew the crowd in. As a student betting my Suchin also quickly clenched his fist. On that score, you bet. Night, on the fog-filled railway, Hyojin ran urgently along the tracks. She wondered, what on earth is going? Then she recalled the message she couldn't send to him. Why did Suchin suddenly send me this message? The message read, the breeding farm is at the pier. They'll go there first and wait for you. Wait, Suchin, pick up the phone. Suchin, Hyojin muttered to herself. She tried to call him, but the call wouldn't go. She screamed internally. What is happening? Suddenly, something blocked her. It let out eerie sounds. I will catch you. Hyojin gritted her teeth in confusion. What is this? A skeletal pseudoscorpion was gradually approaching. Tourist, fill the rations. This creature was using parts attached to its shoulders to catch prey. She screamed internally, is he a jungle juice? Furthermore, that appearance. It looks like he's being trained as food. The pseudoscorpion tilted its head and looked at her, drooling. Its eyes widened as it muttered. He roared inhumanly and attacked. Meat. Hyojin dodged back. Thank you watching for Creature lost its composure. Only smoke remained in the surround. He stood in the middle of the smoke, looking around in confusion. Where did she? On the ground, lacking flexibility, it was also puzzled. What's this? Why is this guy just stand? Suddenly, a puff of gas was released. Hyojin looked at it in confusion. A warning came from behind. Don't inhale that smoke. Cigarette smoke is bad for your. Assistant Du swung his arm. Smoke puffed out from several holes on his hands. With a cigarette still in his mouth, He calmly stepped through the smoke toward the pseudoscorpion. Hyojin shouted, "Assistant body carries the genes of a blue caterpillar, specifically the sphinx moth. The caterpillars of this moth eat tobacco leaves and accumulate nicotine in their bodies. When they encounter an enemy, they release the accumulated nicotine at high concentration. It has the ability to cause hallucinations in enemies." Assistant Du looked away and took the cigarette out of his mouth. Sigh. "I think it's been a month since I quit smoking." Hyojin ran over in a panic. "Assistant Professor, Suchin sent me a message." He looked at her calmly. "He sent one to me too. Additionally, the phone isn't transmitting." He recalled the transmission tower that had burned earlier and reasoned, "After checking, I found all the mobile base stations have been destroyed. It must be a trick by Pet Shop. I don't know if our identities have been compromised or what's happened." Hyojin was shocked to hear. Assistant Du proposed a plan. "Because of that, we can't contact Nest right now. First, let's find those two students." Suddenly, more mutated monsters appeared behind them. Hyojin's eyes widened, and she shouted, "Professor!" A swarm of mutated insects surrounded the two. They looked at them
Assistant du muteur.
Even though almost no one goes out at night, the mutated humans roared, "Meat! Meat!"
Geruders meat.
Then he complained, "But for them to jump out onto the road like this is really too..." Hyojin untied her hair. "What should we do now?" Assistant Du calmly dropped his cigarette. "There's no other way. Even though the professor told us to avoid combat with them, my duty is to ensure everyone's..." The crowd attacked. The two quickly entered combat stances. Assistant Du said firmly, "If we want to reach the pier, we have to break through this." At the pier, an antlion flew in the sky, looking at him. "What? Scores? Student?" "Ah." Below them was the guy scratched his head and grinned mockingly. "Now you're betting your life on those 3 points? Doing all this?" Immediately after, he dashed away at the speed of... He punched at Suchin, but Suchin dodged. He cursed, "Are you crazy?" Punches were thrown continuously, but Suchin dodged them all. "Ah, that's right. You nest bugs are doing this for that, right? I heard that to get some Cinderella drug or whatever, you obey the professor's orders like dogs. Isn't that..." He remarked. "But you know, that sounds exactly like a breeding farm." Hearing that, Suchin's eyes widened and he asserted, "Whether it's those who listen to the professor's every word just to get the drug, or those who become slaves just to eat meat." On the other side, Hyojin and Assistant Du were fighting the insane, inhuman monster. The antlion bared his teeth and smiled. The punch landed. "There's no difference." As punch came, Suchin dodged. He looked at the guy and questioned him. "You said there's no difference." Next, he moved at light speed around the guy. The guy gritted his teeth and looked around in a blur.
So fast.
"I can't follow him with my..." Suchin flew while gritting his teeth and glaring. At least immediately after, he stopped behind him and prepared to punch. He shouted, "Haven't lost our humanity." His eyes widened as he looked down at the guy. The punch landed directly on his waist, making his body curl in. Immediately after, he fell to the ground. Suchin landed safe. Suchin turned back to look at him. The guy's body lay on the ground. Blood pooled around him. Suchin approached. "Good. I'm in the right..." And he turned toward the farm, gritting his teeth and flapping his wings. "I must quickly get inside the breeding farm to find Haesung and Doa before the tide rises." Behind him, the antlion struggled to get up from the pool of blood. His body emitted a blue flame. "Is that your dragonfly complex?" Suchin's eyes widened in surprise. The guy grinned. His eyes flashed red. "Not bad." He tore the clothes off his body and stared at Suchin. Also glided back, looking at him in shock. "You're a bit faster than me in aerial combat? They'll give you..." On his back, insect tattoos and wings emitted a deep blood-red color. The guy muttered, "Well then, now we'll show you. Though it's a bit different from you." A mark appeared on the guy's shoulder. A horn protruded from it. "Like this?" He used antlion. The guy shouted, "My complex." Immediately, long horns protruded. The antlion laughed maniacally as an aura swirled around his body.
Larval regression, hell and pit.
Suchin's eyes widened in confusion. Mandibles growing from his back? And you call that a dragon? Introduction to the antlion species. Strictly speaking, it's different from a dragonfly because it belongs to the Neuroptera. When it's a larva, it creates traps in the ground to catch ants that fall in. The ant stands in the pit, watching its prey struggle. Because of this habit, it is called the hell. Furthermore, when a hell ant hunts, it doesn't just sit still, it looks up at the prey sinking into the pit. Then it tosses sand toward the prey, using its strength to fling sand everywhere to ensure the prey is pushed into the... This is the hell ant. Suchin hovered, looking at him. Sandstorms attacked. The guy swung his mandibles, attacking with sand. Yellow sands. Suchin was caught in the sand, gasping in panic. There's sand everywhere. There's no gap to escape. The antlion glared at him with delight. Fall. Immediately, Sachin was swept up by the sand and buried in the Sachin struggled to free himself from the sand. The guy looked at him triumphantly. Do you see how talented I am? No one else has this complex besides me. Sachin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Buried in the antlion stood on the sand looking at him, hands on hips, controlling the sand to sink. Big sister Shin Gaeyeon knows about this power. That's why she put me in charge of the entire breeding farm. She obviously fell for my strength. Ha ha ha. Sachin was still struggling. At all costs. Until Hyojin and the assistant professor. Sachin clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Thinking, I have to buy more time. He forced a smile. It's a bit of a pity, but I think you should get. Sachin told himself he'll just try bluffing. Then he announced, we've already reported back to Nest. Hearing that, the guy frowned, slightly wavering. Reinforcements are coming soon. They'll capture everyone in the breeding farm. Guy turned and walked back. I thought you were going to say something Sachin turned his head to follow him. The guy was calm. About me being in charge of this. Two horns poked into the door out. Immediately, the door was blown open. The antlion looked at him triumphantly. For this very reason. Sachin's eyes were full of confusion. What is that guy? Put a hand to his forehead and smiled. Oh, it's here. Sachin also looked in that direction in panic. Before them, a fierce sea wave was rushing in. The antlion shouted. He explained as the seawater gradually reached Sachin, who was buried in the ground. Sachin's face was filled with panic. Actually, high tide passed quite a while ago, but I used sand to cover and He grinned triumphantly. I came here to wipe out this breeding. He recalled what he heard from Brita and the purple-haired girl. I heard some trader named Lee Junhyung might know the location of this place. The breeder has been very troubled. To destroy the evidence and take care of a few. In the present, Sachin lay on the ground. Seawater was still rushing toward him. The guy stood before him with his hands on his hips. Sachin cursed in frustration. Aren't your colleagues still in there? If you do this, they'll all. The guy scoffed. Colleagues? He repeated. Call that useless crowd my colleagues? They're just a burden holding me back. Sachin stared in shock, his mouth blocked by the surging water quickly submerged him. The guy flew up inside. He stood above, looking down at Sachin being swallowed by the water. Haha. I wonder if Big Sister Shin Gaeyeon will give me a reward after this. After all, I've buried the nest bugs and all the evidence under the. He watched Sachin gasping for air and muttering. All right, now time to go kill that black-haired girl and the bastard with glasses. But I do feel a bit of a. I thought about the people in the factory suffocating underwater because they couldn't see the nest bugs struggling and before drowning. Hearing that, Sachin pursed his lips tightly. His eyes flashed with blue light as he screamed internally. Die. 3 minutes earlier. The people were locked in the factory bay. Hae-sung tried to break the iron door in front. He gritted his teeth in shock. Outside, the guarding creature saw the iron cage shaking and looked on in confusion. Hae-sung was baffled. Why isn't there even a scratch? Hae-sung grabbed his leg, which was trembling with pain. He bit his lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's too damn hard. If only I had the equipment from the lab here. Below them, the people looked at him. Someone reminded him, it's been 30 minutes. Maybe you should give. He recalled the monster guarding outside earlier trying to break the bars to eat them. The other person added, this is a prison that even the monsters in the other rooms couldn't break. We can't get out by. A loud noise erupted, making everyone scream in fear. It feels like there's an earthquake outside. Seeing this, he also looked up at the ceiling. Is there some kind of power out? The gloomy crowd huddled in a corner, hugging their knees in despair. It's hopeless. Even if we escape, there's nowhere to go. It's okay. I've already accepted death. Hae-sung stared at them. These people, I tried so hard to encourage. Then he shouted. Everyone. Suddenly, the other Hae-sung stood up from the crowd and stepped forward. Confusing, he walked toward the door. There must be a way. Hae-sung grabbed the bars and muttered, a way? For us to survive. A bald man in the back and the rest of the crowd also looked on in confusion. What is Kong Hae-sung planning to do? Hae-sung beside him asserted, yes. There must be. He explained about the drug and how to survive. Outside this place, there's a place where people like you live together. Place called Nest. They've created a drug called Cinderella that can turn our bodies back to. Then he added, of course, there's only a very small amount. Hae-sung's eyes lit up. That's all I. His hands gripped the bars, veins bulging. I stayed silent because there wasn't a glimmer of hope. To be honest, his hands trembled as he bent the bars, much to the confusion of Hae-sung beside him. The crowd behind them also stared in confusion. An insect with unimaginable capability. Hae-sung spread his arms, bending the door to create a path. Skill, generating force 10 times my body weight. Haesung asserted, I can open these metal bars whenever I... Seeing this, Haesung stopped being surprised and smiled. Ah, see? If you try, you can... The crowd behind them stood up and cheered happily. Whoa.
Kang Hee-sung.
Have you been hiding that power all this time? We can do it. Let's take back our bodies to... Then he stepped back with Haesung and looked outside. I've opened the door. But, hey, since you said we can escape... Outside, a red-eyed beetle monster looked at them and muttered, Meet. You're out. Haesung was a bit skeptical. We can win. He recalled the time he was attacked by this creature and grinned. Of course, I've won this game before. He thought to himself, I only lost then because there was someone to protect. The crowd behind him also stepped forward. But now, there's no one that needs my protection. Immediately after, they rushed forward with all their... Haesung led the way. The creature roared and rushed toward... The monster knocked the crowd back. One by one they rushed. Several people used iron chains to bind the beetle's arms and looked at the monster and others rushed in to grab its mandibles, biting it fury. Ant rushed quickly between the monsters. He turned to gain momentum while the crowd held the beetle in. Next, Haesung lifted the monster. He looked up and then he lifted the monster high with the people still clinging to it. Startled. Behind him, Haesung's face darkened as he raised his leg, revealing sharp grasshopper spurs. Grasshopper. Immediately, he delivered a piercing blow, a side kick, finishing the monster. His body spewed blood as it cried out in... Haesung stepped aside, letting the monster crash to the... Haesung looked at it in... Crowd behind them cried with overwhelming emotion. They cheered happily. We defeated it. Let's get out of... The leader pointed toward the iron door. That door leads to the exit. Thanks to the outside force, the lock is broken. Everyone, let's... Rushed off. Haesung still stood hesitantly. There will be a few breeding farm staff in the front room. But beside him, Haesung comforted him. It probably won't be a... He looked at the crowd and the dark windows. Huh? Why are the windows? Outside, a figure flickered behind the glass. Are they for surveillance? But I think I saw... When he looked closer, Haesung saw the people outside drowning in the sea. Floating Immediately, he ran up in a panic to stop them. Wait, don't open the... The door emitted a small spark. The first person to grab and pull open the door was also confused. Immediately after, water from outside surged in, sweeping the crowd away. Looked at the rushing water in panic. What? Seawater? The water is pouring. Haesung tried to block the... He gritted his teeth and pushed with all his... The water from outside continued to surge in. Ah! Behind him, Haesung also came forward to help hold the door, questioning, What the hell is this? I think the breeding farm is about to be submerged by the... The water continued to pour in. He shouted in panic. I think the breeding farm is about to be submerged by the tide. I don't know what's... Crowd behind them also rushed to hold the door. Everyone, come here. We have to close the... They used all their strength to push the door. The gap was gradually closing. A little more. Push a little... Suddenly the door shattered. The crowd was swept back by the surging... Haesung looked at the drowning crowd in panic. This is bad. There's too much water. Because of the pressure, we can't close the... Someone had already drowned. He looked at them in despair. Is there really no... Water had risen to his neck. Haesung gritted his teeth and looked around. Are we going to die in vain like... Then his mother appeared in his mind with a smile. Mom. He closed his eyes, waiting for death as the water submerged. Suddenly, the water receded, shocking him. The people beside him also found it strange. Is the water not rising? Haesung looked around and shouted. Everyone, look over. Swam toward the exit where the water was flowing out. The water is draining over there. That's right. The crowd called to each other as they swam. This way. That's another. Before them was an iron bar. Inside, water was constantly draining out. What's that? Look, there's a hole over. They moved toward the drain. The crowd followed the flow and fell into the drain. The drain. That's the path connected to the... People stood in the current and cheered. Haesung also smiled in shock. We survived. Phew.
Im Alive.
He hesitated. In front of the drain, someone was there cursing. Damn it. Disgusting. My clothes are... She turned back to look at them. Haesung recognized her. Doa. You animal. Her clothes were soaked and wrinkled. Outside, Suchin and the antlion were still flying across from me. He had been beaten until he bled. He grinned and wiped his mouth. Ah. You bet. Suchin smiled, hovering in the air with energy radiating from his body. The antlion was skeptical. What the hell? Inside, Haesung looked at Doa, puzzled. Hey Doa, why are you at the breeding farm? She also looked back while was confused. Were you looking for me? She reached her hand. Immediately, she flicked Haisung's forehead until it bled. Haisung, watching from behind, was startled. He shouted in frustration. Ow, Doa, what was that for? She put her hands on her hips and smiled. Don't be so full of yourself. Why on earth would I come looking for you? Then she turned away. Well, I don't want to admit it, but Haisung clutched his hot forehead and turned. She asserted, I met a really strong bastard. Outside, Suchin and the antlion were still wildly clashing, and Suchin opened his mouth, preparing to bite his neck. The guy's eyes widened and he looked at Suchin with a hint of. Immediately, he jumped away from Suchin. The guy gritted his teeth and looked back, somewhat excited. Does he want to eat me? Even though he's not the type trained as. The other side, Suchin seemed to have lost his mind, turning back to look at him. Not to mention that savage fighting. He stared. I see. This bastard is all. Meanwhile, Suchin was still wildly roaring and rushing forward. A special type like Big Sister Shin. Suchin punched him. The antlion also raised his hand to. Looked at his trembling arm with excitement. Such incredible power. Yeah, but I can still take it. They continuously clashed. He was exhilarated. Ha ha ha. Great. Now this is a real battle. He screamed in excitement internally. He kicked Suchin in the face. Bite, tear, and torn pierced Suchin's shoulder, causing blood to splatter. He grabbed Suchin's arm and shouted with joy. A wild battle where it's only kill or be. He knocked Suchin back. He laughed and shouted. Suchin still lacked reason. His bloody body rushed toward the antlion. He shouted, You monster! Suchin continued to scream while. Below, Haisung's group escaped from the drain and climbed up. We're out. Here, take my. Voice called out from behind, making Doa and Haisung look over. Haisung! It was Hyojin and assistant Du, who were panting as they arrived. Thank goodness you two are safe. Behind him, he muttered. I was worried what pet shop had done to you. What's wrong with you? She ran over while looking at the people around them. And who are these people? Haisung scratched his head and explained. Oh, they're from the breeding farm. Hyojin shouted. The breeding farm. He affirmed, I'll explain. Then Doa looked at her face. But why is your face covered in wounds? She touched her face. She recalled the wild attack by the group of monsters. The thing is, we ran into Pet Shop's food trainees. They weren't just strong. There were many. Assistant Du also smoked while recalling those monsters. We only knocked them unconscious with nicotine gas. But that's only temporary. We have to get out of here as quickly as possible. Something fell from behind. They ducked to avoid. The group turned back in confusion. What was on the ground? Suchin sluggishly sat up amidst the dust. Suchin's body was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth, having lost his. Hyojin looked at him in pain. He trembled. Suchin. Is that you? The crowd behind her was equally shocked. Assistant Du adjusted his glasses and gritted his teeth. Immediately after, Suchin stood up and roared. Greg. The crowd. Hyojin didn't have time to react. His gaze was fixed tightly. Zhang Shouchan rushed in to attack, but Huizhen couldn't react. Zhang Ziaken's hand stopped abruptly. Huizhen closed her eyes tightly, bracing for the. Suddenly, a series of mists surrounded Zhang Shouchan. Teaching assistant Du stood among the crowd, creating a surrounding mist that obscured Zhang Ziaken's vision.
Smoke technique.
Du Shiqing looked around in confusion. A curtain of smoke? The crowd was also astonished. Teaching assistant Du smoked while circling his hand in the air, instructing, everyone, stay within this gaseous circle. This gas will cause hallucinations. If you stay inside, you will be. Teaching assistant Du looked back at Zhang Shouchan, who was standing disoriented in the smoke. But that action, its memories of Gayan flooded back. It was exactly what teaching assistant Du had seen 5 years. From above, teaching assistant Du saw them and exclaimed, Oh, how did you guys escape? Zhang Shouchan gritted his teeth and looked up. That man leaned on his hand, his body covered in blood. Damn it. I don't have time to deal with you guys right below. Chen Taohua also recognized him and gritted her teeth with hostility. That guy is a member of Pet Shop. He's the one I just mentioned. Pu Shiqing was Immediately after, Zhang Shouchan rushed to attack him again. Huizhen shouted. Huizhen rushed forward in a panic. Suddenly, an arm held Huizhen back. Wait, the person cautioned. Don't chase after Zhang Shouchan. Teaching assistant Du gritted his teeth and looked at Huizhen. Zhang Shouchan is very dangerous right now. Zhang Shouchan has lost all reason and can no longer control his complex. Teaching assistant Du's hand tightened. Huizhen was confused. Ah, Professor, what are you? On the other side, the two men were still frantically clawing at each other. Teaching assistant Du watched the situation and explained to Huizhen, wild state. It's something that only appears in certain individuals. Once they become like that, they are no different from Teaching assistant Du's eyes were sharp as he stated firmly. If you leave this mist, you might be. Huijin spread her arms and shouted, losing her composure. You mean I should just leave Zhang Xiuchan like that? Look at Zhang Xiaoqan. Above, Zhang Xiuchan attacked wildly and aimlessly. Blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Xiuchan is already covered in wounds. If this continues, Zhang Xiuchan will. Tears welled up in Huijin's eyes as she looked up at Zhang Xiuchan in fear. Teaching assistant Du shouted. Even so, you cannot enter. Immediately after, ignoring the warning, they rushed out of the smoke. Now, Chen Taohua, let's go out on our own. If we're fast enough, we can cross this mist. Behind them, Chen Taohua also rushed after. All right, it's time for revenge. A wave of smoke rushed in to restrain them, leaving Huijin confused. Teaching assistant Du swung his hand to bind the two.
I'm sorry.
But, behind them, Pu Shiqing also looked on in amazement. He smoked while looking at them and affirmed, I will not allow you to act on your. And teaching assistant Du stepped toward them and reminded, now, everyone stay still. From now on, we will only observe their movements. Behind him, several people were so scared they trembled. This is too terrifying. Zhang Xiaoqan's eyes widened as Zhang Xiuchan turned his feet lay Zhang Xiaoqan's blind. Above, the two were still fighting each other. Pu Shiqing called out, Hey, Pu Shiqing the Rossi. Pu Shiqing turned around in confusion. Pu Shiqing the Rossi? Pu Shiqing picked up the blindfold and instructed, do me a favor. If anyone gets in my way, help me stop. Immediately after, Pu Shiqing jumped into the air. The crowd watched in amazement. Teaching assistant Du also swung his hand to bind him. He jumped through the mist. Teaching assistant Du shouted frantically, wait! Pu Shiqing was hesitant but ran over to grab teaching assistant Du's shoulders to stop him.
I'm sorry.
Teaching assistant Du was flustered. On the other side, Zhang Xiuchan continued to run wild. Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth and affirmed, I've seen this somewhere before. When I defeated a. Pu Shiqing remembered the frenzied eagle. Blindfold it, then make it calm. Pu Shiqing recalled teaching assistant Du's words. Once they become like that, they're no different from. Pu Shiqing's feet stomped hard on the ground. This might be a dangerous gamble. Immediately after, Pu Shiqing rushed straight toward Zhang Xiuchan. From behind, Pu Shiqing closed in on Zhang Xiuchan. The antlion guy also rushed.
Pu Xichen and grabé Ang Xuchan.
Pu Shiqing's hand quickly pulled the blindfold up. Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth and shouted, stop this. A punch sent Zhang Xiuchan flying toward the ground. You bet. The people in the mist stared in dazed amazement. Above, the antlion also covered his face in confusion. He gritted his teeth and looked. Below the lighthouse, Zhang Xiuchan regained his senses, stood up, and reached out to pull Pu Shiqing up. Zhang Xiaoqan's eyes were sharp behind the blindfold. I can open my eyes again. This is butterfly. The antlion gritted his teeth, eyes wide in shock. Huh? Just a few seconds ago he was in a wild. Now he's back to normal. Pu Shiqing asked, is your body okay? Zhang Xiuchan looked at his arm to assess the situation. Yeah, Zhang Xiuchan glared up. This feeling. If it's really that. In the sky, the antlion guy had disappeared. Huh? Where did he? Immediately after, he landed on the ground behind Zhang Xiuchan. The antlion looked at him in panic. That guy rushed to attack Zhang Xiuchan, leaving him with no time to grab Zhang Xiaoqan's neck and flew into the sky. Pu Shiqing watched from below. An antlion's specialty is burying its prey in the ground. He choked Zhang Xiuchan while making a proposal. Let's change locations. After all, you don't want to be disturbed. Below, the crowd also looked up at where the two were fighting. Teaching assistant Du followed the flight path. I let my guard down. Is he planning to take Zhang Xiuchan away from? Below, Pu Shiqing jumped up. Teaching assistant Du assessed, no, he's too fast. No one can catch him. Pu Shiqing glared and reached out toward him. You dare ignore me? That guy also turned his head to look. He narrowed his eyes. It's useless. Even if you can escape death using those complex. After speaking, he threw Pu Shiqing far away. You won't be able to catch. That guy rushed forward, while Pu Shiqing landed on the ground, losing his momentum. Above, he glared and grabbed Zhang Xiaoqan's collar, pinning down the horn. Don't mess with us. From the beginning, your species has been no match for. Below, Pu Shiqing regained his momentum. Kneeling and looking up, Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth. That guy was still arrogant. After all, above those who can run are those who can fly like. Pu Shiqing remembered what Professor Chi Jiashu said during training. It's normal for there to be a skill gap between. Professor Chi Jiashu affirmed. Above those who can run are those who can fly. Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth in frustration. Pu Shiqing watched them fight above and cursed. Shit, you mean I should just stand still? They landed in a forest. He threw Zhang Xiuchan against a large tree trunk. No one will disturb us here, and he muttered, Let's continue the unfinished match from before. Zhang Xiuchan touched his neck, trying to catch his breath while looking. The antlion's eyes were full of excitement as he grinned. Fighting for survival. Kill or be shouted. Like the law of the jungle, sand was released from around his body. His eyes were glowing. The stream of sand swirled toward Zhang Xiuchan. Zhang Xiuchan gritted his teeth and glared, unable to react. Sandstorm engulfed him, along with the snapping of a nearby. Elsewhere, Huijin woke up with a start, breathing heavily. Teaching assistant Du saw this and turned to her. Huijin, you're awake. Huijin sat up and asked, how long was I out? The crowd looked over worriedly. Teaching assistant Du comforted her. Just a few minutes. I'm sorry for using such violent
Frantic shoot, Professeur Du.
Zhang Xiuchan, look in front of you. He turned to. The crowd was surrounded by a mindless mob of pets. They've woken. Huijin shouted, the ones who were trained with food earlier. They were drooling at the crowd. Meet it. Teaching assistant Du's hand tightened around a cigarette. The crowd looked at the pets and trembled. It seems we can't escape them anymore. I'm out of cigarettes, so I can't put them to sleep. Teaching assistant Du muttered, there is only one way. Behind, Pu Shiqing was in a ready stance. Qian Taohua also gritted her teeth and slammed her hands together. Teaching assistant Du signaled, all of us must fight. The monsters rushed toward the other side. Zhang Xiuchan tried to fly to avoid the sand. He flew and attacked, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha. I'm the stronger one. Zhang Ziaken's shoulder was wounded and bleeding. Zhang Xiuchan gritted his teeth and looked. Immediately after, Zhang Xiuchan flew fast and countered with a. The antlion was punched until he spat. Zhang Xiuchan gritted his teeth and stopped flying. Peeked. Then Zhang Xiuchan lunged and punched him repeatedly. The other guy also coughed up blood. Rabbit. Zhang Xiuchan swept across. Then he glanced back at him and confirmed. In the sky, I am much stronger. Zhang Xiuchan remembered the sandstorm the antlion had called before. The only time I lost was when he attacked with. His body lost balance and plunged into the forest. Immediately after, Zhang Xiuchan stepped forward and kicked him into the sky again, then moved in front of him. I can't let him get near the ground. Another punch was delivered straight to the antlion's face. Blood splattered everywhere. They attacked each other fiercely in the air. Zhang Xiuchan affirmed, as long as he doesn't have sand. As long as he doesn't touch the ground. Both sides kicked and Zhang Xiuchan pushed off a tree, and Zhang Xiuchan quickly lunged back to attack the antlion. Hunting shotgun. The antlion gritted his teeth and the mark on his back glowed. Antlion. He turned his body. Metamorphosis. He quickly dodged Zhang Ziaken's. Zhang Xiuchan gritted his teeth and looked back in surprise. He retracted his wings to speed. He grabbed Zhang Ziaken's ankle. Zhang Xiuchan cursed under his breath. He held Zhang Ziaken's leg and dived down triumphantly. You bastard. You were trying to keep me in the air on purpose. He sped toward the ground. Now you're Zhang Xiuchan couldn't struggle and gritted his teeth at him. The antlion shouted, there's no changing it now. He'll let you taste my biggest sand. He laughed with vigor. Ha 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 ha. The two plunged down from below. Pu Shiqing ran out from. The antlion's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Pu Shiqing narrowed his eyes and ran toward. He plunged down uncontrollably. How is that bastard? Pu Shiqing also looked. He thought of the previous island and the geographic distance. This place is very far from that. He looked at the hot footprints on the ground. No way. He run all the way here with feet so fast they sank into the. Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth and looked up at him. The antlion also prepared to land. I ran all the way. Pu Shiqing's feet lifted off the. Above, Zhang Xiuchan also looked down in shock. Zhang Xiuchan remembered his question for Professor Qi Jiashu. Professor, can I ask what you said to Pu Shiqing at the end of the group? Zhang Xiuchan stood before him and suggested. After the exam, Pu Shiqing seemed unhappy. Can Pu Shiqing continue the mission? Or? Professor Qi Jiashu crossed his arms and affirmed. Don't worry. Zhang Xiuchan confirmed again. Really? Professor Qi Jiashu only frowned. Zhang Xiuchan thought to himself, people often think an inferiority complex is a negative emotion. For humans, below, Pu Shiqing shouted with determination. Iya! Professor Qi Jiashu's voice echoed. It's a common and natural. It becomes the goal to surpass others. Zhang Xiuchan remembered when Pu Shiqing fought with the talons on his feet, then fought with the chains under his feet. And in the process of overcoming it, humans can. An inferiority complex is just another complex that makes people stronger. The antlion gritted his teeth in panic. Pu Shiqing remained calm. There's nothing to be surprised. And Pu Shiqing delivered a kick with the talons on his feet into the antlion's face. After all, above those who can fly, there are always those who can run. Zhang Xiuchan was also thrown far. Then the antlion coughed up blood in a. Pu Shiqing kicked him once more. Blood splattered everywhere. Pu Shiqing gritted his teeth and glanced at him. The antlion's face was blurry with mixed. That guy remembered Gayan's silhouette. Immediately after, he fell straight to the ground. Zhang Xiuchan regained his balance and looked. Pu Shiqing looked at him in confusion, panting. Zhang Xiuchan also slowly landed beside Pu. Seeing his body crushed on the ground amid blood and smoke, Zhang Xiuchan couldn't help but exclaim, "Good." On the other side, the food-raised pets were frantically screaming and rushing in. Drool dripped. The crowd they attacked screamed in terror. "Aya!" Blood splattered. Qian Taohua stepped forward and slashed its face, knocking it back to save them. Qian Taohua's eyes widened in surprise when it didn't seem to. The monster pet reached up to adjust its jaw. The crowd assessed because its skin is too thick. Did it take no damage? On the other side, the group stood trembling. Hai Sung held his injured, trembling arm. Although he's not as strong as the beetle from earlier, he's still very strong. Monsters didn't hesitate to rush. The crowd was surrounded by them. Behind was the sea. Too strong. A monster rushed in. "Meet!" The target screamed. Rushed over. "Meet!" The person targeted screamed. Teaching assistant Du grabbed its arm. "Still too early. Don't give up." Teaching assistant Du pinned it to the ground. With a dark expression, teaching assistant Du reminded. "There is." Then, assistant lecturer Du looked at Hai Sung's group. "Normal attacks are ineffective. Their skeletons are very hard due to food." Teaching assistant Du recalled his previous battles to share experience. "However, we can cut, burn, or break." Teaching assistant Du narrowed his eyes at the crowd. Teaching assistant Du raised the pet's arm. "Even if the enemy has a very hard body, there must be a way to attack. Each of us must find and use the appropriate." Teaching assistant Du's eyes were deep as he remembered Professor Qi Jiashu's image. Professor Qi always taught new students. Avoid fighting if possible. Teaching assistant Du looked at Huizhen and Qian Taohua, reminding them. They looked over while fighting the monsters. The insect combat technique class was created for situations like. Huizhen remembered what Professor Qi Jiashu said in the training class. "How do you feel?" Right after the abandoned warehouse incident in the group project. Huizhen's eyes widened.
"I'm fine."
"But why did you call me to the gym?" Professor Qi Jiashu explained this incident. "Although partly your fault for going to such a dangerous place. If I had taught you how to fight properly, you wouldn't have been injured. I mean, I am also responsible for this." Huizhen's eyes widened in surprise. Huizhen recalled her previous battle through Professor Qi Jiashu's words. Besides having great vitality and physical ability, the cockroach complex doesn't have much else. But that is why only you can use this. Then Professor Qi Jiashu asked seriously, "Have you ever heard about what I did before I came to Nest?" Huizhen affirmed, "Yes. You were a non-commissioned officer training soldier." Professor Qi Jiashu remembered the move to break an enemy's arm. "That's right. Modern military combat techniques. I teach a martial art based on jiu-jitsu." Professor Qi Jiashu radiated killing intent as he glanced at Huizhen and took a stance. "I will pass it on to you. Back to reality." Huizhen also quickly crouched and faced the monsters. Taking a teaching assistant Du saw this and looked over, busy dealing with the monsters. Immediately after, Huizhen slipped through the monsters and attacked them. Combat techniques for large insect. Huizhen grabbed one's arm. Then Huizhen punched its shoulder. Next, Huizhen broke the leg of another one. The monster's limbs were systematically broken by Huizhen's move. Finishing, they collapsed to the ground. The crowd looked at Huizhen in shocked panic. Huizhen broke their arms and legs. All at exclaimed, "Huizhen is so strong." On the other side, Huizhen landed on the ground after taking down another. Qian Taohua saw this and gritted her teeth, shouting in dissatisfaction. Where the hell did she learn that? It's like she's not the class. Behind, a monster attacked Qian Kaya. Struck and blood splat. Larger monster hit the other one and looked at Qian Taohua. Qian Taohua's hand held another. The people behind looked at it in terror. "Aya, why is it so big? Are there things like that in a breeding farm too?" Qian Taohua gritted her teeth and threw the one in her hand. Hai Sung rushed over anxiously. "Du Hoa, run. You can't fight that." The monster gritted its teeth and swung a fist. Qian Taohua looked down on it. Qian Taohua glared at it. "I don't use tricks or special tech." Then Qian Taohua raised her hand to block the punch. Her body was pushed. Monster's hand was crushed until small jets of blood sprayed out. The monster looked at its hand in total confusion. Qian Taohua muttered, "If there's an opponent I can't beat with..." Qian Taohua gritted her teeth and shouted with her hand in front of her face. "Then it means I'm not strong enough." Qian Taohua used King Scorpion's. Immediately after, Qian Taohua rushed forward and attacked the monster's face directly. "There's only 40% of my power." But Qian Taohua had already kicked the monster. Teaching assistant Du adjusted his glasses in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "What the hell? Was my advice useless?" Did she become stronger just like Huijian saw this and enthusiastically praised her. Huijian held several torture nails. As expected of Qian Tao, Haisung stood in the crowd, lost in thought. They're amazing. These female students, younger than me, defeated the monsters in the blink of an eye. The surrounding crowd watched. He recalled what Haisung had said in the basement. Was this what Haisung's father had said? There's always a way. After he looked at the two women fighting like machines, stepping on the heads of the monsters in front of them. Confused. They are. The crowd looked at each other. Like this. We can win. If those young students can do it, so can. Haisung also thought. Haisung's father. Just as you said. Then he agreed. He charged forward with the group. Let's go. There's always. The night space gradually became. Huijian looked up, panting. The people sat on the ground, exhausted, standing on the pets to catch their. They looked at each other, trembling. We won. We're beside them. Teaching assistant Du looked at his phone and thought, I'm so worried about Zhang Shouchan and Pu Shiqing. I have to go help them. Teaching assistant Du's face showed a bit of panic. Oh no, it's almost. He turned his head to look at Haisung. I have something to ask of you. We have to go help the student who flew away earlier. But if the townspeople see it, it will be very troublesome. Can you hide those corpses somewhere? He confirmed. They'll take them to the sewer we escaped from Earth. Suddenly a shout rang out. Excuse me, can anyone help me? It was Pu Ziching's.
He sung Frodo.
In front of him was an old man gasping for breath. He stopped his movement and looked at him. Someone please save Haisung stared. The old man also squinted and looked back. The beach was quiet, with only the sound of a voice filled with awkwardness. I said him. Pu Shiqing trembled as he picked up the body of the other guy. Get out of the way, you patient. This bastard is heavy as hell. Zhang Shouchan walked awkwardly beside him. I can carry. Suddenly, Pu Ziching's eyes widened in surprise at what was. The scene was silent. Haisung stood still in front of his grandfather. He stared at him, lost in thought. When I was very young, he followed his grandfather up the mountain when he went out to pick herbs. Haisung walked in the forest with a bundle of firewood in his hand, sobbing, and got lost in the. He walked, sobbing and wiping his tears. Sobi. Grandpa, where are you? He told himself, thinking back now. It wasn't a big deal. Remember every time I was scolded, Grandpa would threaten to leave me in the mountains. At his feet ants were playing. Someone stepped in front of him, making him stop crying. I thought I had been abandoned and cried all day. But my grandfather quickly found. Haisung's grandfather held the binoculars and smiled at him happily.
He sung sao Tết.
Grandpa, he told himself. With those binoculars returning to reality, Haisung trembled and reached out his hand towards him. Grandpa, he didn't react. He shouted again, his hands trembling and stopping. Haisung's hand retracted. He stared intently at the binoculars around the old man's neck. I had forgotten. Those inside the binoculars, his image from when he was human gradually appeared. What's reflected in those binoculars now is no longer your Looking closer, his form-bearing ant genes was present. But just Haisung clenched his fist. He said coldly, your grandson is not here. The people behind also looked on sadly and remained silent. Haisung trembled and thought to himself. Anyway, he won't recognize me. Looking like. Then he chased him away. Please go home. Your grandson won't. Haisung's grandfather pursed his lips and did not answer. He judged. Now, it's best if I pretend not. Then he raised the binoculars and looked straight into his face. Startling He looked awkward. Grandpa, what are you? Suchan also widened his eyes. Confused. Those He tried to stay calm and clutched the binoculars. These binoculars. They're so old that I can't see anything. He mumbled. But I can't throw it away.
He sung Frodo.
He remembered. His grandfather smiling and opening his arms toward him. Even though my old age makes my memory poor, and my body isn't what it used to be, as long as I use. Haisung spread his arms and cried, running towards his grandfather. Haisung's grandfather affirmed. I can still remember clearly. My grandson's. He asked back. You think I don't recognize you? Rascal. You Pu Ziching's grandfather lowered the binoculars. Your voice, your tone, and even your habit of gritting your teeth when you're. He approached, placed his hand on Haisung's trembling shoulder. Welcome back, grandson. My grandson. You must have had a hard time making money. The shadows of the two reflected on the ground with the dawn. He trembled. Thank you watching for vid. He collapsed onto the ground. His grandfather also patted his shoulder and collapsed with him. You trembled. Behind them, Pu Shiqing saw the two reunite and smiled contentedly. I told you, Your Pu Shiqing looked at the message on his phone screen and muttered, didn't abandon his family at all. Message content. Grandpa, thank you for everything. I love you so much. Explaining ant behavior. Ants are creatures that have the habit of abandoning their own kind when they are sick or dead. To survive in this world, it is an essential act. However, there are still foolish creatures who continue to carry the burdens of others. The dawn light shone on the lenses of the binoculars. Hai Song's grandfather hugged his grandson and smiled. And he trembled. We call them. Later, inside the breeding farm, teaching assistant Dust Group went inside to examine the situation. The blonde woman exclaimed, so this is the pet shop's breeding. She turned back to look at him. How gruesome. I didn't think you could find this place. He smiled modestly. It's all thanks to the students. And you all came a long way to get here. They shone their lights to examine the surroundings. Nest Security Agency. We will begin the investigation now. The crowd. She turned and spoke to the orange-haired woman standing beside her with a light. B2. What is the current situation of those trained with? She looked at the monsters recoiling from the light. A few drowned, but some are still alive. I think the water receded through the whole Chen Taohua. She cautioned, good. They'll ask the Nest escort team to come handle them. Don't open the cell doors yet. Use Nest equipment first. B2 nodded in confirmation. Someone stepped out from the second cell and called them. B1. B2. Look over. They went to the iron door. The person reported, I found a hidden. There was a code on the door. They were confused. What? Why is only this room locked? And the door is already. Immediately after, they entered caution. Foul stench of corpses hit their noses. That's. B1's eyes were filled with horror as she pulled up her shirt to cover her nose. What the hell is this? Before the three of them was a pile of bodies in many pieces. What were they keeping in? Akamdo Harbor. Cars were parked on the dock as the boat arrived. Zhang Xiuchan leaned his hand on the window and looked out. Luckily, after that incident, the base station was repaired and we were able to contact. Inside the boat's cabin, the insect humans were put in cages for easier transport. As soon as they heard we found the breeding farm, the school council sent a boat to transport all the insect humans to the mainland. The boats, making Huijin fall onto Zhang Zikan's shoulder. Zhang Xiuchan was shy and blushed, startled. Zhang Xiu was flustered and blushed as he stood still for Huijin to lean on. In the front seat, Chen Taohua was sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiuchan fell into thought. The breeding farm didn't just have those trained with food, but also many normal insect humans. Behind were the rescued insect humans. Most of the people Pu Shiqing rescued decided to live under nests. Suchan looked outside, and some others. Hai Yisung's voice came. I really want to go too. He stood beside his grandfather. Someone needs to take care of my grandfather. Hai Yisung stood opposite them. Those who are not humanoids are forbidden from entering nests. That's the rule. He affirmed. It's okay. Thanks to everyone, I've gained courage. I will find a way to live happily with my grandfather. Beside him, his grandfather and he thought about the combat capabilities of the four people he had witnessed. And honestly, I don't think I can surpass everyone to become the tops. They shook hands. Instead, I'll wait for the day Cinderella medicine is produced and buy some for myself. Until he smiled and encouraged him. Keep up the good work. Hai Song. Hai Yisong was slightly surprised to hear. Then Pu Shiqing affirmed, of course. The boat left the pet shop base. Inside the base cabin. The researcher flipped through the reports and froze. The antlion has been captured. And the Hakamdo breeding farm has fallen to nest. That means the situation is very. Reader was still smiling happily while drinking tea and playing chess. I don't know anything. Wanna play chess? He closed his eyes helplessly. I wanna quit my. Greeter still playfully lifted a chess piece on his finger, trying to balance it. Haha, that's enough. The antlion finished his mission, so it's fine. He was confused. But he failed to eliminate the breeding. That guy remembered the moment the tide submerged Zhang Xiuchan and the antlion. Of course, eliminating the breeding farm is important. But there's something even more important. He smiled and stated, among those who completed the food-based training, one has achieved incredible power while remaining sane. Two people approached, making him look. Members of the pet organization wearing black robes arrived. The main task is to hide the Greeter calmly rested his chin on his hand, grinned, and moved a black chess piece. Now I'll move my. He thought of Professor Chi Jiashu. It's time to kill the enemy's. Three people. Professor Chi Jiashu, Professor Ma, and Professor Yu listened in amazement. That's the whole story of the Hakamdo breeding. Teaching assistant Du held a stack of documents, standing before a screen showing the captured suspects while reporting. Through the investigation, we've captured one member of Pet Shop and many of those trained with food in the. Teaching assistant Du flipped the notebook and affirmed, In total, we've captured 21 insect. The three sat in their chairs, listening in silence.
Professor Ma exclaimed in surprise. That's unexpected.
I was quite sure the mission was only to investigate this area. Teaching assistant Du added, they knew beforehand that the breeding farm would be targeted, so they sent someone. Not to mention we almost met with danger because our identities were exposed. Teaching assistant Du added, thanks to Pu Zicheng's efforts, we were able to find the location of the farm and rescue all the insect humans held inside. Professor Chi Jiashu rested his hand on his chin. Looking a bit, Professor Chi thought of Pu Shicheng. That kid. Did he use that low-level complex as a stepping stone to Professor Ma, sitting in the center of the table, spoke to those around. Regrettably, we didn't find the breeder or Gayan. But capturing those trained with food is an unexpectedly great result. They listened, then Professor Ma praised. Teaching assistant Du and the students did very well. You may go. Teaching assistant Du raised the documents and interrupted. There's one more. Teaching assistant Du reported, I just wanted the professors to know this, so I didn't include it in the report. But the three looked on in confusion. Teaching assistant Du raised his glasses seriously. I think Zhang Shuchan is very dangerous. In the civilian area of Nest, the people inside were no. Zhang Ziakin's eyes widened, and he froze in total confusion. Beside him were two classmates. Right now, I'm in a very dangerous place. This was a blind date for 3 insect humans. The atmosphere was incredibly off. Zhang Xiuchan shouted internally, how did this happen? A few hours ago, at the school cafeteria, while Zhang Ziakin's group was eating, someone came to talk. Oh, Group A. It made them turn to Changshuan grinned and waved at them. I heard your investigation mission went very well. Huh? Hello. Let me reintroduce myself. Yu Changshuan, Group D. He was cheerful. Congratulations. Chen Taohua heard this and gritted her teeth, snapping her chopsticks. Damn it. I've lost my app. Chen Taohua lunged across the table and grabbed Yu Changsun's collar. Zhang Shuchan quickly pulled his food plate away. Are you here to die? The scene was chaotic. Ah, Chen Taohua. Calm down. Calm. Yu Changshuan remembered what he had done to her before and looked glum. Sorry. We went a bit too far then, so I came here to apologize. Chen Taohua didn't listen and dragged him away. Save your apology. He was thrown in front of Pu Shicheng. The rice tray wobbled. Get that bastard out of here. The scene was confused. Chen Taohua reminded him angrily. Because of you, Pu Shicheng almost went blind, and you bastard also hurt his pride. Pu Shicheng looked up, speechless. Chen Taohua used her scorpion pincers, standing on the table with her hands on her hips, looking down at Yu Changshuan. After apologizing to Pu Shicheng, go apologize to the kids in Group B whose eyes you also injured. Understand? Zhang Shouchan could only smile and sigh. Pu Shicheng covered his mouth and exclaimed. Yu Changshuan. He quickly grinned and glanced up. Of course. If you say so. I really was too. He walked away. What should I do? Ah, right. Chen Taohua felt something was wrong and was confused. Changshuan put his arms around Zhang Ziakin's and Pu Zicheng's shoulders, smiling mischievously as he dragged them away. Chen Taohua gritted her teeth and watched. Just saying sorry doesn't seem sincere at all. Do you have time for dinner? Currently, there were 6 people at the table. 3 men and 3. The blonde girl raised her beer glass and smiled. Thanks for coming today. You're so handsome. I've heard a lot of rumors about the winning group. The short-haired girl glanced at Zhang Shouchan. Meanwhile, Biden looked down at the beer glass on the table, resting her chin on her. He explained, the girls asked Yu Changshuan to bring some members here. If Yu Changshuan couldn't invite you, they wouldn't have come to this blind date. Zhang Shouchan picked up his glass and gave a strained smile. Ha ha ha. Yu Changshuan beside him pursed his lips, trying to hold back a laugh at his expression. The ladybug girl was shy. Hey, don't say that. Zhang Shouchan understood. So that's how it. Changshuan pulled his hat down and looked at him, muttering, Hey, what's with that face? You guys should He introduced, they're not just pretty. The 2 sisters on the right are currently the top students in Professor Yes class. You know, it's good to make some connections, right? Zhang Shouchan froze hearing that. Top student. Biden sat opposite him, smiling alluringly. You're a new first-year student who just transferred, right? Zhang Shouchan. I've really wanted to meet you. Zhang Shouchan thought to himself, so this person, she exclaimed. I'm so lucky today. Zhang Ziakin's eyes widened. A potential candidate for the top of the second-year class. After the introductions, Yu Changshuan mixed beer with liquor. He grinned. All right. Now that we've finished introductions, shall we warm up a bit? Otherwise, it'll be off. Excitedly boosted the atmosphere. Random game. Yay. Pu Shicheng glanced over, having a bad feeling. This bastard just wants to play with. Pu Shicheng raised the beer glass to his mouth and took it. The blonde girl opposite was shy, clutching her beer and glancing. Pu Shiqing also glanced away, blushing to avoid her gaze. Well, fine. The beer and liquor on the table were gradually running out. I guess they'll play a little. The scene was chaotic. Zhang Xiuchan and Pu Shiqing were both slumped on the table. The blonde girl excitedly stood up and raised her glass. Yay! Penalty drink. Yu Changshuan looked at the two with crossed arms. Are you guys okay? As for them, one had a low tolerance, and the other got drunk easily on mixed drinks. The ladybug girl beside them rested her head on her hand. How could you drink like— Zhang Xiuchan stood up, swaying. I can't stay here any longer. Then Zhang Xiuchan spoke up, I'm sorry, but I want— Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. A chest pressed against— Biden hugged his shoulder coquettishly. Ha! I think I'm too drunk. What should I do? Zhang Xiuchan looked over in surprise. She looked away, blushing. My head hurts so much. I don't think I can get home by myself. Suchan was confused. Yes. Across from them, the two girls looked at each other and chimed in. Oh my god. What should we do now? Walking at night is very dangerous. He interrupted. But the dormitory is right here. Grinned and made a suggestion.
Suchan.
Are you going back? Then why don't you take her back too? Suchan gritted his teeth and looked at Biden beside him, hesitating. The blonde girl winked. We want to drink for a bit longer. Ladybug also agreed. It's dangerous for a woman to walk alone at—
Suchan couldn't refuse.
He let Biden grab his arm and turned to leave. Honestly, the two girls blushed, smiled, and waved. They huddled together and whispered excitedly. Mission accomplished, right? He's so cute. I bet Biden will go all out. Suddenly from behind, Hygiene glared at them with a murderous aura and growled. What's going all out? The two girls trembled when they heard her voice. Repeated herself, making the three of them turn back in terror, unable to utter a word. What are you talking about? What? Hygiene stared at them and smiled. Can you explain? Elsewhere, Suchan led Biden as she staggered. He closed his eyes and raised his head like a gentleman. Since I'm in a hurry to get back to the dorm, they'll just take you to the door. Okay? She looked up, then she stepped forward. What? Don't be so conservative. She turned to look at him with a suggestion. Suchan scratched the back of his neck, feeling a bit awkward. Let's go for a second round. Just the two of them. He bowed his head and refused. Senior.
I'm sorry.
But I don't want to. She interrupted. Don't you want? Biden leaned close to his face and whispered. The secret hidden behind your complex. Suchan's eyes widened in pain. His face was full of shock. What? She repeated. If you follow me, Biden reached out to tuck her hair behind her ear, looking at him affectionately. As the person who helped you make your protective goggles. Let me introduce myself again. Lee Biden, second-year student, Human Entomology Department, studying genetic mutation. The two of them quickly arrived at They stepped inside. He wondered. This place is. Biden walked ahead and answered. This is my private lab.
Don't worry.
There's no one. He followed behind, trembling and thinking. Damn. Did I drink too much? I might lose Seeing his reaction, she glanced back. The sound of a collision rang out. Hey, she pinned Suchan down. He was a bit panicked. Senior, what? Immediately after, Biden pulled his shirt open. His eyes widened in shock. What are you? His face was full of confusion. Took something out and held it in her hand. Since you've already agreed. She brought it to her mouth and tore it open. She smiled at Suchan, who was pinned under her. So, let me have a bit of your— Hearing that, Suchan's eyes widened in confusion. Above him, Biden was still pinning him down. Hygiene peeked through the glass and saw the two figures entangled ambiguously. She screamed in panic and spun around in embarrassment. His face was bright red as he gasped and shouted. Wait, are you really putting— Biden leaned over, tucked her hair, and whispered.
Don't worry, Suchan.
Just leave it, she asserted. I have a lot of experience. Now, just relax. Hygiene's face was as red as a GAC fruit. She kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting in panic. Wait, what are you— Inside, a syringe was inserted into his arm. Blood was slowly being drawn. Biden withdrew the needle and smiled. It's just a syringe. What were you imagining? Let me dab it with a cotton ball soaked in alcohol. Suchan, press the cotton on your arm. Press. Ow. Seeing this, Hygiene was also confused. Her eyes were wide with confusion. Senior Lee Biden, you set up a group blind date just to meet Suchan, right? I heard everything from those two girls. Then she asked. Why? Suchan's eyes widened in surprise.
He rin.
Biden held the vial of blood and looked at Hygiene. She continued questioning. And why do you need Suchan's? Hearing that, she calmly stood up. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm just doing what the professors told me to do. He was startled and she was surprised. The professors? She touched his face. Besides, I'm quite interested too. Suchan looked on blankly. Hygiene was a bit startled, withdrew her hand and winked. I'm very curious about the power that the transfer student of the Human Entomology Department. And Biden turned to leave. Now that I've gotten the gene, I'm going. You two have fun with the second round.
Hygiene shouted.
Wait, while he was still suddenly, she stopped and clasped her hands behind her back. Biden's reminder made her suspicious. Professor G seems to have been using his complex excessively. Be careful. He's pushing himself too. Then she became cheerful again. See you later. Bye. The two of them looked on in confusion. Suchan put his shirt back. The two of them walked down to the building's campus.
Suchan complained.
In the end, I lost blood without learning anything. She said she would tell me the secret of my comp. He scratched his neck and looked at Hygiene, trying to explain. But she said the professors told her to do it. They could have just asked us themselves. Why use a student, right? Beside him, she puffed out her cheeks and didn't answer. Then she turned away coldly. I don't know. Don't talk to me. An was silenced. They kept walking. He tried to coax her. Why are you like this all of a sudden? Did I do something wrong? She replied. No, you did nothing wrong. Suchan asked awkwardly. Then why are you angry? She denied it. I'm not angry. Dissatisfaction made Suchan realize, his eyes widening. If you like it so much, just go on blind dates or whatever. I have no reason to stop you. Hearing that, he understood and rubbed his neck, blushing. She's upset because I didn't tell her about the group blind date. Ian walked ahead coldly while he followed awkwardly. Then let's go for our own second round. There's a tekbaki place nearby. She was blunt. All the shops are closed according to Nizite regulations.
Suchan paused.
Their conversation hit a dead. Then Hygiene pulled her hood down. Room. He looked over, his face darkening help. He blushed and suggested. If it's eating together in the room, that's fine. Suchan couldn't take his eyes off her. She announced. Dua said he had something to do today, so I'm home. Hearing that, his face turned bright red and his heart pounded. The air was filled with awkward excitement. Suchan scratched his head, wondering. This is dangerous. Is it because I just had blood? They were on their way back to the room. The exciting atmosphere fluttered in the dark night. Why is my heart beating so? Two of them stood in front of the room door with bags of food. From inside, a voice called out. Their classmates were gathered in the room. They turned and smiled. Is Suchan here too? Hi, everyone. Hygiene smiled awkwardly at them. What is this situation? Arayun said apologetically. Behind them, Hyun and Chun explained. The three of us, including Dua, went out and decided to have a second round in your room. She put her hand on a friend who had collapsed on the table and laughed excitedly. Leon. This guy collapsed after just one glass. Another girl stroked his head, leaning on the table. He's so cute.
Ian explained fureté.
But then we met the blonde girl was flirting with the boys around her. They're classmates too, so she smiled teasingly. I can't drink anymore. Can someone drink for me? You haven't even had a glass yet. They'll drink for you. Hyun explained more. Going out together once is great too, right? We all hung out separately at the welcoming. Over there, Dua put his arm around Hygiene's neck. This bastard dared to go on a private blind date, so I brought him here. He gritted his teeth. Shut up. She hesitated, looking at the chaotic scene.
Yeah.
But, immediately after, Jian quickly approached and grabbed his arm. If so, come eat with us too. Suchan. Hyun was also excited. Sit next to us. Behind them, Hygiene looked on awkward. She sat in a corner watching the group and pouting. We were supposed to drink and Suchan sat down beside her. We couldn't go drink alone. But, I think hanging out like this is quite fun too. She looked at him, confused. He smiled happily at the people in front of him, holding a beer and sitting next to her. It's like being normal high school students. Hearing that, she looked. Suchan smiled with his eyes squinted. Let's hang out with them today. Then next time we'll go drinking again. Hygiene was a bit surprised.
Suchan mattered.
This is still our first year. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Hearing that, she rested her chin on her hand and smiled. She confirmed.
Yeah.
Their room was illuminated throughout in the meeting room above, Professor G looked down at the residential area. A voice came from behind. The test results are. Professor Yu put her hands in her pockets and looked down alongside Professor G. As Professor Yu said, Suchan is a time bomb. Leaving him like this is too dangerous. He crossed his arms and didn't respond. Immediately after, she turned around. This is a matter concerning everyone's safety. I can only report to the higher-ups and isolate. But Professor G grabbed her collar and stopped her. I thought of the image of him standing in a white isolation area with a glass panel in front. The isolation area is very suffocating and lonely. A place like a prison without any warmth. Do you intend to put an innocent person in? He thought of Suchan walking alone on the street. That kid came here because he didn't like being alone. Currently, Suchan and his classmates were happily drinking together. Professor G asserted that if he were left in isolation, he would be even sadder than before he arrived. His eyes were full of determination as he asserted. I can guarantee it. Jiang Suchan is different from Shin Ji, but Professor E who didn't believe it and just calmly glanced over. What if the two of them are the same? If he loses control on campus, how do you plan to take responsibility? Professor G hesitated for a moment. He raised his tattooed arm seriously. Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I will stop. Elsewhere, the elevator stopped at floor B. Peter and Jian stepped out. She touched her chin in surprise. Wow, I've always wondered where you were hiding. In front of them was a monster wearing a white lab. His body was coiled up. A giant centipede. They approached. She wondered. So you locked it in the basement. Jian looked over. What do you plan to do? Breeder, who was holding a jug and continuously watering the centipede, replied. I have to control the humidity. If centipedes dry out, they become very aggressive.
Ga onremarkt.
You really are an insect. Then she approached. She touched the centipede and smiled. If we send this guy, Professor GA and all the students, they'll all die. And Breeder turned and left. Ah, sorry. But I plan to let this guy rest. She looked at him in confusion. Huh? Didn't you say you'd do anything for me? This centipede is more than enough to kill them. That guy recalled the previous encounter between the centipede and Professor G and explained. Back when it blocked the professor's attack. Honestly, I thought it wouldn't be hurt. Pressed a switch by the door. But the centipede was revealed under the light. Scars were scattered all over its massive body. Turns out no insect is immune to high temperatures. Jian was also she clenched a side of her bangs to cover her face. A burn scar. Breeder also smiled. It's a bit of a pity, but for now, it needs more time to recover. We can't use gigantic. Hearing that, Jian looked up. Breeder. His body erupted with a murderous aura. His hand touched the centipede. She asked, Are you angry? He denied it. Haha. Non. Then he smiled. He put his hand to his mouth and glanced at her. I'm not angry at all. Just a bit sad because my favorite insect has some asserted. But Professor G must definitely die. He will be a major obstacle on Pet Shop's path. The centipede kept screaming. Breeder moved away from the centipede and announced. I'll arrange everything for you soon. Just prepare to kill that old man. Jian crossed her arms and then she touched the burn mark on her eye and sneered. Fine. In her mind, she told herself. It hurts so much. Recalled the image of Professor G attacking her with fire. From that day 5 years ago until now. Every night I suffer from insomnia and tormenting pain. Her full of madness. She dug her nails into the scar. If I kill you, this pain will surely subside. First, Professor G was standing with his hands on his hips, waiting for. Behind him, Suchan calmly walked toward him.
I'm here, Professor.
G coldly glanced back at the transfer student. Jiang Su announced. Currently, the school considers you a high-risk individual. Hearing that, Suchan's eyes widened in confusion. His hands clenched as he glared at him with a murderous intent. Now, as the person in charge, Professor G pronounced a death sentence. I will kill you. His face was agape with confusion as he looked at him and asked suspiciously. Danger. His eyes were full of uncertainty. I don't understand. Professor J's hand emitted fire. He clenched his fist. Immediately after, he rushed forward with his fist. He dodged backward. The ground was punched through, leaving a hole. Suchan's eyes widened in confusion. On the other side, he still rushed forward with fire in his hand. He wondered, is he really attacked? Professor G did not hesitate to attack him repeatedly. He was knocked backward. He rushed forward so quickly that he couldn't react. One was running and the other was punching, leaving burn marks all over the forest. Professor, why are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, he was right in his face. He grabbed his arm and interrupted. Are you going to die that easily? Suchan gritted his teeth and struck. Immediately after, he was kicked in the stomach. He lifted his body. He was in pain and coughed up blood. Then Professor G threw him back. Looked at him as he clutched his side, gasping on the ground. I didn't want to use this either. But there's no other way. Right after that, he rushed forward with murderous intent and a punch in his hand.
I'm sorry.
The fist approaching along with the light and his eyes widened in. The punch rushed forward carrying maximum burning energy. Penetrating bomb. but he soared up to dodge the Professor G frowned and looked up. Do you plan on using that way to Then he grabbed a stone and reminded him. That won't He threw the explosive stone at Suchan. He looked at it and stone flew right past Suchan's face. His eyes widened as he looked at it. He put explosives into a stone? Bombardier beetle style. A large explosion rang out, shaking the surroundings. A grenade. His quickly fell straight to the ground. Suchan's body trembled, unable to move normally. Stepped on his chest. Blood kept spraying out from his. Professor J's face was dark as he stepped on him repeatedly and reminded him. Why don't you fight back? Grabbed his leg and tried to struggle. He frowned and looked at him with dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth. You probably didn't expect that you would have to. His foot pressed harder on his chest. Blood sprayed out from Suchan's mouth continuously, helplessly on the ground. A tragic scream. His inner voice screamed. Damn, I can't breathe. Is he really trying to kill me? Professor G continued to grind his foot down. Blood splattered everywhere. He had long since become dazed. Professor G leaned down to look at him. I heard from the teaching assistant that you lost your mind and fell into a beast state when fighting the enemy at Hukum Island. Suchan trembled and looked at him. His eyes were serious as he frowned and reminded him. 5 years ago, something similar happened to another student. Do you know what that girl? He recalled Jian and the things she did. She killed all of her class. At that time, she stood among the insect humans, controlling them to slaughter each other. Professor G explained. I don't know if the complex becomes stronger in the beast state or not, but her complex was unusually strong. He used his own hand to attack her. In the end, I decided to kill my own student with my own hand. Professor G and Jian rushed at each other with madness. If I had left her like that, there would have been even more casualties. In reality, he muttered. I heard that you almost killed Hygiene then. Suchan lay on the ground, his eyes wide with shock. He remembered Hygiene's smile and was completely confused. What? Me?
He then?
Professor G grabbed his collar and lifted him up. You are a time bomb. I cannot let the students live in fear of losing their lives because of you. His emitted blue and red light. So, before you become a monster, swung his fist back. Suchan still looked at that flaming fist in disbelief. I will remove the bomb's detonator first. His were full of confusion and panic. His instinct was quickly activated. His eyes emitted a blue light as he roared. Explosion shook the entire forest. Fire splattered everywhere. Thick cloud of smoke and Professor G was silent, his expression unclear. This isn't the monitoring system called. They looked at the screen in confusion. Did he kill him? We just needed to isolate him. There was no need to go that far. Someone beside them denied it. No. The other person looked into the cloud of dust in front of Professor G. Looking closely at the screen, I pushed Jiang Suchan to the brink of death. Suddenly, something moved quickly toward Professor G. On the other side, Suchan bit his arm until it bled. He noted, this child, this, thank you watching for vid, stood before him, looking toward the monitoring camera. Surely no one will object to my decision anymore. Meanwhile, he fainted and lay on the ground. He frowned and asserted, this child is different from Shin Jiayun. At the hospital, thank you watching for vid, vaguely woke up in a hospital bed. Suchan forced himself up from the bed. Where am I? Professor Yu approached the bedside. The hospital. All of your wounds have been healed. He looked at her politely. Thank you. Glanced away. I know you're very confused right now, but please try to understand. Next, Professor Yu looked toward Professor G, who was bandaged in the opposite bed. Although he was very aggressive, asserted, but it was all to protect you. On the other side, he held some bandages. Leave the rest to me. We're full of calm. Professor G is the only one who believes you can endure your beast state. Hearing that, he was also shocked. She recalled the mad battle between the two and explained. That's why he intentionally pushed you to the brink of death. To prove to the school that you aren't a. Seeing them looking over, Professor G put on his shirt and turned around. The road we have to travel is still very long. If you can't control your complex and keep falling into that state, then perhaps I really will have to kill you. Reminded him. So I will teach you well. He also looked up, a bit surprised. He recalled the moment he walked into the forest earlier and repeated. You said it before, right? That you came here to remove your wings and become a normal human. The of him biting his arm hard to avoid losing his mind just. Professor G approached and put his hand on his shoulder, confirming. From now on, improve your skills and show me that transfer student Jiang Suchan is not a monster. He also looked up. Professor G smiled broadly and asserted. But something even stronger than a monster. A human. Hearing, his eyes were full of determination. Then he replied. Professor E, who beside them also smiled. A few days later, at the Nazite Cultural Department building, pushed the door open and ran in.
Rin.
Are you there? Jean, who was diligently stretching, was also blank. What's wrong? The culture class is about to start. Behind her, people also took notice, pointed outside and urgently announced.
Su-chan.
The professor is making Suchan fight. Hygiene asked back. Fighting? Against whom?
Screamed in fear.
You know, that person in prison. That crazy guy. Hygiene's eyes widened in A few hours ago, Professor G stood before the class looking at the students with his bandaged arm. Today's lesson is about weakness protection. Juan was blank. Weakness protection. Below, Unji was also confused and raised her hand. What exactly will we be doing? The group listened attentively. He took out a notebook and announced, you will have to complete an individual assignment. By next week. Suchan was blank. Individual assignment. Looked at the information of Jihuan and Jieun. Between complexes, there is something called integration. Although spiders have venom and webs, their bodies are very weak. Dung beetles have sturdy bodies but do not move agilely. Recalled the moment she attacked the monster through Professor J's words. In a real situation, integration can determine your lives. If you meet an opponent with a more advantageous integration, you will surely lose. Next, closed the book and looked at the students seriously. I have written all your strengths and weaknesses in this book. From now on, using this book, I will assign weakness protection tasks. Hearing that, Jian leaned back in dejection. Sigh. An individual assignment. Weakness protection. I can't think of anything. Hyan A beside her lay flat on the table. I think you'll have a few weaknesses.
Jian complained.
So hard. Suchan rested his chin on his hand and frowned. Weakness and integration. I still don't quite understand. Hygiene beside him glanced at him. And I don't think we can help each other because this is an individual assignment. He also noted. Group projects have no penalties. Maybe we can just skip it. Professor G cleared his throat. You should know that this assignment, announced with a grin, will become your midterm grade, so you'd better not neglect it. Seeing this, the kids were also weary and confused. Others in the class were both weary and muttering. Then I really have to try to get a good evaluation. Damn, I have to do my best. Suchan looked at her, confused. Why all of a sudden? She also rested her chin on her hand and explained. Because everyone tries to avoid the midterms. She helped him imagine the image of students taking the exam in a cold sweat. Nazite's midterm exam is a paper test like in a normal school. But the other person's head was a mess, holding a pen and trembling. Acid sequence, genome, chromosome. Hygiene added. It's a test that requires professional knowledge. So most people replace it with projects and reports. And a focused on experience like ours has a huge disadvantage when taking midterms. Hearing that, Suchan's eyes widened in panic. Professor G spoke up. So, he sank into thought. Damn. Then, to become the top student, Prof. G looked seriously at the students. I will hand out the assignments. He screamed in his heart. I have to do The next day, at a large sports field not far from the school, a group of people gathered there. Is this the individual assignment? This is Nazite's outdoor training. Let me introduce again.
Jahiseong.
Grasshopper complex. Has high speed and the signature kick of the species. He pouted and looked around. Was an automatic tennis ball machine. Professor G stood to one side, staring at him. Has learned how to expand a specific body part. However, still lacks technique compared to speed and strength. Cha Haisong stomped the ground to gain momentum. He clenched his fists with determination and looked ahead. Come on. The balls quickly flew toward him. The assignment. Cut all the flying tennis. Immediately after, the balls were cut in. Suchan beside him looked on in amazement. So this is how. Meanwhile, Duwa sighed and smiled. He screamed in his heart, making the complex stronger when completing the assignment. After that, Haisong was hit by the balls multiple times. He noted, doesn't look easy at all. But, he raised his hand to block and screamed. Wait, someone turn that thing off.
Seong Hano.
Firefly complex. She called out excitedly. Professor. Skill. Can cause an aphrodisiac effect when using cantharidin, but she depends too much on using toxin and is weak in direct combat. Her foot stomped the ground. The other person replied, "Thanks for what you've done for us." Assignment. Face Park Hygiene in an unarmed combat match and hit her once. On the other side, Hygiene's face was full of murderous aura as she took a stance. "I'm ready." She trembled. "Can I just admit defeat?"
Yunk Oni.
Mole Cricket Complex. Can move underground. Except in hard ground. Her claws scratched on the iron. Her hand was swollen red and trembling. Cana cried and held her hand. "Boo-hoo. I can't dig into the ground here." The assignment. Strengthen fingers and punch a hole through a slab of cement. Professor G stood beside her, Elsewhere, Ji-hwan was carrying a pile of heavy things.
Yung Yihwan.
Yung Biteo has a sturdy body but is very slow. He trembled and thought. Even in high school, I never ran 100 m in 13 seconds. The assignment. Run 100 m in 13 seconds while carrying Elsewhere. Yung Dam. Spiny spider. Strengthen the body. The assignment. Rotate a 100 kilograms iron ball. She trembled and tried to lift the iron ball. Beng Yonga. Silkworm. Creates well-linked fabric. But easily torn. She chewed a pile of paper in helplessness. The assignment. Make fabric from raw hard materials. Chan saw them like that and looked around in admiration. He's testing everyone. The assignments are different for each person. Does he know the complexes and weaknesses of everyone? Jean approached his side, tossing her hair back after defeating the demoralized Eun-ji. That's right. Professor G doesn't overlook any. She looked at his back and asserted. Usually, professors only remember a few outstanding students. There are very few people who pay attention to all the students like Professor G. Meanwhile, he was busy observing the students. Put her hands on her hips. What is your assignment?
Suchan.
Have you just been standing here this whole time? Behind them, Ji-hwan struggled to drag his heavy body. He heard her question and scratched his head. Well, he was awkward. He hasn't given me an assignment yet. Meanwhile, she adjusted her hat in confusion. Over there, Professor G was silent while he stared at him. So he told me to meet him after school, and said he would give me the assignment then. His eyes were a bit hazy. After school? Why Elsewhere? Assistant, you shone a light in the basement. This is Nazite's underground. Spoke vaguely to the person on the phone. Do we really have to take him out? Professor G. The present. In the classroom, the group's limbs were trembling and Tan twisted her aching body and gritted her teeth. Yeah. While exercising, she trembled and complained. After the professor's assignment, my whole body aches so much. I shouldn't have chosen yoga as a cultural subject. Hygiene still calmly practiced and listened. Panted and trembled, sweating as she changed poses. Isn't our individual assignment too hard? To be honest, how can I rotate a 100 kilograms iron ball? Added. Some of the other people's assignments are also very dangerous. Meanwhile, Hygiene's mind was still She recalled what Hyun-A had just announced. The professor is making Suchan fight. She asked back. Against whom? She was flustered. You know, that name in the cell. That crazy guy. So she muttered. It's okay. You can do it. Youngdam. Jian heard that and was a bit confused. Huh? Oh, Hygiene tucked her hair back and asserted. Professor G will never make us do impossible things. Suchan was carrying a suitcase in his. Suchan walked in front while Professor G followed behind. Nazite. Somewhere underground. Chan stood in a glass arena, full of doubt. What is this? This large room. Why is my individual assignment in a place like? Professor G stood behind and looked at him. You lost your mind when fighting a guy trained with feed. He also looked at him, frowned and reminded him. This isn't just your individual assignment. It will also teach you how not to lose your mind while using the complex. Chan was full of confusion. Professor, you're... Behind him, the door was gradually opening. His eyes widened as he looked in that direction. A man attacked him, but Suchan dodged, grinned and drooled, remarking, feels so good to move for a bit. How sweet freedom is. That claw was steaming hot. Chan gritted his teeth and looked at him in total confusion. What the? That glared. Is you again? Dragonfly. He was confused. Why is that mantis here? He turned back in panic and announced. Professor. The mantis escaped again. But Professor G was already standing in the observation room with Assistant Yu. Professor picked up the walkie-talkie and announced seriously. I'm the one who released that man. I received permission from the school and the warden. On this side, the guy licked his claw and glared at Suchan. He was confused. Why did he release such a dangerous... A voice from the walkie-talkie came through. Put your protective goggles on. Suchan's eyes widened, unable to process it yet. His Holding the suitcase trembled. Professor, are you saying I have to fight that mantis? Professor G didn't say anything but tacitly admitted it. He also understood himself. I see. Body trembled in panic as he looked at Professor G in a daze. The boy's reaction is completely different when he meets his natural predator. Fear has taken deep root in his subconscious. He remembered the crazy guy who attacked him then. And you, who were abandoned by humans, have decided you want to go back to being a... Then he remembered when that guy was chasing him. He opened his mouth, preparing to swallow him into his stomach. You've never actually beaten him once. That quickly rushed forward. So this battle is very meaningful. The walkie-talkie voice came out. That mantis. Your individual assignment. Suchan jumped up to dodge his attack. That guy also grinned. Professor G noted in his heart. This will be the stepping stone for your growth. He put his goggles over his eyes. Introduce again. Kang Suchan. Dragonfly comp. The mantis approached without hesitation. Anyway, he claws at him. Thanks for the meal. Suchan paused and looked at him. The assignment. Defeat your natural predator. Assistant Yu and Professor G watched him behind the glass. Now let's see. He gritted his teeth and stared at his natural predator. Just how much have you strength? He gritted his teeth in panic. What? This mantis attacked with both claws without any hesitation. Suchan recalled his previous battle with him. Clearly, I cut one of his arms off last. It grinned and looked at him triumphantly. Suchan was confused. He has a new... Professor G watched from the outside and commented. If he didn't have one arm, he wouldn't be able to fight nor... He calmly assessed the situation inside. His mission is to defeat the mantis when he's in his peak. Then he looked at the mechanical arm and explained. So I gave him a prosthetic arm produced in the lab. Since it's a weapon, it's even more dangerous than his normal. Inside, they fought chaotically. The ground was also cut into pieces. Suchan was repeatedly pushed back and shouted. Even so, why did you give lab equipment to this monster? Are you crazy? The mantis grinned triumphantly and rushed forward. Ha 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 ha. My prey, you only know how. He reminded him, try doing that again like before. Immediately after, he attacked Suchan relentlessly. He gritted his teeth, struggling to He shouted in rage. Try cutting my arm off. As he fought, he was pushed further. He gritted his teeth and threw the punch made the mantis stop. He remarked. Mechanical arm helped him avoid the blow. He grinned. Suchan shouted in his heart. Damn. So hard. Is it called an exoskeleton? Immediately after, he turned and ran again. Besides, based on my previous experience, once I'm caught, it's over. Damn. Why is my assignment like this? I can't even use a stance because the space is too narrow. What should I... Outside? Assistant Yu was a bit doubtful and tugged at his sleeve. He won't die, right? If anything dangerous happens, he'll use my complex. Professor G asserted. No. Then he looked at the mad battle before him and asserted. Zhang Suchan must use his own power to overcome that man. He observed from the outside. Only then will this assignment be mean. On the other side, he madly swung his arms. His mouth drooled. Ah, this taste. I missed it so much. I never forgot. Suchan looked on in shock. His face was scratched. He was arrogant. If it wasn't for that girl, I would have eaten you all. In his mind, the mantis was a monster waiting for an opportunity to tear him apart. He growled. Isn't that... Then he remembered the battle with him. He had protected me. She looked at him outside. Professor G also frowned and observed seriously. That's right. Perhaps you've never forgotten that day. Because that was the day your wings were revealed and you were abandoned by Suchan clutched his naked body before the eyes of the surrounding people in fear. The fear that has taken deep root in you isn't just because he is your natural predator. It's also because that past event is strangling. Professor G looked at him fighting a hard battle inside and encouraged him silently. You must overcome that. To be able to reach the next... The mantis saw that he was still holding on and his face darkened in anger. How much longer are you going to keep running? Or what? Are you thinking about how to penetrate my exoskeleton? Suchan looked at him without saying a... Immediately after, he looked up. Yes, Professor G also smiled in admiration. Assistant Yu adjusted his glasses and looked in. Do you think he has a... He stood calmly and silently. Professor... Then he raised his... Zhang Suchan looked at Professor G and requested. I need to use the back. Professor G looked back at Zhang Suchan in confusion. Right in the middle of your assignment. The grasshopper was left speechless as it watched Zhang Suchan leave. Assistant Yu muttered. Is he Professor G remarked, I see. That's not a bad strategy. Assistant Yu was confused. Outside, Zhang Suchan ran quickly down the hallway. Professor G explained the direction he's running. It's not toward the back. The yoga room, Joan, who was putting a towel around her neck, was also stunned. Huh? You want to borrow my iron? Jang Suchan stood before Jown. She awkwardly handed it over. Sure. But what are you planning to do? There's blood on your forehead. Suchan reached out to take it. Thanks. Thump. Behind them, Park Huijin peeked out in confusion. Jang Suchan smiled, looking at the spiked ball. To defeat that mantis. Just the goggles aren't. Jang Suchan remembered the weapon that helped him in the previous battle against the mantis. Even back then, it was thanks to the electric chainsaw that I could cut his. Inside the room, the grasshopper sat guarding the door, gnashing its fangs. Jang Suchan noted, the solution is to use a powerful weapon. But since the time to use the lab equipment has expired, Jang Suchan entered with the mace in his hand. I have no choice but to borrow. Assistant you looked in, startled. Turns out he went to borrow equipment. Jown's mace should be enough to damage that mantis. Professor G calmly observed from the.
Professor G remarked, no.
That's a mistake. Inside, Jang Suchan swung the mace to start. Across from him, the grasshopper also got into a stance and stood up. Assistant Yu was bewildered. Jang Suchan spun the mace's chain, grinning. Great. Immediately after, the mace slammed right into Jang Suchan's. Jang Suchan held the chain in a panic. Wait, what? How do I use this? Professor G frowned. That's how it is. Assistant Yu looked at Jang Suchan as if he were an. Professor G remembered Jown and asserted that iron mace is powerful because Jown, the tortoiseshell thorny spider, knows how to use it. It's the same for anyone. Just borrowing a weapon won't yield the same results as its. And Professor G praised it was a good idea. But it will take him days to find the right weapon. Inside, the grasshopper slashed its scythe toward Jang Suchan, who dodged while clutching the spike. Next, Jang Suchan switched to a gun to attack. It was Song Hina's tranquilizer. Then he switched to another weapon. Hai Song's leg. Next, another weapon change. Park Huijin's bear gauntlet. On the other side, the grasshopper was knocked back. He also looked suspicious. Jang Suchan looked at the sharp spikes on the bear gauntlets, feeling confused. Did it work? The grasshopper stomped its feet and rushed at him. It's useless. Jang Suchan also backed. The grasshopper frantically slashed its scythes. Jang Suchan thought, I can't do much damage to his scythes. I have to hit his body or. Jang Suchan scratched his head, teeth gritted in frustration. If only I could increase my compound vision and hit his weak. Suddenly his head. Jang Suchan dodged the grasshopper's slash. Right. The slow motion side effect. Damn it. I can't land a single. Remaining time for the assignment. Professor G stood outside. Jang Suchan gritted his teeth and tried to attack. 5 days after class, Jang Suchan walked through the campus, sighing. His body was exhausted and tattered as he held his shoulder and complained. At this rate, I won't be able to finish my individual assignment. How can I possibly beat that man? He thought of how dizzy he felt while getting beaten. I'm not used to using other weapons yet. If only I could resolve the goggles slow motion. Suddenly he looked into a. Inside was a familiar figure. She's writing a report on her computer. Jang Suchan wondered, is that Senior Biden? Is she writing a report or? He recalled what Biden had said, and an idea flashed in his mind. As the person who helped create your god, Jang Suchan waved through the glass door. Senior. Biden looked up. Huh? Jang Suchan pressed against the glass urgently. I need your help. Biden's eyes widened in surprise. The final day of the individual assignment. The group returned to the training. Jown stood with her hands on her hips. Today is the last day of the individual assignment. How is everyone doing? Haisong, are you good? Hyuna excitedly added. Hehe. I succeeded yet. Haisong worriedly asked. Hey, has Jang Suchan finished his assignment yet? He borrowed my equipment last time. Park Huijin looked around. From what I've heard, he's in trouble. Beside her, Dua yawned and wondered. Is it resolved today? Will he be? Professor G turned to look at the new. A flash of light was rushing toward the top of the. Its speed was so fast the naked eye couldn't. The person landed on the ground, causing wind to gust. Jang Suchan landed as the group watched in surprise. Sorry for being. Jang Suchan braced himself on the ground and asserted, I will finish the individual assignment. He muttered to himself. His hand gripped the suitcase tightly as he looked up with determination. By today. He told himself, with this I can. That night, the two sat opposite each other in the cafe. Biden confirmed, you want me to modify the goggles so you won't move slowly anymore? Jang Suchan awkwardly held the goggles. That's right. You said you helped make them. For my individual assignment, I want to solve this issue at any cost. Biden crossed her arms and smiled.
I'm sorry.
That's impossible.
Jang Suchan's eyes widened in surprise. Biden thought about the goggle structure and explained, the goggles use pattern lenses to create vision like a real dragonfly's and increase compound vision. Of course, you'll feel dizzy because you're not used to it. Hearing that, Jang Suchan stared down at the goggles in his hand. Damn it. So I still have to use it like this? Why did I make it so complicated? Next, Biden raised her teacup and tilted her head with a smile. Don't you want to overcome your slow motion? Jang Suchan looked at Biden in confusion. At Nest Park, under a large tree, Jang Suchan set down his. Jang Suchan put on the goggles, skeptical. Can this really help me overcome the slow motion syndrome? Biden explained, the reason you have slow motion syndrome is because your eyes and brain are sending different signals. The vision through the goggles and what your body senses are different. That causes your brain to be in chaos. A rope was tied securely around the tree trunk. Professor Jis' voice rang out there. On this side, Jang Suchan tightened the belt around his. Immediately after, he flew quickly around the tree trunk. I will teach you how to train to balance your eyes and your. His body ran around the tree trunk at high speed, tracing erratic. Jang Suchan puffed his cheeks, trying to hold back nausea. Yeah. Because I'm spinning so fast, it's even more uncomfortable. Biden reminded him, it will be very difficult. His body and the rope spun around the tree incessantly. Biden's voice echoed in his mind. Achieving balance in a few days is impossible. But since you don't have much time left, we have to take the risk. You will have to vomit or even faint countless times. But, Jang Suchan collapsed on the ground, vomiting. Biden urged, you must endure it. Jang Suchan composed himself and wiped away the sweat. Jang Suchan crashed into a railing. Then he tumbled onto the ground. His body was thrown back and hit another. Jang Suchan dragged himself to a stone bench, holding his face. One more. Soon after, his movement speed gradually stabilized. Jang Suchan's eyes widened in confusion. His feet ran across the ground in bewilderment. What happened? Jang Suchan thought of the 90-degree turn theory. If I turn at a certain angle, I don't feel slow, and he panted, realizing this. Jang Suchan practiced continuously. Bit by bit, I'm starting to get the hang. A few days later, somewhere underground in Nest, the final day of the individualist. 3 Park Hui-jin, Duwa, and Hai Song stood in the basement, watching anxiously. Inside, Jang Suchan faced the grass. Professor G held a pen, quietly observing. As you know, today is the final day. If you don't defeat that mantis today, you'll fail the. Hai Song turned to the other classmates. But why are you all here? They awkwardly explained, we're worried. Can Suchan? Behind them, Jang Hun smirked. How could I miss a top-tier fight like this? Hane was nervously awkward. That mantis is terrifying. Assistant, you looked inside, helpless against the Inside, the grasshopper saw Jang Suchan's suitcase and tilted it, excitedly licked its scythe. So you brought another useless toy today? Even if you use it 100 times. The grasshopper roared and rushed forward with its scythes. You'll never defeat me. Jang Suchan lightly dodged the recalling the suitcase. Is this lab equipment? You're giving it. Biden smiled and confirmed. This is an apology for teasing you before. I have some connections in the engineering department, so I asked them to make something suitable. Biden smiled and explained, you said bare fists suited you best, right? These were specially made. On the other side, Jang Suchan dove down from above to attack. The grasshopper turned to Jang Suchan, wearing the gauntlets, punched the grasshopper directly in the face, deforming it. Teeth and lips were. His body was knocked back. Friends clung to the door, watching in awe. That Professor G looked over, slightly surprised. Jang Suchan looked at his gauntlets, which were radiating energy, and explained, heavy weapons are too hard to control and difficult to use. While he clenched his fists with determination. I like this one. These are tactical joint protection gauntlet. Grasshopper struggled to get up. That didn't hurt. Head was blood and vomit spewed out. Arg. Before it look up, Jang Suchan had already attacked. The grasshopper's eyes widened and punch landed squarely on its face. The grasshopper was in panic. What is this? Spat out blood. With a bruised face and gritted teeth, it thought, why? Why am I It remembered the weak Jang Suchan who used to try to run away. When we first met, he was just my weak. A flurry of punches continuously struck its body. Ugh! Arg! It was bewildered. Since when did you? Jang Suchan glanced at the creature, clenched his fist, and stopped. Become so outside. Hai Song was puzzled. Dua. Can Jang Suchan win against that mantis? Dua praised him, his punches are so precise. Meanwhile, Park Hui-jin took a step. Jang Suchan continued his relentless assault. Professor G also watched in amazement. He's changed in just a few days. Did he find a solution during that? The grasshopper braced its scythes against the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Jang Suchan's punch flew straight at it. He gritted his teeth. The grasshopper looked up. Jang Suchan shouted in his mind. The creature smiled with its bloody stood still, taking the punch. Jang Suchan was bewildered. What? He took that on purpose. Side. Park Huijin screamed in worry. The grasshopper bit down hard on Jiang Suchan's wrist. He looked at it and gritted its teeth, making Jiang Suchan's arm bleed. Jiang Suchan gritted his teeth, trying to pull his hand away. I can't, he thought of the fear of being devoured. The fear has been deeply rooted in my body since then. Its scythe pecked at him, continuously attacked his body. It's tearing my body into pieces. It bit his wrist tightly and wouldn't let go. Jiang Suchan screamed in. Outside, the students pressed against the glass in pain. Is he in danger? They screamed frantically. There's blood. Only Jiang Hun was still trying to laugh in amazement. Across from him, the grasshopper was knocked back. Jiang Suchan looked on. Assistant Yu quickly ran toward the door. He'll open the door. He'll stop them. Someone stepped in to stop him. Professor G, with a dark expression, grabbed Assistant Yes' arm. Not yet. Assistant Yu looked back in confusion. Park Huijin pointed inside and screamed. Professor, don't you see? At this rate, Suchan will. Professor G looked inside, frowning as if waiting for something. Not yet. The real side. Jiang Suchan's hands gripped the grasshopper's sides. He gritted his teeth, his eyes a deep blue. It's just beginning, Jiang Su. The creature sank its teeth into his wrist, refusing to let go, causing blood to gush. It used its scythe to remove his blindfold. I've been craving this so. It lifted the pain Jiang Suchan. Yes, this is the taste. That time was so miserable. There were so many delicious things around me, yet I wasn't allowed to touch a single hair on them.
Jiang Suchan screamed internally,
muttered. Its mouth opened wide, ready to swallow him. Jiang Suchan closed his eyes tight and gritted his teeth. Starting with the head, he trembled. I'm about to be outside. Hai Song struggled in distress. Damn it. No. Isn't he going to die at this? Assistant Yu screamed in fear. Professor G hesitated slightly, looking in. Jiang Suchan's eyes flashed with light. He roared. Professor G noted it looks like he will transform. In his mind, a chaotic sound swirled. I heard a sound, like white noise in my. He stood in a dark corner, clutching his head. The voice kept ringing. If you don't eat, you will be. The voice reminded him, if you don't eat, you will be eaten. Jiang Suchan turned toward the voice in surprise. Is this my own? His other self stood beside him, screaming with manic energy. If you don't eat, you will be eaten. If you don't eat, you will be eaten. If you don't eat, you will be eaten. You'll be eaten if you don't.
Jiang Suchan stood frozen.
He stared in bewilderment. What is this monster? Looked at the monster with a mouth full of fangs and red flames. Is this my dragon? It grabbed his body, preparing to swallow his reason into its. His body was besieged by it. Jiang Suchan recalled the training with Professor G. It was because she was swallowed by her own His eyes flashed blue. Jiang Suchan grabbed the grasshopper's arm, confusing it. He easily threw the creature to the and he kicked it away, sending it rolling across the. The people outside watched in amazement. Professor G frowned. Finally, he couldn't endure. Inside, Jiang Suchan was frantic. Energy radiated from his entire body as he. Crowd outside watched in. Raoul and Huyuna hugged each other, trembling violently. Inside, the grasshopper stood up in confusion. What is? Jiang Suchan rushed forward with a smile, swinging his hand at the. It swung its scythe back. You bastard! Why did he change so? His face was deformed by his punch. Jiang Su rushed toward it while screaming frantically. It gritted its teeth, its face contorted and Jiang Suchan bit down hard on its mechanical arm, shattering it into pieces. The grasshopper's eyes were full of panic. What the hell? Jiang Suchan frantically attacked and severed its arm. It screamed in pain. Arg. Internally it was terrified. The one being. Park Huijin stood outside, teeth gritted, looking on, and Jiao trembled while holding Huyuna. I think he won. But something strange. She turned her head. Why is he suddenly so scary? The others stood frozen in. Assistant Yu calmly turned to Professor G. Professor, we have to stop him right. Professor G remarked because he's lost his reason and is left with only instinct. Hell tried to devour the opponent in front of him to survive. On the other side, Jiang Suchan continued to attack frantically with his gaze became cautious. And once he tastes blood for the first, his life as a human will be over. Professor J's face darkened as he looked in. He frowned and noted, him being able to endure it before was just a coincidence. During the evaluation, Jiang Suchan bit his own arm. If it's him, I thought he could overcome it.
Jiang Suchan screamed.
I'm not a mom. Presently, Jiang Suchan was frantically torturing the grasshopper's body. I guess his mind, an endless void remained. I have no sensation in my body anymore. Through his eyes he finally realized. Ah, right, I was devoured by the dragonfly. Jiang Suchan's body sank into the infinite. He sank into confused thoughts. It has taken over my body and lost its mind. Everyone is Then he remembered Mihyu's trembling face when she looked at him. They'll see me as a monster again. But there's nothing I can. Jiang Suchan closed his eyes in resignation. This is the outside. Jiang Suchan gritted his teeth and tried to attack the grasshopper. It grinned and dug its spikes into his. It licked his hand excitedly and frowned. I see. You want to eat meat too, don't you? Next, he opened his mouth, preparing to bite down on its scythe. Then Seeing this, Professor G quickly shouted. The assignment has failed. Open the door and stop them. Assistant Yu ran toward the heavy footsteps. Park Huijin closed her eyes and frantically banged on the glass, screaming, Don't let yourself be eaten. Kang Su tried to scream to wake Jiang Suchan. You said you wanted a normal school life. His body froze, wavering. Then he gritted his teeth and looked toward the scream. What I said before wasn't because I was a memory of that night, the two sitting together in a corner. It's like we're just normal high school students. Jiang Suchan suggested, let's play with everyone today. Then we should go for a drink, just the two of us sometime. Park Huijin looked. Jiang Suchan asserted we're only freshmen, so there's still plenty of time. Park Huijin just leaned on her hand and next, she pulled down her hat. Then make one more promise.
Jiang Suchan stared in bewilderment.
Her hand was placed on his. If both of us. She took off her hat and smiled at him. He held her hand and raised it. As long as one of us becomes a normal human, let's stay together. Now Jiang Suchan had awakened, so that we won't be lonely after graduation. The dragonfly entity inside him Jiang Suchan raised his hand, trying to break free from the control. The dragonfly body in his mind was torn apart. Am not a monster. Jiang Suchan gritted his teeth, regaining his reason as he swung a fist. Immediately after, he knocked the creature back. The people in the observation room watched in Professor G stared with wide. Park Huijin's eyes welled up as she stood in a. Jiang Suchan stood tall and punched the grasshopper into the. It lay flattened, its severed arm.
Jiang Suchan's hand clenched tightly.
Drops of blood slowly. Jiang Suchan stared down at his arm, amazed at himself. This power. What? Assistant Yu, who had just entered and was rolling up his sleeves, looked at the scene in a daze. What just happened? Professor G announced over the loudspeaker. No need to stop him anymore. You can come back. Professor G, holding the radio excitedly, smiled. I can't believe it. Jiang Suchan. Professor G confirmed you passed. Jiang Suchan was wide-eyed with shock. Professor G thought to himself, you've shown. Elsewhere, Breeder sat on a table, legs crossed. Quietly, he rested his chin on his hand and smirked. Now let's begin. Near the school, the shop pet members were standing outside. Look, afterward, the rest of the individual assignment continued and concluded outdoors. At the training field, bright sunlight shone. Although I didn't get to watch because of the injuries the mantis gave me, Jiang Suchan lay in bed receiving treatment, feeling a bit annoyed. The nurse looked at him. You're here again. Yeah. The ceiling here is getting more and more familiar. Heard everyone. On the other side, the ball shooting machine fired repeat. Jiang Suchan successfully sliced all of them. He knelt on the ground, looking at his achievement with a smile. Beside him, Park Huijin stared at Eunji, who was lying on the ground crying bitterly. Of course, there were those who didn't pass. I can't. For the most part, Jian swung her spike elsewhere. Hane had managed to punch a hole through an iron. Jihuan was lifting weights while sprinting down the. Silk has become. Dua leaned over, hands on her hips, wiping away. Park Huijin looked at her fist and smiled. They all passed with excellence, and so, the assignment that replaced the midterm exam concluded. Sunset gradually fell over the. The next morning, Park Huijin entered the classroom. Since the individual assignment is over and the midterm is waived, I have some free. She looked up at everyone excitedly. Maybe tomorrow I can go eat tekbaki with Suchan. Someone called out, Hi Huijin. She smiled back. Oh, Su. Then she froze when she saw his body wrapped up like an egg, with only his head showing. What? She quickly ran over in confusion. Suchan. Why are you tied up? Is that a cocoon?
Yuna shooted à reminder, et, Huijin.
Classmates cowered in a corner, awkward and hesitant. He might go crazy like last time. I didn't want to, but it's better to tie him up for safety. Park Huijin looked at them, helpless. Then Professor G entered the room.
Don't worry.
Haisong and Dua walked over, also confused. What's going on? All eyes were on. Professor G frowned seriously. Although the school has agreed that Jiang Suchan isn't dangerous, perhaps everyone is still afraid of what they. Professor G recalled the scene of Jiang Suchan being consumed by instinct and explained. What everyone saw was actually just a side effect of jungle juice. It's a special phenomenon where a person is controlled by He added while Park Hwi-jin and Haesung were trying to untangle the silk from Jang Suchan. This side effect only appears in those with high DNA similarity to their insects, like Jang Suchan and Shin Jie-yun, who once attacked Nest. The crowd was He thought about human transformations. All living creatures have a degree of DNA similarity. Rats share over 90% of their DNA with humans, so they're suitable for clinical trials. Even a banana shares 50% DNA with humans. This similarity ratio is what allows us to merge with insects via jungle. Genomic similarity and rejection heat. DNA similarity means how much the body can accept the insect's DNA. Based on this similarity, the effects of jungle juice diverge. Professor G explained that this is why some bodies fully transform while others only gain certain traits. Ji-hwan understood, and Han-A looked at her hand. Professor G added, it's all because of the differences in DNA similarity. Then he looked at Jang Suchan and Park Hwi-jin, surprising them. Jang Suchan and Shin Jie-yun are special cases where DNA similarity appears in the limbic system, the part of the brain responsible for instinct. These cases are extremely noted. I think the truth lies in the jungle juice you used, but we haven't been able to find it to analyze its components. Jang Suchan recalled walking into that chaotic house in confusion. Professor J's face darkened seriously. Anyway, simple side effects can be prevented. It just takes more training, so Haesung sat down. Huh? The woman who attacked Nest last time? Duwa also. Haesung asked, how do you know Suchan is like her? She's an outsider. Professor G didn't respond, his expression sinking into. Professor G hesitated. I knew the day would come when I'd have to tell you this. Perhaps today is that day. Jang Suchan and Park Hwi-jin looked. The class listened in silence as Professor G answered. Shin Ji-yun was originally a student at Nest. And 5 years ago, Professor G was walking through the school with students around. He stared at the person in front. Yun, the girl walking ahead, stopped upon hearing. She turned and smiled. Ah, Professor G. Then the two walked and talked. You're at school early? How diligent. She was modest. I have a culture class at 8 o'clock. Professor G explained. In the past, Shin Ji-yun was a kind and enthusiastic. She did so well she could have been top of her class every semester. Ji-yun smiled broadly and promised. See you in class later. Professor G noted I cared for her a lot, but the gossip around her made her pause. So they stood behind her, whispering. Look at her flirting with the professor. She'll do anything for higher grades. No wonder the professors like her. Professor G confirmed. The other students didn't like. He glanced at her mockingly. Then they looked down at Ji-yun's venomous tail. She's brainwashing them with her. They were contemptuous. Monster. Her body trembled with. Everyone was on guard because of her brainwashing complex. Those around her isolated Ji-yun. Jealousy over her being top of the class made them hate her even. Park Hwi-jin remembered her own past isolation. If someone is different from the rest. Jang Suchan also recalled the contempt others had for him. That person will be shunned and Both Jang Suchan and Park Hwi-jin listened intently. It was a simple but cruel reaction. That child pretended everything was fine. She tried to endure it. She believed getting the Cinderella drug would solve everything. Ji-yun had happily researched the drug with Professor. Then a fire broke out. Professor G frowned in shock. And then that incident had. Complex lost its mind. And she killed many people. Ji-yun walked among the crowd, releasing complexes to control them and force them to. Hearing this, Jang Hun slammed the table. That's so dangerous. He stood up and pointed. We have to tie Jang Suchan up. The others hesitated. Down and Hyuna looked over. Jang Hun tried to convince everyone, even if the school says he's safe or that Hell trained to control it, who knows when Hell loses. Jang Hun gritted his teeth and pounded his hand in fear. Now that we know this, how can we go to class? We don't want to. He emphasized. I don't want to come to class with a monster like that. Jang Suchan lowered his head. His face dark. Hwi-jin glared angrily. Jang Suchan's hands clenched and Song stood up, teeth gritted. That bastard is really. Duwa also clenched her fists and gritted her. Professor G spoke up, interrupting. Then, can you do what he did? The crowd looked on in bewilderment. He thought of what Jang Suchan went through. Can you risk your life fighting your natural enemy for over a week? The crowd went. Professor G frowned and questioned. Are you confident you could bite the flesh off your own arm to stay calm and keep your friend? Jang Hun gritted his teeth, startled. Those around him looked on with sympathy. Professor G explained. To avoid hurting anyone, Jang Suchan used all his strength to suppress the side. He looked at everyone, making them lower their heads in shame. Can you really despise someone like that just because you're afraid? Just like how everyone treated Shin Ji. Professor G confirmed, leaving Jang Suchan wide-eyed in shock. Jiang Suchan has successfully controlled his complex once already. He did what Shin Jiayun could. Then Professor Ji put his hands on his hips and looked at Jiang Hun. If you want to criticize him, think about this. Do you want to treat him like a monster and alienate him? Jiang Hun sat down, crossing his arms in confusion. Professor Ji grinned. Or build a relationship with one of the top-ranked students of the first-year insect department here? Hearing that, Jiang Suchan looked at him in total surprise. Huyuna covered her mouth in shock. Did you hear that? Zhao exclaimed. Whoa! Suchan made the top student list like Hui. The girl beside her was also amazed. We haven't even finished half of the second semester, and he's already on the list? Jiang Hun covered his face. Ji Huan chuckled nearby. Lucky! Hana's eyes were wide, hand to her mouth. So above them, Haisong turned to Duhua and praised. Well, his assignment was done well. She grinned and glanced at him. But why do you look so jealous? Above, Professor Ji also smiled with pride.
Dont misunderstand.
This doesn't mean you're guaranteed to be the tops. Below, Jiang Suchan and Park Huijin talked happily. It just shows that, finally, you've taken a step closer to the finish. After class, Jiang Suchan walked through the campus, still deep in thought. A top student. Am I finally getting close? Frowned skeptically. No, maybe he was just making it up. But thanks to that, people aren't avoiding me, and suddenly, his eyes widened as he remembered something and he recalled his first fight with Professor Ji. Thinking back, it was all thanks to Professor Ji. He stood by me against the school. Then he remembered the end-of-term assignment. And the reason he gave me that individual assignment was also to help. Professor Ji was grinning with pride. Maybe he's actually warmer than I. Reality. Jiang Suchan smiled with wide eyes. That was suddenly. A massive explosion rang out from the top of the building. He froze in shock. That incident had. The crowd descended into chaos and panic. He looked up. What? There's an explosion in the. Jiang Suchan's eyes went wide with worry. So the professors are in danger? On that day, outside, the shop pet organization members were looking toward the academy from afar. Jiang Suchan noted. I went through a battle unlike any. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened. An order came through her earpiece. They grinned down at the academy and took their stances. Let's hunt. This is the true survival of the. Above, Assistant Yu ran into the room with a fire extinguisher. Water was pouring down from the sprinkler system. He was bewildered. What's happening?
A soudaine
Assistant Yu held the fire extinguisher, looking. Professor Ji was holding a charred, mangled body. His expression was unreadable. Assistant Yu screamed. Professor gritted his teeth and moved slightly. Assistant Yu asked worriedly. Are you? He finally reacted, holding the person in a daze. I'm fine. Assistant Yu also looked down at the person. He was confused. Who is this? The person's hand was slowly burning. Professor Ji explained, he's a normal civilian we brought back from Hugamdu. He wanted to enroll in our school next year, so he came to my office. Professor Jis' gaze was full of alertness. His body suddenly exploded. Assistant Yes' eyes widened in total shock. Professor Ji looked toward a flash of light at the opposite building. Assistant Yu was confused. Immediately after, the opposite building also exploded, leaving them both. Assistant Yu looked out through the shattered glass. Another explosion. Professor Ji also pulled himself. He gritted his teeth in worry. Below, screams of panic and explosions rang. The announcement system signaled the students. Emergency announcement. At Park Huijin's location, everyone's eyes widened. In the cafeteria, Jiang Suchan's classmates also received the alert. All students and residents of Nest, please evacuate to a safe area immediately. Haisong and Duhua quickly ran off upon hearing the announcement. Repeating, everyone, please evacuate to a safe area. Haisong gritted his teeth. Damn it, what the hell is going? Jiang Suchan stood in the chaos, stunned and unable to. Cry of pain reached him, and he looked over. Girl in a white dress clutched her head and backed toward the railing. My head. It hurts so much. Someone. Jiang Suchan looked at the glowing horn growing from the girl's head. This person. The horn on their. Jiang Suchan reached out awkwardly. Are you okay? He'll take you to the emergency room right. Girl hesitated. Ah. Immediately after, the horn on her head swelled, ready to. A loud explosion rang out before he could reach the. Jiang Suchan stood frozen, watching her body be thrown toward him as blood's face was full of terror. Those behind him screamed in even more panic. A voice rang out. Do you understand now? This is what happens when you dare to interfere in other people's business. His arm emitted flames along with his arrogance. You really have to admire the breeder's foresight. He predicted we'd have to deal with the Hugamdu bug-human soldiers. He pushed up his glasses and laughed triumphantly. Now, hey, race a riddle. Why plant bombs on bug-humans at nest and detonate them from the in? Manhwa pouted. The man with glasses was also awkward. Manhwa, actually, you don't need to answer the question. They stood in a building surrounded by blood. He explained to her as they walked. It's a distraction. Because of the explosions, all their attention will be directed in. Behind them, the guards had been torn to pieces, lying in pools of blood. It meant the security at the entrance would be weak, but Orchid Mantis ignored it and calmly stepped inside. Sir, go outside. A man in a black cloak looked toward the smoke-filled academy and gave an order. Go straight. Just remember one. Glared down. Failure means inside. The alarm blared incessantly. The doors around the academy were being. Chan analyzed the situation while running. Shuttered. An announcement broadcast throughout the academy. All entrances and exits are now being closed. Please remain in your designated safe area. Teacher with a headband entered the room anxiously. All the doors have been closed. He turned to Professor Ma sitting in his chair. Professor Ma, what should we do? He frowned and leaned on his hand, giving an order. Protecting Nest is our job. Gather the security force. In the assembly room, a group of students stood around whispering. Everyone, please stay calm and follow instructions. We will identify each person. A guard approached the students and explained. Since there might be enemies hiding among us, if anyone obstructs our duty or fails to cooperate, they approached with equipment and announced, as the Special Task Force, we have the authority to use force to suppress. These are Nest guards. Special Task Force. Security agent rubbed her chin in thought. Even the Special Task Force, which only appears in emergencies. June looked over at her. Is the situation really that bad? Haina trembled in fear and hugged her. I want to go back to my... Su-chan thought back to the explosions. I saw smoke rising from the window of the research building. Is the professor elsewhere? The guards were still checking the students. Something seems wrong. Who caused this terrorist attack? What is his objective? A hand reached out and removed her. Orchid Mantis took her hat off calmly while Hyojin still hadn't realized. Uni, you look prettier without the... Hyojin turned in shock. I didn't sense her presence. The girl held the hat with a calm expression. Hyojin was confused. Who? Instruction came through the earpiece. Hyojin looked on with wide, surprised eyes. Immediately after, she attacked. A guard quickly blocked the... He glared. Attacking like this so suddenly. He immediately issued an announcement. Suspect found. June ran over with Haina. June turned her head and shouted, requesting backup around Block B. Over. Orchid Mantis' arm transformed. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. The guard muttered the suspect. He made an assessment as she prepared to strike in her transformed state. Suspected Mantis complex. Requesting emergency back. On the other side, Assistant Teacher Du supported Professor G as they left the building. I told you already. He tried to stop the young man. Evacuate everyone in the building first. But the assistant reassured him, they've already been evacuated. It's just us now. You should go to the hospital. Assistant Teacher Du thought about the explosion and gritted his teeth. His body was already weak because of the complex's side effects. After the explosion, he's even weaker. I must take him to Professor Yao immediately. Suddenly, someone blocked their path. So this is Professor. He scratched the back of his neck and the man put his hands on his hips, took off his cloak, and grinned. Let us old men have a private... Professor G gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Assistant Teacher Du. He must be from Pet Shop. As expected, the culprit is an outsider. He declared, step aside. Hyung Bin. I will. Suddenly, a scent wafted. He released smoke from his arm. He glanced at the professor and reminded him, you're not young anymore. And in that state, you shouldn't be doing it. He then helped the trembling man sit on the ground. Leave this to me and just... He lit another cigarette, smoke swirling around his body as he stepped forward. Boring tasks like this are for an assistant like... The man with glasses frowned and sneered. This bat... Elsewhere, Breeder sat next to his dog and remarked, Nest must be scared to death by... He smiled smugly. My scent hunters are different from your previous opponent. Over with Hyojin, they looked on in shock. These Orchid Mantis' bloody feet danced on the ground. She made a sweeping motion. The guards were wiped out, lying in blood. Hyojin was terrified. She's a real monster. The scanner lay on the ground, then lunged at her. The people behind her screamed in fear. They looked at her anxiously. She gritted her teeth and looked up. Hyojin. Strike from above landed in front. Su-chan exclaimed. She looked up as well. Thank Su-chan, wearing glasses, stood before her and sighed in relief. I finally found you. Hyojin looked at him in surprise. Elsewhere, Assistant Teacher Du was smoking and releasing. I know what your ability is, he asserted. Why don't you take off that mask? It's really annoying to look at. On the other side, The man stood in the smoke wearing his mask. He recalled the battle at the Shopet base earlier. So you're the one who defeated most of the Hukando insect humans? I've already noticed your He frowned in slight annoyance and said, you can paralyze your opponents without lifting a finger. It's truly a magnificent complex. How about you forget that Cinderella medicine and come with Assistant Teacher Du rushed at him through the smoke. Sorry, but I'm a graduate of this place. And I've decided to stay here for the rest of my life. He stood in the dense mist and looked around. What a pity. Ah, you've given up being human in a different... Suddenly, Assistant Teacher Du lunged for a direct strike. The man held his mask and swift hand strikes flew forward. For some reason, he wasn't using his complex. Could he have side effects like the Assistant Teacher Du thought? Then he'll have a chance to win. On the other side, the man swung his arm to block. He frowned in regret. I guess it can't be helped. To shock, the assistant's arm blood splattered on his surprised face. The man remarked, you seem very curious. Then take a look. This is my explaining the ant species, Malaysian ant. Also known as the exploding. When this ant encounters an enemy, its abdomen explodes. The ant's abdomen glows, and it kills the opponent by covering them in lethal chem. He smugly flexed his ant-like arm. It began to emit a red light. The power in my body isn't just from one ant. It's from many. My body is synchronized with a colony of exploding. He waved his hand, pushing the smoke back smugly. Everything I touch becomes my soldier, and I can make them explode whenever I... Assistant Teacher Du backed away with his injured arm. So he's the culprit behind the terrorist attack. He has a very dangerous skill, but if I attack him first, it should be... Suddenly, a flash passed overhead. Surprising Assistant Teacher Du, I'll stop him here so the students... Suchan? Where is he going? He looked up in surprise. The man also noticed and followed with his gaze. That's where Orchid Mantis is. Seems like things have started over. Assistant Teacher Du was shocked. What? The man gloated, you should feel lucky you met me. The woman over is much stronger than me. On the other side, Orchid Mantis stepped back, looking at the newly arrived Su panted. Behind him, Hyojin was stunned. Suchan, how did you know I was... He looked at the two girls behind him and explained. Haina and Daeun contacted me. They said there was an attack in the lecture. His expression was serious as he pursed his lips. I've contacted the others, so Huisong and Duwa are on their way. He recalled those who died in the Sea of Blood. Nest Special Task Force. Were they all... He looked at the small Orchid Mantis girl in front of him. By that girl, after killing so many people on the other side, she brought her bloody scythe to her mouth and licked it coldly. And she's still this... Suchan rushed forward. You! But Hyojin grabbed his hand to stop him. Wait. Hyojin stepped forward cautiously. That girl is extremely strong. She's completely different from the mantis guy you fought last time. He looked at her and then she remembered the guard's words. The special task force already called for reinforcements. The backup team will be here soon. So until he muttered, we just need to hold. Then she froze as Orchid Mantis had already swung her scythe and closed. Suchan's eyes widened with worry. Hyojin! You! They then grabbed two iron shields to block her slash. Hyojin's eyes went wide in shock. She cut through it. What on earth? Below, the girl glared and lunged. Her arms were like quickly blocked with the iron plate. She attacked with her scythe. Her eyes, thank you watching for vid. Immediately, she delivered a strike that shattered the iron. Suchan ran around her, causing her to pause and look. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. Suchan rushed in. She swung her. Suchan gritted his teeth in shock as the sharp scythe aimed for his neck. She's reading my movements? This is bad. She's going to pierce. Suddenly, his arm was bound by a Orchid Mantis slashed through decisive. It was Haina. She pulled the silk thread, dragging him to the ground. Her face was full of worry. She gripped the silk thread tightly. Are you? Suchan lay on the ground and looked up. Thanks. Seeing this, Orchid Mantis, she lunged in anger but was knocked back by Jiun's spiked. She smiled, panting. I had to use a fire extinguisher because I left my mace in the room. But I guess it still works. Then she sliced the fire extinguisher, causing gas to spray everywhere. Hina screamed. Right after, utilizing the gas cloud, Suchan flew around with silk threads to bind Orchid Mantis. She stood in the smoke, looking slightly surprised. He shouted, now! Hi! From above, she dove down. The bound girl tucked her knees and jumped. Insect-human combat skill. She used the move, Falling Flower. She descended rapidly, landing straight on Orchid Man. The girl's face took the full impact of both knees, pinning her to the rounding crowd cheered excitedly. He did it. She landed. Others, while clearing the guards' bodies, shouted, such incredible power. Is she the top representative of Class 5? Surely her opponent is either dead or gravely. For smoke, Hyojin stepped out with bloody. She bent down and grabbed her trembling ankle. Suchan quickly ran over, landing on the ground and looking at her legs worriedly. Are you okay, Hyojin?
Suchan está mered.
Don't worry.
I recover very quickly. She blushed and pulled her hat down. Suchan thought to himself as expected of Hyojin. Looked up at her proudly. On the other side, Orchid Mantis she lunged coldly at the two of them from behind the Suchan shouted a warning while she only had time to turn her head back. Hyojin, she said. Elsewhere, the man with glasses leaned on his hand smugly. We sent hunters were chosen to become monsters to survive in hellish breeding. He asserted we are not on the same level. A blood-red flower. Orchid Mantis, he remarked, for hothouse flowers like you. On the other side, she turned and attacked. Blood sprayed everywhere. Solitary, a blade sliced directly across Hyojin's neck. She muttered, Orchid Mantis' eyes were cold as she smiled. Blood covered her face. You look prettier without the Suchan stared. The hat fell. He screamed in terror, explaining Orchid Mantis species. The Orchid Mantis. This mantis species living in Southeast Asia is also known as the flower mantis. Its pink body provides excellent camouflage. It looks very much like a flower. Thus, its hunting method is to disguise itself as a flower and ambush its petals appeared faintly in the rain of blood, but never be deceived by its beautiful appearance. The orchid mantis, like other mantis species, is an apex predator. Orchid Mantis' eyes were cold as she swung her. Hyojin's head was severed in front of Su. Screamed in horror, no. Hyojin. Her hair fell before turned her head smugly. Next, but then, an attack reached her neck. Shocked, it was Hyojin. She hugged the girl tightly from behind, gripping her neck. Orchid Mantis' eyes widened in shock as she stumbled. She immediately broke free and sliced off Hyojin's arm. She landed and looked back cautiously. On the other side, Hyojin clutched her healing wounds and looked at her. Orchid Mantis was confused. I'm sure I cut your Lo Suchan ran over anxiously. Are you okay? Her neck gradually mended. Then, memories of the conversation with Professor G in the office surfaced. Hyojin, before you begin your individual his face was serious. I have a few words regarding your comp to the battle. Orchid Mantis lunged from below while she glared down. The two clashed. A scythe against her arm was sliced multiple times. Her body was also cut. She gritted her teeth. Powerful attack. But not very Suchan's Wanga fist. Orchid Mantis jumped to Hyojin gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. She threw another punch. If I can hit her weak, the punch swung out. The girl dodged again. The scythe quickly lunged toward Hyojin's neck. Immediately, Suchan rushed in to block. She was knocked. Suchan landed in front of Hyojin. Worried. I hit her with my maximum speed. If she were a normal person, she'd be unconscious. Hyojin approached, also somewhat surprised. On the other side, Orchid Mantis stood back up. She gritted her teeth, looking at them. If I were a normal person. Right after, she looked back in panic. She's aiming for Hyojin again. He shouted loudly. What? On the other side, she reached out and grabbed the girl's scythe. Hyojin. Blood sprayed in. Hyojin's arm fell to the ground as Haina and June screamed in fear. She dashed away smugly. This time, I'm certain I've cut it. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed her face. Slammed into the ground by Hyojin. Her eyes were full of confusion and panic. What above? She gritted her teeth and threw a punch down. Orchid Mantis was shocked. She recovered. The girl raised her leg, intending to kick her. They split in two directions. Suchan ran over, worried. Hyojin, that wound. Is it because of your comp? On the other side, the girl muttered, now I understand. What the hell is explaining? Professor you took you to the lab under the guise of a physical checkup. But the real purpose was to check. Hyojin stood at attention before the They looked at the computer readings in astonishment. I hope you're not surprised, but according to the results, it was filled with bright red. Hyojin was stunned to hear the result. You have merged with about 1,000 cockroaches. At that time she extended her hands. Light flared, filling the room. Professor you noted, normally, a person can't merge with multiple insects. But when jungle juice is used on a swarm of insects, it is said there's a small probability of success. Hyojin clutched her wrist. Professor you affirmed, but you still haven't been able to use your ability to its full potential. So, this exercise will bring that power completely under your control. He reminded her, with the life force of 1,000 cockroaches, you could survive a nuclear explosion. With that power, you'll find that Cinderella is no longer a distant dream. Hyojin was slightly taken aback. Then the professor asked, can you do it? Now, the wounds on her body were gradually healing. I still don't like this power. Must use it now. Hyojin clenched her fist with determination and looked. Seeing this, Orchid Mantis pouted. I don't know what to do and she reported to Giganta outside. I've encountered someone with a unique complex, and now I'm stuck here. He glared down with his red eyes. There are always unique enemies in this world. It would be good to consume them, but our objective remains the top priority. He then reminded her, since you've drawn enough attention, go regroup with the old man. Elsewhere, footsteps approached the orchid mantis frantically sliced. Hyojin shouted, "The door! Stop!" But the girl rushed outside.
Yahello, Suchan.
Chase after her. She might attack others. He'll gather the injured guards and take them to the ER. Suchan confirmed as he ran. Immediately, Suchan lunged. So young. She looks like a middle schooler. But she's very strong. Is she the type trained with food? Behind her, Haina and Jiun ran over. Hyojin, are you? Then she looked at the people below and thought, first, I'll take the guards to the ER and I will also. Then she looked at an injured guard. Come to think of it, Suchan said he called Duhua and Huisong. But, elsewhere, 2 people were blocked at the door. Why haven't they arrived? The person blocking the door looked at them. Ah, I was wondering where you were rushing off to. Huisong and Duhua gritted their teeth and she had a student on her back, trembling in pain from being bent out of shape, as she looked at them. So you were planning to go help your friends in Orchid Mantis? Duhua pointed at her and frowned. I don't know who you are, but why don't you put that person down so we can? She thought at this rate they'll die. But the girl just glanced over. Ah, right. My apologies. Immediately, she snapped the person's body in half, spraying blood everywhere. Huisong and Duhua looked on in shock, gritting their teeth in anger. She tossed the person aside. There, I put them. She glared mockingly. Happy now? Duhua saw this and rushed in with a fist in a rage. You bet. Huisong shouted in shock from beside her. Hey, if you just recklessly charge in like that. Her hand caught the toxic and she leaned in close and sneered. I heard you're very good at showing off your strength. What a coincidence. So am I. She was shocked too. Gritted her teeth, her face red with anger. The girl continued to smile provocatively. Want to see who's stronger?
Sheung.
Near assistant teacher Du, smoke swirled around the man wearing glasses and a mask scratched the back of his neck smugly. You were acting so arrogant just a moment. On the other side, assistant teacher Du was in tatters with burns on his arms. He knelt on the ground, struggling. Now look at your eyes gleamed. Damn it. I won't be able to win if I don't use my comp. Man then turned his head. Okay. He approached the immobile Professor G. Let me finish this. Something rushed toward him, swung his arm to block assistant teacher Du. Then he exclaimed, you still have the strength to move? The assistant staggered, shielding Professor G. The man joked, I guess you youngsters are always full of energy. His blood-streaked face glared at the man with determination. What is your goal? To kill Professor. An assistant teacher Du lost his cool and lunged at him. Now I know. This must be an order from Shin Jie-yun, right? Only that bitch would have goals like. He then raised his hand and muttered. For an assistant, his level of learning, his arm glowed red. Will knowing that help you? He clenched his fist. The assistant's arm exploded. Man gestured mockingly. See? You can't do anything. He was pushed back, arms trembling with helpless rage. Damn it. All I need to do is get that mask. Assistant teacher Du raised his head toward him. His arms were shattered by burns. My smoke is useless because I can't even get close to him due to those explosions. Is there? No. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly pulled a weapon from his coat. Actually, there is a way. Assistant teacher Du recalled Professor J's warning. Don't ever use that skill again. If you use it one more time, I will strip you of your assistant position. Assistant teacher Du opened a case with a gold-tipped cigarette.
I'm sorry.
He gritted his teeth and put the cigarette to his mouth. This is all I have. On the other side, the man swung his arm, his eyes narrowing. His glasses gleamed. I'll end it right. On the other side, he puffed the last cigarette. The larval spots stuck to his body glowed, ready to detonate. Looked at the larvae embedded in assistant teacher Du's flesh and remarked, normally, the longer they stay, the weaker the explosion. But you have 15 of them on. Narrowed his eyes. Have you ever experienced the feeling of your limbs being blown to pieces? On the other side, assistant teacher Du ignored him and kept smoking. When I was a student, memories of being ridiculed by those around him for the smell of smoke came to mind. I was a chain smoker. Due to the effects of my complex, I smoked all day. The scent spread everywhere, annoying my classmates. No one dared to get close to me because of the smoke. Suddenly, Professor G plucked the cigarette from his mouth, surprising him. Aren't you the one who requested a smoking room for the school and got rejected? The deans are quite hard. Professor G held the cigarette and offered. From now on, come and smoke in my office. Assistant teacher Du stared at him. Except for one place where the man glared. He clenched his fist to trigger the detonators. Explode and The detonators on his arms glowed simultaneously.
Imploding and stanze.
And the ones on his he used fireworks. Sparkler. Immediately after, the assistant's body was blown to pieces. Glasses fell to the ground, still emitting elsewhere. Su-chan flew in the sky, scanning the area. That damn pink mantis. Where did she? Suddenly, an explosion from below caught him by surprise. Su-chan saw the flash of fire and was bewildered. Below, the man stood with his hands on his hips, watching the wall of fire. He turned smugly. Now, to finish off the professor. From behind, an invisible pressure from the smoke reached him, causing him to feel an instinctive. He turned his head. Professor J's voice echoed in assistant teacher Dust's mind. Shouldn't I use my skill? Professor. He stood before Professor G in his office. The professor offered a cigarette. A special cigarette with nicotine content increased by half the lethal amount. It's said to have a stimulant effect. How is it any different from self-destruct? Placed a metal box on the table. If you truly need to use it, I will only allow it in a doomsday scenario. Other than that, it is forbidden regardless of the situation. Then he recalled his favorite author's words to remind him. A famous writer once said that nicotine can only provide inspiration for a short as it withers our soul. The golden beetle was ravaged by the smoke. HMOT assistant teacher Du transformed into his true form and lunged in a rage. He slashed relentlessly while the man retreated. It was sliced in 3 places, spraying blood. The man with glasses looked on in shock. He survived that explosion, then triggered another detonator, knocking the assistant back. The man with glasses was sharp. This bastard. He's still taking a massive amount of damage. On the other side, his body was torn into smoky pieces as he assistant teacher Du gritted his teeth. His whole body covered in blood. The man noted, he's ignoring the pain from the explosion entirely, and he's still attacking. Watched with wide, shocked eyes as the assistant lunged. Immediately, the assistant delivered a kick that slashed the man's body, making him spit blood and stumble. Gritted his teeth. His mask was also sliced open. My mask. Assistant teacher Du explained. Adrenaline has completely suppressed my. The mask and blood fell to the ground. In this state, I won't lose any close quarters fight. Not even to a He interrupted as the assistant was about to swing his claws. Enough of this nonsense. Suddenly, Orchid Mantis lunged from behind and drove her sharp scythe into his shoulder, making him freeze. The masked man also assistant teacher Du spat blood and glanced back in confusion. What? He grinned excitedly and raised his hand. Whoa. She also jumped down, retracting her scythe. Orchid Mantis. Right as he attacked the assistant, sending him. He lay on the ground, trembling and struggling to resist. He thought, another one? What kind of power is this? I've reached my. The other side, the man stood watching with a gleeful grin. What wind brought you here? Weren't you in charge of another area? She pouted. Master told me to come help you. Hearing this, he smirked. Master is always worrying over. He then adjusted his glasses and walked off with a grin. Then he'll go take care of the professor. You deal with that young brat. Orchid Mantis glanced at the man's claws aimed for the unconscious Professor G, while the girl approached the assistant. Assistant teacher Du was helpless. No, Professor G. Suddenly he thank you watching for vid. He then emphasized, Orchid Mantis. What on earth did you bring with you? Assistant teacher Du also looked up in surprise. His eyes widened in shock. Standing before them was Su-chan. His teeth in rage.
Shouted internally.
Hangs glared at them with fury. Below, assistant teacher Du had crawled up. They stared at him. The man with glasses noted, oh, is this the dragonfly breeder man? Rubbed his chin with a calculating smile. He also asked us to catch him if we saw him. Today is a luck. Hearing that, Su-chan's rage grew as he gritted his teeth. Below, assistant teacher Du tried to stop him.
Don't.
He looked down. His body was covered in burns.
Teacher Du.
Those burns? Assistant teacher Du warned seriously. These guys are very dangerous. Even for a first-year top student like you, they're formidable opponents. Su-chan looked at him in disbelief. Don't tell me. Those explosions just now were caused by this. He smirked, extending his claws. Yes, I did it. I planted exploding eggs in those Hukando in. Su-chan didn't respond, just silently looked down, his expression unreadable. The man taunted. Did you see it explode? Crimson flesh flying everywhere is quite a sight. Then he recalled the image of the girl whose head exploded. He glared at them with even greater. Ignoring assistant teacher Dust's advice, he quickly lunged forward. On the other side, Orchid Mantis also lunged to attack him. Chan jumped to dodge the from above. Su-chan threw a punch directly at the man with glasses behind. He extended his arm to block the punch. He grinned gleefully. A small explosion began to emit smoke between his fist and the man. He swung his arm, sending Suchan. Suchan landed on the ground in confusion. He pouted and looked up. Then he frowned. Normally, his hand should have been torn. He looked at Suchan's smoking gloves and noted, those gloves seem quite sturdy. Suchan gritted his teeth and looked at him, his hand He also noticed the man's smoking hand. I'm sure he said we've touched. Does that mean it explodes every time I touch his? He clenched his fist and flew up again, staring at his hand. I have the speed advantage. As long as I don't touch his hands, I can win. So the hand grabbed his. It was assistant teacher Du. He stood up and tossed Suchan backward. Ah! Suchan got up, confused.
Teacher Du?
He frowned and reminded him. Leave this to me. Go evacuate the surrounding area with Professor. Suchan shouted anxiously. But Teacher Du, those wounds, I can fight too. Assistant teacher Du stood before him, clutching his own. He explained to the bewildered boy. I'm not stopping you just because you're. Then glared at him. If you accidentally enter a feral state during the fight, civilians will. He reminded him. Suchan turned to look at the houses. Look around. Inside, civilians were huddled in fear, looking out. There are many people around here. Although you said you've controlled your complex, that was during training. In a real battle, when people's lives are threatened around you, things will be.
Suchan finally understood.
Assistant teacher Du confirmed. Nest doesn't deploy first-year students in these situations. That's why you must evacuate. He bit his lip, unwilling to accept. He then took off according to the instructions under the gaze of the man with glasses looked up in dissatisfaction. Ha! You're really leaving? How boring. Above, Suchan carried Professor G and flew away to. Assistant teacher Du panted, gritting his teeth as he tried to endure. He recalled Jiayun going mad in the past. There shouldn't be another disaster like that day. I want to minimize the chance of that. Then he remembered Suchan and Professor G fighting for their superiors. Professor G told me to believe in him. He then lunged toward the other two again. Believing in him won't make this any. The man with glasses sighed with a bored expression. You look like you can't even fight anymore. Where does that confidence come? Beside him, Orchid Mantis used her scythe to cover her face. We need to finish this quickly, old man. If it takes too long, Master said reinforcements will arrive. He sneered, haha, don't worry, Orchid Mantis raised his hand, smugly preparing to detonate. There are still plenty of Hukando insects here. If I detonate them all, I'm sure no one would notice. Don't you? He then clenched his fist. Heat radiated around him. But there was no reaction in front of them, bewildering them. He clenched his fist again in confusion. What? Why aren't they exploding? The other side, assistant teacher Du sneered. He held out his phone toward him and explained, it's connected to the guards. Assistant Du reminded him, you said it yourself, didn't you? That you planted bombs on the Hukando people. People were quickly taken away to have the bomb larvae removed. That's why Professor Mosgard's scattered here and there. I think your detonation zone is gone. The larvae were sealed in specialized jars. Right now, they're probably removing the bombs from the Hukando civilians. Assistant Du glared at him and warned, never look down on Nest. You won't be killing anyone else. Seeing this, the two gritted their teeth in. You won't be killing anyone else. Seeing this, the two gritted their teeth in. But the man with glasses rubbed his chin and sneered. It's a shame to lose all my pawns. But, our main objective is still that. He looked at assistant teacher Du, who was trembling and covered in blood. This guy is just a useless insect now who can't even use his comp. Immediately they lunged forward. Still, doesn't, shouted, die. While assistant teacher Du glared and pursed his lips with determination. Elsewhere, Suchan dove down from above. Dragonfly. Suchan flew out of the building. His eyes were fixed directly on the. He immediately landed with a thunderous strike that flattened the man. The surrounding ground spat blood in pain under the move hunting. Suchan then landed on the ground, leaving assistant teacher Du stunned. He tossed a cigarette to the assistant. Here, teacher Du. He caught it in. Assistant teacher Du looked at the cigarette in the case. Suchan explained, I took it from your desk. He then stood at attention and suggested, if my complex loses control again, use that to put me to. Suchan smirked and glanced at him. Now, you can trust me. Assistant teacher Du's eyes widened in. He recalled the first time Professor G gave him a cigarette. Here, these cigarettes. Smoke as much as you want in my. Assistant teacher Du took the cigarette in confusion. Is it okay, Professor? My smoke can be dangerous. He patted his head and affirmed. It's. Professor G smiled happily. I don't doubt my own. At that moment he was so moved his lips trembled. Professor G reminded him. Adjust your complex here. I will help you whenever you. Now, assistant Professor Du placed a cigarette in his mouth. On the other side, The guy wearing glasses stood up, his whole body trembling. He pushed up his glasses. Miwa also warily raised her claws. Assistant Professor Du warned, "They're very strong."
Just, don't.
Assistant Professor Du stood behind a cloud of smoke. Letting the freshman fight like this, it seems like I'm gonna get fired. Ahead of him, he cracked his knuckles and looked elsewhere. The muscular girl stared at Haisong and Duwa, preventing them from. Her hand was shredded. She raised it to touch her face. On the other side, the muscular girl smashed her fists together, looking down at them with confidence. Duwa remarked, "What the hell is that weird armor?" Rushed forward. All of my then, while attacking, she shouted in frustration, "It's not doing anything at all." Meanwhile, the other woman stood in a defensive stance without being affected in the slightest. She stopped attacking. Her eyes were wide with anger, but there was nothing she could. The woman continuously swung her arms, blocking every incoming. Immediately after, Duwa was knocked back, spitting blood. Beside her, Haisong also rushed in with a kick, but he kicked down, but she braced herself without taking any damage. Haisong was bounced. She warned him, leaving him confused. It's used. Her body still didn't have a single scratch. Confidently, she pointed to her shoulder. "My armor is harder than." Explanation of the species. The armor of the armored ground cricket, an insect belonging to the bush cricket family. They live in South Africa. On the other side, the girl continuously took hits but didn't feel a thing. The tough exoskeleton on their shoulders is used for defense against predators. Haisong's eyes widened and he was also knocked back by the woman. Haisong was sent flying. Meanwhile, Duwa rushed in again. She gritted teeth in helplessness. "That armor is tough as hell. Is this bitch also the type trained with food?" Claws were exposed, ready to scratch. "But I also." After, she gritted her teeth and stabbed upward. "That's damn." The woman's face darkened as she blocked the punch with her gauntlet at 50%. After, a crack appeared on her shoulder. Surprised, Duwa bared her teeth excitedly. On the other side, the woman also smiled with equal excitement. Armored ground cricket stance. A bug with a sturdy. Immediately after, she used Bloody Mary. Liquid sprayed around Duwa's body. She retreated back, gritting her teeth and cursing. "RGH, damn it. What the hell is." Tears flowed uncontrollably in pain. She gritted her teeth. In the blood of the armored cricket, there is a chemical acid component. That blood will cause temporary blindness. In front of Duwa was a dark void. If sprayed on an opponent's face during combat, she was panicked. The woman glanced over smugly and reminded her, "Don't blame yourself. After all, taking away an opponent's vision is a very common strategy used in the." She added while Duwa was still reeling, "And the acid concentration in the blood is quite low, so it's only temporary blindness." However, after, she stepped forward and punched her repeatedly. Was punched until her expression changed, her mouth tightly shut. "In that time you'll go." She grinned excitedly, preparing another punch. My punching blows rained down incessantly on Duwa's defenseless body. Her body was beaten back. "Thank you watching for vid." Woman remarked while Duwa's eyes were still hazy and closed. "I heard you were raised by a breeder, but you're weaker than I expected." Now she stood frozen, unable to defend her. The woman stood at a distance and shared her thoughts. "I almost felt bad that Lee Junhyun was fired while looking after you. As an old friend." Startled, she hesitated. Then she mumbled, "Are you from the orphanage?" The woman was calm. "Yeah." So then they both remembered that orphanage. "To be honest, I don't care about anyone's background, but I still remember that place." She thought of the group of people inside holding insect repellent pointed at her. A place full of scum, selling children just for money. Aside those scum, Lee Junhyun was the one with the most principles. Duwa bit her lip until it bled. She recalled his dark and mysterious appearance. "Oh, I don't want to sue him or anything. He's strong." After, she rushed in to attack again, while Duwa could only defend in vain. There is no such thing as good or evil in the world of the strong. Such things are just human-centric philosophies. She laughed with delight. "But there is one thing. The weak are the exceptions." Spoke incessantly. Inside, Duwa gritted her teeth, trying to block the blows. "Before you had a complex, you were just a coward beaten by your father. And when you were kidnapped by the orphanage back." Duwa remembered her past. "And when you almost killed the person trying to protect you, Lee Junhyun, right?" A punch broke through the guard of both her. Immediately after, it landed directly on her chin, knocking her back. Her body screamed in pain. The woman stood with her hand on her chin, looking at Duwa trembling on the ground. "No matter how much you try to act tough, if you keep causing trouble for your partner at critical moments like." She rounded her eyes in contempt. "Then you're just a useless piece of trash." trembled, unable to fight back, right?
Géant d'uva.
She licked her lips with interest.
But don't worry.
Even if you're her hand reached down, revealing a savage smile. As food, you'll have some value somewhere. Haisong stepped forward and used his foot to stomp on her arm. To the surprise of, he looked back at Duwa and she looked up too. Don't cry so easily, John Duwa. It's just some blindness, what's there to cry about? His expression was unclear. And so what if you cause trouble? He remembered the memory of them going to the beach with their arms around each other's shoulders. Friends can cause trouble for each other. Cleared down and smiled, right? Raised her head, looking into the distance. She bared her teeth and smiled. Keep your mouth shut, you. Next, Haisong jumped back while Duwa rushed forward. She incessantly while the other woman dodged in surprise. She's aiming for me perfectly, even when she can't see anything. Meanwhile, was focusing on using her vibration sensor. She punched the woman directly in the face. The woman also looked up and dodged it. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain. Tail stabbed into the wound on the woman's shoulder, shocking her. Her tail, after she dodged backward, is fine. Emperor scorpions have almost no venom. And that scratch from earlier didn't do much to me. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she felt something. She slumped, groaned and vomited blood. She covered her mouth with her hand. Blood from her eyes, mouth, and nose flowed incessantly. What? How can it be this toxic? About scorpion species. Normally, an emperor scorpion's venom is very weak because it has strength as its main weapon. Therefore, it doesn't use its tail often. John Duwa had been poisoned twice before. She remembered being bitten and poisoned by an ion generator earlier. So she found a way to overcome the weak antibiotics of a scorpion. Vials of poison were stacked up. And the result, Duwa braced herself with all her might, struggling as she looked at the empty vials on the table. John Duwa's personal training, resisting neurotoxins. She drank those poisons to build up her immune system. She drank the poisons of other students that affected her complex. Her the ability to create highly lethal toxins within her own body. Her tail was now accumulating deadly venom. Duwa growled, who did you say was weaker, trash? Emperor Scorpion stance. Let's compare. She looked at her and smiled triumphantly. Poisonous spear. Who's the bag of trash? At that moment, Duwa spun around and swung her. Then she whipped it once against Sun Sus. Her face contorted as she suppressed the pain. Her body began to change. Damn it. The poison. Duwa continued to pull her collar close, smiling coldly. Where's that composure of you? Then she unleashed a punch. Gauntlet 30%. It sent Sun Sus' body falling back. Song took this opportunity to rush in from one. With a cold face, he delivered a side. Sun Tzu suddenly turned around and then a toxic purple liquid sprayed. Haisong, rushing in, saw it and looked on in horror, unable to dodge in time. Sun Tzu calculated, it'll make you all blind. Then he'll play. At that moment, Duwa quickly appeared and grabbed Haisong's. Duwa pulled him out of the way while she herself stood with her hands up to cover her eyes and take. Sun Tzu regained her balance on the ground and exclaimed in surprise. What? She took it with her face messy and grimacing. Duwa warned Haisong. Worry about your eyes, you idiot. Or rather, you dipshit. If the aftereffects from the last time you were blind get worse, you could go permanently blind. Haisong asked in shock. Hey, how can you? Duwa closed her eyes and reassured him. Don't. She felt everything around her and said confidently, I can see everything fucking Sun Tzu gritted her teeth in panic. No way that bitch can see. Does she have sensing abilities? I underestimated Nest's curriculum. I thought she would just use Duwa rushed in to attack her first. Go to hell. You. Sun Tzu looked at the attack. I think I failed this. Immediately, an explosion. Haisong raised his hand to block the smoke and dust while trying to observe the situation.
Géant d'uva.
Does that delinquent count as cheating when she fights with her eyes closed? Suddenly, his face became he shouted. John, the situation had now been reversed. Duwa was helplessly kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Sun Tzu stood there looking like a. Duwa opened her mouth and vomited a large amount of blood. Sun Tzu spoke. Sorry for holding back since I only saw you as food. From now on, I'm not hunting. Her expression was terrifying. Her eyes glared down as she hissed. I'm gonna. Immediately, Sun Tzu kicked Duwa in the stomach with great force, sending her flying. Duwa coughed up a large amount of blood once. She crouched down to gather momentum. Then she jumped up and stomped down. She trampled Duwa into the ground. Haisong was extremely shocked when he realized. Her speed suddenly. Sun Tzu, as if gone mad, continuously punched Duwa like a punching. After hitting for a while, she stopped. Then she jumped again. At first, I didn't have this speed. Unlike crickets and insects with strong legs, Armored ground crickets are insects that crawl on the ground slow. But in that, I shouldn't have been alive with this slow. To live, I had to run. Eat those weaker than me and avoid the. And then my complex iron spikes began to grow on Sun's body. Predator, the origin of speed. Her body was encased in a tough layer of armor. She had evolved to survive. Bush cricket predators like us have returned from death's door. No matter how much you learn to enhance your complex through there will always be a massive wall between. On this side, Suchan was fighting Miwa. He was worried. Yeah. Her attacks are too strong and fast. There's no opening for me to counterattack. And he shouted with all his might, Professor Du, knock her out with your. Assistant Professor Du was in a combat state. With his shirt in tatters, he replied, I'm trying. His move was Hawk Moth's. Then Assistant Professor Du released another move, smoked. Miwa quickly used Orchid Mantis stance to block that. Next was the vortex of Moonflower Storm. Everything fell into a colorful atmosphere. Seeing that, Suchan was confused. She created wind and dispersed all the. Suddenly, another person behind him reached out with claws. I'm still here. Immediately, a large explosion. Suchan tried to dodge the attacks but felt it was impossible. I can't change direction. There are too many explosions. While Suchan was busy dodging the explosions, he was attacked by. He gritted his teeth trying to break. From behind, I need to. But Miwa used her legs to clamp onto Suchan's neck, hissing eerily. Do it. Suchan was about to stab his pincer into her body. She continued, the professor said I can kill you if it's too hard to capture you alive. But that's also because you look so delicious. And her expression became full of desire. At that moment, Assistant Professor Du shouted, Suchan. Then another person called out. Look, beckoned to Assistant Professor Du. Do you still have time to worry about? Assistant Professor Du was now wounded in the stomach. His strength decreased, leaving him helpless. Damn it. We're outnumbered, and enduring the aftershocks from using my complex earlier is becoming harder. To overcome this situation, after calculating, he shouted to Suchan, use your Suchan was still scuffling with Miwa and replied worriedly. But that, Assistant Professor Du immediately urged him, if we don't stop them now, not only will we die, but Professor G and other civilians will die. I know this is very risky. If the force is directed wrong, it could endanger civilians. After thinking, he calmed down, held out an object, and reassured him, it's okay. Trust me and go. Suchan was also struggling to make a decision. That sharp pincer was pressing against his neck. I remember that in that moment before death, that annoying feeling of being about to be eaten by that dragon. Here, come here and Suchan also fell into that dark space for a moment. Then a shout rang out. Suchan. At that moment Miwa, his body began to transform. Will I? Really? Immediately, an explosion. Everyone had to stop fighting to dodge that surge of. Suchan was pulled away by Professor G, who spoke up. If you could control it that easily, I wouldn't have needed to train you in the first. His arm was still smoking. Don't think you can just die if you want to. Because are the next student to graduate from my department. Declared seriously, leaving Suchan completely. The space was being. Professor G praised him. You've worked hard. Assistant Professor Du happily replied. Professor G. Professor G still stood there with a grim face, instructing, now stay there and rest. You two have done it. Then he turned toward the two scoundrels in front of him. Now then, who should I burn? He spoke while clenching his fists, burning with. Miwa was now lying on the ground. Her sharp eyes looked. Suchan shouted a warning. Be careful, Professor. That mantis is dangerous. Before he could finish his sentence, she suddenly rushed in to attack Professor. His eyes remained. Professor G quickly grabbed one of her pins. Then, with one hand, he slammed Miwa's head hard against the. Suchan was so shocked his mouth hung. Professor G gritted his teeth and swung Miwa's body. Then he threw her away with all his might, creating a large explosion. Her accomplice watched her go. He threw Miwa with his bare hands. He didn't notice that Professor G had already rushed toward. He grabbed his arm. Insect-human combat. Submission. Arm bomber. Professor G used all his strength to twist his arm behind. The man's face turned bright red from the intense. Then two powers collided, creating an explosion. Accomplice retreated. Fool. It was a mistake to come near. The moment you touched my hand, I already planted a bunch of soldiers. There it is. He quickly flashed a cunning. Professor G still stood there, radiating a murderous. His eyes were dark as he spoke. Don't expect to leave this place alive. You bastard. You crossed a line that you should never have crossed. After his words, he unleashed his powerful fire strength. Bombardier beetle. Man was now shocked by the surge of power coming at him. This temper. All of my soldiers. Did they all evaporate? Professor J's flames burned onto his face. Impossible. Professor J's surge of power became even more intense. The others now also had to endure those angry Manhwa couldn't escape in time and staggered within the fire burned more fiercely each moment. As if fuel had been. He looked at the charred body on the ground and said, "You use explosions, but you can't withstand a temperature at this." Suchan stood there in shock. He took him down with a single blow, as expected of Professor. Right then, he clutched his arm and let out a groan of, "Is that black smoke?" Coming from Professor Jis. Assistant Professor Du was extremely panicked. "Oh no, he's reached his limit." Suchan looked over, startled. "What do you—" Assistant Professor Du recounted with a serious look. Ever since Professor Ji fought Shin Ji-yun 5 years ago, his left arm has been unstable due to side. Moreover, the more he uses his complex, the worse his condition will be. Hearing this, Suchan quickly remembered what Baigang had warned him about earlier. "Professor Ji, it seems like he's been using his complex a bit too much lately. Please be careful. He's pushing himself to his..." Assistant Professor Du became more worried as he spoke. "In the last few months, he has used his complex a bit too much. We must stop." Then he rushed straight forward. Suchan called out in panic. Professor Ji stood there contemplating. "I think he already used that cigarette, didn't he? I told him not to smoke those things. The one who should collapse here." Then he decided to burst his power once more and rush toward. Suddenly, the accomplice rushed in from the side to attack Professor. His eyes clearly showed shock. "This bastard. He hasn't collapsed." He gritted his teeth, his ugly face hissing. That explosion wasn't. That fiery kick also made Professor Ji slide back along. Taking advantage of this, Miwa stabbed her sharp pincer through him from behind. In front, the accomplice was charged. Just like that, Professor Ji alone had to fight for his life against those. And he punched the ground, creating a shockwave that pushed the two of them. The accomplice now flashed a triumphant smile. "You're becoming weaker than before." Then Miwa jumped up. She used all her strength, intending to stab her pincer into Professor. Meanwhile, the accomplice also confidently swung his fist. "Try burning." His hand was now bleeding from the Miwa madly stabbed her sharp pincer down. Professor Ji wondered. A bomb on a mantis hand? This crazy and immediately, the space felt as if it were about to be torn apart. Suchan flew in and shouted Professor Jis' name in pain. The accomplice still smiled triumphantly, raising his monstrous. And Suchan quickly noticed the explosions above. Immediately, chunks of broken concrete fell from the. Suchan didn't have time to dodge and cursed. A large slab of concrete moved at that. Suchan was trapped inside. As he tried to struggle out, a warning rang out. "Just sit there and watch a beat." Suchan looked in horror at his arm pierced by a large iron bar. Miwa stopped and said, "Old man, I can't feel my hand anymore." Her accomplice laughed and said, "Just bear with it for a bit, Miwa. It'll recover event. Arm is a small price if we can kill Nest's strongest." Professor Ji was now sitting on the floor. His whole body was giving off remnants of the power from Earth. Suchan was still trying to struggle. "Professor Ji, I must help him. I must get out of here." As he was fumbling, the professor spoke up again.
Watch closely, Hang Suchan.
He pushed himself up and continued. "This is an advanced lesson specifically for the special class. I will show you the essence of the world." His arm glowed once. In another space, a certain power was zooming. Hygiene was speeding away as fast as she. Her appearance was full of worry and urge. Hygiene ran at a very high. She reached the destination. She immediately.
"I'm here."
Hygiene stood alone in front of a massive building in the dark. Quickly pulled out an. "Look, the emergency rescue team has arrived." Going back 30 minutes. The scene was extremely chaotic. The medical team rushed in to take the injured for treatment. "There's another patient here." Her Hygiene turned away, calculating. "Good. With this situation, the citizens and guards are all safe. I need to go help Suchan." Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Hey, freshman class represent." It was the guard from earlier. His whole body was bandaged. He looked heavily injured but tried to ask for help. "If you have some free time, help me with something." Jean was shocked. "That is," the guard explained, "this is the key to the principal. Currently, the principal is not here. He is someone who loves nature, so he has a lodge on the nearby. He doesn't use his phone, so I'm sure he doesn't know what's happening. I feel bad letting a freshman do this, but no one with me can move. Please do me a favor. Go to the principal instead." Hygiene received the key in shock. To Nest, the principal, the top priority. At that moment, someone named Neonbo stood at the gate, flashing a demonic smile as if on Professor Jis' side he was burning his strength, the essence of the world. Suchan was shocked. What? Immediately, his arm twitched and tightened as if about to Professor Ji clutched his arm in pain.
Sufan schouted in panits Professor Yi.
"Damn it. It want thank you watching for vid." The accomplice flashed a mocking smile. "Putting on a show in front of your student. It seems your body has reached its side effects. It seems you once resisted your own Hearing that, Suchan exclaimed in shock. Resisted? His own complex? Seeing his expression, the man explained nonchalantly. Our power, that is, our complex is inspired by if brain resists its complex, the body will be overloaded as a side of I am not a monster. I just want to be a normal. Those desires return as a side of hearing that, Suchan understood Professor J's instability. That means, Professor G also remembered his past decisions. In the past, I was surely foolish. Complexes are dangerous and diseases that need to be eliminated. That's what I thought when I started working as a At that time, there wasn't enough research done at the school. So, there was no way to know the effects that complexes had on the. Therefore, I restricted my students from using complex, not just because it was dangerous, but also to keep them away from the painful reality. Then, the accomplice rushed in to attack Professor G. Wow, what an interesting. If you resist and insist on not being a monster, and stubbornly deny you're not, you'll have those side effects. Doesn't that mean our true nature was a monster from the very beginning? Just like that, Professor G was distracted by shock and took the surge of power in. The accomplice said triumphantly, that's why you can't. The most important thing is the environment. If you are placed in an environment so severe that you have to abandon your own humanity, you will no longer choose to be. Our goal is not to destroy you, but to invite you into the environment that the breeder will create in the. But do that, you'll have to. Once you're gone, your weak students will. As they spoke, they joined forces to attack Professor G. Escaping from the cages that imprison. Professor G stood calmly amidst those attacks. I am truly. The reason why Shin Jieyun lost control was also because I restricted her from using her used all my strength to stop Shin Jieyun. But unfamiliar power led to side effects because of my own weakness, students, an environment created by my weakness.
Shin Hayon was
Then suddenly Professor G spoke up. A long time ago, I also thought. Immediately, a strange and powerful wave of energy erupted from him, sweeping away everything around. Affected by that power, the accomplice was panicked. What is this wind? Professor G continued, you say the environment is wrong. Despite being in the same environment, everyone has a different I met a student. She once had the worst life I've ever heard. He mentioned hygiene. But despite that, she is a strong student with intent. Then he mentioned Suchan again. I met a male student. He had adversity similar to Shin Jieyun and had similar side but he didn't become like Shin Jieyun. My students are not weak at all. They have all refined and strengthened their own nest.
Professor Yi's fist tilang.
Once again his arm burst with power. Nest is the place for us to protect. The accomplice still smirked in disdain. To a half-dead guy standing on the brink of collapse, the accomplice's arm suddenly transformed. He growled confidently, I will let you admire the power that nature has bestowed. A predator, the origin of species. Locking stinger. His form changed. His arm grew a layer of armor with sharp tentacles. His hand turned into an. Suchan was extremely confused and worried. What is that? His arm suddenly turned into an. The bizarre arm burst with. Then he controlled it to rush forward and stab Professor G. He shouted. Die. Professor G still stood there. Then he smirked and spoke up. This will be the final special. He glanced over and said to his student, that is the true power of a complex. Thank you watching for Suchan was shocked to see the wave of power about to swallow Professor. This was a strange surge of power. Bombardier Beetle, final stance. Away, the accomplice was submerged by that power. His earlier confidence evaporated into. The wave of power erupted into space. Light enveloped everything. Nuclear blast. The students stopped and looked up at that horrific. Each had a different expression, mostly. The villains also stopped their hands and looked in that direction. Surge of power scorched the tall. Hygiene also felt it and turned back in. She looked at that horrific power and exclaimed in shock, Professor. In a moment, the space seemed to be tinted by a warm, shimmering. That light shone into the lecture. Everyone focused on looking out. Professor Manu realized something and exclaimed in shock. While the medical team was still urgently treating the injured. Please bring the patient here. There's no more room. Professor Yu looked out the window and said thoughtfully, outside on the battlefield. Everything was still submerged in bright sparks of. Professor G stood alone at the. Spoke coldly, you are very. If your teammate hadn't saved you, by now you'd be just a handful of ashes. Miwa lay on the ground, her body charred and messy, wearing an expression of Suchan was still trapped under the concrete slabs. That was a huge explosion. The guy at the center of the explosion was knocked out. Even the mantis standing near the explosion was seriously. We're tough opponents, even with me and Professor Du fighting. But with just one blow, the tide of the battle has completely changed. Professor G spoke again. Choose. Surrender peacefully or burn to death here. Suchan was looking at his move and he exclaimed, is this the essence of the. Miwa spoke up, teacher. The old man is unable to fight it. The opponent is too strong. What should I? Jigon stood to one side observing the situation and spoke up. Remember carefully. Imagine what would happen if you lost. Manhwa stood before countless gates. Then she exclaimed, I don't want to be lonely and I hate it. As she spoke, she began to fall into a state of madness. Professor G quickly swung his fist. His punch was, but there was no injury to me. Professor G was shocked. The wounds on her hands. They disappeared. Manhwa's face was unclear as she spoke. Thank you, teacher. Predator. The origin of speech. She released her bizarre power. I can still fight. The body of the roach, homunculus. Professor G found it hard to believe. Did her wounds kind of complex? Manhwa's eyes changed. Borrowing the abilities of other insects that have a close relationship with the insect I merged with. This is the evolution that only we can achieve. That's what the teacher said. And cockroach, the mantis. An image of hygiene.
Impossible.
Manhwa rushed forward as fast as Professor G watched that movement in shock. Are such things even possible? Scene changes to another assistant professor song. While treating a patient, heard the news and was worried. What? You're planning to leave when we have so many patients? Not to mention it's dangerous out. Professor Yu replied seriously. That's the reason I have to be at the scene. In liver display store U. Code. Finished. Assistant Professor Song cried out. Professor Yu quickly walked away, thinking. That explosion. That was definitely Professor Jis. Her face was tense. I'm sure he's pushing himself again. If I go now, maybe I can get there. And suddenly, as she was passing by, someone standing there exclaimed. Professor Yu, unprepared, took an attack just like stumbled and Neonbo grabbed Professor Yu's ID. He appeared annoyed. Haha, what? So this can open all of Nest's doors? That damn teacher. Why did he make me do such troublesome? I want to go kill and eat too. As he spoke, he stuck out his tongue to catch something. Then a voice rang out. Professor Yu had sat up behind. Her eyes were sharp as she questioned. I asked. What do you plan to do? Neonbo turned his face to. He put on a contemptuous face. Then he nonchalantly walked away. You should worry about yourself first. You'll die in a few minutes from that. Professor Yu also began to collapse. Gas was emitted from her body. She was extremely worried for Professor G. On Professor Jis' side, the situation was becoming more tense each second. He was constantly being scratched by Manhwa. Blood spray. Thank you watching for vid. She attacked frantically, as if she had been Professor G quickly reached out his hand to use bombardier beetles. Suddenly his whole body froze as he realized something unbelievable. My complex. It's not able to use his complex for a moment. He stood there in shock, watching the incoming. A piercing scream rang out. Professor G. One of his arms had been cut off by Chan watched the scene in Manhwa glided past, extremely trying. Professor G could only ask him, aside from the others, why a cockroach? Why do I feel so uneasy about this evolution? You satisfied now? At that moment, a sharp pincer covered in blood. Professor G was pierced through by Manhwa's. Looking at this face makes me want to smash it to pieces. Professor G no longer moved. A notification rang out. Mission accomplished. Hearing that, she threw him. It's over. Teacher, I will take the old man and with. Right then, a deadly roar rang out. Where do you think you're? Suchan, who was trapped under the large concrete slab, suddenly burst with power and Orchid Mantis turned back to her eyes showed a flash of astonishment. Rewind to a moment ago. Jiang Suchan was in a position to clearly observe the battle between Professor G and Orchid Man. He was extremely worried. Professor G was starting to lose to her. He remembered Professor Dus' words from earlier. Since the professor's battle with Singa Xian 5 years ago, his left hand has not been good due to side effects. Not to mention, the more he uses his complex, the worse his condition will be. Thinking that, Jiang Suchan tried even harder to break free. No, please just move. I said, thank you watching for vid. At that moment, a stream of fresh blood sprayed. Image of Professor G being pierced by a sharp claw was clearly etched into Jiang Suchan. His eyes widened in shock. It was all because of, he recalled Bijan's words. Professor G seems to have been using his complex a bit too much. Then he remembered the first time he fought that man. When he fought the breeder, and even when the professor protected him at the professor had always used his complex to save. The reason Professor G had always his visor cracked from an explosive burst of power shattered the cement blocks near. Hearing the noise, Orchid Mantis turned back to her eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Suchan, like a pillar of light, lunged forward and grabbed her by the. He furiously ripped off his visor while screaming. It's all. I was too weak. Orchid Mantis was caught off guard by his sudden attack and cried out in. Jiang Suchan's eyes glowed brightly now that they were released. He roared as if to shatter the very. Meanwhile, Neonbo was using Professor Yes' card to swipe. As he opened the door, he mumbled, "Ha, so this is what they call a research. It looks damn complicated. What is this? Is this where they store the most advanced technology? Suddenly, while walking, he stepped on a red. Immediately, the warning system activated. Biological ID of the stranger is not permitted. Activating defense, please leave immediately. Nyanbo immediately had to jump to avoid and his face remained calm. Based on these annoying things appearing, maybe I'm in the right. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. A power out. Then, short-circuited electrical panels appeared. After that, all the lights went out. Nyanbo was completely immersed in the darkness. Now it's twice as trouble. Suddenly, something glowed went inside and picked up an iPad screen. What? On the screen was a picture of Suchin. Jiang Suchin. Genetic test on the other side, Jiang Suchin seemed to have lost his mind, opening his mouth and he charged at Orchid Mantis as if he wanted to tear her, but she quickly pushed Jiang Suchin. Orchid Mantis gritted her teeth in brief panic. Is he trying to eat? Jiang Suchin frantically lunged down. Orchid Mantis also leaped up to engage. Both of them lunged at the same time, attacking each. And so, in mid-air, they traded blows back and forth. Orchid Mantis seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was constantly dodging. He's too. Thank you watching for not to mention this behavior. Jiang Suchin, with a frenzied expression, kicked her down to the ground. Her body hit the ground with great force. Orchid Mantis quickly regained her balance and exclaimed, "It looks so familiar. It's just like those trained with food in the breeding camps. It's like he's lost all humanity and become friendly." He seemed to have calculated something. In that, and a chaotic noise broke, targeted her attack toward the nest students. Everyone was terrified. What's happening? Jiang Suchin, who was outside, was startled and looked in that direction. After that, he frantically rushed forward. Orchid Mantis was pleased to see she had achieved her goal. Squeezing a student's neck, she shouted, "Eat while you are eating this, I will eat you." Jiang Suchin lunged forward with his eyes. Sharp claws were about to strike the students. Immediately, the image of Professor Jis' smiling face. Jiang Suchin quickly regained his sanity in that split second and slammed his claws straight into Orchid Mantis. He pressed her hard against the ground. Only then did the female student recover her senses and look. Orchid Mantis screamed in pain as she was attacked by Jiang. On the other side, Nyanbo was still looking at Jiang Suchin's information. Based on the genetic test results, Jiang Suchin's complex has unique characteristics different from other dragonflies. Being the largest dragonfly in Korea, people who see it for the first time often mistake it for a drone because of its absurdly large. Even among all dragonfly species, its size still ranks at the top of the food chain for flying insects. The king of dragonflies, the predator of the skies. The golden ring. Thank you watching for The golden ring dragonfly in Korea is called the Jiangsu dragonfly, just like the name Jiang Suchin. Haha. Get it? Bees on the left, golden ring dragonfly on the right. At the scene, Jiang Suchin stood still and spoke. "I am not like you monsters." Meanwhile, Orchid Mantis collapsed on the ground. He has the same instinctive movements as those trained with food. At this moment, a giant dragonfly appeared behind Jiang's golden wind dragonfly stance. Hunter aura. Despite being in extreme rage, he still maintained his. Jiang Suchin stood in front of her. Face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He has the same instinctive movements as those trained with food. Still maintained his sanity. At that moment, Jiang Suchin swung his. Immediately, Orchid Mantis' body was sent flying back. Her body crashed into the wall, creating a pile of. Not stopping there, Jiang Suchin continued to rush forward and deliver another. Orchid Mantis' body flew back like an. Jiang Suchin's hand was still clutching her. He quickly regained a bit of strength and struggled to break free from his hand while shouting, "Let go of me." Then she launched countless counterattacks at Jiang. Jiang Suchin dodged them and suddenly appeared behind her like a. Then he once again slammed Orchid Mantis hard into the. Her body became even more Orchid Mantis tried to sit up, struck the cement blocks near. He threw those blocks. I know what's happening, but he's completely different from before. Both his speed and strength have increased phenomenally. In that short amount of. Did he achieve evolution just like. While thinking, she launched those cement blocks toward the others. Jiang Suchin quickly dashed toward golden ring dragonfly. Jiang Suchin punched those large blocks, making them shatter. Orchid Mantis was now stunned. Is this the pure power of a human? Jiang Suchin continued his frenzied attack. Orchid Mantis jumped up, looking in horror at the speed at which he was. Her expression was extremely exhausted. Giganta's warning echoed. Be careful of exhaustion, Orchid Man. The power of the serpent species borrowed from the source is very strong. But it is still borrowed power, and your body will have to pay up. If you keep healing serious wounds, your stamina will run out. And you will die if you aren't. Well, unless you get caught in a nuclear explosion. Your stamina shouldn't reach that. Having finished her thoughts, she bit her lip and exclaimed, "There's no more. I need to end this right now." Then she began to release her remaining. Immediately, both sides lunged at each other. creating explosions in mid. Jiang Suchin lunged down from above. Orchid Mantis also risked her life to charge. Both looked like they wanted to take the other down. Gritting her teeth with a terrifying face, she exclaimed. Before she could celebrate, Jiang Suchin quickly caught one of her. Jiang Suchin delivered a powerful kick to her body while interrupting. The sky is my terror. Immediately, Orchid Mantis' body seemed to fade as she fell. He didn't stop there but continued to glare and lunge. Countless sharp rays of light slashed out as if to tear the space up. Orchid Mantis' body was repeatedly slashed until blood Jiang Suchin then used golden ring dragonflies, hunting rifle Egon. A powerful stream of power was released around. Orchid Mantis took all those attacks. My recovery speed has slowed down. Finally, her body hit the ground hard, sending rocks. Jiang Suchin stood above, looking down, still not satisfied. He spoke, stop it. If you keep fighting in that state, you will really. I remember what you did to Professor G and the people of Nest. It makes me want to kill you on the spot. But I don't want to become a monster like. So surrender and. Jiang Suchin intended to advise her, but she interrupted him again. Orchid Mantis' body trembled as she tried to crawl up. I won't stop. I will. If you were me, Suchin, would you be able to? That would mean returning to that unhappy life. But I don't want that. Instead of.
ID Rata D.
Orchid Mantis now looked like a demon crawling back, and flower petals fell. Orchid Mantis, she used the red women, lunging to attack Jiang Suchin also quickly formed a powerful. Streams of power poured out like powerful lightning bolts striking straight down at Orchid Mantis. Her eyes turned blank. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. After finishing the strike, Jiang Suchin replied, then, I guess I can't help like you guys. I have no intention of killing without thinking it through. But if you continue to attack my people, then I will be the one to stop. As he spoke, Jiang Suchin swung another fist, intending to punch Orchid Mantis. At this moment, she didn't have a shred of strength left to resist. At that very moment, another stream of power appeared, blowing Jiang Suchin. Giganta finally showed his. He spoke, to think that Nest has someone with that kind of How magnificent. Giganta acted arrogant. Looking down from a. He managed to save Orchid Mantis in time. Nice to meet you. I am their and I am the one who ordered them to kill your professor. Jiang Suchin grew even more resentful upon hearing. Nice to meet you. I am their teacher. And I am also the one who ordered them to kill your professor. Hearing these words, Jiang Suchin furiously lunged to it. Giganta easily dodged while exclaiming, what an incredible instantaneous speed. That's definitely not a normal comp. Jiang Suchin turned back in astonishment. He reacted in. Now he set Orchid Mantis down on the ground. Well done, Orchid Mantis. The hunt was a success. Breeder told me not to reveal my power to. Cleaning up the student's battlefield is a teacher's. Then he turned toward Jiang Suchin and pulled out his. Jiang Suchin lost his cool and questioned him. You just said killing people that easy. After that, both lunged into. Jiang Suchin used his high speed to launch a barrage of attacks. Giganta held his ground for a while and then countered. Jiang Suchin released a pillar of power that struck him. Plumes of dust rose. He looked up at Jiang Suchin and exclaimed, this power. I understand why Orchid Mantis lost. Can't let you live any longer. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared from his position. Jiang Suchin gritted his teeth and stayed alert. He's coming. He quickly swung his fist. Golden ring dragonfly. Suddenly, everything fell into silence. Jiang Suchin was startled and tense. Huh? He disappeared from my. At that moment, Giganta suddenly appeared behind. Jiang Suchin turned back in surprise. Jiang Suchin was quickly struck repeatedly by. Blood spilled from his mouth as he stared at his. Jiang Suchin immediately used his strength to push him. He gritted his teeth and held his wound.
I'm fine.
I'm only bleeding on my. Then he lunged at his opponent again. I can still fight. Giganta also rushed forward while saying, at the darkest time of the day, in a place without a single ray of. This is more than I. Immediately, his two pupils flashed red. The space suddenly became dark. Jiang Suchin stood there in confusion. Where isn't he just right in front? Right after asking himself, he was suddenly struck from behind by Giganta. Fortunately, Jiang Suchin tilted his head and managed to. He kept dodging while being confused. What is this bat? I can't react. Wounds quickly appeared on his. I can't see his attack. I need to get out of this dark zone. Suddenly, Jiang Suchin's eyes shrank and Giganta's needle had pierced through his. Jiang Suchin's body was suspended in mid. Giganta spoke again. You know? Hunters like us still maintain our reason even after going through food training. But we still had to pass that food training to survive. You asked me if it's easy to kill you like. It doesn't take much time. To make it even easier. Before finishing his words, he slammed Jiang Suchin hard onto the. After the dust settled, Jiang Suchin lay exhausted in a large. He was helpless and couldn't move his body. Damn it. Have I been fighting too long? My body won't. If I could fight with all my strength, could have fought better. Giganta looked down confidently. Jang Suchin could only grit his teeth in anger at himself and wait for death to strike. At that moment, a flashing blade suddenly appeared. Giganta seemed to sense something and turned back in surprise. He quickly leaped back to avoid that sharp attack. He was observing the situation. Panicked call rang out. Jang Suchin. Thank goodness. I came in time to see. Jang Suchin looked up. Jin's face was extremely worried. Thank God. You're still alive. Jang Suchin exclaimed. Then suddenly he became panicked and spoke loudly. Wait, you can't be here, Heejin. Those people are very dangerous. Because of them, Professor G. Heejin's eyes turned. Right at that moment, someone appeared and asked, what happened to G? Jang Suchin looked at that person and wondered. Who is he? Heejin replied, I brought him. He is the principal of Nest. Jang Suchin was extremely astonished. His expression showed a grimace. That thin, weak old man is the and Principal Din turned back toward Jang Suchin hurriedly warned, wait, that guy is very dangerous. Suddenly, he slammed his cane onto the ground. I am truly pathetic. To think I did nothing but sleep amidst this chaos. You over there. You have a pretty convenience. Well then, do you want to clash with my sword? Saying that, one of Principal Din's eyes opened and glowed while he drew his. This time, Giganta was flying in mid. While Principal Din stood on the ground, he heard it and exclaimed in surprise. Calling the previous conversation, Breeder had said, the main target this time is Professor Jijun. He is the strongest member of Nest that we need to eliminate. Hunters shouldn't have any problem facing him. But before their forces we need to be careful. First are the graduated students. Among them, the one to watch out for most is the Moth, who is Professor Jis' assistant. Once you find a way to counter his smoke, dealing with him will be. Next are the kids in the top of the upper class. According to Shinjian, there's an elite organization for those at the top. But they're currently active in another region, so no need to worry about them. Finally, the head of Nest, the prince. He is the most important among the staff members. Also, he is the individual who appears the one you should be most careful of is an unconfirmed. Principal Din now lunged forward to attack. Giganta managed to dodge and said confidently, he's fast too. But there's nothing I can't react to. Did Breeder say we should be careful of an old man swinging his knife around? How disappointing. Thank you watching for vid. Immediately, Principal Din opened his eyes cold. Seems my skills have degraded. I was aiming for your neck. On the other hand, you fight well too. A wound spraying blood appeared on his. Giganta was silent for a moment and then spoke again. It would be great if we could continue, but let's end it. Principal Din looked up and questioned coldly. After you caused a commotion like this? Are you afraid of facing an old? He replied, even if we both continue to fight quickly, neither of us will benefit. We will only suffer more losses. At this moment, Principal Din noticed Heejin examining Jang Suchin's. He was silent for a long. Giganta continued, I will take that silence as accept. Then he picked up Orchid Mantis. After that he shouted loudly, Hunters, mission, everyone retreat. Sun Tzu, who was squeezing Dohua's neck, heard this and felt regretful. What? It's over? My mission was to attract attention as a distraction. I didn't attract many people. Wanted to enjoy it more. I should. Then she threw Dohua far. Well then, before I go, you two can be. Sun Tzu lifted a large, the distorted expression. She exclaimed, and then she intended to smash it down on. Right at that moment, her movements had to. Poisonous hairs flew in and stuck into her. The rock fell beside. Sun Tzu looked in surprise at her hand covered in poisonous. At this moment, someone. It was Junhyung's. His eyes looked emotionlessly towards Sun. She saw that and gritted her, and she couldn't help but curse. Lucky bastard. Thank you watching for vid. Dohua was now unconscious on the ground. Her body covered in. On the other side, Giganta was also preparing to fly. Jang Suchin saw this and shouted angrily, no, where do you think you're? But at that moment, his hand was pressed down by. Principal Din calmly said, doing that will shorten your life, young. Chasing him won't achieve anything. It will only lead to more meaningless. Jang Suchin was extremely angry and wouldn't listen. Let go of me. Because of those people, Professor. Immediately, he was poked by the wooden cane and fell. Only then did Principal Din say, you've done well. Now leave this to the adults. Jang Suchin was now unconscious. Heejin anxiously leaned down to press on Jang Suchin's wound. She called out worriedly. Principal Din observed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh. Our side definitely took a loss, didn't we? Everything had turned into ruins. The rising sun made everything even. About 50 dead. 15 facilities heavily damaged. Closing the laboratory. And Professor Yes card lay on the. The guards went in and picked it up, extremely shocked by the scene. Damn it. The production site for the Cinderella. Everything was also completely destroyed. Those hunters didn't even leave a shred of Nest headquarters. Quick, hurry up. No, lost on all fronts. At this time, Professor G was being rushed into the operating room. He is Ji-jun, the professor in charge of insect martial arts. Clear the way. Heejin anxiously ran after him. Right then, a call came from behind Heejin. Wait, I said you can't move yet. Jang Suchin was now bandaged all over but still rushed out like crazy, running after Professor J. His face showed extreme anxiety as he approached. Professor G. At this time, Professor G was being given continuous oxygen. Tears streamed down his. Jang Suchin ran after him to the door but was stopped by the doctor. You can't come in here. Heejin ran up behind him. At that moment, the operating sign on the door. Both Jang Suchin and Heejin sat outside, waiting anxiously. The doctors inside did their best to save. Professor G still lay unconscious with his eyes closed. Jang Suchin held his head in total helplessness. Heejin clasped her hands together, praying continuously. Please. Then finally the door. Both of them jumped up and hurriedly asked, Doctor, the professor. Is Professor G? The doctor silently looked down at the two of them. That silence was like a death sentence. Professor G. The sky poured down torrential rain as if sharing the grief of Ness. Doa and Heesung sat in class together. No one could say. Other friends were all discouraged and sat inside. Jang Suchin's expression at this time was soulless. Without him, on the board was the notice. Classes. After the incident ended, the insect martial arts class was canceled. That day, the doctor announced that Professor had fallen into a. His internal organs were too severely damaged, and the side effects of his complex had destroyed his entire. If he were treated by Professor Yes complex right now, there might be a glimmer of hope. But it was too late, and Professor Yu had also been harmed by those. It was an unknown neurotoxin. She had used just enough of her complex to save her life. But she had to be hospitalized to treat the damaged nerve tissues. Jang Suchin lost his cool and questioned, What will happen to Professor G? You said he's still alive. The doctor was silent for a moment. Then he replied, Somehow he is alive. But it will be very difficult for him to wake up. At that moment, someone angrily threw an object onto the ground. Doa, despite being bandaged all over, still aggressively stormed off. I'm going to go slaughter those bastards. Heesung had to run after her to stop her. Hey, he lifted Doa up. She struggled. Let go of me, you idiots. Jian turned to her friend worriedly. What should we do now? Heesung was also very sad. Will we never see Professor G? At that time, some other female friends were also gossiping. I heard that the Cinderella medicine production facility was also destroyed. Can't they rebuild? Problem is those hunters burned all the documents related to Cinderella. Even the backup hard drives are gone. Then what about our graduation? How are we going to get the medicine? Haha, damn it. Jang Suchin, who had been silent, heard everything. Heesung and Doa also stopped and glanced. Jian looked at her phone and exclaimed, Oh, I forgot there's yoga class. Where did Heejin go? Heejin was currently holding a bouquet of flowers in front of a hospital room. A notice was hung on the door. Resting. Visitors prohibited. She just stood there silently for a long. Looking through the glass, her teacher just lay there still, connected to a continuous ventilator. Professor. Image from the past appeared. When she was sitting alone in a. Looking up, she saw Professor G. Who are you? This was the first time he reached out and introduced himself. I am a professor at the new school. The place where you will. Back to the present. Heejin could only drop her eyes in disappointment. Suddenly, someone appeared and spoke up. It's sad that you can't give this bouquet. Heejin came to inform her, your classmates are gathering in the classroom. Aren't you? Heejin was surprised. Sister Bijin? Why are you here? She replied, I came to visit Professor. And Bijin seriously held up a red solution tube. And there are also a few things I need to investigate further. About the complex that attacked Professor. Then suddenly she smiled and rushed in front of Heejin. Aren't you here with your crush? Jang Suchin. I called you here because I thought you two would come here together. Heejin blushed furiously. She stammered. CR. Crush? It's not like that. Bijin's face darkened for a moment. She said, I know you're very worried about Professor G. But you all need to get ready. Heejin wondered. Get ready for what? Bijin was pensive. I don't think you should know. Just the scene shifted back to the classroom. The students were still. At that moment, a voice rang out. Huff, huff. Why are you guys in class today? Classes haven't resumed. Assistant Professor Du appeared at the door, bandaged all over and with one arm in a sling, with a sad expression. The students were worried. Professor, you okay? He waved his hand. I'm fine. They just told me I should stop smoking for a. Then Assistant Professor Du looked at the students with a thoughtful expression. A moment later he spoke up. Since you are all here, I have a few announcements. First, we will be reopening classes. However, since Professor G can no longer teach, the school has contacted a short-term substitute professor. I don't know the specific details. And the second thing is, from now on. At that moment, someone walked through. That person made Doa and Heesung grimace when they saw. Jang Suchin stared in. There will be a new student joining this class. The person Assistant Professor Du introduced was Lee Jun. Doa exclaimed in shock. Lee Junhyung? Assistant Professor Du explained. The day we were ambushed by pet shops hunters, all the labs and facilities lost because all the power was cut. All the cell doors powered by electricity were. Sung heard that and got angry. And that bastard escaped that day too? Assistant Professor Du denied it. No, he did the op. Lee Junhyung knocked down and captured all those who tried to escape. This was highly appreciated, and with a special order from the principal, he was rewarded with release and granted citizenship rights like every other citizen in, and now he is also a student of Nest. Sometime, Jiang Suchin stood on the rooftop in the torrential rain during the dark. Really couldn't accept it. There was so much happening. They even changed the Jiang Suchin gritted his teeth in anger. His fist shook. At that moment, Lee Junhyung appeared and spoke. You are angry. I understand the feeling when you can't protect those close. He remarked bluntly, it's because you are too. Jiang Suchin was surprised. Lee Junhyung continued. Now those people will become even bolder. And there will be more I have a proposal for you, Jiang. While I was stuck in the cell, I found one of Pet Shop's hiding places. And I am planning to attack. Lee Junhyung pulled out an item and extended an invitation. If you go with me, we can deal a heavy blow to. Are you in? Jiang Suchin silently stared at his determination. A moment later, Jiang Suchin wondered. Pet shops? You found another place besides Hukama? How? Lee Junhyung pursed his lips and looked. The day they attacked. It happened when the headquarters lost. A sick-looking guy with a flicking tongue questioned him. This is my chance to escape and go back to Breeder. Why are you getting in my... Lee Junhyung replied then, because if people like you get out, more children will... And also, he threw those people far away. Then he declared, I am no longer Breeder's subordinate. The door closed. Screams rang out. Open the door. Junhyung. Lee Junhyung walked down the corridor alone, wondering, no guards at all? What's happening out? Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from the side. It's those Lee Junhyung quickly stepped back. Another set of sharp white teeth bared. Are you Lee Junhyung? I really wanted to fight you. Quite difficult in this situation. He was kept in a special... Lee Junhyung walked in. Who are you? The guy continued. Nest is currently being attacked by those... They are special individuals raised by Breeder at the breeding farm. Their main roles are to assassinate and cause large-scale... Lee Junhyung was shocked after hearing that. Doa is in danger. I need to get out of... Then he immediately ran to the door. Suddenly, this guy called him back. Lee Junhyung said coldly, don't ask me to let you out. He denied it. It's not... The guy still wore a sinister smile. With an extremely fierce expression, he exclaimed, Breeder's house. In Saksho, Gangwon-do. Saksho is a city in Gangwon-do province. Back to the present, Jiang Suchin was shocked. That red dragonfly told you? The subordinate I fought on Hukama. Isn't that a trap? Lee Junhyung replied calmly. I thought so too but that guy. At that time, the guy had said, I'm not Breeder's subordinate. And I don't do those food trainings. I'm just a drifter who likes to... Then I met Shinjaeon and became her subordinate. She was the first person to beat me. And since my type is strong women, I decided to follow. At that moment, Lee Junhyung released poisonous, and he pressed them against the guy's neck threateningly. I don't care whose subordinate you are. Why are you telling me Breeder's hiding? This guy smirked and replied nonchalantly. Because, I'm not interested in his grand plan to change the world. As long as there's a place for me to stay, I don't care which side I'm on. It is predicted this guy will join Jiang Suchin's. This person was angry when he saw Shinjaeon smiling and talking happily with, I don't like the way he acts like he's the captain of every. He used me as a tool, and it seems he didn't have even the slightest intention of getting me out of here. I'm taking this time to stab him in the... Junhyung heard that and wondered. Why tell me? If you only want revenge on Breeder, why didn't you tell Nest during the interrogation? The person replied, I can't tell the Nest staff. Jiang Suchin heard the story and exclaimed in surprise. What? There's a spy in the department. Lee Junhyung held up a zip bag. I thought it was very strange. The way those hunters attacked right when the upperclassmen were away. And how they knew Professor Jis' exact location. That spy might have already taken control of this school. If we are caught by them, the campaign is as good as... On the other hand, as long as we aren't seen by the department staff of Nest, we can attack. After Jiang Suchin took the item, Lee Junhyung asked, so, are you going? Jiang Suchin began to think. If all of this is true, this could be an extremely good opportunity. Can I trust them? The ones who tried to kill... Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. I want to go. He was extremely surprised. You guys? Doa winked playfully. We can't just sit around like losers. Hee-sung stood next to her and added. You looked gloomy. So I followed you. But, it seems like you guys are discussing something big. Huh? This pair is reckless. One with a broken left arm, the other a broken right arm, and they want to— Lee Junhyung exclaimed in surprise. Doa, Doa replied seriously, to be honest, half and half. I'm still angry that you kidnapped and deceived, but the small hands from the past that reached out and held tight were— Now Doa also reached out to Lee Junhyung. They'll trust you one more time, because we are— Lee Junhyung gave a slight— Then he reached out and shook Dohua's hand. Then suddenly Hee-sung stomped his foot. To tell you the truth, I still can't trust that bad. But if I stay still, I won't be able to face Professor. I practiced a lot, but I still couldn't do anything and was beaten in He clenched his fist in anger. That's why this time I'm going to beat the hell out of Breeder. He'll deal a blow to— Then the three of them turned to Jang Suchin. So what do you think? Jang Suchin, are you— Jang Suchin looked down silently at the item in his— Recalling the image of Professor Ji saying, "My students are not—" His hand tightened, crushing the— His eyes shone with determination. Jang Suchin's power burst forth. Let's show them what kind of people we students— Duhua also excitedly picked up the phone. You heard that, right? No backing out. At that moment, Shijin on the other end of the line had also heard. Shijin was standing in Professor Ji's training room. It had been completely destroyed. Shijin smiled slightly at the group of— And Shijin picked up her— With a determined look, Shijin walked out. A while later, everyone discussed the plan. Now for the remaining issue. Getting to Saksho without the department staff finding out. Duhua asked around. Does anyone have any idea? Shuken replied thoughtfully, that's the problem. Since the incident happened recently, they won't allow anyone to go out. If we leave on our own, that spy will obviously become suspicious. Suddenly, Huiqing exclaimed. That's— Huiqing held up a phone and smiled. I've persuaded someone who can solve this problem for us. Then, someone at the door raised a hand and called out. Group. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Changshuan. Behind Changshuan were two teams. Dua was furious and grabbed Zhangxing's collar. You damn idiot. Of all people, you told this guy. Changshuan stood with hands on hips and replied nonchalantly, don't worry. And Ji said awkwardly, because of those pet shop people, we lost all the Cinderella medicine. We're also very upset about what they did to Professor Ji. Hanya crossed her arms and shook her head. We won't tell any— Then Hanya laughed. It's not just us. After hearing what Huiqing said, students from other classes want to help too. Jayan's group also appeared. Shuken exclaimed in shock. Jayun and even Shin. Junxiong asked seriously, so what's the solution? We have to get out of here without making the spy hiding among the nest departments. Changshuan scratched his head. You said the destination is Saksho? I have a pretty good plan. We only need to prepare one thing. Junxiong asked. Changshuan looked down at Shenya.
Hey, bang si an.
Bring some swimsuits. We're about to have quite a view, boys. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and confused. Duhua slammed her hand on the table in a— Sometime later, the whole group was running away in panic. Damn it. Of all the people to get caught, why did we have to get caught by the Hornets? They were currently being chased by the Nest security force, the Hornets. Damn it. I knew we would fail. Shuken glanced back while running. I split the plan to get to Saksho into two. Plan 1. We would use the tunnels dug by Enzi's root complex to sneak. Because security was tightened at the gates, we thought that would be a good plan. The security outside the school was even tighter than we imagined. Hanya shouted while running, why are we running? Didn't our plan fail already? Jayun gave a bitter smile. I don't think we want to be caught by the Hornets. The weapons they— As Jihuan was running, a weapon struck him in the— Make you swell up. Ziwan's already large body began to swell even more dangerously. Shenya and Jayun turned pale and screamed. Jihuan. While running, Juanxiong called out, Jiangshu, I don't think sneaking out secretly is going to work. We anticipated. We have no choice but to use— Right then, they were blocked by the security. The guard spoke up. Stop right there. Shuken stopped and said, since we've been discovered, whether we escape or get caught, we'll be punished. At the end, we have to use the plan Changshuan proposed and discuss a solution. Let's choose plan B. Shuken decided to open the backpack worn on his— Meanwhile, Professor Ma was standing in a room, looking out the window. A notification said, thank you watching for vid. Professor Ma turned around and spoke. Shuken. And someone reported that the two of you were absent without permission. Why did you do— Shuken replied, it wasn't an unexcused absence, and both of them pulled things out of their bags. We just wanted to go on an MT trip. Plan B, Bikini. MT stands for membership training. Basically, it's a retreat for Professor Ma mused. An MT trip? Shuken bit his lip nervously, remembering the plan Changshuan laid out. Can pretend we're just going on an MT. That way, even if we get caught, they won't suspect we're going to attack the pet. Zyanya's eyes widened. True. But will they believe us? Jayun added. An MT trip at a time like this? But Changshuan was very confident. Just explain it like— Back in the present, Shijin explained, because of the recent attack, everyone is very scared and stressed. so we tried to go on a trip to heal our mental state. Besides, we have a lot of free time coming up because classes are canceled. We went secretly because we thought the school wouldn't allow it. We really want to rest, Professor. Can't you let us go? Professor Ma frowned and rubbed his head, struggling to make a decision. Professor Ma persuaded himself, it's true the kids just want a vacation. And going on an MT trip doesn't actually violate any. But the decision was, however, I still cannot allow you. You know what our current situation is, Shijin. Every professor's insect department except mine has been attacked, and all our facilities have suffered heavy losses. This has created an unprecedented MT trip at a time like this? Who would allow that? Hearing this, Shuken gritted his teeth and cursed Changshuan in his head. That bastard Changshuan. It didn't work. But suddenly, someone appeared at the door, startling everyone. It was the dean. As the dean, I will allow them to depart for the purpose of training the unity between classmates. Furthermore, it is the student's right to go on an MT. Since Professor Xi is in a coma, I'm sure his students are feeling very anxious. In times like these, Nest needs to care more about the psychological treatment of its. If we choose a nearby location and a safety supervisor, shouldn't it be? Professor Ma could only close his eyes. Then Professor Ma made a decision. I understand. I will allow the MT trip. Shukan and Shijin were over. Then Professor Ma gave a serious warning. However, on one condition. There will be a supervisor chosen by me to accompany you. The destination and accommodation for the MT trip will all be decided by the school. Is that? Both students bowed in unison. Thank you, Later, as the dean walked alone down the hall, Shuken quickly chased after him. Shuken bowed. Thank you very much. The dean interrupted him. There's no need to thank. Jijun is the professor I trust the most. It's only right to trust the students he. Dean continued walking. You must enjoy yourselves while you're. Have a fun MT. Shuken smiled while looking at the dean's. Then Shuken thanked him silently. Thank you. To Professor Ma. Despite giving permission, Professor Ma was still extremely tense and, with sharp gaze, Professor Ma thought, I had no other. Protect them well when shurrying. It seemed Professor Ma had sent someone to protect Shuken's. The next day arrived quickly. A large bus was parked on the school grounds. Students were bustling. Changshuan grinned. I was worried about what would happen if we got caught. But we hid the unauthorized outing and even got permission for an MT trip. Now we don't have to worry about the mole finding out, right? Shenya put her hands on her hips proudly. This is all thanks to my swimsuits. Jiayun stood nearby and praised, well done. Well, Shuken worriedly said, but the problem is still there. The place Nest chose is too far from Saksho. We're even being supervised. Suddenly, a bizarre face hung upside down in front of Shuken. She stared and asked, what's the group jumped back in. Shuken's eyes went blank from. Second later, Shuken fell unconscious. Shijin called out worriedly, Shuken. A voice came from that person. Ha ha ha. Sorry for scaring you kids. Shijin looked up, wondering the bizarre face with the long, twisted neck spoke terrifyingly. The person replacing your professor and also the one participating with you in this MT. A moment later, she transformed back into her normal form. It's me, assistant when shurrying. Nice to meet you. Shortly after, the bus journey. Sitting on the bus, Shijin whispered in confusion, why when shurrying of all people? Huiqing asked, do you know her? Shijin explained, she assists Professor Ma. I've also heard a bit from Professor. Her complex is the giraffe weevil. In her case, her neck extends exactly like a giraffe weevil's. But the issue is she can use her neck's ability to gather information. She can move her eyes and ears on her neck anywhere, and she is extremely sharp. That's why people say she can catch distracted or dishonest students easily. Right now, she's proctoring multiple rooms at once. This Fing terrified, and her physical strength is even greater than Professor Ma's. Hearing this, Shenya turned pale with fear. Huh? Then how can we escape from someone like? But Shuken said confidently, no, maybe we can. It might be dangerous, but I have an idea. Later, a bright blue sky shone down on the Shijin, wearing a cute swimsuit, walked out and looked at the scenery in awe. This is the first time I've seen a pool at a resort like. The other girls were also wearing very glamorous and beautiful bikinis. It seems Nest is really willing to spend. They booked this whole area in the middle of a deserted mountain. We don't need to hide our tails here. I practiced yoga for this day. Snag those chairs before it's too late. I can't go in the water because of my poisonous. Then the girls jumped into the pool to play to their heart's content. The boys on the shore looked down. Changshuan admired the girls and asked, what were we here for again? Huiqing reminded him, wake up, focus on the. Suddenly, a pair of long, slender legs appeared. Aren't you all being quite bold? Showing off your insect parts like having fun is good, but you must also be careful. Got it? Even though we booked this place, it's still outside of Nest. Assistant when shurrying appeared wearing a hot. Shken turned back and nodded politely. Yes, when Shuriying we have to be careful. At that moment, Juinxiong suddenly appeared behind assistant when Shuriying. Juinxiong ripped off 2 patches from his mouth, revealing 2 venomous stingers. Earlier, they had discussed. Neutralize her comp. Shuken replied, yeah. First, we have to make her lower her guard by pretending we're enjoying the MT. Then you secretly inject the toxin into her neck from behind. When you used that toxin on me before, I was out until the next morning. Remember? As long as you can knock her out long enough, there will be enough time for us to go to Saksho and back. Hearing this, Juinxiong looked away when Shuriying was about to take off her wrap and said, I should go for a swim. Juinxiong took the chance and lunged forward with his mouth open. Right, but Shuriying, whether accidentally or intentionally, stepped back hard with her high. Juinxiong cried out when Shuriying looked panicked. Oh, it's been a long time since I last wore high heels. Are you hurt anywhere? Shuken turned back in surprise. Did we? When Shuriying was worried again. That's why you should watch where you're going. Can someone take care of him? Zizen's group in the water also noticed. Ouch, that looks painful. Later, Zhengxing's foot was bandaged. Juinxiong said gloomily, sorry. I was too careful. Hua comforted him, it's okay, you idiot. I don't think she suspects anything. Shuken was deep in. As expected, it's not easy at all. Should we distract her and try? Huiqing reminded them. Isn't biting the back of her neck too dangerous? And there would be no good excuse if we got caught. How about making her temporarily bleed? After coming up with a new plan, the whole group began to execute it. Everyone held a water gun. Changshuan smiled deviously. I've dissolved a bit of my acid into the water gun. It's not life-threatening, but if it hits her eyes, she'll be blind for about an hour. Shuken felt helpless. Shouldn't there be a don't try this at home? Dua mischievously aimed the gun straight at Wen Shuriying. Mizwen, look over. Wen Shuriying, lying on a float, turned back in confusion. Shuken flashed an excited smile. Suddenly, Wen Shuriying used her giraffe weevil neck to easily twist and dodge. Water gun fight? That looks fun. Let me borrow it for a bit. And just like, she easily snatched the gun from Duhua's. After getting the gun, Wen Shuriying repeatedly fired it. Chaos ensued. It was 1 against. Shuken suddenly shouted. Shijin. Shijin turned back in panic. Water in the pool was stirred. Shuken suddenly appeared with wings and hugged Shijin to Shijin. And Shuken hurriedly asked, are you okay? Shijin? Shijin looked up, stunned and blushing. Inside, her heart was screaming like Huiqing also looked. Huiqing could only give a puzzled even after that in various ways, digging a hole and burying her in it. We tried to disable her, but tying her up while she was sleeping soundly. She dealt with everything easily, getting her drunk. The scene shifted to the evening. Everyone was very impatient. It's already done. Shukan's group looked down anxiously. At this rate, the MT trip will end. Huiqing gritted his teeth in anger. What is with this woman? There isn't a single opening in her defense. Just then, a student said, let's just get. Ji grimaced. Avenging Professor Ji is good. But we're just freshmen. We're not only endangering our graduation if we get caught, but even if we successfully reach Saksho, only danger awaits us. Another student wondered, is this our limit? Is this all we can? Genya and Jayun looked at each other inside. Suddenly, Shijin stood up and spoke. Maybe. This is our. If we were other friends. Professor Ji did his best for us. He studied and learned all our weaknesses and gave us unique training exercises. I think now is the time for us to show him the results of our efforts. Jayun was confused. But how? No matter what we do, Ms. One has a counter for every. Shijin rummaged through her bag and said, I have one last. This time it will work. Then Shijin pulled out a. When Shuriying sat below wondering, something is off. They keep doing weird things and making me drink a lot of alcohol. Maybe I should report to the school just to be safe. Are they bullying me because I'm following them? Suddenly, a voice called out. Shijin brought the bottle down and smiled brightly. We brought a bottle of champagne. Would you like a glass? When Shuriying thought, champagne? Did they put sleeping pills in it or? And when Shuriying smiled confidently. Well, it doesn't. I'm immune to all toxins and drugs. I was trained to be that way. When Shuriying took the glass and said, thanks for the. But right as when Shuriying brought the glass to her lips, a surge of power. The glass fell and Shuriying held her chest, gasping for air. What is? I haven't even taken a sip yet. Even with Professor Ji's lectures, we still have because no matter how much we train to defend our weaknesses, it's not enough to completely hide our innate vulnerability. Even so, Professor Ji did his best to ensure there would be recalling earlier, and Ji was very worried. But I'm not confident. Don't blame me if it fails. Okay? Shijin reassured her. You can do it this time. Immediately, and Ji blew a stream of air into the glass. This is called Firefly's dream. When Shuriying was now surrounded by that purple, everyone cheered. We did it. Woohoo! Shuken was worried. Morally, is this okay? Duhua was solemn. Of course not. And Ji was still celebrating. Finally, I have my own. Shijin quickly continued, the neurostimulant effect has now turned into hypnosis. From now, no matter what happens, she won't remember. Later, the group gathered outside the hotel. Are you guys?
Don't forget.
You have to be back by. Shuring will sleep for a while because of the hypnosis. But we have to wake her up in the morning so she doesn't suspect anything. Just say she got drunk and passed. Changshun reminded them during that time we'll take care of Ms. 1. So, don't die and come back. Group A. Shukan's group was all ready. They looked at Changshun and smiled. Shukan asked worriedly Jiayun and Shenya. Is it really okay for you two to come with us? You'll have to fight very dangerous. Both replied confidently, don't make us sad. We were trained by Professor G2. We know it's dangerous, that's why we want it. Besides, 5 people isn't enough, right? Well, support you, Shukan. Shukan smiled brightly. Thank you. He noticed Shijin in the back. Ching wondered. But how are we going to get all the way to Saksho? Shukan, I don't know either. Plus it's late so we can't catch a bus. I want to save my Just then, Juinxiong appeared with a vehicle. Shukan was surprised. You have a license? Juinxiong replied. I got it while I was helping at the orphanage under the... Had to have a license to transport orphans to the breeding. Prepare yourselves. Where we're going is a place the breeder manages direct. Still don't know what's in there. And it's likely the place will be very strictly... You guys might die if you're not careful. And you might also be captured and forced to train with food. To explain to anyone asking why the honorifics are messed up, when talking to Suchan, boys will say Mai Tao. When talking to everyone in general, they will say to, Cat Caw and such. Girls too. Except for score. Juinxiong became serious and turned around. But with you all, I think we can win. He thought while looking at Shuken. That's why I came looking. Until now, I thought power was That was also why I was blinded by the breeder's ideals of power and But since the day I lost to you, I realized power isn't I believe you'll show me that this time. Something that transcends survival of the scene shifts to a building deep in in a room. Someone sat at a computer and asked, is everything still going well over there? The breeder on the other end replied, perfectly. Guy I'm raising messed up the camp a bit. But I've tranquilized him so he should calm down. No, let's talk about that later. The person asked worriedly, are you sure everything's... The breeder said, you're watching the house, right? Tell me the old man's The person said, his burns are very severe so it will be hard to use him right now. We've been continuously injecting him with painkillers. But when the medicine wears off, he'll be in a lot of... Breeder remarked, well then he'll have to leave him to you. There aren't any predators left besides you since they've gone to complete missions. The person replied, I'm looking forward to the overtime pay. Okay, the breeder laughed happily. The person was cautious. Hey breeder, there's one thing I wanted to... Before the sentence finished, the breeder exclaimed, how the hell did that thing... Anyway, watch the house for me. And with that, he hung up, leaving the person gritting teeth in anger. I want to quit my... Is he really that self-centered? I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Since I don't need this, he'll just throw it away. He approached the fire. He was about to toss the box into the... Suddenly, a sound rang out, and his movements... A hand suddenly grabbed his neck and Shuken lunged inside and slammed his head onto the... The man's face turned red as he struggled to speak. What's this? Shuken gritted his teeth and warned. Stay... The man shouted to the ones outside. Guards! Catch this. Whoever catches him first, he'll let them eat. Immediately, several bloated figures in the shape of cows appeared, chanting, meat, catch. They rushed toward Shukan to it. At that moment, Huiqing and Duhua also rushed. Huiqing used the grasshopper stick. Duhua excitedly used the Emperor Scorpion's sidekick. Bursts of power were released, severing the limbs of the attacking. Duhua punched the floor hard. Garter 40%. The power released from it sent the incoming crowd tumbling. The man looked at the scene in... Shijin jumped in and asked, Duhua, how many people are in this? Duhua closed her eyes and used vibration detection to sense. I feel several presences underground. Are all concentrated in one place. And they're not... Juinxiong appeared and explained. Those are the individuals trained with food that the breeder locked away. Since they're locked up, there's no need to worry about... Shukan was currently restraining the remaining... Then it must be these guys. But where are the breeder and the predator? The man gave a cunning smile. I don't know how you found this place. But the breeder isn't. His hand reached toward a button. I am just an ordinary person used by the breeder. If you let me go, it'll lead you to the... Duhua kicked him and shouted. No, Shijin suggested it's best to just knock them all out. Shukan agreed. Yeah, but then Juinxiong exclaimed. Look at... Juinxiong held up a Cinderella box. This is what was stolen from Nest, right? The research documents for the Cinderella. Shukan was shocked and surprised. At that time, Huiqing had also found something. Hey Jiang, Huiqing happily showed a crate. There's a bunch of jungle juice here. This is awesome. Shuken cheered in surprise. Huiqing said happily, quite a big harvest. It's a pity we couldn't kill the breeder. It's best that there are no casualties. Duhua noticed a light in the corner of the room. Oh, that's alarm A. Don't be scared over. On the phone screen was the message. A painkiller authorization. The medicine bag was now a patient, bandaged from head to toe, lay motionless on. Suddenly, he opened his remaining eye, glaring terrified. Outside, Shenya and Jayun were busy doing something. What is it? A skunk? Jayun sat against the wall, bored. Humph. Why are we the ones on guard duty? I can fight too. Shenya munched on a snack and reassured her. But if everyone gets trapped inside, I'll be. Jayun was still worried. That's true. But they must be fighting a hard battle. I want to. Suddenly, Jayun felt a surge of power. A wall behind her seemed to catch fire. Jayun scrambled away. Ah! Jayun looked up and saw the walls melt. Something was starting to float out of the wall. Jayun shouted. Thank you watching for vid. Be careful. Jayun reached out to Shenya, who was staring in shock at. Then a powerful explosion erupted. A massive shockwave shook the area around the. Shukan's group inside also felt the impact. What was that sound? Then massive concrete slabs from above began to crack and Shukan's eyes widened in disbelief. The ceiling? Concrete slabs fell, catching everyone off. Huiqing was thrown to the. Hua was pulled back by. Just like that, two people were thrown straight. Shukan turned back and shouted a warning. Get out of here quickly. Shijin was trying to pull the man trapped under a large concrete slab. Wait, this guy will definitely know where the breeder is. We have to take him back to. But right then, more large concrete slabs were falling over her. Immediately, both Juinxiong and Shukan stood up to support the falling. Shukan shouted, take that guy and get out. Shijin looked up worriedly. Shijin decided to dash off. Wait for me. They'll be back after I get this guy. Shukan was using all his strength to hold up the. Juinxiong was also exerting himself and looked. Suddenly, Juinxiong turned away with a cold Then Juinxiong spoke, startling Shukan. 2 people is too many. One of us must get. Right after that, Shukan was thrown away from the spot. Only Juinxiong was left holding it up. Shukan shouted. Wait. Juinxiong struggled to say, listen. There are some special individuals in the basement of this building. And the only one who can defeat him is. He'll leave everything to you, Jiangshu. The massive rock collapsed right in front of Shukan shouted in panic. Li Juinxiong. Hey! Suddenly, someone appeared from beside Shukan. There you. Immediately, an attack struck his. Shukan couldn't dodge and tumbled to the ground. Blood ran down the side of his head. The newcomer continued, I remember you. The student of that damn gritted his teeth and hissed. The bastard who turned me into. Meanwhile, Shijin had run outside to meet with the others. Is everyone okay? Well, I'm okay because Jiang Shukan saved me. We're fine too. But Jayun got scratched in a few places while protecting me. Duhua touched her tail. Without any warning, he just grabbed my tail. When I get back, I'm going to beat that pervert to death. Weekly trivia. A scorpion's tail has 6 segments. The anus is located at the last segment, which also carries. Shijin hurriedly set the man down and said, watch this guy. The Shijin quickly turned and ran. I'm going inside to find Shukan and get him out. Huiqing jumped up in panic. What? Shukan is still in there? Duhua called after her. Hey, we're coming. Shijin was still accelerating. Oh, Shukan, are you? Suddenly, Shijin encountered an obstacle. She quickly dodged the sudden. Her eyes filled with shock. Before Shijin was a long-winged beetle. It was an insect that looked like a combination of a scorpion and a dragonfly. An individual trained with. Then countless other insects crawled over, chanting, meat, meat. The long-winged insect lunged. Where did they come? Duhua was alert. Aren't these the ones locked in the basement earlier? Huiqing was worried. How did they get? Then, a voice rang out. I'm the one who let them. Then something was thrown towards. An explosion erupted immediately. Huiqing shouted. Class represent. Voice continued. Oh, I'm not very good at holding. It's because my body has been shredded by these burns. It's truly humiliating for hunters like. Both gritted their teeth in anger while looking at him. Suddenly, Duhua's body began to transform as she hissed. So it's you. The one who blew up the school and fought with Professor. The first thing he'll do is beat the hell out of you for Professor Ji. You bastard. Duhua lunged. He gave a devious smile. Oh, we'll see about. Let's see if you dare hit me when I do. Immediately, Duhua's legs came to a. The large pincer also stopped right in front. Shukan was being restrained by an insect. Shukan was unconscious. Thank you watching for vid. Shukan. He smiled triumphantly. I placed a bomb on this. Do something stupid and it'll blow. Duhua was furious. You despicable cat. He took the chance to provoke them. You said it's for Professor Ji? You must be his student. Everything he did to me that day. The burns all over my body have made me feel like living is worse than. If I kill his students, maybe it'll satisfy my anger. Then Shijin spoke up. Come and try to get a taste. Shijin appeared with her body intact, power bursting forth. She was carrying her. Ching was happy. Dua noticed the bag in Zizin's hand. That man still acted dismissively. TSK, I thought I got rid of you. Was the explosion too weak? Damn it. My performance today is terrible. But anyway, finishing his sentence, he lunged forward and squeezed Zizin's. Shijin remained silent, letting him gloat. He'll do as you. Immediately, Shijin turned into a pool of blood in his. Ha. She popped like an egg. Professor Ji should see. Everyone looked at him with hate. The man continued to be arrogant. So who wants to die? Just then, Shijin suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. I'm right. He turned around and then he gritted his teeth in. Once again he attacked. Everyone backed away to avoid being affected by that. Trees in the forest were scorched by that. Both Duhua and Huiqing had to grit their teeth to. On the other side, Shenya shielded. After crushing her again, he was confident. She must be dead now. It was powerful enough to blow off my own. Right then, another hand gradually appeared, gripping his wrist. Are you even? His eyes looked like they were about to pop out. Shijin was reborn again, surrounded by power, and told him. I said, kill me. Shijin appeared and provoked. His eyes widened as if about to fall. This made him grit his teeth and hiss in anger. You. Right then, Shijin erupted with power, pushing him far. This time Shijin lunged forward to attack. Shijin delivered a powerful. He tried to defend while thinking, are all her wounds being. Could it be? Does she have a recovery ability like a maid? Then, as if he found a way to restrain Shijin, his hands began to glow with bizarre. He punched Shijin straight in the stomach, exploding. Thank you watching for vid. Sparkler. Explosions erupted. Continue. Shijin also realized his intention, using continuous explosions to counter my recovery. Then the man turned away confidently. Next Cana. Duhua's eyes glowed as she lunged. Suddenly, Duhua looked down and after landing, another explosion went off. Did he plant bombs on the ground before? He turned back smugly. Because of my cautious nature, I always place my soldiers anywhere I've set foot. And you're the one stepping on them. That's my mind. Thank you watching for vid. Immediately, countless explosions erupted all around, capable of destroying everything. Huiqing quickly dodged the explosions. Xianya and Jiayun looked like they were about to be submerged. Tonight, at this moment, he clenched his fist and gave a triumphant smile. Ha ha ha, all you can do is scream. Truly, the students of that weak professor are just as weak. Explode to your. Suddenly, at that moment, his arm was twisted. Shijun appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his arm, twisting it back. The man finally managed to gasp out. Shijun gritted her teeth and used all her strength to break his fingers. Then, she recalled her conversation with teaching assistant Du teaching me how to fight a. He replied, well, I've only ever fought one. He was the bomber who caused the terrorist attack. It's truly unbelievable that he can transmit detonation signals. But if that is his complex, that ability must come from his insect traits. Since his insect is an ant, his complex might function like a soldier ant receiving pheromone signals. Weekly Insect Knowledge Supplement. Pheromones are substances used as chemical signals between individuals of the same species. These substances are secreted outside the insect's body and can trigger specific reactions in other members of the species. Sometimes these substances are also called social hormones or viewed as a chemical information. Therefore, he must have something to transmit signals to his bombs. Something like a detonator. Shijun recalled that and was determined to find it. After managing to seize two of his fingers, Shijun shouted, found it. Shichung's arm. If we can cut off his arm, well. Shichung quickly rushed forward. Okay, I understood him tight. Then, Shichung stepped hard onto Daohua's. Daohua then launched Shichung towards. The man gritted his teeth in anger, using a teammate as a springboard to jump over the mine. This bad. At this point, Shijun was still using all her strength to restrain his. Just as the explosions erupted, Shichung unleashed a side. The man was hit, and blood splattered from one side of his. He roared furiously at the bugs beside him. Kill them. Immediately they swarmed over. Meat. Shichung chuckled. Oh, these food-trained bugs. Shijun turned to warn him. The predator is escaping. The man was already fleeing in one direction. Shijun quickly gave chase. We have to go after him. We haven't cut off the transmitter yet. He can still detonate them from a distance. Shijun didn't notice a disgusting bug with a gaping mouth chasing her from behind. Xianya and Luoen screamed in terror. Shijun. At that moment, Daohua appeared and dealt with that giant. Then Daohua turned to Shijun. Go after. We'll handle these. The man was now running deep into the forest. As he ran, he clutched his aching arm. That was close. Damn it. To think they understood how my complex works. If only I could use the origin of speed. Suddenly, a bolt of purple light appeared in a zigzag pattern behind. Shijun raised a leg and kicked down with all her. Waterfall strike. Grossom waterfall. With that, the man was slammed into the ground, creating a large. Immediately, he cursed in anger. You hideous. Then, a burst of dark power erupted from his. As the smoke cleared, he was still standing firm. It seems you've underestimated me. Did you think you could beat me in a one-on-one?
Ma predator.
Wait, predator sounds so lame. Let's call it a hunter from now on. I'm different from you. Then he began to speculate. From what I've observed so far, aside from her recovery ability, she only has mediocre fighting, and there's a limit to her recovery too. If I continue to counterattack and deploy my soldiers, regaining his confidence, he extended his hand with the detonators toward Shijun.
Don't piss me off.
Because of that weak teacher of yours, you're going to. Shijun didn't reply at all and charged straight at him to it. Then she recalled a past. She was sitting alone in a room when she was suddenly when she saw the black leather bag sitting on the. Now Shijun spoke. To protect us, Professor G risked his life to stop you. The hunter gritted his teeth in shock. A chainsaw? Since when did. Shijun swung the chainsaw and screamed. So don't talk such nonsense. Immediately, a brilliant flash of power sliced down through the hunter's. His face became hideously contorted with. Just like that, his body fell one way while his arm rolled. Shijun stopped in her tracks. I did it. Now he can't detonate anything. Suddenly, the hunter burst out laughing. Ah! If you think you've won with just this, you're dead wrong. You nest bastard. Do you think I ran all the way out here just because I was cornered? His body, lying on the ground, was trembling, yet he remained utterly crazed. I wasn't running from you. The insects I released were just a bunch trained with mediocre. On the other side, the group had just finished dealing with the swarm and was tiredly wiping away sweat. Phew, we saved Shokan and defeated those things. But they were just food-trained ones, weren't they? They were so. Suddenly, something terrifying appeared. Those insects were just food for that monster. Shi-chang, who was carrying Shokan, turned around in shock. What is. Dao Hua, having sensed the thing, gritted her teeth and turned around. Run. Shi-chang was still confused, his head full of questions. Then, a chilling voice rang out. Haha, you all should be careful. It's probably angry because its fresh prey was stolen. Then Dao Hua hurriedly turned back and shouted. I said. Dao Hua led the way and approached a steep, vertical. The rounding space suddenly shook with vibrations, giving them a heart-stopping scare. Xienya and Luo huddled together in fear, both turning pale with confusion. What? Shi-chang, carrying Shokan on his shoulder, was equally surprised, but he also felt an ominous premonition. This vibration, could it be? Dao Hua, walking ahead, had already guessed who the opponent was. She gritted her teeth in tension. Is that bad? Shijun was busy dealing with Jin Lang. Even though Jin Lang was nearly defeated by Shijun, he could still laugh loudly like a fleeing. His face was covered in blood. He was so battered he no longer looked human. Yet his dry throat still tried to rasp out difficult words. Only a few minutes later, everything was drowned out by the sound of a massive explosion that echoed through the. Xienya and Luo quickly turned and ran before the shockwave of the explosion could. However, Shi-chang and Shokan weren't as lucky. Shi-chang had to carry the unconscious Shokan all this time, so he was naturally in a passive position. When the unexpected situation occurred, it wasn't easy to handle, so being injured was unavoidable. Shokan was thrown from Shi-chang's shoulder, flying several meters away. His body woke up slightly because of that. My consciousness returned right after I heard the sound of the explosion. The very moment he emerged from that vague confusion, Shokan saw the scenario he wanted to see happen. The creature before him had revealed itself in its most hideous. The breeder in front of him was the most difficult species to deal with. What I'm seeing is the worst-case scenario. Shokan had just woken up and couldn't immediately recover his best condition. His mind hadn't even clearly mapped out his team's current situation. What's happening? Where is Shijun? What happened while I was unconscious? The others were also very worried about him. Shokan, are you awake? Amidst the ear-piercing, skin-crawling sounds of the deep forest, a low voice spoke clearly. Impressive. With just those words, Shokan immediately recognized who it was. The man wasn't fearful or hesitant. Instead, he had the gall to taunt Shokan. I didn't think you'd find this farm. You surprised. Facing the giant creature before him, Shokan assessed the situation without fear. This relaxed voice. There's no mistake. Sure enough, just as he predicted, the opponent really was he was the one behind the scenes controlling that hideous creature. He spoke with an incredibly arrogant and haughty attitude. A bunch of brats gathered here and Nest doesn't know? Did you all lose control once Professor G? He looked at the screen before him with a contemptuous smirk. And it's you again. The dragonfly. Every time my plan hits a snag, it's always continued to drill into Shokan's anger. First I thought I wanted you, but I think we were made to be each other's natural and he decided not to drag it out any longer. He ordered his trump card. The massive, black-pincered creature immediately roared at its master's command. Ready for battle. In an instant, Luoen, Shichang, and Dao Hua were all plunged into. They weren't sure if they could win this. And Shokan was in a similar state. But he was even more afraid because his friends were behind him, and he wasn't. If he fell now, they would be dragged down because before they could think of anything, Giganta rushed forward, wanting to tear Shokan into 100 pieces. Fortunately, thanks to his agile dragonfly wings, Shokan escaped with his. However, Xianya and Luoen weren't so lucky. Giganta's sharp centipede legs were now fully capable of attacking them both easily. Several times, Xianya and Luoen were nearly finished off. Cheng also had to use all his internal energy just to dodge one of its legs. But staying like this forever wasn't the answer. Damn it. It's too late to run. There has to be. It absolutely would not let anyone. His head focused on attacking Shokan. Its centipede legs attacked the rest one by one. Spared no. Dao Hua took the initiative to stand on its hard, steel-like body. She wanted to use this method to restrain its ram, but her body fighting it was like throwing an egg against a stone. It simply rolled over once, and Dao Hua immediately tumbled through the air several times. Dao Hua was furious. Losing control, she cursed, "Motherfucker, there's nothing we can do. Kick it or do something to it." Right? Seeing this, Shi Cheng gained some respect for her. "Dao Hua, you stubborn little, just stay there." After saying that, Shi Cheng immediately took her place to deal with Jai. Shi Cheng's physical condition was quite good. His endurance and flexible agility were his strengths, and in an instant, he zoomed up its body as fast as a passing. It immediately sensed it. It quickly focused on the unusual sensation on its. Immediately, it launched a counterstrike. Grasshopper. Its move was just enough to toss Shi Cheng, who was crawling on it, away as light as a feather without any damage being. Shi Cheng lost his momentum and fell freely, not even realizing when it had detected him. That was a good shot because I just cut off its remaining human part. And while Shi Cheng was still happily thinking, it was already one step ahead. Giganta completely unleashed its rage. It used 70% of its strength to retaliate against Shi. With just a few simple moves, it easily kicked Shi Cheng dozens of meters away, much to everyone's astonishment. All the efforts of the group of four seemed to amount to nothing. Giganta hadn't taken any significant damage, but they all showed signs of exhaustion. Dao Hua tried her best just to stand her ground against it, but that was when it hadn't even laid a hand on her alone, because it only had to pass by her less than twice. The armor on Dao Hua's body vanished, leaving her in stunned disbelief. Without the support of her armor, it didn't take much time for it to eliminate a brat in its eyes like Dao Hua. Using its sharp centipede legs and bodily agility, she was unable to resist. The moment Dao Hua hit the ground with an unpleasant thud, he even took the opportunity to attack the. Shokan realized the situation was critical and immediately abandoned all defense to rush in and rescue his teammates. Guys, unfortunately, such a hasty action not only failed to save them, but instead resulted in Giganta launching a surprise attack that left him unable to react. As for the breeder, he observed the situation from start to finish with great satisfaction. You can't defeat overwhelming power with those petty tricks of. He smirked triumphantly. You won't be able to do anything. You're nothing more than food for Giganta. Fortunately, Shokan hadn't been hit hard enough to lose his ability to counterattack. He remained safe for now, escaping Giganta's wild pursuit. The breeder was very pleased with this reality. This is the golden rule of survival among the strong. And that is the logic of this world. It's an unwritten. With his dragonfly his ability to fly helped Shokan escape Giganta's destruction, as Giganta's true form was a centipede that couldn't. But that wasn't enough for Shokan to turn the tables. Damn it, I can't get. Realizing it no longer held the advantage like it did on the ground, the creature stopped attacking. It calmly assessed the situation from below, just as expected from a dragonfly complex. Even Giganta can't reach that. However, how could the breeder easily give up and let Shokan's group go? But will you be able to stay up? He knew very well how to push others into a passive position. Taking advantage of Xianya and Dao Hua still being on the ground, only Xianya hadn't been directly attacked yet, so she took the initiative to save Dao Hua from the danger zone. But this very act pulled her into danger. Shokan could only shout helplessly from above, "Be careful!" Just as Giganta was about to strike, Dao Hua's bolus spider stance managed to save both their lives in the nick of the moment. It slammed its sharp tip into the ground, Dao Hua managed to use spider silk to pull the two of them. Bola spiders can cover their silk with a sticky substance and catch their prey in a manner similar to. Seeing her technique succeed, Dao Hua finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. I caught her. Xianya couldn't react to the rescue that happened in just a few short, hair-raising seconds. She softly called out, Lu, the silk will throw you far. You can land safely. With that, she used all her strength, using herself as a pivot point to hurl both Xianya and Dao Hua far. The moment Dao Hua let go of the silk was the moment Xianya and Dao Hua had flown dozens of meters and returned to the safe. Once finished, Dao Hua could finally be completely at ease. However, she didn't notice that Giganta had recognized this rare opportunity and used it to its. Only Shoukan managed to notice Dao Hua. But by the time she saw it, Luoan had already been mercilessly attacked by it. His entire body was thrown into the. It intended to attack again, but Shoukan launched a temporary strike to stall for time so he could have a chance to save Luo. Before Luoan could fall and hit the ground, Shoukan managed to catch him. Something terrible had happened to him. He's injured. No matter what Shoukan did, he couldn't wake him up.
Luoan, wait.
At this point, Giganta exerted all its effort to fight to. Even though Luoan was injured and Shoukan was extremely worried about him, in its eyes, this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity to finish them both off. Even Shoukan had to respect it. That bastard. It doesn't even know what exhaustion is. How much longer does it plan to chase? Just then, Shijin managed to return to the battlefield that had been torn apart by it. It won't stop until it eats us. I heard that it's very hot. Her current state was no better than Luo Ensign. Her clothes were pitiably torn, yet she still tried to warn Shoukan. That centipede only chases moving prey. The food-trained insects are already down. And that's also why it's only chasing. Both of them looked toward the city not far away, their hearts filled with worry. If we let it run wild like this, it might cause damage to the city. We have to stop him right. Enya and Dao Hua had managed to recover and ran from a distance to reunite. Shijin, you're alive. Shijin immediately turned to comfort them. The others are on their way. Now, Shichang had recovered about 70 to 80% of his stamina and also came to reunite with the group. Does anyone have a good plan? Let me tell you now, we can't defeat it with simple tactics. Shoukan thought for a moment and then came up with a bold idea. I have an idea. Want to hear it? People simultaneously stood as still as statues according to Shizhan's, staring at the giant centipede before them as if they wanted to eat it alive. The famous landmark on Mount Siraxan near Sok. The battle had been ongoing without rest. Shoukan continuously launched rapid counterattacks before their. Giganta also continuously pursued him to the end. No matter what rocket hit, it only caused them to crumble into 100 pieces without being able to. Each of its centipede legs seemed to want to swallow Shoukan whole. It now chased him right to his. Its relentless pursuit was driven by the burning desire to taste human flesh that scorched its chest, making it exhausted yet desperately craving to the. Shoukan continuously attacked from many sides. Left and right, he used every blind spot to attack it, but his solitary effort to hope he could kill it was too low. Alone, he was basically no match for Giganta. The current plan was only a temporary measure. Shoukan had the advantage of his dragonfly form. His speed was slightly faster than Giganta's. He recognized and utilized this, but it was very hard to maintain such a good distance. However, Shoukan accelerated and flew forward, with the centipede quickly following suit. Hundreds of centipede legs helped it rush as fast as the wind, but Shoukan didn't feel the slightest fear. Everything was going according to. In the distance, a person was intently watching the fierce battle unfolding between Shoukan and Giganta. I see the job the breeder wanted me to do. He was the leader of Giganta, the one controlling the centipedes. At the foot of the mountain in a small, remote village, a few men were outside in the yard clearing away the fallen snow that remained on the ground and hadn't fully melted. Suddenly, an announcement from the village's old loudspeaker transmitted a crackling sound that caught their attention. This is an emergency announcement for the residents in Siraxan National. Shizhan informed the residents through the loudspeaker that because of the heavy rain 2 days ago, a landslide was imminent. For everyone's safety, please evacuate this. Fearing they hadn't heard clearly, Shizhan repeated it once more. I repeat, a landslide is currently approaching. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. The men inside the house heard this and were skeptical. Evacuate? What kind of landslide? So, just as they were doubting the accuracy of the announcement, the ground behind them began to give way. Soil rolled down from above, including old tree stumps that hadn't been cleared. They were immediately stunned. One of them witnessed it and shouted, "It's a real landslide." Earlier there was news saying a whole village was buried under a landslide. What if that happened? Didn't give it a second thought. They threw down their brooms and rushed toward the car that another man had quickly driven over. Please hurry up. We have to leave here quickly. What the hell is going on? The last people of the village all left within just a few short minutes after the announcement was broadcast. Shizhan and Xianya hid behind large trees to check the situation and breathed a silent sigh of relief. There, we've evacuated despite successfully minimizing the damage to the surrounding residents. Shizhan's heart was still burning with anxiety. She recalled Shoukan's words. This is my... Evacuating the residents was also part of the plan Shoukan mentioned. First, it'll be the bait. While I do that, you all need to prepare a few things. Shicheng tried to call out, "Hey, wait!" Shicheng, who had to carry the unconscious Luo En on his shoulder, became enraged after hearing that. Are you crazy? Shizhan, who was beside him, was equally worried. He's right, Shoukan, that's very dangerous. But he was determined not to give up. This centipede isn't just some ordinary monster. We can't defeat it with just any common tactic. Shoukan asserted, this is what Li Juanheng told me. That he would leave everything to me. Dao Hua was stunned upon hearing that. Her eyes opened as wide as they could, as if she had just discovered. Shoukan recalled Li Junheng's previous words and reasoned based on them. He knew from the beginning. He knew the centipede was here. And if we can kill that centipede, we'll be able to deal a heavy blow to the... Shoukan spoke with firm conviction. Li Juanheng brought us here to defeat that monster. That's why we have to do it. Meanwhile, the team led by Dao Hua in his place had also reached the mountain peak where the plan would... Though unwilling, Shoukan's way was the only current option with a chance of survival. So Dao Hua still had to grit her teeth and reluctantly carry it out. They'll do as you want, so just stay alive, you... And just like that, Shoukan's plan began. He became the bait, luring the centipede to the final position. He kept the centipede right on his heels like a fly. The breeder, watching from this side of the screen, laughed at the action he considered redundant. Playing the role of prey himself. How utterly meaningless. It was precisely because he believed in the centipede's invincibility that his attitude toward Shoukan lacked even a shred of respect. No matter what you do, it's impossible to defeat Giganta with just humans. But Shoukan was very confident in the plan he had built. He believed it was perfect, with no flaws. His eyes and words were filled with determination. We'll see about... Shoukan flew through the tall trees. He used them and his small, maneuverable body to slow down the centipede, as expected, fell right into his calculation. Rushed after Shoukan, oblivious to the narrow space around it that was extremely favorable for him to launch an attack. Shoukan boldly took the opportunity to land a blow on the centipede. Not surprised. Thank you watching for vid. Because the distance between it and Shoukan was too close, Giganta didn't have time to react and took the full force of that. The breeder's eyes widened when he saw his darling being countered. His heart was filled with a moment of surprise mixed with... He wondered, what was that just... As for Shoukan, completing the attack on Giganta without suffering any damage was incredibly easy. Hunter Fox was his powerful assistant in that last... Shoukan wanted to take the opportunity while Giganta was still stunned to perform the next step of the plan. He raised his head and shouted to his teammates on the mountain peak. Do it! Chung received the signal and immediately jumped down boldly. Fuck it. I don't care about anything, and Chung utilized the grasshopper stance. He slid all the way down from the mountain peak along the vertical. Combined with the sidekick, Shi Cheng successfully and safely approached Jai. Because Shi Cheng's strength was concentrated in an instant, it created significant pressure on the cliff, causing it to crack. And meanwhile, Dao Hua, on top of the cliff, used the Emperor Scorpion stance to continue Shoukan's. She used all the strength in both arms to punch hard into the solid ground beneath her feet. The gauntlet was also used, creating a relatively large vibration that affected Giganta's ability to... In an instant, she used 70% of her strength on this move. The ground below was punched into pieces by her, leaving a large crater in the middle. This was all within Shoukan's expectations. The ground was moist from the heavy rain a few days, therefore Dao Hua could act very easily. The breeder, observing the situation through the small screen, was also left stunned. What? Part of Shoukan's plan also relied on the geographical advantage, as if helped by... The rain had made the soil heavy, and it made this more likely to happen. Shoukan had even calculated the natural conditions. Along with Dao Hua's slight impact, the soil and rocks that had absorbed a large amount of water over the past few days quickly slumped down, creating a landslide. And the largest rock on the mountain was currently falling straight toward Giganta's head as it tried to crawl up the peak. It never expected that one day it would have to endure the weight of the giant rock. The rock fell onto Giganta with incredible speed and collided with its iron-like body and other large and small rocks, truly creating an earth-shattering vibration that shook heaven. Dao Hua and Shi Cheng slid down together, witnessing the whole process, and laughed loudly, seeing that all their calculations had worked. It worked. Surprisingly, Giganta wasn't injured. On the contrary, it only served to make it even more furious. Its large mouth, full of fangs, roared to vent its... It surged straight up into the sky from the pile of earth and rocks that had buried it. Much to Shoukan's surprise, Shi Cheng, who had just been celebrating prematurely, regained his spirit and mocked them. What a pathetic bunch. Giganta can dig its way out from under. He laughed loudly, mocking Shokan. Your big plan is useless. Shokan was currently facing Giganta directly, yet he showed absolutely no sign of running, even as it was about to attack him, because he still believed he hadn't failed. No, it definitely succeeded. When Giganta crawled out from the pile of soil to a certain point, its head would hit another dome-shaped mountain peak, exactly according to the trajectory Shokan had calculated. For Z-types, the head is the most sensitive and vulnerable part. Therefore, the amount of soil and rocks that fell on Giganta earlier was only to distract. He finally had to accept the truth. Finally understood. For Giganta, that actually caused quite a lot of damage. Above all, the wounds from Professor G and the effects of hunger are draining Giganta's. Facing this temporarily unfavorable situation, the breeder didn't show any worry or take any other measures, because he believed that the lost endurance could easily be made up for through with just one word from him, Giganta, eat that landslide. Giganta's strength seemed to be 100% recharged, as if it had never been through a. Shokan couldn't immediately adapt to Giganta's rhythm and lost his balance, tumbling several times in the air while Giganta continued to threaten and chase him, wanting to swallow him. Shokan turned and flew in the opposite direction, with Giganta following. The final step of the plan was about to be completed. Just a little bit, he led it into the dense forest. His brain was as tense as a wire. Just a bit. The centipede rushed after him like a starving creature lusting after the hot prey. Passing through the dense forest, Shokan finally reached the preselected location. Seeing the statue, he breathed a sigh of relief. Here. Getting close to the statue, Shokan suddenly stopped, no longer flying or running, causing the centipede to stop. Feeling every bit of his mind. The breeder, through the observation camera, felt a sense of doubt but didn't specifically say what it was. This Shokan flew up high along the height of the statue. The centipede also quickly crawled up the statue after him. Shokan kept using provocative language to trigger its madness. Being hit by a landslide while chasing me, I'm sure your strength is exhausted. Seeing the target was in position, Shokan shouted, now I can. Giganta reached the top of the statue and reached toward Shokan, preparing to swallow its prey. Shokan made his final declaration. Let's end. After Xianya finished taking care of Luoan, she rushed back to Shijun and called out to her. Shijun also immediately turned toward the sound, her face full of worry as she asked her, You're here? How is Lu? Xianya pointed toward the window of the car not far away and said, I used the first aid kit in the car to give him first aid. He's not very badly injured, but he needs. Just then, Shokan informed Shijun through the radio headset, Everyone, I've brought it here. Hearing that, the two of them immediately looked up high where the top of the statue. Shokan asked through the headset, Are you guys? Shokan decisively flew toward the centipede and shouted, Let's do this. Shokan used his agile prowess as a pivot point of advantage, preparing to launch a direct attack on the centipede. Countless centipede legs continuously collided with the iron frame along the back of the statue, creating friction at a dizzying speed that lit up the area with countless. Realizing their time had come, Shijun led Xianya toward the top of the statue. Although her heart was burning with the spirit of victory, Xianya still felt a bit of lingering worry and fear. Her voice trembled. We have to succeed. Soon the centipede had crawled along the height of the statue and rose above his head. Just a bit more and it would snap up. Shokan's pincers closed, almost catching his. Fortunately, Shokan quickly leaned his neck back and managed to dodge it in time. Otherwise, he would have met his end by. Just then, Shijun and Xianya had prepared the Eiffel Tower silk weaving force that pinned the centipede. Xianya used all her strength, determined to hold onto the silk thread woven from her blonde hair, but her strength compared to the centipede was too small to restrain it. Xianya's voice gradually became tremulous. I can't hold on any longer. It's too. Shijun, beside her, prepared her weapon while offering encouragement. Well done. As she spoke, the weapon was. Shijun held a chainsaw with countless sharp teeth and jumped straight onto the centipede, using all her strength to saw. However, no matter how hard she tried, the saw blade couldn't penetrate deeper into the centipede's flesh as time. Shijun also used the chainsaw at full power, but she still couldn't get through the centipede's body. The saw blade and the centipede's outer shell even sent sparks flying, but she still couldn't affect the centipede. Everything gradually fell into a stalemate as the centipede discovered it was being attacked from its side. It turned its head with a fierce. Taking advantage of the centipede's distraction, Shokan managed to punch it once, nearly knocking out its. At the same time, the lightning from his punch temporarily paralyzed its ability to counter. Realizing his side was gradually regaining the initiative, Shokan immediately signaled, Don't let it rest. We have to continuously attack. Through the headset, Shokan contacted Shicheng, who was covered in injuries not far away. Now, Shicheng, it's tired. Just one more rock. But contrary to Shokan's overflowing hope, Shicheng seemed to be losing strength as he replied, Sorry, Shokan, I don't think Shoukan didn't know the current situation with Dao Hua and Shi Cheng. The two of them couldn't continue the plan because they were surrounded by a swarm of insects with no way out. They had caused quite a few injuries to Dao Hua and Shi Cheng. At the moment, being able to stand firm was already quite an achievement. Dao Hua also struggled to squeeze out a few words. What the hell are these bastards? Peering out of no, the insects looked at the two of them like a long-time bloodthirsty pack. Both were temporarily in a state of helplessness. They look like those trained with food. But why are they harder to fight than before? At this moment, Giganta's master emerged from within the yellow cocoon and spoke. The ones you saw earlier were food for Giganta. But these guys were raised specifically for fighting. Naturally, they're much stronger. He looked at her with a look like daggers, half joking. The fact that you all created an artificial rockslide is truly beyond imagination. Dao Hua, we should have used food to train you, but it'll kill you right here. As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of aggressive insects surrounding the two of them immediately rushed in to tear them. Seeing that the other side hadn't replied for a long time and there was no signal, Shoukan called out loudly again. Shi Cheng, the breeder, through the hidden camera, sent another message to the scene. You seem too Immediately, the Z-type centipede surged forward powerfully, using its pincers to attack Shoukan. Fortunately, his agile body allowed him to fly up and dodge it. Shoukan tried his best to continue flying high to escape the Z-type's pursuit. It also crawled up after him. It even crawled higher than the head of the statue, surprising him. It can get all the way up. The Z-type continued to use its sharp pincers to attack Shoukan. He had to use all the strength in both arms just to prevent it from devouring. Shijin saw him in danger and immediately screamed in panic. The Z-type suddenly jumped high, escaping the interference of Shijin and Xienya, causing the two of them to tumble through the air several times. The Z-type was free to fly and chase after Shoukan without any obstacles, giving the breeder a chance to continue his excitement. That's a good plan. But it seems the chainsaw is too weak to cause damage to Giganta's shell. I told you, you can't defeat overwhelming power. When there was no one left to block its path, the Z-type centipede used all its strength to attack Shoukan to the end. It didn't even give him a single chance to turn the tail. As for the breeder, he smiled contentedly on the other side of the screen, as if he had just made a great profit. This is a natural result. When you chose to become human, you chose to carry weak. Even though Shoukan was being pushed to the brink of death, he had no intention of giving up. He even tried his best to counter his assertions. What's so bad about being human? Are you saying I have to become a monster? Naturally didn't take Shoukan's words seriously. Living as a human and living as a monster isn't any different. The law of survival of the fittest applies to. Taking advantage of the situation, he began to tell tales of woe about his past. When I was human, I stood at the bottom of the food chain. So I can say he talked incessantly about the world that he considered not worth living in. The law of survival of the fittest for humans is even filthier and more disgusting than that of monsters. What he saw in the human world didn't have even half a shred of light worth pursuing. He only saw, instead of the food chain pyramid, the strong eat everything, even the grass of the herbivores, creating an unfair. He also recalled the days when he was a small, useless human. Not to mention the discrimination for petty reasons and being shunned by the crowd. Human society is like, precisely because of the unpleasant past he had experienced. A wild intention grew in his mind. I will destroy it and establish a new society. A system where strength and power will replace authority and money in deciding a person's position in society. He's trying to drag people into his delusions again. If you decide to switch sides and follow me now, I can let you live. What do you think? This moment, Jiang Suchen not only faced the breeder's threats but also a direct attack from the centipede's overwhelming pressure. It had bared its teeth, ready to crush. Jiang Suchen still tried to resist until the end. In this life-or-death moment, he gradually recalled every word his respected teacher had told him. From now on, hone your skills and back then, he was still an obedient student full of potential, always listening to every lesson. Show me that Jiang Suchen is not a monster, but something even stronger than a monster. Human. Professor Ma had placed immense faith in him, the belief that a human could possess power greater than a monster's and, more importantly, could achieve things far greater than any monster ever. For a moment, his eyes burned with a fierce aura full of determination. Jiang Suchen awakened the latent power deep within his body. A powerful force pushed the centipede far away, as his entire body emitted a surge of energy and a brilliant light that illuminated the surroundings. Both He-jin and Hyunei watched him, their mouths agape in shock. From above, Jiang Suchen spoke bluntly, I know. I've been abandoned and discriminated against countless times just for being. Jiang Suchen was no longer afraid. He looked directly into the hidden camera as if warning the breeder. But as you can see, no matter how weak and disgusting this society, he didn't feel that human society was filthy. It was just that he wouldn't give up on it so easily, because to him, overcoming and growing from it was what truly made a person. Centipede decisively broke through the power barrier Jiang Suchen had. It charged forward with a screeching, hideous sound that was repulsive to the reader. On his end was busy calculating. Attacking alone? Even if the giganta's physical strength is low, how could he break through its outer shell without any way? Centipede lunged straight at him. As before, he leaped and successfully evaded. The centipede moving at wind-like speed, Jiang Suchen took the opportunity to use its body as a foothold, sliding down it to gain momentum for it took the centipede a few seconds to react because its body was so long. Jiang Suchen seized that chance to he leaped and circled around its body, relentlessly raining down blows without. Only then did the breeder belatedly realize the problem. His eyes widened in shock. The reason he was so surprised was that Jiang Suchen's bleeding hands seemed to hide a plan he hadn't yet. Right at that moment, Jiang Suchen looked down at the ground and shouted, "Everyone!" As soon as Jiang Suchen finished speaking, countless threads from Hyunei began to tightly wrap around the centipede, preventing it from moving even a fraction of an inch. This time, both Heejin and Hyunei joined forces to pull the threads toward them, ensuring the centipede had no chance to escape. Like a part of the centipede's body was pulled away from the tower by the two, pushing it into the exact position required by the original. Jiang Suchen braced himself, preparing the final step of the plan, the Emperor Dragonfly. With support from Heejin and Hyunei, he broke away from the centipede's endless pursuit. Using both his hunting gun and air gun, he lunged toward the head of a massive statue near. The reader was stunned as he witnessed the entire process. He aimed for the statue's head instead of the giant. The restrained centipede thrashed and struggled desperately to break. Unfortunately for it, Jiang Suchen had already kicked the statue's head down, causing the head and neck to snap. Jiang Suchen didn't stop there. He accelerated even more, using all his strength to drive the statue's head. The Buddha statue's head quickly toppled backward following Jiang Suchen's momentum and falling perfectly onto the centipede's body. The heavy stone head crushed the middle of the centipede, cutting off its ability to climb or move, much to everyone's astonishment. The centipede, the breeder's most powerful pawn, was crushed by the statue's head in the blink of. Witnessing his precious pet being brutalized so suddenly, the breeder couldn't help but fly into a rage. Veins popped on his face as he struggled to suppress a mix of anger and. As the statue's head hit the ground, the centipede was split in. The creature the breeder considered invincible had fallen under Jiang Suchen's perfect. Hyunei and Heejin watched from the outside. Heejin remained silent, but Hyunei collapsed in anxiety, wanting to confirm the kill yet too afraid to get close. After the fierce battle with the centipede, Jiang Suchen showed signs of exhaustion. Beads of sweat had formed on his. Centipede lay sprawled on the ground, its body mangled and bloody, a hideous. Just when everyone thought it was all over, its eyes suddenly snapped. Like a final surge of life before death, it suddenly regained all its strength and lunged crazily at Jiang Suchen, as if it had been thirsting for human blood for years. Centipede attacked every spot Jiang Suchen moved to with reckless abandon. It refused to miss any chance to finish him. Seeing it thrashing so violently despite being mangled, Hyuna panicked. What? Still alive? As if it had been reborn with 100% of its strength, it lunged manically even though not a single strike hit Jiang Suchen. It was only hastening its own. Realizing it couldn't handle Jiang Suchen, it shifted its target to Hyunei and Heejin. Seeing the danger, the two immediately tried to flee, but there was nowhere to. Unable to bear the pressure of the pursuit, Hyunei cried out, "How is it still alive?" From above, Jiang Suchen immediately descended, reaching out to use the unique flight ability of the dragonfly to save them. "Guys!" Jiang Suchen grabbed Hyunei's hand and pulled her up, but he hadn't reached Heejin yet. "Take my hand." No matter how much Jiang Suchen called from above, she didn't seem to hear. She deduced that the centipede couldn't possibly be as strong as before. With its body cut in half, it definitely wasn't. Heejin chose not to let Jiang Suchen save her. She decided to stay and risk her life against the centipede. This was likely its final struggle before. Just need to hold on a little longer. Heejin guessed that the hands would be the centipede's most sensitive and vulnerable spot, so she used her chainsaw to cut one off. She persevered until the very last second. Just a bit angered by the sudden attack on its precious hand, the centipede swung its arm and knocked Heejin to the ground. At that moment, its outer shell tore open completely, revealing a pair of large, sharp horns like those of a. Heejin was stunned by the sight, momentarily speechless. Even though its appearance had completely changed, it couldn't change the fact that its body had been split in two. Overexerting itself caused it to cough up a large amount of. Heejin was caught in the spray of blood. Still holding her active chainsaw, she was knocked back. Seeing the situation turn dire, Jiang Suchen flew back to save her after rescuing Hyunei. He couldn't help but curse. "You bat!" Jiang Suchen lunged directly at the centipede. It didn't miss this rare opportunity and immediately reached out to crush. In that moment, Jiang Suchin realized something was wrong. I'm too angry right before he knew what to do. One of the centipede's legs was suddenly sliced in half by something that flashed. Immediately after, the mysterious force continued to attack the centipede's body. By the time it realized it was being attacked, it was too late. Every segment of its body had been sliced up. Even Jiang Suchin watched the scene in shock, his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide with surprise. The mysterious character who appeared in the nick of time calmly wiped a long, sharp. The woman was holding He-Jin in her arms. Looking dashing, she spoke up, "So this is why Professor Ma told me to act as a safety supervisor." Her sudden appearance left Jiang Suchin completely surprised. He quickly flew closer to the assistant, utterly shocked to see her there. "You're awake. I mean, how did you get here?" Moon Se-young explained. The Firefly group's hypnosis ended this. Moon Se-young added, "By the time I woke up, you kids were already gone. While I was questioning some students, I received a request for reinforcement." Jiang Suchin was momentarily confused. Reinforcements? From who? Suddenly, a familiar voice came through his earpiece. On the other end of the earpiece, a fierce battle was still raging with no end in. Du Hua and Hai Sung were taking turns fighting to find a chance to survive in a battle that was gradually turning against them. Du Hua was so angry she cursed while fighting. "Damn it, there are too many." Furthermore, there were only two of them, while the enemies swarmed like ants. Du Hua was soon caught by one. Lifted Du Hua high into the air, mercilessly torturing every part of her. Just when Du Hua thought she was finished, Jiang Suchin appeared in time. He unleashed a move that defeated the small fry surround. Du Hua was furious from their attacks. She started shouting and cursing at everyone. "You bastard!" Thanks to Jiang Suchin, she got her chance for revenge. Du Hua seized the opportunity and grabbed the heads of two large. Du Hua channeled her internal energy and used her remaining strength to slam the two insects' heads together, taking both of them out. It naturally couldn't stop her sudden. Their horns were snapped off by Du Hua's hands, and by the time she finished them off, she was exhausted. She muttered a complaint. God, some of them, despite suffering consequences, hadn't learned their lesson and glared at her with eyes full of hatred. Du Hua wasn't afraid and spoke plainly. "These persistent bastards never end. And they even have basic group coordinates." Du Hua was wondering what to do. A flash of light suddenly appeared behind her, catching her. The large, powerful insects were hit directly by the sudden light. Unable to react in time, they could only stand there and take the hit, letting out pathetic roars and screams. A warm voice rang out amidst the chaotic noise.
Sorry I'm late.
Du Hua turned her head in shock, her eyes wide with surprise. The man who emerged from the light carried a terrifying aura that could overwhelm everyone present. He explained, "Those rocks were a bit heavy, so it took me some time to." Giganta saw the person he loathed standing right there, and a wave of rage surged within him. He growled, "Lee Junhyung, so you're still alive?" Without making him wait, Lee Junhyung immediately unleashed a strike that blew away the invisible pressure emanating from Giganta, not giving him the chance to get the upper hand like in the centipede began to notice him and recklessly lunged to attack, even though its strength was currently limited. Lee Junhyung kept facing Giganta with a bored expression. "You got out fast." He didn't seem to notice the centipede lurking behind. Just as it was about to successfully strike its target, a brilliant light flashed behind Lee Junhyung's back, crushing its slim hope. Lee Junhyung had seemingly guessed who it was, as there was little surprise in his. It was actually Hai Sung who had delivered the blow that stopped the centipede. Having fought a long battle previously, Hai Sung was showing signs of exhaustion. That last strike had consumed quite a bit of energy, so he quickly retreated to stand beside Lee Junhyung. Hai Sung discussed a plan with him. "Having an extra ally is great, but you know we're still short-handed, right? Do you have any idea?" In the midst of this tense situation, Lee Junhyung finally said something useful. "I have an idea." A purple aura suddenly radiated from Lee Junhyung, blanketing the. Lee Junhyung looked at the Giganta before him with eyes full of vengeful. His tarantula form power was instantly activated at its peak. Lee Junhyung's former ace in the hole seemed to have its seal broken. It exploded onto the battlefield with its master, and within a few short minutes, they had wiped out Giganta's insect head. Du Hua and Hai Sung watched the incredible scene, stunned. Lee Junhyung's stern voice echoed through the air filled with wails of pain. "Those are spider bristles soaked in a lethal poison. Against monsters like you, I don't need to restrain my spider bristles." Lee Junhyung released quickly finished off all the small fry without the three of them having to lift a finger. Once finished, Lee Junhyung checked on Jiang Suchin's status through the earpiece. Jiang Suchin were done on this. Looking at Jiang Suchin's face, it was clear that his current condition wasn't very. The centipede at Jiang Suchin's location was still baring its teeth, alive. It seemed his plan was perfect but not quite successful enough to kill this persistent centipede. Jiang Suchin had been flying high, looking for an... However, this time Jiang Suchin was a bit bolder, using his dragonfly stance techniques to attack the centipede. And of course, the centipede took every single hit without dodging. He also prioritized using the rabbit hunting technique. Hit by the move, the centipede's body was ravaged, causing it to scream in agony. Fresh blood sprayed from its wounds like what it was suffering now was only 1/1000th of what his teammates had suffered because at this moment, Jiang Suchin's heart burned with the determination to finish it off with his own hand. Jiang Suchin unleashed another The sky suddenly lit up, illuminating the quiet night in the map. Jiang Suchin continued using his hunting gun, the dragonfly weapon, to strike the centipede directly. Breeder, on the other side of the screen, began to grow tense. He gritted his teeth in anger. Impossible. He hadn't expected what was happening before his eyes in a million years. Is Giganta losing? My longest race. He couldn't accept this unbelievable reality. Losing to these Nestor from start to finish, Jiang Suchin had given his all and had never once given up or let go until this. Knowing one move couldn't take down the centipede, he continued to push his Emperor Dragonfly. He used his strongest hunter strength to attack. Continuously damaged, the centipede began to falter. Jiang Suchin realized the moment had come. He focused all his strength and accelerated. With determination, Jiang Suchin lunged, using both his hunting gun and double-barreled gun to punch the centipede's most severely wounded. With Jiang Suchin's blitz tactics and the centipede's clear exhaust quickly fell, much to everyone's surprise. Hyun-A and Hee-jin, along with the others below, watched Jiang Suchin's entire extermination process with both shock and admiration. Hee-jin, in particular, looked at him with eyes full of admiration, a look that was hard to put into words. After a grueling struggle, Jiang Suchin was finally able to handle it personally. He let out a difficult breath of relief, as if a weight that had been pressing on his heart since facing the centipede had finally been. Witnessing the defeat of his precious pet, the breeder fell into deep thought. The difference in power is very clear. That wasn't a battle Giganta could easily lose. So this is the human strength you talked about. Jiang Suchin slowly returned to the ground to the welcome of his teammates. Jiang Suchin, breeder flashed a familiar smile of unwilling. He wasn't satisfied. His pet couldn't have died so easily at their hands. Then prove it. Suspicious sound came from the centipede's mangled remains. A glowing, hot red elixir core flew out from its body. It was pulled from the centipede's corpse as if someone were controlling. Jiang Suchin immediately turned his head toward the. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he was directly targeted and attacked by Giganta, following the breeder's command. Show me how great your human strength. Jiang Suchin was suddenly forced by Giganta to swallow the elixir core taken from the centipede. By the time Hee-jin could react and run over, it was already too. Hyun-A, watching from the side, could only gape in shock. Fear raced through her mind, making her face pale. Did he? Hee-jin didn't stop. She directly confronted Giganta to protect Jiang Suchin. Get away from Jiang. She was worried he would become the same kind of thing as the centipede they had just defeated. She repeatedly patted Jiang Suchin's back to make him vomit out the core. Jiang Suchin, throw it up now. It's not too. But a voice rang out, crushing all their efforts. It's too late. Hee-jin listened, dazed and confused. As for that Giganta, he didn't attack the two of them anymore because he had already succeeded in putting the core into Jiang Suchin's body, allowing him to control his behavior. And it was Giganta who helped Breeder carry out that filthy intent. Once finished, he smugly admitted that as long as the boy swallowed it, the digestion process was done and the flesh had been absorbed into his. He spoke arrogantly. From this moment on, your body will experience uncontrollable, gnawing hunger for. As soon as he finished, Jiang Suchin covered his mouth to suppress the obvious changes in his body. While he struggled to restrain himself, the breeder took advantage of the situation. How many minutes will it take for the human part of you to elixir core inside Jiang Suchin began to act more powerfully, making him writhe in pain and struggle within his mind. What is this? His body changed more clearly by the second. The speed was dizzying as abnormalities appeared. I can smell a certain. He clutched his head in pain, tousling his hair. His whole body trembled as he endured. What is this taste? Seeing this, Hee-jin was filled with. Jiang Suchin suddenly raised his head and looked at her with the hungry eyes characteristic of a bloodthirsty monster. For a moment, Hee-jin was terrified, but she was even more afraid that Jiang Suchin would transform into a different person. Are you okay? Jiang Suchin's hearing became even sharper. He recognized special scents, delicious scents that were impossible to resist. Jiang Suchin was still spinning in a loop within his own will. His subconscious wanted to restrain the core's effects, but his body wouldn't listen, constantly craving a taste he had never experienced before. He kept trying to comfort himself. It's okay, my mind is still in. He told himself, I can control myself. But his body ignored his will and lunged at Hee-jin, wanting to devour her. For a moment, Hee-jin was so terrified her eyes widened in Fortunately, Hyunnae managed to spin her silk in time to restrain his hands. Otherwise, Heejin would have been devoured in a few shorts. However, no matter how strong the silk was, Hyunnae's strength could hardly restrain Jang Suchin. Moon Se-young took this opportunity to pull back the hand he was about to attack with, preventing him from harming him. She decisively twisted his arms behind his back like a police officer arresting a criminal. Caught in the counterattack, Jang Suchin cried out in pain. Seeing Moon Se-young pinning Jang Suchin to the ground like that, Heejin, despite almost being eaten, ran over in worry to stop her. "What are you doing? Let him go. You're hurting." But Moon Se-young was even more worried. "If I let him go, do you think he'll spare?" Seeing that Heejin still didn't understand the situation, Moon Se-young spoke plainly. "He's already started seeing us as..." Jang Suchin heard this too, and with the tiny bit of reason he had left, he grew. Breeder, watching this scene, was likely more satisfied than anyone. What an interesting situation. Isn't Nest's principle to protect students? Jean didn't know the breeder was always watching them through the camera, so she didn't know who the voice belonged to or where it came from. Where is that voice coming from? Meanwhile, he continued to taunt them, attacking a student just because he ate a little meat. "You guys always talk so big, but it turns out your principles are even lighter than I." Moon Se-young seemed to know where the voice was coming from, so she wasn't surprised. Breeder continued his monologue. "I'm very curious to see what happens next. Will he succumb to his desires and eat his, or will he be eliminated by the hands of these next-day vermin?" Jang Suchin struggled with his last bit of reason, restraining himself until his whole body shook. But in the end, he couldn't completely control his body and mind. "No, because of this scent, my sanity is..." In his inner world, where only Jang Suchin and Breeder existed, the Breeder was binding him with countless giant chains as if imprisoning a wild. Loved seeing others suffer. Watching you restrain yourself is truly Is being human that important? He continued to dig deeper into his pain. When you lived as a human, were you that happy? He didn't stop. He even targeted his weaknesses. Did you live a fair life without being discriminated against and despised? Jang Suchin was nearly driven mad hearing him talk about everything he had been. He was almost under the Breeder's complete control. That realization made him suffer even more in the chains the Breeder had created. Meanwhile, the Breeder remained aloof and mocking. "Does it hurt? It hurts because you're being bound by the chains of sin." He continued to trigger the core in the same way he had done with other monsters. "Release yourself. Let your instincts take control." Then, Jang Suchin gradually broke free from the chains of sanity. With one hand, he tore apart the countless giant chains surrounding. The energy within him gradually grew out of control after those words. "Now you've become strong." Jang Suchin broke out of that inner world in one step. He also broke free from the assistant's physical restraint, much to her astonishment. Once he broke free, there was nothing she could do to stop the surge of power rising within Jang. Moreover, he allowed the core to control him. For a moment, he couldn't distinguish whether the assistant before him was a good person or... With one hand, he threw her off. Jang Suchin completely exploded, letting the hungry core within his body dictate all his actions, and the core's first target was little Hyunnae, whose strength was only a fraction of... Seeing Jang Suchin lunging toward her, Hyunnae was terrified. Her whole body suddenly froze, unable to... Fortunately, Heejin rushed in just in time, pushing Hyunnae out of the way and taking her place, trying her best to stop him before the core's toxicity fully broke. However, no matter how much Heejin called out, Jang Suchin's reason was gone. "Wake up, Jang Suchin. Don't do this." The burning hunger within him continued to rise without... Last bit of reason remaining wasn't enough for him to realize his current behavior. The sweet, though his brain violently rejected becoming a true monster, his body couldn't control its actions. His mouth opened wide as if preparing to bite the delicious prey before. In the end, Jang Suchin couldn't restrain himself and bit directly into Heejin's fair. A sensation of pain immediately shot through every nerve in Heejin's body, but she couldn't push him away simply because he was her teammate. Little Hyunnae, unable to bear the heartbreaking sight, covered her eyes in fear and let out a piercing Du Hua, hearing Heejin and Hyunnae's screams from her side, immediately asked, "Damn it. What the hell is happening?" "Hey, Park." Hee Junhyung silently observed the dangerous situation. If he eats flesh, it's over. He'll become just another food train subject for the Breeder. What will you do? No one could guess what Jang Suchin would do to face and solve this problem, because he had completely lost control and was attacking. The assistant couldn't just stand by and decided to step in. "You're beyond that." She lunged forward like a whirlwind, catching Jang Suchin's. Moon Se-young's whirlwind-like form swept past, quickly rescuing Park Hee-jin, while also giving Jang Suchin a kick to snap him. Moon Se-young landed lightly after the attack. She pinned Jang Suchin under her foot to suppress him and warned, As long as I am the safety supervisor sent by Professor Ma, I cannot let you eat the others. Moon Se-young raised her sharp blade, preparing to give him a... Immediately, Jiang Suchin felt excruciating pain, as if his insides were being torn apart. Moon Se-young reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm only gonna knock..." As Moon Se-young struck, blood splattered everywhere, spraying into... However, that blood wasn't Jiang Suchin's. It was he. She had once again sacrificed herself to shield him, saving him from the assistant's blow, which left Moon Se-young. Moon Se-young looked on dazed, her mouth trembling. "What are you..." Hee-jin didn't complain. Instead, she comforted her. "It's okay, Ms. Moon." Hee-jin accepted being a sacrifice so he could survive. "My wounds can heal themselves. I won't have a head." Hee-jin then said something heartbreaking, "Because I am also a mom." Now, instead of letting him sacrifice himself, she chose to walk the path with him. "So, Jiang Suchin, let's find a way to become human too. You aren't alone." At Hee-jin's words, Jiang Suchin seemed to discover something new. His bloodshot eyes suddenly... Breeder, on the other side, still wouldn't let him go. Once you've caught the scent of... For some reason, Jiang Suchin let go of Hee-jin and decisively flew away from the direction he flew. Du Hua and Hai Sung were running to meet up, unaware of his current situation. Breeder, through the cold screen, asserted, "You can't control yourself." Du Hua and Hai Sung suddenly ran into him, still unaware of what was happening. Only Jiang Suchin could sense it. Hee-jin tried to call out to him,
No, Hyun Suchan.
but it was all in vain. She couldn't change any. Jiang Suchin still lunged, seemingly wanting to devour Du Hua, with Hee-jin's blood still on his... In his subconscious, he identified the scent he caught from Du Hua as the scent of the... To him, Du Hua was now nothing more than an enemy. Unexpectedly, it was just a feint to allow him to directly attack Giganta, who was lurking behind Giganta was basically overconfident in the elixir core and didn't pay attention. Naturally, caught by surprise, he was forced to bleed. Du Hua didn't suffer much serious injury. Giganta was repeatedly hit by his powerful blows. His face was punched completely to one side. The phone he was using to video call Breeder to report the situation fell from his... Because of that, Giganta failed to put the elixir core into Du Hua. It had reached her mouth but was knocked back. Breeder, on this side of the screen, also grew... His eyes widened in suspicion. Is he awake? He already ate flesh, and yet he can still control himself. Jean watched from the side, completely astonished. Moon Se-young was no exception. Du Hua and Hai Sung looked on. Jiang Suchin had actually managed to regain control of his sanity. He didn't bite anyone and instead handled Giganta, preventing him from successfully approaching Du Hua. Even Breeder was surprised. Du Hua also recognized Jiang Suchin's actions. He knows Finn's location. Meanwhile, the Breeder looked tense. This kid, because of the effects of eating, he's been able to distinguish the scent of the... He warned Finn, "Fall back." The one named Finn quickly slid backward. Yes, but at that moment someone appeared. That's not going to happen. He used the black mamba and bit Finn's... He gasped in surprise, "Lee Yun." After that, he collapsed onto the ground at Lee Junhyung's. The phone in his hand was still lit. The area fell into silence for a long... Suddenly, Lee Junhyung turned back and said, "Though I planned to come here to..." Turned toward Jiang Suchin, who was clutching his head and collapsing, trying to control him. He was biting his own arm to stay conscious. Lee Junhyung continued, "But who would have thought you would exceed my expectations by this..." At this time, Breeder's voice rang out from the other side. "I admit this time you guys won. Everything was outside my expectation, but your self-restraint has its limits. Even now, though you're in great pain, you can barely maintain your... Do you think that, after everything, you can still become..." Jiang Suchin, though his mouth was covered in blood, gritted his teeth and asserted, "Of course, no matter what you say, I will become the top student and get the Cinderella. I'll prove you were... So keep your eyes open and watch." Breeder's eyes became unusually... After that, the phone screen turned. Jiang Suchin began to suffer another bout of uncontrollable pain. Everyone was extremely worried. Jiang Suchin gritted his teeth and warned, "No, don't come over. Because of this scent, I am still finding it very hard to control my..." Lee Junhyung anxiously told Hee-jin, "He's definitely been affected by eating flesh. He's trying his best to control himself, but I think he still has the desire to eat. I don't think we can restrain or tie him up." Hyunhae cried in regret. "That was my strongest silk thread." Lee Junhyung continued, "And we don't know when he'd wake up if we knocked. Maybe can't take him back to..." At this point, Jiang Suchin's reason was being overwhelmed more and his eyes began to change. A voice rang out, "That's not..." Right then, a helicopter was flying over. Everyone looked up in a helicopter. There from net, someone descended from the helicopter. Professor Ma quickly directed everyone. "Wasp team, ensure no civilians enter this area. And ant team, start cleaning up." "Yes."
Yuna screamed in terror.
He spoke seriously, I've heard about the situation here through Assistant Moon's radio so you truly endured the effects of eating flesh, Jiang. After that, Professor Ma sat down in front of Jiang Suchin and asked, are you even if you return to Nest, people will look at you with different eyes. Maybe you'll even be treated like a monster. Even so, do you still have the determination to become the top? Jiang Suchin was struggling with his math. He struggled to move his jaw and forced out. Hearing that, Professor Ma injected a solution into Jiang Suchin's. He-jin panicked and was about to rush forward. Wait, but she was stopped by the assistant's hand. She reassured her that's a special drug we developed in the lab to counter food training. It's called the pumpkin carrot. It contains a small amount of the Cinderella drug that enters the nervous system and suppresses the taste and scent of an inhuman. Still in the testing phase, so there might be side effects. And it only works while the subject is still conscious. Otherwise, the only way would be to lock him in the base. Jiang Suchin's eyes returned to normal. He looked down at his hands. The assistant continued, Professor Ma saved that student's life. To Jiang Suchin, it was as if a new light had shone up. I can't smell anything and everyone looked so normal. His companions were now joyfully rushing toward him with open arms. He-jin rushed in and hugged Jiang Suchin. Deeply, Du-hua repeatedly pummeled him. You bastard! You scared me so much. Lee Junhyung let out a sigh of relief and remarked, you really are a lucky guy.
Hi-sung lau ghét hơi titili.
You worried us to death. He-jin wasn't happy with those rough actions and shouted, don't be so hard on him. But then Professor Ma seriously reminded them, it's not time to celebrate. I will give you some freedom for enduring the effects of eating flesh, but this incident isn't something that will end with a simple punch. We'll talk more back at the school, as we also need to examine Jiang Suchin's body. His sharp gaze showed the seriousness of them. Although Professor Ma had said that, fortunately, there was no punishment. Thanks to the hardcover ledger we found at the breeder's base, the Cinderella drug could be produced again. This was considered a great contribution, so all punishments were canceled. Furthermore, when our defeat of a predator and Giganta was reported, all the professors from various departments were very surprised. When I returned, I was taken straight to the lab but was released quite quickly. They said my body was strangely. Normally, I would have been kept there for a few more days. Bai-chan, holding tubes of medicine, looked at Jiang Suchin like a lab rat. I wonder what changes your body has gone through. But it seemed like Bai-chan, the person in charge, used her authority to help me get out. Although most of the buildings had been restored by the ant team, we still felt guilty for destroying the statue, so we revisited the Sansa. Head monk there welcomed us, and he said, temples and statues are just locations. Destroying a wall does not destroy what we have built. That is faith and humanity. I couldn't fully understand the meaning of those words, but it seemed he had chosen to stand by our side in the battle with Giganta. I bowed slightly before the Buddha statue and then, a few days later we returned to the class. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Jiang Suchin's group appeared, gossip immediately began. Is that him? The one who ate? Could he eat human flesh? Did you know he tried to eat his classmates? Was he a pet shop member who attacked? Du-hua ground her teeth in rage upon hearing those words. Unable to hold back, she turned around, intending to give Jiang Wu a piece of her mind. Damn it! Stop whispering behind our backs. If you're so brave, say it to my face. You pathetic cow. But the two boys beside her held her back. Easy there. Jiang Suchin felt a bit helpless. It seemed the rumors had already spread far. Professor Ma said he would keep it a secret. Junhong watched and explained. Perhaps it's because the breeder spies are here to shake your... Then Shijin smiled gently and said, ignore them, Suchin. You have plenty of people on your side. For almost second years now. Let's focus on taking the top spot. Jiang Suchin smiled in response. Thank you watching for Jiang Suchin. At that moment, a figure whose face was obscured stopped and spoke. Can call me Shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a person wearing incredibly bizarre protective armor. Jiang Suchin was shocked. Others appeared as well. So you're Jiang Suchin, a newcomer who arrived at the school while we were away on a... Shijin panicked the moment she saw them. Those are the top-ranked upperclassmen. Suddenly, the second-ranked of the group, He Chi-chung, appeared. The top-ranked student council, Propolis, showed their contempt. So Nest lost because of freshmen like... The girl beside him, the fourth-ranked Hong Yuseong, reminded him, don't say that. The fifth-ranked Wu Yujun stood behind Jiang Suchin, placing a hand on his shoulder. I heard about it as soon as I returned from the mission. You defeated Gigantia and underwent cannibalism. Chi-chung looked angry and took a fighting stance. If you're so talented, let's see what you... Jiang Suchin was momentarily stunned by the sudden talk. At Nest, there is a special social propolis, where top students from various classes gather. The club is only open to second years, and a propolis, consisting of the best in each field, is considered a vital force of Nest, responsible for solving difficult and dangerous problems outside of the pillars of propolis appeared. Jun, you thank you watching for vid. Chi-chung. Essentially, they thank you watching for vid. True strength of now. These three stood before Jang Suchin with an intimidating aura, as if interrogate. Jang Suchin was confused. You want me to fight here, right now? Why should I do? Then a voice rang out, your opinion doesn't matter. Following that, Jun curled up and rolled toward him once more. If you want fight, the high-speed rolling created a massive surge of. Then Du Hua rushed forward to block the. Jang Suchin was protected by his friends. Shijin held her hand out in front, shouting, Seniors, you know fighting on campus is forbidden, right? Hai Chung also questioned them angrily. Why are you doing this all of us? If you keep this up, we'll have to fight back, even if you are our senior. Hearing this, the group only showed disdain. Chi Chung held the badge on his collar and spoke. School Regulation Article 18. Propolis is permitted to use complexes for instructional purposes. We are disciplined, so don't fight back. At that moment, Du Hua could no longer hold her ground and was blown. Everyone was shocked. Hai Chung exclaimed. Du Hua was pushed back by sheer. After being pushed back, Du Hua became even more excited. Ha! Damn it! So you really want to fight? Suddenly, Jian and Hyuna were hung upside down in.
Yuna screamed, No.
Shijin rushed over. Hyuna, Jian, Yuxiang, who was controlling the two girls, glared and warned. The rest of you kids stay out. If you interfere, your friends will get hurt. Sorry, don't take it personally. We're here for you, Jiang. Chi Chung ground his teeth in anger. I can't accept you as one of the candidates for the top-ranked students. Show me what you're capable. Defeat Wu Yujun. Then I'll release your class. As the Yujun ball rolled toward him, Jiang Suchin quickly spread his wings and flew up to. His expression remained tense. What the hell is going on? If I stay in the air, he won't be able to attack. I'll observe from above and strike when I see an. But Yujun continued to roll below. Suddenly, Yujun's power and speed began to increase. The Yujun ball bounced off the wall to gain momentum and headed straight for Jiang. Before Jiang Suchin could process it, Yujun was already up. He couldn't believe it. He's using the. Yujun's eyes, now bloodshot, appeared within the vortex. Jiang Suchin was quickly swept up by that surge of. After catching him, Yujun dropped back to the. Shijin shouted in panic. Jiang Suchin lay on the ground, taking. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Lying beneath Yujun, he wondered. Why? Why did he stop? Yujun whispered. Stay still and pretend you. From outside, Chi Chung mocked how I heard you committed cannibalism. That you'd become as strong as a monster. But you've already fainted from just. Turns out rumors are just rumors. Other students watching also showed disdain. What? Why is he so? They looked disappointed. So the story about him eating gigantia was just a rumor? Oh boy, I worried for nothing. Let's go. I mean, if it were true, he would have gone crazy. Shijin turned around and realized. This. Was it all to reduce everyone's suspicion? Chi Chung turned to leave. Release the kids and let's go, Hong Yuxiang. Yuxiang kindly checked on Hyuna and Jian's group. Are you girls? Suddenly, Chi Chung stopped and looked toward. Heard one of you is a candidate for the top-ranked. The next semester is coming up. I'll surely meet. Let's meet again when you become second freshman. After saying that, the Propolis group walked away, leaving Jiang Suchin's group staring in astonishment. While later in the classroom, Shijin asked worriedly, do you really not need to go to the infirmary? Jiang Suchin reassured her. Yeah, I'm not hurt. Yet he was still confused. But who were those people? Shijin replied, I guess you've never seen them. She began to explain Propolis. It's a social club made up of the top-ranked upper class. Jiang Suchin was amazed. A social club? Shijin confirmed Amham. Originally it was just a gathering place for the top-ranked individuals. But later it became an official club with a name and everything. Jiang Suchin finally wondered, why haven't I met them before? Hai Chung, sitting nearby, explained, I heard they were away for 2 semesters on it. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise, a mission? Du Hua had a grumpy expression. Humph. Those bastards are always absent when it matters. Just how impressive is their mission supposed? I don't know. Just then, in a dark basement, a vibration line was still locked in a special. Suddenly, his expression turned irritated. So how could they bring back such a live monster? In his line of sight was a complex, a Hercules beetle. It had a terrifying, ugly appearance and kept making disgusting squelching changes to another location. The Propolis group had returned to their room. Chi Chung sighed as he sat down. Why do we have to look after freshmen too? Yuxiang encouraged him. You did a good. Yujun, searching for food, wondered. You say that now, but you were the one who originally said we should help them. Chi Chung snapped irritably. Suddenly, Chi Chung noticed, hey, your shell. On Yujun's shell there was a large. He was shocked the moment he saw it. What? What is it? When did this? Where? Yuxiang panicked. We need to treat this quickly. Chi Chung thoughtfully recalled Jiang Suchin's strange behavior from earlier. He suddenly exclaimed, good. I've decided. Let's make him the next member of prop. Scene changes. The breeder was currently relaxing in a mountain. There's no one around, so it's quite teaching assistant Kim, Finn, and even Gigantia. Nest has taken all my precious subordinates. Coquettish voice rang out. Why the long? Jiajin took off her towel, looked down, and asked, should I bathe with you to cheer? He looked up with a smile. No need. Are you done with your Jiajin wondered. It's done. But what do you need that guy? He's just an ordinary human. The person imprisoned was the governor of Gangwon-do. Wu. Breeder pulled a chain and replied, because what we want to overthrow isn't Nest, but human society. To do that, we need a puppet to perform on the out. Now all our preparations are complete. That dragonfly kid destroyed my but I always have a contingency. Pet shop still exists and Jiajin looked wary. Is there any chance Nest or those newcomers will interfere? He asserted, of course that's why I've assigned the task to predators. At that moment, Cheon Jigung's group appeared. Manhwa looked down at a pair of glasses on the ground and called out. Old Cheon Jigung explained. The ones who took down the old man were the freshmen from Nest. The breeder has designated them as our target, but Nest's security is tight right now. We'll have to wait for the right moment. Tenun looked excited. Good. Now there's nothing boring left. Shunsho licked his lips and calculated secretly. If I kill that girl in front of Junhong, I wonder what kind of expression Manhwa, with a pensive look, muttered, dragon. She recalled Jiang Suchin's words from the previous battle. Am not a monster like you. She immediately put on a fierce, wicked expression. Next time I will definitely eat. Back to the breeder. He got out of the water and waved. Imof, enjoy your bath. Jiajin sighed. I don't want to bathe in a tub with centipedes in it. Besides, you've drained all the water. Suddenly, he turned back with amusement. There's some good news from the spy we planted at. They say Professor G is in a vegetative. Jiajin didn't react. He continued, convenient. Now you'll be able to kill him with your own. Back to Professor Jis hospital room. At this moment, thank you watching for vid. He was still lying unconscious. Professor Ma and the others stood outside looking in with sadness. We've gathered the best doctors and equipment, but he hasn't shown any signs of waking. Assistant Du called out with teary eyes. Professor Ma closed his eyes in helplessness. There's nothing more we can. Then he turned and walked away. We need time to find a substitute teacher. And there's a rumor that there's a pet shop spy among the staff. It's difficult to continue classes like all courses for all subjects will be suspended for the remainder of the semester. Nighttime on campus. Friends were strolling and playing in a certain pub. Jung-hoon held up a glass of beer with excitement to the success of the raid. Immediately, the whole group cheered and clinked their glasses together in a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jian muttered while chewing her food. What's there to celebrate? Hyuna, drinking beer beside her, asked. Aren't we celebrating the start of... Jung-hoon explained, but we recovered the Cinderella drug data, and everyone is safe. We should celebrate. He was immediately put in a headlock by Du-hwa. At a time like this, are you seriously advertising to everyone that we broke the rules and snuck out? Junhong suddenly called out. Du held up his phone screen and said with a smile, recent photos of the orphanage children were posted on Instagram. Wanna sit next to me and look? Du-hwa quickly became excited. What? Where did you find that? Junhong replied, Jiang Suchin gave me the Yerim orphanages. Du-hwa looked at the photos of the children and exclaimed, oh, that's the brat who touched my tail. Junhong happily continued, fortunately, it looks like they're having a very good... Someone being left out was watching the two with annoyance. Seeing this, Du-hwa turned and asked, what's up? Want to join? Hai Chung arrogantly turned away. He looked around and wondered, oh, come to think, where did Jiang Suchin and the class representative? Meanwhile, Shizhan was sitting with a beer can, her face blushing. What is this situation? Beside her, Jiang Suchin was equally embarrassed. Why did this happen? The two were sitting opposite each other in a secluded... Even though I promised Suchin we'd go drinking together, come with me for a bit. Who would have thought he'd pull me away from the party so... And he wanted to drink alone in my room too? Shizhen fanned herself with her hand to relieve the awkwardness. Winter is coming soon, but it's still a bit hot in here. Isn't it? She thought, could this be? Suddenly, Jiang Suchin spoke, startling her. I have something to say. Shizhen stammered. Huh? What? Jiang Suchin continued. I still feel the effects of the cannibal. Thanks to Professor Ma's medicine, it's better. But I can still smell it. If I'm in a crowded space, I'm afraid I'll lose my senses and go crazy again. So, that's why I asked you to come. After this break, a new school year will start. I don't know if it'll be okay. Should I stay? Thank you watching for vid. So Jiang Suchin was worried about this. Seeing Jiang Suchin's hesitation and sadness, Shizhen called out. Suddenly, she stuck one of her fingers into Jiang Suchin's. Jiang Suchin was completely shocked by this action. Question marks appeared over his head. Shijin asked, if you can't control yourself, just bite me. A wound this size will heal right.
So don't worry.
You can stay. Everyone has a side they don't want others to see. Revealing that side to someone is like exposing your weak. As soon as Shijin pulled her hand back, Jiang Suchin hugged her tightly. If I do this, I can resist. Jiang Suchin closed his eyes tight and reflected. But when you expose your weak, you can become even stronger. Shijin returned Jiang Suchin. Just like that, a warm winter break passed. A new school year arrived. Colorful flowers began to. Ji-chang was sitting in the room, tapping his fingers as if waiting for. Sitting beside him were Yu Jun and Yu Xiang. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. I'm so. Jiang Suchin appeared in a rush. He said, we are second-year students, Jiang Suchin and Shijin. We heard that the top scorers from last year were supposed to come here. Second-year entomology department, Jiang Suchin, ranked second last year. Second-year entomology department, Shijin, ranked first last. Ji-chang stood up to welcome them. You're finally here. Jiang Suchin. The two of you obtained the highest scores among the freshmen. First, thank you watching for video. Have something to drink. 2 club badges were placed on the table. And that's the end of Jungle Juice Part 1. In the next chapter, we'll return with an author's note and a special scene changes to a bright and beautiful setting at the Gangwon-do coast, Donghae City. An announcement rang out, moving to group. The target is currently in a state of panic due to the shock of turning into an insect human. He has injured civilians and is, after capture, bring the target safely to nest. A voice called out, hey, Du-hua, have you found? Du-hua seriously sensed the surroundings and reported, I sense a vibration. 100 meters to the north.
Du-hua.
Complex. Emperor Hai-chang on the other side heard it. Got it. In that he quickly appeared right in front of the We'll catch up to him soon.
Hai-chang.
Complex. Grass. Hai-chung stood up and said to the target, calm down and follow us. We don't intend to hurt. The target panicked and screamed. Don't come near me. This is called a velvet. It uses a sticky substance produced from its body to tightly wrap its. Immediately, Hai-chung was covered in the sticky glue. Damn, the range of this glue is too wide. It's making my body stiff and unable to. And the velvet worm quickly turned and fled. Hai-chung reported angrily,
I'm sorry.
I lost him. He's heading toward the. Shijin spoke up, let me catch him. Hai-chung said worriedly, class rep, you're in a different area. Can you? She asserted confidently, yes. They'll fly. And just then, Shijin appeared above the velvet. Jiang Suchin was hugging Shijin tightly, acting as her wings. He asked, sorry. Your eyes hurt, don't they? I only have 1 pair of goggles. Shijin gripped his arms and replied. Then she coldly added, just don't touch my belly fat. Jiang Suchin panicked. Huh? No, I didn't mean. Shijin suddenly shouted. Suchin. Jiang Suchin quickly complied. Got it. The fleeing velvet worm turned and yelled. I told you not to come. Before he could finish his sentence, Shijin suddenly appeared and restrained. A moment later, the commotion was so loud that the birds nesting in the forest flew away in a. Hai-chung shouted. What was that sound? Did you kill him? Shijin, wiping the glue off her face, asked in confusion. Oh no, did I hit him too hard? Shijin. Complex. Jiang Suchin reassured her, don't worry. He just fainted. Then Jiang Suchin happily pulled down his hood. With a bright smile he said, let's to nest. Jiang Suchin. Complex. Emperor Dragonfly. In Korea, it's also called a Jiangsu dragon. At a seaside location a voice spoke up, but the bus hasn't arrived yet. They said they didn't expect us to finish so quick. However, at that moment, Group A was sitting down together, resting and eating fried. Shijin sighed. This is so relaxing. It's been a long time since we've been outside. Jiang Suchin wondered, do you think that sticky guy will be okay? Du-hua said confidently, he's been tied up by Huna's silk. He'll never be able to escape. Suddenly, Jiang Suchin looked ahead in surprise. Then he exclaimed, there are so many people. It's a good thing they didn't notice this. Hai-chung spoke up, he really was a cunning opponent. Running like a madman. I'm still covered in glue.
Du-hua looked weary.
Isn't it just because you're useless? Hai-chung snapped. Suddenly, Jiang Suchin looked into the distance. Maybe he was just very afraid that he could never return to his normal life again. At that moment, tourists were taking photos happily. Our friendship, did you get it? Yeah. Jiang Suchin recalled his own transformation and continued to reflect. Becoming isolated. Then he quickly turned away. Huh? Everyone, the bus is here.
Hai-chang grumbled. Damn it.
It would have been better if it was a bit later. It's been so long since I've been. Shijin looked at Jiang Suchin with sorrowful thoughts. Suchin came to nest to become a normal human again. His goal hasn't changed. The images he had described appeared in her mind. Don't come near me. You mom. He's still thinking about that. Suddenly, Jiang Suchin bumped into. Shizhen looked over in a panic. Are you? Jiang Suchin exclaimed in shock. Me. But when Mihui looked up, her gaze suddenly screamed in terror and fell to the ground as if she had seen a. The friends with Mihui sat down to comfort her. Mihui, it's okay. We're so sorry. She went through an incident before. She's severely traumatized. Mihui kept pushing them away. Go away. Get away, come on. We came here to look at the ocean and enjoy our. Du Hua looked on with a frown. Who is she? Hai Cheng was also annoyed. Why is she screaming at people like that? Shizhen rushed forward. Are you okay? Don't worry about. Her expression was very suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Suchin just touched his ear and said helplessly. She almost burst my eardrum with that. Then he walked away casually. The bus is waiting for us. Leaving his two companions confused behind him. Shizhen adjusted her hat while watching Jiang Suchin and thought, I don't need to. Groups had gathered together. Du Hua and Hai Cheng were still bickering. You couldn't even handle a tiny bug. Hey, you go try fighting that glue. If you can't move, it'll kill. Groups of students were very happy around Jiang Suchin. Shizhen felt glad that he was being accepted like that. Now you're not lonely and thank you watching for Scene changes to the nest off. Junhong was there and quickly expressed his excitement with a beautiful woman named by Jiang stood there and asked, Hey you over there. Do you want to do a physical examination with me?
Bianc.
Complex, Jewel, Zhang Yubin, 20 years old.
Yunheng kept nodding.
Yes. Do whatever you need to do. Professor Ma told Jiang Suchin and Shizhen about Junhong. After we explained Nest to him, he was very eager to. How fortunate. I think he's gained an interest in our society. Jiang Suchin replied happily, that's good. Then he asked, by the way, have you two decided? About that matter. Full-time Nest Professor, Ma Do. The two looked at each other with complicated expressions. About Propolis. Professor Ma continued to reiterate, Propolis is a club for elites and serves as an emergency. Nest assigns them special and dangerous missions. In return, they receive extra, meaning if you two work in Propolis, you'll have a better chance of graduating as valedictorian. In other words, you'll be closer to Cinder. Jiang Suchin became tense. Cinder, drug that turns those who became insect humans because of jungle juice back into normal. If you graduate as valedictorian from Nest, a university for insect humans, you can receive Cinder. Exactly. That is, turning our best student back into a normal human is a huge loss of power for Nest. But it's also a way to reward them for their efforts in creating Cinderella. Jiang Suchin was making a decision based on the reason he came to this. I must return to my normal life. The professor asked again, so what's your decision? Jiang Suchin clenched his fist with a determined look. There's no reason for a college student to hesitate when they can earn extra. Hearing the answer, the professor closed his eyes in satisfaction. Very later, walking outside, Shizhen looked at Jiang Suchin and said, in the first year, I was the only candidate for valedictorian. Now I have a major rival. Jiang Suchin was surprised. Then he remembered. Alright, last year I lost the top spot. But the result will be different this time, you know? Shizhen teased. Are you warning me? I won't go easy on. Then she turned serious. Let's both do our so we can surprise Professor G when he wakes. Since the raid by the predators, Professor G had remained in a. Remembering this, Jiang Suchin immediately felt a surge of rage. He responded to Shizhen. Suddenly, Shizhen was shocked to see Jiang Suchin abruptly. She screamed in panic. Memories from before flooded Jiang Suchin's mind like a storm. The day they infiltrated the pet shop secret, the hunter. I was finally forced to commit cannibal. Thanks to the pumpkin carriage medicine Professor Ma gave me, I was able to maintain my. But since that day, I occasionally black out like. Jiang Suchin felt as if he were falling into a terrifying and haunting space every time he lost consciousness. And every time it happens, I see him. A terrifying face appeared before Jiang's. One side of Jiang Suchin's face turned into a terrifying dragon. The one appearing in that space with him was the breeder. He was trying to entice the dragonfly within Jiang Suchin to take. After each episode, Jiang Suchin would bolt upright as if waking from a horrific night. His muscles tensed as if they were about to burst. He was drenched in. Jiang Suchin helplessly covered his face. He then read a note. I'm heading to class now. Take your time when you wake up, Suchin. You'll let Professor Bai know. Shizhen brought me, and that guy always reminds me. The truth is that I ate another insect human. Or half human. At times like these, Jiang Suchin felt nauseous to the point of going. Later, Jiang Suchin's information appeared on a computer screen. A doctor analyzed it and reassured him it wasn't human. It was just a small piece of a larger organ. So it cannot be considered human flesh. I understand how you feel. but worrying about it will only harm your mental health. Your blackouts and nausea are psychological reactions. They'll prescribe you some medicine. What matters most is how you think. Do you understand? Jang Suchin, looking exhausted, replied, yes. Thank you. Later, walking alone on campus, he wondered psychologically. Just thinking about it made him cover his mouth in nausea. But it's true that I committed cannibalism. I've been feeling it, horrible sensation at my fingertips. Suddenly, Jang Suchin roared out as the thought of losing control consumed him. Everyone nearby looked at him in confusion. Jang Suchin told himself, I've endured it. I even took the pumpkin carriage medicine. I have to stay. He ground his teeth, trying to regain his composure. Images of the breeder binding him with chains and constantly tempting him appeared. Is it painful? Break the chains. Let your instincts take. Jang Suchin stood his ground. Ridiculous. The Shin's group came out. Oh, it's Jang Suchin. Why is he clenching his fists in the middle of the road? Jang Suchin tried to calm himself. I won't lose just because I committed cannibalism. He recalled the breeder's words. He proudly spoke of his grand intentions. I am trying to break it down and rebuild it. A fair system where, instead of money or power, pure strength is what makes one power. Shi Jun and the others were staring at Jang Suchin and calling his name. Jang Suchin was still lost in thought. I can't understand your version of fair. And Jang Suchin suddenly threw his head back and roared. I can do it, right? Duhua looked at him like he was an idiot and asked, what are you doing? Shi Jun and Hai Chang had question marks on their faces at his bizarre behavior. Meanwhile, Jang Suchin was determined. I will become stronger and surely I will destroy you. Suddenly, the city experienced severe. Breeder was outlining his plan. If I disguise it as then even if someone disappears, it will just look like they were swept away by the flood, so it won't cause trouble later. It's a technique I often use when I want to increase new individuals. Jiajin replied, I see. But how do you plan to fish out all the things we intend to use as? I don't like getting my hands wet. Shurna Jiajin. Complex. Emerald cockroach. The next was a predator. Manhwa. Complex. Orchid man heard that and simply said, aha, I forgot about. The water continued to seem to be controlling the lives of many. He spread his arms and continued with satisfaction. If they die, they won't be fresh anymore. That wouldn't be very. People trapped inside those massive water bubbles could only scream desperately without making a. Jiajin said smugly, I really like men who don't let my hands get wet. This much should be enough for those guys to eat. The breeder laughed. Haha, they eat. Manhwa turned back with a scowl and asked about Nest. What are we going to do? Images of Jang Suchin saying I am not a monster like you kept appearing in her. The breeder pondered. Don't be impatient, Manhwa. We said wait until the time is ripe. Because I've already planted a seed there. On Jang Suchin's side, he was constantly having those night huff, huff, again. The blackouts are becoming more Suddenly, a hole was smashed through the glass. What? Why is the window? And he looked down at his bloody hands. Why is there blood on my hands? Jang Suchin looked around in utter confusion. This isn't my. He turned around, he saw someone lying face down on the floor in a pool of. Jang Suchin's face grew tense with disbelief. Wu Jin lay in a pool of blood, his eyes rolled. Malicious breeder said, a seed of, it will sprout from within. At that moment, Shijun walked through and that scene caught her. Shijun's face was filled with shock as she gasped. That day, the breeder wore a terrifying expression. You said you'd prove me wrong. Just try it. Jang Suchin was now doubting himself. He felt as if he were falling into hell. Everything had gone. Jang Suchin stood before Wu Jin's body. What? This person is the one we brought back yet. Why is he lying on the floor like this? He looked down at his bloody hands in disbelief. This, could I have? His hands began to tremble violently, and memories from before flashed through Jang Suchin. The image of him lunging to bite Shijun's neck. A massive, wicked dragonfly appeared right before Jang Suchin's. He asked himself, did I do? Shijun stepped in, calling out in shock. Jang Suchin turned around with a distorted expression. See? He hurriedly explained, no, I didn't do it. His trembling hands were covered in. Unfortunately, the dormitory supervisor peeked in. I saw the broken window. Is everything? He adjusted his glasses to see clearly. Dormitory supervisor. Complex. After seeing the bloody corpse on the floor, he screamed in terror. Ah, a dead. The scream echoed far, as if to notify the entire school. There's a dead person. A murder has occurred. Security. Jang Suchin panicked. Wait. Right then, a beam of light shone. Security team appeared, pointing their guns at Jang Suchin.
Don't move.
Nest security wasps. Then announcements rang out. Emergency. Emergency. We have discovered a body in the dormitory. The suspect appears to be a student from the entomology department. Following protocol, we will apprehend the suspect immediately. A metal gate appeared. Emergency escort. Jiang Suchin was locked in a cage. Then voices of protest rang out. What the hell is this? Are you saying Suchin killed? No way. Do you have any evidence? Jiang Suchin's friends came out to object. The security team warned. This is a restricted area. Step back immediately. Du Hua and Haichang were furious. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not stepping back unless he's released. But someone's voice cut them off. There is evidence.
Professor Ma.
Professor Ma held a tablet with a look of helplessness. I also don't think Suchin could have done such a thing. Look, this is video from the nearby security camera. Excluding Jiang Suchin, who destroyed the window, as well as Shi Zhan and the supervisor who went up to check on the... There was no other movement in the dormitory area where Zhang Yujin was killed. We have no choice but to suspect Jiang. We thought the pumpkin carriage medicine could control him. But perhaps it wasn't enough to overcome the influence of the cannibal. His friends still tried to speak up for Jiang Suchin. It's not his fault that he committed cannibalism. Exactly. It's the fault of that damn breeder. Jiang Suchin should be taken to a hospital, not a... Professor Ma lost his patience and shouted. This isn't a simple matter. How we handle Suchin will affect all residents of Nest possess dangerous instincts and powers. The reason we can all live together is because of the trust we've built through comprehensive protective management. If we just turn a blind eye to this, the seed will tear this society apart. Suchin's outbreak. Thanks to Professor G, we were able to overlook it last time. But this time we have no choice but to follow protocols. It was still that same night as Professor Ma walked away. The group asked, Professor Ma, just one question. How long will Suchin be detained? He turned back coldly. If we succeed in producing Cinderella, one day the people held here will return to being, but they will only become human. Their crimes still won't disappear. I can't promise that Jiang Suchin will be released. After saying that, he closed his eyes in helplessness. Meanwhile, Jiang Suchin stepped through he stood there, profoundly alone. Suddenly, he felt as if he sensed Park Huijin's hand tightened. Something is... Jiang Suchin told me that he could control the flesh-eating influence. Professor Ma quickly denied it. This isn't something a person can just control. It has been proven countless times that people lose their sanity after consuming. Huijin lost her cool and rushed forward. Grabbing the professor's, she screamed in despair. He has endured so well for the past few... There's no way he would collapse so easily. Her friends tried to comfort her. Hey, class representative, let's go. He's still your professor. Huijin was pulled away by her two friends. Sung spoke reluctantly. There's really nothing we can do now. Let's head back. Huijin screamed. Suchin. Huijin could only watch helplessly as her loved one was taken away without being able to do anything. Through the iron bars, Suchin looked at the girl in despair. Unable to bear it any longer, then came the sounds of banging from behind the iron door.
Bang bang.
A moment later, Suchin's bloody hands slumped. He punched the door so much that his hands bled. Suddenly, a mocking laugh rang out.
Ah, Unió dels Emirats Àrabs i filming a movie.
Suchin was startled. The voice continued. Long time no see. It's been nearly 6 months since we last met at Hukum Island. You ate human flesh? So the breeder finally made his... Suchin tried to object. Shut up. I'm still... But the antlion said nonchalantly. It's no use. Look around. Thank you watching for vid. Most of the people caught here were trained using the breeders. That is the end for insect humans who suffer from the influence of eating flesh. Whether you like it or not, that is your... You will slowly start turning into those things. Alone. In this cold... I really want to hit you when you turn into a monster. I hope that day comes soon. Suchin was stunned by these words. A week passed in prison. Maybe because I haven't slept, I haven't lost consciousness during this. Occasionally, someone seemed to come to see me, but they weren't allowed to visit. Hey, I'm bored again. Go back to crying. Only the antlion in the opposite cell would complain now. Will I never be able to see my friends? Do I have to give up on everything like this? Time flew. Thank you watching for vid. 3 weeks later. Suchin sat slumped against the wall, devoid of... Everyone is probably registering for classes now. They must be in... Wonder what classes they're taking. They'll probably be left behind. Worrying about it is useless. I feel like those trained with the food are becoming wilder than usual. Will I become one of those monsters too? Fainting again? Suchin drifted into that horrific world with the giant dragon. It's been a long time. This dragonfly. It's always... I don't know why, but I can feel it. The anger of this dragon. Suchin gritted his teeth and roared. Thinking about it now, it's incomprehensible. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? Then he swung a fist to attack the dragonfly. It's all your fault. Admit that you did it. You disgusting bat. Recalling the past, he affirmed. I don't want to. I don't want to be alone. Tears poured. Suchin screamed into the void of his cell. It was as if his mind was completely consumed by that delusion. Suddenly the floor hand reached up, making Suchin fall back in. Hand appeared from the floor? He quickly asked. Are you Hui? But the person crawling up wore a hooded cloak. Their face, Suchin realized with alarm. It's not Hui Jin. The person spoke.
Don't worry, Zhang.
I am not your enemy. I came here to save you. Suchin was astonished. Thank you watching for vid. Outside the cell gates, guards repeatedly refused Huijin's group. How many more times are you coming? You can't see him even if you're here. No visitors. Go back. You coming every day won't. Huijin tried to persuade them. Immediately, a vibration rang out. Guards rushed in. Red alert. Red alert. Intruder detected in the personnel inside the building. Go to your post. The group was shocked. What? Is it pet shop? Hua used her sensing ability. Wait, this is Suchin's room. Huijin looked over and hand reached out. You're not alone. It was a woman with bright red pupils. Suchin jumped back. Outside, a scream rang out. There's someone in. Guards pounded on the door. Why won't you open the door? What is this? There's liquid on the wall. The door is jammed so it won't. Should open. Damn it. How did someone get in? Huijin's group took the chance to slip in. The guard saw them but was too late. Hey, you students. What are you? Suddenly, cracks appeared on the floor and spread. Ah, what? The Huijin was moving. The reinforced walls of the prison floor. I don't know what they did, but only the ground here is weakened. Suchin's room. Thank you watching for vid. Sensed it and decided to throw a punch. Here.
Insecte combat technique, maximum efficient.
The ceiling of Suchin's room was smashed through by a surge of. Huijin appeared, aiming at the newcomer and shouted fiercely. Get away from. The blow was powerful, emitting a flash of. But Huijin exclaimed in shock. The newcomer flipped and grabbed Huijin's. Then she threw her. Suchin looked up in panic. She countered Huijin's. The newcomer grumbled. Damn it. If I didn't have my jacket, I would have gotten dirty. Hey, you're going to lure all of them here. Decide. Thank you watching for vid. Are you coming or not? The newcomer was a girl with short blonde hair and distinct amber pupils. On her thigh was a tattoo of a strange. Room was bathed in deep red. Bomi approached Suchin and ordered. Decide. Bomi brushed her hair coquettishly. Are you planning to come? Bomi's voice echoed in Suchin's ear. Or not? It gave him goose. Huijin said weakly. Huijin continued to plead. Don't listen to her. Hearing his loved one was hurt, Suchin shouted. Huijin. Suddenly someone rushed over. Bomi hugged Suchin and yelled. Don't you know there are guards out there? You want to get caught again? Suchin struggled. Let go. At the entrance, a surge of power blew the door. A dung beetle was fuming. It's Zhang Suchin and an unidentified insect human detected attempting to. Dung beetle was angry, requesting use of force. Suchin tried to explain. Wait. Bomi turned and yelled. Buy us some. Hearing this, a yellow liquid poured onto the dung. He was confused. The cloaked person enveloped him in the yellow liquid. He screamed. What is this? A wall? Damn it. Break it. The cloaked person said. This wall is made of beeswax so it won't last. Bomi grabbed Suchin's hand. We have to go before they catch. Bomi pulled Suchin hard. Well, escape through that hole. It'll be hard for them to track an underground. Suchin shook her hand off. Wait, what the hell is going? Suchin kept shouting. Who are you? Are you from Pet Shop? Bomi bit her lip in anger. Bomi poked Suchin's chest and yelled. I told you we're here to save you. We're on your side. Bomi continued explaining. If you don't trust us, then stay. But you know what situation you're in. Bomi's words were sharp. As long as you're in nest, you'll be in prison for. The beeswax wall was about to. The cloaked man shouted. There's not much time left. Thank you watching for vid. Bomi tried to persuade him. Now is the time to choose, Suchin. If you want to stay, we won't stop. Bomi continued. But if you come with us, you'll be free. Suchin gritted his teeth and thought. I'm angry. But she's right. The longer I stay. Suchin was deep in thought. The longer it'll be improved. But if I leave, what's the difference? I can't go back to those days. And Suchin remembered Huijin crying and begging. He endured so well for months. There's no way he'd collapse so easily. Suchin's gaze. Thank you watching for vid. The wall was almost broken. Bomi was worried. Ugh, no more. Suddenly, Suchin grabbed Bomi. Suchin thought. After I was locked up, I heard Huijin came to visit me every time she was turned away. She could have given, but he never gave. Me too. Suchin spoke seriously. He'll go. But he fell back into his thoughts. I will never give. There must be a way. A way to overcome the flesh-eating influence and the murder. Oh, Huijin rushed over and Suchin. Huijin's eyes grew. He was held back by a bee. Huijin tried to break through. What is this? It's too elastic to... Huijin was horrified as she saw Suchin go down into that. Huijin screamed in despair. Suchin. No, Suchin turned back with determination. Suchin replied bluntly. I will definitely come. Suchin's thoughts. So, Huijin's tears fell.
Don't go.
Suchin convinced himself. Just wait for me a little longer. Finally, the B-wall was smashed by the dung. Guards stared at each. Their faces were dark. Jang Suchin hearing that their friend had escaped. Suchin's two friends couldn't believe their... Professor Ma sat rubbing his... Huijin was in... Suchin's name tag and badge were neatly placed on the... A car sped down a dark... Suchin, wearing a cloak, asked, Where are we going? We've been driving for hours. Bomi spoke tiredly. Where do you... Bomi spoke while wiping herself down. From now on, that place is your home. Oh my god. These clothes were new. Suchin thought dazedly. A deserted... Suchin looked suspicious. You guys live in a place like... Suchin asked. An abandoned... A laugh rang out.
Ha ha. Sorry to disappoint you.
A long-haired man appeared. We don't have as many people or as much money as... We've been waiting for you. The man spoke. I am the lord of this place, Carlisle Davison. My complex is still unknown. Carlisle continued. Everyone calls me the... Suchin approached. What is this place? It's not pet shop or nest. Carlisle was welcoming. Come inside first. Everyone is gathered in the... Suchin still had an unspoken curiosity. Instinctively covered his nose. But what is this? Suchin suddenly spoke. It's a bit familiar. Hearing Suchin say that, Carlisle looked at him with sharp eyes. Carlisle spoke. I know about you. You killed someone under the influence of eating flesh and became a criminal, right? Suchin stammered. About that, Carlisle laughed loudly.
Ah, don't worry.
We're not going to imprison you or... Carlisle had a mysterious look. You just went through that, Carlisle said. The black... Carlisle explained. Sometimes you suddenly lose consciousness, and you have strange dreams. Suchin was startled. How did you... Carlisle interrupted him. Where a scent hit Suchin's nose direct, sinking into a memory, Suchin thought. I remember, I smelled this scent countless times in prison. This is definitely... flesh. Flesh. The smell of those trained with... Suchin pondered. So, all these people... Carlisle introduced them. We know how to control the influence of flesh. Maintain our... Carlisle slammed his cane hard on the ground. We are insect humans who have eaten flesh. So Nest considers us the same as Pet Shop. But they are... Carlisle introduced solemnly. We are the stray dogs. A group of wanderers who have lost... Carlisle spoke. So, Jang's... Carlisle's voice was mesmerizing. Do you want to know how to control the flesh-eating Suchin stood still, deep in thought. Control the flesh-eating influence and maintain... Is that really possible? If it's true, Suchin continued thinking. I might be able to prove that I'm not harmful to... Can I really trust these... Suchin recalled the memory from earlier. I will definitely come back. Wait for me a little longer. Suchin swallowed and thought. He shook hands with Carlisle and spoke. Tell me, how to remove the flesh-eating influence. Suchin fell back into his thoughts. This is my only... I still trust these people. But if I can return to... Suchin's voice faltered. I will... His thoughts intertwined. Suchin said with determination. Do anything. He thought to himself. Even if I have to risk this... A cold voice rang out. From now on, this is your... Suchin found it hard to believe. A classroom for a bedroom? The cloaked person spoke. Here are some blankets. Just push the desks together to make a... The person turned away coldly. Rest. We'll call you later. Suchin replied. Suchin looked dejected. He remembered the happy times with friends in a warm room. Are you asleep already? The night is still young. This is a party after... Returning to the present, he stood before the cold... Suchin's eyes welled. Bomi walked in and asked. Why the sad face? Compared to sleeping on the street, this is like a hotel. Suchin stammered. Who are you? Bomi replied. I am Bik Bomi. Bomi corrected him. Don't call me miss. Just call me... Suchin said. Thank you for getting me out of jail earlier, Bomi. Bomi sat down. I just did what I had to do. More important... Bomi looked up and asked. That black-haired girl who attacked me. Is she your girl? Hearing this, Suchin was startled and stammered. No, I mean technically we're not dating. Bomi teased. Really? You two were like a movie scene. Bomi dried her hair and said. Remember this well. Nest is hostile toward our leader. You might have to fight. Suchin was shocked and horrified. He shouted. What? Then a louder shout came from outside. Kang shouted excitedly. We found the location. This time it's huge. Bring the new guy up. Bomi sighed. I just finished showering. Let's go. Suchin hesitated. Where are we? Bomi replied bluntly. At a large... In the Nest professor's meeting room. A man in the center spoke. This is the report on the jail. We used students with suitable complexes to track the escape. But they escaped our surveillance. Du Haiyou spoke. I think Suchin has joined Pet Shop. Assistant Professor Du countered. No way. Suchin is Professor Jis Stars.
Du Haiyou replied coldly.
Shin Jiun was also Professor Jis Stars. Du Haiyun continued. Suchin committed murder under the influence of eating flesh. He crossed the line that humans should never cross. The voices of those at the meeting rose. The board of directors wants stay quiet about this. They already doubt the professors at Nest because of the frequent attacks from Pet. Du Haiyun tried to reassure them.
Professor ma spoke seriously.
We won't just sit still either. Their location. Haiyun's voice rang out. We found. The group spoke in unison. It's a GPS tracking device.
Professor ma explained calmly.
In the Cinderella medicine I gave Suchin, there was a micro GPS tracking. Du Haiyun said. Losing Suchin is actually an opportunity. His gaze became sharp. After full preparation we will raid their high. Someone in the meeting gasped. A raid? Can we win?
Professor ma replied nonchalantly.
We have the perfect people. Person in the dark room. What is that badge? Did Jiang Suchin leave it behind? Huijin clenched her fist. That is Nest's strongest combat force. Huijin was resolute. I will return it to him Huijin swore to herself. Wait for me, Suchin. I'm coming to say. Huijin continued thinking. Even if it costs me my elsewhere, Suchin entered a ruined place. He was amazed. What are these? A group of bloody monsters were brutally tearing at each other. Suchin thought. Those trained with. The monsters screamed, drool flowing like rivers. Flesh. Suchin couldn't stop his thoughts. This. Wu Kang turned his head and laughed loudly. Ah. Why are so many of them gathered here? Damn Pet Shop bastard. I've been warming up for a long time. Nanami rubbed her eyes and complained. Oh my eyelash. A group of monsters rushed in like a storm. They attacked Thank you watching for vid. Suchin felt a bit timid. There are two. He was amazed to see Wu Kang charge at them. A heavy collision occurred. One by one, the monsters were torn apart. Another group rushed at Heeman, who was leisurely smoking. Heeman glanced cold. Thank you watching for vid. Heeman advised calmly. It's going to be a bit. Heeman just smoked his cigarette and walked casually past the charred corpse. Hanseong looked solemn. So many trained with. After looking, Hanseong puffed up his body and spat out honey mucus. How many people have you sacrificed? Pet Nami calmly applied lipstick. Why is my skin so dry today? Oh, so a monster behind Nanami was attacked. Nanami spoke. Right, everyone? Then two bodyguards rushed in to pummel the monster. Suchin thought. Incredible. Bomi spoke. This place is a pet shop. Suchin continued observing as Bomi spoke. There are countless hidden farms in uninhabited mountains like this. Bomi explained. We find these farms and destroy. Suchin was amazed. A pet shop farm? Bomi sighed. If you need a reason. It's because these places need to Bomi explained. Ending Pet Shop is our leader's long-held room. Carlyle's expression became. Nanami seemed to be hit by something and stopped in. A large circle appeared under Nanami's. Nanami screamed. Ah! Nanami clutched her head and fell back. Help! A monster with thorny hands rushed at Nanami. Screamed. Wait, they didn't say there was a large one like. A punch grazed the giant monster. Nanami turned back and let out. Heeman tilted his head. Not Suchin transformed into his dragonfly form. Then he spoke. Anyway. You said we just need to kill all these monsters. One by one, blue tendrils covered the room. Wu Kang looked up in confusion. The group spoke. Quite a lot. Suchin asked. What happens to these monsters? Bomi replied. We move them and let Nest find them. We don't have a place to keep. Bomi said. Now contact the leader and let's head back. Wu Kang rubbed his neck. There's still one. Bomi turned and asked. Where? Wu Kang Thank you watching for vid. Rushed in and punched Suchin hard. Bomi was. Thank you watching for vid. Wu Kang kept pummeling Suchin without. His voice rang out. Yeah. Wu Kang was. This is the perfect opportunity. Wu Kang looked like a demon. The monsters caught you and killed. The room conversation could be for places in total. In recent months, for farms have been attacked. Someone spoke. And countless people trained with food and their food were that person spoke. It's not Nest. It's a third faction of insect. Breeder smiled faintly. I don't know what these people are, but we can't let them run wild like. He crossed his legs. But I have too much to do here. So I think you'll have to handle this. The breeder asked. You can do it. On the screen opposite, the mysterious person spoke. No. He watched Wu Kang hitting Suchin. Wu Kang charged Suchin transformed his wings just in time and flew. Place where Wu Kang hit high up, Suchin gasped. That was dangerous. Why are you doing? Wu Kang had a dangerous look. Because, I don't like. Wu Kang spat out every word. Stray dogs is a group of people who only lived at the bottom of society. Wu Kang spoke in anger. We've either been through every experiment by Pet Shop or were raised to be trained with. None of us have ever been considered normal humans. Stray dogs rushed over to stop. Wu Kang recounted his life. We only struggle to survive. And what about you? You came here just to go back to your happy little college life at net. Wu Kang was furious. Bullshit. You don't belong in stray. Wu Kang frantically picked up a large tree trunk. If you hate living like a monster, so Wu Kang spoke without hesitation. Then he'll kill. Wu Kang threw the. Chan whispered to himself. The powerful attack hits. Wu Kang grabbed an even bigger tree and kept hitting it. Wu Kang cheered.
Ah.
Bomi evaluated him in her head. Thank you watching for vid. In terms of physical strength in Stray Dogs, he is number. Bomi paused for a moment, but Nanami spoke playfully. Hey, who do you think will win? Heeman looked up. The stronger one will win for sure. Bomi thought. No one will help you, Jangs. If you can't overcome this yourself, you won't survive in the because we are Stray Dogs. Wu Kang was arrogant. What? Are you dead already? Or are you too scared to show your... The leader really has no eye for people. Wu Kang's voice was mocking. Why bring back such a... Wu Kang laughed loudly. He'll definitely spare your life, so run. He'll tell the leader you were too scared of the ones trained with food and ran. Suchin clenched his fists at the mocking laugh. He broke through and Suchin shouted in anger. No one is running. He rushed in and punched Wu Kang right in the... Wu Kang was angry. You bet. Suchin punched him right in the mouth and shouted. And that is dragonfly. Wu Kang retreated from the initial onslaught. Suchin's voice rang out. Rabbit. Heeman was amazed.
He's fast.
Nanama's face flushed. He looks cute and he's strong. Maybe he's a bit cool. Wu Kang screamed in anger. You fruit fly back. And Wu Kang used his move. Rhinoceros beetle horns, making Suchin bleed from his Wu Kang shouted. 5 blades, Suchin thought. His horn is growing long. A powerful long horn lifted Suchin. Then he was slammed into the ruins. Suchin was in pain. Ugh, this stance. Using it twice a day is too much, Wu Kang urged him. Then Wu Kang raised his foot. I haven't even started, but Suchin quickly died. Wu Kang was furious. I thought you'd show me. Wu Kang was disappointed. But you can't do a damn. He kicked him far away. Wu Kang's voice was mocking. You don't deserve to be with. Go live your life as a monster. Seeing Wu Kang approach, Suchin's eyes. Wu Kang punched Suchin right in the face without. Blood began to flow. Wu Kang grinned triumph. Thank you watching for vid. Suddenly Suchin spoke. Suchin's voice was firm. I will become human. Suchin's eyes began to change. The normal college life you find ridiculous. I will take it. Wu Kang's gaze was contemptuous. Then he landed a few more hits on Suchin. Ugh, I hope. Wu Kang delivered the final blow. In the next, a sharp horn lunged at Suchin's other eye. Suddenly Wu Kang, thank you watching for vid. It turned out Suchin had grabbed the horn and flown. He shouted with determination. I don't know why you Suchin still shouted. But I shouted loudly. Never. Wu Kang's mouth was punched, blood flying. Ugh. Suchin flew. Thank you watching for vid. He thought to himself. Damn, he's too hard. Feels like my hand is going to explode. Right now. I can't. Suchin used his move. Dragonfly stance. He thought. Suchin used the move shotgun. But with one thought. Return to. Wu Kang also used his move. Rhinoceros beetle horns. Suchin used the move air. And Wu Kang used 5 blades. A large explosion. The stray dogs ran over. Bomi thought. Bomi froze. She thought to herself. Thank you watching for vid. Wu Kang stood tall as Suchin collapsed. Wu Kang was disappointed. What? He fell to the ground. Even before his attack could reach, Wu Kang was contemptuous. When he grabbed Suchin's head, Wu Kang raised his fist and yelled. Carlyle was watching the screen on the other side. Carlyle mumbled to himself. If you push the mind and body to the limit, it can easily be. Suddenly Wu Kang's middle horn was snapped. Wu Kang clutched his head in pain and yelled. Carlyle mumbled. The evaporation of sanity when eating. Bomi looked on and Suchin, holding Wu Kang's horn, was full of bloodlust. Carlyle seemed to guess something. Bomi asked timidly. Jangs. Bomi found it hard to believe. Suchin's face was as cold as his eyes were full of. Bomi observed. The atmosphere around him seems different from before. He's in a black. Wu Kang's blood dripped as Wu Kang screamed. Damn it, you were just faking death earlier? You dirty bat. Wu Kang went mad. They'll turn you into a skewer. Wu Kang pointed his long horns at Suchin. The area Thank you watching for vid. The explosion died down, revealing Wu Kang looked. Where Suchin appeared suddenly behind Wu Kang and requested a. Taking that horn made Wu Kang scream and then Wu Kang turned and grabbed Suchin's neck, yelling. You bet. Wu Kang was furious. They'll choke you to. But Suchin didn't let Wu Kang have his way. He gently broke both of Wu Kang's arms. Wu Kang groaned in pain. Ugh. Suchin's gaze was cold as he heard Wu Kang's screams. He defeating Kong Wu Kang with pure. Unable to take it anymore, Wu Kang pushed Suchin. Suchin fell with the newly broken horn. He grabbed a horn at. Then he threw it at Wu. Suchin used his foot to push the horn. His face was extremely. The stray dogs could only watch. Bomi speculated. This Suchin's black. Bomi thought. The phenomenon you experience after suffering the influence of flesh eating. Blackout. Jang Suchin probably thinks he just Naomi told herself. But precisely, he has lost control of his body to his insect. Carlyle looked cold. It's an effect that only insect humans who have eaten flesh experience. It makes them lose sanity for a moment and act like monsters. Carlyle frowned. To overcome the flesh-eating influence, one must be able to regain control. Carlyle observed. But that thing inside you, it doesn't seem simple. Kang was weak. I lost.
I'm sorry.
Suchin didn't stop and raised the horn. Carlyle spoke. That's a mucus stuck. Hanseong spoke. Leader Carlyle has ordered it. Hanseong jumped. You watching for vid. Hanseong was cold. The performance is. Suchin still tried to pull the honey, and the honey was torn up. Suchin frantically changed tar. Hanseong stood still. Blackout. In exchange for losing control of your body, you become incredibly. Hanseong transformed. Black veins appearing. But I have already overcome and controlled that. Honey mucus shot at. Carlyle smirked. By overcoming the flesh-eating effect, we can use a new power. And that is absorbing the mana of the insects and borrowing the power within. Controlled black. Hanseong used his move. Potter wasp mimic. The potter wasp is a famous insect for creating gourd-shaped. Narrator continued. Gourd-shaped explosions. Used to contain prey, and once a potter wasp has caught its prey, it can escape from that gourd-shaped. Hanseong looked cold. Sleep well inside. When you wake, Hanseong said. They'll let you. Bomi looked up in a massive gourd-shaped nest. Bomi spoke. Now the real beginning. Suchin woke up. He lay in a strange place. This.
Yurawak.
Would you like some tea to calm? Suchin asked. What happened? Carlyle replied. You black. Carlyle reassured him. No one died, don't worry. Carlyle took a sip of tea. Please forgive him. The reason he attacked, Carlyle said faintly, was because of my order. Suchin thought in shock. Carlyle explained. It was all a performance where I was the director. Carlyle recalled. I had Kong Wukang try to kill you and told everyone to watch and wait for my. Suchin wondered. Why? Is this an entrance test or something? Carlyle replied. Carlyle looked out the window. Before you go into training, we needed to see your blackout state. Suchin asked. Carlyle chuckled. To remove the flesh-eating influence, you need special training. It trains you how to control your black. Suchin thought. Control the black. Carlyle said. We also wanted to check if you have the mental fortitude to undergo the training. Suchin stammered. I will become human again, were the words Suchin said. Carlyle sighed. But I don't think we need that, and Carlyle's hair blew in the wind. The training is much more dangerous than the classes at nest waiting. Carlyle's gaze was sharp. If you really want to remove the flesh-eating influence, you must obey me. Hope you are. Suchin was determined. He replied. At the pet shop Gangnung Branch Farm, someone yelled. Move. Group spoke up. Haha, they've brought us so many more. These people. They're truly Man wearing a mask spoke. Listen, you trash. I don't care what you did out, but here you will all live as. He spoke harshly. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are pigs in a slaughterhouse. Pigs. He continued to threaten. Do you see that meat processor over there? From now on, one of you every. A loud explosion. A man in a trench coat stood. Crowd screamed. The farm was under attack. He cried out desperately for help. Please send reinforcements. At least he was consumed by fear. All the staff and those trained with food had been defeated. Playful voice rang out. Hello. The man in the coat pushed the door open. So you're the one in charge here. The other man replied. Ugh. It seems I have no other. He transformed completely. I'll tear you apart with my own hands. That person was Jiang. After the training, Suchin was delighted. This is great. So charming. I want to use this in real life too. 2 months. Someone was missing Hyojin. 2 months have passed. During that time, the training became far more dangerous than anything at Nest. Just waiting. I've been trained by the leader of an organization called Stray Dogs. I hope you're ready. I've learned how to control my black. But before that, I need to tell you what happened. During those 2 months, a silhouette back to 2 months ago. The first day of training. Suchin stood across from Callie on the training ground. To control your blackouts, you need various types of. He outlined the plan. First, you must overcome the craving for flesh. The more you eat, the hungrier you become, until you eventually lose all. Was stunned as the man continued. However, there is a way to temporarily reverse the carnivorous hunger. Suchin asked in shock. What? Callie held out a handful of insects and eat insects. Suchin turned pale at the sight of the wriggling. He gulped, sweating profusely. Callie explained, the reason eating flesh erodes your mind is because the human insect inside you has transformed your body, making you attracted to the pheromones of other. Initially, eating human insects was the only way to satisfy the craving. But eating regular insects can slightly reverse the effect. It's like chewing gum instead of Sachin tried to push his fear aside, closed his eyes, picked up a bug, and put it in his mouth. Okay. I've prepared myself. A little worm like this is... Callie lowered his voice. For other members, this is the only way. But I heard you were injected with the pumpkin carriage at Nest, so the pheromone scent has weakened. You don't need to force yourself. I just wanted you to see how it tastes. As he spoke, Sachin turned and ran. Suddenly, someone remarked, it's just one worm, you're overreacting, making him freeze. Sachin was surprised. Callie spoke from behind. I called her here to help with your... Then he introduced the next step. The second part of your training to control blackouts is physical condition. Blackouts occur when your mind and body are pushed to their limits. To control them, you must have a strong... So, I've assigned Bomi as your instructor. She'll help shape your physique. You'd rather train with someone you already know. Bomi crossed her arms sternly. I'm warning you, this training is harder than death itself. If you want to quit, do it. Sachin was skeptical. Physical conditioning? How hard can it be? Let's just... They then went to a large... Sachin's eyes bulged while underwater. He was sinking to the bottom. This is really... going to... 1 hour earlier. Bomi had brought Sachin to a large rock by the lake and commanded, try to break this. Then she said, if you succeed, it means your body is ready to endure the blackouts. Sachin froze and asked for clarification. Huh? After speaking, he launched himself like a rocket and looked down. Even defeated Gigantia. A rock like this should... But Bomi suddenly swung her. The rock fell into the water with a split. Sachin was stunned. Huh? Bomi emphasized. Not without lowering her leg, she said calmly. But in the... Sachin's eyes went wide. In the water? To break it? But I can't use my wings. Bomi explained, and you can't breathe. Water resistance will also slow your move, but there's no other way. If you can't break the rock under, you won't be able to overcome the urge for human flesh. While she spoke, Sachin had already died. He quickly put on arm floats while thinking, how can I break it in this? He put all his strength into a punch. However, the rock was unscathed. It wouldn't. Sachin puffed his cheeks out like bubbles. Need to thank you watching for vid. Sachin lost all strength and fell freely to the bottom of the... Fortunately, a hand grabbed his... It was Bomi. She pulled him. Bomi mocked him with her hands on her hips. How pathetic. You're the first person to almost drown in just a few... Sachin lay on his back, gasping for air. His voice trembled. I'm not good at holding my breath. And my punches are too slow underwater. Can I really overcome the urge? Wringing out her clothes, Bomi nodded. But everyone takes a different amount of time to succeed. Some even take years. Sachin was startled. He gritted his teeth. If it takes that long, when will I ever return to... What if everyone graduates and becomes human without... Be all alone? These thoughts made him feel very discouraged. Bomi was momentarily taken aback. She spoke up. Maybe it's because you can't use your wings. But I noticed your form is off. You've never had formal combat training. Bomi reached out and sighed. I guess I have no... She told Sachin, get up. It'll teach you how to punch under... If you follow my lead, it won't take years.
So don't worry.
His eyes lit up at her. Sachin took Bomi's hand and stood up. A silhouette hiding behind a tree watched them, growling, Jiang Sachin. Time passed until the second day of training. Sachin lay exhausted on the grass. Bomi was truly... And Bomi suddenly pounced and sat on Sachin, complaining, what are you doing? You only threw one punch, don't play... He screamed in agony.
I'm sorry.
And thought to himself, she's a real... Bomi urged him. No time for whining. The best way to learn is through your... Watch my movements and follow. From my form to where I concentrate my power. Sachin's face turned beet red as he retorted internally. If I could do that, I'd already be the best in... On the third day of training, Bomi dressed as a chef. This is the protein you're eating today. Building muscle is crucial. Sachin turned pale looking at the steaming meat. The boy sitting across from him laughed. Good. The fifth day of training. Sachin gnawed on meat while Bomi spoke. I'll be helping you today. He stammered. Wu-chan replied with a murderous aura. The one who tried to kill you last suddenly bowed deeply and shouted. Please forgive my past actions. Bomi explained, even though it was the leader's order, he feels guilty. He wants to help you train. Sachin felt a chill. He wondered, is he younger than me? Kong Wu-chan was 20, 1 year younger than... Training continued, and every day was... The training was incredibly harsh. Bomi did her best to help Sachin, and Sachin gave it his... Soon, the results of his efforts were clearly visible on Sachin's... Someone was moving through the forest at lights. It was Ronghua. She spoke cautiously. Who knew we'd find Jiang Sachin so soon? We must report to Nest immediately. Her feet skidded on the ground. The 9th president, Min Ronghua, was stunned. Why is the radio signal so... She thought, I heard he became a monster from eating human insects. She was near the training site. Bomi attacked while shouting, "Don't run. Punch properly." He really did look in. Ronghua frowned. About what? Training to overcome the urge? I think we've misunderstood some. Her eyes held a hint of sadness. Hyojin would be so happy. She's been looking for Suchin for. Her headset crackled to life. Connected. "Hello, Suchin." Before Ronghua could finish, Hubert appeared and shot her in. Remarked, "It'll be a pain if Nest interferes now." "It's not personal," Hubert said coldly. He mused, "Anyway. What a surprise. Overcoming the besides the breeder's orders, this could be interesting." He thought. Did they say his name was Jiang? Suchin glared and rushed his target, swinging a punch. Hubert thought I should take him out. At tavern, a drunken Hyojin heard someone gasp. "What? You think Ronghua is?" Hyojin sat up, startled. The whispers continued. "Why? What happened?" While scouting the area, her signal cut out with a loud noise. No response since. She mentioned a name before the end. The killer's name? Who? Hyojin felt like she'd been struck by lightning when they said the name. She said it was Jiang. Suchin trained day and night at the bottom of the. Every punch he threw was filled with absolute resistance. Despite his shaking arms, Suchin didn't stop, though he was worried. Damn it. Only a small crack? At this rate, It'll take. Started to doubt himself. Is this even worse? The lake's surface was clear and unervingly. Suchin sat on the rock, relaxing. Nothing's changed. Suddenly, a strange light emitted from the crack in. Suchin was instantly drawn. He was curious. Is there something in? He reached toward the light, speculating. What is it? Is this more than just a... The beam of light was about a hand's... The light flared violently. He was stunned. Is being absorbed into my... I feel like it's giving me power. Right? Thank you watching for vid... At moment he felt a surge of strength and wound up a... His eyes glowed like headlights. With a powerful shout, Suchin successfully shattered the... He wouldn't believe his eyes. As the dust settled, a strange object... It looked like a multicolored gem. Suchin's eyes widened. A jewel? Was this what was glowing in? In Callus' office, the leader said with satisfaction, "Congratulations. Since you broke the rock, your body is..." However, Suchin looked at his palm and frowned. "I broke it, but I don't know if it was my own power. I saw a light and suddenly felt strong."
Kali wasn't surprised.
It's a powerful conductor, so it seems it was absorbed. There was a glowing stone inside, right? Suchin froze. The stone? He held out the stone he found. This? I think this was the source of the...
Kali explained it. That's Ember.
It's a mystical object containing an insect from tens of thousands of years. The light you absorbed was the essence of that ancient insect inside the... Suchin was curious. An ancient insect? What does it do? Kali looked thoughtful. He continued, that essence is the primary ingredient of the drug that turns humans into human insects. It's the main component of jungle... Later, Suchin lay on a rooftop, staring at the... Looked at the amber skeptically. There's no way the stone with an insect inside is the main ingredient of jungle... He recalled Callus' words. In the Baltic Sea, stretching across northern... One day, a giant sinkhole appeared, revealing countless amber stones buried. Inside them were mysterious ancient insects, never before seen by... Someone discovered that their essence held a mystical power and bought the exclusive mining. What was created using that amber was jungle juice. Suchin shouted, "Wait! Wait!" He slammed the table. "You expect me to believe that?" Nest said everything about jungle juice was a secret. How could you know? His face was flushed. "Wait, forget."
Suhan questioned Kali's motive.
"Why are you giving me this vital information for?" Kali replied calmly, "I see. So Nest is high." He lowered his voice. "All I'm doing is telling you the truth." Back in reality, Suchin thought, a stone with an ancient insect from tens of thousands of years. If this amber is the key to jungle juice, they could mass produce and if the leader is right, then why? He wondered, why is Nest hiding? Suddenly, someone stood before him. Why so serious? He looked up and saw Shed. "Follow me. It's time for..." Deep in the forest, he asked, "Training's over. I broke the rock. What's..." Suchin's hair stood on end as Bomi dropped her bag and ordered, "Take off your clothes." Red-faced, he cried, Bomi. I'm a man of principles." This is Bomi stared blankly. "What are you talking?" He corrected him. "I brought a jacket for your wings. Change already, you putting it on." Suchin realized in shock. This is a Nest uniform. Bomi explained, "We modified it. Now you can use your wings freely. Nest technology is impressive. Wear this for training from now on." Suchin glanced back. Still comfortable. The wings were a hassle, but Bomi handed him a photo. It was Suchin with Hyojin. While he stared, Bomi explained, "It's a surveillance still. I printed it at an internet cafe without the leader." Bomi softened her voice. "You missed your friends. You don't know when you'll see them again. So, thank you watching for vid." Suchin's face was flushed, his body trembling as he held the photo. His voice wavered. Thank you watching for vid. She encouraged him. Cheer up and let's get to work. The faster you overcome the hunger, the sooner you'll. Sachin quickly put the photo in his pocket and replied, "Ah yes. What are we practicing now? What's after physical condition?" Bomi said, "Now that you've absorbed the ancient insect's essence, your body will transform. This period is prepare yourself. From now on, you must avoid blacking out as much as possible." Sumic Care Facility, a voice said. The man on the screen asked, "Did you find the ones attacking?" Hubert, sitting in the shadows, replied, "I followed the scent from the farm and found their nest interfered slightly, but I dealt with them. No issues." The person on the other end said, "Excellent as always." "What?" He replied sinisterly, "I've dispatched my subordinate right now." At Sachin and Bama's training, massacre was underway. Blood splattered on Sachin's face. Bomi cried out as she was ambushed. Hubert said playfully, "It's going to be chaos." Sweating, Bomi looked. Her attackers were the technician and the executioner. The technician asked with murderous intent, "These are the ones." Executioner replied, "I heard one can fly. Better catch them before they take." He spat out a slime that ensnared Bomi. She was stunned. Running forward, she cursed, "You've come to the wrong." But the technician appeared and knocked Bomi back with a casual. Her eyes bulged. "Poison?" Sachin rushed to her side. The executioner attacked, shouting, "Don't!" Sachin gracefully evaded every strike. The executioner froze. He's taking flight. Sachin dropped the photo. The technician caught it. "What's this?" Sachin realized it immediately. "Bama's photo. When did I drop?" He screamed, "Don't touch it. Give it back." The executioner taunted, "Must be tore the photo in half right in front of." He laughed mockingly. "Oops, my hand slipped. You coward." The technician challenged, "If you're mad, come down. It's just a piece of." Sachin's power erupted.
Bomi worried. No, Hyunsu.
Suffocating dark aura radiated from Sachin. "Put it back together now, you bastard." Bomi thought, "You have to control." A folder was tossed onto a table. The subordinates of the one called Ma. Screen, 2 human insects were shown. "I heard they're stronger than those fed scraps. Can we trust them? They want lose to the target." The man at the table, with a mask nearby, glared at the file. "Don't worry, they have a strong record. Executing them for a mistake would be." The technician grabbed Bama's jaw. She was hung upside down by the executioner, covered in blood. "I love your growls. Torturing you will be." Meet the blue ant-masked man. Alias, technician. Complex, blister. Facts about this beetle. It produces cantharidin, a toxin that causes severe pain, blisters, and has aphrodisiac. Potent complex, but the technician prefers not to use it in direct contact. He cracked his neck, laughing. Torture. He was only interested in human. People were hung up in terror before him. He sneered. Even after transformation, his obsession with screams remained. A trembling human insect hung nearby, covered in blisters. "Please, no more." Technician didn't stop. He laughed insanely and aimed his slime. He swung that same slime at Sachin, gritted his teeth and moved to punch, but stopped. Too dangerous. A strike sent Sachin flying off. Disoriented, Sachin looked down at the next. The executioner's claws snagged his. Panicked, Sachin felt the claws dig into his thigh, drawing. With his other pincer, the executioner still held Bomi. "You're still within my." His gaze was cold.
Stupid brat.
Meet the alias, executioner. Complex, stag. His dual long pincers were his primary weapon. Before his transformation, he was an illegal immigrant involved in gang crime, often covered in the blood of those he beat to. Born with immense strength, he took what he wanted by force. His victims begged for their life. Bomi was helpless against him, even after his transformation. He pulled Sachin closer. Sachin gritted his teeth. His motives hadn't changed. "Let's see you up." He looked at her through her torn clothes. "Young and fit. Exactly my." Narrowed his eyes pervertedly. "Maybe we should kill her slowly." Sachin's eyes bulged as he summoned all his. He gripped the pincer and snapped it, surprising the executioner. Wincing in pain, the executioner was baffled. "This power?" Sachin flew away. Below, the technician snapped. "Why did you let him?" Sachin recalled the earlier madness. "I'm losing it. Is a blackout?" He covered his mouth in fear, remembering Bama's training. "No one will always be there to stop you. You must restrain your." Sachin listened to her voice in his head. "If you stay in a blackout too long, you might never come." He thought of the mindless ones. "You'll lose your soul and become like." Sachin punched himself in the face until he bled. "No, I have to stay in control." The executioner attacked while Sachin struggled to maintain his. His pincers snapped at thin air. Where Sachin had appeared behind. Gritting his teeth, he punched. Emperor Dragon. Suddenly, his body froze inexplicably. Sharp pain paralyzed. The executioner punched him in the face, sending him. Stood arrogantly. "What are you doing?" Can't even use your comp. He tossed Bomi to the ground. I was going to use her as a hostage, but I don't think I need. He swung his pincers again. Sachin looked up and a massive tree was sliced in. Stag beetle. Butcher. Sachin flew back, dodging as the surrounding trees. He struggled to evade. Damn it, I'm so busy fighting the blackout I can't even. The executioner chased him down. He swung his pincer, stabbing Sachin. Sachin froze, then grabbed the pincer in his body. The executioner was yanked back. Sachin grabbed the pincer and slammed him into the. Sachin clutched his face, fighting the darkness. Must keep control. I thank you watching for vid. He pushed the technician away. The man stumbled. He dodged his own toxic slime. Good reflexes. But did blister beetle poison works on contact? Sachin's arm was already affected. He gritted his teeth in. Sachin glared, his face shadowed. The technician smirked. Still conscious? Let's see how long you last. The executioner stood. They charged. You're dead against both of. Bomi struggled to open her. Can't move. The poison? She tried to get up. Am not built for poison resist. She looked up. Wait. Jiang's technician stepped on his head as the executioner watched. Sachin was defenseless. Bomi screamed. Jiang's. He ground his heel into Sachin's head. You can't win against my poison unless you're a beetle. Tough luck, little. The eyes glowed red. Time to have some. Bomi crawled toward them. The executioner swung his pincer. We're here for your base's location. Well, torture it out. He grabbed Bomi by her shirt. She was paralyzed with fear. Don't talk yet. I want to hear you scream. Bomi thought, I still can't. Suddenly, a hand gripped the executioner's. His eyes were pitch black. Bomi was. Sachin squeezed the pincer with crushing. The executioner's veins bulged. Arg. Bomi's eyes widened. Did he control the blackout? Sachin stood motionless, holding the pin. He let go and slumped to the ground, losing balance. The technician approached. What was that? A reflex? The executioner kicked Sachin's head. You bet. He roared. That's it. He grabbed Bomi's hair. They'll start with her. The technician sneered. You were going to. Suddenly his eyes widened. His pincer was severed in an instant. Blood sprayed. Thank you watching for vid. Bomi fell to the ground, struggling. The Haven noticed. The technician's arm was sliced off next. Hey, thank you watching for vid. He looked at his severed biotech arm in horror. Bomi realized he didn't faint. On the ground, Sachin glared, still clutching the pincer. He had failed to restrain the black. The technician retreated, clutching his bleeding stump. The executioner charged. You piece of SA. Swung his remaining limbs. They'll tear you up. Sachin rushed him and punched him square in the. Blow shattered his face. What hit? Sachin grabbed his. Holding the sharp pincer shard. His eyes were full of murderous and he pinned him down and stabbed him repeatedly. The screams were horrific. Blood was every. The technician froze in terror. It hurts. He said it hurt. What is he? He's like a different person. Sachin kept stabbing, devoid of reason. He had become a monster. Inside his mind, Sachin realized, this is the place I see in my dreams during blackouts. He looked for a familiar silhouette. Where is the dragonfly? He looked. Thank you watching for vid. He screamed at his deformed limbs. My hands. What's happening? Panic set in. What is this? It's taking over my. His form was shifting into something horrifying. In the office, Callie told Bomi, I have a favor to. When Jiang Sachin blacks out, I feel something unusual. Something more than just the. Watch him. I hope he can control it, but in the worst case scenario, present day. Bomi watched the horror, remembering the order. She had to stop the black. Have to stop him. But I can't. Sachin was now completely mine. The technician provoked him. Even with these. The poison I gave you was made for torture. The concentration is tricky. Blister beetle. Death. He was ecstatic. With this, you're 100%. Sachin crushed the technician's hand before he could. Man pulled away. Ugh. He couldn't believe it didn't work. Why? Sachin's form was terrifying. He's fine after touch. He attacked frantically. Sachin swatted him away effortlessly. The technician slammed into a wall, his vision. Is this power? He collapsed to his. Sachin glared at him like a demon. Technician fled in terror. Stay. He remembered the warning. Do you really need both masks for just 2 targets? Don't underestimate. Complex synergy is a major variable. In the worst-case scenario, capture him even if one of you must be sacrificed. He finally understood. He decided to use the executioner. It's the boss order. Sacrifice your arm for the. He began eating his teammates. He was horrified. Cannibalism? He's eating his own. The technician's strength surged. Every insect has a unique cannibalism effect. This one is immediate. Trained with you watching for vid. He aimed for Sachin. We only need one for pounced like a beast. He'll just eat the. Suddenly he went limp and floated into the air. Huh? Why am I in the. looked down into the Suchin appeared above him and as he fell, he wondered what kind of monster. Bomi retreated to avoid the fall. She witnessed the scene. Is this Jiang Suchin's black? Couldn't hide her. Suchin was hovering right behind. Turned slowly. Bomi closed her eyes and turned out Jiang Suchin was asking Han Song anxiously, "Are you okay? Are you badly?" Jiang Suchin's hand, placed on Bomi's shoulder, had now returned to normal. "I don't know what happened either, but let's get you back to treat your wounds." She was skeptical. Did he wake up on his... The night sky shone with the light of tiny stars. Jiang Suchin sat alone in the room. His current condition was making him... In the end, I lost my mind. Jiang Suchin recalled the recent battle. Those pet shop members were in an unbelievable... Executioner lay pathetically on the floor. That technician wasn't much better. The issue that concerned Jiang Suchin the most was... But I was the one who did... He was filled with internal conflict. Like this, Jiang Suchin was actually I'm really going to turn into a monster. Bomi had been sitting beside him for some time. She suddenly spoke up. "Wow, if it weren't for Jiang Suchin, I would have really..." She praised him naturally. "He saved my life. Should I grant him a wish or something?" Jiang Suchin's face turned red hearing those words. Bomi was actually trying to comfort him. "Don't let yourself collapse with those useless thoughts. I told you that if you're too sentimental, it's easier to lose your mind." Jiang Suchin responded with a simple... Bomi's voice softened.
Don't worry.
"Everyone is like you in one..." He listed each person. Han Song, the most experienced among us, took at least... Bomi pointed out the difficulties of each member. "And Wu Zhuang, who fought you recently, only just learned to control his... As soon as she mentioned herself, Bomi's whole body trembled slightly. "And me. Before I joined the Stray Dogs, I was someone being trained with food at a pet shop." Even though it was a dark memory, she still revealed it. "I could barely stand on the edge of my reason. I was desperately waiting to become a monster." Bomi remembered that day vividly. That was when the Stray Dogs leader, Callie, Jiang Suchin wondered, "Leader Callie saved you?" Bomi explained, "Saving poor people who are slowly turning into monsters, that was Leader Callie's purpose when he founded the Stray..." And she also stated her own reasons. "I always wanted to help the leader, so I overcame the influence of eating meat and joined the Stray..." Bomi's mind was now filled with determination. "Whether I can do it or not doesn't matter. I want to follow the leader, so I must be able to do..." After finishing her story, Bomi asked Jiang Suchin, "You have your own reason too?" She used those words to encourage him. "You can overcome it too. So don't worry too." He looked at the photo in his hand. A low, hoarse voice softly echoed. Callie stood before the two men recently defeated by Jiang Suchin and spoke. "So Pet Shop has found us. Faster than I..." Han Song, beside him, wondered, "Are they starting to search for us seriously now?" Callie confirmed, "Yeah, we've attacked many of their farms. It's a miracle they didn't find us." Han Song felt a bit unsettled and suggested, "What should we do now? Pet Shop has found us. Should we quickly move our..." Callie immediately disagreed and pointed out, "No. These guys attacked those two outside the school. That means they aren't certain of our location." Then added, "We still have a little time. Now let's think of another..." Executioner, lying in a mangled heap, tremblingly regained consciousness. He happened to overhear the conversation. He whispered, "You say you have..." On the pet shop side, a voice spoke out mockingly. "They're looking down on us too." Someone's hands were wiping an object as they continued. "Anyway, it seems those two are no longer worthy of wearing masks." The other person was very disappointed. To think they lost to one. Zubrith slammed a bullet onto the table and criticized them bluntly. "Our company is always short on..." Nearby subordinate affirmed, "If you give us the task, we will succeed." Someone else asked, "Yeah, then why did you send such low-class trash like them?" Zubrith looked down on them, unable to say a kind word. Clearly those two were the lowest quality among the men. He stood before the door and emphasized, "But even trash has a purpose for..." Zubrith enjoyed contemplating the achievement. "Look, by sacrificing two minor subordinates, we've found their high..." He adjusted his vest while confirming the plan. "They won't have time to make another one." Zubrith declared, "From this moment on, it is our all-out war. This is the Mask EX Special Security." The sky was now beginning to... Laboratory Diary 1. December 20th, 2020. A building hidden deep in the mountains without a single soul in sight. There are strange objects in the experimental containers. This place researches a drug called jungle. A hand placed a vial on the table. "Today is the first day of testing the new drug. I am the researcher in charge." He revealed his identity. Callie, head of the Callie Davidson Laboratory Research Team, about 10 years. Davidson Laboratory Diary 43. June 1st, 2020. Experimental results are progressing well. The room was filled with noisy screams. "I've grown accustomed to the Callie calmly enjoyed his tea. The new drug accelerates the bodily changes in the test subject. It also seems to cause intense pain and severe side effects. This is an inhumane experiment. Bluntly brushed off responsibility. But I have no guilt. I am only doing the work I was ordered. Callie looked at the phone screen displaying a call from his daughter. Humanity only treats well the things that are important. He answered the call. His attitude was completely different from before. Princess, are you calling Daddy? Daddy's working, you know that. On the other end, she suddenly sobbed uncontrollably. Hick, Daddy, come home quickly. Callie immediately ran out. That pathetic cry was still calling out. My body is so The little girl was in a strange form. The little girl cried out. Callie was panicked and couldn't believe his eyes for a moment. He screamed repeatedly in fear. Lab diary for Callie looked at the sample before him. It was an improved version of the new jungle juice I received from my superiors. An incomplete sample that was meant for the test subjects, so I kept it at home. But my daughter accidentally broke. Terrified, Callie approached and hugged the girl. Don't worry, Daddy. He worked tirelessly day and night to find a way to save the situation. Laboratory Diary 3250. Callie looked at his achievement with happiness in his heart. May 5, 2020. I've done my best and finally perfected it. The medicine that turns insect humans back into humans. The little girl lying on the bed asked innocently, Daddy, what's going to happen to me now? Callie comforted her gently. Don't worry. You'll go back to being your old. Placed a doll in the girl's arms. He thought of some sweet words. Yeah, just like your favorite fairy tale, like Cinderella. Laboratory Diary 3250. Thank you watching for vid. At this moment, Callie knelt on the ground in despair. 2 streams of tears poured from his eyes. I finally realized that this is my. Callie retraced his actions. I did things I shouldn't have done to humans, so God has punished me like. Because of that, he made a decision. I've left that damn base. So that the tragedy I went through won't be Looking at Bomi, who was hugging herself and shivering, he remembered his own. Cully's eyes softened as he looked at her. So that I can become a guide for those who have lost. The guards were on duty in the middle of the. Voice spoke up. They still haven't realized that their base location has been. He mockingly laughed at his opponents. They're so stupid to still be enjoying this brief moment of. Gun was fully loaded. The other person continued to. I don't hate you guys. He began to take. Something seemed to be bothering him. But this. Next, the person raised. Zuberth aimed the gun barrel at the base. Then he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Will be your. The bullet shot out, spinning deep through. It was about to hit. The scene fell into silence. Unexpectedly, a hand caught the. Callie stepped out from inside arrogantly. It seems we have an uninvited. Zuberth had to give his opponent a compliment. He caught the bullet? His reaction speed is impressive. Callie continued as another shot was fired. The bullet he was holding was glowing. Callie reacted quickly and threw it high into the. Immediately after, it exploded like a. The members inside saw the light and turned to. Anami, who was bathing, also took. Han Song instinctively wanted to know what was happening. Zuberth lowered his gun barrel, looking excited. As expected, it's quite powerful. He remembered the execution method for the gun. The Elder Hunter's exploding ant complex. I could only copy it once, but it's still very useful. Zuberth's voice boomed. Now the trigger has been. Faction had fully gathered, surrounding the area. It's time for the mission. My proud. Thank you watching for vid. Woman wearing a mask flew up excitedly first. Don't forget our extra reward. Flower snake mask. Asian giant hornet complex. She was excited about the upcoming gift. I've been wanting to buy a new designer. That bug-eyed creature emerged from a patch of sludge with great excitement. Oh, you poor little priest mask. Water scorpion complex. He splashed the water everywhere. Receive God's. The bug-eyed creature was stalking its opponent in the bushes. It spoke to announce. Slaughter target. Chaser mask. Wolf spider complex. Hearing that, he charged to attack. One of them was dissatisfied and criticized. An ambush isn't chivalrous. Night mask. Samurai ant complex. He reminded the other, but it's the boss. Right then, Zuberth stood high up and announced, listen up, everyone. Because of that explosion just now, the enemy will come out with full. He pointed out the plan to them. Drown this abandoned school, and kill every human you see. Don't give them time to. Zuberth then let out a scornful remark. Now they're like trapped. Callie gripped his cane and admitted, surely there are tracking devices on those masks. I've made a mistake. At this point, it seemed there was something he hadn't realized yet. Callie frowned dangerously. Do you think I haven't prepared anything for situations like? Han Song suddenly charged forward to fight. You want to get past? Callie took the opportunity to challenge them. Just stray dogs. Han Song. Honeybee complex. He put all his strength into attacking the opponents. You bastard. Small fires sparked up like fireflies. The scorpion submerged in the lake commented. Oh, this felt that. Hell. Stray dogs won him in. Nairobi fly complex. He appeared with a grumpy look and eliminated him bluntly. You sure talk. That bug-eyed thing behind the bush crawled away her. But no matter how careful it was still discovered. A bug from the stray dog side had appeared on the field at some point. It suddenly ambushed the bug-eyed creature. 5 prongs. Thank you watching for Stray Dogs Wu Zhuang. 5-horned rhinoceros beetle complex. He bared his terrifying teeth. My body was just starting to feel stiff. You came at just the right time, you cowardly. In another direction, a masked man was eagerly Soon enough, an opponent blocked his path. Quite a surprise. They were pushed into a difficult position. They never expected this scene. I didn't expect them to be raising food train sub. A female voice spoke up in response. Raising them? Could you guys stop acting like we're the stray dogs? Nanami. Ghost Moth Complex officially enters the fray. I wasn't brainwashed by eating meat. I was raised with Zuberth from high up watched the battle below. Suspicion arose. Could they have predicted this attack? Callie, on the other side, was alone in the middle of the intense battlefield. In the past few years, I've prepared for all kinds of emergencies. He always remembered his little daughter. So I won't lose anything, because that was the goal that made Callie even more boldly provocative. Come on, pet shop. They'll face you with all my Flower snake mask was covered in something. What is? She spoke with a tone of contempt. Han Song was very determined and gave it his. You won't get out easily. My high-concentration beeswax is even tougher than He shouted loudly and attacked fiercely. They'll bury you. The flower snake mask's body trembled. My God. So much bees. She broke through that thick layer of bees. The flower snake mask was completely unharmed. It's just a useless. Han Song couldn't believe it. She broke through my beeswax that She rushed forward, showing clear disdain. No matter how tough that wax is, it's still just a lump of oil used to build a nest for honeybees. Isn't it? Your complex is totally useless. He still didn't give up and continued to it. Han Song made a final decision. My single complex can't cut through it. Insanity. There's no other. He raised his hand to block her, but Han Song ran into trouble. Too fast. I don't have time to enter the insanity state. The flower snake mask had probably noticed. These little. She wasn't afraid at all. The Asian giant hornet is the nemesis of the hunt. For my power, everything becomes useful. An explanation about this wasp. The Asian giant hornet is an insect that specializes in hunting honeybees. Acting alone, they ambush honeybee nests and kill them one by one very quickly. Han Song still didn't give up and tried to find a way. The fate of a honeybee facing a giant hornet. The honeybee's stinger. I have to find a way to buy time so I can enter the insanity. Her hand had reached. Flower snake mask had found him, and she was gloating. Shall we finish? The flower snake mask was in a hurry. I'm busy, you know. Han Song's face was blank. There was nothing left but fresh blood splattered everywhere. Nanami jumped up in fear. She was extremely panicked and worried. Mike brought his blade close and complimented her. He asked carefully, your complex is also the brainwashing type. He looked down at the ground with These guys are the food train types raised by Pet Shop. These monsters only know meat, yet it seems they're protected. Nanami spoke with an innocent voice. Oh, I brainwashed them. She put her arms around his neck with a suggestive look. But it's too late for you to realize it. Nanami gave off a seductive, attractive scent. This pheromone is an ant complex. Isn't it? From now on, you belong. This was Nanami's special characteristic. The ghost moth is a species of caterpillar that specializes in making ants serve it. They mimic the sound and pheromones of the queen ant to make other ants protect. She moved closer and gently asked, it smells nice. Doesn't it? How about it? Why don't you try taking off your mask and come to my... But his words made Nanami's face turn pale. I don't know if that smell is fragrant or... His face was truly terrifying. Because I don't have enough... On the other side, a fierce fire was... Him-min rushed in from a... The other guy didn't seem to expect it. You dare use hellfire? You devil. Heaven will curse. He ran to a flooded area and realized. I thought he was only good at talking. The water put out my fire. But it turns out he intended to lead me to a place with water like this. Is he trying to stop me from using... In a momentary lapse of attention, Himmin's legs were tied. Dragged him away in shock. Ah. Got you. Satan's devil. Thank you watching for vid. He immediately ran into trouble. Damn it. The water is too deep. My fire. The guy continued. The complex I have is from an underwater mantis called Ron. The guy wanted to finish him in. This is your sword of judgment. There's a major shift under the water. Wu Zhuang immediately countered. 5-horned rhinoceros beetle style. 5 prongs, but the guy's speed was truly amazing. Zhuang was wounded on his He was angry. Bastard. He's too... The guy's inherent characteristics hindered him. Not only that, his body is small and he moves on all... I can't see him in this tall... An introduction. The wolf spider is a spider that lives alone and does not spin webs. Like a real wolf, They wander alone in the grass and hunt for. It has other characteristics. Unlike other common spiders that spin webs and wait for prey to appear, the wolf spider is. Wu Zhuang was suddenly attacked by it. And much more he gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it. Come on, Wu Zhuang tried to encourage himself. You can't lose as hopelessly as last. He tried to pick himself up. You have to show your seniors that your teeth can also do the. Zuberth was watching. It seems the battle is. Everything seemed to be going in the direction he wanted. Two of them are no longer capable of, because they've been hit by the blister beetle's venom. They can't. Zuberth was very proud. I was quite surprised that you guys reacted so quickly. But it turns out you're just a bunch of lowlives compared to my masks, who have been systematically mined. He was ready to fire. Then you guys are just something for my entertainment. Ali was standing. He gave a simple smile. Is that on the other side, the wolf spider transformed. There's no other way. Something. Thank you watching for vid. The wolf spider was also helpless. I didn't want to use. He was hesitant to change. Controlled insanity. If anyone saw me in this form, it would be very embarrassing. Agile. Thank you watching for vid. The reason was, because I've shrunk myself. Copy Huntsman's. Thank you watching for vid. The wolf spider spoke up. Unidentified ability. Is a dangerous approached. Must destroy immediately. Wu Zhuang still stood still. The wolf spider took advantage of the opportunity. He had found a loophole early. Noticed that you only know how to rely on speed and are always looking for a way to get behind me. You would never dare to face your opponent. Wu Zhuang was one step faster. Someone with speed faster than yours? He activated Huntsman's advantage. Despite its large size, this, Wu Zhuang had to admit, is very. He became more frenzied. People say that a crow mimicking a cormorant will only drown itself. Copying the power of the insect I absorbed. This has put a lot of pressure on my body. Or maybe it's because my body hasn't caught up with this speed. Wu Zhuang was determined. But I still have to show them that I. A loud noise echoed along with the statement. Am very. Zuberth was surprised. He couldn't believe it. Wolf spider. My mask is. Callie was very confident. It's too early to be surprised. Thank you watching for vid. Our snake mask was also having problems. You were supposed to be immobilized by the blister beetle venom. Han Song was also very astonished. How could the. Callie hoped. The real battle starts. Wu Zhuang was gaining the upper. It's known that bees are insects with almost no enemies. And among flying insects, bees are one of the most. Therefore, however, even hornets are. Zhang Suchen raised his fist. And the most terrifying predator is the dragon. Zhang Suchen saw the flash of light and was alarmed. A few minutes ago, what was that?
En explosion?
Bomi quickly realized in our high. She anxiously pulled him away. That place is under attack. We have to get. Bomi slipped, but Zhang Suchen caught her in time. Looked at her sweating face. The venom still hasn't worn off. She can't fight and. Zhang Suchen was in a rush. I have to go help. Clenched his fists and struggled. Zhang Suchen was afraid. What if I lose my mind again during the most dangerous thing was, and this time I won't be able to wake up. Zhang Suchen wouldn't be able to return. Then he'll be stuck in that space. His face flushed. Times like. Ali suddenly appeared. You're feeling afraid. I understand. He decided to go ahead. Leave this to us. You just stay here with. Ali comforted him kindly.
Don't worry.
We will keep you. He instructed you just need to sit. Zhang Suchen was still stunned. Stay. But he still left. Haijin's photo fell out.
Suchant,
Thank you watching for vid. He made a firm promise. I will definitely come back. So, please wait. Zhang Suchen took a deep. Decided to fly. He left behind an apology.
I'm sorry, Leader Callie.
But I can't just sit still. He hurried away. Because I have a place to return. Loud noises echoed. Zhang Suchen was attacking the flower snake. He angrily demanded, I'm giving you one last chance. If you want to surrender, do it right. Han Song suddenly called out. Luckily he reminded him. Watch below. Zhang Suchen was wounded in the shoulder while she rolled down the. Discovered this is. Venom? The flower snake mask continued. Oh my. She showed a smug face. I'll be kind and tell you. Any insect stung by my venom will meet it. The flower snake mask was very triumphant. As expected, a dragonfly's reaction speed is very fast. You're making me much happier than that useless. Zhang Suchen didn't stop and dive down. He attacked while she continued to mock. But it seems you only have your reaction speed going. The flower snake mask turned the tail. And your attack is nothing. Han Song watched the fight and he was very worried. What's happening? His movements are much slower than before. Han Song was afraid. He's not even using his stance. Is it because of the blister beetle venom's effect? Or is it? He had another. He can't focus on the fight because he's afraid of losing his. Zhang Suchen gritted his. The flower snake mask tried to probe him. This kid. What is he? She didn't care. Anyway, the flower snake mask was scornful. No matter how strong your complex is, if you don't use her attack was powerful. Its meaning, Zhang Suchen suddenly appeared behind, took the opportunity to Zhang Suchen was confused. Strange. I aimed for her blind spot, yet I was still he was afraid. Feels like he saw her turn. Her eyes and ears are ever. Suddenly, Zhang Suchen saw something in her eyes. For the flower snake mask. Damn, this girl is hot. It's been a long time since I wore a suit. Flower. I think I've gained weight again. My clothes are all tight, hee. These are the eyes I use to see her secret, behind the screen. Attention like this is easy to get. Message her. Can I? You can find and meet was the string. Everyone is connected. Play it. Try it and you'll see. Through the lens. Flower snake mask replied, thank you, hee. If possible. Would you like to go for coffee with me? And that, the trap she created. My favorite Flower snake mask checked her wallet. What the hell? This guy is dirt poor. Students are really boring. She looked at her phone. I still have many other prospects. Do you want to go for a drink with me? I have a lot of money. Hello. You look. Do you want to go for a walk somewhere? The flower snake mask was confident. Alright. As long as I have. She was even proud. I have to record a TikTok video first. Then everything will be much easier. So with the flower snake mask's lens, this camera cherished it. Is my Zhang Suchen realized with concern. She can see all my movements clearly. Does she possess compound eyes? He dived down, and she was excited again. Zhang Suchen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Luckily Han Song quickly came to his rescue. Honeybee continued to block her attack. Wax. Han Song reminded him tiredly. Idiot. What are you doing? Fight prop. Zhang Suchen finally snapped out of it. Thank you. Han Song relied entirely on him. Am poisoned so I can't move. You must win this battle by your own strength. So, he instructed. 25%. Let the insanity state manifest. By about 25%. Han Song gave instructions while panting. A hand or a leg, either is fine. Focus all your strength on one part of your body. Then release it. If you do that, you can control. He was a bit hesitant upon hearing that. Intentionally falling into an insanity state? Is it possible? Kali's words echoed somewhere. Put your body and mind at the limit of endurance. That is the easiest way to become insane. Zhang Suchen was in a difficult position. But, how am I supposed to? The flower snake mask had approached him. I'm still here, yet you guys dare to talk pri. She slashed the rocks, making him even more hurried. Zhang Suchen ran ahead quickly. Twirl. He flew very high into the. She looked up with contempt. What's the use of flying that high? Is he trying to run? Han Song saw clearly. No. Zhang Suchen suddenly was some fear in him. It's a bit scary since this is the first time I've flown this high. Zhang Suchen tucked his wings. He only had this one chance to do this. Zhang Suchen fell from that high position. The flower snake mask's eyes widened unexpectedly. He tucked his wings? Is he really planning to kill him? He closed his eyes tight and let himself free. But Zhang Suchen's eyes were not filled with despair as before. Different from before. This time I'm not falling toward. He opened his eyes. Legion's image appeared. But to find a chance to. Suddenly, a bright light shone. The destructive power from the fall from such a height was Zhang Suchen even said to himself, truly a madman. What was I thinking, letting myself fall from that?
Han Song halted.
Zhang Suchen had transformed. Han Song scolded him. Just how stupid are you? Controlled insane. He felt it from deep within. A strange feeling. It's like parts of my body no longer belong. She was somewhat surprised to see Zhang Suchen. Did I control it? Well, what? He raised his fist. You'll know as soon as I. Callie was watching from a distance. If you can completely control your insanity, then you will activate the power of the insect you absorbed. You will activate the power of the insect you absorbed and. He was very expectant. Zhang Suchen. What exactly did you absorb? Callie wondered. I don't know what it is. Zhang Suchen dived to attack. Emperor Dragonfly. He placed his hope. Break the breeder's curse. He attacked. Hunting gun. Bullet finger. Use your own. Callie stepped on the cold. He seemed to be probing. I heard a gunshot over there. Callie stood high up, observing the forest submerged in the quiet night, and whispered, it's quite. He raised a prosthetic leg, looking into the distance with a troubled mind. Pet shop, I don't know what you're plotting. But coming here was your big mistake. Zuberth sat high up, looking down and self-deprecating. How interesting. Do you guys think you've won all? His eyes were sharp. As long as we haven't completed the mission, the battle will continue. Callie replied, of course. I know how persistent you guys can. He struck his cane on the ground, creating a loud sound. A gust of wind rushed toward Zuberth. Callie provoked, I've come here to end it. Zuberth smoothly pulled out a gun. You were just at the school. How is it Callie replied coldly, my legs are just a bit He approached Zuberth. You pet shop people have started and killed countless. Furthermore, using jungle juice for evil purpose. Police expression changed. Today I will make you pay. Subordinates of the Zuberth's voice continued to echo. We're only in a cooperative relation. Came here for the. Secondly, before he could finish, Zuberth fired a source of energy toward. He spoke in a cold tone. You're the one making a mistake. At another place, Zhang Suchen was running while asking anxiously, are you? Han Song replied tremblingly, I'm fine, though the venom hasn't worn off, but it's enough for me to survive. Han Bayan's eyes were firm. You. Han Song showed admiration. Truly. Witnessing you defeat that hornet in just one. Han Song's voice was still full of respect. I think you've managed to control your insanity to a certain extent. Zhang Suchen was excited. Then, the influence of the absorption is gone? Han Song was blunt. Not yet. Followed by a helpless. Han Song continued to lecture Zhang Suchen. If it were that easy, Nest wouldn't have locked you up. You've only successfully controlled 25%. There's still a risk you'll turn into a monster one day. Zhang Suchen replied gloomily. Zhang Suchen helped Han Song walk. Han Song said tiredly, now, let's take that masked guy to the school. Then let's help the others. Zhang Suchen replied calmly. Then he seemed to detect something. Hornet's figure disappeared without a Zhang Suchen wondered in confusion. She disappeared. At a river, the moonlight left a faint reflection. Won Him Min dragged his water-soaked body onto the river bank, panting incessantly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes looking as if he wanted to kill someone. That loud-mouthed bat. Then Won Him Min recalled the moment he fought the mantis and said to himself, he suddenly attacked me like he was. Won Him Min stood on the bank looking into the distance. Then he ran off and disappeared. Invisible wind blew fiercely, scattering leaves into the air. In another, Nanami was pretending to be dead, so the enemy wouldn't know. Around her were corpses lying scattered at a bush, stained with blood. A red-haired boy with 4 legs on his back stood watching his opponents. He spoke coldly. It was Wu Zhuang in his red-haired teenage form, arms crossed, giving orders. Do you want to surrender now and he'll spare your life? Or do you want to turn this place into your... The spider-like person's eyes slowly turned purple as he muttered to him. Mission incomplete. Target. The spider person thought to himself, then reached into his pocket for something. No other. Wu Zhuang's eyes widened in shock. What's that? What is... Gun? The person said nothing and immediately pointed his gun at him. Wu Zhuang was shocked and panicked, rushing closer. Hey, what are you? The spider's eyes turned red as he spoke coldly. Wu Zhuang's voice still echoed. Stop. The spider person muttered like an invisible machine. We've achieved our target beyond expectations. Return immediately. Then he looked dazed after hearing a voice from somewhere. The spider person put the gun away. Then, like a flash of lightning, he sped away into the night without leaving a trace. Wu Zhuang shouted angrily, hey, come back. Where are you? Without thinking twice, he charged after him. You think he'll just let you run? As he reached the spider person, the boy's eyes grew dim, a forced smile appeared, and his thoughts raced. What's this? Elsewhere, Zuberth was rushing out like a gust of... He continuously fired shots toward, causing the place where Callie stood to explode into a... Zuberth pointed his gun. Without letting him strike, Callie quickly moved behind him and thought, I got behind him. I won't give him a chance to react. Kallie's inner joy didn't last. Zuberth pointed the gun barrel behind him with terrifying calmness. Bang! A bullet exploded into the spot where Callie... Fortunately, Callie managed to dodge those cold bullets and Zuberth looked at him and spoke coldly, disappearing suddenly like that. Is your complex teleport? Callie assumed a combat stance, his eyes cold. I told you all. And he modestly raised a leg and said, I just have fast. As he said that, Callie had already rushed behind Zuberth. Zuberth suddenly turned around. I didn't expect such a strong opponent outside Nest. But I still don't understand why you guys oppose pet. Callie smoothly dodged the bullets, his voice full of monsters like you. Then his eyes turned sharp. There's no need to waste effort doing anything. And let me introduce him once more. Callie is the leader of the stray dogs, Callie Davidson. Tiger beetle complex. Far as I know, the tiger beetle is a predatory beetle. It holds the world record for being the fastest insect in the world. They tend to stop and observe their surroundings after running. The reason for that, their brains can't keep up with their running. Callie commanded coldly, this is your end. Pet Zuberth didn't believe it. Lose? Zuberth was pinned to the ground but showed no fear, only provocation. Actually, I've already finished the reason why we came. Zuberth's eyes shone like 2 bright headlights. Bullet. Water. Then he continuously launched attacks. Zuberth was triumphant. It doesn't matter even if I miss. because it was already set up as a trap. Zuberth calmly put his hands in his pockets, watching the scene for fun. I told you that you were the one who made the mistake. Thanks for leaving your post. Thanks to that, our job became much easier. A series of spider threads tightly wrapped around Khalees. Zuberth rejoiced inwardly. They must have arrived by. He acted full of kindness. It was a pleasure fighting you. Although it's a bit of a shame we can't finish it yet. I'm a bit busy now, let's just end it like this. Saying this, he transformed into the world's largest moth and appeared in. Strong gust of wind rushed toward Suchin and Han. Suchin spoke up in disbelief. What is that giant? That is the world's largest moth. The white witch, scientific name Thysania agri. Zuberth's voice rang out with excitement. Surprising, isn't it? She is one of the most special insect humans managed by the. No need to be on guard. Zuberth said arrogantly. She came here to pick me. He stepped up and appeared on the back of the moth. Zuberth puffed out his chest. Welcome back, my proud. A grasshopper spoke. This is what you requested, oh great pine. Zuberth looked intently at the tin box. Usually I would kill you as requested by the breeder. But I'm curious how you managed to fix the consequences of absorbing different insect humans. Zuberth continued nonchalant. That's why I intentionally diverted your attention to the battles while I observed your. Zuberth slowly opened the box, his mouth never stopping. And I didn't expect would find something beyond my expectation. Callie clutched his chest in pain, secretly observing. The pumpkin. They definitely found it in my office. Callie intended to swing his arm to take it back, but the threads tightened until blood fell, making him groan in intense. Zuberth remained composed. Now I've settled things with you. Goodbye. Saying that, the moth grabbed the vehicle and Callie still refused to give up and shouted. Wait, do you even know what that thing? Zuberth paused for a moment upon hearing those words and then asked, do you think? Then Zuberth peeled off his ant mask, revealing a deformed face and sharp teeth, and replied coldly, just like you. I was once a member of that laboratory. Send my regards to your daughter, Callie Day. The group of masked people soared high, leaving behind the pitter-patter of falling. Callie trembled slightly. The rain fell harder and harder, but it couldn't interrupt Kallie's train of thought. As expected, pumpkins and the documents were all Callie continued to ponder. Above all, Li Hanxing and Nanami, in an extremely critical Kallie's expression was grim. Those who can still act. There are only the four of us, Yu Chang said coldly. They've turned this place upside down. They organized an attack on the school in such a short. Hai Min was soaking wet and uncomfortable. From the beginning, they intended to lure us into battle just to buy. Suddenly, Suchin seemed to realize something and shouted, wait, if they went inside the school, is Bomi? Yu Chang reassured him, Bomi is fine. It seems they were only busy looking for the pumpkin, though she is still suffering from the poison. Suchin sighed in relief. That's a relief. Chang said hesitantly, leader, our location has been exposed. We must immediately prepare to move el.
Kali replied firmly.
Then he sat cross-legged in the ruins, his face darkened. We're not going any. He continued to explain, those people haven't lost yet. They only left because they achieved their goal. So the possibility of them coming back here is very. Callie continued to give his assessment. Leaving without completely defeating us, even after bringing such a monster. It means Pet Shop doesn't want to waste time on things that are already. Yu Chang's blood boiled with rage. That reason makes it even more impossible for us to stay. Iman also looked dangerous. Let's set out to take revenge. Callie interrupted their boiling willpower. The green pumpkin holds the mystical power of an ancient insect. And it's also the main ingredient of jungle. What do you think Pet Japan organization that wants to turn everyone into insect humans will do? Seeing no one answer, Callie had to speak up. They will probably mass-produce jungle. Callie was calm. But since none of us know where their location is, even if we want to get the pumpkin back, it's useless. Suchin said hesitantly about. Then he looked mysterious. There is. Suchin explained there's a way to find their. Yu Chang turned and asked, what way? Pet Shop doesn't just have one or two hiding places. Suchin smirked confidently. I'll ask them myself. That masked guy. Yu Chang felt powerless. Your hiding friend is soaked. Well, they've all left. Suchin retorted. There's still one left in the warehouse. Suchin continued to explain. That guy attacked me and Bomi. When they arrived at the warehouse, Suchin couldn't believe his eyes. Oh wait, why is there? Thank you watching for vid. Ali secretly speculated about the words Zuberth had said. Actually, we've already achieved our goal for coming. Callie pondered silently. Was it from that distance? He aimed at his two subordinates? That's really Callie turned and walked away. All right then. It wasn't certain they would talk anyway. Just rest. Suchin replied excitedly. I still have plenty of strength. I'm not injured either. Besides, I don't think I can sleep. Let me stand guard. Callie hummed for a long time, lost in thought. Then he turned his head back kindly and looked. In that case, instead of staying alert, do this instead. Thank you watching for Ma Jijuan had a serious face. The complex theory class ends here. I have a few announcements. Professor Ma announced, first, starting tomorrow, a substitute instructor will come to teach the insect practical combat class. And Professor Ma spoke solemnly. An agent who was tracking Suchin has passed. I won't reveal who the culprit is because I think you all already know the answer. There were 2 girls there. The orange-haired girl was Du Hua, bolus spider complex. The lime-green-haired girl was Pang Xuana, tussock moth complex. Professor Ma continued to speak. If you try to find Suchin or contact him, below was a dung beetle named Yen Jishuan, Y-horn rhinoceros beetle complex. Next to him was Huang Leader, cicada complex. Zhu Chonghun, fire ant complex. Professor Ma gave a warning. Then this won't simply end with a pun. The sound of a door closing rang. There was a blue-haired girl. She was Tian Daohua, Emperor Spider Complex. She leaned back. Nonsense. Contacting him? They act like he has an infectious disease or something. There's also no evidence proving Jiang Suchin killed that Da Shixing, long-horned grasshopper complex, spoke up. I want to go save him as soon as possible. But after the meeting, security has been tightened a lot. So, even thinking about getting out of school is something I don't want to think about it. Sun Hannah, Firefly Complex, showed dissatisfaction. Isn't Professor Ma being a bit cruel? Rong Yunji, Oriental Mole Cricket Complex, sympathized. No matter what, Suchin was his student. Yet now he treats him like he's nothing but a monster. Shinon asked worriedly, Pu Shizhen, are you?
Puxizen replied, yeah.
And she was Pu Shizhen, cockroach Pu Shizhen spoke up. The person going through the hardest time right now is probably Da Shixing lay sprawled on the long table. I wonder what he's doing now. Is he okay living alone out on Suchin's side? His face was beet red as he was only a bath towel away from Bomi. Cha Zixing's voice still echoed. Poor Suchin's face was flushed to his ears as he thought. The leader told me to take care of Bomi. He remembered Cully's instruction. I need you to do this for me. Suchin's train of thought didn't stop. He even said only I could. Suchin looked at Bomis alluring back and thought to himself, is it really okay for me to do? Bomi, her face covered in sweat, asked, what are you doing? Hurry up and wipe the sweat. Seeing Suchin motionless, Bomi lowered her voice. Nanami. Suchin didn't dare to speak and thought it's probably due to the poison's effect. Bomi is mistaking me for Nan. Suchin tried not to make a sound and continued to think, well, I mean, it's better to just let her think. If he realizes in the one sitting, Suchin secretly calmed himself. The situation will become very awkward. What kind of mucus is this? As heavy as Suchin said nothing, his face still red as he wiped the sweat he reassured himself in his heart. I'm just simply taking care of her. I'm just simply taking care. There was a mysterious voice. However, Jiang Suchin had forgotten one poison of the blister beetle inside Bomi. Its name, that person remained mysterious. Along with the venom of the firefly Bomi spoke up. That's enough. The person remained mysterious. And everyone knew. Bomi slowly spoke. Let's do the front. Suchin was shocked. What are you doing? The mysterious person spoke up. Cantharidin is very. Bomi urged gracefully. Hurry up. And the mysterious person secretly teased the readers. There's no afterpart. The rain outside thundered and inside Bomi urged. Come on. Hurry up. She said with tears in her eyes. Because of my complex, the sweat is as sticky as me. Bomi pressed close to Suchin and said, see? It's all wet. Jiang Suchin kept reassuring himself. Stay calm, Jiang. Then he said to himself, remember that. Then Suchin woke up in a daze. What time is it? I accidentally overate. Yes. Suchin felt strange and looked around. Why does my room look so different? A soft moan rang out. Suchin turned sharply and saw Pu. She moaned softly in her spaghetti-strap pajamas. Zizen's voice called softly. Suchin still hadn't regained his composure as he swallowed. His hands trembled as he picked up the and covered Pu. Suchin's face turned slightly red as he thought, what are you thinking? We haven't even officially started dating yet. Current Suchin praised himself. You controlled yourself very well back. If you give in now, how can you face Pu Shizhen? I must not do anything. I must stay focused. Bomi collapsed onto Suchin, making him shake. Then Suchin spoke softly. She lost her strength and fell asleep. Suchin sighed tiredly and pulled the blanket to cover Bomi. Suchin felt thankful in his. He told himself, I should take this opportunity to go back to my. At nest, the rain became even. Pu Shizhen slammed the table and shouted. What do you? He shouted angrily. Why are we not allowed to meet? Jiang Jiziang from the management club spoke up. That is the decision of the professors. The mission has been postponed for.
Puxizen shouted loudly, postponed?
How can they just call it off like that? At least give me a reason. On the other side, Hong Zhuyang and Wu Jun were listening. Jiang handed over a photo and said, This is a photo taken by another member while investigating around the mission area. It's not very clear because of the fog. However, Pu Shizhen picked up the photo to Jiang spoke up. Near the forest where Suchin is hiding, a species more dangerous than a giant centipede was Jiang replied, because we don't have enough information about this unidentified specimen. The higher-ups decided to categorize it as dangerous and no one is allowed near Area 5. Pu Shizhen still tried to argue. That should be even more of a reason for us to go. Pu Shizhen was firm. A monster like that could put Suchin in danger. If we stop the mission just to ensure our own safety, then I cannot accept. Jiang said with a cold face, you don't accept it? So then Jiang provoked Pu Shizhen. When Suchin was taken away, you just stood there watching and couldn't do it. Jiang approached Pu Shizhen and said, it seems you're misunderstanding. Then Jiang coldly brushed past her. Jiang Suchin is not someone we are obligated to save. He is a criminal who needs to be arrested immediately. Jiang continued to speak. Those things like letting emotions override logic and forgetting your own duties. Jiang still provoked her. Your strength isn't enough to save him. Pu Shizhen was angry. You think I'm not strong enough to do? Pu Shizhen suddenly rushed forward and punched Jiang square in the. Yu Hang was startled and shouted.
Puxizen.
Pu Shizhen followed up. In this place I have been taught many things by Professor Ma. Pu Shizhen was furious. And you still think that Jiang said in a cold voice. Stop going around saying you're Professor Ma. Jiang showed a face full of contempt. Because that would only tarnish his. Pu Shizhen was surprised and thought to herself. Huh? He didn't even Without another word, Jiang rushed forward to counterattack. Jiang spoke. The youth of today have no respect for their seniors at all. Let me teach you a. Continuously punched and kicked toward Pu Shizhen. No matter how resilient a cockroach, Jiang exerted his strength to it. It will still suffer being crushed before a power greater than its. Jiang was angry. You think you're the angriest one here. But you don't know that we also lost a. Jiang became even more furious. He worked with us for 2 whole years. Now I only wish I could find the culprit and chop him into 100 pieces. Jiang went crazy. If I could. Then he threw Pu Shizhen hard toward Wu
Yun skillfully caught here.
There. You shouldn't have provoked that hot-tempered guy. Jiang snapped his head back. At times like this we must control our emotions more. If we want to catch them we must stay. Jiang turned his back and left. From now on you just need to attend classes fully. Right now there's nothing you can do.
Puxizen trembled.
Jiang advised, no place is injured. You really. The next morning at the outside insect practical combat teaching, Shannon was timid. The guest instructor is coming today, right? Why are we meeting outside? John followed up. I'm suddenly feeling so worried for some. Cha Shishing stood and observed. Hey, is something wrong with the class rep today? Why does her face look like she just lost everything? Elsewhere, Tian Daohua was pummeling a friend and followed up? Or is it that time of the month? The beaten friend cried out. On Pu Zizhen's side, she was lost in thought. Just as Jiang said. The day Suchin left, I couldn't do anything. I know I have to be stronger from now on. Silver-haired person appeared. Thank you for waiting. Today's guest instructor is here to teach. The man with long white hair spoke up. The whole group was surprised. Isn't that dean the one with the highest position? Is that really the dean? Why did he come to teach our class? He's a bit old, isn't he? Does he even know how to? The dean flashed a business smile. Then, hand quickly manifested a stream of power. When the dean released a bit of magic, the wind blew He made one swipe, causing the tree standing next to him to be uprooted and blown. The whole class couldn't believe this. Everyone trembled. They all voiced out at the forest. The dean said, be on your guard because you could die at any moment. I think Ma Jijuan said that mostly to scare you. The group of students all exclaimed. That tone sounds just like the professor. The dean's eyes were icy. I won't say meaningless things. So I only need to. In the morning, the ruined school. Ali spoke up. Everyone should have recovered somewhat. Now we'll talk about our current situation. I hope you're feeling better, Bomi. Bomi sat cross-legged and replied indifferently. Yeah. But it seems something happened while I was in a. Suchin, who was nearby, heard that and his face turned pale. Bomi thought to herself. Nanami and Li Hanxing, those two are still unconscious. The injuries caused by Pet Shop are quite serious. Callie didn't let Bomi find out the truth and immediately interrupted. Hymin, how's the investigation? Have you found any clues regarding their location? Hymin replied coldly. Yu Chong and I have been scouring the surrounding areas. But it seems they've carefully erased all traces. The truck they left behind was also empty. Tracking them will be very difficult. Callie followed up. He said solemnly, it's my fault. It's because I thought we were ready enough. But we actually are. Callie continued to feel regret. Since we've been discovered once, we have no reason to hide anymore. From now, Callie's expression was serious as he spoke loudly. We will begin preparing for an all-out war. On the side, the students were watching the dean take down several innocent. The dean acted like it was nothing and laughed loudly. Aha, very good. I must have gotten a bit too The dean said nonchalantly, all right, now the doctor will explain today's lesson. The dean stood tall. Make my hands leave my back. That Xuan was astonished. That's it? The dean followed up. That's right. Everyone had a contemptuous thought. Keep his hands behind his back. Huh? Has our dean watched too many martial arts movies? The dean spoke up. Of course, you can use your complexes to attack me. This is a strength. Duhua excitedly rolled up her sleeves. Come on, I'll be the first to take him. Cha Shishing pursed his lips. Did you pay attention to the instructions? You have to make his hands separate from his back. Pu Shizhen thought. I had a chance to witness him fight that time Pet Shop attack nest. His level is probably equal to Professor Ma or perhaps even. No one mentioned it, but Pu Shizhen still remembered the words Jaesong said to her. With the strength of yours, you can't say. Stop going around saying you're Professor Ma. Pu Shizhen thought resentfully. If I get the dean's recognition, then at that time, the dean spoke softly. That voice was icy. Let's begin. The wind also rustled at that. The dean stood before the dense forest. Everyone's separating. The dean followed the edge of the forest. A wise decision. When fighting an opponent whose strength you don't know yet, you must first find a place to hide. Then slowly evaluate their strength. The dean lectured while walking. But making an old man wander around on foot like this is very He stopped as if he sensed his face was alert. Poisonous. A shout came from behind the dean's. Was Du Hua rushing in. But the dean dodged. Lectured while smiling. Using poison-filled hairs to distract the attack. Huh? That's not bad. But once you're ambushing someone, you shouldn't shout like that. Du was full of triumphant arrogance. There's no more chance for you to stand there and blabber, old.
Du a attacked frantically.
I will keep attacking until you move that. The dean stepped back lightly. His eyes were still closed. How Thank you watching for saying that. The old dean only made 2 sword strokes to subdue Du. She thought in panic. What? Her eyes gradually showed all the poisonous hairs. The dean praised. Your movements are very, but you lack concentration. After finishing the lecture, the dean gave Du Hua. Jun Xinan on the tree whispered. Du. As soon as he called out that name, the dean suddenly appeared right next to Jun Xinan. Don't take your eyes off the one slash caused Jun Xinan to be defeated as Yishuan was worried. He's too strong. What is his complex? The teenager on the ground replied. Is he really planning to kill them? The person wearing a hat replied. Probably. The hatted boy rushed out without fear of death. You're all a bunch of cowards. Look, to fight a swordsman you attack from a distance. Before that attack could even touch the dean's clothes, it was ruthlessly brushed aside. The hatted boy was shocked. He deflected the formic. The dean turned back and looked with a deadly gaze that made the whole group cry and like a gust of wind. Pu Shizhen rushed toward the dean while he was Pu Shizhen said to herself, this is the moment. The moment he's distracted by the blow. But Pu Zizhen's hood was slashed in. She clutched her bleeding neck in intense. Pu Shizhen thought to herself he could react to that. The dean approached Pu Shizhen. I've met you a few times. I heard you're Professor Ma's favorites. The dean raised his sword high. What a disappointment. The dean spoke in a cold voice. Did you know? Ma Jijuan also took this kind of test. Pu Shizhen pondered in disbelief. Was my reaction? The dean had a face full of disappointment. He completed it instantly without even needing to use his complex. Since you are his student, I had high expectations. But I guess, Ma Jijuan has no luck with this group of students. The dean raised his bloodstains. The hatted boy was still attacking. The whole group was in pain. Is he really going to kill her? Oh my god. The dean was like a god of death. I told you, I will really kill. The hatted boy shouted in fear. Wait, this is just a lesson. Why do we have to risk our lives like? The dean's face darkened. There is no such thing as safe combat. Then a scream rang out. He was like a god of death, slaughtering one person after. Fortunately, that ant boy was carried away by Cha. He had tears in his eyes.
Cha Shisheng.
Cha Shisheng ran fast but didn't forget to curse. That crazy old man. I didn't expect him to actually intend to kill. How are we going to deal with him? The fire ant boy cried. No way, we still have to live. Just run for your. Many hours later, no one still dared to attack the dean. They just kept hiding and the first lecture of the insect practical combat ended late at night. The dean walked quietly. Old age makes me need more rest. Now we'll go to sleep and continue to. And Someone's voice rang out.
You.
The person who voiced that was the teaching assistant from the string insect department, Reuben, Daddy Longlegs Spider Complex. I've watched this many times, and it's still capped. Your regeneration ability has slowed down, hasn't it? The dean's sword is a bit special, which is why you're like this. My job is just to stitch the wound. But you're the one who returned from death's door. What a miraculous comp. Ruben cared for her attentively. The lesson has ended. Go back to your dormitory. Atll heal quickly, so don't.
Puxizen pondé.
Once again I couldn't do anything and let everything be lost. Puxizen approached Professor Ma to ask. I just heard that you also did today's test. Isn't that right, Professor Ma? And you completed it in a single. Puxizen became more and more agitated. I want to be strong like you, Professor. She gripped her pants tightly. I have to save Suchin as soon as possible. Puxizen kept speaking. But I don't know what. A man with dark hair stood outside the door looking, then silently turned. Next day, the same gentle wind was. Person held a photo. Are you ready, Jiang? Suchin replied seriously, yes. Then he put the photo away. Callie reminded, in the next 3 days, I guarantee you will be able to completely control your blackouts. Callie emphasized, remember, release all your. Puxizen was walking down the hallway alone. So a call rang out.
Ah, Puxizen.
Good, Mr. Du, what are you? Teaching assistant Du was carrying a box of. The dean requested a room closer to the lecture hall. So I'm cleaning out Professor Ma's room for him to use. Can you take this box to Professor Ma's room for me? These are his personal items. I have something urgent to do. Teaching assistant Du took the opportunity to ask. Puxizen took the box. Ah yes, he was grateful. Thanks. Puxizen turned away with the box. Teaching assistant Du suddenly said, that's right. Come to think, did you know Professor Ma recorded every one of his lessons?
Puxizen wondered.
Why? Teaching assistant Du turned away. His neck and face turned red. Ahem. I just heard about. Professor Ma recorded all his lectures for his students in that old note. Puxizen held up a red-covered notebook. You mean? Teaching assistant Du quickly interrupted. I just heard people rumor so. Well, I'm going now. His manner was full of implication. He almost told Puxizen directly to. Puxizen stood there confused, looking at the notebook in her hand. Why is he acting like that? Shifted to inside a forest. Trees were broken and scattered. Dust rose along with the sound of heavy. Suchin was now fully injured, sitting on the ground. Pant, pant. Leader Callie. Although I expected it. He is truly strong even. Callie stood leaning on his cane with a stern face. His gaze was deep. If you continue like this, you won't be able to control your. You're not allowed to rest for a single moment until you can completely control. Half-winged, he rushed toward Callie. Darner's complex. He still stood in place with a rather dissatisfied expression. Suchin was gradually closing in when Callie suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Immediately, he took a blow to the. Callie reminded him while hitting. Don't you remember what I told you? Thus, Suchin was once again beaten and bruised and fell to the ground. After he sat up, Callie continued the lecture. First of all, you must let yourself enter the frenzy state. Ordinary fighting won't. Think about the battle with the giant hornet. And try to remember the feeling at that. Try again. Then his eyes shone brightly as he dashed towards. Suchin was caught off guard and couldn't speak. Wait. Wait. Callie came at him without hesitation. There's no waiting. You. That within 3 days, I will help you control your black. Suchin was extremely angry with himself. Damn it. I have to. Why isn't it worth time? I fell from an incredibly high place, which is why it was successful. How can I perform that trick again? Besides, there are many trees around here. Even if I do it, it won't have any effect. There must be a way. A way to fall into a frenzy. An artificial. Suchin was charging forward when something struck his. It was Kali's limb. He exclaimed, I have no choice. His expression at that moment was incredibly terrifying. I have to use extreme methods. Suchin was hit. His face was all contorted. Help but clutch his arm and scream. Ah, my arm. Callie said again, the last time you successfully controlled the frenzy was when you pushed yourself to the brink of death. Isn't that? Next time I will aim for the head. With my speed, crushing your skull wouldn't be a difficult. If you want to live, you must control that frenzy at any cost. You must struggle to find a way out when facing death. Again. Here I come. Then Suchin once again rushed into. Scene shifted back to the training forest of. Students were all hiding in fear wherever they. Some even climbed up trees. Their bodies were trembling. He was now carrying his sword around. You guys are good at hiding. Ah. But if we keep this up, the class will never. He had calculated earlier. If I cut down all the trees in the way, I could easily find them. But if I do that, he'll be scolded again. So I have to linger like. Hopefully there's at least someone worth fighting. Suddenly someone appeared, making him surprised. It was Puxizen appearing with a majestic. She carried 2 bear claws with a determined face. Please allow me to learn a few moves. The dean closed his eyes and pondered. A direct confrontation. Huh? What on earth are you? Puxizen didn't think much and just rushed forward to attack. Dean only lightly ducked to avoid. Then he raised a sword to block Pu Zizin's attack as if he had eyes in the back of it. Jun Xianon, who was hiding nearby watching, was stunned. Pu Shizhen is fighting alone? What if she almost dies? The dean analyzed while engaging with Pu Shizhen. She learned the combat skills of Ma Jijuan, not the title as one of the top freshmen. However, this makes her movements easier to see. He spoke up. Charging in confidently like that made me think you had some other trick up your sleeve. If you only attack like this, then hiding like the other students would be much worse. If you don't want to die, then step. Pu Shizhen, as if injected with adrenaline, continued to rush. The dean now seriously drew his sword. Well, I welcome your courage. Immediately, the sword pierced through Pu Shizhen's sword strike was extremely neat and gently pushed her body back. The students were all stunned and shocked when they saw that. They didn't dare to cry out or run out to see. The dean kept his eyes closed and continued. Once I strike your vital point, you will die instantly. Suddenly his eyes glanced aside. Flower petals. What is this? Pu Zizin's body gradually transformed, recalling just now when she held Professor Ma's notebook.
Professor Mas diário.
Did he write notes in here for us? She, before his hospital bed to ask permission.
I'm sorry.
Professor, I'm just taking a little peek. I'll return it to you right away. He recorded everything about their complexes. From everyone. First was Tian Daohua, Emperor Spider. She is very proficient in her complex. She tends to fight based on emotions. Need to discipline her tail control. I have a scorpion's exoskeleton. Can use venom. Can detect vibrations through her. Later, she scrolled to her own name. Ah, erase my name. Pu Shizhen, Cockroach Complex. Better off. Reading those words made Pu Zizin's head full of question marks. Yet below were still lines of dedicated Pu Shizhen is very good at learning combat skills and thinks very fast. But she doesn't fully utilize her cockroach complex. It's understandable, but in her subconscious, she is very afraid of death. But if she overcomes that fear and uses the cockroach's vitality more therefore, back to the current battle. Pu Shizhen used the cockroach stance. Pu Shizhen was like being reborn in a new body. Her hand firmly gripped the sword that was pierced. Now you won't be able to dodge anymore. The life is beautiful technique. She will become an incredibly fearsome individual. The dean secretly commented. I would definitely have killed. Did she revive instantly by activating her This time he had to open one eye to observe. No. She must have activated it beforehand and forced me to step. Turning back to Suchin's situation. At this time Callie was still frantically training. This time I will break your right arm so you can't use it. I think you should use your teeth instead. Suchin now had one black eye and one white eye. His mouth bit the two pupils lit up. With determination from his bones. I must survive. At all. On this side, Pu Shizhen was also risking her life training. I can die. Countless times that I can bring you back. Both were moving forward in parallel like Callie stood amidst the dust for a long time. Then he spoke, even if only for a second. But finally, successfully controlled the frenzy. Suchin's eyes had now turned, leaving only two bright green pupils. Suddenly he felt like he fell into an infinite space. In here he was still in his normal state, looking around in confusion. I've appeared in this place. Have I failed again? Suddenly Suchin's eyes widened. Ah! Suchin's arm began to transform and become hideous. What is frenzy? A phenomenon that occurs due to the impact of absorbing other insect humans. Specifically, in an instant, the autonomy of the body will belong to the essence of that insect. Suchin was extremely shocked. Is this thing trying to take over my body? He remembered Bama's reminder. From now on, when you feel yourself about to fall into a state of then you must endure for as long as possible. Otherwise, your consciousness will be lost for this moment. A mindless Jiang Suchin was frantically devouring his own flesh. It was a gruesome sight as he cursed, damn dragonfly. You think I'm easy prey? Pieces of foul-smelling meat fell away. Don't even think about it. Jiang Suchin tore at the deformed pieces of flesh on his own. I must endure. At all and by any means necessary. Those images suddenly flashed through his. Suddenly, sharp spikes began to grow from Jiang Suchin's. They crawled all over Jiang Suchin as if they wanted to swallow him. He could only cry out in desperation. But why? Jiang Suchin's body felt as if it were about to explode. In other space, the normal Jiang Suchin had his eyes tightly closed. Then he abruptly opened his eyes. Before was a strange mess. Huh? Why so sudden? It has calmed down. Turning to the nest forest. Everything was still caught in the aftermath of the students witnessing the battle were stunned. Look there. She was stabbed, but she's still standing. She managed to block the dean's. Everyone placed their hopes on Huijin. Would Park Huijin actually succeed? You watching for In the midst of battle, Huijin was still taking the thrust of the sword through her body from. Then he finished the move by flinging Huijin far. Her body went flying backward. Just like She snapped a large tree trunk where 2 students were. Sword was still embedded in Huijin's body. Oh god. She went that far and it still didn't. The group grew even more terrified, trembling. It's impossible. We can never defeat that mon. That moment, Heezung calmed everyone down. No, just hold. Huijin bit her lip and struggled to speak. We only had to make your hand leave your back. Right? I win. Dean stood there in a punching stance, remembering what he had said before. Make me take my hand off my back. That. A boy cheered. She did it. She made him use his right. Another girl followed up excitedly. What? So Park Huijin passed the class? Thank God. Finally, someone succeeded. Dean could only look on thought. He recalled an image from about 10 years ago. It was a battle between himself and Professor G had said happily, I made you take your hand off your... means you'll let me become a professor as promised, right? He was incredibly excited despite having countless wounds. To the present. The corner of Dean's mouth twitched. He looked at Huijin and marveled internally. Truly. Like teacher, like student. The 2 friends, Hyuna and Jian, approached Huijin anxiously. We thought you really died. Are you? Dean reached out his hand. All right, next person. He was still secretly amused. It seemed his luck with students wasn't bad. Meanwhile, at the Honeybee Club, Huijin had changed into new clothes. She walked in and said nonchalantly, Sorry I'm late. I had to stop the bleeding throughout the lesson, so it took some... What did you call me here? Jaezong suddenly appeared behind Huijin with a glare. You have no respect for your scene. Huijin realized it then. I see. He hates me. It's because of... Could it be that they called me here today to Jaezong quickly returned to his seat and spoke. Go adjust your class schedule. Starting to... We are gonna find Jang Suchin. Huijin was extremely shocked to hear. She rushed in and asked to confirm. Really? Is that true? Wasn't that plan cancelled? Jaezong replied calmly. I'm not sure Perhaps the professors reconsidered their decision. Because the current members of the Honeybee are all capable of carrying out that mission. Recalling the scene in the forest, the students were astounded. Park Huijin passed? Thank God. Someone finally succeeded. Jaezong had also been there and seen the result. That was why his attitude toward Huijin had Anyway, that's the gist of it. Now you'll have your own mission as well. 2 colleagues could only watch helplessly. We're busy again. He really is such a... Jaezong continued. Infiltrating mission areas and providing combat support were the things Min Yoonghwa did before he went. Now that will be Park Huijin's job. Well, if you're fast, you might even be able to save that guy. Jang Suchin, done. Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he walked straight out the door. Huijin hurried to call after him. Afterward, she clenched her fist with a determined expression. She silently messaged Suchin, wait for me, Suchin. They'll come to see you. On Suchin's side, Ma Guangtek continued to train him. Come on, if you can't control it now, you really will become a mon. Then he sighed a bit helplessly. There's no other way. I have to try a riskier. After that, Ma Guangtek began to execute a dangerous technique. This is it. I have to force. Ma Guangtek spread his purple energy into the... He charged straight at Jang Suchin. Unlock the black... Thank you watching for vid... Suddenly, the mark on the back of Jang Suchin's hand... Then Jang Suchin's eyes snapped open with sharp intensity. A surge of light poured. The shock made Yukin, who was nearby, cry out. Well, what? Omi had a worried look. Could it be Jang's? Outside, the power in Jang Suchin's area was still the smoke and dust cleared, revealing Ma Guangtek trying to steady himself with his... He was standing in the middle of a giant crater. Ma Guangtek marveled how surprised... I thought he would fail again. But how is this possible? Oh well. Ma Guangtek finally announced, your training is... Jang Suchin looked down at his 2 hands, unable to believe the scene shifted to a bunker. People were standing around. The flower snake mask crossed her arms and wondered. Why has the boss been locking himself in his room lately? Someone beside her replied. The vanguard always has a plan. Those of us who follow don't need to question it. Akka heard this and scoffed with contempt. I knew you'd say that. Damn religious fanatic. Then the flower snake mask scratched her face in anger and huffed coldly. Are we just going to let it be and not go back to kill them? Those pests from that abandoned... I want to kill them all. Jang Suchin's image appeared as she spoke. Suddenly, the knight cried out. The flower snake mask noticed and asked. What? He lowered his head, trembling. What's wrong with you, knight? Lately, you've been looking sick for some weird... The knight struggled to adjust his expression and replied. It's nothing. Inside the room, Nanami was lying on... Her eyes were closed, and her face was contorted in disgust. Suddenly, Nanami snapped her eyes. Immediately, the people outside felt that surge of power. The connection is established. Returning to a scene from a few weeks ago, Nanami struggled to crawl out from under the body of a body. The samurai ant nonchalantly wiped his blood-soaked blade in front of her. With a deformed face and an emotionless tone, he looked down at Nanami, who sat there tattered and panting. Forgive me. If not for that brainwashing ability, you would just be a small, useless prince. Nanami gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Seriously, why am I so unlucky? This guy doesn't even have a nose, so my scent can't affect. He looked around in panic. What do I do now? My bodyguards are all. I don't even have the strength to keep fighting. If only I could create just a small opening for him. The samurai ant said somberly to Nanami. Although one-sided violence goes against the rules of chivalry, a knight's duty is also to fulfill. He swung his sword toward her. So I will try to make your end as gentle as possible. However, in the next second, two muscular arms wrapped around the samurai ant, squeezing him. The bodyguard suddenly lifted him high, making him scream in a panic. The bodyguard frantically exerted his strength to pin the samurai ant. The samurai ant cursed in annoyance. Food trained? Why do you still have so much strength? The bodyguard didn't answer, only gritting his teeth and using all his might to hold him. And the samurai ant leaped out of the bodyguard's arms, swinging himself high. The bodyguard grunted in pain and lost his balance, falling. As for the samurai ant, he flew straight toward Nanami's head, filled with utter contempt. It really was a mistake to choose these creatures without intelligence as bodyguards. They abandoned their master to the enemy despite her having no combat. The samurai ant set his resolve. He'll land and then finish her off. He didn't know he had fallen into a trap. Nanami's eyes suddenly flashed with danger. She muttered Nanami jumped up with satisfaction. Well done, my darlings. To the samurai ant's shock, she sneered. Nanami's hair glowed like an inverse galaxy, each strand shimmering with a blue light. Her eyes, staring intently at the samurai ant, suddenly flared with a magic. Her movements were like the wings of a fairy butterfly flapping in midair, beautiful to an unreal degree, but hiding an exploding source of power. She spread her arms wide. I will use love to nourish. Sure enough, while the samurai ant was still in shock, Nanami gently placed a deep kiss on his. She chose to change her tactics. Since you have no nose, my scent is useless against you. Ghost Summer Blue-Spotted Butterfly Defense Mechanism. Healing. Nanami transferred the fluid through the samurai ant's mouth. The sweet liquid overflowed onto his lips. For her, having no nose was no problem. In that case, I just need to use the nectar of the Ghost Summer Blue-Spotted Butterfly. The larvae of this species provide nutrients like nectar to ants in exchange for their protection. From that, a symbiotic relationship is. Nanami was exhausted. She fell to the ground like a falling beam of. Nanami collapsed onto the bodyguard's back. She gasped, barely able to speak. Did it work? The fluid the Ghost Summer Blue-Spotted Butterfly possesses isn't ordinary. The ants that eat their nectar will be. The samurai ant suddenly interrupted. Forgive. Knelt solemnly at Nanami's feet. Every word showed obedient submission. For intentionally trying to harm you. This was the effect of the nectar. The one who tastes it becomes a loyal subordinate, always viewing the source as the person they must protect. The samurai ant opened his hand and respectfully offered a pair of contact lenses to Nanami. Please accept these. She wondered, what are lenses? The samurai ant explained, these lenses are linked to the camera mounted inside our masks. They allow us to share our vision regardless of the distance. Originally, they were part of my full mask set. But for someone without eyes like me, they are just useless. Nanami was surprised, wondering why he was giving them to her. When her vision suddenly blurred, Nanami fainted in a short while. The samurai ant quickly seeing Nanami fall into a weary sleep, he sighed. You're completely exhausted. Fortunately, from now on, well, pretend that I defeat. The samurai ant whispered, forgive me for what I am about to say, but you have no chance of defeating us. Our leader is known as the boss, and the giant creature of the Gigantia class, the White Witch. There is no way for you to defeat those. However, in a different development, the mask members stood silently before a closed. Flower Snake Mask leaned against the wall with her arms crossed. She complained, why has the boss been locking himself in his room? The samurai ant stood quietly behind her. The lenses on his mask seemed to fluctuate. If you can make the boss lose his. The scene shifted. Nanami lay motionless on the bed. In the next second, she opened her eyes, which glowed with a strange. Thanks to the lenses the samurai ant gave, she could connect with him and observe all the masked people in the base. Then, a miracle would happen. The next day, Davidson informed the members of the Stray Dogs. Thanks to Nanami, I know their location. Revealed, it's an abandoned factory in Gangnam. It seems to be managed by local members of the pet. The enemy forces include a large number of food-trained species, the masked, the one they call the boss, and a giant. Davidson instructed, we have only one objective. Enter the enemy, defeat them, and take back the. He laid out a diagram of the mask base. The plan is as follows. From what we know, There are breeding facilities throughout the family. Davidson gave meticulous instructions. First, we will attack those areas simultaneously and lure the masked ones out. This will help scatter their force. After that, we'll take advantage of the weakened defenses at their main base and launch a full-scale attack. Then, we will go get the pumpkin. Davidson's expression became solemn. If we lose this chance, they will surely use the pumpkin to mass-produce jungle juice. We must stop that at all. He turned to Jang Suchin and reminded him, Jang Suchin, now you have a reason to win as well. Jang Suchin was startled. A reason? Davidson took out a scarred mask. He explained, the masks they use have many functions. One of them is to erase a person's presence from CCTV. They used this function to infiltrate our surveillance network and break into the school. When the pet shop broke into the nest, this was also. Davidson enlightened Jang Suchin. Furthermore, when you were accused of being the killer in the nest, Wooey said the most important evidence was the CCTV footage. He speculated that the murder was related. There's a high possibility that the pet shop was involved. Jang Suchin's body trembled at Davidson's words. This also means there's a possibility you aren't the. Jang Suchin asked him in bewilderment. Then can I go back to Nest 2? Davidson smirked. He gathered all the Stray Dogs members to set out. Ready, everyone? The operation began. Thank you watching for vid. At Gangnung Branch Breeding Farm of the pet, a large section of the glass roof was shattered. Smoke rose billow. Inside, a short man wearing a mask and work clothes stood between two muscular insect humans. The man spoke in a haughty voice. Listen up, you pieces of trash. No matter what you did out there, in here, everyone is equal when it comes to. The man shouted at the weak, panicked insect humans. Do you understand? You are just pigs in a slaughterhouse. Seemingly enjoying this cruel game, the man continued to glance back meaningfully. See that meat grinder over there? From now on, you'll go in there one by. Before he could finish, the farm suddenly shook with a loud boom. From beneath the ground, a massive surge of power came from nowhere, breaking the surface and flying up. The man was a thick cloud of dust. Jang Suchin stepped out. His dragonfly wings vibrated continuously. This was the dragonfly's defense mechanism. Hunting time. Let's see, lure the masked ones out. Huh? Then I guess I should make a bit of a mess. As soon as the two insect humans saw Jang Suchin, they lost their minds and charged. Huh? He threw a punch that shattered one's jaw. After that, Jang Suchin moved swiftly, taking down each one by one. When it came to the last, he even easily demonstrated a skillful head-slapping move. The weak insect humans were a bit terrified yet admired the sight. So cool. The short man intended to while no one was looking. Jang Suchin wouldn't let him off so easily. He squeezed his fat cheek, making the man spit and howl in pain. Are you the one in charge? His face darkened. His eyes looked ready to kill, making the man so scared he almost wet himself. If you want to live, scream. Scream loud enough for those masked ones to hear you too. The man screamed out in desperation. Help me. The cry. Thank you watching for vid. Up to the night sky. Outside, Nanami and Bomi were waiting in a secluded area. Nanami acted as if she were peering over there. Oh, everyone is so excited. With this much noise, the masked people must have all been sent out. Bomi coldly put her hands in her jacket pockets and asked Nanami, when will that person you brainwashed As soon as she finished, Nanami's pupils flashed. She cheered joyfully. Ah, here it is. He's writing. The samurai ant's hand holding a pen appeared in Nanami's vision. On the white paper, a short line was written. I apologize, Lady Nanami. Thanks to the eyes I gave you, I can send a letter this. While reading happily, Nanami suddenly slowed down. Her voice wavered. Emergency. This made Bomi beside her feel uneasy as Jang Suchin stood calmly among three people lying on the ground, trembling. He calculated, I've roughly arranged everything. What should I do with those hostages? I should probably ask the leader, Ma Guang. Suddenly, a series of keek screeches reached his ears. Found you, intruder. Jang Suchin's eyes immediately widened. A lanky shadow carrying two long swords was walking. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Jang Suchin's mind. His name, origin, age, or anything about him. He had only heard that the boss had taken notice of him while he was working as a contract. He was an extremely violent person with an unstable psyche. So much so that the boss had locked him up and declared him uncontrollable. This information pointed to the samurai ant's identity. The person Jang Suchin was about to face was the pet shop's fifth mask. Also the strongest mask. In a critical moment hanging by throws of chandeliers on both walls of the farm shattered simultaneously. Undertaker scraped his two sharp blades. A satisfied tone, he said, Ah, it's been a long time since I breathed fresh. He was crazed with joy. His whole body was bursting with spirit. And it's also been a long time since I killed. However, before Undertaker now was only white smoke with no one in sight. He was stunned. What? Dead already? Suddenly, a roar of resentment came from above his head. Right here, you bastard. Undertaker looked up at the sky in confusion. Jang Suchin flapped his wings in the air. More than half of his body was submerged in darkness. Only his eye sockets emitted a cold green. He activated his blackout control state and questioned Undertaker. Let me ask you this. Were you the one who framed? The entire farm was suddenly flooded with bees. A long set of claws, sharp as a plasma blade, punctured through the wax wall with incredible. The flower snake mask tore the wall like a biological membrane. She shrieked with joy. Found you. Room filled with messy beeswax. Lee Hanseong stood in a corner with his back. Flower snake mask spoke mockingly. I'm so glad to see you again. You weak little hun. She flapped her wings and flew into the air, arrogantly looking around to see if anyone else was there. The result quite surprised. This. You came here alone? Not with that dragonfly this time? Clearly, Lee Hanseong was alone. Mentioning the dragonfly meant Jang Suchin. The flower snake mask trembled with rage. That bastard ruined my face. Because of that, from now on, I won't be able to hear anyone compliment me on my beauty. And to vent her anger, she turned to attack Lee Hanseong. Well, I'll deal with that bastard later. For now, I'll just have to finish you. However, in the next second, the layer of beeswax on the ground rose up, turning into sticky tentacles that locked the flower snake mask's ankles. She was disgusted and contemptuous. This move again? I told you that beeswax doesn't work. Lee Hanseong interrupted. This time it won't be like the last. Each strip of glowing beeswax suddenly, they moved like a sentient organism, pinning the flower snake mask to the ground with the fastest speed, making her grunt in surprise. Lee Hanseong's pupils glowed. He activated his blackout control mode. I have prepared everything thoroughly so that I can torment you. Right after, Lee Hanseong executed the digger wasp simulation. Glistening golden beeswax wrapped around the flower snake mask, submerging her entire body in a thick layer of wax. The flower snake mask let out a muffled. The wax gradually swallowed her face. Each molecule seemed to be crawling on her skin. Her voice was frantic. What is this? Why can't I get out? I can't. Hanseong witnessed it all. He coldly declared before leaving, I will bury all of you alive. My brother's death was caused by you all. I will make sure he can rest in peace. Scene change. Beneath the water pump station, the atmosphere was damp and dark. Hyamin stood bored, leaning against a pillar, a cigarette in his mouth. Around him were the smoking corpses of muscular insect. A drop of water fell, extinguishing the fire at the tip of the cigarette in front. Hyamin just looked up, and then he felt the coldness from dozens of water drops coming from somewhere. Why is there water? Above, the 3 water storage tanks were slashed to pieces. Water gushed out like a waterfall. Hyamin muttered, where will he appear? Water flowed heavily from the gap. A column of water crashed straight down beside Hyamin, making him. Priest Mask also took the opportunity to reveal himself amidst the water flow. His complex was the water scorpion. Ahahaha. You devil. Your death is the will of. Hyamin calmly funneled fire power into his arm. Is it you again? You hip. As soon as the priest mask landed, he created a wave of water that splashed over Hyamin to extinguish the. He laughed triumphantly as he looked at the soaking wet man. Because of the water, the firepower couldn't be used. Ahahaha. You idiot. This place is the sanctuary of. The priest mask leaped in front of Hyamin and brought down his pincers. You will also yield to this holy. This moment, Hyamin quickly raised his hand. His flaming hand touched the priest mask's. He grunted in pain and instinctively jumped back, creating a small gap. But Hyamin didn't deny what the priest mask said. Yes, I can't use fire to fight water. Then he indifferently revealed the truth. But you know what? Usually lava beetles don't use fire. They secrete burning. This fire-producing ability of mine is just something I gained when my body was modified while being kidnapped by the pet. Hyamin removed the white bandages wrapped around both hands. Under the cloth were fleshy parts filled with something wriggling. It was unclear if they were scars or tattoos. His entire forearm glowed brightly. Hyamin gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. It's also thanks to you that I achieved it. This agony that is flaring up, and the extreme heat that is burning my. Hyamin placed his hand on the ground, activating the lava beetle's defense mechanism. Soon after, lava surged up and splashed everywhere. The priest mask raised his pincers in alarm to shield himself. Cough. Just now, could it be? He looked closely. He was stunned. The ground was covered in thick white smoke, with fires burning everywhere. The amount of water that had poured down earlier had disappeared due to the drought. Hyamin. The priest mask was shocked. That massive amount of water. You evaporated it all? Could be said that water was his domain. Hyamin slowly stood up. Now he looked like a monster that made the priest mask extremely wary. Hyamin said, Last time we fought at a lake, so I couldn't use this move. But with this amount of water, it's... He raised his flaming arm high, his expression becoming sharp and somber. You must tell me what you know. Did God tell you? Scene change. Jang Suchin was facing Undertaker. He exclaimed in surprise, "You're still standing after taking that? Your body is still in..." Jang Suchin didn't answer, only questioning him in a low voice. "Answer me. It was you, wasn't it?" He stated, "You are the real culprit behind the murder that happened at Nest 2 months ago. You are the one who framed..." For the two sides, the short man was pinned unconscious under a pile of scattered stones. Now, while the fight was ongoing, the man woke up. He looked around in confusion. "What's this? What's going on? The mask?" Undertaker unexpectedly spoke up in response. "A murder? Who knows?" He smirked mockingly. "I've been locked up here for a long time, so I don't know anything about what you're Short man saw Undertaker as his saving grace. He crawled toward him while shouting and pointing at Jang Suchin. "It's that bastard. Kill him." Before the short man could say anything else, his body was instantly cut in two in front of Jang's. While Jang Suchin was still in shock, he killed his own subordinate just like... An iron harpoon flew in and hooked onto the back of his collar, dragging him. Undertaker, the owner of the harpoon, sneered and jumped in to kill him while he was pinned to the wall with the other harpoon. "Although killing is my specialty. That's why..." He slashed frantically. "Even though Jang Suchin reached out to block, you must become my prey. I've held myself back for too..." Jang Suchin crashed to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Undertaker also followed close. He kept laughing with glee. That was so exhausting. Undertaker recalled his dark past. I'm finally hearing that sound again. A voice I don't know where it comes from, but it always echoes in my head. Tells me I must kill all of you. That phrase repeats in my head every day, making me want to go crazy. Undertaker seemed to have lost his mind, swinging his harpoons recklessly. "That's right. Even if no one tells me to, it'll still kill." Sharp metallic glints collided with each other in the dark. Jang Suchin slowly stood up. While Undertaker was still fixing his two vibrating harpoons, he wondered what was so hard. Jang Suchin said, "This isn't what I have." The back of his hand emitted green light, and a streak of black aura enveloped him. "But I guess you wouldn't." Jang Suchin swung his transformed fist, his face showing terrifying danger. "I don't need..." Undertaker seemed shocked by this. He froze. Jang Suchin punched straight into his chest, a blow so painful that the outer shell shattered into... Undertaker slumped in the corner, spitting. His whole body trembled helplessly. The clear mark of Jang Suchin's fist remained on his... Blood seeped through the gaps of his teeth and mask. Undertaker was... What the hell is... Jang Suchin slowly walked toward Undertaker. He seemed to see death lurking in the endless darkness beneath his feet. "What is that?" Scene change. A familiar figure stood amidst the white mist, surrounded by the corpses of insect. He spoke to the badly wounded wolf spider lying on the ground. "Surrender. You're not strong enough to fight." Kong Wusang crossed his arms. 8 giant spider legs grew from his back. This was his blackout control form, simulating a black widow. Kong Wusang sneered. "Both you and I have gone through the effects of absorption. And yet you still think you can defeat..." The wolf spider's pupils flickered exactly like a red laser beam. He muttered, "I can't tell what his power is. Currently, there's no chance of..." The wolf spider lifted his trembling hands to pull a gun out of his jacket. He kept repeating, "Defeat. It's unacceptable." Seeing the gun, Kong Wusang immediately glared and became wary. "That's the strange gun I've seen before." He immediately lunged forward to stop him. "Hey!" But it was too... The wolf spider pressed the gun to his head and fired a... Wolf spider fell to Kong Wusang's... In the next second, the eyes growing on the wolf spider's head gradually turned an eerie purple, no different from the eyes of someone high on... The wolf spider lightly made a slashing motion across Kong Wusang's cheek as he felt a small piece of skin on his face tear off. Blood flowed from the cut on his cheek. Kong Wusang was stunned. At the same time, other mask members facing the stray dogs at different locations also pulled out guns to inject the molting drug into them. Soon, some were screaming and writhing, while others' bodies twisted and when the molting drug is injected into the body, there are side effects such as pain, brain degradation, and internal organ damage. In return, it makes the user stronger, changes their body structure, enhancing their lethal ability. The scene shifted to the past, a flashback to the days of an eccentric scientist. Lab Diary 2220. Jungle juice has the ability to allow humans to absorb the DNA of insects. So what if the insects were genetically modified? The eccentric scientist excitedly looked at the pink compound inside the lab jar in his hand. This great invention of mine will answer that question. Molting. This is a new type of drug. It contains the DNA of insects genetically modified by jungle juice. Any insect human who injects this molting drug into their body will increase the strength of their just like using steroids, physical abilities of that person will be temporarily enhanced. But molting can also cause physical changes, significantly increase their hunting capability. Kong Wusang looked at the wolf spider swaying frantically in front of him. He gritted his teeth in frustration. What's this? Did you inject yourself with Kong Wusang used his spider legs to lunge forward, intending to give the wolf spider. As a bodybuilder, I cannot forgive that. The wolf spider immediately leaped backward to avoid. The two kept chasing each other. At a turn, the wolf spider immediately turned. Kong Wusang also made a sharp turn to give chase. He cursed inwardly, he's turning into a corner? What a fool. Going in there is no different from walking into a dead. However, Kong Wusang could no longer see the wolf spider. He seemed to have evaporated from the spot. Kong Wusang was confused. While he wasn't paying attention, the ground beneath his feet cracked. In the next second, something flashed and burst from the ground, attacking right under Kong Wusang's neck with the wolf spider's lethal tone. Kong Wusang, caught off guard, could only endure the pain with a groan. From under his neck was then left with a fairly deep X-shape. Kong Wusang endured the pain and controlled his spider legs to pierce right into the middle of the ground where he was sure the wolf spider was hiding. You're here. Thanks to that attack, I now know your position. However, although Kong Wusang's spider legs crushed the ground into a large hole, there was still no sign of the wolf spider. Kong Wusang was not there. The moment he turned around, that flashing thing from before attacked the back of his neck again. Kong Wusang immediately died. However, no matter where he moved, that flashing thing could still catch up and launch an attack on him there. The words kill, kill, kill ran. After a while of scrambling, Kong Wusang also got hit. He cursed inwardly, this bastard. He only reached his hand above ground to attack me? He slowed down a bit. Damn it. I can't keep. Kong Wusang stood in the middle of a dark, empty space. No one was in sight, but the words kill, kill, kill were still echoing in his ears. Just where is that bastard? A truth about the wolf spider. Lab Diary 2267. The wolf spider has wolf spiders usually roam around and hunt. But there are some species that only dig holes and wait for prey to come. To achieve maximum effectiveness, I modified them a bit to create long hooks at the tips of their. And the result is, the wolf spider's body has been optimized to serve an ambush. After that thank you watching for vid. Kong Wusang was stabbed so hard he collapsed. Blood dripped down to his. Kong Wusang felt himself falling into a state of helplessness. He was furious and tormented himself. Kong Wusang, what the hell are you doing? Get your ass. You promised yourself you'd never go back to being weak like before. At this moment, Kong Wusang suddenly remembered his past. As a child, his parents had sold him to an orphanage, just like selling an. That orphanage years ago belonged to the pet shop. That's why he was forced to become an insect human and then sent to the farm. Back then, while he was holding Kong Wusang, that friend comforted him. Don't be afraid, Wusang. My friend said there are people out there who were turned into monsters like us, and they formed a group for Kong Wusang was then a large but cowardly child. He sobbed in response. However, that same insect human, after some time had passed, his head was placed neatly in a basin of blood and brought before Kong. Those evil research employees had killed the insect human friend and even ordered Kong Wusang. Either you eat that or you'll be chopped into pieces. Which one do you choose? It was only then that he realized there was no such thing as hope here, or anything this place could offer. This place was. A while later, a man in a lab coat pulled back the curtain and walked in. Is anyone here? I'm here for an inspection. Why is it so cold? Before he could finish, the man in the lab coat froze. In the room, he saw the whole group of employees trembling and rolling on the floor with injuries all. As for Kong Wusang, in an unstable state, he had escaped from the farm to survive. At that time, Kong Wusang thought he wouldn't be able to endure the effects of absorption. But he had risked his life by biting his tongue to stay awake. Fate wasn't done with him yet. At the end of the dark road he ran. There were dozens of shouting sounds from the research employees and the insect humans hunting him. This way. That kid's scent is this way. Whoever catches him will be rewarded with meat. Kong Wusang struggled to look up. There was no one around. He muttered in despair, I don't want to die. I don't want to turn into a monster in this godforsaken place. Someone, please save me from this. Kong Wusang pleaded weakly, I just want to keep. Perhaps his prayers reached the gods, and they showed mercy by sending salvation. Because at that very moment, a warm male voice suddenly cut in. Ali appeared with the members of the stray dogs. He stood on the other side of the iron gate, facing Kong Wusang. He gently declared, I will get you out of. Callie looked at the wounds on the man's face with concern. You're badly hurt. Go get treated before. Melt the fence. At that moment, Kong Wusang was completely dazed, the tears on his face not yet dry. From that day on, Kong Woozing found his new flashback ended. Black spider legs stabbed into the ground. Kong Woozing let out a facing the aggressive wolf spider with its vastly enhanced strength. He simply said, "If I give up now, you'll just go after my teammates." As soon as he finished speaking, 8 spider legs rose dangerously. Kong Woozing roared provocatively. "Bring it on," sneered. "I Kong Woozing am not that easy to take." The wolf spider went mad. Though it remained hidden underground, a deadly aura spilled out, clashing with Kong Woozing's indomitable fighting spirit. Neither side would back. The wolf spider's gaze became bloodthirsty. He used the same tactic as before, lunging out of the ground in a flash and stabbing directly into Kong Woozing's stomach, causing blood to spray everywhere. How something unexpected happened. This time, Kong Woozing caught the 2 sharp claws about to pierce him with his bare hands. In exchange, his hands were dripping with blood. Kong Woozing coughed, but showed no sign of letting go. "My job is to hold you." At that moment, the power of his friendship suddenly erupted. Even the crazed wolf spider was startled into clarity for a moment by his powerful declaration. "I will never let you harm my." Suddenly, the ground the wolf spider was in a state of confusion. Kong Woozing flipped both the spider and its sharp claws. Kong Woozing took the opportunity to lecture him. "Do you know what happens when you pull up a tree whose roots are deep in the..." Before the wolf spider could realize what was happening, the world spun. The section of earth where it was hiding was uprooted by Kong. It was like an adhesive between the claws and the ground. Meanwhile, Kong Woozing was having fun as if playing it. "I can't see where you are underground," swung his fist. "Then I just need to lift the whole ground." The wolf spider stammered. Couldn't avoid the danger. Finally cried out in surrender. Kong Woozing powerfully punched the wolf spider into a... After the battle, Kong Woozing returned to his original form. He was breathless. That fight was incredibly Kong Woozing looked at the wolf spider stuck upside down in the ground. It was so tattered that more than half of its mask had fallen off, revealing a bruised and swollen human. Its whole body twitched as it rambled, unable to fight. He scolded it in disgust. "What a coward. That's why you use drugs. That's why your endurance is so pathetic." After the scolding, Kong Woozing was also out of breath. He slumped to the ground in exhaustion. His wounds throbbed painfully. "But I don't even know how many times I've been..." Blood soaked him from his chin to his collar. Veins bulged on his forehead. The pain was so intense he cursed through his shivers. "It hurts like hell. He'll have to leave the rest to the..." Kong Woozing placed his trust in his brother. Over on Hyamin's side, the situation didn't look very promising. The silhouette of the priest mask stood amidst the thick. Facing him was Hyamin, sitting with his head bowed. The priest mask laughed maniacally. "Oh, so this is the power of Farah. Feels like God has granted me strength." He began to mutter Bible verses insanely. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 31. "But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles." Before the priest mask could finish reading, Hyamin suddenly stood up tiredly. He made a request to the priest mask. "Can you do me a shut up?" And his gaze changed. He turned on blackout mode to vent his anger. "I'm starting to get a little Seeing that Hyamin still had the strength to fight, the priest mask became even more. "Finally, you've shown your true form. You..." 2 long tail tubes grew from his back. He continued to jump around and ramble about the Bible like a madman. The Book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, verse 14. "For God will bring every deed into judgment, including every hidden thing, whether it is good or..." Previously, the eccentric scientist had outlined information about the water scorpion in his diary. Laboratory Diary 2208. Modification of the water scorpion. During its larval stage, the water scorpion breathes through. When they reach adulthood, their gills disappear. Breathing is replaced by tubes. That structure seemed ineffective, so I modified their bodies to add gills back in, utilizing the tail-breathing tubes for a different purpose. By measuring the capacity to store a large amount of water and fire it at target. After the powerful shot from the priest mask, Hyamin was now surrounded by water. He was even soaked from head to toe. His flames hissed as they evaporated. Hyamin was about to lose it. "Damn it, my flames got put out again. He can shoot water?" The priest mask didn't care about his frustration. Muttered deliriously, "Wash yourselves and make yourselves clean. Remove your evil deeds from my sight. Stop doing evil." 2 tail tubes on his back made a gurgling sound as they pumped water. His voice gradually turned into fanatical preaching. "God above and water have one thing in common. They exist everywhere. In the respiratory exchange segments of the mountains or even under." Finally, the priest mask sprayed a massive jet of water directly at Hyamin. "Wherever there is, that place is my sanctuary." Hyamin used fire to block the violent flow of water. At the same time, he spat at the priest mask in disgust. "So you're planning to use groundwater? You fire hydrant bastard. Is that all you can do, spray water?" Hyamin swung his arm. "Then I just need to evaporate it all. As soon as he finished, he immediately activated Great Drought. In an instant, intense heat and flames covered the. Hyman thought to himself, just a little longer. I just need to buy a little more. Just when he wasn't paying attention, a figure suddenly dashed past, accompanied by a quote from Isaiah chapter 30. A jet of water suddenly slapped Hyman hard in the face, making him gasp in a daze. The sound of Bible verses still echoed. For the Lord is angry against all nations, and his fury against all their arms. However, the priest mask had disappeared. Hyman's eyes widened in shock. What kind of speed is? A second later, the priest mask suddenly lunged to attack him. He has delivered them to the moment he raised his pin. Hyman saw a pillar of water shooting out from his. This instinctively put him on high alert. The priest mask stabbed. Thank you watching for vid. Hyman seized the opportunity and dodged to the side just in time. Water sprayed everywhere. Hyman held up his coat to temporarily shield himself from the water. He mentally analyzed, is he using the energy from that explosion to enhance himself? So Hyman's back was slashed, causing a sharp pain. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging. It hurts. The priest mask's voice hovered around his ears like a ghost. He used his pincers to slash repeatedly at Hyman's front. The smell of blood wafted around. You cannot stop the day of judgment. Hyman reached out, desperately wanting to pull off the opponent's mask. If I burn this mask, I can take away his. The priest mask seemed to anticipate his intention. He raised his elbow to Hyman's level while indifferently reciting the 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 4. A torrential jet of water immediately blocked his. The pillar of water slammed into him, knocking him far. Hyman leaned against a rock. His whole body looked as if he had just come back from the sea. Every inch was soaked. The elemental disadvantage made his power almost useless. Damn it, just a little longer. Before he knew it, the priest mask had moved behind Hyman. A fatal strike pierced through his. Hyman coughed up blood on the spot. The priest mask called him a foolish devil. He mocked. Thank you watching for vid. There will be no salvation for those who do not believe in the existence of God. Only hell awaits. In his delirium, Hyman muttered to himself, God's will. He denied it. God does nothing for. The child locked in a cage, submerged underwater, having to scream desperately for. But the response the child got was the wicked back of the one who created. That child realized. The creator of hell wasn't. Now I shall end your pain. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The priest mask raised his sharp pincers. Just when it seemed like the end, in that critical moment, the flames erupted once more, lighting up. Hyman slowly stood up, his whole body enveloped in ferocious flames. He complained irritably, nag, nag, nag. Thanks to that I got some extra time. Hyman glanced over, giving the priest mask a terrifyingly sharp look. My body has heated up. He activated blackout mode again. The only difference was that this time, he had demon horns on him. Priest mask froze. He stammered. Hyman's current form was the copy skill of the Devil's Flower Mantis. The rise of. According to records, the Devil's Flower Mantis boasts the most impressive size among flower mantis. They use that size and unique appearance to intimidate other mantis species. That it looks like a demon of hell named. Burning heat from Hyman surged out as if to swallow the priest mask. He screamed in agony. Eh! He wailed in pain. Thank you watching for vid. How can the memories of being tortured surfaced? Hyman answered coldly. Thanks to countless injections and experiments. His expression darkened, his eyes glowing. His face was completely submerged in darkness like a true tormenting demon. Hyman declared hatefully, I am the demon you created. Even in his final moments, the priest mask still cried out, desperately pleading to God, O Lord on high, please, witness. Before he finished his sentence, vanished forever in the flames. The dazzling light of the fire illuminated the entire pumping. The priest mask was incinerated into ash. Only his withered mask remained. I sat on the ground exhaustedly and lit a cigarette. He exhaled. Phew, it really is hot. Need to cool down my. Scene change. Sachin was in blackout mode. He thought to himself, what is. Sachin clenched his palm. That bastard shot himself in the. Facing him was the Undertaker. A pair of massive golden yellow horns had grown from his shoulders. The shape was identical to the horns on his mask, but a much more terrifying version. As for him, after injecting the Farah, he looked high. He joyfully pulled open his shirt to show off his six-pack abs, and shrieked in delight. Ah, this is amazing. Sachin was wary. He looks different. While he was on guard, the Undertaker turned his back to him. He shrugged and muttered, but these things stuck on my shoulders are really hard to. Before Sachin's stunned eyes, the Undertaker actively broke off the horns. He exclaimed, The Undertaker playfully toyed with the two sharp horns in his hands. He swung them around wildly. Now let's start round. Without waiting for his opponent to react, Sachin lunged in and landed a punch right in his. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. The Undertaker tilted his head back slightly. That hurt. Sachin shouted, "You bastard." In the next second, the man trapped Sachin between the two bizarre horns, forming a deadly pincer. It felt like a single sharp cut, like steel scissors, would snap his body in half without. Sachin immediately went on high alert. The moment the man attacked, he used both hands to block. The Undertaker laughed loudly. Ha! He mocked the deep wound on Sachin's bicep caused by the hard horns. "I finally cut you. This is the power of..." The Undertaker paused for a moment. He struck a dramatic pose and asked Sachin eerily, "Do you know why I'm called the Undertaker?" Without letting Sachin answer, the Undertaker jumped up and activated a devastating move. He roared, "Because I am the one who plays funeral music with the screams of..." Sachin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Watched the Undertaker charge frantically. He made up his mind. His power is getting on my nerves. They'll have to use that. Both sides flew at each other. Simultaneously, both had the same. "I'm gonna get serious." His mind, Sachin thought back to that incident. Dim Dragonfly had always been looking for an opportunity to take control of his. Every sharp tail gripped him tightly, making him close his eyes in pain and scream, "Why are you doing this to me? You dragon..." A moment later, he opened his eyes and was shocked to see that the dragonfly had left his body and appeared right before his. Sachin wondered to himself if it had calmed down or if something else was. He wondered if it understood what he was saying. In its large eyes, his own reflection. Yes, perhaps it understood him. Calming down, he observed his surroundings and sensed perhaps they weren't the only ones there. There might be someone else. This be the reason why this dragonfly was always. Because its territory was being invaded. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared to. Appearing, the Undertaker laughed gleefully and said, "You're quite clever, aren't you? Stop running around. Thank you watching for vid." At the same time, he used a limb-breaking technique with his horns to attack. Grabbed one of his horns and shouted, "They'll start with..." The man said dismissively that his scissors were as hard as. This goes back to the laboratory in 2000. Modification of the jewel. The appearance of this beautiful insect seemed to be made entirely of. But it was only a flashy exterior. In reality, it wasn't as hard as. Predators often attacked them because of that very appearance. So, the jewel beetle's body was modified to make it as hard as steel. Due to side effects, its scissors became excessively. But its hardness was greater than imagined. This was the Undertaker's scissor techniques. Furthermore, it was very. He launched continuous attacks at him while. As expected, the skills from my days as an assassin haven't faded. They'll kill him. His ears sounds kept echoing, telling him to kill, kill. Old memories resurfaced. He had once killed 3 people with his own, and that was his own family. They were kind and very gentle people. But at that time he had no other because if he didn't kill them, the monsters that were always whispering in his ears would retaliate. And it was also why he viewed killing as a. Because only when he was working would that monster stop it. He was frustrated when, during one job, he was caught and restrained on. As the nurse was preparing to inject, that monster appeared again and screamed for him to. His gaze went blank, and his body trembled with fear. He wondered what he should do now. Very moment, the door to the detention room was opened. A strange man appeared and eliminated the police officer. He had a tall build and glowing red eyes. Smirking, he said he had heard many rumors about him. He asked if he must be suffering greatly because of the monsters in his head. Then he gently said it would be okay, because as long as he followed him, everything would get better. The man's body trembled with happiness. He felt like he was about to be. The stranger didn't hesitate to state his purpose for saving him. To ensure his cooperation, he said that once his plan was complete, the man could slaughter anyone he wanted, as many as he wished. To the present, he attacked while saying, "The boss will implement his plan. Chaos will envelop this world. Countless people will die, and then I can slaughter to my heart's content. Ever, that will be when I can escape those damn monsters." He used his Undertaker scissor technique at full length to it. Seeing his resistance, the man said gleefully, "You're panicking, aren't you? You feel death approaching, don't you? Don't worry. I won't let you die alone. Because once the boss plan begins, those close to you will soon." Sachin bit his lip in anger. The man used a limb-breaking strike to attack. This must have pierced his neck. "He's probably dead," the man. But a voice from the opposite side startled. Sachin said, "You really are hope." He was shocked to see an extra layer of exoskeleton on Sachin's. Before he could regain his composure, Sachin countered. It was an incredibly powerful strike. He couldn't believe his scissors had been broken. It was impossible because he was certain his scissors were as hard as. Another attack came. Having lost his defensive scissors, he was attacked by Sachin until he sent flying quite a distance. Blood flowed from his mouth as he struggled to stand up, determined to kill. Voices of the monsters in his head kept screaming kill. Though he didn't want to admit it, Sachin also had monsters like him inside his. However, between control and madness, if doing this could help him return to a normal life, they would accept it. Swinging his fist and using the gigantia copy skill, he punched the man. This time, the man's scissors were completely slammed through a wall, and in the thick dust, he lay injured under the... Suchin looked at this scene and said, "Once you've killed someone, don't try to justify it with any scene shifts to BIK. Now she was being attacked by a mom. She dodged and ran from him, then landed a kick on his... She wondered why there were so many types trained with food like... Then she turned to ask Nanami if the amber was really... Nanami glanced around and said that Knight had definitely said it was here. But as for where this place was, she didn't know. But Bomi took a tissue to wipe her hands and said it must be inside that... Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. "You intruders." BIK Bomi spun around in shock and saw a mass of tentacles rushing towards her. Eccentric man adjusted his glasses gleefully and said, "Perfect timing. You arrived just as I was running out of space. Wicked intruders in a private area like this must be punished." Shouting loudly, he used the tentacles to tightly wrap around BIK Bomi and recalled something from before. Laboratory Diary Year 2199. Modification of the Demasini butterfly. This butterfly was discovered in Indonesia. It has large tentacles that emit irritation. At that time, he had researched them and wondered what it would be like if that butterfly could freely control those tentacles. So he modified them to satisfy his curiosity. While he reviewing the results, a loud voice suddenly appeared from behind him. That stranger bluntly, he was the one who had spent his whole life experimenting with modifications. Truly an eccentric. Before he could retort, the stranger continued. He had been expelled from the academy for conducting experiments on insects, animals, and even... Saying this, he smirked and asked if the man wanted to join his plan. "You are exactly the person I'm looking." He held out a glass vial containing some golden liquid and said, "You like the stuff?" Back to the present, he held up his phone and laughed. Laboratory Diary Year 3502. An interesting His wrapping tentacles tightened around Nanamis. She grimaced in pain, thinking that those trained with food design to only care about meat were now working hard to protect someone. This was something she had never seen before. The tentacles tightened around Nanami again and lifted her high. He held his phone to record a video and told Nanami she had been chosen as his test subject. He gave a satisfied smile. Although the boss said to kill all intruders, he couldn't let such a strange hybrid go to... He said joyfully, "Anyway, by the time I dissect every inch of this body, you'll be as good as..." At that moment, BIK Bomi kicked him in the head and told this perverted old man not to touch her with those filthy... He spat out a mouthful of blood in pain and screamed, "How did you escape my tent? I must have let my guard down while I was..." With that, he controlled the tentacles to tightly wrap around BIK. Because of her kick earlier, he was furious and squeezed her hard, saying he would crush her body to make her pass out. Despite being tightly wrapped, BIK Bomi still managed to say, "Your hybrid form is really He looked up in surprise, and something shocking appeared before him. But Bomi was somehow able to easily escape those tentacles. He was furious and controlled the tentacles to chase after, but BIK Bomi easily avoided. He wondered if it was the mucus secreted from her body that allowed her to escape his tentacles. When her black high heels almost kicked his face, he quickly used a tentacle to block. Just as he smiled gleefully at blocking the kick, mucus was secreted. This caused BIK Bomi's heels to slip from the tentacle and land a direct kick on his... Clutched his face in pain and screamed, "Ah!" BIK Bomi asked, "Where is the amber you stole? What do you plan to do with it? Speak up before I tear these tentacles of yours to sh..." His eyes darkened and he shouted, "You think I'm the one who's going to be torn?" Realizing something, she turned her head and saw the creatures trained with food approach. He calmly answered her question. "This large building is a massive... The moment you set foot in here, your chances of victory drop to... Everyone here has been starved for a long time. It will be much more aggressive than you. With just one command from me, you'll be devoured by them immediately." He leaned over and rubbed his forehead, asking her, "You want to know what we're doing with for the great plan created by two men in the past? It's an indispensable component." Having said that, he pointed at her face and, "Soon, countless people, including the colleagues who look down on me, will all die or turn into monsters." BIK Bomi bit her lip, her eyes filled with cold. She thought back to when she broke that rock. That was when the amber appeared. Callie told that it contained power that could help her control her blackouts, but because of its low purity, it would lose its light when exposed to the outside. He handed her a green stone and said it was similar to amber, but with higher purity. Therefore, it could maintain its brightness outside of water and be used as an ingredient to produce jungle juice. BIK Bomi was very surprised and asked if it was really an ingredient for jungle juice. Callie replied that yes, the amber was her hope of becoming a normal human, and it was also a source of disaster that had brought chaos to the world. He warned her not to let this fall into the hands of wicked people, because he clearly recognized the terrible disaster he had once experienced. And that was also why he needed their... He also said that if this item happened to fall into the wrong hands, They had to get it back by any means necessary. Bik Bomi cast a skill and slammed her hand hard on the earthworms. In the past, humans used to worship this small creature and named it the Earth Dragon, meaning the dragon that lives under. This was because the lands that earthworms passed through would become incredibly. Bik Bomi activated the skill trace of the Earth Dragon. This caused the ground to cave in, pulling the old man. He panicked and wondered if her ability was to change the nature of the. When his whole body was pulled into the ground with only his neck upwards remaining, he began to feel a. Bik Bomi approached and asked, "Where is the?" He controlled a tentacle to emerge from the ground and threatened to tear her teammate. But before he could finish his sentence, his face took a direct kick. He was buried deep in the ground, his mouth filled with dirt, and Bik Bomi, with a gleeful expression, held up one leg and said she had just. Scene was all witnessed by the leader of the masked group in the surveillance. He felt pity that the professor had been harmed, but it wouldn't affect him, because that professor had outlived his usefulness. And he loaded his gun and said the plan was ready. Now he just had to pull the. He realized Callie had arrived. He didn't even budge, only telling him he was. Callie countered that he didn't think he was late. The Callie killed him right here, everything would. Then he asked him where the amber. Only then did the man react, asking if it was this. He held up a stone and said that after he used it, its color had become this. Callie shouted in shock. He laughed and said this had very high purity. But after many years, his plan had finally made progress. And to show his gratitude, he would show him what it was. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from behind. He frowned and glanced towards the source of the. And he was completely shocked, asking if this was his plan. Alarms sounded continue. Thank you watching for vid. People ran frantically, their mouths constantly urging others. Those locked in the room heard this and trembled with fear. Someone who couldn't take it asked, "What's all this chaos outside? And what is this prison like?" Suddenly, a voice came from the nearby speaker system. "We will now conduct clinical trials for the purpose of improving Farah on the human." Spray it. After he spoke, a mysterious purple gas flooded into the people there. Everyone panicked and shouted. Some quickly covered their noses or their whole face. They still thought it was just gas. But something strange happened immediately. A girl, having inhaled too much, quickly began to transform. Pincers appeared in her mouth. Her whole body changed, and her screams became bizarre. Indeed, they had been transformed into. The masked leader told Callie, who was watching the whole process through the screen, that he should call this the upgraded version of jungle juice, because this substance didn't need to be sprayed on any insect. That old professor had modified the insect's DNA inside it to create a physical change. He laughed gleefully and told Callie to watch, because the interesting part was just. It was them, the humans, turned into Farah, slaughtering each other one by one. It was truly horrid. The masked leader continued, saying the Farah he gave his subordinates had all been filtered through their mouth. If directly inhaled at that time, their brains would be severely damaged, and their aggression would be greatly increased. Anyone who consumed Farah would become a bloodthirsty monster. That was his. To use this drug to plunge the world into chaos. Saying this, he laughed gleefully at Callie and said, "Thanks to the amber you gave me, that time has been significantly." At that moment, he crushed the stone in his palm into small pieces and said, "From now on, no one will be able to." Callie approached him and asked if he was the one who created the upgraded version of jungle. "You said you were once a member of the laboratory. If that's true, then I should know who you." Then he shouted, "Tell me, who are?" The masked leader laughed and said he should have introduced himself to his old colleague from the start. He reached into his pocket and said, "This is my business." Pulling a massive gun from his pocket, he quickly fired at Callie and told him to. Callie quickly used an iron bar to block his. The man rushed forward and asked, "In this cramped room, let's see if you can use that special speed." He used the Chinese tiger beetle, supersonic. Callie blocked it and said, "No matter who you are, it won't change what I have. The chain of tragedy that started from the laboratory will be broken." Then he threw down the gun he had snatched from the sound of shattering. Callie quickly lunged at him and shouted, "I will kill you with my own hand." Just as he reached the man's, he suddenly pulled out another gun, aimed it at Callie's forehead and said "Then you'd better try your. I always have a backup plan." Breaking the chain of tragedy? Quite a grand ambition. He asked him, "Do you know something? The one who laid the foundation for my plan today is none other than." After saying that, he pulled the bullet flew towards Callie but was quickly blocked by. He cursed angrily and said that was impossible, because the day he escaped the lab with the amber, he had destroyed all research results and lab reports related to him. Suddenly, the leader picked up his phone. A recording was playing on it. It was Callie's.
Laboratori da ieri numero 43.
I've grown accustomed to the screaming. As soon as the voice from the phone spoke, the voice on the phone continued, "I don't feel guilty. I'm just doing the work I was told." That's right, the recording being played was his own laboratory record. The leader spoke up, "You've also killed countless innocent lives in that laboratory. And yet now you act like a hero of justice? truly disgusting. Having said that, he fired a water spider bullet that grazed his. Bullet took effect, stretching into spider silk and beginning to tightly wrap around his. He provocatively told him that even if he could defeat him, nothing would change. His plan had already begun. Callie was stunned upon hearing those words. Anonymous, thank you watching for vid. She was injured and her body was trembling, so she was being supported by someone. They were walking onto a large plot of land. Nanami asked, what is this indoor garden? There's nothing but those trained with. Bik Bomi countered, this doesn't look like a jungle juice production plant. What purpose are they using this place? As soon as she finished speaking, hideous, creepy sounds suddenly. Bik Bomi hesitated and said, Nanami, I don't think this is an indoor. Because right before their eyes, a massive monster had, and what it was clutching to itself looked like its. Nanami asked with doubt, is that the giant butterfly the leader? Bik Bomi sighed and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the creature was. Nanami asked her again what that item the creature was holding so tightly. On Alice's side, the leader suddenly thanked him and said, it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten. He was stunned and cursed at him, asking if he was crazy for talking nonsense. But the next words he replied with made him. The first Cinderella you created was the prototype for. This goes back to that time. You failed to save your daughter, but you succeeded in concocting insect DNA. That was truly the greatest invention. And that is also why I named that drug in your honor. The day Carlisle's daughter died, June 4th, is also the day of the June. Carlisle let out a sigh and continued his story. The drug you created to save your daughter's life was used to kill people, and Carlisle gripped the sharp spider silk tightly, causing his hand to drip with blood. He angrily asked him what on earth he was. Before he could even finish his question, the man explained. He himself had ordered the White Witch to go to crowded cities and release all the. It will be just like a gas bomb attack. Soon, people will be screaming in pain and dying just like your daughter. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred on the other side of the city. Beams of purple light shot straight into the sky and began to spread through the atmosphere. Carlisle gripped the leader's neck tightly. However, the man didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, he was filled with arrogance and smug because the plan he created had finally begun, and it was also the moment she would. That's right, it was the trigger to awaken the White. The story dates back to a year ago, when the leader of the masked group and his faction were gathering on a skyscraper in. Looking at the bustling and happy people below made him think of them as nothing more than a swarm of insects. And that was the reason they began to carry out the plan, because this was already the largest city in the. In this world, murderer, thief, and scammer are all names for people who are treated like monsters by society, even though they were simply doing what the organization. But the cruel truth was that there was still no place for them in the. And now, once they release the. Every human in this city will turn into a monster, and they will no longer have to live in. Raising the wine glass in his hand, he smirked and said this was their declaration against society. Their great plan for. The old professor laughed gleefully while hugging the machine, saying, "Pfu pfu pfu. This will definitely be my greatest experiment yet. I will crush everyone in the research lab who looked down." Samurai Ant also bowed respectfully and said, "Pfu pfu. Please give us a chance for the plan to succeed even better, boss. I will follow your order." Another person at the table was also filled with excitement as he downed an entire bottle of wine. He even shouted that Judgment Day was not far off. That damn priest can go to his. Someone next to him agreed, saying that if they could kill that many people, they wouldn't have to hear that noise. The leader held his wine glass and stood near the large glass window looking out at the pet shop, and those trained with food are just tools for me to carry out the. And now the trigger has been pulled. Returning to reality, Carlisle furiously lunged at the leader and shouted, "What did you mean it's too late?" Despite the pain, the man smirked and once the White Witch wakes up, she will soon carry the bag filled with bug gas bombs and detonate it in a nearby. After that, the city will turn into hell. You will soon become the master of the drug that killed thousands of people. He then moved his lips toward him and asked, "How does that?" Losing control, Carlisle stabbed him again and told him, "Don't make me. There must be something to defuse the bomb in case you encounter an unexpected in." Even though he was trembling in pain, he remained fearless and said, "That's true. I have a release code that only I know. But even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to stop." Carlisle pulled the iron bar out of the man's body and, "No matter what, we will stop this. I won't hesitate to torture." Thinking about the number of victims from his past mistakes, he couldn't let that number increase any. The leader forced himself up, laughed, and asked, "Is that so? But as I said, I am the only one who knows the release." Right after saying those words, he pointed the gun at his own. Realizing what the man was about to, Carlisle immediately rushed toward. At that moment, the man continued, saying this would be the final piece to complete his. Finishing his words, he pulled the trigger right in front of Carl. He collapsed completely onto the ground, blood flowing profusely. Back with Bei Humi, they were still looking at the White Witch, filled with suspicion. Is this a gas? A voice rang out, that's right, I've seen this machine, but the one speaking was none other than the samurai ant, who explained it. That machine will disperse bugs and cause social chaos. That was the plan he and the others had prepared for a long. Only now did he realize that today was Judgment Day. Since the boss planned to detonate it inside a human city, Nanami shouted in fear. Baihumi frowned and said they couldn't let that happen. They had to get that bomb. As if responding to her words, the white witch suddenly opened her eyes and spread her wings to attack. Many people couldn't hold their ground and were blown. The samurai ant quickly grabbed Nanami to protect her from the white witch's attack. That's right, the white witch has a way. She held the gas bomb container tightly against her body and launched continuous attacks. Eerie sounds rang out, making the listeners feel extremely headachy. The samurai ant quickly realized the ceiling was about to collapse and told the two women they had to leave immediately. Nanami covered her ears and cried out, "The bomb! The bomb is—" The samurai ant told her to look quickly to the others. She quickly realized that Baihumi had already climbed onto the white. Things weren't going well for Baihumi either. She was trying her best to cling to the white witch while comforting her. It's not too late yet. I just need to remove the bomb before it's dropped on the city. It seemed the bomb was attached to something like a chain, and she thought she could definitely. She quickly used blackout control to it. Just as she was about to strike, she was stopped by someone. The man said coldly, "I won't let you use that. We've worked hard all this time, so I won't let you interfere with our plan." Baihumi gritted her teeth at the sudden appearance of another. That man quickly attacked her as she fell off the white witch. The ant-man also had his head crushed by the white. Baihumi, down below, kept calling out to her softly, "Lady Bomb, can you hear me? If so, please listen carefully to what I have." While dodging the white witch's attacks, the samurai ant shouted at Baihumi, "Get out of there immediately. Since the white witch is beyond the boss control, she has become extremely dangerous. Furthermore, those trained with food inside that garden are actually the food to serve her insatiable. Anything she sees, she will eat." At that moment, she noticed Baihumi, and the white witch rushed forward, preparing to grab. Just as her hideous hand was about to touch, Baihumi's tears began to. Desperate at the reality before her eyes, she closed them tightly and thought, "I'm sorry, you helped me, so I wanted to repay." Right at that moment, a blue light attacked the white hand, pulled Baihumi into an embrace, and "I have a basic understanding of the current situation. That giant butterfly is carrying a bomb, and we have to stop it." The person saying those words was none other than Jang Suchin. He held her in his arms, his eyes sharp and cold, and said, "I'll handle." Carlisle Davidson stood before countless computer screens of various sizes, his hands typing continuously on the keyboard, without any intention of. "I must find it. There must still be a way to stop the bomb from After typing for a while, he gritted his teeth, glanced to the side, and became terrified, cold sweat covering his face. I must find it no matter. While he was in the middle of working, someone suddenly pushed the door open and entered, catching Carlisle's. The person entered the room, threw down his mask, and after hearing something, shouted like he had never shouted. "What? Is carrying a gas?" Faced with that question and that stunned face, Carlisle stopped his hands on the keyboard and fell silent. "That giant butterfly is carrying the gas bomb and is heading straight for the city. But there's nothing we can do. Evacuating the citizens isn't feasible." Hearing those harsh truths, Jang Suchin still wouldn't accept it and tried to find a way. "That's right, Ness. If we inform Ness, they'll surely have a way to stop it." Before he could say another word, Carlisle shouted to stop him. "It's useless." Looking at the image of the supergiant butterfly flying in the sky, he pointed it out heartbreakingly. The butterfly's image on the screen was slowly fading. "I think it's equipped with a jamming device just like the other masked ones. Nest won't be able to detect it unless the bomb explodes." After speaking for a while, he felt life was no longer worth living, unable to hide his despair. The only person who could have stopped this massacre is no longer. The more Carlisle spoke, the more he couldn't hide the gloom as his mood hit rock bottom. "It's all because of me." This reaction made Suchin feel off. Carlisle felt more negative than ever. Once again, "Because of me." Seeing this, Suchin went from being stunned to biting his lip unwillingly. After thinking for a moment, Suchin spoke with firm conviction. "No, it's not too late yet." This certainty made Carlisle. Before the other could ask anything else, Suchin swung his hand, broke something, and spoke again. "We can still stop." From behind his back, a familiar small pair of blue wings appeared as Suchin walked to the hole in the wall. Before the bomb falls on this action, Carlisle immediately realized what he was doing and stepped forward in a panic to stop him. "Stop. You can't do this alone." Suchin ignored the prohibition and asked a confusing question. "The words you once told me, do you still remember?" Once again, without waiting for an answer, he reminded him. "If you want to live, you must find a way even when facing. This is what you once told me, so I will definitely find it." These words made Carlisle stand still, his whole body seemingly wake. After speaking, he quickly flew out, declaring the way to save every. Before long, Suchin had caught up with the bomb-carrying butterfly, but before he could touch it, he had to stop and exclaim, "It really is." After exclaiming, he gritted his teeth, flapped his wings with all his might, and flew forward. First, he'll just get closer to it. Bei Humi, whom he was holding, hurriedly tried to stop him. Ignoring those words, Suchin moved in close to the butter. However, his joy was short-lived as he was pushed back by a super-strong gust of wind. What's this? How can it create such a strong... It didn't stop there. Suchin's wing was suddenly pierced by something, and he fell uncontrollably toward the... During the freefall, Suchin gritted his teeth and remembered the moment his wing was... Must be because that scissorman cut my wing earlier, so now I can't withstand the air. He escaped his thoughts. He realized with horror that he was getting closer and closer to the ground. We're going to... Just when it seemed like everything was over, Bei Humi in his arms timely unleashed a rescue move. Earth defense mechanism. Trace of the earth dragon. Immediately, the ground was covered with a pink... After his back hit the ground, Suchin tried to calm down and sat up, immediately noticing something unusual. The ground. It turned into... After stabilizing herself, Bei Humi bitterly remembered the last time they appeared together. It was the same last time. If you're going to save me properly. It always ends so abrupt. Returning to the present, Bei Humi's face turned red as she hesitantly admitted, "But anyway, thanks to you, I survived." After expressing their feelings for a moment, the two finally stood up to observe the butterfly rushing toward a certain direction. It's heading straight for the city. What do we do? Looking at the butterfly rushing as fast as it could, Suchin stated what he needed to do. We have to get close to it to remove the... Hearing this, Bei Humi stabbed a knife into his heart with her words. But since your wing is injured, if we do that, we'll be crushed, right? To this question, he wasn't too upset and dropped even more shocking news. Not necessarily. If I fly alone, I can catch up. Faced with this idea, Bei Humi was terrified and tried to stop him without a second thought. Acting alone is very dangerous. That thing is no different from a monster. Even if you enter blackout state, I'm not sure it'll be an even... Fearing he would still stubbornly follow his plan, she continued to point out, furthermore, if that butterfly gets angry and detonates the bomb, you'll turn into a monster. Despite her worry, Suchin didn't care much and remained stubborn with his choice. Don't have an idea. Just let me handle everything. After saying that, he left Bei Humi alone and flew. Watching Suchin's silhouette, Bei Humi was worried sick.
Date suicide.
How can you stop it alone? After being anxious for a while, she calmed down when she remembered his determined face and the time Suchin had saved her. But, I don't know, for some reason, if it's Jang, I have a feeling that he will be able to... The person being mentioned had now closed in on the butter. As he got closer to the butterfly, Suchin couldn't hide his joy while analyzing. Just as I thought. The wind direction while it's flying is always downward and behind its... Thinking of this, he quickly flew above the butterfly's head. So, there won't be any wind
I won't fall anemore.
Also, up here, outside its line of sight. He'll approach the bomb. The flying butterfly suddenly turned its head to look around but saw Suchin, who had somehow managed to cling to the butterfly's back, gritted his teeth in fear. That was a close... As soon as it was no longer paying attention, he gingerly crept toward looking at the lock while the butterfly was still flying at full speed. He remembered the conversation earlier with Bei Humi. Here, defeating that giant butterfly is impossible. We also don't know how to dismantle the... Bei Humi had heard those words and tried to argue. But, there's a way to separate the bomb from its... Observing Suchin's awkward reaction, she explained more clearly with an illustration. There are a total of 3 I checked earlier. There are 3 chains connecting the bomb to its... Back to the present. His hand was bulging with veins as he tried to dismantle the bomb. 3 strands. If I can successfully cut... Thinking of this, he immediately utilized his blackout control. Not stopping there, Suchin also imitated the Gigantea species. Then we will save every... Before long, the 3 chains securing the bomb were... After finishing, Suchin wasn't much happier as he quickly caught the bomb under the butterfly's watchful gaze and flew away. I did it. I succeeded. Now there are only 2 more On a nearby cliff, a girl stood observing while orders rang in her ears. Everyone listen carefully. The current mission of the Stinger is to capture those pet shop bastards and take Jang Suchin. Each person search your assigned area and report immediately upon finding anything. After a brief pause, the person on the other end addressed the girl directly. Also, Park Hee-jin. Your role is combat support, so stay in the rear until the battle begins. After finished giving orders, the person on the other end warned, do not act on your own. Understood? Park Hee-jin hesitantly agreed. Understood. I still can't see Jang's... That moment, a super strong gust of wind blew, making her more alert. Where did this wind come from? There hasn't been any wind until. As soon as she looked up, she saw the butterfly rushing toward. This scene terrified Park Hee-jin. There's something behind the cloud. She saw something that made her eyes widen. Right in Park Hee-jin's sight was Jang Suchin struggling with some. Seeing that silhouette, Park Hee-jin couldn't believe it. Recognizing who it was, she didn't think twice and gritted her teeth, running quickly. Contrary to Park Hee-jin's panic, in a corner of the forest near the beach, someone was pondering while touching the damp ground. This area is the last place we received Min Jung-hwa's. At this point, the person couldn't help but remember the girl's bright smile and became even more just wait. I will unveil the truth behind your. The more he spoke, the more he couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Stingers. Report your current stat. Meanwhile, in another corner, someone came rolling in at high speed. We're in the right. After rolling for a bit, this person braked suddenly, took a piece of paper from his pocket, and scratched his head while reading the information. This place is one of Pet Shop's farms, disguised as a military base. But something is strange. This person was none other than Oh Gugun, rank 5 of the Stinger. After reading the info, he looked at the desolate scene before him and said dejectedly, "This place is empty. There are only traces of a large-scale battle. I think Pet Shop was ambushed by someone before we even arrived." This information made Park Hee-jin, who was flying, freeze for a moment. Ambushed? Who did? At this point, she suddenly flew slower and focused on asking for information from the other end. Do you mean there's another group besides us facing off against Pet Shop? The other end hesitated. It's just a hypothesis. Hearing those words, Hu Jizeong, who was standing on the nearby cliff, finally spoke up. There are surely many other farms in this area. What about the other members? Oh Gugun, on the other end, observed for a bit more and commented, "There's nothing here but trees and mushrooms. I haven't detected anything either." As soon as he finished, Hu Jizeong immediately asked, "Park Hee-jin, what about you? Report now." The person called didn't answer. While Park Hee-jin was intently observing the butterfly above, she spoke up in shock. "There's no thank you watching for vid." After speaking, Park Hee-jin's hand trembled as she turned off her earpiece, not forgetting to tell herself, "I'm sorry, senior. I don't to lose the person I cherish right before my eyes ever again." After that, she ran forward with all her. Back to Jang Suchin, he was still trying his best to pull the chains securing the bomb. After a while, the second chain finally. The tasks he needed to do were almost complete as he warily looked at the remaining. "I've broken 2. Now there's only 1 chain." The butterfly didn't notice at all and kept flying. After resting enough, Jang Suchin quickly approached the left side. "If I can break it, then I will save everyone." Just as he thought this, he immediately exerted his. But before he could do anything, he was caught by the butterfly. Faced with those demonic eyes, Jang Suchin froze on the. After discovering the intruder, the butterfly swung its arm and landed a powerful. Moment later, when it raised its hand to check, everything was. It turned out he had timely unfurled his wings and flown far away, but the butterfly was now focused on him. Under that intense gaze, he calmly assessed the situation. The butterfly, because of its massive size, its movements are very slow. Compared to my speed, there's no way it'll get. Just as he thought, as soon as the butterfly attacked, he flexibly dodged. However, the joy was short-lived as the butterfly flapped its wings powerfully, pushing Jang Suchin. Taking the full force of the wind that could uproot trees, Jang Suchin gritted his teeth and tried to. Another gust of wind? With these broken wings of mine, I can't withstand. Just as he couldn't hold out anymore, the butterfly opened its huge mouth, intending to take a bite. It bit down because he resisted the attack. Jang Suchin's gloves shattered and his hands were injured to the point of bleeding, which surprised him. Breaking through the Gigantia scales with just one. Only now did he remember what Bae-Humi had warned. It's not just an ordinary monster. Even if you use blackout, you might not necessarily win again. Not stopping at a bite, the butterfly also swung its arm full of sharp claws. This is dangerous. I won't make it in time to die. Just like that, he took the full blow and opened his eyes in terror. However, with the power of his will, Jang Suchin managed to die. Having evaded the attack, he opened his eyes in confusion. Did it? Thank you watching for vid. After a moment, he finally remembered what Bae-Humi had done before he left. Thanks to this my body is covered in a slime-like sweat. Bomi applied that slime to my hands back. The butterfly's hand was now covered in that strange purple. Realizing this, he quickly found a way to escape, not forgetting to. Thanks, Bomi. Thanks to you I have another Having escaped successfully, Jang Suchin narrowed his eyes and observed. With that blow earlier, I felt it from deep within my. Thinking of this, he remembered every moment he was attacked. I was so close to As this thought appeared, Jang Suchin looked intently at the butterfly rushing frantically. The target I'm aiming for isn't that butterfly. Then his attention shifted to the bomb the butterfly was. Looking closely for a moment, he quickly flapped his wings. Dragonfly hunting air. Jang Suchin rushed forward, aiming straight at the only remaining chain. This will end every. To this movement, the butterfly quickly glanced and noted. All his might, he lunged straight at the. However, the butterfly craftily flipped its body. This action made Jang Suchin, who was swinging his leg, look on in bewilderment. It rotated its body to make me miss my. Realizing this, he couldn't help but ask himself, then what did I just. Bomb now began to emit some. At this time, at the Nest Control Center, countless people sat before screens observing and then requested, report on the mission status. Professor Ma, the Stinger team has entered the mission. The person quickly announced, each member is actively searching. But still no signs of enemy movement. The man heard this and was surprised. Please continue monitoring. No reaction from Pet Shop? After this idea surfaced, he immediately dismissed.
Possible.
Right then, a staff member shouted, Professor Ma, a giant flying object has suddenly appeared on the satellite. These words surprised. Right after, the silhouette of the butterfly appeared on the screen. We've identified it as a giant butterfly. Near the screen, 3 people were gathering and discussing. He must have broken the device hidden inside the bomb. They won't be able to hide and. Suddenly, Nanami noticed something and pointed at the screen in panic. Carlyle saw something that made his eyes widen in fear. It was. Thank you watching for vid. The forest? Park Hee-jin was chasing and shouting. Suchin, Jang Suchin, can you hear me? While running, she started thinking, that giant butterfly. It's the giant creature who Jizeong once showed me. Why is Suchin fight? The more she thought, the more confused she became. What the hell is going on? While running, she saw something and braked. Standing on the cliff, she froze when she saw the city lights. Suchin saw it getting closer and closer, and cold sweat began to pour. No, that. Thank you watching for vid. Thank you watching for vid. Is the city where I used to. Before coming to Nest, every memory rushed back into his. The citizens now also noticed the strangeness. What's that? A plane? It looks like an. Only a pink-haired girl remained. Large-scale gas bomb with 10 tons of bug gas will be dropped on this city in 5. In a corner, a broken mask lay near a severely injured man who was barely holding on, looking extremely satisfied with what he had. Even if I die, the plan will still. The command room, Ma Jungyin was continuously urging the staff. Quickly prepare for the plan. Meanwhile, Carlyle's group was also in a precarious. Whether it's some third force or the lab staff. Thank you watching for vid. And stop this upcoming mass. Butterfly was getting closer, and more people gathered and. In the forest, Park Hee-jin was still using all her might to chase after. Finally, my goal has succeeded. In the sky, Jang Suchin was also chasing with all his. Refusing to give up, he immediately used his dragonfly air. Soon, Jang Suchin approached the bomb. His attention was now focused on the remaining chain. There's no more time. I must quickly remove the. However, before he could do anything, he was blown away by the butter. After that attack, Jang Suchin was covered in wounds. He gritted his teeth and realized, it's protecting the. As if to make sure, it appeared before Jang Suchin and flapped its wings hard, sending him flying down. But with determination, he managed to stop him. It's using its wings to create wind. In those brief moments, the butterfly got closer to the city, to Jang Suchin's. Refusing to accept such a fate, Jang Suchin once again used his dragonfly airstrike. Stop. Just like that, he lunged straight at the butterfly. I have to attack its. Being hit like that, the butterfly quickly turned its head toward Jang Suchin and prepared to attack again. I will. Thank you watching for vid. Before he could do anything, the butterfly swung its arm and gripped Suchin. Despite being caught, he still gritted his teeth and resisted by using blackout. Although he wasn't crushed, the situation wasn't good at all. Damn it, my attacks aren't working. Thinking this, Jang Suchin quickly threw himself. Still, the situation wasn't promising because his body was battered with wounds. What's wrong with my. Only now did he finally remember Carlyle's advice. My last advice for you is don't over-rely on blackout. Now he remembered the useful information about his skill. The imitation skill pushes your body to the point of over. The abilities of insects have a completely different body structure from humans. Exerting those abilities will cause damage to the body. And if overused, it can even be life-threatening. Thinking this, he wiped the blood from his. Despite knowing the consequences, Jang Suchin used blackout control again. I don't care. I must use every. To stop this monster. With that thought, he dove straight at the butter. Reason for his determination was that city, the place where he used to live before joining. As soon as he dove in, he was scratched by the butterfly, adding another wound. Still, he gritted his teeth and continued to. That place is where I will soon return. I must stop it. Thank you watching for vid. With that thought, he used all his might to repeatedly strike the. Of course, the butterfly didn't let him have his way and knocked him far. Even if there are many things there, I can't have. Back. Thank you watching for vid. He thought this, Jang Suchin gritted his teeth and used Rabbit Strike to lunge at the butterfly, more determined than ever. Even faced with this determination, the butterfly looked on with utter contempt. He approached it again. It angrily reached out its hand to it. I won't let you destroy it. Just as this thought appeared, Jang Suchin determinedly swung his. Finally, with all his determination, he broke the last remaining chain holding. After finishing, he couldn't help but feel over. However, things didn't go as expected when the butterfly used its own hands to hug. This action made Jang Suchin's eyes widen in disbelief. It's hugging the now he noticed its sinister smile and what it was holding in its mouth, making him. It was his wing. He realized Jang Suchin's wings were now torn to shreds. In the observation room, Nanami and Carlisle were terrified seeing that situation. Suchin's Park Hee-jin, present in the forest, also shouted anxiously, but he couldn't hear anything anymore and just slowly fell. He fell uncontrollably. He gradually drifted into a daze. Am I going to die? Toward the city, people had gathered in a crowd, some worried, some just curious. If I can't stop the bomb, the people in the city will die. Escaping his thoughts, the scene shifted to him kneeling before Carlisle. Find hope when facing death. Leader Carlisle, I also want to think of a way in this situation. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. Suchin. Yeah, it's Heejin's. Recognizing whose voice it was, Jang Suchin thought of Park Hee-jin and, is this my life flashing before my. Right after, everything he had experienced replayed in his memory like a reverse tape. When he remembered the most frantic scene, Jang Suchin woke up and can I do that? Now he was about to hit the jagged rocks and still hadn't done it. But how do I activate? Never tried it before. Realizing the situation was dire, he gritted his teeth and used blackout control. But there's no more time to that. He plunged into his mind, face to face with a supergiant centipede. Just do it. You damn mom. Park Hee-jin, while running, suddenly tripped and fell, punching the ground in frustration. Dong. Suddenly, a blinding light shone, catching her. Jang Suchin's arm now began to transform, and his wings gradually healed. A moment later, an even brighter light radiated, and then a new pair of wings. Witnessing this scene, Carlisle couldn't believe his eyes. Molting? Using the molting ability of a butterfly to restore his flying butterfly also suddenly took no. Taking advantage of its distraction, Jang Suchin moved as fast as light and cut off the butterflies. This scene made everyone who was thank you watching for question their very reaction. The butterfly took the blow and screamed in agonizing. This was the result of using blackout control. Looking at what he had just done, he exclaimed, I thought I was going to. Now he had merged with the black-winged giant butterfly, possessing new skills. Jang Suchin was brimming with fighting spirit. Let's fight like two monsters. Going back to before that spectacular change, Jang Suchin had to struggle a lot with the monster inside. I can only think of this one, and to succeed, I need you to cooperate. So listen. Monster before him got into a ready state. Observing its actions, Jang Suchin shouted, trying to persuade it, but it was like water off a duck. This isn't the time for you to do that. Do you think now is the right time to fight for territory? Are you even listening? The two monsters didn't care and lunged at each other, tearing and witnessing this, he could only accept it in helpless. Guessed it would turn out like this. Fine then, let's just die together. True to his word, Jang Suchin walked forward to the surprise of the two monsters while letting his body I can't do anything now anyway. Falling from this height means certain death. Then you guys will die with me. Hearing this, the two monsters finally stopped. He took the opportunity to say more. So you still want to fight inside me and just die pointlessly like that? Or should I? At this point, he got straight to the main. Shut up and let's take again. These words made the two monsters stunned. Jang Suchin continued to urge aside quickly. Because back to the present, the butterfly warily looked behind. At split second, he flew as fast as a bullet and cut off one of its wings. What had just happened made who was watching stunned in disbelief. Thank you watching for vid. The butterfly took the full blow and tilted its head back, screaming like it never had. The remaining parts of the butterfly's wings settled on his wings. Let's fight, you monster bastard. The wounds on his body had now disappeared, and his wings had back in the observation room. Nanami and Carlisle were stunned for a moment before snapping out of it. He grew new wings? That's incredible. I didn't think he could do something like. Contrary to the two, Carlisle still couldn't believe what he had witnessed. Not just that, the shape of the wings is also different from the. After being attacked by him, the butterfly stood face to face with. Carlisle was still lost in thought. It's as if his dragonfly wings, equipped with the outer shell of a having its wing cut, the butterfly was furious and flapped its remaining wing to create a super strong gust of. This action made the people on the other side of the screen worried. That butterfly is creating wind again. This time it's even stronger than before. Suchin will be blown away. The butterfly was also sinisterly triumphant, flapping its wings continually. However, this time he stood tall and firm in midair. Doing that, having said that, Jiang Sutsan rushed forward and punched the butterfly hard in the face. I'm getting tired. Taking the full force of that punch, the butterfly was severely. Not only was everyone surprised, but Jiang Sutsan himself found it hard to believe. My flight is much more stable now. It feels as if the material of my wings has turned from paper into stone. Willing to accept the situation, the butterfly continued to flap its wings, creating a gust of wind. Now that wind is no longer a hindrance. Thinking this, he rushed up and punched the butterfly in the face once. After this punch, the butterfly fell near the lake below. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Sutsan was overjoyed. It lost its bat. As this thought appeared, he narrowed his eyes, speculating if it was due to the previous. Just when it seemed everything was over, the butterfly moved, but he would never let it achieve its goal. Jiang Sutsan punched it squarely and, not stopping there, he flipped back and clasped his hands, using numerous dragonfly-style skills. Hunting gun, owl shot, armor-piercing round. With this, enduring countless attacks. The butterfly's whole body was bruised, and it coughed up a mouthful of. Suddenly, its eyes flashed with danger, and it ignored Jiang Sutsan, charging straight toward the rapid escape left Jiang Sutsan slightly.
So fast.
That monster ignored me and went straight for the target was Gangnam City, with a population of approximately 2 million people. It was estimated that about 1.5 million people would be infected by the insects. The nest members watched the butterfly's movement, unable to imagine the consequence. The bomb will drop in 30 seconds. A group of people who had been watching from the bridge saw the butterfly's appearance and began to tremble in fear. What is that? Is there an event? A butterfly? Wow. Suddenly, Kim Mi-hai noticed something and was shocked. Wait, over you watching for vid. In the distance, Jiang Sutsan chased the monster with all his might. If I hesitate to attack, it'll be too. Attacking its head and eyes isn't very effective. To stop it from flying, I have to aim for. It's acting on his thought, he gained momentum and used the dragonfly style. Unified form, launching himself straight. Sensing something unusual, the butterfly turned. Quickly, Jiang Sutsan used the giant butterfly dragon hunting gun to cut off its. Half of its wings were severed from its body. It lost balance and fell. Where do you think you're going? That city is not a place for monsters like you. As the butterfly fell, the onlookers gasped in amazement. The bomb suffered the same fate as the monster, gradually sinking into the. Everything happened so fast and was so dangerous that the people on the other side couldn't help but feel overjoyed and excited. He did it. Amazing, White Witch. Jiang Sutsan stopped. Callie said nothing, only recalling what he had said before leaving. I just need to stop the bomb before it reaches the city, right? Jiang Sutsan, you really. Then he saw something that terrified. The butterfly, thought to be defeated, reached up and squeezed Jiang Sutsan tightly to his own. What? Immediately after, it dragged him under. Realizing its intention, he cursed inwardly. That damn butterfly, it wants to drag me down. Squeezed tightly, Jiang Sutsan turned his head warily. I can't. As this thought appeared, he immediately struggled. I have to get out. However, all his struggling was in vain. Jiang Sutsan realized in horror. Am I out of strength? Realizing this, Jiang Sutsan's hands went limp, and his eyes grew. My body won't move anymore. I saved everyone. But I couldn't save myself. The more he thought, the more unwilling he became, but he was powerless. I don't want to die. Right at that moment, someone was gripping Jiang Sutsan's hand. After a period of trying, Park Huijen was finally able to pull. Laying Jiang Sutsan on the grass, she called out frantically. Jiang Sutsan, wake up. Jiang Sutsan, being called repeatedly, he opened his eyes in a Bomi, who had appeared before Jiang Sutsan at some point, was shaking him continuously with a worried. Looking at the person before him, he wondered, did Bomi save me? Seeing him finally open his eyes and stare at her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Do you know how long you've been unconscious? Looking at Bomi, Jiang Sutsan was confused. That's true. He remembered Park Huijen and was more puzzled than ever. Just before I passed, I clearly saw Park. Before he could remain confused for long, as soon as Jiang Sutsan stabilized, Bomi urged him. Let's go back to the leader. Put that matter aside for now. Besides, how could that have... The one who saved him, Park Huijen, was watching Jiang Sutsan sorrowfully from behind a nearby tree, her clothes soaked. Going back 10 minutes, after using all her strength to fish him out, Park Huijen examined him carefully. He's still breathing. Thank goodness. After confirming, she sighed in relief and leaned emotionally against his... Hugging the unconscious Jiang Sutsan, Park Huijen expressed her feelings emotionally. I finally met you again. I'm so happy to see you're... Even without a response, She continued to talk. You were trying to stop that butterfly, right? It's because you wanted to save everyone. Despite getting no answer, Park Hwaejin provided the response. Everyone sees you as a monster or a I believe, breaking from her thoughts, she happily hugged Jang Sutsan tightly. I know for sure that you wouldn't harm. After talking to her heart's content, Park Hwaejin carried Jang Sutsan on her shoulders, preparing to leave. If I tell the professor everything, he'll surely reconsider. Let's go back to... But before she could do anything, she stepped into a strange liquid and fell. Immediately after, a voice rang. What do you mean, hell reconsider? Bomi, who had appeared unnoticed, sat by the hole, resting her chin on her hand, reproached. Are you stupid? Why are you planning to take Jang Sutsan back? Seeing who it was, Park Hwaejin froze. Her mind quickly recalled a certain fateful day. That day, this person was the one who kidnapped Jang Sutsan. Suddenly being criticized, Bomi stood up displeased and pointed out, listen, Jang Sutsan can't go back to Nest yet. Doing that is no different from throwing him in. Fearing she still wouldn't believe it, Bomi dropped another shocking piece of information. He is still a murder suspect. Ignoring those words, Park Hwaejin's hands trembled as she tried to argue. You don't know. And after breaking free from the slime, Park Hwaejin swung her hand, intending to. Jang Sutsan would, despite being grabbed by the neck and potentially punched. Bomi remained calm and stated firmly, I know Jang Sutsan didn't kill anyone. While she wasn't being attacked yet, she began to give specific reasons. But Nest doesn't believe their students. Their rule is to pass judgment based on facts and evidence. This information successfully calmed Park Hwaejin down, leaving her bewildered. Do you know about Nest? Bomi confirmed confidently. I know it didn't stop there and provided another world-shattering piece of information. Because I am also a student of Nest. Having delivered the necessary information, Bomi frowned and asked directly. Think carefully. Is bringing Jang Sutsan back to Nest right now a wise decision? Asked this, Park Hwaejin looked hesitantly at the person behind. She remembered his terrified face and gritted her teeth in frustration. Park Hwaejin then hid behind a nearby tree, watching Jang Sutsan wake up and leave with. The more she watched, the more she couldn't hide her sadness. At the same time, the voice of Zishong rang out. Park Hwaejin, thank you watching for vid. Having just called her, he scolded her repeatedly, but she didn't care. Your connection was just cut off. While Bomi was scolding Jang Sutsan on the other side, Park Hwaejin watched with a heavy heart and told herself, no, just wait for me a little longer. Jang Sutsan, unable to take it anymore, she left. It's nothing. I will definitely bring you back. No matter. Back in the monitoring room, Nanami turned her head in a panic to announce. Leader, there's a message from Bomi. She says Jang Sutsan is still alive. The city is safe. This news made Callie drop to his knees. This action startled the girl. Callie was so happy his eyes were weak and his body trembled. Great, that's truly. After trembling for a while, he finally spoke words of praise to everyone lying scattered around. You all did. Today we saved countless lives. All thanks to everyone's hard work. Now let's go. No sooner had those words been spoken than the mastermind behind the plan struggled to stand up. What are you saying? My revenge is not over. His declaration made Callie disbelieve his ears. Just as he finished speaking, he was attacked by that guy. As the guy hit him, he mocked, wondering why I'm still alive. Because at that time, I didn't actually strike to kill myself. After attacking, he spat something. My complex is the bullet. Having said that, he began to explain. With that doctor's help, I've been fully up. Furthermore, I've gathered power even greater than myself. I evolved by inserting other complexes into my bullet. Not stopping there, he added. The final bullet I fired is called the final form. The insect secretion is along with all the complexes I've collected since. They are all inside that bullet. Seeing this scene, everyone became completely transforming, he confidently declared. This is my backup plan. The chimera. His transformation made Nanami. He turned into a monster. The loudest. Saying this, he rushed to attack her. But Yubair took her into his arms and bore the brunt of his Nanami. Please. After stabilizing, Callie sat up in shock. No sooner had he spoken than he was hit again. You know what, Davidson? All the staff in that laboratory, including me and you, are all murdered. At this point, he recalled what happened in the past. I was once a target and almost died in that mysterious explosion. But I luckily survived by using the perfected jungle juice I found on the table. But the price of survival was becoming a hideous monster. The more he spoke, the more unwilling he became. It's not fair. If we're the only ones who have to suffer. Overpowered, Callie gritted his teeth. That bastard is too strong. Can't. He then lifted Callie and Nanami high and raged. You destroyed my plan. Then he'll just fly into the city and kill everything in front. At this, he opened his mouth wide and declared. This time, I myself will become the catastrophe. However, before he could do anything, a strange sphere hit him square in the head, and the two others' voice rang out from target found. Fighting. Thank you watching for vid. Immediately after, that thing disappeared and a girl appeared. AW. How gross. Then, countless green threads tightly surround. The girl who had just appeared jumped down frantically. Stay there, you piece of Right then, someone reported to Ma Zhongshuan. We found it, Professor. Only waiting for this moment, Ma Zhongshuan's eyes were full of hatred. Propolis. Start the opera. Very quickly, that guy managed to escape. New intro. Thank you watching for vid. Witnessing this, Callie warned. Be careful. Thank you watching for vid. Then clawed down. Just cut him in. However, Zhixiong remained standing. He was unharmed. But the thing the guy used to attack was, I am one of the pillars of the complex of the hardest insect species on the planet. Zhixiong. My demon ironclad beetle body will never be. At this moment, a steamroller was running on the main road. A steamroller is a death that no insect can avoid. Countless bugs are crushed by cars every. Yet the demon ironclad beetle is the only insect that can survive being run over by a car. That bug possesses an exoskeleton like a jigsaw. Turning to the battle, that guy unwillingly attacked again. Thank you watching for vid. However, that attack was blocked by him. Or also known as the devil's armor. The ironclad beetle. How dare you? An extraordinary suit of. Gripping the claw tightly, Zhixiong was furious. Putting your filthy feet on me? He is now in the Dark Knight form, able to withstand all kinds of attacks. Zhixiong's lack of injury made Callie doubt reality. He blocked that monster's attack. With just his. At the same time, Wu Yuqin appeared from nowhere, held out his hand to him and requested. Stay there if you don't want to get. In another corner, the girl who had just tied up the monster used a rope to bind Nanami tightly and threw her to the. With his claw held tight, the guy couldn't help but be enraged. I see. You must be the rumored elite team from Nest. After speaking, he tied Zhixiong tightly and lifted him. As if to verify his own guess, he pointed straight at the badge on his. No wonder that outfit looked so familiar. It's the same set as that woman I killed. The more he spoke, the more his mouth twitched uncontrollably, causing those present to have veins bulge on their forehead. That useless bitch also belonged to your team? Nest is indeed still the same as ever. Even if you're an elite team, there are still weak links, aren't? These words successfully provoked Zhixiong. So it was you, the one who killed my junior. Having said that, he showed no mercy and tore apart the claw that was binding. However, immediately after, Zhixiong was knocked away, hitting an unfortunate car on. The impact caused the car to flip over and dented it significantly. After finishing, the monster slowly approached. First, I think I need to soften that tough armor. Acting on his words, he opened his mouth wide and fired a purple energy beam, representing blister-inducing. Seeing Zhixiong surrounded by venom, he couldn't hide his satisfaction. Now, let's see if you can still withstand my. Not stopping there, he used his claws to dig into the ground for momentum to launch the next attack. The water stick insects forth. Try blocking this. Saying this, a colossal burst of power was fired, causing the truck's container to be severely warped and fly several meters. Just when it seemed it would end there, that monster attacked continuously. Scissor Jaw Jewel. Witnessing this brutal scene, Callie gritted his teeth in fear. That bastard. How can a student from Nest withstand? However, his failure made Callie once again doubt reality. He doesn't have even a small scratch. After being attacked for a while, Zhixiong irritably stepped forward. Done showing off. Seeing him unharmed after all those attacks, the monster screamed in frustration. First one guy, then another, constantly meddling in my great revenge. The more he spoke, the more he couldn't hide his rage. But I won't let you do whatever you want, even if I have to sacrifice everything I. Having said that, he lost his temper and rushed straight at Zhixiong. But life isn't like a dream. Before he could do anything, that monster was split in. The owner of the attack, Zhixiong, walked proudly away and declared, unidentified creature, suspected to be the one behind this chaos, has been eliminated. Zhixiong turned back. Ruinxiang shouted in shock and admiration. With just one strike? Zhixiong, turns out you've always been this strong? He said nothing, only looking at the one he had just defeated. Zhixiong slowly denied it. No, before I even moved, his body was already pausing for a moment, he offered his own speculation. That guy must have used a type of power with extremely serious side effects. That guy was now trembling, his mouth moving as if trying to say. When Callie approached him, he whispered, Kali Davidson. You know, mentioning this issue, the monster trembled but tried to speak. Do you think just because you stopped the bomb all the tragedy will? Not letting him speak further, Callie uttered a name. Hubert Isaac. While he was still utterly shocked, Callie presented what he had discovered. Found your name in the database. You were also a member of the Jungle Juice Research Institute. Thinking of this, Callie asked angrily. Why did you do? Asked this, the guy sneered. I told you. Retribution. One who blew up the lab and tried to kill everyone in that lab. Pausing for a moment, he dropped a shocking piece of information. Is the person who invented jungle juice and also the person who founded the jungle laboratory. Hearing this, Callie was terrified. Mentioning this issue, that monster screamed in frustration. I searched for him for a long time, but I couldn't even find his. Only now did he give the reason he did it. So I came up with this bomb terrorism plan. If I could create an event that even Nest couldn't cover up, then the whole world would rush to find the person who invented that stuff. But unfortunately, I couldn't complete that plan. My body is gradually dying. Due to the side effects of the secretion. Seeing his arm gradually vanishing, he swallowed the bitterness. Really, it's truly horrible. You want die in peace.
Ali Davidson.
At that time, he'll definitely be waiting for you. After finishing his final words, he was buried by rocks. Callie was surrounded by those present. Zhixiong stepped in front of Callie and clicked his tongue. Seems you're not the head of pet. For now, let's consider you on our side. Because anyway, we'll be capturing you. Callie carefully observed this group and evaluated. If it were just me, escaping wouldn't be a problem. This time it'll go easy. In another corner, Zuberth and Nanami were tied up, making him hesitate. Taking advantage of when no one was looking, Zuberth struggled free, held Nanami, and prepared to. He cut his bonds. With his finger. Thank you watching for vid. At very moment of carelessness, Callie rushed off. Right. Thank you watching for vid. He passed Zuberth. He comforted.
I'm fine.
Please take Ms. Nanami out. Acting on his thought, he used the tiger beetle style to free himself and disappeared from the. Everything happened so fast and was so dangerous that people couldn't keep up.
Instant téléportation?
Does that thing actually exist in this world? Captain, what do we do now? Should we chase? Zhixiong observed those three and then refused. Forget it. Chasing won't help. Report back to. At this time, in an apartment, two girls entered excitedly and showed their phones. Taohua, look at this video. On the screen, a butterfly was flying toward the city. Just now, a giant butterfly suddenly appeared in the sky. Looking at that butterfly, everyone was confused. The more she looked, the more disgusted she felt. What kind of monster is. On Ma Zongxuan's side, the situation was no better. This is bad.
Professor Ma.
The media and newspapers are. Photos and videos are spreading at lightning speed. We can't cover this. Each announcement made Ma Zongxuan silent before ordering. Execute Plan D. Send that. The people at the bridge were still watching. I've never seen a butterfly that big before. I didn't think monsters actually existed in this. Suddenly someone shouted. Over there. There's another one. Heading toward the city. People continued to pull out their phones to film and take photos. In the sky now was a colossal blue butterfly flying like crazy. The people watching immediately took out their phones to Do you see that? That's the biggest butterfly I've ever seen. The owner of that voice became more terrified than ever as they spoke. So the horror stories about mutated insects are. Suddenly, everyone panicked and began to run away. But that young man's hand still didn't leave his phone. It's heading this way. This is bad. Let's run. Oh my God. So after speaking, the little girl trembled and hugged her mother. However, when zooming in with the camera, that butterfly was waving its hand, which made everyone doubt reality. Is it waving its? The more they looked, the more they began to realize. Those are drones. Thank you watching for vid. This is Plan D. After the attacks by insects trained with Nest created 26 plans to counter potential large-scale terrorist attacks by using disaster relief drones equipped with 3D technology. First aid kits and evacuation notification functions successfully prevented chaos in the city. People looked at the confetti flying everywhere and numerous banners in surprise. Oh, so this was just some event? The media is reporting that an event is taking place. So this is the drone performance show everyone made. Back in Ma Zongxuan's observation room, the staff on duty shouted excitedly. The press and media are all talking about the drone performance. The giant butterfly's appearance is now seen as part of the. Only hearing these words did Ma Zongxuan breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the situation had calmed. In the city, the drones were still while everyone was focused on watching, only Mihai realized something abnormal. Jiang Sutsan. Definitely the I saw then was Jiang Su. He then remembered the hurt she had caused. Monster. Go. Turning to the present, Mihai was determined. I must apologize. Thank you watching for vid. On a helicopter, someone was watching a screen with the title Giant Butterfly over Kongwan. Is it really just a performance? And was puzzled. Those masked people. What are they? Breeder held a tablet, examined it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Still, that saves me from having to kill all of them myself. Anyway, they've outlived their usefulness. though it's a bit of a shame to lose the white witch. Girl sitting opposite the boy crossed her arms and expressed her dissatisfaction. Hey, more importantly, you have to explain to me why we had to come all this. Breeder smiled, pulled open the helicopter door, and looked toward the sea. We're almost there. It's because those masked people found something very interesting, so we came here to. Now they were at the Baltic Sea in Central Europe. The girl looked at the sea calmly and, but why come all the way to you? And right in the middle of the other person said nothing and jumped straight into the. Upon hitting the water, he immediately used the water spider style inverted aquarium to envelop him. Breeder looked down and laughed sinisterly, answering the previous question. This is where everything Having said that, he sank deep into a rocky crevice where there were countless glowing stars. The homeland of Blue. Back at Bama's place, she and Jiang Sutsan had arrived at their destination. Is it this? Looking at the abandoned building in front of him, Jiang Sutsan was skeptical. The meeting place the leader met. Inside, Callie was injecting a strange liquid into a man while examining something and scowling. A GPS made of nano. This is what helped Nest know your location. Fortunately, it's broken, probably due to the bomb's decoy. After finishing his analysis, Callie put his hands in his pockets and stated firmly, now Nest won't be able to find us anymore. Jiang Sutsan held his neck and couldn't help but feel guilty.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect the propolis to come. Mentioning this, he looked around frantically in shock. Is this place safe? Callie saw his state and comforted him.
Don't worry.
This place is far from the previous abandoned school, so they won't be able to find us. We've brought enough necessity. Setting that issue aside, Jiang Sutsan asked about the situation. Oh, that's right. Where is everyone else? Callie smiled gently and announced, most of them are resting in their rooms. Everyone is exhausted. This battle was indeed very difficult, so it's understandable that they're tired. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly remembered the scene of his molting. By the way, you've awakened a new skill, haven't you? Recalling those sharp wings, Callie presented the information. I have studied the effects and consumption levels of jungle juice for a long time, but I've never seen that kind of power. Having said that, he didn't hide his curiosity and asked directly. Do you remember how you did it? Jiang Sutsan held his arm and spoke dejectedly. I'm not sure myself. Not wanting to disappoint him, he recalled the insects he met and recounted. I only remember that, at that time I spoke with some insects in my dream. Then when I woke up, my wings had. He listened and rubbed his chin in thought. Communicating with the other complexes inside you? I see. Perhaps this is exactly what the lab was aiming. The next step of evolution. These words made Jiang Sutsan's eyes widen in surprise. Pausing for a moment, he took off his glasses and pointed out. Anyway, what's important is that you saved everyone. With that, fearing Jiang Sutsan would refuse the praise, Callie slowly offered his opinion. If that terror attack had succeeded, the person who contributed to creating the insect secretion would probably have had to bear that guilt for the rest of my life. At this, he remembered a little girl holding a teddy bear, smiling brightly. Even in death, I would be very ashamed to meet my daughter. Having finished, Callie bowed his head sincerely. Am truly grateful. This action terrified Jiang Sutsan. You don't need to bow and thank me like Bomi. Outside listening to the conversation, pursed her. Right now, it can be said that Jiang Sutsan has completely escaped the influence of consumption. Now to prove that just thinking about it made her grit her teeth. However, that's the hardest part. The only hope is to change public opinion from. Can she prove that Jiang Sutsan is in? Bomi thought of Park Huijen with. This time, a group of people were gathering at. Manhwa shouted excitedly, having heard something. What? You've already met Jiang Sutsan? Seeing this, Park Huijen panicked and signaled. Someone might hear. The only two boys in the group also expressed their shock. So he still has his reason. He's overcome the influence of consumption? But why didn't you bring him back? Asked this, Park Huijen hesitated greatly. I couldn't do that. If I brought Jiang Sutsan back, he would just be stuck in that prison. She then clenched her fist, determined to be able to bring Jiang Sutsan back. To do that, we first have to find the real culprit. If we can prove that Jiang Sutsan isn't the culprit, then everything will be resolved. At this, Park Huijen stated firmly to the group of friends, we have to help him. From now on, let's find a way to prove Jiang Sutsan is in. Hearing that, Tao Hua rested her chin on her hand, sighed, and then dropped a bomb. We've already found. The words made Park Huijen incredibly nervous. The other three continued to pique her curiosity. Proof of the real culprit is right in our hands. While you were busy outside, we weren't just sitting around. We found the real culprit. The abundance of good news made Park Huijen unable to believe. The next day, having rested enough, Callie had a meeting with one of our members has been taken by Nest. Naname's face darkened as she heard. Hearing the announcement, Jiang Sutsan stood up abruptly and looked around. Looking closely, he saw Li Hanqing was gone. The black-haired person next to him was calmer. When was he only waiting for this moment? Nanami took out a pair of contact lenses. The lens connected me to the night. ITLL show us his perspective from last. Looking through the lens, everyone saw a pitiful young boy tied up. Nanami speculated. It seems he was captured by Propolis and then transferred to Nest. After that, the video was interrupted. Receiving this information, Jiang Sutsan shouted angrily. Last night? Then why are you only bringing this out now? If we knew earlier, we could have saved him. Nanami, being scolded, could only look away. Just then, Callie spoke up to defuse the situation. I told her to do. He finally went quiet. Callie took the opportunity to explain thoroughly. If we had brought it out yesterday, everyone would have rushed to save him, even though everyone was seriously. Having finished, he asked a fatal question. Are you all confident you could beat Propolis in such a state? Jiang Sutsan and Huimin froze, unable to. Satisfied with the reaction, Callie ordered. First, just focus on recovering. As for rescuing Li Han, before he could finish, Jiang Sutsan stood up and proactively suggested. I will go save him. These words shocked everyone present. Since no one agreed, Jiang Sutsan tried to give all sorts of Thanks to the molting, my injuries are gone. So, before he could finish, Bomi reached out and pinched his cheek. You successfully silencing the boy. She pointed at Jiang Sutsan and scolded him repeatedly. Don't you know you're wanted by Nest? Doing that is no different from walking into prison yourself. Don't you know you're wanted by Doing that is no different from walking into prison yourself. Not to mention that since you escaped, security at Nest has been tightened even more. If you get caught now, you're as good as. Despite those words, Jiang Sutsan remained firm in his decision. I know it's very dangerous. Since Bomi still didn't agree, he explained. But, thanks Li Hangsing's advice, I was able to control my madness. He was also the one who helped me escape that. Snapping out of his thoughts, Jiang Sutsan clenched his hand into a fist and stated firmly. So this time it's my turn to say. As if to make it more believable, he provided a shocking piece of information. Furthermore, since I was at Nest for a while, I know all the secret paths there. Who else is better suited to be the rescuer than me? These words left everyone stunned. Callie didn't speak, pursing his lips and thinking carefully. This gamble is too risky. However, in a desperate situation, you still showed us a mirror. Thinking this, he smiled and agreed. Since we have to negotiate with Nest anyway, they'll make a plan. Jiang Sutsan, witnessing this scene, was moved to tears. Having finished, Callie stood up, looked at everyone and reminded them. In the meantime, everyone should rest and prepare yourselves. To reassure everyone, Callie
Li Hangsing won't be so easily.
The person mentioned was now tied tightly to it. Looking at Li Hangsing's determination, Zexiong's eyes were full of threatening aura. If you don't answer my questions honestly, the punishment this time will be very painful. Why did you attack the... Facing that question, he gritted his teeth and looked at the person before him with hatred. I already told you I don't know. That was pet shops. We are not pet shop. The entire interrogation was being monitored by the leaders through information Li Hanqing revealed left a fat man confused. They aren't pet shop? Professor Bai, sitting next to him, analyzed that due to different circumstances, they had considered that possible. But is there really a third human insect organization? Ma Zhongshuan just watched inside. Zuxiong didn't give up, leaning his hands on the chair back and asking another. Next question. Where are Jiang Sutsan and your accomplices? Li Hanqing gritted his teeth and tensed up. After a moment of silence, he used all his strength to headbutt the person in front. Facing that headbutt, Zuxiong quickly used his power. Although injured, Li Hanqing was not. Wake up, you piece of trash. I have nothing to say to you. Just throw me in. Observing this reaction, Zuxiong narrowed his eyes. You seem to really hate Nest. Then don't wonder why I didn't warn you. If you don't cooperate. Sentence, another person walked. This girl was the second-ranked third year from the insect department, Li Biden. Ignoring the girl, he declared. Then you'll be in a lot of... The girl then approached him. Li Hanqing gritted his... The sinister person didn't hesitate to reveal information. This is an antidote to keep you alive. Li Hanqing looked at the pill skeptically. Having prepared everything, Biden declared. From now on, we'll start the real interrogation. At the same time, another person appeared from behind, blowing out a bunch of strange bubbles. The owner of these bubbles was the third-ranked member of Propolis. The other person narrowed their eyes. You better be a bee. These poison-filled bubbles were from the Springtail complex, continuously dropping onto Li Han. Bearing the brunt of the bubbles, he gritted his teeth in pain. They'll sting your body one by one. The other person's specialty was torture and assassination. At this time, in another part, Huijian's group gathered to inquire. Who is the Park? Huijian stood at the crime scene, looking around in confusion. Why did we come here? Where the crime took place? Tao Hua, hands in her pockets, asked her, don't you all notice anything strange? Pointed down and spoke bluntly. This is the female dormant. Fearing everyone didn't get her point, she analyzed. The person named Jiang Eugene died here. More accurately, even from a side view it's clear. And yet he died here? You know how strictly monitored boys entering the female dormitory is. That's why we always drank in Jiang Sukin's room. Park Huijian timidly recalled and agreed. That's casting aside wandering thoughts, Park Huijian pointed out. But this still isn't enough evidence to conclude Jiang Sutsan is innocent. We still need something more convincing. Paused and added, consumption literally means the act of eating other humans. That day, the dorm manager witnessed the same scene as you. And according to her testimony, there were no traces of biting or cannibal. After saying that, the boy affirmed that the motive for Jiang Suchin's murder, as claimed by Nest, remains Hyojin snapped out of it. I didn't notice that. Cha Haizong stated, we all know that Suchin isn't the culprit. Having said that, he began to analyze. After killing Jiang Yubin, the real culprit used the scent of blood to lure Jiang Suchin and the other person looked straight at Du Hua, making her shudder. She was sensing this. She opened the door but saw nothing. Hey, what is it? Just a miss. Haizong was still very confident. Anyway, the day Suchin returns to Nest won't be far off. Jiang Suchin, just wait a little longer. The person being mentioned was already standing outside looking at the building. He mused. I didn't think I'd return this. Bomi and Nanami stood beside him, arms crossed. Honestly, we couldn't let you carry out such a reckless operation alone. Our bodyguards, will they be? Callie didn't say anything but inquired, how about the thing the leader prepared? Bomi took out a black bag. I have it here. Well, target Nest's security vulnerability with. Just then, an elderly man appeared, making the two of them pale with fear. Oh, that's interesting. Thank you watching for vid. I wonder how you kids will do it. With that, he drew his. Suchin recognized who it was and immediately backed away, staying on guard. The Bomi was panicked by the title, while Nanami was shocked beyond words. That old man is the dean of Nest? Why did he suddenly appear? The man didn't hide it, smiling gently as he explained. Nest is monitoring you closely. You committed murder and then broke out of. Why have you returned now? Asked that, Suchin couldn't hide his disappointment and retorted, Dean. Do you also think him the? The man raised an eyebrow and slowly stepped forward, repeating the question. Why answer my question with another question? I asked why you came back. As the old man approached, Bomi gritted her teeth and lowered her body, using the Earth Dragon's power. There's no other way. Since we've been discovered, I have to hold him. However, before she could do anything, the ground where she stood was sliced in. The smooth cut made Bomi question her reality. Sliced in two? How is that possible? Nanami and Suchin were wide-eyed. The old man then declared, no matter what happens, my duty remains unchanged. Any threats to my students, such as you intrude, must be eliminated. After speaking, the old man sliced the ground into two smooth pieces. Back in the interrogation room, countless poisons had been used, but Li Hanseong didn't make a sound, making San sigh in frustration. This is so trouble. Hurry and tell us the location of your comrades. If not, you'll really die. Do you understand? Hanseong was now completely exhausted, his body trembling and covered in burn. However, his eyes were still filled with determination as he looked at the girl in front of him and cursed silently. Damn it. I just need to use beeswax to break these But why? Looking at the thing gripping his trembling hands, Hanseong wondered. Why won't any wax? San saw his actions and immediately understood, tapping his head as a warning. Don't waste your strength. It's useless. I've sealed your powers. Feeling there was nothing more to extract, San didn't hesitate to provide information. The chains are made from a special material developed by the research lab. As soon as they touch the body, they immediately paralyze the humanoids. She paused and gave even more shocking news. There are countless monsters with uncontrollable power imprisoned at Nest. Did you know? These chains were made. After a long explanation, San bluntly declared, so, give up on the idea of escaping. Having his fate decided for him, Hanseong gritted his teeth in resentment. After thinking for a moment, he hesitantly asked, then why? Why couldn't it stop that mantis? This question surprised San. Hanseong didn't hide it and pointed directly. Nest couldn't restrain Shin Ge. It's because you didn't bind him properly. Because of you, Hearing this story, San finally realized something. You look somewhat familiar. After observing for a moment, she finally realized the person in front of her was Li Hanbacon's older brother. Li Hanseong, the Hornet Complex. Twin bro. Thank you watching for that dead. Knowing this, San flashed a sinister smile, her eyes full of interest. Wow, what a coincidence. You know, I was in charge of that student's autopsy. This information surprised Li Hanseong. Mentioning this, she hugged herself, tilted her head back, and bit her lip, trying to suppress her crazed excitement. The autopsy was quite wonderful. Exploring a human body to satisfy one's heart. Your younger brother was truly a memorable experience. That was the first I examined such a severely injured body. These words successfully triggered Hanseong, his hands twitching before a large explosion. Standing a distance away, San seriously observed the person in front of her. Unbelievable. Looking at the handcuffs covered in yellow beeswax, she couldn't believe it. How can he use his complex while bound by those? Without stopping, Hanseong even intended to use wasp mimicry, making San even more shocked. What is this? Lee Hanseong no longer cared about anything else, looking at the person in front of him with pure hatred. How dare you? How dare you insult my— They'll definitely bury you alive. True to his word, a thick stream of beeswax rushed straight at the outside nest. Sachin pointed at himself, trying to show good— Wait, Dean. We don't have bad intent. However, before he could do anything, he took a direct hit from a slash, worrying the two hidden girls. Jiang, seeing the situation was bad, Bomi prepared to rush forward, which made Nanami a bit hesitant. We have to work together to have a chance at taking him down. Me too. However, before the girls could act, Sachin stopped them. We didn't come here to fight. I don't want him to think we're enemies. Despite saying that, he had already activated his dark. After speaking, Sachin took the initiative to just leave everything. As he neared the calm old man, he tried to persuade him again. Please listen to me. I don't want to fight you. Thank you watching for vid. Before he could finish, he took another. Sachin's chin took the blow, and his mask shattered. My armor torn apart with just one. Observing the old man quickly sheathing his sword, Sachin had to marvel. As expected, his skills are anything but ordinary. In that thinking of something, Sachin flew high. It won't be easy to talk like. With his mind made up, Sachin's wings began to transform. Sorry, Dean. Even if I have to use, I must get close to him first. Sachin switched to black flare and charged straight. The old man also drew his sword, preparing to meet the collision made the two girls in the distance duck for cover. Suddenly, Bomi noticed. Before he knew it, Jiang Sachin was being choked by the old man. Him firmly to the ground, the old man interrogated him. Let me ask you again. You committed murder and so why did you come back? Jiang Sachin, being choked, reached out to grab the old man's hand, trying to speak. Came back to save my— The answer somewhat surprised the old— Even in this situation, instead of his own safety, he thinks about saving his friend. Then he remembered the sword he had planted behind. Now that I notice, you made my sword fall from my hand, didn't you? Finally, he released Sachin to see what he— Immediately after, the old man picked up his sword and pretended not to see anything, walking away. Why am I even here? Truly, the older I get, the worse my memory Could I be getting dementia? This sudden change in demeanor opened the eyes of the— Talking to himself, the old man turned his attention to the three of them. You kids, why aren't you in class? What are you doing here? Students these days only know how to play. The back gate is still open. Hurry back to— After speaking, he leisurely walked into the— These actions left the three of them bewildered. Dean. Even so, they followed. Seeing the gate open, they were overjoyed. It's true. The emergency exit is really open. Why did that old man change his mind and help us? Entering, Bomi held out her hand with the strange watch. Once inside, the guarding is much less strict. This device was taken from those masked guys. It will help us get inside. Waiting only for this, Sachin put on his hat. Alright, let's— Thank you watching for vid. Into nest we go. This time on a street corner, there was a gaunt-faced boy with a pharaoh ant complex, walking while looking at the couples around him with jealousy. Me. Those couples. I'm just a normal graduate at Nest. Even though I've contributed so much to— Thinking about this, he hung his head in frustration. I want a partner too. But nothing changes. He didn't notice someone following. Walking a bit further, he had a dream. If only something special would happen. Before he could think further, Nanami spoke up. With that, she turned the guy's face and kissed him, using healing. Seeing the guy still trying to struggle while Nanami was teasing him, Sachin be able to brainwash with just a— is truly terrifying. Bomi looked on calmly. It's useless if the opponent isn't an ant. And it doesn't work on anyone with a hostile attitude. His eyes lit up. Nanami began her interrogation. From now on, honestly answer my questions. The guy complied. Yes. Bomi appeared, arms crossed, and asked directly. Propolis just captured some humanoids, right? Where— The guy sat on a stone bench, scratching his head. I'm just a regular employee, so I don't know for sure. I heard news that Hyo Jaezong of Propolis is doing something in the basement of the research building. At that time, it seemed he was seen dragging. Hearing this, Nanami cheered excitedly. See, He's definitely being held there. Let's get to the research building. Sachin bluntly pointed out it won't be easy to get. Calling the building's tight security, he pointed out, without a professor's permission, you can't enter. That area is also strictly guarded. If you stubbornly try to sneak in, you'll be caught immediately. Hearing this heartbreaking news, Nanami felt discouraged. Then what do we do now? Sachin could only hesitate. We have to find another. Bomi, who had been silent, thought of something and gritted her teeth. Hearing this, Sachin looked back in surprise. Putting that aside, Bomi analyzed the situation. Anyway, our goal now is to find Hyo Jaesong and Lee Hanseong by breaking into the basement of the research. After speaking, she pointed to herself and proactively suggested, since the main gate is heavily guarded, Sachin and I will find another. After finishing his answer, the guy invited Nanami. Hey, wanna go for coffee with me? She flatly refused. No. Bomi then assigned tasks. Nanami, go brainwash a few more ants outside. It's just for precaution, but having more people is safer than not. Leave it. Satisfied with that reaction, she checked her watch and gave more instructions. And remember, we don't have much time thanks to this bracelet from those masks. We can erase our images from the surveillance cameras, but it only lasts until the built-in battery runs. To be sure, Bomi warned, once this bracelet runs out of battery, we'll be spotted by the cameras and caught immediately. Ending her words, Bomi announced the mission. The time limit is about 12 hours. During that, let's go save Lee Hanseong. After speaking, the three of them split. Back at the monitoring room, Nest's higher-ups observed what Hanseong was doing. Surprised by the beeswax. Oh, there, he broke the chains. Lee Bijian looked through the screen in panic. This is bad. We must call security. However, she was stopped. San, filled with excitement, created numerous bubbles. There's no need, Ms. Lee B. Please don't ruin my. The boy collapsed. Even so, he ignored his worsening wounds, looking at the person in front of him with hatred. San remained perfectly calm. The effect of the antidote is wearing off. So, you'll have a hard time enduring my bubbles. If you feel you can't take it anymore, raise your left. Hanseong remained silent and motionless. She took out a tablet and looked at the information. Surprised. As expected, your DNA sequence is very special. Furthermore, you're a honeybee, yet you use the power of a cook. After reading the info, San noticed something. You have consumed another humanoid. To add fuel to the fire, she provoked him. You still did that, even though you knew your younger brother died in a similar way?
Sans attrait d'intensif.
The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't stand it, surrounding San with tons of beeswax. You don't know what you're talking. Not stopping there, he controlled the flow of beeswax into a giant gourd. He'll trap you in a room and suffocate you to. However, before he knew it, San had escaped and appeared behind his back. Who were you planning to kill? There's no one. Hearing this voice, Hanseong was a bit surprised but quickly turned to attack. Immediately after, countless bubbles appeared, and San also appeared everywhere as she began her psychological attack. Are you hallucinating? Facing this scene, his mask shattered, his eyes bloodshot. What the hell? Finally, the drug had taken effect. At this point, Hanseong had no more strength to fight as she bluntly explained. The drug I just injected you with is a hallucinogen for humanoids that I created. Lee Hanseong collapsed after hearing this. Seeing this, San withdrew her power and tilted her head, laughing. Nest really is a wonderful can use as many test subjects as I. Bijian witnessed the whole process on the other side of the screen and backed away in fear. Something is very strange. No way, these inhumane interrogations and experiments. On the other side, Sen reached out and grabbed Hanseong. Then she took out another syringe and stabbed it into the boy's neck. Now for the next drug. Watching this, she questioned her sense of reality. And it was all authorized by Prop. Duhua's group was now leaving the school, the four of them talking. We've been searching for days, but still no clues about the culprit. If Ness can't find him, how can students like us? No one stayed sad for be hasty won't help. It's late, let's head back. Hyojin remained silent. She was lost in thought, her eyes brimming with tears as if she were about to cry. The one most worried right now is probably Hyojin recalled the conversation with Bomi the other day. Are you stupid? What do you gain by taking him away? Think carefully. This is for Jiang Suchin's own. She then remembered the boy with the bright smile. The thing I can do for walking, Hyojin suddenly thought of something. There's still one place we haven't visited. The other three paid attention. She looked up at the largest building in the area and stated firmly, there must be clues there. She was watching the. Meanwhile, observing the building from the outside, Bomi had to comment honestly. Nest's research as expected, the security here is super. To get to the basement, we have to get inside. Speaking of this, she recalled being stuck in the tunnel earlier. We just tried the tunnel. I don't know what kind of crazy hard material it's made of, but those walls are tough. There's no way to break. Returning to the present, she stared at the heavily guarded gate, surrounded by many drones. The only entrance is the main gate, but surveillance is extreme. I wonder if there's another. Sachin didn't say anything, just gently adjusted his hat and watched intently. Thinking about it now, this is where everything's. Thank you watching for vid. This is the first place I came to when I was transferred to the place where I first became Professor Suji and where I was invited to join prop. This is also the no longer overthinking, Sachin spoke up. There's another. Hearing this, Bomi was surprised. He didn't answer, picking Bomi up and gradually flying up. Hold on. Everything happened so fast and dangerously that she was terrified. Hey, wait. Before she could utter another sound, Sachin flew straight up. Thank you watching for vid. Soon, the two were standing on the roof of the building. Bomi finally noticed the terrace. Sachin then rushed for. Thank you watching for vid. Sky was clear. The research building was the heart of Nest, containing all critical facilities such as professors' offices, thank you watching for vid. Rooms and the control. Due to its importance, this place was equipped with 24/7 surveillance, using advanced automated systems to strictly monitor everything. Ground to the. Sachin carried Bomi and landed on a ledge, sighing in relief. Thank goodness. We haven't been spotted. There are no guards on the roof, so no one likely saw us. Watching the scene before them, How did you know there wouldn't be guards on the roof? I happened to discover it during a flight once. Although there are no guards, there are plenty of drones. Bomi looked at her bracelet. I see. So because it's an automated drone system, we can bypass them with this bracelet. Sachin continued to lead her. However, Bomi still felt uneasy. It's true there are only drones up here and no. He used a Nest card. Now, use the keycard of that employee Nanami brainwash to open. The two successfully opened the door and entered the research. In a flash, they reached the 22nd floor corridor. Whispers rang out. Everything is going smoother than I thought. Now we just need to head down to the base. Sachin continued to lead the way. Let's go. As I recall, turn this. At that moment, a voice calling Sachin's name started. That voice, from a distance. Do-hyun was walking over with a serious expression. Sachin also recognized the He quickly ducked into a corner, complaining. This is bad. Of all people, why did I have to run in? Do-hyun was talking to someone. Yes. Meanwhile, Sachin's face turned pale. Should I? The professor glanced over and continued. Tragedies like student Sachin's case won't happen. Suddenly realized the professor was on the phone. Bomi added. It seems he hasn't spotted us yet. Sachin sighed. Phew. I thought we were done. Then Do-hyun said. I have handed over Lee Hanseong's interrogation to San from prop. Afterward, we will be the ones to clean. Bomi realized they were interrogating Lee Hanseong. And then they planned to eliminate him. Professor Do-hyun continued walking and talking on. He also saw some bees.
Don't worry.
This matter won't be leaked. I understand. Bee emitted a glow under the moonlight. Jiang Sachin. The people fed on flesh. And that accident too. Nest has gone through too. Do-hyun reached out toward the bee while talking. In these chaotic times, if this gets out, the citizens will be even more. Bee obediently flew into his hand. If possible, I'd like to be kind to that boy Lee Hanseong. It landed in the palm of his. Bloody sound rang. Do-hyun crushed the unfortunate. There must be sacrifices to maintain order within. Bomi was gritting her teeth trying to. Suddenly, Do-hyun noticed. Abruptly hung up. Sorry. They'll call you. His hand quickly gripped the. Do-hyun looked straight in, but fortunately, they had managed to escape. The corridor was now empty. Do-hyun remained. Thank you watching for vid. The storage lock. It turned out Sachin and Bomi had hidden inside. They didn't dare to breathe. Unfortunately, a hand pointed in this direction. Both were nervous, hoping not to be Luckily, a vibration caught Do-hyun's attention. He immediately called on the radio. Emergency alarm? Control room, what's going? Thanks to that, they escaped. What? The ground floor entrance has been. Thank you watching for vid. Outside were a man and a woman. They had smashed the door to the ground. The scorpion girl was. Oh my god. I'm totally drunk. Hick. Why did you guys dodge my punch of. Want to die? The blonde guy was equally arrogant. Hey, you drunken brat. You're the one who broke the door. Do something. Who are you calling a drunk? Hey, we're acting. Don't hit so. The guards immediately requested backup. Requesting backup. Two drunks just appeared in the lobby. I don't know how much they drank. These bastards. The girl had completely subdued the blonde youth, rendering him speechless. We've attracted enough attention. This is the best we can. The support team scrambled. But why a sudden backup request? What's going on? Just get there. Rest is up to you. Get Hyojin. Their goal was to divert attention so Hyojin could. She was standing before the entrance to the underground facility of the research building. To have this precious opportunity, they accepted the risk of being An announcement rang out. Please present identification to enter the underground facility. Hyojin was solemn. Surely, that thing is. Took out the key. If I can find. Lock opened. Propolis badge confirmed. Permission granted. Then the evidence will prove Suchin's innocence. Hyojin stepped through in another room. Two people discovered the intruder. They stood up and let's check the where is Hyojin? The bearded man said, leave him be. No need to look, we know where that meticulous guy is. Pair of feet walked quietly. Me and Suchin had the chance to step outside. Phew. I don't know who rang the alarm, but thanks to it they continued to look around. Is no one on this floor anymore? The security is much looser than I thought. Well, that's both accelerated. There's no more time. We have to. The research building was known for its tight security. However, that was only on the outside. Inside, there was relatively little security. The reason was, the elevator showed someone arriving on the 22nd. Propolis was residing in. Thank you watching for vid. Hyo Jae-song appeared and reached the 22nd. Suchin and Bomi were now out of breath. Huff. The security in here really is tough. Sorry, but we have no other just turn on the surveillance cameras. We won't be spotted. But they'll find these guys lying all over the. They notice and send more guards. We're toast. Just then, a guard noticed the screen seemed to. We have to hope they don't find. Bomi warned seriously, it's still a long way to the second basement. If we keep wasting time like this, getting caught is only a matter of time. If only we could get there in one. Suchin walked with determination. If we do that, the alarm will ring immediately. Then Nest's elites will come to catch us. Let's go. I know I was just. But he stopped. Even if it were possible, I wouldn't want to do. He recalled the. I don't know how you feel. To me, this is the place I'm most grateful for, as it accepted me when I was all. His eyes showed determination. I don't want to destroy. Bomi stood stunned, but only for a few seconds. She also smiled with excitement. Suddenly, a barrier door lowered quickly. Suchin noticed and turned. Instantly, the two were separate. Suchin was panicked. A barrier. Bomi, are you? There was no response. He became more worried. On the other side, Hyo Jae-song appeared right behind. Suchin anxiously attacked the barrier. He kept shouting her name. Bomi. And he only received a response from Hyo Jae-song. Is that Jiang? Suchin over? Just stay calm and wait a bit. He also recognized the. Bomi was under his control. The alarm stopped, so I came to check every floor. Quite a surprise. Hyo Jae-song pinned her hard against the wall. I thought you'd never return to. He growled loudly. Both. Hyo Jae-song continued to interrogate. Speak. What are you two doing here? Planning a terrorist attack? You already know, yet you still ask for. At the same time, her sleeves burst. Bomi quickly escaped his grip by shedding her jacket. We came here to save her. Hyo Jae-song stared at her. Consecutive explosions occurred, making Suchin even more worried. Bomi. He gritted his teeth. This is no good. I have to save her. The opponent is from Nest's strongest, number 2 of Propolis. By now, Bomi had been beaten until she coughed blood. There was no way for Bomi to. Bomi had no strength left. She collapsed. Hyo Jae-song looked at the wall and marked, still unaffected. Excellent. Nest, thank you watching for vid. Made very sturdily. Not a single crack is allowed to appear. He continued to ramble. Only then can we separate ourselves from to prevent power struggle. Our brutal wildness binds and prevents the chaos arising in this. Hyo Jae-song said with a serious face. Our presence here is the reason for this place's existence. The disgrace that happened while Propolis was such a shameful must never be allowed to happen. No matter how small the. I will eliminate. Suchin remained on the other side, hearing although it's a bit difficult to add more barriers. Just wait for me, Jiang. You will also. As he was about to leave, Suchin's angry voice and a large tremor interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense. Suchin was furious. Barrier? Ha! If this place was as well protected as you say, we wouldn't be standing here. Hyo Jae-song, did you forget? He tried his best to break the wall while reminding him. Nest? Means Hyo Jae-song didn't care about his words. If I knew you'd say such nonsense, I wouldn't have allowed you to join Prop. Suddenly, Bomi added, She threw a powerful kick straight into his. Bomi looked at him mockingly. I thought you were bragging about how strong the wall. Who knew it would crack with just that? Hyo Jae-song called Bomi's name with a terrifying. It was useless. Once again, she was overwhelmed by him, making Suchin behind the wall panic. That moment, the intruder alert started ringing. Code red. Code red. Suchin was flustered. Damn it. What do Bomi, despite being beaten until she shook, still persisted. Jiang Suchin, leave this place to me. Go save Han. Suchin couldn't bear to do it. But if I do, you'll. Before he could finish, Bomi urged him again. If you get caught here, all our efforts will be in vain. Crack detected on the 20th floor barrier. All guards report to the 20th floor immediately. Bomi still tried to convince him. I still have some things to settle with this Four Eyes. Being Bomi's resolve, Suchin could only leave. Hold on. I'll save him as fast as I can and come right. A question came from the stairwell. 20th floor, right? Suchin jumped. They're coming by the stairs? The fire ant team ran at extreme. Repeat. All guards inside the report to the 20th floor immediately. Inside the elevator was Nest's security team. The Beatles was startled. Damn. People in the elevator too. To prevent power strike, Bomi had transformed into her combat form. Our brutal wildness binds and prevents the chaos arising in this world. Our presence here is the reason for this place's existence. Is that really true? Does everyone think like, in that case, it'll expose Suchin also unleashed his transformation. The memory of what he just said, sir, I don't want to destroy this, but that doesn't mean I don't want to poke a hole in this boring society. Suchin's dark armor the mimicry was punching a hole. His arm relentlessly pierced through each elevator floor finally reached where the guards were standing. The whole building shook. Another person thank you watching for vibration. It seems someone just entered the underground facility. The only one who could come here is Senior Hyoj. A person had been tortured to exhaustion. Have they realized we're attacking him? No way. Senior Hyojezong trusts me in his own. He looked at the other person. What now? What should I call you, Mr. A bottle of purple liquid was taken out. That was Mr. Dark uttered. It had been used to assassinate Jiang Yubin. Extremely toxic to humans. Must not leave any trace. He held it, preparing to inject it into the needle touched his hand. Then, someone smashed the door. The liquid in his hand was knocked. It was Hyojin who arrived just in time. She questioned angrily, What are you? Hyojin was panicked. What kind of hell is this? San looked at her. Seniors don't have the right to come down to the base. Hyojin was still in shock. It looks like a complete. Then she noticed the boy in pain on the ground. And that person, his body is covered in blood. Could it be from Hyojin went into a defensive stance, preparing to attack. Senior, please tell me. What are you doing down? Something is definitely going on. At that moment, someone else stepped in. Answer that for you. Hyojin's eyes suddenly filled with surprise. Looking at the figure revealing itself, she uttered a single word. Hyojin trembled in fear and confusion. No. Person in front of her was Professor Suji. Why is Professor Suji? They clearly said that he would never be able to wake up. He spoke softly. Sorry for not letting you know sooner. I had work to do, so I had to appear in a hurry like this. Further, everything here is being done by my orders. I must thoroughly investigate the third party, those who risk harming. You might think this is inhumane. However, if we don't accept sacrifices, the tragedy of Shingeon will must prevent that. Hyojin trembled and looked at him anxiously. Professor, he took step after step toward. I believe that you, Hyojin, will understand. The most important thing, soon he was facing Hyojin, is protecting this place. She still couldn't believe the truth. Looking at Professor Suji with eyes full of horror. Protect Nest? At this moment, his eyes became extremely. Professor Suji directly reached out and choked but she suddenly said something that caught his attention. You know nothing about Professor Hyojin's eyes were full of determination. Professor Suji would never say such things. Returning to 2 years, Professor Suji was talking. Since I enrolled you here, I've only heard news of you skipping class and being all. Hyojin was sitting alone, curled up in a tree. You're not a cat. Why do you She replied to him. Everyone in this place hates me. Recalling the past. Throughout my life, I've seen it very often, those who discriminate and harass others just because they are. Then I thought I could endure it and be fine. But thank you watching for I'm afraid I won't be able to restrain myself any longer. Saying this, Hyojin burst into uncontrollable. Professor G fell silent. Then he spoke to comfort her and help her understand. Have you ever wondered why people call this place Nest? The place built to protect eggs. Nest is the. Just relax. You are all just eggs. Very fragile and easily. Professor G spread his arms toward her. I ensure no individual is left behind. That is the mission of that moment. Hyojin was certain that Professor G would never choose to sacrifice it. Returning to the present, she had subdued this person. You. What kind of bastard? And then he revealed his true face. I see. I should have used someone else. He returned to his original form with long hair. I thought you would believe every word your teacher, Mr. Emerald, or better known by the name Mr. Cuckoo. Living as a parasite in the nests of other bees since he was they inhibit the distinguishing abilities of other insects through pheromones, making them mistake them for their own, infiltrating the nest of another insect and then mimicking them. He spoke up. You are the first. This is entomology X Li Baidan. She smiled gently at Hyojin. To recognize my ability. Teacher. Hyojin was shocked. Senior Li Baidan. Why are you?
Bidan smiled.
You still don't realize, after all that effort searching. Hearing those words, Hyojin was recalling her own memory. All the effort. Sir, thank you watching for Baidan was currently undergoing a transformation. Isn't this ability wonderful? As long as I possess transformed into hygiene. Then I can become any. Seeing this, hygiene was furious. No way. You Baidan interrupted before she could finish. Oh, do you understand now? As expected, hygiene is a smart.
Bidan sneered.
That's the person who let Shinji and the whole group of fleshfeds in. Hygiene's face went pale hearing this. The one who took advantage of Jang. Baidan held up the purple bottle from before. To plant the seed containing the poison I crafted and then used it to kill him by detonating it. It was me. That was. Hygiene was now livid. She bit her lip. Her face lost all reason as she lunged. Suddenly, Baidan transformed into Hygiene's deceased. Are you going to attack your own? Hygiene suddenly froze. Remembering her memories, Baidan looked at her reflection in the mirror and boasted. My pheromones interfere with the target's ability to distinguish. That's why I can easily transform into faking a complex and impersonating someone is a piece of cake. She smiled kindly while in the body of Hygiene's brother. Killing you and then hiding the evidence will be just as. Hygiene's fists trembled uncontrolled, but she calmed herself down.
Don't worry.
Park Hygiene. That thing is just an illusion. Determined, she struck a powerful blow toward Baidan. It's all. Her fist touched the illusion, but Baidan spoke. Everything ended the moment you hesitated. Before anyone knew it, San had appeared behind Hygiene and the illusion vanished. Kill her, San. Since when did he? San smiled triumphantly. I've been interested in you for a long time. Rank 7. I heard you possess the lives of 1,000 cockroaches. The seed crafted by Li Baidan was made from the poison used by the fleshfeds to kill Professor Yuan. San held the toxin in his hand. And its poison can end the lives of 1,000 humans. Hygiene was completely overwhelmed. She couldn't move and her clothes began to melt. San spoke. Are you curious? A battle between someone with 1,000 lives and a poison that can kill 1,000. He laughed maliciously. Now it's time to begin the experiment. Suddenly, a fist appeared and slammed straight into San's. Massive shockwave exploded. Thanks to that, Hygiene was. It was Suchan who had arrived just in time. He pulled Hygiene into his own. San, whose mouth was bleeding from the punch, couldn't help but exclaim. Humph! You actually managed to cross through my cloud of poison. Hygiene's face was filled with surprise. Her eyes welled with tears, but she didn't forget to tease him. You look pretty cool. Hygiene's gaze seemed to find support. Suchan. Is that you? Suchan silently wiped away her tears. Then he took off his coat.
I'm sorry, Hygiene.
Put this on. You must have a lot of questions. He looked toward San. But first I have to finish. Now she recognized him too. So you're the Suchan everyone's been talking about lately? A wanted man dares to show his face here. It's only natural for me to eliminate. Isn't that right, Lady Li? Hearing this, both Suchan and Hygiene were. Dan was now smiling. Long time no see, Suchan. Suchan couldn't believe his eyes. How could Senior Biden be? She was preparing to inject that purple poison into his. Came here for this guy. Suchan immediately recognized it was Li Han. Now Baidan looked like a true demon. Baidan, why you? Hygiene beside him immediately reassured.
Listen to me, Suchen.
The one who killed Jang Gubin and framed you was her. She has been deceiving us all this time. Suchan was both furious and bewildered. And she's a subordinate of the. Another house where the lights were on. Someone was looking at a phone. They are the ones who wiped out the masked. Ji-yun was with the breeder. I wonder, why are you so interested in them? They're just a bunch of They won't be a threat to. He stood up and explained. According to the information Baidan sent us, they can overcome the effects of
Normally, that's impossible.
But it seems they used some method to control the consumption desire and while picking up an arm from the floor, the breeder. You know what that. It means they know how to counter our weapon of His face was extremely sinister. We must find out what that method is before Nest realized. Hayan laughed gleefully. So that's why you sent Baidan to investigate Li Hansong, right? Even making me use my ace. But isn't that a bit too obvious? What if they find out Baidan is a... The breeder glanced at her and reassured her.
Don't worry.
I have a plan for that situation. It's going to be very entertaining. So just sit there and wait for it. Meanwhile, Hansong had also woke. Seeing everyone fighting, he wondered what was going on. He saw Suchan was also there. Hanks, why are you here to... Baidan quickly noticed as well. Oh, you're... Hansong looked in shock at the poison she was about to inject in. Stay still. You're a hostage, right? Hansong's whole body wouldn't stop trembling. Damn it. I don't have the strength to move and...
I'm sorry, Yang Su
worked so hard to come save me. Suchan and Hygiene were still fighting with all their might. Seeing how much effort they put in, Hansong blamed himself even more. And yet now, I am nothing but a burden. Hygiene landed a strike that narrowly missed. She became serious. No wonder Hyuk Jae-song insisted on choosing you too. Your skills are formidable. You're no match. With that, She continued to release an endless amount of her own. Suchan tried to resist it. As long as your skin and lungs are still there, there's no way you can deal with my poison bubbles. You managed to get past the surveillance team and all the way. You won't save anyone. Suchan opened his eyes. His gaze was full of determination. He continued to activate madness control. These damn Suchan attacked San with his black armor. I just need to burn them all. San was battered by his attack. What is this power? All of my
Bidan realized in a panic.
Wait, they are heading, pushed Biden back along with Hansong.
Hansong leg helt plötsligt.
Haha, truly a reckless. Thanks to you I have an opening now. Hansong revealed his ability. Seeing this, Biden was stunned. She quickly realized Hansong had locked himself in a layer of. Inside, Hansong felt very uncomfortable. So hard to breathe. I can't escape from here. So this is what it feels like to be trapped in. Then he smiled again. But at least I'm no longer. Leave the rest to you, Jang Suchan. At that moment, Suchan appeared behind Biden. She noticed and looked back in shock. When did he? Just as he was about to take down Biden, San stepped in to block. She looked at him with a different gaze.
Hank Suchan.
You truly are a very interesting. San clasped her hands, using the froghopper's sauna room. A rain of acid bubbles was released like a. Suchan gritted his teeth to endure it. Why are there so many? Then he noticed Li Baidan escaping. I have to catch, but there are too many bubbles. I can't. At this time, Hygiene used her micro-insect combat tech. She supported him with her natural beauty secret tech. Hygiene showed firm determination. Leave things here to me. Go after Li Baidan. If we lose her, Shell just turn into someone. And Shell continue to control. We must catch Baidan to end this. The scene shifted to the underground prison of. Security team was heavily injured. What? Monsters locked in the cells have all been released. They were bloodthirsty and wanted to. Their loud screams rang out. And the one who did this was She smiled triumphantly, as expected of the breeder. I didn't think he would use the fleshfeds being held at nest. Things are turning out very interestingly. Aren't they? A demon figure lunged forward frantically. Not enough. Must find more. Suddenly, Suchan appeared right behind. This isn't right. How many more people must be sacrificed?
Before you're satisfied, Bidan?
He was now in his strongest form. His eyes filled with killing and.
Bidan left nonchalantly.
Oh my, you followed me? You left your comrade there and followed me here? That's not good. But what can we? It seems there's someone behind you who wants to talk.
Suchan.
A greeting rang out. Long time no see.
Im prisoner number 2108, Kang Mai-ong.
He was right behind him with an excited look on his. On Bomi and Jae-song's side, the battle was still undecided. Jae-song had now transformed into his powerful form and was shocked.
Baika Bomi.
You? That appeared. A massive centipede tail. Why are you making that? Bomi in a state of madness control. Dragon centipede mimicry. She growled. It's like you're looking at a monster or. Bomi raised her leg in an attacking stance. She kicked straight at Jae-song, but he managed to block. However, his arm was. The smell, like is hydrocyanic acid. The dragon centipede is an arthropod that looks like a through its red horns, it secretes a poison that can kill any living creature. It is considered a legendary creature. Bomi prepared to it. Jae-song quickly counterattacked. What did you do, Bik? How can you use the power of a venomous insect when you're just. She was pushed back by him. This is absurd. Then Bomi spoke up. I was once captured by Pet Shop and forced to consume, just like Suchan. No, that's not. Eyes were firm. Just like that senior. The one who used to be our. Returning to 4 years ago, at the outdoor training area of. Jae-song was a first year then. Being beaten up. I surrender. Hyuk Jae-song had lost. We will end the practical lesson on applying the complex in self-defense training. Bomi was brooding in boredom. That cowardly form. She approached Anu and asked, so how are you going to graduate? Stop overacting. That complex didn't even hurt you, did it? Jae-song put his glasses back on. Shut up. Bik. Suddenly, a hand was reached out to Jae-song. You're really strong, Jae-song. But you rely too much on your She was Yuna. Anything that is only rigid will eventually be shattered. Yuna used to be our class. She was an outstanding student, unprecedented in the history of, and she was the first freshman to join prop. And for a moment Bomi was sitting in the room. Hey, Yuna smiled playfully. You'll have a drink with me, right? She was my best. The time at Nest was truly fun. Yuna and Jae-song were drinking until they were wasted. Why did you call me? If I get caught in the female dormitory, I'm dead. Anyway, we got an A on the group project. Drink up. However, those happy days didn't last long. Jae-song's face turned serious. Yuna suddenly opened her mouth, wanting to eat Bomi. Hey, what are you? Luckily, Jae-song pulled Yuna away in time. She's someone who was rescued from Pet Shop. She was affected by consumption while at the farm. so sometimes she can't control the urge. At the time, Nest was researching a special treatment to remove the influence of consumption, and she had to undergo treatment every. Bomi asked Yuna frantically, "Hey, are you okay? Can you calm down?" Yuna pretended she was fine. The symptoms have decreased significantly, and Nest said, "I don't need to worry anymore, so I'll be fine." Just as she said that, she transformed into a true. Bomi sat on the ground in fear. In the Yuna still let madness take over. Nest announced that there was no way to restrain, so they killed Yuna right then and there. After that act, Bomi left Nest, was captured by Pet Shop, and was forced to consume other. Bomi was now furious while Jae-sung continued. "I suggest you cooperate quietly if you don't want to end up like." She kicked straight at him. "And if I..." Jae-sung's expression darkened. Her attacks were becoming sharp. He noticed the color of those horns was also becoming much redder than before. Wondered if that color also affected her. Bomi attacked the barrier and spoke up. "You think Jang Suchan's reason is still in..." At this moment, Bomi became terrifying. "Then why do you look at us like monsters?" Jae-sung quickly replied. "It's not just me who thinks, everyone at Nest thinks the same." When Bomi turned around, the security team had already surrounded her. "Target found. So you're here. We will hand over command to you." Hyuk Jae-sung of Bomi heard this and didn't forget to mock him. "Propolis, this cowardly Four Eyes? You've really moved up in the..." He replied coldly. "After Yuna's death, I realized a lot of... prevent something like that from happening again. Nest has become much stronger and more organized." Jae-sung was certain. "That's why I hone my skills every day to climb to this position. To become a strong pillar. Supporting..." Thank you watching for vid. Shadow seemed to turn into the shadow of it. He raised his hand toward, "I will fulfill my duty, even if I have to be disrespectful to an old..." At that moment, the security team lunged toward her. Bomi looked down and called out his name loudly. Hyuk Jae had to admire her. "Truly, you haven't changed at..." Bomi continued to fight off the security guards. "You're still the same cowardly Four Eyes from back." Suddenly, he noticed the guards were attacking each. Their eyes looked very strange. "Cut out that habit. Is this brain..." A blue-haired girl was sighing. "There are more ants here than I thought. Phew, this is exhausting." Jae-sung also realized. Do they have other accomplices? The ant security team now turned to attack. "They can exert a force dozens of times their body weight." Jae-sung exclaimed. "I can't..." Then Bomi appeared. "Nest has to become stronger? That's what we wanted." Jae-sung's eyes went, recalling the time when the three were together. "Why did you join Propolis?" "The reason is a bit embarrassing. It's not because of the credits," Yuna replied. "No, I don't need that." She smiled gently. "I just want to turn Nest into a place where we can continue to have fun and spend time just like right." At this moment, Bomi broke through the barrier. She glanced at, "See? Anything that is only rigid will eventually be shattered." On Suchan's side, the dragonfly was frantically destroying things. This freedom. It's one seemed insane. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Dragonfly, the moment I can fight your strongest..." Suchan was being controlled by him. "This time, no grasshopper will be able to enter." He threw him, causing a shockwave. "Fight to satisfy this." Dan turned to look at the scene with a smile. Suchan had to work with Group A to defeat that antlion at Hakamdo. Can he win with his own strength? The dragonfly was very crazed. "Well, is that all it took to knock you down? Get up and fight." "Hang Suchan. Go back to your larval..." He flew up and activated the antlion. "I worked hard to collect all the sand from that pile of bricks and gates. It wouldn't be fun if it ended like this." "Well, you can't fly in such a cramped space, can you?" This moment, Suchan transformed into another form. "What is that? Look at..." He laughed gleefully. "You insisted you didn't want to become a monster. So what's with this appearance? You idiot." Just after saying that, he was heavily wounded by Suchan in his glowing black. Before he could even show off his form this guy began foaming at the mouth and stopped playing. Along with that were Suchan's words. "Sorry, but I don't have time to play around." The call for Lee Baidan rang out, making her freeze as if she couldn't believe her. Suchan's face was determined. "Next, it's your..." Seeing Hygiene's current state truly excited the person before her. "I didn't think you could be this resilient. As expected of a cockroach's vitality. Truly astonishing. I also want to see how much longer you can hold out." Anne raised her voice. "It has to end here, because it's time to carry out the next plan." Hearing this, Hygiene was on. "The next plan? What do you want?" San didn't hide much. She revealed a few things. "I don't know the details. It was a direct order sent by the breeder to Lee Baidan. That's all." San said. "Perhaps a massive massacre will occur." Further, he revealed a truth. Jang Suchan and his comrades will also be seen as the perpetrators of that. Hygiene couldn't listen anymore and immediately attacked. "Flower cast," she emphatically stated. "I will." Facing San's attitude, Hygiene finished without fear. Let that Hygiene stood seriously, taking careful notes. Listen carefully. Park Hygiene. As a member of Propolis, your first mission, Jae-sung slowly assigned. Memorize everything. The names and complexes of the other men. He spoke leisurely. It will be a long time before we go on a mission together. Wagon stood there listening and was bored to death. He's always nagging about this and that. To be more careful, Jae-sung specifically reminded her. So you need to remember well, so that later you can easily collaborate with others and improve work efficiency. Not stopping there, Jae-sung had something else to remind her. And, just in case, he revealed the key. You have to face one of the people here. Back to the Jean seized the moment and lunged forward. Here. Bubbles aren't the only characteristic of a frog, she calculated while attacking. They usually hide the strength of their legs, which can help them jump 10 times their body. Because of that, Hygiene focused on observing her opponent. I have to fight while keeping an eye on her. As soon as she got close to San, Hygiene somersaulted and truly made San pay attention. Did she predict my attack? Do you know my fighting? Hygiene didn't hesitate to admit it. That's right, Senior San. She emphasized, know your abilities very well. Hygiene laid it all. Senior Hyuk Jae-sung told me a lot about. Hygiene recalled Jae-sung's advice then. Finally, I have one more thing. Mentioning this person seemed to annoy him. Rank 3. San is a very strange kid. Jae-sung outlined information about this. He's always stuck in the lab. He always acts uninterested in people around him. Furthermore, he doesn't hesitate to say and do rude things. So no one liked. Hearing these words made Hygiene a bit skeptical. So, you're telling me this so I'll be careful with Senior? Jae-sung paused for a moment before responding. Contrary to what Hygiene thought, he reminded her. San is not a bad person. So what I mean is don't act like you hate him too. Right at this moment, Hygiene shouted those words to San. Senior Hyuk Jae-sung trusts you very much. He even said you are not a bad. She was about to say more, but San cut her off. How ridiculous. She was not soft-hearted at all. On top of that, she held the view that trust is the path leading to betrayal. Her magical power began to it was so powerful that it made Hygiene fall back. Now San spoke. So that guy didn't tell you this? Hygiene looked at the scene before her and sighed. Too many San's voice now became even more dangerous. Only those who hone their complex to the limit can reach the next. Next, she used the move, Froghopper Stance. And not only that, San also increased her power. Bubble Golem. San let the person before her know. The stage after being able to create bubbles is the power that lets them move. Proudly showed her achievement. This bubble golem can move its body on its own. This is the ultimate result of my research on the complex. And this is also the. San brushed past Hygiene and left a sentence. The experiment is. She was arrogant because she was sure of victory. Soon, the toxic seed will destroy your cells. And you will die because blood will flow from every hole in your. San's face looked like a demon as she said goodbye. So, goodbye. Lady Park High. She recalled the encouraging words from then. I believe there will be a day when you achieve. Thinking of this gave Hygiene even more motivation. The true power of a cock. Immediately after, Hygiene resisted that. San instinctively couldn't believe it. She can still move? Cockroaches are the most adaptable Some species have even evolved to the point of being resistant to insecticides. They will continue to evolve to survive. Hygiene channeled her magical power and used her move. Cockroach enhanced. She memorized the characteristics of her opponent and reached the body. At the same time, she swung an attack at San. Paraplaneta Knight. According to Hygiene, they can adapt to all types of poison. Hygiene growled in anger. Senior San. Because of people like. She spoke each word clearly. The people, Hygiene poked right at San's weakness, are always worried and fear. She added more words and then used her move. And cannot put trust in anyone.
Anti-insecte human combattait.
Immediately, Hygiene lunged straight at San. Flowered. Another place, Bidan smiled sweetly in praise. Wow, that's amazing. You defeated that antlion with just one. Suchan stepped forward to announce.
Libidan.
Yet she wasn't bothered at all. Oh my. So Bidan suddenly became different. But what can we? The transporter of Pet Shop.
Fing Hansen.
Leaf Bug Comp. He was protecting Bidan. You don't have time to catch. Suchan immediately lunged forward to attack. In an instant, the person was nowhere to be. Damn it. Where did she disappear to? At the same time, a scream rang out. Unbekan was terrified, tears streaming down his face. Is anyone? He was too horrified to. Help me. The giant of Pet Shop. Hercules. Hercules Beetle Complex. He was lunging forward with a roar. His voice shook the earth and he reached out his giant hand to grab Han Bekan. Delicious. Then, Suchan flew over and in. He looked at the giant monster in confusion. The fleshfeds have been released? When did they escape from the... Suchan's eyes flashed as he saw a suitcase was suddenly dropped by a wealthy... His whole body trembled in fear. What? Before the man's eyes were monsters pouncing on people. Monsters! Help me! The sound rang out. Why are the fleshfeds that were locked up? While there was chaos outside, the breeder sat leisurely in a car. According to the plan, Li Baidan will release all the fleshfeds held at... He maliciously waited for the great show. Now, Nest is just as the breeder expected. The sound echoed throughout the city. The fleshfeds have escaped. They are heading out of the building. Damn it! Stop! Inside the Nest area, the alarm kept ringing. Emergency alert. Residents of Nest, please stay indoors and do not go. The broadcast spread throughout the city. Repeating. Residents of Nest, please do. Hyun urgently gave orders. Gather the security team here immediately. Call guards from other areas too. Gather everyone at the center of the research. His voice gradually lost its calm. The Will Gravlid. They are in danger. Naomi looked at those familiar beasts in confusion. They are the ones from Pet Shop that were locked in the... She shouted a warning. Run! The monsters were tearing the city up. Chased people constantly shouting. The person in front ran for their life in terror. Object fell, creating a shockwave. The other person collapsed to the ground, exhausted. A voice rang out from behind. I will not let myself make the same mistake. The monster was determined. This time I will definitely... His voice echoed through the streets. Not let anyone escape from here alone. Looking at the monsters before them made everyone helpless. Are they here too? And just how many of them have escaped? They kept calling. Gao! It roared fiercely. Meet! The person below was in a panic and could do nothing. Go! Right then, an ambush strike arrived. Hunting... The attack made the battle even more chaotic. Blue Dragon Chan turned back to check on the person behind. Are you guys... The person was skeptical. Who are you? The man trembled as he looked at Suchan. Ma. Finally, he managed to speak. Suchan's body was agile and he avoided it just in... He looked at the monster before him. It's the beetle from before. Suchan truly didn't understand. Hasn't it been taken down? Made him even more suspicious. Suchan headed straight for it. Hunting... He unleashed repeated attacks. Pressure. Suchan rejoiced. It hit. This move will... He attacked. Thank you watching for vid. Suchan couldn't believe it. Is it still Just how strong is this? Destructive power of the monster hadn't decreased. On the contrary, it was very... Suchan observed and judged it. He must be as strong as the giant butterfly I fought before. Suchan remembered what he needed to do now. I can't waste any more time here. Otherwise Li Baidan will... That reason made him speed up. I must solve this as quickly as possible. The announcement rang out again. Monsters are appearing inside the city. Along with that was the sound of screaming. The monster was extremely fierce and violent. Meet! Before its eyes was an attack. Magical strike was sweeping the monsters. Gatling, rank 5 of Propolis, oh Google. Pill Millipede Complex. He cursed in annoyance. These damn monsters. They're extremely violent because of their... Voice suddenly rang out. At the same time a move was used. That's right. Firefly... The girl on this side was also fighting hard. Even if we give them enough meals, it's still not enough. Stellar Libra Rain. She turned to remind... Hey, you guards. Quickly evacuate the residents to a safe... Rank 4 of Propolis, Hong Yuhyang. Firefly Complex. She looked down and said, you staying here will only get in my way. The guards immediately obeyed. Google didn't see his teammates and wondered, where did rank 6 and rank 8 go? Yuhyang replied, they're handling the ones in... He believed that, those two, they will surely be able to protect the lecturers and staff. Yuhyang naturally understood her teammates. Even though their rankings aren't very high when it comes to professionalism, they are still very excellent. She emphasized a point. And second, Google mentioned many things of concern. What we need to worry about now is those guys over there. Yuhyang was truly bored. They just keep... However, she didn't forget to remind him. Prioritize protecting civilians. Yuhyang pointed out the danger. They are heading toward the entrance. The monsters were screaming repeatedly. Hand squeezed a monster's mouth. The executioner took responsibility. I will stop. The monsters lunged at him at the same time. Meet. They scrambled toward each other. The executioner was already prepared. Do you think my body will be pierced by something like your... He cursed in anger. You bastard. Then he lunged forward to destroy the monsters. Specialized anti-insect martial... Next, he used a move to blow up the monsters. Knights, people around saw the scene before them and were surprised. Look, the man was totally shocked. Can't even step through the... Looked at the executioner with admiration. This is the power of rank. Baidan laughed in amusement as if she knew everything. as expected of Hyuk Jae-sung. I knew he could do at least this. A loud noise rang out suddenly. So how about this? The executioner smashed some pieces of. A swarm of bees lunged forward like an upturned nest. He was flying fleshfeds? The swarm of bees kept screaming. Hungry, the executioner lost control. They've all escaped. At this moment, everyone was struggling once more. In Suchan's mind, he whispered. Looked at the person before him. The iron piece below shattered completely. Suchan was even more amazed. He cut through that with just one sword. After achieving the feat, Dain calmly spoke. It seems the monsters are also roaming around outside. People are very took on the noble responsibility. Leave this place to me. Go help the. Suchan suddenly stood still, unable to move. You are saving. Giganta was carrying out the plan. Nest. That place is now in total chaos because of the flesh. He and his comrades were standing above, observing. That means security will be very loose right now, and full of holes for us to sneak. The special force of Pet Shop. The carnivore.
Manhwa uget.
Let's go, teacher. Finally, it's time for us to kill them. The breeder spoke up to remind them. No, you only need to watch. I told you from the start. Our goal is not to wipe out. Giganta guessed it. Is it something more important? He immediately praised. Haha, you're as sharp as. The breeder had his own plans. After this incident, the people living at Nest will face their fear once again. His ultimate purpose regarding those humans trained with food, as well as the fear of consumption. The final thing the breeder awaits. And after everything ends, the focus of all criticism. Jongshochan is on the other side. Is it over? Something. Thank you watching for vid. The girl hugged her brother's arm in fear. Monsters are entering the building. Brother. Quickly. But he couldn't do anything. What is? Everyone was surprised. Assistant teacher Yu was extremely worried. Have those trained with food escaped? I can't even use the smoke medicine. Assistant teacher of the intermediate department Yu Huibin. Antlion complex. What on earth is? Quickly took control of the scene. It's dangerous here. Quickly tell everyone to evacuate to the dormitory. A scream rang out. Everything gradually spiraled out of control. More monsters are heading this. It was a struggle. They're so huge. Scree. Meat. This much smoke isn't enough to take them all. Assistant teacher Yu risked himself. I have to increase the nicotine. Even if my lungs are ruined, protecting the citizens is the priority. A voice called out to stop him. Stop, Miss. It was Li Shiqing. You should quit smoking. They were very aggressive. Tao Hua was angry. It's late at night, why are they talking about meat? And she unleashed her move. King Scorpion stance. Tao Hua was very powerful. Everyone go to sleep. Strike. 40%. Li Shiqing asked. Is this all of them? She replied gently. I'm just getting. Assistant teacher Yu was stunned. Shiqing. Tao Hua. You two should be at the dormitory by. She accidentally blurted it out. We just broke out of jail. Li Shiqing quickly covered Tao Hua's mouth. Are you crazy? Why explain it like that? Assistant teacher Yu let it go.
Okay.
Never. Also felt it. At this moment it wasn't the time to worry about house. They had another goal. To protect the citizens. Screams of terror rang out. Ji Chang was also. A hand lashed. Assistant teacher Yu emphasized. Then everyone must join for. Xiao Baomei rushed. She successfully saved the two. Ji Chang approached.
Baika Baomei.
Why are you helping us? Something. Thank you watching for vid. Xiao Baomei said wearily. Don't you even know something that's. She remained steadfast. Darn. It's not the time to distinguish between factions. Also emphasized we must put human lives above all. Cries for help were everywhere. Help me. There are too many. Xiao Baomei shouted. For eyes. Ji Chang cooperated. Juanheng also admitted. They live up to the Nest name. They're better than I. This was nothing yet. But the release of those trained with was only the first step of the plan. Breeder was Thank you watching for real fear. He was looking forward to it. It was only just Tao Hua panted. Humph. Li Shiqing felt something strange. What's this? The thing was injected. There's some. He immediately stepped back. This isn't. Xiao Baomei was apprehensive. That thing is a horrific Thank you watching for was Bora. Long-horned mosquito. Characterized by the grotesque appearance of a mosquito. It shrieked terrifyingly with an impressive body. Everyone backed away. What's with these monsters? There are so. Xiao Baomei was also at a loss. How can we fight this? Carlin suddenly appeared. Not yet. It's too early to get. Immediately counterattacking. Five-horned rhinoceros beetle. Kree. Wu Zhang attacked. Five blades. He was very excited. Need me to show you the. Wu Zhang instructed. Just aim for when they are transforming and attack. Stray dogs. Five-horned rhinoceros beetle complex. Violent screams. Thank you watching for assistant teacher you stammered. Huayman was very arrogant. Hey old man with glass didn't hesitate to remind him. I saw you smoking earlier. That means I can smoke too, right? Stray dogs. Guan Huayman. Lava beetle complex. Assistant teacher you couldn't believe it. Old Baomei turned back to remind them. We will help those affected by jungle. Qiao Baomei emphasized even if they are enemies. Ji Chang was surprised. You, she continued, there are no except. Qiao Baomei was very proud. This is Stray Dogs. Carlin Davison. Tiger Beetle Complex. The principal of Stray Dogs. He hurried over. Leader Carlin. Why are you here? He explained we roughly heard the. Carlin recounted the events. While we were waiting outside to help everyone escape, we received word from Nanami and heard the whole. Breeder was very annoyed. Stray Dogs. You guys again. That troublesome bunch that keeps attacking my was cruel. You've made me angry. People shouted. Be careful. Breeder reassured himself, but it's still. The challenges didn't stop. A giant one is heading this. My plan isn't over yet. Jiang Shochan, thank you watching for vid. He quickly took it. Everyone was amazed. Shochan was polite. Sorry, Piao. Thank you watching for vid. He arrived with them. Junhyang was too surprised. What? He really didn't expect it. Them. Junhyang was suddenly. They suddenly became even more aggressive. She shouted loudly. There. Suddenly a familiar voice. Out of the way. Swift attack. Thank you watching for vid. He wished, if only I had a suitable sword, I would have been much more. Then he cautiously expressed. Forgive me, Lady Nanami. Nanami didn't mind. Even so, you fought wonder. Hyang finally realized. Someone screamed. Oh, don't come here. Someone. Wu Gun suddenly spoke up. Hey, you said you needed a sword. He snapped something. Wu Gun was willing to help. Junhyang found it hard to understand. Wait, Wu Gun. Why are you giving a weapon to an intruder? Ji Chang is going to be furious. Wu Gun didn't care. Be quiet. Just go help. He was quite reasonable. In this situation, they are helping us. So whether they are intruders or not, is that really the issue we should care? Wu Gun also saw it. And Huiyak Jarlin suddenly turned around. Did I just let my guard? He was defeated by Ji Chang. He was polite. I owe you one. Nest students are not hard. He emphasized it's just that right now, I need to prioritize the safety of the citizens. After this is over, Ji Chang reminded them, I'll be your. City became chaotic. 30 minutes after those trained with food, there were screams. Fortunately, with the help of Stray Dogs, they had a chance to fight back. The tide of the battle had. Zhang didn't hesitate to praise. Everyone participated. You're pretty good yourself. Tao Hua was delighted. You praise me too. Li Shiqing also admitted this guy is even calmer than Li Juanheng. Above all, he fights with his whole. And the situation continued. Those escaped food-trained ones. No, it's not a horrific thing. Hunting rifle. Chen Hailong. All were quickly everyone stopped him. And, Professor Ma. It's still dangerous outside. He's right. Just stay here. But Du Haiyan was too worried. The people are in danger. I can't just sit here forever. I'm going to check the damage myself. He paused. Huh? Du Yonghia. There wasn't a single civilian. He was surprised. Shochan. She breathed heavily. Haijin was happy. Thank you watching for San lay down panting. She's indeed very strong. If it weren't for the vitality of a cockroach, I would have died long. Haijin didn't feel well. But my whole body hurts. Is this a reaction to the new? She suddenly remembered. The kidnapped. On the other side, Haijin felt more. Thank goodness. He's still okay. Although seriously injured, it's good he's alive. She approached to help. Are you okay? Let's get out of here. Something crawled out of Sans. It was very. She froze in shock. What is this? Why are the ones trained with food? Junhyang called out. Class president. He was curious. Did you find the evidence? She was surprised. Li Jun. But Haijin was still concerned. I know who the real culprit is. But before that, this boy needs. Junhyang warned. That's not the issue, right? Reported the news. Jiang Shochan is in. On the other side, Piao Baomei held her. Those ones have been wiped out. Now it's our turn? You bastard. Someone felt hesitant. Professor. Do we really have to arrest them? They help. Someone's coarse voice. Why would a person spoke rapidly? I just heard the report from Li Biden. All of them have consumed other humans. He even mocked. Look at them. Due to the influence of consumption, they look no different from monsters. He was extremely uneasy. They might still have their sanity now. But what if they lose it and attack the city? He was indeed ungrateful. Not to mention Shochan. He still has a criminal record for killing Zhang. He ordered loudly. This is for the safety of the citizens. Arrest them. A weak little girl. She was determined to protect them. Those people aren't monsters. They saved my. Baomei remembered. That child. From Earth. The girl begged. Fat mister, you can't hurt them. He struggled. Let me threw the girl aside. This insolent little brat. Someone stop. Thank you watching for vid. Chung was angry. That's enough. The people are terrified. He still wouldn't shut up. You brat. Huyak Ji Chung. Are you disobeying a professor's order? He tried to pressure him. Are you protecting that monster? Ji Chung affirmed. Shochan is not a. He still didn't stop. What? Who dares? Hyjin rushed in. Du Hyan was. What are you doing? She pleaded, please listen. Hyjin pinned him down. The one who killed Jang Gubin was not Sho. She explained. The truth was revealed. The real culprit was a shape. She exposed it. A professor, a student, or anyone. And also pet shops. The person behind it was this woman. The noise of the citizens and the people in pet shop's containment team rose. Hyjin pinned the spy down. The people around were also amazed. Her appearance has changed. A pet shop spy? Then, what about the professor from Earth? An announcement rang out. Ji Chung. We found the Junhyang also looked over. Professor Ji sent the message with a dark face. Just as Hyjin said. We only found the professor's corpse. Besides, there are signs that he was injected with drugs. People from the research institute were treating him, with Jian standing near. Hyjin pressed her head to the ground and emphasized. It's over. Lee Biden. She glared. Next, she looked around and assessed. Thanks to everyone's consensus, we defeated all those trained with food without any casualties. Biden ran towards Tao Hua, who was being carried by Nanami while trembling. Li Han. Then she thought of those tied up in the basement. And with the evidence in the basement, Shochan would soon be proven in. Hyjin stared at her angrily and shouted. Your plan has. She still calmly sneered. Are you? The reinforcement team pointed guns at Biden. She looked at them in confusion. Stop right there. Do you really think? A familiar voice made him look over with wide eyes. Though this is a bit embarrassing, especially after everyone helped Nest destroy those trained with. He looked down at the crowd and ordered, but I hope everyone will cooperate with us in the. She still smugly questioned. Has our plan failed? Hyjin was still pinning the spy down. She looked at him in panic. Wait, Professor. Shochan did nothing wrong. Everything was pet shops. Carlin spoke up to remind them. Hyjin, in shock, still couldn't believe her ears. Even if he is truly innocent, it doesn't change the fact that he is an. His eyes were full of anger. He frowned. They infiltrated Nest before the incident occurred. Not to mention actions like brainwashing or attacking our staff. These are clearly terrorist acts. Carlin remembered Shochan and Biden's previous. People surrounded Biden. She turned back to look with disgust at his words. Not to mention these are all people who have consumed other humans. Although they still have their sanity now, prevention is better than cure. These are still ticking time. Suddenly a firm voice spoke up, making Carlin look over. We have completely overcome the influence of consumption. We have no desire for flesh, and we always maintain our. Nanami frowned and held her weapon, declaring clearly, we also have no intention of going to war with you. We only came here to save our team. Sara angrily stared and rushed over to question. You took down all our people and still say that? Are you aware of what you're? She stared angrily at Carlin. Professor Ma. Monsters that have eaten others cannot be trusted. But he only closed his eyes to compose himself. Immediately after, he made a suggestion. Throw them all in jail. Ji Chung frowned and assessed. The professors are being pushed to the. Due to the escape of those trained with food, they were now very sensitive. The pet shop center exploded, causing monsters to pour out and attack students transformed into Z-species were frantically attacking and eating those around them. The professors had also witnessed tons of tragedies, so they knew the consequences of consumption as those responsible for the safety of thousands of citizens. Making such a choice was understandable. Immediately after, the people in Professor Ma's team pointed their guns at them. Arrest them immediately. If you don't want to be punished, hurry. Carlin blocked the front and assessed. Then we don't need to stay here. And Baomei also bent down and gnashed her teeth in anger. His eyes flashed with coldness. If they intentionally close their eyes and ears like that, then why should we waste our breath? If they want war, well, give it to them. Hearing this, Professor Ma's group also darkened their face. Shochan saw this and struggled in Professor Ma's group while panicked. No, if this continues, a big battle will break out. Shochan turned back to look at them. Then he paused as a streak of blood brushed past him. Hanqing went crazy and attacked the people in the security team. Junhyang behind also died. Professor Ma and the crowd turned their gaze. Piao Baomai's face was full of panic as she stammered. She screamed when she saw his crazed silhouette, mouth covered in blood, biting his lip. Li Han, on his neck, a seed was corroding the surrounding area and invading the. In his mind, everything was just indefinite golden light. Where? Hanxing's eyes opened and looked down in a daze. I don't remember anything. What? Am I? The red space in front of him called out. Brother. He paused. There was a familiar call from behind. What are you doing here? Where have you been? The boy's body on this side gradually vanished. Hangsing's eyes were full of confusion as he turned back to look at the memories of his younger brother flooded back.
Han Bai-yu.
On the other side, the boy's body gradually vanished. A bitter smile on his face. My body. Han Baiyun's eyes were full of fear. I was eaten by a mantis. It hurt so. The boy's body gradually vanished. Hanxing reached out in panic. Who was it? The boy interrupted. It's all nests. They left me to die like that. Hearing this, he gnashed his teeth and Han Baiyun urged. Avenge me, brother. Hanxing heard this and gnashed his teeth until they bled with resentment. The people around were panicked seeing him go crazy.
Don't worry, Han Baiyun.
The bastards who let you. Carlin gnashed his teeth seeing Baomei was extremely. Immediately after, Hanxing completely lost it. His body transformed into a giant multi-legged monster. His mouth roared in. Professor Ma stepped back seeing. He gnashed his teeth and trembled. Blood flowed from his mouth. I will send them to. Someone raised a gun in warning. Spora. A drug that amplifies negative emotions and stimulates a complex out. On top of the building, a guy just fired a drug bullet into him. Your mission is finished, Li. He stared down. His whole body wrapped like a giant leaf. From now on, the plan goes to the final step. He asked Biden again, do you really not need help? Below, Hyjin was pinning her body down, looking up with wide eyes.
Ah, crazy.
It's okay.
Fin.
Then she looked up and laughed with satisfaction. I want to witness the breeder's plan to destroy Nest with my own eyes. From the best. On the other side, Professor Ma also screamed warnings to the crowd. Evacuate the citizens. Evacuate all citizens and staff. He looked at the B Squad and shouted, B Squad, take down that monster now. They rushed towards Hanxing while others evacuated. Guns were raised. Bullets were fired continuously. Sedative loaded. They confirmed. Target hit. The bullet hit Hanxing's, but he roared, losing his. B Squad stepped back while the B Squad leader frowned, firing while announcing, sedatives have no effect. Immediately after it, someone from behind rushed in and pulled the B Squad leader. Jiang Shoushan held his injured arm, gnashing his teeth at Hanxing. Is he really going to kill someone? What the hell is this? Beside him, the girl also looked on in pain. Above, the crowd fired bullets. Below, Piao Baomei ran over trying to scream to wake him up. Li Hanxing, wake up. You. Immediately after, someone grabbed her hand to. Carlin ran behind and seriously reminded her. You can't. She turned her head back in confusion. Leader. He looked at the crazed Hanxing and assessed. That look. If my judgment is correct. Then he remembered the previous mask boss. Then this is similar to the Bora solution that the mask boss used before he remembered his trembling body decomposing on the ground. Furthermore, the side effects of that. Then he closed his eyes, frowning help. Piao Baomei saw this and looked up in even more panic. He confirmed, Li Hanxing cannot return to. Happy memories of the two flooded back. She couldn't accept it. She remembered her Z-friend when she transformed crazily. That won't happen. A series of attacks flew in. Firefly form. Salvo of bullets fired straight at Hanxing's body. Libra meteor. Elsewhere, the Propolis attack team. Li Juanhing frowned and flew. Low was Wu Gun. His Z. Ji Cheng confirmed. He sent a message. What should we do, Professor? He just closed his eyes with some hesitation. Then he frowned and waved his hand, shouting, everyone, switch to live ammunition, and support Propolis. Immediately after, the crowd quickly raised their affirmed, making Hyjin rush up in shock. We must put an end to this before there are any more casualties. Professor Ma added, the enemy. Zayakin's eyes widened in amazement upon hearing the announcement. They put all their strength into attacking the crazed Han. Must be in Hanxing's empty mind. I will not forget. He remembered a photo taken with Han Baiyun when they were young. Han Baiyun is my only. He remembered when his brother was attacked by a crazed monster. Fearful face trembling and calling for help. But Nest left him to the memorial photo, along with the shirt placed under the white flowers. So irresponsible. He remembered his brother's body being dissected on the operating table into many pieces. And they even dissected my brother's. Hanxing was full of resentment and gnashed his teeth. I will never forgive those bastards. Outside, he was struggling crazily, sweeping everything. People ran in panic. The restraints were broken. Hanxing screamed in his heart. I will kill them. His hand grabbed a car from the ground, not leaving a single. He threw them. The car crashed into a stone wall, causing it to. People below were hit by falling boulders. The wall. Oh, the scene was chaotic. Blood sprayed elsewhere. Someone rushed. It was Ji Cheng. They smashed the falling boulder. Li Juanhing also quickly used silk to catch the injured people trembling below. He ordered, Hong Yuyang, First, evacuate the citizens from this area. Make sure no one is left behind, she confirmed. Then he looked at Hanxing, who was attacking frantically despite the B-squad still. He's completely turned into a monster. He can't be taken alive and his eyes were a bit hesitant. That guy is the teammate Bik Baomei intended to. He remembered the scorpion girl who went crazy before. You know it too. Once it becomes like. On the other side, Piao Baomei looked on in shock. Her whole body trembled. He assessed, then there's no way to bring them. She remembered. That day in the bustling school cafeteria. Like any other normal day. We were laughing and Baomei sat at the table eating and talking. Today's lesson was so hard. You're also studying liberal arts later. Opposite her, the girl also ate in silence. And we ate together every day. Suddenly she dropped her chopsticks, making Baomei look up in confusion. Opposite her, Yuna's complex lost control. Her body trembled. She was confused. Sister Yuna, that was when our happy days. Her eyes lost sanity. Red. Mouth mumbling. Immediately the cafeteria became chaotic. Oh! On the other side, Yuna crazily rushed at her. Baomei reached out to hold her back. Sharp-clawed beetle body scratching. Sister. She assessed, she's too strong. I can't break free. Above, Yuna brought her mouth closer in her helpless. She tried to regain a bit of sanity. Kill me. Baomei was stunned hearing. Yuna's face was full of suffering. Tears flowed as she smiled. Don't want to hurt you. Please. From behind, Jicheng rushed in and attacked her to her surprise. Frowned. Are you okay, Bik Baomei? She was still sitting on the ground looking at him in disbelief. Then he looked at the people coming to comfort her. Calm down. I've called the guard. But Baomei screamed with a bloody head. Wait, she just regained consciousness for a moment. If treated in time, Shell returned to. They didn't listen. They fired guns regardless. Then Jicheng told she must be killed. This is the professor's order. Baomei was panicked. He also gnashed his teeth unwillingly. They said there's no hope for Yuna anymore. So we must prioritize the lives of the citizens. She screamed to stop them. No. Then she rushed forward but was quickly grabbed by Jicheng. There must be a way. It's just that right now He interrupted. That's enough, Bik. There's no way anymore. We have to accept it. But she still screamed in despair. On the other side, the crowd fired non-stop. Baomei was dazed. There's still hope to save her. Why does no one believe me? Yuna went crazy and rushed at them. The guards also pointed their guns. Fire. Baomei was still lost in thought. Why does everyone give up so easily? A series of gunshots rang. Present day. Hanxing suffered a barrage of bullets in pain. Guards looked on in fear. While firing, they shouted, "It's working. These are bullets made by the research lab. Use these. We will kill that mon." Baomei stared frozenly at that direction. Please. In front of her, the boy was still roaring in madness. Gerge. Then he rushed at the firing. It's coming. Aim and Baomei closed her eyes tight. Tears flowed in suffering. I don't want to witness my friend die like. Then she remembered herself during training, playing with the people there and Hanxing. Never. Shochan rushed in. Shochan ran past Baomei, making her look over in shock. Open your eyes wide and look close. He punched Hanxing, making him fly. Jicheng looked up in amazement. Jiang Sho. On the other side, Shochan alone shielded Baomei and knocked him to the ground. He's an attack. Thank you watching for vid. Hanxing gnashed his teeth and counterattacked his push. Gnashing teeth in anger. Using his own body to stop that Shochan trembled. Why has no one tried to find out the truth even? Then he urged, look at him. Huimin also looked. Above, the boy's face was covered in blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. Gnashing teeth in pain. Look at his face. Shochan frowned and gnashed his teeth. I understand very well. The feeling of losing one's sanity and becoming a monster. He thought of when his sanity was trapped in a void. The feeling of being alienated and becoming lonely. Memories of people pointing at him on the street flooded. Then being locked in a dark room in despair. The helplessness of not being able to do and know for sure that Li Hanxing doesn't want things like this. He understood Hanxing's suffering in the indefinite. Inside, he covered his face and sobbed. What he wants is for someone to help him escape that helpless. He shouted a reminder to Professor Moss Group, making him surprised too. Hope hasn't been extinguished yet. Shochan frowned and shouted, please, don't give up on. Then he urged the crowd. Have faith. Have faith in the hidden power of humans. Baomei also stared at him with teary. On this side, the crazed Hanxing opened his mouth ready to swallow, but an arm reached around and grabbed his neck, pulling him. Aijin gnashed her teeth and pinned his neck, reaching out to pull his mouth shut. Below, Taohua also grabbed Hanxing's leg. Although I don't understand what's happening, Basically we just need to restrain this kid. Right? Baomei was confused. Elsewhere, Li Shiqing dissatisfiedly pulled the leg. Hey, Jiang Shouchan. This guy is too heavy. You owe us a meal after. And Juanheng beside him also attacked his leg. Both Shiqing and Li Juanheng. The group tried to restrain Hanqing with spider silk. Haijin was excited. We understand, Shouchan. You want to save this kid. She affirmed, then we'll also give you a hand. Shouchan smiled at them hearing this. Below, Biden trembling sat up and looked at them with a smug smile. It's useless to try. Once transformed into a monster by Bora, Han will never. Suddenly a red light emitted from the back of her neck. It was Carlin. He approached and attacked, making her fall. Eyes full of hope looking up. No. And she collapsed. Thank you watching for vid. They remembered the crazed image of Shouchan before. Back then, you showed us a miracle. If a miracle can happen, just this one more On the other side, the group was still trying to restrain Hanqing. Shouchan gnashed his teeth, staring and using his hand to strike. The dragonfly mark glowed. Then you will definitely be able to turn the. Immediately after, Shouchan let go, flying upwards to where Haijin was holding him fixed. Still in of. She was still trying to hold his mouth shut. There must be some. Shouchan gnashed his teeth. The mark on his hand glowed. A way to help him recover his memories of Carlin's lecture flooded back. The key to successfully controlling madness is absorbing the pumpkin into the body. He sat in a chair looking at him standing up and training by kicking and punching underwater. Pieces of crushed stone quickly rose. Breaking the rock is only the first step. Your mind and body must be firm to successfully receive. Shouchan looked in amazement at his injured and bandaged hand. Right now, your body possesses the power of the. Shouchan excitedly looked at Carlin. Does that mean from now on I can control my madness? He smiled and affirmed, more accurately, you now have the qualifications to do. Then he closed his eyes with some worry. Pumpkin is the main ingredient of jungle juice. Although I'm the one who created that medicine, I really still can't imagine what power is hidden in that. However, Zayakin's eyes widened and he swallowed. I can be sure of one. His voice rang in his head. The power of the pumpkin is to transform your body. Shouchan gnashed his. He swung his arm with the glowing dragonfly. Immediately after, Shouchan was amazed when he entered a void. And that transformation will cause mysterious phenomena. Shouchan looked up at the yellow lights falling indefinitely. That science cannot possibly place. Shouchan looked around searching. I think I've seen it somewhere before. This was the same place where he had been with the monsters. He remembered the dragonfly in his mind. Was it in my dream back? In the corner, Hanxing's body was curled up, surrounded by black light. I cannot forgive them. Shouchan looked over in confusion. His body began to gradually transform his mind into a monster. Hands covering his face in suffering. The bastards left my brother to die. I will not forgive anyone. Shouchan doubted. Li Han. His hands already showed claws. Eyes full of resentment. They must also experience the same pain as all of them. Immediately after, an attack struck at Shouchan, leaving him outside. He also struck a blow, sending him flying. I will bury you all alive. Flames erupted fear. Thank you watching for vid. Zayakin's eyes widened in daze as he was caught in the flames. I'm back in reality. But where did this wax come? His hand in the flames was full of uncertainty. No, I can't. Something attacked him. Haijin from above held a steel bar and leaned down to Are you okay? Shouchan was submerged in the slime and was pulled up by her. Shouchan shouted, I'm jumping down. Immediately after, she turned and threw him up out of the. Then she jumped to the top of a building, arm holding him to keep distance from Han. Two looked back at him in amazement. Everyone. On the other side, Tao Hua grabbed the monster's leg while Li Shiqing was buried under the slime, also trying to hold the leg. But she gnashed her teeth looking down. Hey, hold on. On the other side, the guards were also being submerged in slime. Professor Ma was helped by 2B squad leaders. Everyone, move to a higher place. Professor Ma, it's dangerous here. He looked back at the scene. Elsewhere, Li Juanheng pulled people up while looking at Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng, how can we approach him? He also pulled citizens up while shouting, prioritize saving people. He stood up and looked around. Damn it. We have no choice but to stand outside and watch like. On the other side, Hanqing roared in madness. At this rate, Haijin stood watching. She stared in amazement and worry. That complex is too strong. Can we even stop? Jiang Shouchan beside her affirmed. Of course we can. She was confused. He looked at him roaring in madness, eyes bleeding, and affirmed. I'm not 100% sure, but I think I can calm that kid. Then he looked at her affectionately and approached. Can you trust me this time? And she looked on in daze. Then she smiled and placed her hand on his. She affirmed, I believe you can do it. On top of the building, Piao Baomei and Carlin also looked down in amazement. Below, Shochan hugged Hyjin and dived straight towards Hanqing, who was trying to spit out slimy substance, to the confusion of the crowd. Jiang Shochan frowned, and she also frowned in discomfort. You can still handle this much, right? She affirmed, yeah. But this pose is a bit embarrassing. Oh, my belly dove down from above, straight towards Hanqing. Right after that, he let go. She also fell. Monster repellent. Combats. Right after that, she swung her leg. Eyes fused. Flower flood. Flower waterfall. Striking directly at Han Song. Her leg faltered. Hyujin gritted his teeth and assessed. So hard. My leg is probably right after that. She turned and jumped back, landing on the. But still, I can. Next, she punched straight at his leg. Blooming flower. She yelled to remind him as he was staggering and lost his balance.
Su-chan.
It's your. She shouted, calling out. Hurry and fly here. He also dove down from the streams of sticky fluid blocked Su-chan stopped to assess the situation. Come to think, I used this too. The first time I met him. He remembered chasing Han Song in his eyes lit up. Double pew. Callie and Bomi saw this and looked back in amazement. Dragonfly double pew. On the other side, Jae Song's group also looked in amazement. Su-chan dodged through the waves of sticky fluid. He attacked his body directly, helping it predict the direction of the prey they were. Then he suppressed him to the ground. Han Song's face was pressed to the ground. Stay. Su-chan grabbed his arm. Frowning, he tried to use his strength and stay inside. Han Song's trembling hand was also grabbed by him. My body. Since when did it become like? Then he curled up and gave up on everything. Oh well, I have nothing left to regret. And his body was gradually transforming uncontrollably, hugging his knees and gritting his teeth. Even if I pretend to live like a human now, it would only lead to. A scream echoed, making Han Song's eyes widen in surprise. Stop spouting nonsense. Above, fragments gradually appeared. Su-chan entered his world, dragging the dragonflies he had. Han Song's half-human, half-beast body looked at him in shock. Becoming a monster wasn't what you want. Behind him were the worried figures of Callie and Bomi. You still have a place to return. His eyes shone with determination as he shouted to awaken him, placing his hand on his chest. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely bring you back. Hold on until. Never. Allow yourself to give up hope. Han Song's eyes flickered as he looked outside. The B squad raised their guns. He fell. Now is our fire. They aimed directly at Su-chan, who was pinning him. Suddenly, something flew to stop. Slashed through the crowd looked on in confused fear. Head of Department. Dean Din's eyes were filled with coldness. He stopped and looked at him. He also looked back. How is it? Has the kid's condition stable? He realized. You can see it, can't you? Su-chan was also. Han Song's feet trembled as he stood up. Hyujin below jumped in surprise. Right after that, he roared and threw him back. Be careful. Su-din also drew his. Then he slashed down at his body. He managed to jump away and Su-chan's eyes widened in worry, but he comforted him.
Don't worry.
I only used the back of the sword to knock the kid. If there's no hope inside this kid, they'll strike him on the head with all my might. However, Han Song lay motionless. He carried his sword on his shoulder, frowning, and smiled. If you can see even a glimmer of hope, so that he can regain consciousness, then you will believe in that possibility. He looked at him intently, making him gasp in surprise. So prove it here. Right here in the. Du-Hua and Haisong's groups looked at each other in confusion. Hyun was so happy she cried and his eyes were filled with hope. Hyang-su. On the other side, the sunlight also fell upon them. Welcome. Back to the surroundings were a wasteland after the battle. Then the light gradually shone everywhere. Han Song lay slumped on the. Su-chan looked at the school's group, led by Dean Din. Welcome. Back to the. Su-chan's eyes widened. He couldn't react in time. I don't know why. After hearing those, his body felt like a deflated balloon. Su-chan staggered and Jin stepped forward to support him. After those 3 months, Du-Hua and Haisong's groups ran over, worried. Hyujin hugged. Professor Ji and Junhyung came forward from behind. Finally, it's all over. The nest has uncovered the. On the other side, Professor Ma was inspecting the base with the security team. Inside were syringes and bloodstains mixed with slime, the poison that killed Zhang Gubin, as well as evidence of Li Hanxiang's brutal. All of it, caused by Pesip spies. On the wall, the spy was bound by spider silk, unable to resist. Swear. By Dan was also tied up and escorted by security. The perpetrator of these incidents,
Li Bidan,
was quickly apprehended. Was it because the plan regarding Li Hanxiang, who had turned into a monster, The head of department ordered that he not be killed. He was submerged in the solution of the containment unit. A breathing tube and monitoring equipment were attached to his body could not return to its original state. Heavily guarded by the security team. He is currently in the laboratory. Now that Lee by Dawn crimes have been revealed. My murder charges will be dropped soon. Su-chan sat in his hospital room, looking out at the headquarters. Outside, Sang-h's light shone on the main building. But we still have one more mission to complete. Inside the conference room, Professor Mang sat with influential members of the academy. His face was full of anger. It's your turn to On the opposite side, Callie and Bomi looked at him. Stray dogs, tell us the identity and purpose of your organ. The man with white hair gritted his teeth. What in the world is this? Professor Bai also looked. Callie explained, recalling Bama's state when she lost control. The children I took in. All of them were forced to eat meat by the pet. His face was serious. Of course, I couldn't just stand by and watch them turn into monsters. So I taught them how to resist the effects of consumption. As a result, Bomi regained consciousness in shock. We all managed to keep our sanity. Moreover, we could control that. Professor Bai slammed the table and stood up in shock. Resist the effects of consumption? That is impossible. Let me reintroduce myself. Head of the medical department, Professor Bai Ironman. He shouted. We spent many years researching away, but we always succumbed to the craze. Bomi guessed his reaction and closed her eyes to explain. Of course, not everyone has that ability. Some of us have failed and turned into monsters, but as long as there are pumpkins, it won't be impossible. Dean Ding looked on and the other two professors were startled. The main ingredient of Dungo. Professor Ma leaned on the table, lost in thought. He added, pumpkins. We are aware of its existence. The colorful stone was hidden in a brocade box. But the stone's power remains unknown. And we thought it was too dangerous to play with something so mysterious. So only a select few knew. Questioned. And Callie calmly looked at them. Then how do you know how to use pumpkins? He mumbled. Thank you watching for vid. He stated firmly. I am the sole survivor. Among those who worked in the laboratory that created Dungo, the space became extremely silent. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Such a reaction is understandable. Bomi looked at Callie, who remained calm. After all, in a way, leader also responsible for everything that has happened so far. But is it wise to say that? Callie remained. Now Professor Ma spoke. Why? Are you telling us this information? Hearing this, he did not hesitate to make an offer. Because I want the nest to hire me. Everyone was. He thought of Han Song in the containment unit. Right now, the urgent matter for me is to help Li Han Song return to normal. But I can't do it alone. I need the nest's help. No place has better facilities than this. Hearing this, Bomi looked at him in shock. Ali bowed his head sincerely and requested, please allow me to stay here to continue treating Li Han Song. Professor Ma agreed, making everyone bewildered. All right, it's decided. The professor next to him narrowed his eyes in protest. Wait, Professor Ma, aren't you worried about letting them stay at the nest? After all, they are infiltrators.
Professor Ma interrupted. Professor Yu
questioned, causing the other to falter. Who do you think is responsible for the recent incident?
Professor Ma glanced casually.
It's us. Because of our mistake in overlooking the spy, people were put in danger. People outside live in peace. Until now, I have always believed that the safety people is guaranteed by a strict legal system. He recalled Bomi and Callie risking their lives to save those people. They are the ones who protected our people. Those we thought were in league with Petzhoff, and even attacked them. They are the ones truly protecting the nest. Bomi listened and then he remembered Dean's words to him, that he wanted to place his trust in Su. Professor Ma closed his eyes and concluded, perhaps we should take some time to reflect on what is truly best for the nest. Outside, the sunlight shone on the main.
Seong stood silently.
Senior Hee-suk Ji and Luck looked at him and smiled. His hands were still cuffed. What's with that look? You can't believe your junior is outside the prison cell through a glass pane.
Seong Fei Daken.
You confessed everything. You secretly supported Pet Shop and tortured hostages mercilessly. He questioned. Is that truly what you want? Her eyes flashed sharply, and she grinned. Does wanting it matter? In any case, it doesn't change the fact that Jia Song on the other side was silent for a moment. Staring, he looked at her chained hand. These wounds. Were you treated properly? He made an offer. He'll call a doctor to treat you. But San smiled and refused. Why are you suddenly being so kind? Do you have another She trembled and forced a smile. The person sitting in front of you is the criminal who colluded with Pet Shop to take people's lives. He thought of that bloody battle. The one who tried to destroy the nest. The organization you've always protected. But Jia Song calmly looked at her. Yes, I chose to become one of the pillars protecting the nest. He recalled when Yoon went mad and he stopped Bomi. But I realized that if you only have absolute strength, you will eventually be defeated. In the end, I couldn't protect anyone. Then he remembered Suchan. But there is someone who can protect everyone. Simply by asking others to believe. And Jia Song turned and left. I don't believe you truly wanted to betray. I will find proof to prove it. No matter what he asserted, I will try to maintain that belief. Even if no one else believes. Then he remembered the times they chatted happily. Because the San I know is not a bad inside the room. San sat. She spoke, making Jia Song turn back to look. You really are an. She smiled gently and bitterly. Then let me tell you this. A serious mistake that Libidan over. Sun began to. Suchan stood on the corridor of the dormitory, looking around. My dorm room. How long has it been since I've been back? Suchan's eyes widened with joy as he looked around. I really have. Come. Then he changed his clothes. Now is not the time to get emotional. The others will be here. Haizong reminded him. When you're discharged, remember to shower and get ready for us to. Suchan opened the bathroom door and rushed in. First, I need to. He stopped, startled to see Bomi also showering inside. You two. Suchan panicked. Bomb. Why are you? And she blushed and shouted. What is this? Why are you? She turned and ran. I thought you weren't being discharged until tonight. So I took advantage of the time to shower while I. Outside, Hyujin's group arrived, heard the noise and looked on in confusion. Haizong stood outside, confused. That sound was. They were all carrying bags of various sizes. Dua, chewing on ice cream, suddenly realized. It sounded like someone fell from Suchan. Inside, Bomi fell on top of Suchan. And he was also stunned and motionless. Could he be wrestling with someone? He stepped inside the door. The sounds were even more suggestive. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then she shouted, what are you doing in there? Inside, Bomi and Suchan were Suchan turned around in a panic. She quickly wrapped herself in a towel. I'm showering. They'll be done, he shouted. Wait for me for 5 minutes, Hyujin. Hyujin's face darkened as she stood outside the door, listening to the sounds from in. Suddenly, her voice softened, making him freeze. I'm so glad you. Suchan placed his hand on the door and smiled. I always believed that you would return here to us. Suchan looked at the door, stunned.
Suchan smiled happily.
Bomi also looked over from behind.
Yeah.
He's back, and she shyly wrapped herself in it. Duhua and Haizong also entered. She frowned, startled. This
Yang Suchan.
That scoundrel. She bit the candy stick in her hand in anger. Is in the bathroom with. That night at the dormitory. Dark clouds. Bomi was getting dressed, warily watching him. Fortunately, I brought clothes in here. Don't turn around. Suchan turned his back. He's confused. But why did you suddenly come to my room? Bomi. Then she said. To thank you. He also looked back in surprise. She told him about Yuna. Before. I lost a very close friend. She turned into a monster due to the effects of consumption and was killed right in front. Then she remembered Hansong turning into a monster. So when Lee Hansong also became like. I closed my eyes tightly. I thought there was no hope of saving him. So I was only scared and didn't dare to open my. But you. Suchan frowned and rushed forward, urging the crowd. Please everyone. Don't give up so easily. She mumbled. Don't give up until the. Bomi hugged her lonely body. If it weren't for you, I would have lost another friend. Suchan interrupted, making her look over. Not. He reminded her that he was still in the containment unit. I haven't fully saved Lee Hansong yet. He is still suffering from the effects of consumption. He seriously clenched his fist and looked at her. I will definitely bring Lee Hansong back to normal. Just you wait and once successful I will accept your thanks then. She also looked at him. Then she reached for the ventilation cover. Whatever you say. And there's something I haven't told you. As she hung up, she stated firmly. If you want to stay here to treat Lee Hansong, then according to the rules, we must become students of the nest. That's the only way to freely enter and exit the laboratory where. Suchan was startled. She turned to look at him and reminded him. By age I am older than you. But this time I'll have to ask for your. She called out. Senior. Making him look on in confusion. 10 minutes later. Suchan opened the door and walked out in confusion. What is outside? Bamas group and Nanami stood excitedly in front of the door. We've completed all the paperwork. So now we're free and don't know what to do. They said we can move around anywhere we want. So we decided to have a party in your. Suchan was confused. Then where is Leader Kali? Nanami still has matters to discuss with the professors of the.
Uchena assessed.
They have a lot to discuss. such as the treatment of Lee Han-song and the Dungo Ji's experiment. On the other side, the entire group was sitting in the conference room. Su-chan turned and looked at the 4 people in the room. Just in time, they also looked out. Oh, it's those people from before. He added, I want to introduce them.
Su-chan suggested.
Let them join us. Hyujin also looked on in confusion. That she recalled Bama's overbearing image. And she shyly hugged her girlfriend and peeked up. Outside the academy. For other people were silently observing. Giganta frowned. You're here. Miwa was beside. The 4 of them stared intently at the person climbing the cliff. It seems you had a hard time. The person was changing. He sighed. Nest security is not to be taken lightly. They even installed thermal sensors. So it's hard to infiltrate without a mask. He said. On the other side, Giganta took something out of his coat. So, what's wrong? You're not here just to say hello. There's a job for you. Right after that, he threw a device. Finn also grabbed. His eyes were cold as he reminded him. The nurturer has found what he has been looking for so long. I heard that your main job is transporting people, or then what you will be transporting from now on will be a new era. Inside the phone was an image of multicolored stuff. At the dormitory, Su-chan held a can of beer, looking at the group with a hint of concern. On the other side, the whole group drank as if they had met after 1,000 years. When did they become so close? Haizong explained. These people helped you throughout the days you were away, right? Then they must be good. Besides, we fought side by side when the food train monsters escaped. We coordinated perfectly. On top of the building, Junhyung and Hye-min sat on the building, observing the situation. Both of them liked each other's quiet. Haizong threw his arm around his neck, excitedly clinking glasses. But, welcome back. Jong Su-chan, drink as much as you want tonight. He also smiled doubtfully. Are you? On the other side, Bomi had passed out, leaning on his lap. HNG. Causing the space to freeze. BOM has a low alcohol tolerance. Su-chan's eyes widened in confusion. Then he boom. She was sleeping soundly. Hyujin's eyes glinted with jealousy. Nanami explained. BOM only needs to drink 1 glass to pass out. He shouted in fear. You should have told me earlier, she called out. Su-chan fearfully looked from sleeping Bomi to her. Hyujin. I think BOM. Then she leaned on him. I think I'm drunk too. Su-chan was also. Her hand gripped his leg. Hyujin isn't a good drinker. Then she suggested. Can you take me back to my... Su-chan quickly walked with her. Of course. On the other side, Dua looked back. The others also smiled. Then she stepped forward and reminded him. Don't do anything inappropriate in our bathroom. Pervert. Su-chan bit his tongue. Feeling Hyujin was confused. Huh? What bathroom? Su-chan stammered out an explanation. She meant you should shower before going to... In the end, Su-chan couldn't take Hyujin back to her room because he was too embarrassed. Security guards patrolled a room. The underground interrogation room of Nia-song stood opposite by Dan, who was tied to a chair.
Libidan.
How does it feel to be locked in the same room you used to torture others? If you want, I can treat you the same. But she remained indifferent and helpless. Please don't. Senior. I was just brainwashed by Pet Shop. Please believe. He just raised his hand to his chin. 3 years. She looked confused. Chan picked up a small device. We found this walkie-talkie in your room. It recorded all your conversations with Pet Shop over the past 3 years. He gritted his teeth and clenched the walkie-talkie in anger. Even before you entered Nessie. And you still dare to say it was...
Deseong preset her.
Speak.
Libidan.
What was your real purpose in coming to this? Seeing that everything could no longer be hidden, she gritted her teeth. Then she narrowed her eyes, no longer appearing pitiful. Of course, to please my nurse. Desong calmly looked back. So you finally revealed your true colors. Is this your true self? But Dan just smiled calmly. She thought of her most painful moments. He was the light that saved her. The only one who truly understood. There was only one. And only one. That was the nurse, he stated, making Desong gasp. He told me that day. To sow fear among all. She recalled her murder weapon with glee. That's why I invented the poison called seeds, which would plunge everyone here into... Those who were affected went mad and stuck in pools of blood. I sowed those seeds into countless people. And the day will come, when they vomit blood and then... She narrowed her eyes and sneered. What a pity. Our plan is still in motion. Just slowly enjoy. The fear of not knowing who will... Suddenly, someone approached from behind, startling her. You think that will... Desong turned his head, gritting his teeth, slightly angry. You probably don't remember. You tried to kill her. Desong bit his lip in anger, but couldn't succeed due to her regenerative ability. That's why you made her a vegetable. Dan gritted her teeth and injected the drug into the... On the other side, San held the medicine happily because of her poison. But San avoided the brainwashing and saved. Song explained her power. She possesses the most unique and useful power at Nessie. She can also hold hands and save many people. A power capable of creating miracles like resurrecting. The Song asserted that she could not now. And she gritted her teeth in. On the other side, Professor Yu stared at her, frowning with resentment. Professor of mycology, you. Dragonfly complex, cordyceps fungus. Couldn't kill any. Professor Yu. She looked up in fear, trembling.
Impossible.
After being infected with the poison created by the nurturer, she looked down. Professor Yu looked down with anger and contempt, narrowing his eyes. And you still survive. She recalled the despicable things she had done. She pumped medicine into the foreline. I even spent months injecting her with various other poisons to ensure a 100% success. Hearing this, Professor Yu affirmed. That's right. The poison he created is extremely dangerous. It destroyed almost all my cells. Even the regenerative ability of cordyceps fungus has limitations. She thought of her smug expression. She gritted her teeth and stared. Professor Yu assessed. Indeed, if I had only been infected with the nurturer's poison. She thought of the poison running through her veins. Using poison to counter poison. The other poisons she used on my body stimulated my immune system and aided in the Professor Yu leaned in coldly and whispered. Your mistake was underestimating human adaptability. A top student like you making such a basic mistake. Defiling that title. She gritted her teeth and right after that, she contemptuously stood up and glanced at her. She recalled San. There was a genius child. In a short time he analyzed all the details of the nurturer's poison. She happily picked up the experimental equipment. Biological experiments on humans? Wonderful, Professor Yu assessed. And even successfully created an antidote. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth in anger. San created an antidote? The brainwashing by the ion-generating virus is useless. She turned and walked towards the door. You just said you sowed a poison called seeds into people's bodies, right? Thanks for the information. On the other side, Jae-song's face darkened. She held a vial in her hand and smiled. Mr. Jae, I request to use my lecturer privileges to announce this to all students of the nest. Ye-seong looked over, and her face darkened. Inside the examination room, Haezong and Du-hwa were undergoing a comprehensive physical examination. From now on, we will conduct a physical fitness. The students in the examination room complained and chatted. 2. Why are they suddenly doing this? It must be to check if anyone was injured after the recent incident. I've been training hard lately. You should take better care of your. What if I gained weight? I skipped my yoga sessions. Dan. You need to gain a little more weight to be Suddenly, Changhan looked somewhere. Yujin and Suchan entered through the door. Everyone turned to look. It's Jiangsu. He looked at them, extending his hand a little awkwardly. You must have all heard about my consumption. It's been a long time, he thought to himself. So it's natural for them to be afraid. After that, 2 girls rushed to hug him tightly before Hyujin could even react. Oh,
Suchan.
He was hugged so tightly he tensed up. Everyone in the class also ran over, chatting excitedly and looking him up and down. Are you working? Are you eating well? Are you exercising regularly? Be careful. How come you look even more handsome than before? Hyujin next to him saw this and smiled at him. See? I told you you were worrying for nothing. He also looked back at her. Suddenly, a scream came from inside the room, drawing everyone's attention. Damn it. What do you think you— The tall, dark figure glared down at her. I'm a senior, so what if I cut in line? And you crossed your arms, glaring at him. That guy grumbled. What's with that look? Is there a— Suchan was suspicious? Boom. Bomi was not afraid. She crossed her arms and glared. It's nothing. But isn't cutting in line and acting superior to younger juniors against the school? They then looked at the criminal badge on her uniform and questioned. Aren't you the ones breaking the rules? Is it acceptable to draw on the logo like— The guys next to him chuckled. Hey, don't push her anymore. What if she turns into a monster? Let's spare her. Pointed at her. With a lewd grin. I really don't understand. Why do the professors let monsters— Right after that, Suchan blocked his front and grabbed his finger. With a displeased expression, he reminded him, pointing at others. Bomi was a little surprised. Then he twisted the guy's finger, making him scream in pain. That's rude. The crowd panicked. Right after that, they fearfully tried to separate his hands from the guys. Hyujin also spoke to stop them. It's okay. Stop it. Suchan calmly turned to her. But these guys clearly know you can't fight back, so they're deliberately picking up. She waved her hand to remind him. Then aren't you getting into trouble by helping me? He then remembered and froze. On the other side, he screamed in pain, his face red. His arm was broken and dangling. Good for you, you bastard. My arm hurts like hell. Look at my arm. One of them shouted. This is unprovoked assault. I'll report this to Kyo. An arm flew straight into his face. On the other side, Rhea Seong approached and pushed him away, looking at him coldly. Taking advantage of us? The others panicked. Ouch. Bomi also looked confused.
Ida sa ONG.
They helped the guy leave in fear. Line up properly. I told you not to pick a. She looked at him, who was looking at her sadly. Why are you? Took out 2 cards and gave them to her. Take these, making her a little surprised. Bomi trembled as she accepted the 2 cards. These are my student ID and Ayuna's. I thought they were gone for. De Seong turned to leave. I kept them. She also looked. Then he reminded her about Han Song. Now you have full authority. You can enter and exit your friend's detention center whenever you want. Consider it a reward for saving the. Then he remembered the day Ayuna went mad. I thought it was right to stop Go Ayuna at that time. That it was the best way to protect the. He recalled the image of the 3 of them being close before. Drinking together. But
Deseo NGS est.
Perhaps you were right. When you said there was a better way. Seeing this, she also frowned.
Ida sa ON.
Then he looked at him.
Yang Su-chang.
He also looked on in confusion. He looked at Su-chan with regret. You were truly framed unjustly. It's not your fault for not finding this. Thought of the memory of him fighting wildly. Selling his life to the monsters. You fought to protect everyone. Why? Shouldn't you have been filled with hatred for the nest at that?
Su-chang assets?
Things like hatred.
I don't.
Then he looked at the group hugging Hyujin on the other side. These people are very precious to me. So of course I want to protect them. The group discussed among themselves. Hyujin also gained weight. What are you doing? Who knows? Her measurements are completely different. Hearing this, Jae-song also looked over. Memories flooded back. Why did I join the beast? He remembered the gentle appearance of Yuna sitting on his tail. Because I want to make the nest a better place. A place where we can laugh and spend time together. Like Jae-song also had an epiphany. His eyes widened in confusion. I see. It seems I misjudged. Then he turned to leave. Wasting time. I'm leaving. Continue with your checks. They also watched him. Inside the conference room, Professor Yu received the reports. The physical examinations went smoothly. Those infected with Biden's poison have all been treated. They looked at her and chatted. Oh, Professor Yu, who just woke up, is working so. Her eyes were cold as she looked at the papers. However, there's something strange. She looked at the students from Bomicide. The data of the new students from Stray Dogs. It matches those trained by Pesops. Professor June was confused. You mean they are like those monsters? Is it okay to let them live in the nesting like this? What if they lose control and attack? On the other side, Dean D looked out the window. Trust them. I will take full responsibility. He looked at the group happily interacting with Suchan. Look. They are just young people enjoying their vibrant youth. Those young people saved the nesting. They chatted happily and friendly. Yo, how's it going? Curious about my measurements? How were your test results? You looked at the worried group inside. I know everyone has always given their best for the nesting. I will try not to interfere. But right now, Pet Shop is constantly provoking us. So I'm afraid we won't be able to remain elsewhere. Professor Yu leaned his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Yunyo. While we were away, the nesting became much more She recalled him struggling to bite his own flesh. Even your most beloved student is also going through many difficult times. On the other side, Professor Yu was unconscious. Truly, everyone here is in great need. Below, Suchan was chatting happily with Nanami and Bamas group. The others were also discussing. These past few days, Suchan has only been hanging out with the new friends. What should I? Hyujin's 2 best friends, Bom and Haizong, planted an idea in her head. If it continues like this, hell be snatched away by another woman. She looked away, lying to herself. I don't think. Then she sighed and lowered her head. Well, I can't say anything. They are the ones who helped Suchan. I wish we had more time to talk together. A teacher walked past them, looking at the data and complaining. But so much work. Next, I have to inject the antidote. How can I possibly finish all? Irun on the side raised his hand to his mouth with a mischievous intent. Hyujin, I have an idea. Hyujin and Hyun looked over in a certain. Suchan sat on a patient bed. Next is the injection. The test is more segmented than I. A trolley entered through the door.
Il come in.
He also looked over. On the other side was Hyujin in a nurse's uniform. You. Suchan's eyes widened. His face flushed with confusion. Hyujin, what are you doing here? She explained. The nurse was too busy, so I'm helping her with some on the car there are all sorts of medicines. She said that all we need to do is inject this antidote, and it will be fine. There, Jin screamed internally. Damn it. Yung-yang, why are you making me do something so embarrassing? She calmly opened the medicine box and reminded Suchan. Let me disinfect first. You, take off your...
Suchan Seheli'ye Lovret her şol dersi trap.
Ah, alright. She rummaged through the... Next she took out something like a bag. He also looked up in confusion. She took it out, looking puzzled.
Suchan mumbled.
Hyjin. On the other side, the two friends looked at the medicine box with sly smiles. Wow. Yeah. He looked flustered and confused. He also stepped closer, his eyes wide, and whispered somewhat awkwardly. Isn't that alcohol-soaked cotton pad? Suchan looked up and reminded her carefully. Hyjin. Hyjin awkwardly held it in her hand when she heard him mention it. It's not alcohol-soaked cotton pad. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she stammered. He quickly tilted his head. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't bring this. The nurse must have put it in by mistake. Yung-yang. Hyjin glanced back, observing silently. Then, taking advantage of Chan's panic, she quickly said, Hey, there's something I want to ask. Hyjin held a small paper box curiously. Have you ever done that before? Suchan shook her head repeatedly in denial. Huh? What nonsense are you saying? No, of course I haven't. I don't even know what it feels like to hold a girl's... Hyjin glanced at her, displeased. Later, she quickly recalled everything she had heard. I heard it from Du, said. When we came to your room, you were in the bathroom with Bia. Suchan turned pale when she heard Hyjin almost say it. What did you two do in there? Yahua. Room. Hyjin surprisingly adjusted the needle. So you came to thank me. I misunderstood. I'm sorry. Suchan glanced over and hugged. That's right. BOM and I have nothing going on. The injection just now must have added some of your feelings. Huh? Du-hoa knew, but still likes to slander me like... Hyjin suddenly remembered. Those people all enrolled in Nest to bring Han Song back. They must trust each other a lot, right? They've been together for a long time. They can basically consider each other... Suchan recalled her past missions. Conversely, I haven't known them for long, or extra training from others, but they've helped me. The photo of the four of them in harmony was shown again. Thanks to them, I was able to return to you. Suchan clearly remembered what had happened. Remember when we stopped Li Han? I saw him cry. I also gradually shrank as I saw the clear difference between then and now. At that time, I saw myself in it. I saw the person I was before coming to Nest and meeting you. Suchan clenched her fists and looked down. So this time, I want to save you myself. Hyjin quietly looked at the determined person beside her. But I don't know how to do it. So I don't know if it's possible. But I said I would do it and Hyjin smiled at the correct answer. She looked over and quickly said, Actually, I came here today because I have something to... Hyjin presented a small badge. Here, your beehive badge.
Suchan.
The of the couple who walked together before appeared in their minds. Members of the beehive must work as a team. And I still don't have it. Hyjin looked over and smiled, proposing. Do you want to be my... Suchan asked in disbelief. She also confirmed with certainty. You're inviting me to the beehive. Senior Hyukyang also gave permission. Hyjin smiled, aiming for Suchan's goal, and persuade. The beehive holds many secrets, and they also operate outside the nest frequently. We will definitely find clues, reminded Suchan of her previous words. You promised, didn't you? The image of a weak, sobbing youth making a promise. That you would bring him. Hyjin smiled and presented the badge. Help you fulfill that promise. Suchan blushed, looking at it and stammering. As a partner. He hugged her immediately. Hyjin happily said.
Suchan.
The badge fell on the chair, having witnessed the two successfully form a group. Returning to Nest was a very correct decision. Xiong and Professor Yu looked seriously into the glass tank to Xiong and Professor Yu looked seriously into the glass tank. Cells in his body bit by bit. He must be in so much. Professor Yu adjusted his complex, contemplating. I've used my healing abilities to slow down the decomposition. Professor Yu adjusted his complex body and murmured. I used my healing ability to slow down his decomposition. Observed, looking tired, and reminded him. And that's impossible. It will take at least a few years to find another cure. But that much time he might already be. Callie denied, drawing her attention. Callie observed and patiently affirmed. Probably won't take that. A forbidden area of the bee appeared, where a factory near the sea was still up. An area near the Baltic Sea. Pesticide factory. The man held a gun and observed his surroundings. That's a smoke. He was constantly observing the experimental subjects. The base of a drug cartel. Looked at the pile of drugs in front of them and was confident. This batch seems, this will be a big transaction with that mafia. Piercing scream echoed. Who screamed loudly? Who? I looked around thoughtfully and silently. No, it seems to be a child. Someone quickly approached and reached out. I don't know how you got in here, but once you've seen these things, there's only, before he finished speaking, a streak flashed across his face. I will kill. The group panicked and retreated, shouting, "We're under attack. There's an..." The group reacted quickly and opened fire. Is it an assassin sent by the mafia? Damn it. The group reacted quickly and opened fire. Is it an assassin sent by the mafia? Damn it. I quickly eliminated the bewildered remaining people. Why? It's not. The bald man looked at his annihilated subordinates in horror. He dropped the gun in his hand. The man ran while not believing it. We almost... He burst through the door and shouted, "Dmitri, Igor, start the car. We need to leave this place immediately." His two subordinates were suffocating in the... He stared blankly, disbelief. Greeter approached from behind, smiling with amusement. This place is perfect. It's close to the... And there are very few people around. Very suitable as a hiding place. He quickly controlled the complex in his hand. I will use this place well. As for you... Column of water shot straight down at him. Get lost. Drugs can't be used as food. He turned around, desperately begging for his life. Wait, spare my life. Do you want money or drugs? They'll give you everything you need. You can even have me as your subordinate. Reader looked up and sneered. Become a subordinate? That's a good idea. He continued his game. But pet shop is not a place for the weak. The water is flowing into my organs. Greeter smiled and clenched his fist, finishing him. The leaves fell nonstop as he... Greeter didn't turn around, quickly becoming silent. The person observing from above remained silent. This is the first time I've seen... Which group do you belong to? Euchi. He jumped from high up and responded. He quickly stated his purpose, making Greeter smile. My mission is to find you. He quickly stated his purpose, making Greeter smile. My mission is to find you. Euchi. He widened his eyes and warned him. Greeter, do you think you can control this? Euchi. He squinted and warned, shouting. Caretaker, do you think you can hold the world in your hand? You are also a monster. Greeter looked over, not afraid, and
Surprise.
You, Euchi. He, with his muscular body, looked surprised. You, Euchi. He, with his bulging physique, glanced to the side. Is he the strongest student?
Hankyung, Keong Seong El Se.
He was even curious about how EUC managed to find him. How did you find us? I was so careful that I didn't share my location with my subordinate. Euchi. He clenched his fists and reminded him. Thanks to you, you crossed the... Euchi. He always observed the group, but with half-closed eyes, he let it... He quietly recounted the... On the island or the kidnapping of people to raise those trained with... Euchi. He looked at the recent natural disasters and became angry. But your actions this time are much more significant. Recently, there have been a sudden series of large-scale floods. So I traced you from that. Reader smiled and clapped. Impressive. You found me with just that little... His eyes widened and he glanced over. However, behind him, Sun suddenly forward with a powerful... Can you escape? He laughed loudly and reminded him. Is this guy the strongest student? I alone am enough to fight Predator. Sansu, with his locust-like complexity. He continuously attacked EUC without pause. From the outside, it's also a warrior like me, right? Sansu quickly raised his fist and laughed wickedly. I'm sure to win. Euchi. He blocked it easily with one. Sansu's face turned dark, and he struggled. Your strength is indeed formidable. His hand is too strong. He looked deep into him. How? For me, it's not effective. Hygiene sat at the bar, curious. Suchan, have you read all the documents about the senior? He frowned and picked up his phone. Confused. However, there were some parts that I found a bit strange. You browsed the index repeatedly. The first rank hasn't changed for years. Or is it not fully updated? The person next, the rank 1 position hasn't changed for years. Or has it not been updated fully? The person next, who had already sat down, spoke up. No, it will never change. Dae Song took a sip of beer and reflected. The strongest student.
Senyo Seong Eu.
Were surprised and confused. He got top grades but was on leave for so many years? He said he did it for the looked surprised, curious, and confused. He got top grades in class. But he's been on leave for so many years? He said he did it for the Hygiene, sitting beside him, asked in disbelief. Senior who. He still couldn't replace Hygiene, sitting next to him, disbelief, asked immediately. Senior who. He still can't replace. Dae Song grandpa glanced and remained silent, then indicated. That's Sun Tzu's eyes widened. and he gritted his teeth in anger. If you call me the pillar of nest. Sun-Su squinted at Yu Se-ong, gritting his teeth in anger. If you call me the pillar of Nesit, then he is the pride of. Reader rubbed his chin and smiled, watching. He's strong, but it seems he looked at the two, tormented by him, and smiled. He still hasn't realized. Nunbo lunged from behind. Suddenly, Nunbo rushed from behind, silent, and turned to dodge, praising. You're trying. He immediately struck him down to the ground. He looked down from above with narrowed eyes. But unfortunately, I can detect the vibration. Ma immediately struck, forcing him down to the ground. Gently grabbed her weapon by the neck. Predator. He quickly tore her apart with one blow. It was you. You attacked Ness. She was in pain, abandoning half her arm and. Do you ever feel sorry for the innocent lives you have ruthlessly? Suddenly tore him apart. Was it you guys who attacked? His eyes turned red and he turned back. Food released 30% of his muscles. His arms trembled with effort. As expected, he punched him fiercely in the stomach. You don't deserve to live in this world at all. The 5 viscera destruction. Yuansu spat out a mouthful of blood. Veins bulged terrifying. He knelt on the ground. Earth cricket. A cricket as big as a hand appeared. It's an insect belonging to the Grillocritidae family. The leaf-rolling cricket. Huge body, an adult cricket can eat a mouse. The weapon used to hunt prey several times larger than its overwhelming physical strength. The group looked at the earth cricket with trembling fear. Pay the price for the crime committed against Ness all this time. And with its extraordinary physical strength, the earth cricket is called the ultimate warrior. A large body. An adult praying mantis can eat a mouse. The weapon that helps hunt prey many times larger than its overwhelming physical strength. The crowd looked at Yeo Se-ong, trembling in fear. Pay the price for the crimes you have committed. Column of light shot towards him immediately. Ah, enraged, stood up and flapped her wings wildly. I will kill and then eat you. Killing in. Mihoa was hit and gritted her teeth in anger. I will kill. A beam of light shot over immediately. Ah, immediately controlled countless water silk threads and smiled. Let him deal with me. If this continues, it will be difficult for you to keep your life. He smiled and ordered. If my subordinates keep dying like this, my future plans will be affected. Water spiders. A water thread quickly appeared on Miho's neck. Enough. Yeo Se-ong also appeared. After a while, his catch and release. He clenched the rope in his hand and looked down. Despite the tug, he was pulled into a water ball. Breeder smiled, controlling it in his hand. This tank is covered with spider silk inside. Any prey caught, the voice will also be affected. Water will never be able to catch and release. He clenched the string in his hand and looked down. The breeder smiled, wanting to invite him to join. You are very different from the insects out, a creature who strives through pure strength. Very suitable for us. He added fuel to the fire. Nest is collapsing. I can easily shake the structure of that place with just one mole. If you don't leave there, your strength will gradually fade sooner or S6 raised his hand high, reminding him with amusement. Come with us. Your strength will be elevated. Breeder smiled and invited him to join. You are very different from other Live for yourself. He concluded quickly, leaving him dumbfounded. Nest is collapsing now. I can easily shake the eyes narrowed. He turned. But dare it not come from your foul. Breeder was kicked and stumbled backward. I didn't expect you to be able to destroy my spy. But you should still die. A water sphere gradually formed between. Live for yourself. He concluded quickly, leaving him. The hive shook, leaves falling one by one. Even if you affect the structure of nest, destroy it. The tall ancient tree supports the nest below. Remember, the foundation is what protects the nest. Each important stage of the group flashed. As long as the foundation remains, someone will always rebuild. Yeo Se-ong still has 100% of his strength. There is something you have over the ground. The two fists clashed, bringing overwhelming power to pave the way for them. The celestial phenomenon. The fists collided, creating a thunderous explosion. The Plunbo shivered and looked. Sansu waited silently for the result. Below, the two fists clashed. Breeder's eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. Watch carefully. The punches collided, creating a world-shattering explosion. The ground Nunbo trembled and looked. Will destroy him. He moved quickly, hitting him. Your life. And the next blow carried anger towards Breeder. That you have built so far. Breeder opened his eyes wide in shock, speechless. Watch carefully. Breeder powerfully, bringing overwhelming strength. Celestial phenomenon. The Breeder was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of.
Sang-Su watched silently, shivering.
For whatever reason, the next blow carried anger towards Breeder. And what you have built so far. His Yosei-ong's surroundings were covered in fire. Earth Mantis, the finale. He strongly into breeder carrying overwhelming power. The world don't deserve to exist in this world. Breeder lay on the ground, silent. He'll end it all here. He stammered, trying to finish his sentence. Let me ask. He smiled eerily and looked up at the sky. Why shouldn't we kill humans? The waterlogged insects struggled. How amusing. Look at them trying to struggle in the water. Breeder realized something. The strong survive, the weak are always killed and trampled by the children laughed wickedly and looked. Throw more bug. Breeder, still young, looked at the group silently. That's the law of nature. I realized this law from a very young age. How he approached the teacher and quickly reminded her. Teacher, look. What fish are the children want? The teacher's eyes widened in horror. I forgot one. Put his hands in the glass and smiled happily. It's fun. Two children floating in the water, motionless. That are the exception to this. Breeder was quickly transferred elsewhere. I don't understand. Why does everyone treat me like a monster? What's so different about humans? He sat silently in protective gear. Or because of the social rules called laws? So the natural law no longer applies to them? No. This problem is much simpler. His body was vague in the natural world. Humans are a species, not suited for this. An exception to that. Breeder was quickly transferred elsewhere. I don't understand why everyone treats me like a monster. He quickly delivered a finishing blow. A psychopath by social rules called laws. So natural laws no longer apply to them. No, the problem is much simpler. His body blurred in the natural world. Humans are a creature, unsuited for this. Yosei-ong approached and questioned Breeder. So, you think you should let them go extinct? Because humans don't understand. He was stunned and confused by his words. Why would I want to exterminate humans? They are precious creatures with a high degree of evolution. What? One of the silk threads, stained with blood, fluttered in the air. Want to farm and raise. All Breeder smiled and flew up with thousands of silk threads behind him. The image of a skilled craftsman clearly appeared. Sometimes when you're jogging, you'll feel like a hair is falling. A spider flies in the wind. That's spider silk. It's when a spider spins its web in the one of the blood-stained threads fluttered in the air. Why did he suddenly become like this? He looked at him as if seeing him for the first. You are like a saint. Are you? Breeder's eyes narrowed as he looked down and smiled happily. A saint sounds cool. A spider flying in the wind. That is spider silk. It's when a spider spins its web in the. He quickly bowed his head to dodge. At least I have to prepare for the moment I become a. His cutting force is no joke. The threads continued to ravage the factory acting like this. You are some kind of saint. Is it? He looked up at Breeder, preparing himself. I must kill. His hand glowed as he unleashed all his strength. As quickly as possible. Quickly ducked to avoid it. At least I have to prepare for the moment I become a. Breeder looked down from above, somewhat unwillingly. You are very strong. If possible, I'd like to let you live. But if I do, Nest's morale won't be. What is this ability? It's too dangerous. Yosei-ong still had a piece of bandage fell. He spoke with difficulty but triumphantly. Even you kill me, Nest won't collapse that Behind Yosei-ong, he was quickly held fast by the is because I couldn't trust anyone to hand Nest over to them before. Recalled what Suchan's group had achieved and smiled. But now I found them. Talented young men and women who will succeed. A piece of ice fell. He spoke with difficulty but still smugly. Breeder's eyes narrowed unhappily. Embedding everything on the Yo-song grandpa strained, tightening his muscles. The reason I've held the number 1 position for so. His body fell to the ground, motionless. That hateful. He recalled what Suchan's group had accomplished and smiled. But now I found them. Talented young men and women will follow in my footsteps. Yosei-ong smiled and looked up. The ice wrapper had already fallen. Fate will be defeated by. He narrowed his eyes, his face dark, and looked over. Clean, then eat it yourself. Before the leaves that fell on the ground were stained with blood.
Xu è un boastud stand.
What are you still standing there for? Sun Tzu gritted his teeth inside. I assigned him the mission to investigate the results. I also warned him that this mission was extremely dangerous and told him to be very careful. But it seems he couldn't escape the nurturer's clutch. Put his phone on the table and continued explaining. Before facing them, he managed to send a final message. Professor Ma carefully read the final messages. The nurturer is in the south. Found the pumpkin patch. He even built a factory to produce jungle. Immediately after mass production of jungle juice, the image of Breeder appeared. Laughing maniacally, he plans to spread it all over the world. The group was stunned, realizing, you mean Shop has found the formula for jungle? That's the case, we have to act immediately. The group debated, contradicting each other. But how? Even the number 1 ranked person couldn't defeat the nurturer. If we blindly send people there, It's like pushing them into the line of now is not the time to worry about such things. Professor Ma bowed his head solemnly. There is only one way. The door quickly.
Suchan entered, anxiously asking.
Excuse me, why did you call me? He looked at the person in front of him without turning his head. Curious. Head of department. Dean Din closed his eyes, looking weary. You look healthier now, don't you? Have you been getting enough rest? Thanks to you, I've had a very comfortable time. He quickly reminded him. I called you here because I want to make you an offer. And Dean Din quickly presented a vial of medicine. A medicine that turns insect people back into normal humans. It's only for students who graduate from Nest. Cinder. Suchan looked at the vial of medicine in front of him, his face darkening. They'll give it. Vial of liquid, with a shimmering jade blue color, was Suchan was a little surprised. For me? Cinderella? Are you serious? I really didn't expect it. Only the top students in the school get it. I haven't ranked first in class once. Dean Din's tone was very certain. Of course, Dean Din continued. But before that, I have a question for you. He widened his eyes, his expression stern. Are you willing to risk your life to fight for the benefit of Professor Ma's face was steely. We've found the nurturer's location. Nest will soon enter an all-out war with facing the group. Do Hyun's words carried more weight. They are also mass-producing jungle juice. We must act quickly to stop Pesup's goal of plunging the world into chaos. And to do the core strength of Nest is indispensable. The beehive, the group consisting of Jisung, Yugen, and Jun. Jisung was a little confused. Why are you negotiating with Cinderella this time? Just assign us the mission as you negotiate with Cinderella this time. Professor Ma's voice became noticeably deeper. Yusong has been defeated by the nurturer. The entire group was shocked. Hyun continued. The battle with Pesup is more dangerous than we thought. The professors don't want to force you into a mission with a high mortality rate. Therefore, those standing here will definitely be eligible to graduate with the highest honors in the. He paused and placed the vial of Cinderella medicine on the table, then said, and I want to give you a Professor. You looked at the vial of medicine in his hand. His voice was calm. Whether you choose to drink this medicine and return to being a normal human, or continue to stay at Nest to fight the nurturer as a member of the even you. He raised his eyes. You will be given a chance and sneered. To be pardoned and return to the Dean Din said deeply. He'll give you a day to think about. He looked at him intently. Take your time and think carefully. What is more valuable to you? Everyone. Jizeong Group to San Haijin. Sangha Suchin. Thank you watching for the lecture hall, Assistant Du announced. Due to the head of department schedule conflict, today's practical insect combat class is cancelled. Instead, we will be. The boy pouted. Another class cancelled. So will we get credit? Du Hoa collapsed onto a chair, his eyes dull. Unji whispered to the person next to her. Hey, did you do the head of department's test? He's crying his eyes out. Not good at all. My semester is ruined. The sound of helpless sighs echoed continuously. One step closer to Cinderella. 2. Not everyone can get it. Suchin remained silent, looking at Cinderella. That day, remembered. You wanted to give it to me? If I drank, the scene of a complete complex gradually returning to a normal human would invade his. Then I can become a normal human again. Live a normal life. That I longed for. Psychological pressure weighed heavily on Suchin. He thought with difficulty. In a room with an open bar, the Beehive Club meet.
Beehive rank 2. Hook Yesong.
Complex hard-shell beetle. He tilted his head, looking at the members. Everyone is here, right? You've all heard the
Behiwe rank 4. Hong Yun Huang.
Firefly Complex. Jun's eyes welled up with tears. His hands clenched tightly. The pain was unbearable. Hyuk Jong sacrificed himself. Unbelievable. I didn't expect Pet Shop to be more dangerous than we. Hive rank 5 O Yugen. Pill Bug Complex. His expression was somber. The upcoming battle will be equally risky. Not to mention, Nest is also planning to attack Pet Shop. The number of casualties will surely be count. I don't want to die yet. A young man's voice suddenly spoke. Isn't our goal always to become top students and return to being? He lifted his nose, revealing smiling eyes. Beehive rank 6. Iong Song Ha. Hidden Complex. Song Ha continued, so what choice should we? Do I still need to think? Jae Song pondered, looking at him. Then again there was interrupted. Wait a moment. Song Ha turned his head, paying attention. Aijin couldn't understand. What do you mean we just let Pet Shop do whatever they want? She was indignant. The professors said so, didn't they? They are a threat to the world. Beehive rank 7, Park Hyjin. Ant Complex. Pet Shop Hyjin's memory intensified. It also caused chaos at Nest and put Professor G in a coma. The image of the professor fighting faded into black and white. If we let them be, things won't stop there. We must stop them. Her voice was firm. Era sat on the side, listening boredly. Jae-sung said, I've considered everyone's opinion, so what will you do? His gaze stopped at one place.
Hyang Su, Bewibe rank 9, Hyang Su-chan. Praing mantis com.
He was startled. Then his eyes hardened as he looked. There was an impenetrable glass barrier between him and them.
Su-chan laitli.
The next day, at the skyscraper, Professor Ma's face was somber. It seems you've all made your choice. The Beehive Club stood straight. So what is it? He asked softly. Dean Din and Professor Udngs stood beside them. Will you stay and fight Pet, or return to being human? Du Hyun gestured to the 8 vials of Cinder. Chan replied on behalf of the group. We want to return to being human. His voice was, please give us Cinder. Professor Ma frowned and remained silent. Then he brought forth a vial of medicine. All right, keep your word. Consider this your early graduation. Su Chan's voice suddenly cut in. That's not it. We mean. His expression was, we want the entire school to receive Cinderella. The professors were astonished. Please give us Cinder. Not just me. Su Chan's eyes grew heavy and serious. I want everyone to be able to return to being normal humans. My friends Lee Han-song, and even the members of Stray. Haijin looked at him with trust. That's my goal. And to achieve. Su Chan's voice suddenly cut in. It's not like that, he said, returning. Du Hyun was a little taken aback. Giving Cinderella to all students?
That's impossible.
Can be. The scene switches back to just before that. When Jae-sung consulted with Su Chan, he replied, I also want to become a normal person. He clenched his, but it's not just me. Su Chan's eyes became heavy and serious. I want everyone to be able to return to being ordinary people. My friends Lee Han-song, and even the members of Stray. Song said firmly, as well as for us to deal with the remaining matters. While he was buying time, we are ready to continue. Senior Yu-sung. He solemnly placed his hand on his chest and spoke his final words. And go into for ourselves. Saera and Song-ha. For Nest. And for Humanijin and Su-chan. All share the same ideal. Give up on becoming human to become. The dean looked at his students. These children of this generation. Truly impressed. The school building was as beautiful as. Scene changed to somewhere. Yuchong, Bomi, and Nanami all stared intently into. In the tank, none other than Han-song.
Lee Han-song.
Just wait a little long. Bomi glanced around. If we find that place, hell be saved.
Kali replied.
That's right. However, this is just one option. It's a high probability option. Can't be. He continued. It's hidden. Somewhere around the Baltic Sea. The Blue Sea, the jungle juice production site. Then, in the forest, an old research station. Headquarters of the Jungle Juice Research Institute. Scene change back to the urban building. Door slowly pressed. Mi-hai, Su Chan's classmate from university, looked at the door in front of her with some doubt. Su Chan isn't. Phone lit up with a message. Su Chan had asked to meet her at home. She looked foolish. He suddenly messaged me, so I came to see what was wrong. Mi-hai lowered her eyes and looked at her phone. A slight melancholy. Oh dear. What am I doing? It's too late to apologize. Called the person who saved me. She recalled her reactions. I called him a monster and avoided him. I should go. As soon as she turned to leave, the door behind her opened just in time, revealing the light in. A grimy hand gripped her tightly. Me, prepared for this, pulled back. The door quickly closed. Her bag fell with a thud out. Gazian and his cronies stared at her. She raised her head and laughed maniacally. Hi, nice to meet. Ignoring me his terrified expression. Gazian tucked a lock of hair and looked at the people behind him, praising. You actually managed to get her here. Well done. As expected, you live up to your name.
Jungbo-sang.
He didn't reply. He silently operated his. Now, Gazian slowly took out a spray can and aimed it at Mi-hai. Is it time? What kind of insect should I turn this little sister? Mi-hai was terrified. Her eyes widened as she looked at the scene in front of her. Jungle juice was sprayed directly onto her school where insect people gathered. Nest. A great storm swept through this. In the sky of the school, some insect people were flying.
Yang Su-chang.
After being consumed, he was trapped by Petsoft and falsely accused of being a Henson attacked him, and unfortunately there were civilian casualties in that. With the help of a new force called Strydog, led by Callie, he overcame the influence of consumption and continued. He successfully controlled that power and even stopped a terrorist bombing by Matt. A huge shockwave devastated a large area. How Nurturer did not stop. A hand, stained and gloved, submerged the earth into a transformation vial. He also devised a plan to divide the two forces. He planted spies in Nest. The leader was Li. He used all sorts of tricks, from betrayal to surprise, and Han Xiang was severely injured. sowing discord, and the caretaker didn't stop. A blood-stained hand grasped and submerged the earth into a transforming jar. He also plotted to divide the two planted spies in nest. The leader was Li. He used every tactic from betrayal to surprise, and Han Xian was severely injured, sowing discord and fear amidst two forces. However, the caretaker's plan did not go as expected.
Professor Masterly commented, surprising.
You want to fight? In front of him was the Kali. Eugene resolutely said, we will definitely save Li Yang. We can't just keep causing chaos in the world like. Bomi said seriously, we can't just stand by and watch. We will go with you to the Baltic Sea where the caretaker's base is. The sunlight covered the vast, expansive. At the Kali Club's meeting room, Mr. Ong. On the board, there were photos connected by red. As you all know, the caretaker is close to producing jungle juice. His goal is to spread jungle juice all over the world. Xiang spoke up. Nest's maximum power is Kali. We must stop that at all costs. The time for the operation is 1 month at most. His hand transformed. Inside this, we will head to the Baltic Sea. Stop there and assassinate. His hand clawed directly at the photo of the breeder. However, the caretaker's current power will surpass what we can imagine. An image of a bloodied baby Li Junhyun appeared. Internal and external injuries, none were spared. Because even Sung couldn't resist. Perhaps this mission, say Xiang's eyes lit up. It will be an extremely dangerous mission that we have never experienced. But Professor Ma considered the worst-case scenario and gave us a short. If you have family or friends, he recommended. If there's anyone you want to meet, go see them. If you have family or friends, he offered a recommendation. If anyone wants to meet, Sara next to him was still dazed. It's like being told to see someone before you. Yugun retorted, we are the ones who decided to fight. On the contrary, I think it's thoughtfulness. Junhyun agreed. I'm very happy to see my family again after a long. Heejin was a bit thoughtful. Since it's someone he'll be meeting outside, I don't have anyone special to meet. She then turned to ask him, Suchan, do you have anyone to meet? He didn't and kept staring at her phone. Heejin doubtfully called out again, Suchan? He was stunned. His expression shattered as he looked at the lit. A notification appeared. From Mihi. You have a new mess. In the bustling city. Her skirt swayed with each step. People were whispering. Hey, isn't that Mihi? They gossiped. We haven't seen her in so long. She dropped out after that incident at the cinema. She's better now, isn't she? But she strode confidently. Was the atmosphere like this? But suddenly, a hand placed on Mihi's shoulder, stopping her. Mie. Long time no. A guy chuckled, striking up a conversation. You still remember, right? We were in the same class. You haven't been out for so long. I've worried so many times. He moved closer intimately. You've missed a lot of lessons, haven't you? How about it? Want me to give you a little private? The people nearby saw him and were disgusted, openly criticizing. They whispered to each other, he's known to be a bad guy with girls. Mihi just came back to school and already attracted a few. She's definitely going to get. But contrary to their thoughts, Mihi curved her lips into a seductive smile. Okay, go inside. She opened her arms and intimately embraced his arm, pressing it to her chest. She whispered sweetly, just. Everyone watched the two of them leave, astonished. Is it upstairs? She raised her cup and took a sip of. Asian smiled expectantly. The bus wheels sped by, splashing. Puchan stood at the bus stop, muttering. Go. He looked at his phone, thinking, even if they told me to see someone, I don't have any. His message was still there. He hadn't read it yet. His fingers slowly and gently pressed. Flash. Long ago. Discrimination. Questioning from the group. Why are there insect wings on a human body? Or Mihi's fear. Don't come near me, Ma. It all seemed like yesterday.
Suchan sighed helplessly.
This is really not. Suddenly, Hyejine's voice whispered in his. That's not good. She asked doubt. Suchan jumped like a startled cat and shouted. Huh?
Heathen?
What are you doing here? She replied a bit shyly, we're taking the same bus. Although I saw you seem to be deep in thought, I didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, she said, actually, I also. He came to his sense. No one to meet. Lowering the brim of his baseball cap. Hygiene if you don't mind, would you like to spend time with me today?
Suchan yo.
Her beautiful face showed shyness. Her voice softened. Senior Hayusi, Gazian said to go see the person you want to see. This is a message from Suchan to you. He widened his eyes. The large screen in the cinema lit. That's right. Even if I see them again, ITLL just be treated like a monster. Suchan gulped down his drink. Hygiene ate popcorn and praised. Forget it. At the amusement park. He tensed up, trying to win a stuffed toy under her admiring gaze. Mihi's DM must have been sent by Miss Day. Let's just. Hygiene showed off her strength at the boxing machine. He shyly gave her a like. Just enjoy your time with walking along the path. Their hands were always shyly not touching. There's no progress at all. The right
Suchan smiled.
His clear eyes shone as he asked, "Where are we going?" Hygiene thought for a moment. She took a step forward, tilted her head back, and looked at him. She replied softly, "I have a place in mind." The setting sun cast a glow over the entire. Suchan was stunned. This is the familiar scenery. The architecture is not strange at all. He looked at her slightly confused. "It's the school I used to attend, right?" Suchan asked her hesitantly. "Why are we here?" Hygiene quickly jumped forward. "He contacted you, didn't she?" He was startled. She remembered. "You told me before, Suchan. The reason for wanting to be human again. Perhaps this is your last chance." Suchan choked up slightly, looking at her. "Talk to her properly. I wish I had said these words back then." A photo of Sungjin was placed on the bookshelf. Hygiene's voice was steady. "Then there are people who will regret it later. Go and talk." "You don't have to regret it later." She pointed. He clutched his phone. "What does Mihi think of me?" He walked forward steadily. "It doesn't matter. Go and talk." His feet reached the gate. The words I wanted to. Suddenly, a familiar gust of energy enveloped him. This chill made him disbelieve. Dragonfly wings appeared. Hygiene was.
Suchan immediately soared upwards.
She unexpectedly called out. "Possible," Suchan muttered to himself. He flew away as fast as possible. His face was a mask of horror. Worry turning into hatred. In school. Why does it smell like? A medical cloth slowly fell. Hansen, the pet shop transporter, coldly remarked the so-called maximum power of Nestle. "Is this strong? You're injured this body of the pet shop breeder, covered in countless torn wounds, stained red with blood." He laughed optimistically. "It's fine. Just these kinds of injuries." We're transporters in protective gear, busy packing jungle juice. The facilities are still safe. That's all that matters. He continued to ask, "Was the first shipment successful?" Hansen nodded. Reader smiled slightly. "The human quietly sings. Singa Xian is the one who will proceed. She also likes the designated location. What is that university-like nest?" Hygiene was. She ran frantically down the school hallway. She looked around in panic, observing. Where did Suchan and go? Suddenly, she pulled out her wings and flew. She ran past a room and stopped. Hygiene's eyes were filled with shock. Where is this place? A head with eyes wide open in fear and horror. A group of demons and monsters were relentlessly devouring human flesh, and on the other side, Dung Bo-sang controlled them with electronic lightning from his palms. His gaze was indifferent. The lightning grew brighter. The room was crawling with monsters. They moaned with an eerie sound. The phone rang with a notification. All off. After the beep. Wa caught it, but it's confusing. Back Hygiene never turns off her phone. Something must have happened. At the same time, the electric gauntlets glowed with light. The room, black smoke and people lay sprawled on the ground. The room was stained a fierce. The person picked up the walkie-talkie. His lips curled, revealing golden teeth. Mission report. The transmitter has been neutralized. The transmitter outside sparked with intermittent electricity. Completely cut off communication with the outside. Bo-sang, the security and crime prevention systems within the school grounds have been completely neutralized. All entrances to on the cracked windshield of the bus, the driver's face was bloody, with a mischievous, the university gate, 2 buses crashed, blocking the way. Dung Bo-sang's voice continued. It has been sealed. With this, in the room, the scent of Dung Bo-sang's juice spread densely. All preparations for the experiment are complete. Suchan hovered in the air. Now this face was wet with sweat pouring like a waterfall. He looked down in shock and fear at the scene. He softly called out, "Mihi." She was biting into the body of the man from Earth. He stood up. She licked the blood around her. She turned her head gently. "Oh my, long time no see. Suchan?" Mihi smiled at him. "This is the battlefield of." In a classroom. Unable to open the door to get out, some classmates. "What is this? Who locked the door?" "The electricity is on, but the door is locked too." "Damn it. I have class in 10 minutes. Can someone call the management office?" "The phone doesn't work either." "Is it broken?" The battery was full just very quickly. A professor stepped up to the podium and explained. "Everyone, calm down. First, we need to find another way." However, after seeing the professor's face turn into a monster's, the classroom panicked even more. Even the professor was surprised. Oh, besides that, when they saw their bodies suddenly grow wings, the class completely lost control. "What is this? My body is transforming? No. What in the world is happening?" through the school's automatic sprinklers. Bosang released the toxin. Screams echoed incessantly. Is anyone out there? Please, let us. Immediately, an explosion occurred. Boom! Along with coughing. Next, he said to everyone in the classroom, congratulations. Information from brokers Lantro and Ant. You have evolved into new humans.
Insectumans.
If you want to live, kill, and eat the person next to you. This statement surprised and disbelieved so some people angrily protested. What are you talking about? Telling us to eat people? Why should we do such a disgusting thing? Stop talking nonsense and let us. However, he replied, it's useless. If you don't. Hearing this, some people were terrified after seeing the monster. Moreover, that person was so scared they broke out in a. And very quickly, the monsters attacked them, saying you will be. In the classroom, cries for help began. Help! Help! Hey, stop! Someone. A second later, someone covered in blood fell near the. Also, he begged the girl. However, out of fear, the girl could only scream. At this moment, someone stepped forward and ordered the girl, if you want to live, kill. Cornered. The girl reluctantly complied, saying, sorry, I don't want to die. At this point, the girl cried buckets. On the other hand, while the girl was eating they also said, if you want to live, there's no other. After learning of the chaos at the school, Breeder was satisfied. That's right. In a situation of survival, humanity means nothing. Now only the strong can survive. Currently, the girl who had just eaten a person screamed in delight. This is Meanwhile, as he excitedly said, this is the battlefield where the strong devour the weak. Everyone began fighting over each other's food. Get out of the way, that scent is mine. And when Suchan saw Mihi eating human flesh, Breeder also hesitated and no more. This action of hers made him disbelieve and he hesitantly called out. Hearing the familiar voice, Mihi looked, with her mouth full of blood. She turned her head to look at him and replied, long time no see. At the same time, Breeder said triumphantly, there are no humans here, and Suchan, with an incredulous expression, loudly asked, Mihi, that look of yours, no wait, that person, don't tell me it's you? And then Mihi cheerfully said, you really came, Suchan. I thought you didn't see my message. Actually, I've always wanted to reconcile. Since that day, I've regretted it endlessly. That's why I came to your. Saying this, Suchan flew over and grabbed her hand. Then he shouted, answer me, did you kill? As soon as he finished speaking, Suchan felt a change in his. Also discovered that Mihi's complex was a cockroach. Very quick, Suchan hurriedly ran. On the other hand, he looked at his hand and muttered, the feeling, I have goosebumps all. It didn't stop there. Mihi pretended to turn away and apologized.
I'm really sorry, Suchen.
For calling you a monster and running. Oh no. She was looking at her bloody. Mihi casually put it into her mouth. A second later, she happily said, becoming a monster is so wonderful. Suchan angrily shouted, who turned you into? However, she just replied, oh right, I've been skipping school for 2. I have to go to my evening class now. By the way, I should also pick up some. You quickly chased after her. Wait, me. After walking a distance, Suchan was blocked by monster. Huh?
KRRR. Meet.
It made him confused, and he muttered, these guys. Large B was flying towards him, saying, Suchan had no choice but to fight. Suchan, with a look of disbelief, loudly asked Mihai, your appearance. No, wait. On the other hand, he shouted, now is not the time to deal with you. At this moment, Suchan continued to search for her, muttering to him, where is Mihi? She must have passed by. A second later, what happened below caught his attention. Suchan stopped and observed the soccer field below, feeling confused. What is? He saw students who had turned into monsters, frantically eating other people and saying, This made Suchan wonder. As he thought of this, he heard someone cheerfully exclaim, ah, this is delicious. He asked himself, are we eating our? What is all this? At this point, Suchan landed below. Immediately so delicious. Who will we kill next? How about the girls' dormitory? Hearing the familiar voice made Suchan feel both surprised and disbelief. A second later, he glanced at them and discovered they were people who had attended the same semester. Another surprise was that Mihi had come to them. Isn't that Mihi? She replied cheerfully. Oh, what are you all doing here? Aren't you going to listen to the? This moment, one of them made a decision, pointing at Mihi. Hey, damn it! It's the next target. Then they all swarmed toward. Seeing this, Suchan rushed over, shouting, Me, it's dangerous. However, Mihi didn't need his help. And then she dealt with them herself. One by one, she kissed them. The last one began to tremble as he saw Mihi approaching. As usual, she used kisses to deal with her opponents. This form is called a kissing bee. It's an insect of the kissing bug family that sucks blood. It's an insect that sits on people's lips and sucks blood as if people kissed by this insect will be infected with a deadly disease called Chagas disease. If they contract this disease, the patient will experience severe pain and their body will swell. If the symptoms worsen, currently, the area she kissed has swollen, making him confused. He, however, teased him with an air. In an instant, they all exploded. Just like that, whoever was kissed showed no mercy. Moreover, she revealed a satisfied expression. It's like a rain of chocolates. Meanwhile, Suchan stood in a corner. A second later, he stammered incoherently, He turned her head and said, "Oh, Suchan. You're watching? How embarrassing." It was just a light kiss. Just like that, she gradually moved closer. Sensing the danger approaching, Suchan thought, "Oh no, I have to leave." But it was too late. Mihi reached out and touched his face. "Suchan, you for me? My lips are still..." Before Suchan could react, however, fortunately, Hygiene managed to extend her hand. "Let Mihi kiss her." Moreover, she angrily shouted, "What are you..." After Hygiene extended her hand to block the kiss, she loudly said, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Suchan replied in surprise, "Rin, why are you here?" Saying this, she hit Mihi while, "Stay away from Suchan." This blow sent her flying a distance. On the other hand, Hygiene said to him, "You suddenly flew away without a word. Do you know how hard it was for me to find you?" So Suchan quickly apologized. And then she told him what she saw. "Something is wrong at this school. All the students have turned into insects. Packs of monsters are roaming around, attacking everyone. But what about that girl?" And then she looked at him and both of them looked at Mihi. After standing up, she acted cute and asked him, "Suchan? Who is she? Is she someone you're dating? A girlfriend? A snack?" As she said this, Hygiene's arm exploded, and then she gritted her teeth angrily. Seeing this, he worriedly thought. On the other hand, Mihi also revealed her fangs as she smiled. Without hesitation, she lunged at Hygiene, saying, "The scent is wonderful."
Suchan worriedly shouted internally, "No."
Mihi's clawed hand reached Hygiene's, then he quickly grabbed her hand. Moreover, he loudly said, "Stop right." When he swung his fist,
Mie acted kute.
This reminded him of her innocent expression from before. Suchan ignored Mihi and scolded. He quickly ran to Hygiene and asked, "Hygiene, is your arm okay?" She hugged her injured arm and replied, But my recovery ability is slower than usual. It seems something in my body is hindering the recovery process." Then Mihi approached him and whispered in his ear, "That's cheating, Suchan. Are you going to eat?" Suchan hurriedly hugged Hygiene and ran away, replying, "Please wake up, Mihi. I don't want to fight you." However, she attacked him with her
Hygiene attack continues.
On the other hand, she reminded no use, Suchan. She has absorbed too much. She can't be reasoned with now. Even though she was beaten badly, she still clung to him. A second later, she hit Mihi and causing her to scream in pain. "Ow, I can't see anything." On the other, Hygiene also said, and more importantly, her compress is extremely dangerous. If left like this, many people will die. We must stop her here. The condition to activate the comp is probably a kiss. As long as our lips don't touch, we can win. At this, he brought her hand with the mouth on it to Hygiene's. A second later, her head exploded. Moreover, she said to him while Suchan was completely shocked, "Suchan, what do you think?" Right at me, he also showed off her hand with the mouth on it and proudly said, "If I do this, I can kiss any time."
Boing kishtensha.
Do you want to try? Currently, she has become a guwaiju, a mouthless monster. Suchan saw Hygiene's corpse and his heart pounded. Meat. Moreover, in his heart, he thought, the Mihi I know is not a bad, even when I avoided her to hide my wings. Do you remember what she, if you don't hate me, then don't avoid me either. If something happens, lean on me a little. She really cared about, with all her heart. But why did Mihi become like, why? In this, suddenly Suchan thought of someone. And he had it was breeder manipulating her. So Suchan had could it be? From the beginning, she was targeting me. All of this, it didn't stop there. He pulled at her corpse and said, "Suchan, what, it looks delicious, doesn't it? Eat with me. As a sign of reconciliation, I'll share some with you. Eat it and we'll be close again like before." Meanwhile, Suchan muttered to himself and she asked again, "Okay?" He didn't answer but was silently blaming him. "It's all my fault." Mihi sat in front of She lifted Hygiene's legs with both hands and said casually, "Can I eat first? Suchan? Which part do you want to eat?" After saying this, she stared intently at Suchan. At this point, he had no choice but to, and then Suchan punched Mihi away. And as she lay on the ground, he firmly said, I don't want to see this anymore. If you've given up on humanity." As he said this, Suchan also activated his breakout control complex. A second later he added, then I will fight you like a monster. Suchan, while restraining her, muttered to himself, sorry, me. If we go to, there will surely be a cure for you. I will take responsibility for saving you. Until, no matter how painful it is, please endure a little. It's all for you. Finally, he succeeded in restraining, but the obstructionist also arrived. Xian Gai Ion said cheerfully from above, that child was raised with powerful special samples. Her complex has been pushed to its limit in a short time. So, speaking of, Mihi resist, thank you watching for vid. Then, while Xian Gai Ion said, she won't be easily Me hit his wing. Immediately Suchan gasped, ah, because his hand was Mihi while running said Suchan, you're too much. If so, obviously I've tried to control my app. Xian Gai Ion also guessed his thoughts and said, you intend to take her to Nest for treatment? With such a half-hearted determination, it won't. Currently, Mihi is strangling Suchan. So he told him, the only way to stop her is to kill. Suchan punched Mihi hard to escape her. He ran a distance, then looked back at her and muttered, good. Not. However, Mihi's arm also After that, she hugged her arm and cried out, ouch. At this time, Mihi trembled and said, yes, I told you, don't be violent in these matters. This statement confused him. Mouths all over the, you don't hate me, then don't avoid me. If something happens, lean on me a little. She really cared about, so she walked towards him and said, making Suchan feel surprised and confused. Very quickly he soared high into the air. But he was grabbed by the leg by, he was tightly holding Suchan's. Could it be? From the beginning, she was targeting me. All of this, is it my because me had mouths all over her body, his leg was in. At this moment, Suchan was completely desperate and muttered to himself, I can't think of any way to win. How she didn't give him any rest. Very quickly, she attacked again with her, but Suchan also quickly soared into the air, muttering to himself, think, Suchan. Meanwhile, through a device in Shinjian, Breeder saw his current situation completely. So he said, ha ha, he's really cool. And she replied, but will he really So Breeder happily replied, didn't I say to capture the dragonfly? That's why I'm using that Mihi. Just keep watching. See where the fate of these two people will. Currently, Mihi is staring at him. Suchan coughed uncomfortably, muttering to himself, I can't win with bare hands. Is there no other way? Fly away and hide first? Hygiene is also here. And my wings are. What should I do? If it continues like this, it'll really. And as he was thinking, she attacked again. So Suchan had to fight. With his weak strength, he was still trying to control his. Moreover, he almost killed. Seeing this, she exclaimed his name in surprise. Suchan. Meanwhile, Su suddenly realized his mistake and muttered to himself, I was about to kill. And while Xian Guion was speaking, it won't be easily A moment later, she stood up, walking and, it hurts a lot, Suchan. You're too much. I genuinely just wanted to reconcile. He extended her hand with the mouth toward. Seeing this, Breeder sighed. Then he laughed loudly and said, this is hilarious. Didn't you declare proudly before? No matter what you say, I will become human again. I will prove you wrong. Open your eyes wide and you say I'm not a monster. You will prove me what is happening. A true human would not kill someone important to them with their own hands. After killing her with his wings, hearing these words, he suddenly regretted it and said, what have I just, no. Suchan was completely disheartened, looking at Mihi's corpse and showing regret. How Breeder was extremely pleased. After all, this world is just a cruel jungle. The strong devour the kill or be killed. That is the nature of all living. The wild instinct within you is always ready to abandon humanity to survive. Kill her. Just do that, and you will escape the shackles of humanity and be reborn as a true monk. At this moment, Hygiene revived and said, Suchan, wake up. However, he appeared and ruined everything. He grabbed her head and said, now is the most important.
Non interférer.
Rephrasing.
He crushed Hygiene's head. Then he said triumph. Even cockroaches fear electricity, don't they? Little Dung Bosang quickly replied. Any creature will die if subjected to high-voltage electricity. Little Breeder Zhao's mission is complete. Now we just need to bring that dragonfly. Our mission is complete. On the other hand, Xinjian approached and mocked him. Feeling empty, aren't you? You collapsed just like. It seems you have no strength left to reply. How pitiful.
But donc.
Soon those feelings will disappear. Saying this, she inserted a needle into Suchan's, causing the companions present to be surprised. A second later, Xinjian was completely astonished to hear, hey, sister. As soon as she saw a giant hand raised, she stammered. What? What is? Sinjaeon was surprised as the corpses began to move one by one. What is? Moreover, she was wondering, corpses? They're moving? Is someone controlling them with a compressor? Who is doing this? Besides, Sinjaeon exclaimed in surprise as something strange happened. Before her eyes, Mihi's hands were slowly. The next second, she loudly ordered, "Get off." Sinjaeon laughed and replied, "What? I thought she was dead." Still alive. Meanwhile, Suchan, hearing Mihi's voice, gradually regained consciousness and muttered, "Suchan." Immediately after seeing him, she happily said, "Thank goodness." And as Mihi approached, Suchan called, "Mie." She gently extended her hand and said, "You're still alive." He also extended his hand towards her. But then, just as their hands were about to, another hand appeared and stopped Su, and that person was Hygiene. Moreover, she pulled him away saying, "No, Suchan." This appearance surprised. What? When did she get? Even he found it hard to believe. At this moment, she softly said, "I'm sorry, but right now that child, something is." At the same time, facing the corpses, Sinjaeon angrily, Things didn't go according to plan. You were supposed to die by the dragonfly's hand to create the picture Breeder wanted. So attack those." However, instead of attacking him, Mihi attacked her, making Sinjaeon disbelieve. "Thank you watching for vid." Fortunately, she also retreated. Replacing him, she said to Sinjaeon that, "It seems she's out of her controlled state already." She quickly replied, "It's obvious." The plan went a little off. The next second, Sinjaeon contacted Breeder. "Are you listening? What do we do now? Hello? Are we going to feed them again? Then I'll do as I." So, to the disbelief and astonishment of Suchan and Hygiene, they were surrounded by monsters. And she said with satisfaction, "I've injected venom into several. These are the last survivors of brutal battles, so they won't be easily defeated. Hate annoying tricks like breaking people's faith. Just kill them. Capture that dragonfly. Kill everyone." Suchan realized the danger approaching and muttered to himself, "It's bad. Hygiene and I can't continue fighting in this." Just at the critical moment, Mihi's body suddenly changed, accompanied by her piercing, causing him to cover his ears and shout, "My young Bosang." Also covered his ears. Sinjaeon was no exception. Moreover, she felt confused. What's happening? The other monsters were disoriented by the scream. Not only that, but while they hadn't recovered their senses, Mihi slowly reached out towards them. The next, monsters' faces exploded before her. Suchan was covering his ears. However, when he saw the monster's body explode, he looked surprised. Moreover, when he saw Mihi's new complex, Suchan hesitated. She suddenly said, "Suchan, I remember that day when I was attacked by the praying man, and the moment I fell from the building, you saved me. I should have thanked you, but now it's too." Meanwhile, Sinjaeon's inner thoughts were screaming, "No, because she doesn't believe me has regained her sense." A moment later, Suchan ran towards her and said, "It's not too late, Mihi. As long as you still have reason, we can still save you. I will help." She quickly asked, "Help me? You were just trying to kill me? Your instincts have already told you, haven't they? If you want to live, you have to kill me. Kill or be killed. In the end, you're no different from me. What right do you have to say you'll turn me back into a..." After hearing these words, he was extremely confused. That, at this moment, having returned to normal, Mihi also told Su, "We can't go back to the way we were. Now we have become disgusting monsters." This statement was like a fatal wound, leaving Suchan unable to explain. Immediately after, he became very worried as Mihi gradually fell in front of his. But fortunately, Sinjaeon's cloth wrapped around her. Then she held Mihi and said, "So, this is interesting. I never expected to see this firsthand." The next second, Sinjaeon was startled to hear, "Let's retreat." Along with it, an immense power sucked everything towards it, making Suchan incomprehensibly shocked. He quickly looked into the distance and exclaimed in horror. And that, the unexpected appearance was the pet shop's long-range aircraft, Fly. He arrived next to Sinjaeon. And then, as she handed Mihi to Fly, he asked, "Moi?" Sinjaeon replied cheerfully, "A gift for Breeder. Hold it tight. Don't drop." Suchan shouted to stop him. "Stop. Where are you taking?" As soon as he tried to jump after them, his leg so Suchan fell in pain. Seeing this, Hygiene anxiously called his name. In the end, Fly took her and Sinjaeon. Bosang, after catching up, turned to ask her, "Are you okay? Are you alright? If we don't capture that dragon..." She simply replied softly, "Although it's not what Breeder wanted, it doesn't have to be that dragonfly. Besides, we don't have time to hesitate, and the guard posts around the school have been dealt with by uninvited." Faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? The guard posts around the school have been dealt with by uninvited. They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, did you just say faster than imagine? They are faster than imagination. The Ness. Speaking of, I just remembered this is indeed an unexpected spoil of war. I thought it was just bait to lure them. Who would have thought that child would evolve on her own? Maybe she'd become a monster even more formidable than the Meanwhile, Suchan was blaming himself. No, Mihai, you are beside him, constantly trying to reassure. Suchan, your leg, your wings, they need to be treated immediately. At this moment, Suchan thought resentfully later, when I meet Mihai again, I will feel it to the bone. That failing to keep her was the biggest mistake of my life. Suchan was playing on his phone in a corner when someone called him.
Suchan.
When he turned around, Suchan saw Hygiene. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Sorry, I'm still a little unaccustomed. How is it? My appearance. She asked this because she was currently in a human. This moment, he asked in a panic. Your wings have disappeared. Hygiene. Then she replied, what are you talking about, Suchan? Forgot? We've all become human. Hygiene's words made Suchan so surprised that he found it hard to believe. He instinctively checked his wings behind him. Just like, he covered his face and stammered. I have no wings anymore. My senses have dulled too. I've become human again. Hygiene reached out and touched Suchan's hand and said softly, let's go, Chan. To the first reunion since becoming human again. Everyone is waiting for you. She was dragging him while Suchan happily thought to himself, oh, now I can live a normal and happy life like everyone. Suddenly, someone grabbed his leg and said, you made me like this and now you want to be happy? Suchan turned to look. The person pulling his leg was Mihai. He was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat and asked, don't forget, I became a monster because of you. She reminded. At this moment, Mihai suddenly turned into a monster right in front of him. Just like, Suchan woke up with a shout. Ah, so it was all After waking up, he stared blankly and asked, is this Nessun Ras infirmary? However, his words from earlier still echoed in Suchan's mind. I became a monster because. So he felt guilty, held his head, and cursed himself. Damn it. There's chaos out. Everyone was fighting monsters together. When shot, some of them screamed. After the last one was eliminated, Dung Dan quickly reported the final target has been eliminated. Then they were quickly loaded into vehicles for transport. The situation was quickly brought under control with Nessin's intervention. At the same time, when they couldn't contact him, Du Hoa took her phone to complain to Ju Huin Bin. And then he asked, can't contact Suchan and Hygiene? And the reason they could react so quickly is thanks to Du Hoa and Cha Hai. Along with the teaching assistant who had previously checked Suchan's location, the terrorist environment had to be shut. Some students were poisoned, G's were isolated in the basement, and those who still maintained their reason were placed in a temporary shelter arranged by Ness. Then everything was clean. At this moment there was a meeting at the research building.
Manam tayo hyun said. Unbelievable.
They turned ordinary students into larval insects. Do these Petchovs no longer fear the human? He clasped his hands and said, not only that, they succeeded in producing a large amount of... Professor June suddenly shouted at him, that's not important. A scandal the council can no longer hide it. The existence of larval insects will soon be discovered by the whole. But then Ma Jo-hyun said no need to. This startled both of them, and they looked immediately. Ma Jo-hyun pressed the remote and, look, the Kangwon provincial government has controlled the press. They reported on yesterday's incident. Then the TV broadcast a statement from the Kangwon provincial governor. Yes, chemical virus was leaked on the university campus. It is regrettable to announce that most of the students that day were infected. This virus is extremely dangerous and highly contagious. All students have been isolated for treatment. After hearing this, the entire audience began to discuss. Chemical virus, it seems they are trying to cover up the existence of larval insects. Has the council prepared a counter? Ma Jo-hyun suddenly shouted. No, this is not the council's doing. This cover-up, from Pet Shop. This information astonished everyone. The next second, Professor June hesitated and asked, the breeder? But why would the professor next to her also be curious? They caused that incident, and yet they're working so hard to cover. Ma Jo-hyun began to explain, this is not simply a terrorist attack. Don't you find it targeted a university in a rather remote area? The intruders removed all traces and left decisively. At the same time, they worked so hard to cover it up. Everything was planned in advance. Moreover, he was thinking, it's as if they are testing something. What is the breeder plotting? Manhwa was walking with breeder. Later, he said, I received a message from Sing. Seems things went well in South Korea. Brainwashing that official was a good cover up such a major incident. We need a pawn to give the public someone to it. Just as predicted, in a life or death situation, humans don't hesitate to turn into monsters. This proves that my plan will be a complete success. Speaking of which, a strong gust of wind suddenly arose. Reason for it was created by fly. Just like, breeder exclaimed excitedly. Another unexpected handle that girl well, Manhwa. She replaced the old man and become the new hunter. Did forget to praise Shinjin, well done. Shinjin. It's a shame we didn't catch the dragon, but we have everything we need. Haha. Beautiful here. Congratulations. From now on, will be your new home. Breeder radiated friendliness towards Nest Bik Bomi. After receiving the fruit basket from Nanami, she exclaimed in surprise, why do I have to go visit Suchan alone? Moreover, as she handed over the fruit basket, if you, Bomi, go alone he will feel better. Kong Ut-sang, who was beside her, also gave a thumbs up and said, good luck, older sister. Why are you going dressed like this? While inside her heart, she was we can't go together. That's ridiculous. Just like that, Bik Bomi walked along, muttering to herself, well, he's been through a lot, so I'm a little worried. Just then, she heard, let's go. In the direct of the sound, she felt both confused and surprised when she saw Cha Hizong fighting with him, and she wondered. So at this moment, Cha Hizong angrily shouted, hey, you're injured, where else do you want to go? There's no way I'm letting you leave. However, he replied, but I have to go save him. Otherwise, the breeder will turn Mihai into a monster. Bik Bomi hid in a corner and whispered, so get out. Hygiene, standing beside him, worriedly called his name. In the end, he used his complex and said, I told you to get out of the way. Just like that, he accidentally injured her, and she cried out, oh see. The next second, Li Yun Hai-ung spoke up to advise, the feeling of losing a loved one, I understand very well, Suchan. But to lose your reason like this is not like you. Suchan was surprised when he stepped forward to advise him and thought to himself, Li Yun, don't stop there, he continued. Think about it, is that girl important to you? More important than the people? This question made Suchan awaken. Just like that, he looked at Hygiene and thought to himself, of course not. It's all my fault. Ever since that day, everything has changed. If I hadn't been with Mihai if I hadn't spread my wings that day, she wouldn't have been captured by and wouldn't have become a larval insect. I have to take responsibility for this. After having this thought, Su-chan said to Li Yun-hai, no one else can save me Hai, but as soon as he finished speaking, he also attacked him. Currently, Su-chan's leg is injured, so he can't jump high. Following the unfortunate words of Li Yun-hai, he countered, but because he was too angry, he struck harder, sending him flying far. In her mixed feelings of horror and confusion, as soon as he landed, Su-chan cried out in pain. At this moment, Professor G appeared. Reform using strength. Even the direction of deployment is completely wrong. Is this how I taught my students? As soon as he saw him, Ai-song pointed at Du Hoa and said, impossible. Then she looked in the direction of his hand and exclaimed in surprise, oh my god. Even Hai-jin couldn't hide her emotion and teared up seeing Professor. He exclaimed excitedly, Hoa. I woke up after a long sleep only to see a mountain of things to deal with before my eyes. Before them stood Professor G, head of the Useful Insect Research Department, the Bomberito Asian Beetle Comp. Ai-sung was horrified by the scene before his eyes and shouted, impossible. How could this be? Du Hoa immediately pouted and said, crazy. Jun Hai-young's eyes showed surprise at the situation before him. Frozen. Hai-jin's hands immediately covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes welling up as she witnessed the scene before. Su-chan sat on the ground, horrified to see Professor G standing before. A frightened expression began to appear. He stammered and asked, is it really Professor? Bomi, hiding in a corner observing, looked sternly at the two of them and said, is that Professor? This is the first time I've seen him in person. I've heard people say he's Nest's strongest professor, famous for his harsh training. The doctor frowned, thought for a long time, then decided to speak in a sympathetic tone. I don't think he'll wake up. Hai-sung immediately became indignant. What is this? The doctor said he couldn't wake up, and now it's another imposter transformed by Dan? Du Hoa stood next to him, raising her hand as if defending herself against the opponent before her, her eyes sharp and looking forward. At the same time, she exclaimed, repeating the same situation is cut to Professor Yu suddenly speaking comfortingly, don't worry too much. That person is indeed Ji Jun. Hai-jin heard this and turned around and she quickly added, you're Professor Yu Hon-young? You speak calmly. Just a few hours ago, you were as good as... On this side, Su-chan stood up in panic, his body trembling, and said, what in the world is going... As he was standing, the pain suddenly erupted intensely. The pain pierced the heavens made Su-chan collapse. Hai-sung rushed to support him, shouting in fear, don't push. At the same time, Hon-young walked over and apologized profusely. I don't have time to treat other patients. At the same time, she placed her hand on his injured leg to prepare to treat it. Then she continued, I needed to use my strength to treat Professor G. At this moment, her hand tried to treat Su-chan. After remembering how she treated Professor G, she said, his condition was severely damaged and completely depleted, so even with my cordyceps ability, the possibility of recovery is uncertain. But, remembering that she tried so hard that sweat dripped, she said, while treating, I prayed, hoping he would. Tiyun, your students really need you right. At this moment, Professor Yu spoke. A miracle can truly. Su-chan heard this and exclaimed, so it really. Suddenly, Hai-jin rushed towards Ji Jun like lightning, hugged him tightly, surprising him, and he couldn't react in time. Hai-jin cried, sobbing, I thought I would never see you. Professor G stroked her head and gently replied, this girl is so annoying. Did you think I would die so easily? After comforting Jin, he turned and shouted, hey, Jiang Su-chan, I've heard everything up to now. As soon as Su-chan heard this, he was startled and sat motionless. Then Professor G walked along, muttering, I heard that Pesip attacked your old school and turned your old friends into monsters, right? Now I understand why you're like. Face darkened. Sadness began to appear. He was lost in thought, as if pondering something without saying a word. Before Su-chan could say anything, he unleashed a powerful blow from above onto it. Ai-sung's eyes widened, his lips tightened, his face furious at the unexpected situation. Hai-jin immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, looking in disbelief at Ji Jun's. Du Ho's eyes widened. Her gaze was bewildered as if she had just witnessed something unexpected. Jun Hai-young stood behind, quietly observing, his expression calm as if he had known about his actions before. Professor G threw a powerful punch and asked, have you not woken up yet? Professor Yu ran over and shouted. Su-chan lay on the ground, clutching his head and groaning in pain. Then what can you do now? He seemed to be awakened by these words and was. Song Ji Jun continued, his face changing expression. You know this in your head, don't you? With your current condition, if you go to save her yourself, you'll only get killed. At the same time, Su-chan quickly got up in a monstrous posture. His body trembled, but he forced himself to ask, so you're telling me to stand still and give up? Then, exploding with rage, he shouted, let me Hai, who turned into a monster because of me, suffer. He immediately lowered his head in thought. Professor G quietly said, It's right to say, but the time is not right yet. He was silent, as if thinking about. He said seriously, I myself once turned someone into a monster because I lost my composure and couldn't handle it properly. At that time I lost a lot. I can't let my students repeat that mistake. Look around you. Su-chan obeyed and looked around. Professor G continued, you are more capable than I was then. You have more to lose than I did then. He still looked at everyone with a divine. He spoke, you don't have to bear everything. There are people who will be by your side to help you. Trust and rely on. At this moment, Hai-jin stepped forward, extending her hand. Professor G confessed, from now on you will no longer be. Su-chan stood there for a long time after hearing this. At the same time, Hai-jin held his hand. Su-chan was surprised and stammered. Cut to Professor Yu glancing at him and saying, you've changed a lot too, haven't you? Since when did you become so gentle?
Ji-yoon replied coldly, nonsense.
The real change is, I apologize for making you. Ai-sung walked over and hugged Su-chan, asking, are you calmer now? Do-hoa stood beside him, pouting. Like this, it's really. Hai-jin also asked worriedly, why are you like this? Then he asked with concern, is everyone okay? Su-chan confessed, these friends are indeed very good. Cut to Gaon lying in bed, resting his hand on his forehead, saying, the professor has woken up? The scene looks, is this what they call warm teacher-student affection? Now you're pretending to be a good teacher? Then why did I end up like. Suddenly, a scream came from that. Assistant Du ran in fear and shouted, the professor has really woke. Ji-jun replied calmly, yes, it's true. Ji-jun's face contorted with joy. His face began to change. His eyes were determined, looking forward. He could only exclaim, oh my. An assistant Du rushed over and hugged Professor J's arm, saying, why are you here? Aren't you resting in the hospital room? He replied coldly, long time no see. Now I'm only hearing troublesome. Jun Hai-hang's face twisted as if falling from the sky. He immediately covered his mouth and said, did you really wake up? Yugen, standing beside him, calmly said, still someone who never follows. ZC, he turned to her, frowning and saying, Principal? I apologize, but tomorrow is the day we implement the strategy. We must prepare to leave for the front lines. May I ask the reason for this suddenness? Director Din continued stammering, Professor will be here to command this operation. Assistant Du heard this and was horrified. What? Yu Eng happily exclaimed, the professor will participate. Song Ha, standing beside him, replied coldly, then the success rate of this operation will definitely increase. He said worriedly, Professor, anyway, this, speaking in the middle of the school.
Ji-yoon interjected,
Don't worry.
I will only take on the role of commander. The fighting will mostly be handled by. This operation was planned by Ness. It is an important operation to attack the main base of Pet Shop. Therefore, many people will participate. The actual combat personnel are. Su-chan and He-jin listened with concern. Then he continued, the ones who will disrupt the enemy and support the rear are the straight. Nanami held the dress and exclaimed happily, we need to take this. Bomi indifferently replied, we're not going to. Then Professor G walked along and said, and the ones who will protect me and Suddenly, Du-hoa slammed the door and entered, causing everyone to stare in bewilderment. Then he introduced a team of practical insect combat techniques. She then smiled condescendingly and said, please help me. Ha-sung frowned and reminded, hey, are you crazy? Didn't you say you were just going to knock on the door? Assistant Du shouted in panic. What the hell is this? But Director Din calmly, evenly, don't worry, I'm just in command. The fighting will mostly be handled by Kyo. At this moment, Professor G seriously explained, the details of the operation will be announced when we reach the Baltic Sea. So to South Korea. He continued, this is our last night in South Korea. Rest and enjoy your. The night descended gently. The streetlights shone brightly, attracting moths that flew. Jean sat on the swing, swaying back and forth. Then tomorrow we finally depart for the Baltic Sea. Then he stopped abruptly and asked, are you okay, Su-chan? Although you can't save Mihai immediately. Su-chan replied sadly, anyway, I don't know where Mihai is, but as the professor said, there's nothing I can do right now. Everything that happened was caused by Brita and Singa Zeon. We must defeat those two first. You will surely find a way to save Mihai and Han Song-ji. It will definitely be easy to find. Jean listened to every word he said. Then she was silent for a while and stammered, Su-chan, are you? And she decided to shout, you still haven't forgotten Mihai? Su-chan quickly replied, how did you know? No. Then he was lost in thought for a while. Then, with a hint of satisfaction on his face, he said, maybe. But it's not like that. Actually, the reason I want to save Mihai is. He was interrupted mid-sentence and, let's go see her. So we don't have any regrets later. Thinking this, he spoke again because I have things I want. Jean looked a little disappointed when she heard this, but he didn't realize it. He looked surprised by the situation, but she still appeared happy and exclaimed, "Let's go back to the dormitory. We have to sleep early for tomorrow." As soon as Jean returned to her room, she jumped onto the bed without hesitation. Then she lay lost in thought. Her face became sad as thoughts about what happened earlier. There are things I want to say, but I have them too. Now is not the time to say those things. For now, we just need to focus on the mission. When everything is over, then, while thinking, she fell asleep without realizing it. Jean was dozing off. Gayan suddenly, his eyes showed anticipation as he said, "You seem tired. You fell asleep too quick." Then Jean mumbled, "I hope I've given all my feelings to my teacher." I heard that, and he presented something in front. At the same time, he said calmly, "What you give will hurt even more." After saying that, Gayan slipped away. At the nest dormitory, Du-Hoa only then groggily opened her eyes, feeling a strange sense. Then she slowly got up, stretched, and mumbled to Jean, who was sitting below, "Damn it. What time is it? You're awake. Why didn't you?" But then, because Jean didn't react, she tentatively called out again, "Manager?" Seeing Jean had to turn around and say with a hint of annoyance, "I've been calling you for so long. Why aren't you awake? Hurry up and get ready. Today is the day we leave for the Baltic." After some time, when they gathered at the airport with expressions of astonishment, "Don't tell me." At this moment, everyone looked in disbelief at the super-large private jet before them. Does Ness even have a private jet? Immediately after, Professor Yu began to explain to them, "This is a charter jet provided by the council. Can accommodate to 40 people. We will use it to travel to Northern Europe, where the Baltic Sea is located." Junhing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Only Yugen noticed the approaching group. This luxurious private jet is indeed not a joke when they say they have a wealthy organization backing Ness. The council is also paying attention to this operation. Professor Ma, leading the group, asked, "Is everyone?" Seeing him, Junhyang was surprised and called out, "Professor!" Suhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise and, "Wait a minute." Then his eyes turned towards San. "Why is that person here?" Calmly waved at him and winked. "Long time no see." Immediately after, Professor Yu quickly explained again to reassure them, "Sen also wants to participate in this mission. Her mind control by Singa Xian has been completely resolved, so there's no need to worry." She added about her achievements. "She even managed to resolve the mysterious poison that afflicted me during the fight with Predator. She will definitely be a capable assistant." Songha happily lightly tipped her elegant hat and greeted, "I didn't expect you to come back." Junhyang also smiled and welcomed San. The reconnaissance team is back in a 3-person formation. Only Jae-song, with a serious, predatory gaze, asked softly, "Are you okay?" She replied seriously, "I am." Sang glanced at the angry and hateful eyes of the Trang clan standing not far away. "Even if I was brainwashed, I tortured my teammates. It's inevitable that I'll be hated." Sang approached Professor G and asked with a casual tone, "Do you really want to go? Your body hasn't fully recovered." He looked at her with full confidence and affirmed, "Don't worry. I'm not on the verge of collapse. While I was away, then, he also reminded them with reluctant eyes, "Please take care of the children. We still have a lot to teach." Immediately after, Professor Ma announced, "Now it's time to depart." He looked at the group of San, Junhyang, and Jae-song standing there and added with great expectation, "You and many others are placing their hopes on you." Finally, he firmly affirmed, looking at the Kali group, "We must stop." After saying that, Professor Ma turned back to look at his group standing there, curious and anticipating the next words. And finally, they boarded the plane with the professor's well-wishes. Ma and the other groups stayed behind. Good luck. After a period of flying in the sky, they landed at their desired destination. He looked at the scene before him with surprise and astonishment. "We've arrived. This is Northern." He stood amidst the bustling crowd of tourists, looking at the lively atmosphere around him. It was like stepping into a mythical world. And the place he was arriving at was the capital city of Tallinn, Estonia, in the Baltic. The next second, Professor G spoke seriously while he was still astonished. "How do you feel? From today, we will use this place as our..." Then he introduced the place they had arrived at with its lively atmosphere. Tallinn is the city closest to the Baltic Sea and is famous for its medieval European. According to his words, they realized that everyone was wearing different costumes, appearing very happy. Moreover, it is currently the costume festival season, so even insect people like us can move around. As soon as Professor G bowed his head and spoke again, he pressed his phone. "First, I will contact Ness to arrange a comment." Man's voice echoed from not far away. "Leave that to me." He looked up at the tall figure who had stopped and was standing opposite. "You are the one Zhang Suchan once beat." Callie calmly stepped forward. "If I remember correctly, they call you the leader of Callie." He gently smiled, leaning on his cane, and explained, "Callie Davison, leader is just a nickname the kids." Callie showed them raw gemstones. I've been here a few times when I was a researcher. Besides that, there are many other sparkling jewels. Estonia is one of the world's largest producers of pumpkins. Group decisively turned and left. I know a decent place. He'll go with the kids to book a room. When Callie was about to mention something important, his eyes flashed with seriousness as he looked at a mysterious forbidden place. I also want to visit a place. He then announced without hesitation to Professor G, after we find accommodation, we will leave separately. I hope you will forgive. This caused JXE to protest vehemently in shock. Wait, acting so arbitrarily, Professor G stopped him, holding his shoulder. Let it be. We don't need their help right now. He was flustered and wanted to say more. But then he turned around and announced seriously, anyway, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something. Hearing this, Du Hoa became excited, while Hai Sung stood there in shock. As soon as we arrived, they thought of food and accommodation. In the afternoon seconds later, Professor G spoke with great seriousness. While you're still recovering from your surprise, how do you feel? From today we will make this place our... Professor J's face was serious as he held his phone and reminded them, everyone check your emails. DNest just sent satellite image clearly showed a truck with an insect spray logo speeding on the road. Among them, a cargo truck left their base. It's likely transporting Dungo G's, say EU and say O discovered. He continued to report the situation. The final destination discovered is this city, Tallinn. Suin reacted quickly in surprise. That means, the atmosphere increasingly tense as Professor G confirmed, yes, Breeder is transporting Dungo G's in the city. The faces, Sans group were filled with tension. Pondering, we must stop Dungo G's from spreading into the city at all costs. Young and Du Hoa were more relaxed. Our main mission is to assassinate. As for the group of cousins, they were serious and calm. But protecting the citizens from Pet Shop is also our responsibility. As Professor G continued to speak, his emotions became more expectant and eager in his golden eyes. Moreover, if we can seize all the Dungo G's, we can slow down Breeders. Finally, they began to split up and look around, to search the crowded, bustling city. Find truck. That is your first mission. He thought seriously and recalled the image on a truck with an insect repellent logo. It would be easier to find from above, but we can't fly. Hai Sung's eyes narrowed, and he worriedly looked back, displeased. Hey, are you really going to walk around dressed? Du Hoa smiled confidently, wearing a knight's costume with Jun Hyung dressed as an archer beside her. Of course, it's still a costume festival, so wearing this will attract even less attention. Hearing this, he became even more angry and displeased, loudly calling out to Hyjin, who was holding a costume hat not far away. Hey, the leader of this group is not serious at all. But her answer made him freeze for a moment. Yeah, that's... Immediately after, she finished dressing up in a beautiful witch costume. If you're going to participate in the festival, at least dress properly. It's more like a student on vacation. This made Hai Sung even more surprised and unconvinced. Wait, when did you change? In the next second, Du Hoa rushed over and grabbed his clothes. Stop talking and change. You idiot. Hai Sung held on tightly in fear, avoiding her. Damn it, don't take off my clothes. Seeing this scene, Hyjin giggled happily. He stared blankly at her. Hyjin seems a bit strange today. Just like they searched until dusk. It's probably just continued to walk through a narrow alley, feeling a little worried. We've walked everywhere and still haven't seen the Jean read messages as she walked, reporting the day's harvest from other teams. It seems the other teams also found nothing. They will check all the CCTV on the street. Hai Sung sighed with relief, looking at Hyjin. Perhaps we should go back today. Hyung, walking behind, remained calm and silent at this moment. Let's go through this alley and rest. He stared at the road ahead. This alley is a shortcut, there's almost no... His senses warned Du Hoa, causing her to stop. Her face was bewildered. She quickly turned back and stood beside Jun Hyung. Damn it! Around the two of them were many mysterious people in purple clothes. They were now surrounded. Immediately after, a few large men stood before them. What is this? Are they ambushed? No, could it be that Petsoft has discovered us? In the next second, two of the men drew their weapons and lunged. But immediately after just one move, he took down several of them. Seeing this, also worriedly shouted to them, "It's okay. These guys are weaker than expected." That sent from him further fueled Du Hoa's excitement. I can handle them myself. Her hand immediately changed into claws. In that case, then, not stopping there, Du Hoa revealed her scorpion hands and tail, ready to fight. You're just waiting to be destroyed. 40%. Suddenly, Hyjin shouted to stop them. Wait. Her voice stopped him, and he turned around anxiously. Don't. What she said next surprised him. Suchan, these people are not pets. Next second, Hyjin opened their masks, revealing a young man with golden brown hair lying there in pain. Look, they are not insect people. They are normal. They then gathered at an abandoned construction. Professor G looked surprised. This is
Suan griti dim respectfully. Hello.
Hyjin quickly reported, while Hae-sung and Jo Hoa stood threateningly towards the people tied up on the ground. These are the ones who attacked us. They are all tied up here. But then Jun Hyang stepped forward, looked at the young man displeasantly before him, and wondered, they are just civilians. Why would they attack us? Suddenly, he became agitated and said a long sentence, but she just looked at him blankly and said, "What did he say? Sounds like Russian, not English." Suddenly, an answer came from behind, surprising her and making her turn to look. Go to hell, monsters. Professor G also immediately turned back cautiously, with surprise. Girl spoke and quickly approached him. That's what he's saying in Estonia. Sara, with an indifferent gaze, approached and spoke, further making him more scared and, "We are not devils. Why are you attacking?" Seeing the scene before him, Hae-sung was also surprised. She can speak Estonian? But Jae-sung explained it calmly as if it were a daily occurrence. Sara can speak many languages. English. I can also calmly talk about her past. In the free art subjects at Nest Junior, she ranked first in world history and foreign languages with almost perfect scores. She is also extremely passionate about the cultures of various countries, even traveling around the world to learn more about them. Teacher at the time had to shyly remind her, "Era, wearing that mask to class is a bit." Jae-sung added the reason for Sara's appearance here. Because of her outstanding understanding and skills, we recruited her into prop. He spoke while looking at her, who was listening with an indifferent, seemingly serious expression. And if she's really serious, then the matter will be resolved. Finally, the professor asked her, who was sitting on the ground, what did he say? Why did he attack? Her eyes remained fixed forward, calmly recounting, "They didn't attack us. She spoke made the group more anxious. They wanted to go to pet shop and mistook us." Jun Hyung looked worried and surprised, turning to look at her. Pet shop? Why would the residents here want to attack pet shop? Sara continued to recount what she had heard. They said that to escape their slave, which made him even more horrified. What? Sara calmly turned her head and continued to speak, making the surrounding atmosphere thick with tension, and they are being used to spread jungle juice in the city as human slaves of pet shop. Small house inside the forest, just a few weeks. A group of people inside were laughing and having fun. We are a gang operating in this area, with a pile of contraband on our table. Our main business is smuggling, mainly transporting weapons and drugs to Europe. They continued to chat. However, the blonde young man was still excitedly recounting their previous mission. When that guy said he couldn't pay, I shot him straight in. Suddenly, a voice cut off their conversation. Found you. Two strangers are now standing in front of the mysterious house. It's you, isn't it? The smugglers who have been bringing all sorts of things into Europe. They brazenly declared to the group, "From now on, you will serve." This angered them and they quickly grabbed their guns in defense. "Who the hell are you, barging?" But the tall man standing outside the door just smiled, revealing his electric teeth. Using his abilities, he destroyed their base and threatened, "After those monsters found us, our organization immediately collapsed. Only he and one other person were left, scared to witness. Several people dead and their heads burned. We had no choice but to do as you." Was very worried as he remembered sneaking out with a bag of goods in the. To save our lives, we had to sell something called jungle juice. San leaned against the wall, looking with interest, and commented, "That's a good idea. You can move around the city more easily, and it's easier to deal with if the authorities get in." Hearing this, Hee-jin looked worriedly back at Professor G. "What should we do, Professor G? If this is true, we have to stop." He calmly stroked his beard and looked at them placidly, surprising her. "No, keep letting them receive their." He looked down at the still worried and displeased group, with Sara also being very calm. "Perhaps this is a godsend opportunity." Professor G then continued, "And if we can seize all the Dungojis, we can slow down breeders." Finally, they began to split up and search, to find the truck in the crowded, bustling city. "That is your first mission." He thought seriously and recalled the image on the truck with an insect repellent logo. "It would be easier to find from above, but we can't fly." Hae-sung's eyes narrowed, and he worriedly looked back, displeased. "Hey, are you really going to walk around dressed?" Do Hoa smiled confidently, wearing a knight's costume with Jun Hyung dressed as an archer beside her. Of course, it's still a costume festival, so wearing this will attract even less attention. Hearing this, he became even more angry and displeased, loudly calling out to Hyjin, who was holding a costume hat not far away. "Hey, the leader of this group is not serious at all. But her answer made him freeze for a moment. Yeah, that's. Immediately after, she finished dressing up in a beautiful witch costume. If you're going to participate in the festival, at least dress properly. It's more like a student on vacation. This made Haesung even more surprised and unconvinced. Wait, when did you change? In the next second, Duoa rushed over and grabbed his clothes. Stop talking and change. You idiot. Haesung held on tightly in fear, avoiding her. Damn it. Don't take off my clothes. Seeing this scene, Hyejin giggled happily. He stared blankly at her. Hyejin seems a bit strange today. Just like they searched until dusk. It's probably just continued to walk through a narrow alley, feeling a little worried. We've walked everywhere and still haven't seen the Hyejin read messages as she walked, reporting the day's harvest from other teams. It seems the other teams also found nothing. They will check all the CCTV on the street. Haesung sighed with relief, looking at Hyejin. Perhaps we should go back today. Hyung, walking behind, remained calm and silent at this moment. Let's go through this alley and rest. He stared at the road ahead. This alley is a shortcut, there's almost no. His senses warned Duoa, causing her to stop. Her face was bewildered. She quickly turned back and stood beside Jun Hyung. Damn it! Around the two of them were many mysterious people in purple clothes. They were now surrounded. Immediately after, a few large men stood before them. What is this? Are they ambushed? No, could it be that Petsoft has discovered us? In the next second, two of the men drew their weapons and lunged. But immediately elsewhere on Cully's side, Bomi nervously paced back and forth. There are only scattered ruins. Is there really a laboratory? He calmly picked up some residual stones, completely calm. The probability is not high, but that's what Matt's clone said. That he thought of the frame of a man holding an injection at that time, while the laboratory was on fire. That the person who created Jewish goo tried to erase everything related to it, including the laboratory and related documents. Cully's eyes at this moment held a hint of annoyance. If that were true, there would probably be nothing left. Callie then stood up and looked towards the sunset shining down on the sea. The Baltic Sea is where Jewish goo was born. This is where the research on amber, he said, thinking of Han Xiong, who had to remain in hibernation. This is the only left to search for clues on how to save Han Xiong. His voice was full of determination and resolve. We must find it. Bomi looked at Callie worriedly and hesitantly, then softly called out. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing both of them to turn around vigilantly. To their surprise, an old fisherman calmly looked at the two. Usually, South Korean tourists rarely come to a place like Bomi was vigilant and worried, already in a defensive stance. Callie, the local, tried to remain calm and inquired. You also speak South Korean quite well, don't you? The old man calmly explained, I have a guest house nearby, and South Korean tourists used to free. As soon as his last word was spoken, it made her even more surprised and worried. It's as if they were researchers or something. Even he was terrified. But then the old man wished them well and left. Well, enjoy the scenery. Seeing Callie quickly approached him. Are you the guest house owner? Callie calmly took out his wallet and persuaded the old man. I'm willing to buy any kind of you have in exchange. Can you tell me more about those? Sometime later, a narrow alley somewhere in a truck from an illegal insecticide company was parked nearby. The driver was furious and muttered to him, leaning against the truck. These damn smugglers, they're already late for the appointment, why haven't they arrived? Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, startling and scaring the people outside. Is there a facing the huge John? He immediately trembled and cautiously replied. Sir, the delivery people are just a little. Nervously turned to look. As soon as he saw the blonde young man, he hesitated. When the others arrived, his tone changed. They're here. Hey, why are you guys? But then he from behind spoke up, making the delivery man turn back in fear. No, that's not how you scold. Immediately after, John coldly lifted his hat, revealing a faceless head with only if you work for the shepherd, laziness is unacceptable. Quickly extended a long, clawed tentacle. To set an example, I must kill. He aimed directly at the blonde young man, who screamed in terror. First, immediately after, someone saved him and poked his hand directly into his Reiner immediately tried to grab the young man's head. Crush it, try the only thing that shattered. But he was immediately thrown back, his claws. He painfully quickly retracted his tentacles. You guys, he's not paying attention, some threads have attached and wrapped around. Immediately after, with just one strong pull from June, he was controlled. Capture complete. The delivery saw this and was scared, wanting to step on the gas and drive away. Monsters everywhere, I have to. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended on his mind, causing him to stop. Even though the wheels were still spinning, the car wouldn't move, making him even more panicked. Why isn't the car moving? Calmly lifted the truck with one hand. It's not going anywhere. The nearby witnessed this and were terrified. Another group of monsters. Just then, a small flower was brought near him, surprising him. Don't worry, we want Sierra calmly praised and explained to him, with Song Ha standing calmly beside her. The flowers and gemstones of this country are indeed beautiful. We are just trying to eliminate the pet shop and protect the culture. Jia Song quickly reported to everyone. Found the truck. Just as predicted, it's full of G. Professor G calmly praised Suhan's group for changing their clothes. Good. Is everyone ready? That left the guards who were frozen by the tape in the tunnel. If we wear their clothes, our scent won't be detected. Suhan's group was now ready, though still a little. Listen carefully. From now on we will pretend. Professor G also changed into a delivery uniform with a serious expression. Then he drove the truck straight to its destination. To the pet shop space. Professor G said while driving, requesting everyone. Listen up, everyone. The place we're about to arrive at is the breeder's headquarters. It's also the most important facility. Compared to other bases, this place is much more heavily guarded. But luck, they use quite a lot of civilians to transport Junior HL juice. So they definitely can't remember everyone's. We will take advantage of this to infiltrate without spilling a drop of. The guard was startled by the headlights of the car. At this moment he called out, "Halt!" What group heard this and immediately stopped. Then Professor G quickly confessed, "We are the transport. We've completed a delivery to Estonia. Is there a problem?" The immediately replied, "Of course there is. The problem lies here." Then he quickly and seriously explained, "Every transport group must have a supervisor or an artificial insect, to ensure no one escapes or tries any." Suddenly, he revealed his true form. His terrifying face was exposed. His deep voice began to speak. "Where are your supervisors?" Professor G asked in surprise. "I don't understand what you mean." On this, Suchan, Haijin, and Jiziong observed the situation with equal tension. He calmly replied, "My supervisor? He's right behind you." The young guard turned around in fear. Greeter immediately asked with annoyance, "What are you trying to do? Are you going to waste my precious time? For your meager..." Fearfully stepped back and exclaimed, "Greeter, sir." "Oh no, I didn't mean to, sir." Was controlled by hallucinogenic mushrooms. The guard stammered, "Please excuse me. He was controlled by Song Ha with the illusion magic. Controlled by hallucinogenic fungi. The guard stammered, "My apologies, sir. Leafcutter ants are a strange species that cultivate fungi with leaves. And my hallucination mushrooms can create incredibly realistic illusions for the audience." Hallucinogenic fungi? Right now guards began to experience hallucinations and cried out desperately. Then Song Ha calmly spoke, exploiting the audience's psychology. That is mad. He stood on the roof of the car and immediately cast an illusion, causing the guard to become dazed and lose their reason. Song watched the situation from a hidden corner. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It seems we've entered." Yugen, standing behind him, quickly added, "We're almost there, so it's almost a success, right?"
Yun Huang exclaimed.
"With this momentum, we might even complete the mission." He frowned and thought for a long time, then confessed, "It would be good if it went so smooth." As soon as they finished discussing, Ji Jun's car began to. Yesong's group quickly followed the car as it gradually disappeared. Chan arrived at the Jungle G's production facility and exclaimed in alarm, "Is the Jungle G's production facility? But why is no one here?" Haijin entered and observed the situation, saying, "The guards outside are so strict, but the inside is everything is so strange." Suddenly, Jiesung waved his hand and called out, "Hey everyone, look here." She turned to look at him and was stunned on the spot. Not knowing why Jiesung was in such a hurry, they quickly went to see the situation. Before their eyes was a strange sight. Suchan froze for a few seconds, then suddenly exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Perfect frowned and said, "It looks like a giant manhole cover." At this moment, the person next to him seemed to realize something, and that's right. Jun Hyung immediately thought, "Graphics?" He raised his hand to adjust his earpiece to listen more clearly. At the same time, his other hand reached down to the ground to feel, and he confessed, "Since I couldn't feel any movement in the factory, I tried to detect vibrations under." Ground suddenly vibrated slightly. Her hand felt something and exclaimed, "And there are a lot of vibrations down there." She pointed out, "Like an ant colony, it's like an ant colony." An image of a tunnel leading somewhere appeared. "It seems there's another base underground."
Suchan stood frozen.
His face was incredulous as he looked towards the tunnel entrance and, "So, is this the underground tunnel?" And suddenly, the eyes of the strange figure.
Suchan couldn't stand.
In front of him was a giant spider monster. He exclaimed, "The trapdoor spider is a species of spider that seals its den with its own body to protect its nest." Moment, the trapdoor spider's voice asked, "Are the outfits those of the drug transport?" People behind Suchan were all stunned. Then the spider monster looked down at where they were and said, "The smell of humans mixed with a slightly attractive flavor. But it's okay. Humans are not that delicious and
Coméine.
Song Ha, who was hiding to the side, said, looking at the scene, the situation doesn't to be good. With monsters like these, my poisonous mushrooms are probably useless. More once we go underground, the support team outside won't be able to help in time. If anything happens, you'll have to deal with it yourselves. The group accompanying Suchan was walking towards the stairs. One of them exclaimed in surprise, really is another base down here. Would Breeder build another facility directly below the main base? To mislead intrude, or is there another meaning? Suddenly, the chubby young man with a scarred face walked up and blocked it. Wait, is the next transport group here? I don't see the supervisor. But whatever, they're probably out. At this moment, Suchan's eyes widened. He remembered the masked member that Bomi had and now he's joined the pet. At this moment, his eyes were listless, and he said, nothing is ready yet. So he pointed at Suchan and Hee-jin and ordered, hey, you two, the next shipment is ready. Come with me to get it. Both of them were startled and stood frozen, not daring to. Suchan immediately looked at Jin-jun. He also looked at him and signaled, everything will be fine. The most important thing now is not to arouse suspicion with them. Then Suchan looked at Hee-jin. Both looked at each other, seeing each other's worry. A ray of light shone out as the scarred young man led them into a dark room. Light only flashed when the door was opened. Suchan looked at the room in front of him and asked, this is, he indifferently explained, the testing facility for Jizgu produced in the, according to the formula provided by Breeder, we just have to follow it to produce it. But occasionally there are defective products. Suchan and Hee-jin looked at the scene in front of them with astonishment. Their eyes widened at the strange sight before them. The scarred young man walked and, so we need to check the quality first. Suchan looked at him in surprise and expect the quality? You mean? He looked at the people hanging in front of him and asked, you mean? He back to look at Suchan and said, why do you ask? Isn't that obvious? The scarred young man took a test tube and said, using Jizgu to test. Turning humans into monsters, extended grotesque tentacles. With one hand holding a datasheet, and the other holding a test tube he had just taken from the desk, he sprayed the reagent and said, now, the test subject this time is the villagers erased by Breeder with a tsunami. The woman who was sprayed screamed and begged, please spare me. I don't want to become a monster. The monster accompanying him had something dripping from its eyes looked terrified at the screaming girl. Suchan was astonished as the girl's screams grew louder. At this moment, he thought of the past, we can't go back to how we were before. Both of us are already monsters. Suchan's eyes flashed with light. Veins appeared around his eyes, looking very indignant. He prepared himself to charge at the scarred young man standing opposite. At this moment, Hee-jin grabbed Suchan's hand. He was about to charge forward in anger but was pulled back. Hee-jin looked at Suchan with eyes trying to stay calm and explained, we must be patient. If we cause a disturbance now, the mission will fail. That child can be returned to normal later using sin. So he looked at her angrily. At this moment, the scarred young man spoke. It seems they will take a little longer. Both of them froze when he spoke. Then the scarred young man continued, honestly, even they hate becoming monsters. Suchan and Hee-jin looked at him and he smiled grotesquely and asked, biting your tongue to commit suicide is too stupid. Isn't it? There's no other way. Let's get this little one out of the way and find someone else for He gritted his teeth in anger when he heard. Suddenly, a chirping sound came from Suchan's ear. Professor J's voice immediately rang out. Suchan, can you hear me? On the other end, he said, thanks to you, we've infiltrated deeper into the base and gathered important information. At this base, Breeder is not here. He and everyone looked at the empty space in front of them. Then Ji-jun therefore switched to Plan B. Switched to a full-scale. Jun Hyang and her group were acting according to his instructions. At this moment, two girls were screaming as tentacles wrapped around them. The scarred young man smiled savagely and said, now, who should I turn into a monster? His tentacles wrapped around the two girls, causing them to scream in dismay. Suddenly, Suchan's gnarled hand grabbed him. The chubby young man turned his head in surprise and asked, what? His hand squeezed harder. Angrily, before Breeder returns, the pet shop members inside the base will wipe them off. Suchan's anger caused him to squeeze his head until blood split. Surprised voices of the pet shop employees rang out simultaneously with the growls, fully mutated creature that was chained up. In truth, but immediately after, the employees began to laugh loudly, full of confidence with the weapons in their hands. You guys really don't know fear, daring to set foot in our pet shop. The mushroom-headed employee smiled crookedly, both amused and angry, looking at them and declared without noticing the threads slowly lowering, it'll turn you into chunks. According to information about insects, the glowworm acts as a mysterious insect that lives in. They often cling to the cave ceiling and attract others. They lower glowing green threads, resembling a sparkling galaxy on the ceiling, creating a mesmerizingly beautiful. With one pull of the thread, Junhyang had the pet shop employees, but in reality, those threads were cruel hunting tools to catch, causing them to struggle desperately. What the hell is this? Why are these threads so sticky? The mushroom-headed looked down with indignation but also worry, though his tone didn't change. Could it be Nest's insects? How did you get in? She cackled with manic delight, mocking from above. You lowly scum. Decorating the ceiling is also suitable. Yugen helplessly remembered. When fighting, your personality changes immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated monster frantically struggled, causing Junhyang to cry out and step back. What are you going to do with it? Lunged with its fist again. Zeon timely blocked it, creating a gust of. A moment later, the monster's arm was torn apart, and it cried out in pain, along with his cold. Stop joking around. The yellow light from Zeon's eyes flashed, reminding Junhyang, if you let your guard down in the enemy's territory, the whole team will. She shyly and fearfully apologized to him. Sorry. Heavy pressure caused the ground beneath Zeon to crack. Immediately after, he reacted quickly before a beam of light struck the ground where he stood. His cold voice echoed from inside the mask as he looked down. Just as I thought, they're definitely. He looked at the blonde young man who had just landed in front of him. The predator. He muttered uncomfortably. Why are you attacking me when I'm guarding alone? This is really annoying. His face showed a mocking expression. But it's strange. Did the gate spider open the entrance? He asked. So he calmly replied, you mean that giant manhole cover? That's a trivial. At the same time, on the female side, the spider was suffering unbearable pain. The door was locked. Yo gently lifted the female spider's entire body high with both hands with ease. It's easy to open with strength. Hearing this, he tried to calm himself and adjusted his hat. So that's it. It seems they've prepared thoroughly for the attack. Can I deal with it all by myself? Seeing his actions, Junhyang quickly called out to signal. Jasong. He quickly understood and replied. The green eyes of the blonde man lit up with an excited smile, initiating the battle. Here, Suhan now had the tentacle man's head in his grip, causing him to curse in pain and anger. Damn despicable people dare to touch me. Seized the opportunity to grab a large gas canister from afar. Slammed it hard against his arm with glee. Who gave you permission to touch me so carelessly? But when Han turned to look, he was shocked to recognize him. Wait, aren't you? His expression was calm as he took off his sunglasses. The dragonfly from last time who ruined our plan with Callie Davidson. Are you that dragonfly from last? Seeing this, he became even more interested and excited, using his tentacles to lift more heavy objects to engage in combat. You disguised yourself and snuck in? That's interesting. I've always wanted to meet. He idly chatted about his previous awesome unofficial battle. It's because you defeated the White Witch that my plan to turn the city into hell was shattered. He was still rambling about idle chatter. He was hit in the face. That humiliation from that day, today I will. Powerful punch from him sent him flying with some objects. Being hit and sent flying into the wall, he still endured the pain and convulsed, wanting to speak. Wait, did you play dirty? I was in the middle of speaking. He didn't listen to him and punched him a few more times in the stomach. He became enraged and threw a combo of gas canisters and lighters at him. You bet. As the flames and gas combined, he became even more delighted and smug. You're but just a few dozen seconds later, Suhan rushed at him like a rocket, terrified. His eyes showed hatred as he stared at the fear on his face. That day, you intended to turn so many people into monsters. He recalled his despicable smile after seeing a girl being hung up for experimentation. Don't you feel any guilt? 5 punches from him, filled with long-suppressed rage, were directed at him. Is it fun to turn humans into toys? While he was venting his anger on the tentacle man, Hyjin took the opportunity to rescue the other people captured as test subjects. Their hands were then quickly removed, collapsed on the ground, trembling with fear at Hyjin's concern. Are you all okay? Now, hurry up and run outside. As soon she pointed out the exit to the others. A tentacle from him wrapped around her ankle. The exit is pulled and dangled her high in the air, stomping her feet in anger. You bastard! He confidently stood before his stiffening body and so you can't attack anymore. As he spoke, he controlled the tentacles to tighten around Hyjin's neck. The research on GSTA goo has strengthened my tentacles. A human body like yours, I can crush it like paper with a light squeeze. The tentacle covered his bloody nose with a confident and provocative smile. Try to move and see if I won't tear you into pieces with my tentacle. In less than 10 seconds, he was astonished to see a streak flash by and his tentacle was cut off. Which tentacle? He looked in fear at the tentacle that had been easily cut off. Breakout control. A god. Flashed past him and landed safely. Break. Seeing him trembling in pain, he sneered. Is that all you? As he turned his head, Suhan's dark eyes with blue pupils, filled with killing intent, stared intently at the prey in front of him. The real pain hasn't even begun. At the same time, on another side, everyone present had fallen to the ground, trembling, leaving only one. He angrily began to fire his gun continuously forward. Damn it! But in the second, Hai-sung kicked him squarely in the face, knocking him out. Took a breath and pulled his clothes back, standing hesitantly next to Jun Hyung and sighing. Fighting in this armor is exhausting. So, the employees inside have also been dealt. Professor G looked at the pet shop employee who was knocked out by Hai-sung's move, hitting his head against the wall, and praised without hesitation. You've improved a lot. Now let the propolis handle the rest, and we need to move. In less than 10 seconds, he was astonished when a flash passed by, and a tentacle was severed. He held the USB drive in his hand, staring intently at it, his voice full of determination. But they can erase all the data, we must get it and transfer it to Nessie. Then his hand clenched again, bringing it close to his chest, looking straight. As long as we succeed, even if we don't know Breeder, we will still win. Although he spoke with determination, a sense of worry welled up in Professor J's. The plan was progressing smoothly, but a chill ran down his spine that only he knew and felt. A sense of the tense atmosphere and the blue light from Suhan's wings still illuminated the trembling of the other test subjects. With that, his fist, now stained with fresh blood, was filled with rage. What am I? His expressionless, angry face stared intently at him and raised high. Please, he trembled, trying to pry his hand off his neck. I'm wrong. Please spare my... Hearing these pleas, he still squeezed harder and said coldly, a scum like you deserves. His blue eyes were blazing with killing intent. Someone must eliminate all. Suddenly, Mia Heist's last glorious memory appeared in his mind. Her eyes were full of empathy and tenderness. Even though she was seriously injured, it made his heart tremble, and he couldn't bring himself to fight so fiercely, biting his lip. At least for now, I don't want to dirty my hands. Regardless of his fate, he let go of his hand, causing him to fall hard and land on his butt. Turned and warned him, anyway, there's no way to run. If you don't want to die, just stay put in this. But Suhan didn't know that he was secretly smiling triumphantly, holding an injection in his hand. Damn it, you dare to humiliate me. His eyes stared intently at his back. I will definitely kill. On Professor J's side, he suddenly turned around, startled by a voice. Long time no see, mockingly from afar, with a blinding purple light overhead, slowly stepping forward. I thought you were dead in the forest of illness. I never thought I'd see you. Ah, I said mockingly, with an expression of ridicule and contempt. So I'm so happy I'm crying. Seeing her, Professor G was surprised. Singa's voice came from behind, catching him off guard and surprised. And he was about to stab him with the injection. Are you? Or when he turned his head, Hygiene's silhouette appeared, piercing his head. Her terrifying and excited voice rang out as he looked through the round hole in the tentacle man's head, stunned and horrified. No, Suchan, she's a bad person who turned many people into monsters. Today is the day I will end everything she cherished. Hygiene now revealed a bloody, enchanting expression, caressing the weapon in her hand. I must finish this properly. Everything will be wiped. His eyes clearly showed disbelief at what was happening before him. What exactly? After giving him a blow to the head, Hygiene calmly and forcefully withdrew the weapon, flicking it to remove blood from the weapon in front of Suhan. What is going? Not only that, but her foot was placed on his flabby back. He really deserves to die. The Hygiene gently smiled and slowly took off her coat in his confusion.
Impossible.
Hygiene would never kill anyone, even someone like... Suddenly, her eyes changed, becoming sharp. She glanced to the side. Seeing the hostages still in shock, she ruthlessly declared, there are too many hostages here. They will only be a hindrance to the mission. One of the hostages exclaimed in surprise. This moment he realized with horror.
Don't.
As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed to a blonde girl with short hair, tears welling up in her eyes. We need to reduce the... Suhan shouted to stop her. It directly reached Professor J's ear. No, HY. Hearing this, he panicked and pressed hard to communicate. What's happening, Hyang Suchan? Answered Jian, standing opposite, put on a fake sympathetic expression, satisfying herself as she provoked. Do you think everything will go according to plan? Every word she spoke only further irritated Professor D. You always ignore the important points, that's why you always lose it. As soon as the provocation ended, he grabbed her by the neck and slammed her hard against the brick. His eyes flashed with a threatening look. Singa Xian, what trick are you playing this? The force of his grip on her neck twisted her face. Is it that damn venom again? Who are you trying to mess with? Jian tried to speak through the pain and difficulty breathing. Professor, do you... As soon as she mentioned it, Professor J's face turned pale with fear as he thought of it. That monster lived in my... Perhaps as he remembered everything, he was even more shocked. Could it... On Hygiene's side, she had already begun to attack the hostages, further unsettling their mind. But he had timely stood in front of her and blocked the dangerous... He also reflected for a moment on her previous actions and realized something. So the uneasy feeling that day wasn't just an illusion. Her mouth slowly curved into a smile of pleasure. Oh Suhan, you've finally realized clearly. This is no longer A dune parasite then appeared and wrapped around her. Now she and I are truly one. It silently confirmed his guess. Something else was possessing her. Species of insect that Hygiene was infested with was not particularly common. The June-only parasite, a famous parasitic organism that lives inside insects, acts stealthily. This parasite chooses another insect as its host, sucks its nutrients, and after a while controls its mind. Jie Xian was the first victim. She was also the owner of that June-only parasite. 5 years ago, Jie Xian, a fourth-year entomology student, researched it with all her... Not only Jian but also the doctor was worried when they saw the June-only in her body, because there was already a June-only in my body for a long time. From then on, she knew the reason for its appearance. The doctor said that the bee I absorbed from Juisgu had been parasitized by the June-only, and when it mixed with my blood, the June-only... Doctor's helpless shake of his head startled and frightened Jie Xian. Above all, the worst thing, knowing everything only made Jian feel disgusted with herself. But she had to hold back her nausea. It has become a part of my body and cannot be removed. After reading all the reports, he felt a little scared. I see. That's why you've had difficulty controlling your powers all this. Suddenly, he noticed Jian's rising emotions. What should I do? Something so terrible is living inside. Jian's thoughts became increasingly negative in her panic. If people knew, they would see me as a monster. Then she remembered her past of isolation. From the beginning, because of the brainwashing, they looked at me with disgust. Jian's expression at that moment was one of indifferent endurance. I thought if I got Cinderella, everything would change. The contemptuous glances, the harsh words, I endured. They deliberately spoke loudly for her to hear. Get out of the way, you monster. Watch out for brainwashing. Jian became more agitated as she spoke, making Professor Ji and his assistant alert and wary. But if it continues like... The assistant saw the situation worsening and assumed a combat stance, filled with worry. Uncontrolled powers are dangerous. But immediately after, he hugged Jian, gently and warmly reassured her. I will take responsibility for finding a way to remove the parasite. He ignited a ray of hope in Jian's purple pupils. So believe... While Professor Ji was recalling everything, Jian suddenly attacked, aiming directly for his... Jian attacked him with her tail, but only hit his red hat. You're too nice. She continued to provoke after a timely dodge. Even with just one arm, I can't use my powers to fight you, so how can you... Professor Ji was at a disadvantage. Hai Sung called for Junhyang to join them. We can't fight her alone. Let's join in too. He quickly agreed. But as soon as they finished speaking, a large silken silhouette appeared behind. Hai Sung looked behind him and was immediately shocked and amazed. The damn experimental insects. Are they led by Singas? The monsters chorused with interest. Meat is... she questioned and lunged forward to attack. Answer me, Professor. 5 years ago were your vows to me sincere? But he didn't answer, continuing to defend himself. Or did you just want to hug a female student once and say those meaningless... A moment later, the venom from her tail stabbed directly into his... Professor Ji put on a serious expression, maintaining the current state of the battle. I truly wanted to help. Her eyes remained unmoved, staring intently. Because you are also an important student of... Immediately after, Jian's eyebrows furrowed in rage. His memory flashed back to the painful past. If I were truly important... Asian painfully hugged the side of her face, which was smoking in pain. Then at that wound was the result of Professor J's powerful... Why didn't you stand? Gazian's expression turned dark, and she retracted her proboscis. But her expression became wild and contemptuous, and she laughed. Today, I will fulfill our 5-year-old... A purple beam of light shot towards Hyjin's head. Receiving the order, she struck the ground where he had stood. But he had gracefully flown. Suin frowned angrily, looking down. Now their target... While she was kneeling on the ground, he jumped down and restrained her. But that would be interesting. Finally, he loudly warned the panicked crowd. Everyone, run now. They'll hold them. As they left, he was attacked by Hyjin. But he managed to release her and fly back. Lure them into chasing me. I just need to lure them away from this. Within a moment, he was a distance away from her. Okay, follow me. When they reached a suitable distance, Suin turned his head to look. But Hyjin, with the actions of a mantis, caught up forcefully. I won't let you become a monster. Her eyes were completely vacant, fixed on her. As she lunged down, she fell to the floor and rolled, making him worry as he. Despite his worry, he was slightly surprised. Professor G and Gazian's battles had both retreated, although they were still talking one-sidedly. Professor, do you know that June only can absorb the host's life? Gazian's last words made Professor G panic. And the life of a mantis is not in. Hearing his angry curses, Ada's smile became more excited. You damn bad. Drop of fresh blood dripped heavily. As per your order, the June only in me. Heejin's eyes were dull and heavy, but her hands still tried to wipe the blood from her nose. I will drain her life force until she dies. As if nothing had happened, Heejin continued to wipe. Then the mantis will slowly die of exhaustion. Suhan watched in shock and fear. Those two mantises will be. Jin's hand now grasped his entire lapel. Her dull eyes drew closer to his worried face. Which one will come? At Ness University, 5 years ago, it was a rainy. One of the praying mantis arms struck the wall next to it. Gayan, I really can't understand how hard we tried to get Cinder. The praying mantis girl angrily slashed a straight line down her shoulder with her hand, and the other girls watched. Yet why are you standing alone? Please, Professor G and Gazian had both retreated, though they were still engaged in one-sided conversation. Professor, do you know that June can only absorb the life force of its. Gazian's last words made Professor G tremble with fear. And the life of a cockroach is not in. Hearing his angry curses, Ada's smile grew more excited. You wretched. A heavy drop of fresh blood dripped down. According to the recent order, June inside me. Heejin's eyes were heavy and dull, but her hands still tried to wipe the blood from her nose. I will suck out her life force until she. As if nothing had happened, Heejin continued to wipe her nose. So that female cockroach, depleted of life, will slowly die from exhaustion. Suhan's eyes widened in shock and fear. Those two dragonflies will be. Heejin's hand now gripped his lapel. And the dull eyes drew closer to his worried face. Which side will come? At Ness Academy, 5 years ago, it was a rainy. A grasshopper's arm slammed into the wall beside him. Gazian, I truly can't understand how much we tried to get Cinder. The grasshopper girl angrily slashed straight down towards her shoulder with her hand, along with the other girls who stood watching. And yet, why are you still in first place? Please, other girls are watching. Yet why are you still at the top? Sin. They mocked and sneered, then angrily looked down at her. Clearly, she's favored by Professor G. Training privately all day. Really? Treated so specially? Why is she the only one getting preferential treatment? Gi-yun's eyes were vacant and lifeless as she softly replied, I've never been treated preferentially. I just studied diligently. Then, she walked away listlessly. Move aside now. I still have therapy to it. Just as she walked a few steps, the butterfly slapped her hard on the head. Don't lie, you mom. They ignored her as she fell into the mud and continued talking casually. She dared to hit back? Honestly, a good beating is what she deserved. Because of her, we lost our chance at Cinder. They didn't let Gi-yun off the hook and maliciously questioned her. Come on, tell us the truth. Did you brainwash Professor G to get extra? Unable to get an answer, they let her look at her reflection in a puddle and asked contemptuously, or did you use this to seduce? After a while, someone suddenly shouted, a citizen is reporting. Who? Who dares to fight in? Professor G and other guards arrived. They stopped in shock. Since that, they only saw her figure sitting there alone. Tone, along with his classmates, had been controlled and killed by her classmates. Everything started to go. The faces of everyone controlled were frenzied. Fighting. Fight. You. This time, the poison from her tail, the remaining one, was still dripping. No one could have predicted. Gi-yun's clothes were disheveled. Her expression contorted into two extremes. Die, all of you. This hatred festered within. Meanwhile, Suhan was still being punched by Haijin, who wielded his quick reflexes. He luckily dodged, letting her punch. He panicked, calling her name and pleading, Haijin. As her hand was about to strike again, angrily he raised his hand to the sky, aiming at the weapon in her hand. Snap out. Then, with great force, he immediately smacked. After finishing, he swiftly turned to the. He kicked her hard with both. She fell, hitting her head against the. Suddenly, a voice echoed through his earpiece. Su-chan, can you?
Suan immediately replied, Professor He.
He was stunned and overjoyed for a few seconds. You finally answered. How is Haijin's con? He looked at Haijin, who was slumped in front of him, and then hesitantly replied, something is wrong. She seems to have been brainwashed, but she keeps coughing up. Looking at Haijin's tired and dazed body, Professor G explained, that's because of the worm inside her body. It's a complex form of Shinjian, a parasite that drains the host's spirit and life. He uttered the last sentence. It was like a shock to Suhan. If her life force is drained, Hyjin will. While he was busy finding a solution, he was engrossed in conversation and didn't notice her clinging to the doorframe with both hands. Then what should we? While he was talking to Professor G, Hyjin's figure dropped from the ceiling behind. Her body moved swiftly, locking her legs around his neck in surprise. When did she get on the? Hyjin's hand gripped the weapon firmly, pointing downwards with unwavering. She used the strength of both hands to press. Suhan tried to block the sharp tip of the blade while furrowing his brow in thought. A parasite in the body? So, the hand began to change state again. Control, loss of consciousness, control of dark. Suhan's upper body began to bend down, causing Hyjin to follow suit due to he used one hand to forcefully throw her to the ground. Hey! Blackwing. One of his legs pressed down hard on Hyjin's other hand, which was struggling. I'm going to reach in and pull it out directly. Hyjin's regenerative ability is strong enough to even recreate a shattered. He looked and imagined the similar death-defying ability of cockroaches, like a cracked skull. As long as I get the parasite out, she'll live. Or she might experience tremors and pain. It's all bearable. His blue eyes accurately targeted a spot before he acted forcefully. You can curse me later, but this is the only way to say. Afterwards, he thrust his hand straight into her chest, causing blood to splatter in her. His expression contorted with worry and caution, taking every step carefully. His hand quickly found the worm in. Then, at that moment, he had the opportunity to pull it out forcefully from Hyjin's body. Found it. Get out of Hyjin, you bat. His face lit up with excitement and joy. I got. But just then, Hyjin's eyes widened and she acted. Her hands rose to his neck, catching him off. Her eyes were still vacant and expressionless as she tightened her grip on his neck. Over at Professor J's, she burst into laughter, gloating. Did you think I hadn't anticipated? Her eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Just taking out the worm is an. Zeon spoke, and with each word, it was like a shock to Professor G, who froze in place. I didn't prepare halfway like. Suhan's emotions were on the verge of collapse in surprise. If there's only one, how can it kill that girl? That's why I let it reproduce inside. Shurikens continued to emanate from Hyjin's wounds, dripping down. There are still many more. He muttered. Hyjin's blood continued to flow from her body. It wouldn't heal. It was impossible. At that moment, Hyjin's hands began to. Those worms suddenly lunged towards Suhan's. Upon hearing this, Professor G roared in fury. He recklessly lunged forward, even as Zeon continued to attack. Stop immediately, or I will use. With a single blow, he concentrated his strength on Professor J's abdomen, sending her flying far. Even if I have to kill. Despite spitting blood from her mouth from the blow, she still smiled with excitement and mockery. Still Professor G, isn't it? Even without the complex, you're still as strong as. Her memory drifted back to that dark time when they faced each other. Doesn't this feeling feel familiar? In her memory, he was solely focused on using the strength of his left hand to attack. Back then, under the guise of saving a student, he tried to kill. In Giyun's eyes, his image was no different from her memory. The feeling of being betrayed by someone you trust is as painful as having your heart. Zeon recalled her frantic, furious screams as she controlled her surroundings. Back then, I swore I would make you suffer the same. Professor Jeswell became reckless and enraged, and he directed his fist towards Zeon. Now, begging is useless if you don't stop immediately. Even though she was on the verge of death, Zeon still smiled provocatively at Professor G. If not, you plan to. Then she revealed the consequences to shock him further. If I die, the worms will lose control and make the host even more dangerous. Nevertheless, her hand was already holding a vial of poison, pressing it against his neck as a threat. In fact, that was my goal from the beginning. Then she released her hand, letting the poison vial fall freely. Do you know this? Zeon began to explain its origin. It's written for insect hybrids, created by Ibian, called vial of poison containing a threat to humans. After injection, within tens of minutes, the whole body will hemorrhage and die from the poison. Professor J's face darkened as he tried to remain calm. What are you doing? But she didn't answer, only frantically talking to herself. Now, no one can stop the worm. The poison on Zeon's neck began to spread through her veins. Huh? I told you, I have to make you taste the same. Suhan's pained figure appeared. It will all end. Hyjin's eyes were now almost completely still. Everything you Zeon's previous smiling was replaced by reckless madness. Will disappear. He fearfully and anxiously called his name in his heart. In Professor J's mind, he imagined the outcome for both of them in another. A tall female figure appeared before the two of them. What is this? This pathetic. She recalled their previous tense battle. When you fought me along with Hyjin's frenzied image. You were so majestic. San laughed mockingly. Now you're easily defeated. Isn't that too embarrassing? She remembered being knocked unconscious. Those juniors yelling, those worms, they are individuals that Ibian, The feeling of them completely coming out of San's mouth. She remembered, were placed in my body to control me after they escaped from me. That her hand conspiratorially raised a small pill. Self-questioning, self-answering. They've infiltrated your bodies again? So, as soon as she finished speaking, less than a second later, she popped the pill into his, but am not responsible for the consequences of the. Sung delivered a powerful kick. Loud screams echoed. Ah, 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 kie, ah, ah, gong. He felt that this action was very easy this time. Good. These are the last. Feel like I'm just cleaning up the. Suddenly, the two of them were startled and turned around, hearing a pained cry. Jun was in agony holding Gi-yun. Why did it have to come to. Now he could only shout in despair. If you hate me so much, you should have just killed me. Why sacrifice your own. Ji-jun's eyes gradually became helpless. After all, can't I protect them this time? Remembered the past. 5 years ago, I swore I would definitely save Xi and Gi. Those efforts seemed to yield no results. But no matter how many times he researched, he couldn't find a way to eliminate the parasite that had become a part of her. Ji-jun harbored resentment in the past. By the time he realized it, everything was extremely desperate. In the end, I still couldn't protect him. Ji-jun couldn't save the person he loved most. Xi and Gi couldn't save others either, nor the dozens of lives that died by her. Returning to the harsh reality. Now, the only thing he could do was blame him. Truly a pitiful. Ji-jun's mood was terrible. Why can't I protect him? As he continued, Gi-yun's hand moved slightly. Ah. She gently placed her hand on Ji-jun's. He was too surprised. Suddenly, Gi-yun's scorpion tail. Su-chan woke up then. While he was still dazed, he saw Ji-jun lying still, not moving. When did I pass? Chan tried to approach.
Let's ride, Ti-yun.
We need to get the parasite out, but he was still very weak. My body. I can't. San reminded him, don't push yourself. The internal injuries from the parasite's outbreak are no. She announced, Professor G will be fine for now. I've prescribed medication. Su-chan was still confused. This person? Medicine? San explained, I gave both of you this He showed him. Anti-worm medicine. More accurately, a type of medicine I developed myself that can neutralize parasites. San explained the story to him. As soon as I realized I was controlled by Xi and Gi-yun, the first test subject after being brainwashed was right here. I immediately began researching and Suhan gritted his teeth in pain. So, is hygiene safe? San suddenly leaned on him. No, she's just lying still.
Suan couldn't react.
Cough. She clarified, the medicine I gave is only a trial version. At best, it can buy some. San said with certainty, if the parasite adapts to the medicine and erupts again, you will. Suhan feared. Then, how can we survive? San pondered, if my prediction is correct, there is also a parasite in Gi-yun's. She informed him, perhaps that is the master specimen, the control center for all other parasites. The essential point is, to resolve everything, there is only one. He luckily dodged the. San proposed the solution. Professor G, you must kill that parasite. Gi-yun's cooperation is also, along with Xi and Gi. San had guessed about Ji-jun. You must know already. You who researched it in the past. Suhan's eyes were filled with fear after hearing this. Professor G, do you really want to kill Xi and Gi? He recalled, but Professor, his eyes were etched in Su-chan's words surprised San. Suhan understood very clearly. He has regretted it his whole life for not being able to protect Xi and Gi-yun. He felt it was unreasonable. Now he was forced to kill the student he once loved with his own hands. Suhan's eyes were angry. That's too much. That's too. She faltered in surprise. Her body is already almost depleted. Where did this strength come? Ji-jun rushed forward with incredible. He tried to probe. Cough. In the end, did the parasite take over her?
Ji-jun reacted quickly.
This situation, he remembered very exactly like back. Ji-jun was filled with hatred as he remembered Gi-yun back then. Back then, it was also because of the parasite that it stirred everything up and threw everything into chaos. He knew clearly. To protect everyone, he must kill Xi and Gi-yun along with the parasite. In Ji-jun's eyes, there was hesitation. That's what needs to be. Standing before Gi-yun, he softened. But at that time he was too. Ji-jun failed once. He couldn't bring himself to kill Xi and Gi-yun. And in the end, he couldn't end everything. He gritted his teeth. But this, Ji-jun was strong. Thank you watching for attacked, causing Gi-yun to cough up blood. I will not repeat that mistake. He powerfully swung his fist. I will not let emotions cloud my judgment anymore. She suddenly, thank you watching for please spare my life. Gi-yun's words shook him. I don't want to.
Gi-yun reminded himself.
No, that's not Gi-yun. The parasite is controlling her. She would never say that. Tears streamed down her face. You promised you would say. Ji-jun clenched his fist, slowly let go. He felt despair. Yes, I promised. I shouldn't have promised that in the first. Jun said sadly, everyone accepted defeat. They'll leave it to you.
Suchan rushed.
He looked at Ji-jun. Don't tell me you're Suchan tried to provoke him. You taught us yourself. You don't have to carry everything. He was resolute. We can fight. Suchan's words awakened him. So, don't. She threw him aside. Suchan was worried. The distance is too close.
Ji-jun intervened.
He decided there's no other. Ji-jun took something out. I really didn't want to use. Hyung had once told Ji-jun, your left arm cannot be restored anymore. Even with my immortal herb, nothing can be. Didn't want to prolong it. But this is something that should have been ended long. He was full of determination. I can't run away anymore. I can't put everything on my student's shoulders. The cannon arm, exploding dust, creating a new arm. It can still. She softly called out, Professor G, are you really going to do? He wanted to remind him that trying to connect the explosive parts to the prosthetic arm could indeed allow him to use the comp. However, for Ji-jun there was a caution. But your body is no longer in a state where it can continue to be. What worrying is, if you use it one more time you might be. She emphasized cautiously, whether human or high. Ji-jun's mind was made up. It's fine. His decision is made, nothing can stop. As long as he could gain the strength to protect his students, the Suchan unexpectedly turned his head to Ji-jun had now decided to attack. Still to thank you watching for vid. In the past he was tormented. That day I always regretted letting my student be controlled by the parent. He couldn't protect Xian Gi-yun, nor could he stop her. Thus many other lives were implicated. Because of that, too many people had to. He regretted and blamed himself. I've been tormented by guilt, countless times burning my. Ji-jun poured all his strength, just to protect others. The negativity directly affected him. This unstable spirit caused a side effect with the complex in my body. Ji-jun was destroyed, and the price paid was that my body turned to Gi-yun could shake his will. A moment of carelessness, Ji-jun was moved forward from behind. Suchan quickly held her. They'll hold her. Professor urged Ji-jun hurry up. Finish Xian. He was sweating profusely. I didn't expect Gi-yun to be this strong. Even though she's been drained by the parasite, she still has this much. Meanwhile, San was watching hygiene. It seems the fire within me is fading, but it's gradually She examined the wounds. The wounds, though small, are healing. And other places, San perhaps found hope. It seems it's starting to reignite as.
Ji-jun accelerated at this moment.
Good job, Su instructed. Now fall. He easily grabbed Gi. His voice echoed. Young ACI, do you still remember this? She opened her eyes, but Ji-jun wouldn't give Gi-yun another chance. Where do you want to let everything crumble, let everything burn, let it turn to dust? I still have light. As long as there's a small spark left, and it will help me save the ones I love, save my beloved student, and the student I once loved. Ji-jun concentrated all his strength. Then please, for the last time, he wanted to attack Gi-yun. Bomb-type explosive, attack. Only a flickering flame remained. Afterglow reflection. Ji-jun was still attacking with all his. The space seemed to light.
Do hoa what yet an siêu ly.
A huge vortex. Thank you watching for vid. Gi-yun slowly. She seemed to have lost her. Ji-jun held Gi-yun in his eyes were filled with deep.
He sung happily up project.
Teacher, did you kill Xian Gi? Jun-hyung realized something was wrong. He could see that he had concentrated the heat on one point and burned. Jun-hyung had to nod in acknowledgement. Just like that, all this time he's been training just for this. For Xian Gi-yun.
A terrifying technique.
Looking at Gi-yun in Ji-jun's arms. But because he tried so, Hae-sung suddenly understood and shouted in shock. No way. Did teacher save Xian Gi? He felt unreasonably indignant. Why would he do that? He should have burned her along with the parrot. Hae-sung recalled with intense anger. How many times has she tried to kill? He wanted to eliminate future trouble. Who knows what she'll do next if she's. He reacted violently. Even if she's dying from the toxin, if she wakes.
Ji-jun garantit.
I will bear all responsibility. His eyes were pitiful. Please, leave Xian Gi-yun. Ji-jun even pleaded. I beg you. Hae-sung. Hae-sung was stunned. Professor
San suddenly spoke, startling Suchan.
But there's a more urgent. He was carrying Hyjin, who was injured. Her recovery system hasn't fully restored yet. Are you worried about? San warned of the severity. If she doesn't receive treatment immediately, she will be in danger. I can treat her, but not. He suggested it's best to take her back to the military base.
Ji-jun agreed.
I understand. We will temporarily withdraw the injured from the front. He ordered, the rest of you continue with your mission. Assault team, what's the situation? Said mysteriously. I think everything will be resolved. He nodded in acknowledgement. They are indeed the strongest of Nest currently. It's as annoying as when we first fought to gain that position. There's one person to watch out for, especially the one in the iron armor. He doesn't suit me at all. Everything became deceit. Thank you watching for vid. What should we do? Everyone. Thank you watching for vid. Was terrified and apprehensive. This base is almost completely taken. If I use the origin of the speech, tried to speculate, I might be able to take one more person. He raised his hands in surrender. Enough. Too troublesome. Forget. Also surrendered. I don't want to fight anymore. This base? Consider it. He was still speaking. The man immediately attacked. He didn't expect that. Wow. Even the one who surrendered is killed? No blood, no man didn't intend to let go. This sounds strange. You guys are just monsters that need to be eliminated. Feeling extreme hatred. The Dung Guluis turned people into monsters and ate them, killing people, until he was beaten and couldn't do anything. Scornfully said, and you still want. He was ganged up. His whole face was bloody. He continued to speak. He smiled sarcastically and contemptuously. What about you guys? Are you really a righteous organization? His gaze was distant. Truly. He tried to make them hear. We've also been used in every way possible. Knew very well. But the first one to use Dung Guluis was you. The man seemed stunned to hear that. Nest is the first to use Dung Guluis. The man also vaguely realized. But he still couldn't escape the hiss. You can bark when cornered. Predator sneered contemptuously. What the hell? You guys really don't know it? The man made a request. I don't understand what you're talking about. But don't insult Nest. The man emphasized, it's your Dung Guluis. That's the cause of the final result is, it robbed us of our normal. Therefore, for them, Nest is the only place where they hope to become human. The man would never trust Predator. Your dirty tricks. We won't fall into your trap again. A tremendous thank you watching for vid. The words stunned the man. As expected, a loyal dog of. He quickly found an opportunity to escape. Predator revealed his true form. Well, believing the enemy is also a foolish. He offered a suggestion. So why don't you verify it yourself? Leave this base, head north, latitude 59, 622.15. He promised. Something interesting awaits you. Girl sang out. Are you done talking? Her eyes were wicked. Then Predator was torn up in the dark forest at night. A cabin in Estonia, the temporary dormitory of Su-chan's face was worried. San, what's Hyjin's San reminded him she's naked. You came in without knocking. How indecent. His face turned red and flustered. She cheerfully announced. Just kidding. The treatment is complete. San was very amused. The parasite inside her has also been removed. Heh. It'll be a good research spec. Su-chan brightened up. So Hyjin is safe now. But there seems to be another problem. Her condition has stabilized. She explained. Because she was controlled and tormented by the parasite for a long time, there may have been damage to her limbics, and the consequence of that hit Su-chan like a lightning bolt. To put it simply, her personality might change. She might have lost her. He looked at Hyjin, disbelieving. Everyone gathered, but their mood was terrible. Sung was stunned. She might not remember. Jun looked at him reproachfully with thoughtful eyes. Damn it. What the hell is going?
Yoon Hyung noticed Su-chan.
Is he still inside? Hai-sung was surprised. What? He's not out. Du-hoa said resignedly, never mind. Men really don't understand sub. She suggested, let's leave the two of them alone. Duhoa's intention was that when Hyjin woke up, the first person she would see would be. Su-chan looked at Hyjin thought. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Hyjin truly remembered nothing. Who? It turned out that was what Su-chan thought. Just imagining it made his heart feel torn apart. He could only look at her helplessly. Why? Why do these things always happen? Su-chan clenched his fists.
Yun, easy tema.
He was blaming himself. It's my fault for being so stupid that it turned out that. Why do I keep losing? Su-chan seemed to fall into a deadlock. In the end, what should I have done? How should I have done it correctly? He was extremely regretful. Should I have let the praying mantis eat me? That negative thoughts flooded in. Or should I have cut off these wings from the.
Su-chan felt overwhelmed.
Someone, please. His wings slowly. He kept asking himself. Su-chan couldn't find an answer. Where did I go? Suddenly a hand grabbed his.
Don't torture yourself anymore.
Hyjin had woken up. Su-chan, you did nothing. She was perfectly fine. Look, I'm still alive. In Hyjin's memory. How many times? Many times. How many times? Hyjin was very grateful. How many times have you saved? She gently stroked his face. Surely this time will be the. Hyjin cherished him. It's all thanks to you, Su-chan. I can be safe and. She comforted him.
So, don't blame yourself anymore.
He suddenly spoke, leaning over her. Thank you. Du-hoa quickly ran in. Hey, that voice. Could it be? They were unlucky enough to walk in at a sensitive. He happily hugged Hyjin tightly. Thank you for coming back. You perverted bastard. What are you doing to the patient? He cried out in pain.
Gi-yun felt relieved.
Fortunately, it seems her memory is still in. He sat before Gi-yun. Then, it's time for us to end this. She opened her eyes and heard his words. It won't be long now. The poison will spread throughout your body and you will.
Yeon's mood sank.
I'm just asking to be sure. Do you have any last words? He wondered. Do you want to say anything to me? Seeing Jae-sung, thank you watching for vid. Where you going, Jae? He announced, there's a place I want to confirm personally. As for you guys, report the situation to
Hyang stammerede.
Could it be?
Yes.
She must have guessed. Do you believe what Predator just said? Do you suspect Nest is hiding? He didn't know.
Impossible.
Thank you watching for vid. A smug thank you watching for vid. That is Predator, the origin of the species. After being attacked, thank you watching for vid. Junhyang was extremely pained. She was attacked. Jae-sung quickly ran away, his eyes. Jae-sung dealt with it. Reassured Nest.
Idon suspect.
Predator's face was sinister. Jae-sung's purpose was, I just want to after a flash of, he appeared. Thank you watching for vid. Remember the main ingredient of Jungoju eyes. Exactly as in the report he looked around in confusion. So this place is where Jungoju eyes is produced. The screen was, Jae-sung looked intently. This is the formula for creating Jungoju eyes. He reacted violently. All the details about the power of amber and genetic modification techniques are clearly no doubt about it. Jae-sung looked intent. Thank you watching for vid. A line of text. Person in charge of the project. Head of department. That is Ma Jo-hyun. In a dark, secluded
Bomi Moktachet.
team, she cautiously observed her surroundings. Is this really the place where Jungoju eyes was? Callous face was worried. Yes. Remember what he said. If that old man's words are true. The cook hesitated. Thank you watching for vid. Research lab. Thinking back, confirmed. It really exists. I delivered food there several times. The security was strict, and the atmosphere was strange. It was deep in the forest, so it was very difficult to get to. There was one peculiar thing. There were Korean customers. Suddenly, Callie slammed the table and stood up. Where is that? He entered with suspicion. Although it's not a certain clue, there's no other hope, right? Eugene felt around, examining everything. But, is there anything left here? It's all burned. Nothing left. Only Admin still had doubts. Why is the atmosphere? Nanami was very scared. It feels like something is about to surface. A heart-shaped mark. He gently comforted her. I will protect you, Nanami, so don't. Bomi stopped while walking. She opened the door and peeked in. What Bomi saw was, the text was clear. Head of department. Head of department.
Maduyon.
Seong didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Suddenly, Bomi rushed into the room. Hey, glad. She approached him, scolding. What are you doing here? He stepped back in surprise. BIC bomb? Jae-seong wanted to hide it. No, nothing. But Callie quickly grabbed his, whispered speculatively. Or are there documents we shouldn't see? Callie ordered. Hymin, hurry up and hold. He whispered, speculating. Or is there some material we shouldn't see? Callie had just given the order when Hymin rushed over. Temporarily hold on. Bomi immediately reassured him. Calm down, glasses. We're on the same. She was also honest. We only came here to find a way to save Lee Han-seong. After checking the computer, Callie recognized it immediately. This is the document detailing how to make jungle juice. Did the people at Pet Shop also get? He froze. Wait, this isn't just the form. He was even more astonished. It's an essay on jungle. The essay began. I have found a mysterious gem. That mysterious gemstone is a blue amber containing the essence of ancient insects. This amber contains the power to mix the essence of different creatures. The author had to admit, a supernatural power far beyond any ordinary knowledge. If I obtain this, I can achieve what no one has ever done before. Among the research books, Human Evolution, Evolution of the Human Species, Biological Evolution. Author continued. I drew inspiration from mixing various spirits in cocktails and named this project Project Jungle. In the middle of the essay, the body. The theory is perfect, but the experiments were fraught with difficulty. A new problem arose with the test subjects. The lab rats and monkeys couldn't tolerate the insect essence and died very quickly. From this, it can be inferred that this power is affected by brainwaves emitted from the limbic system. That is, a stronger mental specimen than rats or monkeys is. Therefore, a different method must be found as a substitute. That's right. The solution is the target they were aiming for was, from the beginning, just use living humans as test subjects. At the end, the conclusion. I have succeeded in creating jungle juice. However, it's not entirely as I wished, and it hasn't reached the evolution I've longed. Despite the many sacrifices, the data is still insufficient. Cannot stop. Thank you watching for vid. To collect more data, I need more tests. The author's goal was, now I will plan to mass-produce jungle juice and distribute it to society. The ultimate desire. All for the creation of an evolved new human. None other than the author. Dr. Ma do. Ja Song shouted to stop him. Don't believe it. It's all nonsense. He was still stubbornly persisting. That breeder is definitely using false information to sway. Ja Song insisted. Professor Ma couldn't possibly do, but Callie wasn't so sure. Who knows? At least this document isn't, he stated firmly. I know, because I was also one of the researchers on this project. There are details that outsiders couldn't possibly, and Callie felt convinced. If this hypothesis is true, everything becomes logical. His words seemed to stun Jiasong. What if NEST is an organization created to collect data from insects? Dewey. Unfortunately, that means they see us as test subjects. Bomi said sadly. Glasses. Callie was very empathetic. Perhaps we all need time to, he ordered, release him.
Utsong, Utsong. Utsong seemed hesitant.
Huh? Callie reassured him. It's okay. After all, looking at his reaction, he doesn't seem to know. Duhoa on the other side felt refreshed. It's been a long time since I had a good fight yesterday. My body feels like, Jae-sung mockingly said. But thinking about it, how did you, that manhole cover blocking the entrance is incredibly. Duhoa nonchalantly replied, I won, so I won. She struggled. Regardless, Duhoa struggled hard to achieve this, but its endurance is truly incredible. Large, sharp body is indeed impressive. Swift attack. Thank you watching for vid. She had to struggle. Damn it. Someone. Thank you watching for vid. Sarah said, I can't see the difference with the. She turned her face away regretfully. So even though I'm strong, I keep losing. Thank you watching for vid. She pushed the recent event aside. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Hai-sung rubbed his head indignantly. Hey, why did you suddenly hit me? What's. She brushed aside the recent events. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Hyuk-soo rubbed his head aggrievedly. Hey, why did you hit me all of a sudden? What's. Suddenly he walked in. Jaek-seong asked, where is Professor? Quickly replied, I heard his injuries are quite severe. Senior San is treating him inside. He's very thoughtful. So that's how it. He was deep in thought. So that's how it. Yusung is bewildered. Then what about what happened earlier? Does Professor G know about? He seemed to have lost hope. If all the professors are on the same side. If Nest, to which I dedicated everything, is all this organization. Jae-sung was lost. What should I do? He hesitantly turned his. Jae-sung looked at Su-chan, wondering, does this person know the. He had to exclaim. Someone Nest considered a monster and is still willing to fight for that organization. Jae-sung regained his composure. No, am I going to rely on my subordinates? Understood clearly. After all the answers are in Professor Midohian's. So Jae-sung set a goal. When the operation ends and I return to Nest, I will have to find out first. Strange sound. He picked up the phone. Hello? Hong Yu Hyang, Jun Hyang. Report the situation. I've just cleaned up everything here and reported to. She said hesitantly, but they said they want to come and see in. Jae-sung didn't want that. Don't say it's because of Hyun. I heard you've captured the stronghold in Pet. He replied. Everyone has truly worked very. Chan was very surprised. Professor Enma? Why are you? Hyuk entered from outside. I heard about it. You've captured Petchof's stronghold. He proposed to celebrate this achievement and also to reduce the burden on everyone's. Hyun brought a large army. I've brought reinforcements. Su-chan couldn't believe it. So many Nest agents protecting them? Hyjin was dumbfounded. And fully equipped too. He stated that even if we have to reduce the guard at Nest, capturing Breeder is still the top priority. Hyun straightforwardly requested. First, I want to hear a detailed report of the situation at the scene. Suddenly, Jae-sung was called.
Hyuk, yes, Yuna Pruakaim, proving.
Your complexion doesn't look good. Is there a Jae-sung adjusted his glasses, regaining his composure. His words made Du Hyun pause for a long moment. I'm just a little tired from yesterday's, wanted to rush things. Then it's even more necessary to quickly send reinforcements to the front lines. I will go to the scene. Everyone, please rest comfortably. Jae-sung trembled with fear at this. He slumped to the ground, lost in. Seeing this, Su-chan, with a panicked expression, ran over. Hayek, Jae-sung. Senior, are you really? Jae-sung couldn't believe it. He personally led such a large army all the way. He could also infer the reason. Could it be that he had already guessed that we would discover the truth about G's? Jae-sung gritted his teeth, afraid to even think. If the worst-case scenario had. Su-chan still didn't understand anything when he was suddenly called. Rui, Su wanted to find another way. I have something to say. I can't bear it. Someone's voice. Thank you. Every person's legs were strong. After fighting hard to capture the pet shop's territory, Junhyang quickly realized. She instructed carefully, from now on, leave this place to the Ness agents for protection. As for you, please rest to prepare for the next operation. Junhyang remembered and asked, huh? Where is Professor Ma? Didn't you come all the way? She pondered and then gently replied, no need to. Then she gave a flimsy excuse. Professor Ma had an urgent matter to attend to and had to entered with another person. She exclaimed, so, does the jungle juice formula really exist? Assistant Moon probed. Didn't all the documents related to jungle juice disappear? Assistant Moon, the entomology department. Complex B. Leaf. Du Hyun felt it was clearly both the research institute and the people involved have disappeared. Impossible to know. All the documents were also destroyed. He concluded, it seems Breeder has found a way to restore the lost doc.
Do Yun Siga.
Regardless, our mission hasn't changed. Called out, Assistant Moon, Du Hyun's purpose this time is destroy. Thank you watching for vid. Assistant Moon reassured, we've already obtained a lot of jungle juice. Even without the formula, the people won't come. Du Hyun warned seriously. These documents must absolutely not be seen by. Became urgent. Let's go back now. We need to plan and prepare for the final battle with. Assistant Moon suddenly announced. Someone was. Thank you watching for vid. She astutely recognized. It hasn't been more than a few hours. The smell is still in there. More shocking is that the smell is very familiar. Wicho's voice heated up. Damn it. He's truly a mentally ill person. She and everyone else seem to have heard the whole story. I can't believe the one who created jungle juice is Professor Ma. Haejin covered her mouth, her face horrified. I can't believe it. Really? Jun Hyung also spoke up. I admit, Teacher Ma sometimes is very suspicious. Se-hyun scratched his head. Dejected. Damn it. Who can I trust? Su-chong turned to ask. Hyuk Jae-song Sr., what are you gonna do? Jae-song had probably thought of it too. There's only one way to know the truth, he said resolutely. I'm going to see Teacher Ma and confront him directly. Jae-song had probably prepared for all scenarios. In the worst case, I might have to fight. He wanted to ask Su-chang's opinion. Even so, do you still want to go? He remembered. Ever since I became an insectoid, Su-chong always wanted to find an answer. Who, and for what reason, created that thing and spread it so I want to seek the truth. We do too. We want to know the truth. Du-hoa was extremely indignant. If Nest is hiding something, then this isn't anyone's private business. Let's go back. Su-chan softly chuckled. Is that the laboratory? The security is so tight. Yoseong was dejected. As expected, they've blocked the end. He also knew. Professor Ma must be inside. If my guess is correct, he came to hide the documents. Jae-song was ready. There's no other way. I have to defeat everyone. Suddenly, a voice sneered. What a simple. That's Bomi. Use your brain a little, glasses kid.
Bejka onsi unglared vikedli.
What? Since when are you guys?
Ucheng chuckled heartily.
We've also seen the documents with Hyuk Jae. Bomi also confessed. We were waiting to confirm the truth from Bomi recounted the situation. Leader Callie said that gathering a large group would easily make people suspicious, so she decided to go alone. But she was too worried. She was very satisfied. That's good. I didn't dare ask those guys for. Bomi had another idea. But Su-chong, Jae-song wondered. So what are you going to do with that swarm of fire? Are you going to barge in without? A voice made them pay attention. Nanami made her. They couldn't stand. Nanami gently wiped her mouth. Sir Knight. The other person praised. You're truly Nanami-sama. No one can come. Everyone turned around in surprise. Complex is too strong. Huh? Why are you kissing a stranger? Kissing? What is this vague? Ji-song walked ahead. This is the entrance to the laboratory. He waited. Is everyone? Everyone held their breath in anticipation.
Ye-song's eyes widened in disbelief.
Everyone was. Thank you watching for vid. Joa shouted. What is this? This is The people on the other side were. Bomi shed tears. He's being hung in the air. With blood all over the wall. Yoseong was horrified. Ma? That Du-hyun. Everyone was astonished. Professor pressed. What exactly happened to that? Jae-song couldn't believe it. No, it can't. He was still somewhat stubborn. That. It wasn't Professor. Du-hyun looked at them with serious eyes. You guys came here. Suggested. First, please listen to me. Bomi gritted her teeth. What exact? She couldn't hear anything else. What did you do to our? Wanted to attack Someone appeared to protect. Was Professor Mun. This guy's completely out of control. Hymin ran up. Calm down. He couldn't accept the truth. How can I calm? Right before my eyes. A loved one is. A culprit is too obvious in this situation. A weak voice. Wait. Bomi immediately recognized this voice. Ali spoke. What you see is not necessarily ever. He panted and explained. The one who attacked me was not That thing was Hymin ran over. Leader Su-chan looked and announced. She's fainted. It seems she needs immediate treatment. Bomi was very worried. Su-chan. Carry the leader back to the resting area immediately. A voice disagreed. If we do that, it will be too. She requested. Leave it to. Fortunate. Because it was reported as an emergency, we brought an emergency first aid kit for Ja-song glared wickedly. Those two wasps. Do-hyun immediately explained. He explained now. After checking the situation at the pet shop base and returning, I saw that Callie had been Do-hyun wanted to clear his name. I didn't want anyone else to enter this place, but because of the urgent situation, I immediately requested assistance. Bomi insisted on not believing. Ridiculous. You expect me to believe those words? He also reminded you even killed all your subordinates in the past, just to erase all traces related to Dungleju. Bomi stubbornly refused to listen. And now you're saying this wasn't your doing? How can you be so? She clenched her fists in anger. Su Chan's eyes widened in surprise. On the other side, Professor Ma narrowed his eyes at them. You know about that? Then he remembered the destroyed documents. Have you all finally seen all those documents? Jisung took out a hard drive and announced, we didn't just see them. We've copied and saved all the... He clutched the hard drive in his hand, staring at him angrily. Now, even if you want to hide it, it's useful, he affirmed. Everyone here, the group of Do-hoa, Hae-sung, Jun-hyung also looked over with extremely angry expressions. On the other side, the group of Nanami and Bomi all knew about the Dungle prize. The highest is you, Professor. Su-chan and Hai-jin stared at him fiercely. The group surrounded him and tell us, Professor, what is your true He stared at them. Jisung affirmed, we just want to know that. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and calmed himself. In the end, fate has led everything to this. Professor Ma confirmed, all right. Anyway, I can't hide it anymore. Assistant Moon was stunned and her eyes widened. Professor, he muttered, so, is everything in those documents true? I was the one who created G's. His eyes were firm as he admitted to the crowd, and the true purpose of creating G's, to turn all of humanity into monsters. Giganta approached with angry eyes and Song's eyes widened in
Chan worriedly exclaimed,
Professor, behind you. But it was too late. A blow pierced his chest, spraying blood. He frowned and looked down. Giganta attacked from behind. He muttered, this is really unpleasant. Professor Ma spurted blood from his mouth on the other side, Breeder thought of his production plant with regret. To build that G's Dungle production plant, I poured in countless resources. Stood in the rain, looking at the golden dog at his feet. And yet, in just one day after I left, even an animal knows to bark when a stranger enters the house to protect it. Above their heads, a water sphere trapped the man with gray hair. He struggled to breathe, covering his... Breeder looked up at him. You can't even guard your own home properly. You lazy... Suddenly, he thought, and the person above prepared all the oxygen. My hands turned green. No, I can't blame everything on... The man thought of Gaen's laughter. Even that Singa Zeon knew they would come. Yet he deliberately hid it and didn't. He bent down, stroking the dog's head, and muttered, I never intended to destroy Nest completely. Because sooner or later, they would become residents of the new world His hand pushed the dog's head down, making it flinch. But if you're going to stand in my way, he smiled at the dog, his eyes full of calculation. Then I have no reason to keep you alive and the dog trembled under his... On the other side, Professor Ma leaned forward, blood splattering from his wound. Old Professor Ma's face darkened as he turned to glare at him, questioning, so, you all attacked and harmed... The predator Giganta stared at him. His arm shot out, a sharp knife piercing the professor. Master frowned. Just as predicted. Just hang a lure and they'll all... Immediately after, Hai-min also frowned and rushed forward. Yu Trang gritted his teeth. Predator? He's the one who defeated leader. The group also charged forward under the command of the captain. The Wasp team. We must protect Professor. They all charged at him, but Giganta remained calm. What? Wasp? Huh? Very systematic and well-trained move. Immediately after, their bodies exploded. If it were Breeder as usual, he would have ordered to keep the strong individuals. He quickly dodged all the At the same time, he turned back to attack. The sharp blade stabbed directly at Zeon's eyes. He was caught off guard and couldn't. Immediately after, he swung his arm, sending him flying backward. Blood Giganta's eyes were full of malice as he looked down at the group. This time he narrowed his eyes, looking at the group, and smiled wickedly. The order is to annihilate them completely. On the other side, the three ant-like figures, Bomi and Nanami, looked on in horror. She hid behind her ant-like companions, completely unable to see. Bomi was angry. What is that? But Hai-sung gritted his teeth and charged in madly. It's just one person. If we all rush in, there's still a chance to win. Jun-hyung also went mad and glanced at them. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shifted, making them gasp. Giganta muttered, is that really? Outside the headquarters, Breeder stood looking inside, applying pressure. He put his hands in his pockets. It's precisely at times like, no matter how busy I am, I take the opportunity to be absent. His eyes were filled with crazy obsession. After all, with that ground, A monster emerged from the ground. It's not convenient to raise it at. The centipede emerged from the ground. Crack group also looked on. They fell to the ground below. Duhoa shouted curses. This floor. It's The others hugged each other and jumped around in panic. Collapsed. Thank you watching for vid. On the other side, Hyjin also lost her balance and fell in panic. As he quickly moved through the rocks, rushing, he grabbed her, his eyes full of determination and urgency. He flew and pulled her up. Hold my hand tight. Then he pulled her into his embrace. To Hyjin's astonishment. I will never let go of you. A voice from behind made the two hugging each other turn around vigilantly. Long time no see. Giganta flew in front of them, hands clasped behind his back. He stared intently at the two. You drank that too. That makes it even more interesting. His eyes were full of malice. His brow furrowed. Let's see who will be hunted. This Giganta appeared. It's been a while, hasn't it? Dragonfly was not friendly. I heard you drank jungle juice too. That makes it interesting. Giganta wanted to fight. This time, who will be hunted? Su-chan reacted quickly, pulling Hyjin away. Sorry, Hyjin. Please step back for a moment. He prepared an attacking stance. That guy, leave him to me. Suddenly, thank you watching for vid. He attacked him by surprise. Huh? Thank you watching for vid. Giganta was very excited. Come on, let's see. Who is strong? Continuous attacks were launched. He installed thank you watching for vid. Giganta wanted to stop Su. He continuously issued challenge. What a bore. Are you going to keep defending for? Giganta kept closing in. I was expecting you to get stronger. Turns out you're only good at taking. Suddenly, Hyjin appeared, wanting to help. Hold him tight, Chan. Giganta didn't care. She was thrown far. Hyjin was greatly surprised. He could still block it without. She continued to be attacked. Chan was in a hurry. Giganta pressed in again. Are you still distracted at a time like? Suddenly, Su-chan's eyes lit up. This is an opportunity. Grabbed his. Giganta didn't have time to understand. Su-chan was thrown far away. Giganta also learned. I heard you drank Gigantia. Could it? He could predict that you could. The power of those who drank. He smiled sinisterly. Giganta was very excited and thrilled. Now this is only Su-chan was left. He tried to look around. He disappeared. Thank you watching for vid. Su-chan raised his guard. I've been hit by this move before. Remembered being desperate. Back then, you had no way to resist. Su-chan became more agile. This time will be. He was very surprised. You guessed my position. Didn't say much and continued to attack. Humph. Aawa. The power. Thank you watching for vid. Hyjin also felt relieved. This attack was effective. He was disoriented by the impact of. Su-chan seized the opportunity. This is our chance. Control break. Hyjin cheered wholeheartedly. Finish him, Su-chan. He lunged forward. Wings of darkness. Black. On the other side, Bomi was in evil. She was extremely panicked. Sanya suddenly collapsed. Why? What is Yasong inferred. It seems we have all fallen into Petsof's trap. She stepped. Thank you watching for vid. Pulled Bomi up. Yua. Thank you watching for vid. Tired. Thank you, glasses. But what about the others? Jasong explained. Everyone has been separated. He pointed to her. Something created a huge hole in the. Most of them have fallen down. Bomi became more urgent. Then we have to go down and save them. But leader Kali is injured. If we fall from such a.
Kali aproachet.
No need to worry about. Bomi was overjoyed. Leader. She reminded, don't overuse it. He was very grateful. Thanks to this little bee here, I was able to fly up and avoid. Kali's face turned pale. It's all a trap laid by Breeder. I underestimated them too. He now realized. They used those documents as bait to keep me. Kali was now too weak. Cock. Bomi was very worried. He was extremely uneasy. Bomi trembled. Thank you watching for vid. Kali immediately explained. While waiting for Mato Hyun in the burning laboratory, she was killed by. He was full of regret. He said, this is the price for destroying so many of our farms before. I was lucky to keep my life, but in the end, I couldn't protect. Now I can only do what my strength allows. He is not my opponent. Is it terrifying? It's almost impossible to stop. It must. Kali speculated, he has a special complex with assassination. Insect hunt. Thank you watching for vid. The thing is very special. Unlike normal flies, we are carnivores. The characteristic of this species is that they attack their prey from behind. Suddenly, then eat them with claws used to grab their. It's the hawk's claw that paralyzes them. Su-chan realized, there's an anesthetic injection. I thought he was just stunned from. Giganta's tone was serious. Revealing a weakness is a strategy of an assassin. He was wicked. This time it's complete annihilation.
Giganta stomper on sunnuntaitien snack.
Even so, you fought me for so long. I should praise you. He was in pain. Cock. He continued, normally you would have died immediately. He threatened bluntly. It'll kill you quickly and bring the others to your side. He meant Hygiene, the girl below, and your teammates who fell. Giganta calculated. One by one. His ambition was too great. You will suffer a painful death. Ha?
Suchan counterattacked.
Thank you watching for my purpose. You said it yourself, revealing a weakness is a strength. He was incredibly strong. Assassin. Giganta still didn't understand. I'm sure I injected you with the anesthetic. Giganta was too confused. How can you still? He probably figured it out. Could it be that from the beginning? The reason was that my attack was blocked by your gigantic. Suchan spoke now. When I went to the Baltic Sea, I predicted that I would fight you. He planned. So I kept how to break your stealth technique and defeat. He also revealed earlier when I was holding you back you were scared.
Suchan pressed.
When I grabbed your leg you panicked, didn't you? When your body was held. Suchan was very determined. You can't use your disappearance technique anymore. I will never let. He swung his fist. Are you planning to fall into the ground together like the two of them plunged into the abyss? Giganta tried to call out. Cock, are you still Suchan remained determined. Ignoring him, trying to persuade him. If we fall together like this you will also be in danger. Suchan was very resolute. As long as I can defeat, he continued to attack. He fell into the abyss with that. Only Giganta was seen there. Something shot. Thank you watching for vid. Suchan also landed success. He opened his. Suchan suspected. Did he? Suddenly he opened his eyes. Something was. Thank you watching for vid. Hygiene held the warning sign and stabbed it into his chest, sending Giganta to his. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and praised. Huh? Good coordination. Suchan. You're a bit surprised too. Yes. But Giganta wasn't dead yet. They didn't believe it. What is this? How is this guy still alive? He had to nod in acknowledgement. As expected, you've really gotten stronger. It's completely different from the last.
Giganta's words stung Suchan.
But what about on the other side, they were struggling. What? Hoa sat on top of Haisung. Hua! I thought you were dead. Are you guys? He carefully reminded if you move us. Jun Hyung looked up, feeling it was a trap. They lured us down here. They collapsed the entire. Hoa tried to wring out his hair. It's fine as long as we're alive. Hurry up. Let's find a way back. Haisung hurriedly reminded. Hey, unlike you, who can resist shock, we can't see anything in a familiar voice. Then turn on the light blind. Sun Tzu seemed very excited. Hua! Nice to see familiar faces again. They had met before. Back then and fought each other in the past. Let's settle the score. Sun Tzu wanted to fight. Let's settle it completely. Jean probably guessed it too. Don't tell me the reason they made those guys fall into the basement was. Giganta stood up slowly. Then, as I said, he grabbed a metal. Giganta pulled it out. This time it will be complete annihilation. He said to them bluntly, at this hour, your comrades are probably fighting the predators in the. The plan is to start with the weak who are separated from the herd, capture them one by one, and swallow that wickedness. That is how we stepped forward, wanting to finish her. That's how predators hunt. Footsteps running. Thank you watching for vid. Trang and Haimin were cornered. Damn it. What is that? They understood less and less. What on earth is one of the four ancient elders, Verity Corn? He rushed forward with incredible speed. Who? Aawa. Thank you watching for vid. That Giganta wanted to destroy everything. Today he declared bluntly, will be your.
Suchan reminded. Hygiene.
Please take care of the kids in the basement. Hygiene quickly ran away. Leave it. Giganta wouldn't let them have their way. She turned back in fear. What is this intense? Wanted to destroy them. You are my prey. Until one side, Giganta wouldn't let her leave. No one will escape from Jae-sung's voice. If that's the case, you guys handle that. He hurried. They'll go down to the basement. Suchan realized now. Senior Hyuk Jae-sung coordinated perfectly with Bomi. Based on Bomis complex, I found a safe passage down. We will support from. Emphasized the seriousness. There is only one. Jae-sung had arranged I have reported the situation to Hong Yu-hyang. So in just 1 hour he will promised as long as we survive until then, the winners will be. Jae-sung's voice turned to the predators. You said this place is your. He's ready. Jae-sung stated. I will return it to you and the two of them descended. He realized. We lost contact. As expected, there's no signal in the basement. Omi hurriedly discussed. So what's the plan? Glasses, do we just find those predators and beat? Jae-sung gave the mission. First, we must find and rescue those who have been separated. I was also worried about one more thing. Professor Ma must have also fallen somewhere. Jae-sung still had to wait. I haven't heard the truth from him. We need to hurry. Bomi called out. Hey. He walked faster. We need to find him quickly and know the truth. She shouted louder. Bomi warned. In something, Jae-sung didn't know. What is that? Is it a predator? It moved. He didn't have time to react. What the?
Ultimate secret.
The moves were too fast. Extremely realistic appraisal of the Taoist tech. He was surprised now. This skill is impossible. Jae-sung's eyes. Thank you watching for vid.
A loud explosion et chaud.
Bomi was greatly surprised. This is absurd. Your armor?
Jae-sung glared wickedly.
Seeing his armor damaged, it shattered so he couldn't believe it. How is that person still alive? That was the person who seemed to have died. Senior Jae-sung looked at the tall, strong, familiar figure in front of him, kneeling on the ground in disbelief. How are you still alive? Senior Jae-sung's face showed shock and fear, regardless of his mask falling off. That day, the images of the fierce battle before flashed back at Jae-sung's reminder. I heard you lost in the battle with the... And now, a familiar face in a cloak fluttering in red blood, and Jae-sung did not reply, only swinging a... Jae-sung agilely and vigilantly dodged the attacks. Just then, Bomi anxiously approached and asked loudly, "For eyes, are you okay?" He tiredly did not answer, only reacting, trying to escape Jae-sung's fist. Looking back at the figure behind him, his whole body was filled with unease and fear. Looking at the sharp claws drawn from the wall in front of him, Jae-sung's voice hesitated. What exact? The figure of Senior Jae-sung was staring at him with burning, murderous eyes. What is inside the forest? Only the sound of footsteps and a soft, mocking laugh echoed. Haha, those damn nest bastards must be shocked, right? Breeder walked calmly through the forest, his face somber. When I heard this from Sin Gaeon, I couldn't believe A scene of bloody corpses advancing towards Gaeon was unbelievable. A being that can control corpses actually exists. He watched the progress of the battle intently. I replaced the body parts eaten by the predator with parts from another creature. But it seems things are going quite smooth. A slight, satisfied smile appeared on his face. As expected, you exceeded my expectation. He closely followed the progress of the battle. I have replaced the body parts eaten by the predator with parts from another creature. But it seems things are going quite smooth. A gentle, satisfied smile spread across his face. As expected, you have exceeded my expectation. Then Breeder slowly tilted his head, revealing a shadowy figure accentuated by pale pink hair. His eyes were vacant, lifeless, and expressionless, standing there with great solemnity. It seems you are also getting used to using your new... Breeder's face now showed clear amusement and triumph, as he chuckled. Now with that
Jae-sung quickly pushed Jae-sung back.
Get out of the way, Jae-sung's kick landed forcefully between Jae-sung's, creating a huge shockwave that cracked the ground. Even so, Jae-sung tried to resist and shouted, "Elder, it's me, it's Hi UK Jae." But no matter how loud he shouted, Jae-sung's eyes remained filled with malice. Don't you recognize? Then Jae-sung kicked Jae-sung's body. The kick immediately Jae-sung flying into another wall in the distance. At this point, he realized the situation. Jae-sung tried to stand up. He's unconscious. Finally, he realized the truth and immediately rushed towards Jae-sung. What did those pesip bastards do to elders? But as he was just one step away from Jae-sung, he was stopped. Bomi, not far away, appeared and blocked him. Jae-sung, with that done, she shouted to Jae-sung. Seizing the opportunity, Jae-sung stood up and lunged towards Jae-sung and attacked. It's time for... Looking at the body before him, he murmured to himself, "This is not just a shell." But at that moment, Jae-sung's eyes narrowed, looking up. He's being controlled. Then he used his claws to grip Jae-sung's hands and simultaneously, his face clearly showed surprise. What?
Manhwa secret.
In the next second, several punches landed on his body in seconds. Bone shattered. The armor plates on Jae-sung's body immediately. His neck was then clamped by Yi. In a moment, he was slammed onto the hard. A beam of electricity shot from Jae-sung's arm. Ciaferos. In the next second, it landed on Jae-sung's body. Top secret. Divine. Omi collapsed on the ground in despair, experiencing a severe shock. She saw Jae-sung's body, now covered in blood, lying motionless. For Jae-sung's eyes were now completely hopeless, muttering to himself, looking at the scarred and rotten body, yet still full of power and might. Even if it's just a shell, he's still too... He stared down at the zombie-like body, asking himself, "Elder, how did it come?" His eyes remained vacant and full of malice as usual, unchanged. Our mission is to protect... His voice echoed to Jae-sung lying on the ground. Do you really think... Jae-sung continued to speak without stopping. We've been deceived by Midohian all this. Every word he spoke made Jae-sung's eyes fill with horror and despair. Nesta, which we are protecting, is full of... Jae-sung bluntly spoke the truth hidden within his... Hi UK Jae-sung, You are not the pillar of... He spoke what Jae-song didn't want to think. You are just a shell being controlled without even knowing. Hearing this, Jae-song was filled with despair and sat up, trying to refute. That's not true. Senior Sung Yi-song. Before he could finish, the body interrupted. This is not Sung Yi-song's. Jae-song's horrified face suddenly appeared and he moved closer. The feeling of guilt, despair, and pain grew within Jae-song. I know you feel the same. Everything you believe in and immediately after, the rock beneath him was impacted and shattered. His whole body seemed to fall into an endless... Immediately after, a hand reached out and grabbed. Bomi shouted, trying to grab his falling hand. Wake up! Ji-song's face looked up blankly at her scolding. This is not the time to lie down. We still have to save the children who fell into the... The images flashed in Jae-song's... His eyes remained fixed on her lips. In astonishment. That expression, the fear was clinging to Jae. Hearing her voice calling his name, his eyes opened with a glimmer of hope. Hi UK Jae. Previous scene of him and him being close again was recalled with a night sky back. Ji-song's voice softly called his name. Yes. Then, Hyejine's image was interspersed. Not going to save anyone? Like last... Every word she said gradually enlightened and awakened him. You said it yourself, didn't you? You will become a bee and not let anyone fall into the same situation as sister. Her voice remained firm, persuading Jae-song. So this time, let me see how much cooler... Every part of Jae-song's skin seemed to turn red with emotion after hearing Bomis' words. Hi UK Jae. Her voice remained as firm as ever, persuading Ji-suk. So this time, let me see how much cooler... Every corner of Ji-suk's skin seemed to turn red with emotion after hearing Bomi's words. Hyuk. His congratulations, and that scene reappeared. But clearer. Congratulations on becoming the valedictorian. Yishuang. Thank you. His voice and concern echoed again, recalling Yi Zhuang's foolishness from that year. Yi Shuang. What is your...
Ye Wang stood by Ye Jung, silently listening.
I heard you were a terrible student until last year. A procrastinating student suddenly became valedictorian in just one... Yi Zhuang's face was expressionless as he looked at him. What exactly made you want to become a hunter? Before Yi Shuang could finish thinking, a foot with sharp claws stepped forward. Yi Shuang stood behind, waiting a great... turned her head in fear. Oh no, it's too late to avoid it. She looked at the pincer rushing towards her in terror. Just then, half of the pincer was blown, and it slowly fell to Yi Zhuang's eye level. Senior Shuang. My purpose? For a moment, Bomi was also shocked. It's not to lose anyone I care. She looked up in surprise at the large shield created by Yi Shuang himself, blocking the attack of the sharp pincers. Nutty Spicy Hyper. Evolved, those determined golden eyes of his peeked through the windows of the large shield. It must be. Yi Shuang, after being tossed around by his esteemed senior, knelt down and began to reflect on his life. Every sparring match I was beaten black and blue or injured. Not long after I joined the hunt, challenged Senior Shuang, Yi Shuang countless, but never won, not even. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall the supergiant hole behind him and admit, calling him the strongest isn't an exaggeration. After taking the full blow that bruised his body, Shuang refused to give up, trying to get up and use his strength again to provoke. Thank you watching for vid. Once again, I still want to defeat him. I want to become the strong. With that thought, he rushed up to attack. Yi Shuang didn't think much of it and rushed up to fight, forcing Shuang to only endure. Even though he could endure it, he still couldn't stop himself from being pushed back. And then it repeated. After being defeated, falling down and getting up, when Yi Shuang was pushed to the brink, Yi Zhuang mercilessly raised his hand to deliver the final. Returning to the current battle, he also raised his hand, his eyes even fiercer, intending to punch down. And finally he punched. But Yi Zhuang's punching arm exploded on the spot from the only when a part of his arm, a part of his claws, flew off did he open his eyes wide and realize his defensive armor had Not only was the attacker surprised, but Bik Bomi, the one being protected behind him, was also so shocked that her eyes widened. It turned out that Yi Zhuang's punch had just collided with an extremely sturdy shield created by Yi. The collision between the punch and the shield created a huge shockwave. Although it was a bit difficult to withstand, he was still full of determination. When I can transform my armor and evolve... It didn't stop there. Yi Shuang was quickly pushed. He looked at his lost arm and pondered. Observing his reaction, Yi Shuang satisfiedly asked, "What do you think?" Receiving no answer, he arrogantly declared, "Even you can't break. This skill was created so I can fight you." These words successfully made Yi Shuang furious and rush forward. This scene made Bik Bomi behind her gasp in panic and worry. First, ignoring those words, Yi Shuang raised his shield to withstand a super powerful, super strong kick from Yi Shuang. The collision between the two caused the ground below to withstanding that kick and many other attacks. Although the shield was fine, Yi Shuing had to admit it's still the same. Every blow is outside. Yi Shuing continued to throw super powerful, super productive punches, but the shield remained unharmed, enduring for a while longer. Yi Shuing far away, but I can still hold on until he was thrown far. Yi Shuing was still stunned, unable to accept this reality. He quickly rushed to the ceiling, grabbed a piece of the wall, and plunged. Countless rocks, from who knows where, shot out wildly, causing Bik Bumi to hastily dodge and, contrary to her attitude, Yi Shuing calmly analyzed the situation. He is using the power of Sia Furaz to move between the ceiling and, as Yi Shuing was about to charge down and attack Bumi, Yi Shuing, in fear, quickly asked Bik Bumi to. She quickly obeyed and bent her head. He took this opportunity to quickly raise his shield and block Yi Shuing's. Determined not to be defeated again, Yi Shuing played his trump. Sia Furaz, final form, Heaven's Mandate. Thank you watching for vid. Immediately after, an immense power erupted, making it difficult for Yi Shuing to withstand. After enduring that attack, seeing the shield shake a bit, he looked up in surprise and doubted his life. Does Senior Zuing's final form, Yi Shuing, have such terrifying? Suddenly his eyes widened, thinking of just as Yi Shuing was about to attack again. Yi Shuing quickly swung his hand and shield to the side, surprising him. However, this state didn't last long. Yi Shuing was about to attack again, but he was ready. I already told. The atmosphere then changed. A fierce wind appeared from nowhere. Fragments from the armor appeared all around Yi Shuing. The skill was not only did the fragments of the shield float in the air, but the armor on his body also slowly disappeared. To allow me to fight you. With those words, he recalled the first time Yi Shuing collided with the shield and analyzed. It uses power to change its. Returning to the present, a claw resembling a super sharp crab claw appeared on one of Yi Shuing's hands. I've cancelled the shield and concentrated all the armor on one. This is the evolved form of the rhinoceros beetle, diabolical iron. Transforming his form, he used all his strength to swing his hand, preparing to attack. As he prepared to deliver the decisive blow, Yi Shuing's eyes held a hint of regret as he spoke his final words. Now rest in Senior Shuing. Yi Shuing. After that attack, he was covered in. Even though he was defeated, he didn't seem to resent it and even smiled. Yi Shuing, do you know what honeycomb? Turning to the past, Yi Shuing heard the question and was confused. What does honeycomb mean? In English, it has the word polis, so does it mean police? This statement was immediately denied. The etymological meaning of honeycomb is the natural antibiotic in a bee. Pausing for a moment, he explained further. To protect the hive from various harmful agents, they use it to seal all the gaps in the. With that role, the honeycomb was. Speaking of this, Yi Shuing's remaining I was filled with murderous intent. Whether the organization is good or bad, it is established with a certain purpose. Sometimes that purpose becomes corrupted and becomes a loophole that causes the organization to collapse. Setting aside this issue, Yi Shuing looked up at the vast sky and sighed. I'm sure Ness will be no. Speaking of which, he remembered a silhouette. You know too, right? That this place doesn't protect, and that's why we are the protect. Pausing for a moment, he looked towards the Ness headquarters in the distance. We fill the loopholes of Ness and make it a better place. That's what we have to. Now, after that attack with super sharp thorns, he officially collapsed. If I graduate without completing, having defeated his respected senior, he cautiously observed the surroundings. Before returning to his ancestors, he quietly entrusted, then I will hand it over to you. Thank you watching for vid. Though he was defeated, he sat slumped. Bik Bumi cautiously approached from behind. You defeated him. Shuing didn't answer, biting his tie and contemplating. Senior Yi Shuing, this mission is too difficult. My faith in Ness is if the loophole you mentioned is the dark truth of. Thinking of this, he took off his badge and placed it next to Yi Shuing's. I don't think I can carry it alone. However, the burden has become heavier. I have no intention of giving. After finishing the remembrance, Bik Bumi began to use her ability to sink Ji Suk's body into the. After this action, Seseong was very grateful. Thank you for burying him. After a period of concentration, everything was finally done. She also clarified. This way, his body will not be able to be resurrected again. He will be able to rest in. When it was done, Seseong turned and left immediately. We need to save the others. And Professor Ma, who is being mentioned, is now hiding behind a rock, clutching his. Large wound appeared on his shoulder, and his breathing was. Just then, a voice rang out, making him wary. You're stronger than I. Looking at the person approaching, he said in a low voice, you are like Greeter. Hearing this, Greeter calmly raised his hand and greeted him. Nice to meet you, Professor. Facing his opponent, Ma Rongyun hugged his chest and asked, how did you find me? He slowly walked over, casually. How did I find you? I've installed a series of machines around this. Ma Rongyun immediately denied it. No, I'm not talking about that. This surprised. Ma Rongyun didn't hide it and explained. This place, a branch of the Goblin Laboratory on the Baltic Sea. No one has ever found it, and it will remain here for— How could you find this place in the whole— Being asked this, Greeter was stunned for a— Then he smiled and extended his hand. You mean— From his hand, countless strange threads appeared. This phenomenon made Ma Rongyun extremely surprised. Should I explain it? It's been a long time, so if you don't remember, I can't— Speaking of which, he crazily raised his hand. A figure slowly— Do you remember this child? In the lab— That figure made him tremble with fear. No, it can't be. That— Thank you watching for That day, I wiped everything. Sure. I took care of it myself. In another corner, San-Su stood calmly while the person opposite him was sent flying back. Witnessing this, she yawned, rubbed her hair, and said with disappointment, I thought you would be stronger. Why are you still as weak as last time? Provoked like this, Du Hua gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with murderous intent, ignoring his bruise. Beside the others, it wasn't much better. Everyone was bruised. Then he added fuel to the fire. If I knew it would be this boring, I should have fought that dragonfly. Or Chai Dog, that would have been more interesting. These words successfully ignited the anger in Du Hua's heart. His eyes seemed to want to devour the person opposite him. Damn it, if you're just going to stand here and spout nonsense. Pausing for a moment, as Sun Tzu approached her, Du Hua couldn't help but shout in rage. Why did you bring those monsters here? From behind, a horde of monsters surged out, forcing the two fallen young men to quickly— Even though he was being severely scolded, San Tzu sneered. Coward? Can you stop saying stupid? Observing the monsters in the distance, preparing to pounce and tear them apart, Cha Hai Sung calmly pointed. This is a battle. Use every means to crush you. That is the law of survival. After speaking, Sun Tzu reached out and grabbed Du Hua's collar, raising his other hand, preparing to strike. Anyway, not even trained with— After the humiliation, San Tzu used all his strength to swing his hand down, preparing to punch. Killing you is still too— Just as his hand was about to collide with Du Hua's face, it was blocked by another. The owner of that hand was Li Junhyang. Not stopping there, he began to persuade, making the veins on San Tzu's forehead throb. Stop it, Junhyang, you are not like— Returning to the past, young Junhyang, wearing his backpack and about to go somewhere, heard a noise from behind. You want to die, you brats? When I was an orphan back behind him, Sun Tzu was grabbing a boy's collar and punching him. Around him, numerous subordinates had fallen. I warned you not to take money from the children around. Before this scene, Junhyang made a few observations. You are not a bad person. You love sports. His attention shifted to a backpack and a boxing glove placed carefully to the— Sun Tzu walked over to the backpack and put it on, much to the surprise of the bullied boy. But you never abused the power you— And with the backpack on his shoulders, Sun Tzu asked the still scared person over there, Are you okay? And use it to protect us. Turning to the present, as his collar was grabbed, Sun Tzu calmed down, pouting unhappily. What? Why are you talking about the past? Then, thinking of something, his face was full of mockery. Trying to remind me of the past to beg for mercy? Or, to distract— Thank you watching for Just as Sun Tzu had predicted, Cha Hai Sung quickly turned around from behind and appeared out of— As soon as he finished speaking, a spinning kick was delivered straight to his face. The two people witnessed this scene and rejoiced. Despite the extremely powerful kick, Sun Tzu stood tall, even though his forehead was bleeding profusely. However, the wound healed quickly, and some strange scars began to appear all over his body, impossibly contorting. You said I changed. Cha Hai Sung also took a sharp breath, realizing that one of his legs had turned red inexplicably. Ah, it hurt so. Of course, he didn't stop there. Sun Tzu reached out and tightly gripped his neck, giving him no chance to struggle. Now pausing for a moment, he suddenly remembered the scene of beating up thugs years ago. Violence is not something to be used on us, but it is used. Finishing his words, Sun Tzu swung his fist, punching Hai Sung repeatedly in the— He delivered the final blow. He screamed wildly, throwing Hai Sung several meters away with his other hand. To crush the losers like— After saying that, he threw Hai Sung towards Junhyang, causing both of them to fall rolling behind. Isn't that— Thank you watching for Junhyang caught his friend, stood up, and looked at his opponent with eyes full of hatred. Former pet shop member, Li Junhyang. Thinking of something, Sun Tzu's eyes were filled with contempt, and his voice was mocking. Didn't it all come— Speaking of this issue, Sun Tzu remembered the scene where Junhyang, regardless of everything, drained the strength from another insectoid. You said you would help me become stronger and turn me into an insect. The scene shifted to him kneeling respectfully before Breeder. At that time, you worshipped Breeder and wanted to spread the power he bestowed. Not stopping, he continued to attack Lee Junhyung's psychology, making him feel overwhelmed with guilt. You turned countless orphans into monsters. After rambling for a while, he raised his hand with sharp claws, feigning gratitude. I don't hate you for that. Thanks to you turning me into an insect, I was able to meet a wonderful teacher. Teach us, the predators, how to survive. Thank you watching for vid. At this moment, on another side, Suchan and Hyejin were facing something. Looking at the person who had just appeared, Suchan immediately crossed his hands in defense. I don't know what his arm was cut off. So for now, he won't be able to I have to go rescue people underground. Thinking quickly, he spread his wings and flew straight towards his opponent. I have to finish this. Hyejin, from behind, suddenly felt something terrifying and stopped Suchan. Before he could do anything, he was hit by the However, after pausing for a moment, he realized with surprise, yes, it recognized it because it has the cockroach's danger sensor. It turned out that Hyejin had been standing in front of Suchan all along. Even as she collapsed, she carefully reminded him, careful, that can pierce your armor. Hearing this, Suchan immediately turned behind and analyzed the situation. His attention was then drawn to his hand with extremely long claws. The origin of the predator. Because of you, my venom sac was cut. Finishing his words, a strange symbol appeared on his hand. I guess I have to use my ultimate move. Scarab Beetle's hand, bulging by. The reason for his arrogance was that the fly Seisei is a species of fly that carries many infectious diseases. Among them, the most terrifying is sleeping sickness. It is a disease that attacks the nervous system and causes a state of a terrible disease that has claimed the lives of countless. Returning to the present with that confidence, he declared, with that attack, it will be plunged into endless night. Even with an invincible body, it cannot be avoided. Not stopping there, he continued to taunt. If it had stayed still, at least it would have kept its. But it chose to sacrifice itself to save its comrade. Truly foolish. Suchan, on one side, holding Hyejin against the wall, remained silently content. To allow her to sit comfortably, he turned back and gave the opponent a death glare. In another corner, on Lee Junhyung's side, he was struggling to hold his knees, collapsing before Sun Tzu.
Don't fool yourself, Lee Junhyung.
You can't be. Last time I yielded just because of our past. Thank you watching for vid. Finishing his words, he looked at Lee Junhyung's bruised and battered face, stubbornly gritting his teeth, and sneered. You said, I used to be someone who used my strength to protect us. Looking back, I realized I was incredibly stupid back. In case he didn't understand his own point, he pointed out. The bully I beat up was the son of a member of the sports association. Saving that loser that day cost me my eligibility to compete for. The image of himself helplessly standing in front of the training room appeared in Sun Tzu's mind. At that moment, I realized that in this world, the strong protecting the weak is a mistake. So I decided to step on them. Speaking of this issue, he suddenly remembered Yusong. To become stronger, I even absorbed the body of someone stronger than myself. I have achieved true power. After saying that, he returning to Suchan's side, the two of them directly engaged in a fierce fight. There is one rule I always teach my students. Never sacrifice yourself for others. After saying that, he raised his hand full of poisonous thorns. On Sun Tzu's side, after leveling up, he clenched his fist and punched down. I will become stronger myself even if it means I have to. Trample on others. Thank you watching for vid. Just as the other party was about to attack, his hand was batted away, making him stunned. Hyunhyun's side was the same. Ridiculous. Du Hua, without anyone knowing when, had recovered and stood up. You can only become stronger by stepping on others? How absurd. This is my Scorpion King. Behind Suchan, another wing appeared. When I protect someone, the perfect dragonfly. Both of them then affirmed in unison, I have also become strong. Sun Tzu, after being sent flying by Du Hua, couldn't help but doubt his life. You could block my attack? How is that possible? Facing this disbelief, Du Hua said nothing, gritting his teeth and using all his strength to suppress Sun Tzu. How? Even if that perverted. She suddenly remembered the scene of her being scared as someone stood in front of her, calmly teaching her. You don't know how to recognize the gap between yourself and your. After speaking, he paused and then turned to look at her, adding, so no matter how strong you are, you will always. And at another time, as Du Hua Hung Hanli leaped off a cliff, he encountered a strange old man with traditional martial arts. The elderly man was also the same. Your movements are. As Du Hua appeared before him, he raised his sword with sharp, calm eyes and exposed him. But you lack. Flashback, of course, did not stop there. The scene shifted to the meeting with Jijun. You are asking how to become stronger right now, Professor. Not receiving an answer from his student, but only seeing determined eyes, he compromised. I think it's a bit early now, but if you really want to know, I will guide you through this. Without delay, Ji-jun immediately unleashed a barrage of bizarre knowledge. How to reach a new level of form. A level just before the highest level, the advanced. Immediately after, he added a lot more, but it was all water off a duck's back to Duhua. He gave me a lot of advice, but damn it, I don't remember it. Returning to the present, before Sun Tzu could do anything else, he received a punch to the face. I was just aiming for the Scorpion King forms, took that attack and was quickly sent flying back. Of course, it didn't stop at just one punch. Du Hua's entire body, instead of the nest uniform, transformed into armor. His right arm had a heavy gun. Returning to Su Chan, he lunged forward and punched Giganta's poisonous. He took that punch and was quickly sent flying backward uncontrolled. Despite this, Giganta quickly regained his composure, stood his ground, and cautiously assessed Su Chan. His movements have changed. Giganta's attention shifted to his dragonfly-like, but the eyes full of murderous intent belonged to a centipede. Su Chan wondered, what kind of power is he using? Su Chan, from afar, recalled what he had been told. Giganta's skin. I got it when I controlled black, and the violent instincts of a predator, deeply ingrained in the migratory nature of this dragonfly species. In Su Chan's consciousness, he is now simultaneously facing a dragonfly centipede, using both at the same time. It's truly dangerous. Thank you watching for Returning to the present. His eyes were filled with determination and hatred. However, I can feel it all over my. Giganta also had no intention of giving up. Sharp claws appeared on his hand as before. Immediately after, he quickly lunged forward, preparing to attack again. The monster inside me wants to kill him. As Giganta approached Su Chan, his body suddenly trembled violently, and a voice urged him, kill him quickly and save the. Truly a foolish girl. Remembering Hai Jin lying there, he cursed inwardly. But Su Chan did not deny it and reluctantly agreed. For some reason, this time I agree. Escaping from a brief conversation with the two monsters within him, he turned and used his wings as sharp weapons, slashing continuously. Night wing predators. Giganta, not to be outdone, lunged forward and transformed into another form. Assassin fly form. However, before he could strike, Su Chan, who had appeared behind him without anyone knowing, grabbed Giganta's collar. Now successfully subduing him, Su Chan's wings moved rapidly. Not stopping there, he quickly soared into the sky and then lunged towards him, using a fierce punch. If I hadn't been I wouldn't lose in a one-on-one. Finishing his words, his entire hand pierced Giganta's. Bearing that blow, he couldn't help but feel shocked. I've always wondered, why is Breeder so fixated on a mere human like you? The image of Breeder gracefully sitting on a chair. Su Chan's image appeared on the screen. The more Breeder watched Su Chan's performance, the more impressed he. That dragonfly. I only ate it. He's become he's truly different. I need him for my future. Breeder's words made Giganta frown, his heart filled with confusion. I don't understand. Why do you need this useless guy? Evolved us, the lowly predators. The image of himself being taken out of prison, become the strongest beings in the world. Now, looking at Su Chan preparing to attack again, it became even more confusing. Do you mean he is even more special than us? So, as soon as he thought of this, Su Chan tore off Giganta. However, all that wasn't enough to defeat him. He quickly noticed something strange. It turned out that from that wing, countless tiny flies appeared. Predator's origin awakened. Thank you watching for not just a few scattered ones, but a whole swarm of flies appeared from nowhere. Giganta's body also transformed into a swarm of flies, disappearing and reappearing before Su. You can't catch. Satisfied with his angry yet helpless expression, he taunted further. This is my second life form. I can transform my body into a swarm of. Who says you can become stronger by protecting? Not stopping there, he further taunted. Only fools think they can protect others with their Sun Tzu side. He quickly reversed the situation. However, it wasn't long before he was dismembered by fierce punches from As they were fighting fiercely, the girl's entire body suddenly felt a strange shock. That shallow thought. Immediately after, Du Hua fell to the ground, face-planting into a puddle of. The armor she had initially upgraded suddenly disappeared, leaving a bruised Du Hua trying to support herself with her hands, looking at Sun Tzu with unwillingness. Damn it, I was about to. Saying that, she tried to get up. Only then did Du Hua realize there was something strange and yellow on her leg. You hateful bee. I can't believe she would ambush me from behind. The tail that emerged from her back, Nunbo, had appeared at some point, causing Du Hua to collapse. She sighed with exhaustion. I'm late because Breeder kept me. The reason she was enraged on the spot was Death Talker. It's a type of scorpion with deadly. Each time a new venom is created, by mixing different venoms together, like making a cocktail. That's why Death Talkers is very dangerous and can be fatal. After exclaiming, Nunbo, with great interest, touched Du Hua's tail. What's this? Are you a scorpion? Just as Du Hua was getting annoyed, Lee Junhee-ung spoke up. Something purple emanated from around him. Sorry, I didn't recognize you. Lee Junhee-ung emerged from the ignoring her. Noonbo turned to taunt Sansu. Wow, look, you're always like this because of your stupid. Being told that, he naturally wouldn't accept it. Sansu became even more angry. The more Era sees it, the happier she gets, and she grabs Du Hua's tail. You should aim for the scorpion's tail. This is its most sensitive and painful part. More can make her both hurt and embarrassed at the same time. Just as he said, Du Hua's face turned red, trying to grit her teeth and suppress. Suddenly, her hand was grabbed by someone. Cha Hai-sung, who had woken up at some unknown time, stepped forward. How dare you treat a woman like that? You perverted. This insult caused Noonbo's mood to plummet to the depths of hell. Who did you just call? Thank you watching for vid. Cha Hai-sung stood under the murderous gaze and rapidly moving tail, feeling a little, but thankfully his legs moved faster than his brain, and he kicked the tail. The attacks don't work. Du Hua, who witnessed this, seemed very surprised. Kicked. Cha Hai-sung assumed a fighting stance. I've researched scorpions too much, to the point of being sick. On Su-chan's side, the two were fighting on Su-jin's side, the two fought. As he fought, he silently cursed. Damn it. None of my attacks are. As soon as he finished speaking, Giganta's hand reached out, ready to claw at him. You're struggling quite a bit to keep up with me. After clawing him, which sent Su-jin spinning, his hand, continuing to mock. But having to protect that's a much greater disadvantage. Before Su-jin could react, he was alerted by a terrified Hai-jin, who had initially been quiet, suddenly thrashed and screamed loudly. No, witnessing this struggle, he was very satisfied. Once it's hit by my poison, it will fall into an endless night. Even if one possesses an immortal, but their mind is destroyed, nothing can save. Hearing these words, Su-jin was enraged. He wasn't afraid and added fuel to the fire. If you kill me, then they will also. Refusing to yield, he charged forward. Stop right, you bastard. Take that entire blow. Giganta was even more surprised. I can't keep up with his. He then slammed his back against the cliff face, his voice full of determination ringing out. If you truly are the one acknowledged by the. A large wound appeared on his shoulder, and his breathing was. Then, a voice rang out, making him alert. You're stronger than I. Seeing the person approaching, he cautiously raised his hand to greet. Nice to meet you, Professor Ma. Facing his opponent, Ma Ronghyun tightly clasped his chest and asked, How did you find me? He slowly approached, indifferently. How did I find you? I installed a series of machines around this. Ma Ronghyun immediately denied, No, I'm not talking about that. This surprised. Ronghyun didn't hide it and explained. This is a branch laboratory of Jungo on the Baltic Sea. No one has found it yet, and it will remain here for. How did you find this place from all over the. Asked like that, Greeter was stunned for and smiled and extended his hand. Oh, you mean? From his hand, countless strange threads emerged. This phenomenon greatly surprised Ma Ronghyun. Should I explain it like, it's been a long time, so if you don't remember, I can't. Saying this, he crazily raised his hand. A silhouette slowly. But do you remember this child from the laboratory? That silhouette made him tremble in fear. No, it can't be. That. Thank you watching for vid. That day, I wiped everything. I'm sure. I handled it myself. In another corner, Sun Tzu stood calmly as the opponent behind him fell. Witnessing this, she yawned, stretched, and played with her hair. What a disappointment. I thought you'd be stronger. Why are you still as weak as last time? Provoked like this, Du Hua gritted her teeth, her eyes full of murderous intent, ignoring her bruise. Beside her, the others weren't much better. Everyone's body was bruised. Sun then added fuel to the fire. If I knew it would be this boring, I should have fought that dragonfly. Or Chai Dog, that would have been more interesting. These words successfully ignited Du Hua's anger. Her eyes seemed to want to devour the person in front of her. Damn it. If you're just going to stand here and spout nonsense. Pausing for a moment, as Sun Tzu stood in front of her, Du Hua couldn't help but shout in rage. Why did you bring out those monsters? From behind, a pile of monsters flooded out, forcing the two fallen young men to quickly. Despite being scolded so harshly, Sun Tzu sneered. Coward? Can you stop saying such stupid? Observing the monsters in the distance preparing to pounce, Cha Hai-sung calmly pointed. This is a battle, using every means to crush you. That is the law of survival. With that said, Sun Tzu reached out and grabbed Du Hua's collar, lifting her. With his other hand, he raised it, preparing to strike. After all, you haven't even been trained with. After the insult, Sun Tzu used all his might to swing down, preparing to punch. Killing you is still. Just as his hand was about to collide with Du Hua's face, it was blocked by another. The owner of that hand was Lee Junhyeong. Not stopping there, he began to advise, causing the veins on Sun Tzu's forehead to twitch. Stop it, Jun Hyung, you're not that kind of... Returning to the past, young Jun Hyung, wearing a backpack and preparing to go somewhere, heard a noise from behind. Want to die? You brats. When he was an orphan, Sun Tzu was grabbing a boy's collar and beating him up. Around them, numerous subordinates had fallen. I warned you not to extort money from the children around. Witnessing this scene, Jun Hyung made some observations. You're not a bad person. You love sports. His attention shifted to the backpack and boxing glove carefully placed to the... Sun Tzu walked to where the backpack was and put it on, to the surprise of the bullied boy. But you never abused the power you... With backpack on his shoulder, Sun Tzu asked the still frightened person over there, "Are you okay?" And use it to protect us. Returning to the present, when his wrist was grabbed, Sun Tzu calmed down, pouted unhappily. What? Why are you talking about the... Then, thinking of something, his face was full of mockery. Are you trying to remind me of the past to beg for your life? Or, to distract... Thank you watching for vid... Just as Sun Tzu suspected. Behind him, Cha Hai-sung quickly turned around and appeared from... As soon as he spoke, a sweeping kick was delivered directly to his face. We're screwed. The two men rejoiced. Despite enduring the super-powerful, violent kick, Sun Tzu stood firm, his forehead bleeding profusely. However, the wound quickly healed. Strange marks began to appear all over his body, which was incredibly strange. You said I changed. Cha Hai-sung now took a cold breath as he realized one of his legs was inexplicably red. Huh? It hurts so. Of course, it didn't stop there. Sun Tzu reached out and grabbed his throat, giving him no chance to struggle. Now I realized. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly remembered the scene of him bullying those thugs years ago. Violence is not something to be used on. It is used. With that said, Sun Tzu swung his fist and repeatedly punched Hai-sung in the... As he delivered the final blow, he screamed maniacally, I will crush the losers like... That said, he threw Hai-sung towards Jun Hyung, causing both of them to fall. Isn't that how... Lee Jun Hyung caught his friend and stood up, looking at his opponent with eyes full of hatred. Former pet shop member Lee Jun Hyung. Returning to experiment log number 2772, Army Ant Genetic Modification. Army ants possess a special ruling instinct. They often control other individuals like slaves. However, this ability only works on ants. Therefore, army ants have another to protect their queen from other ants. The form of army ants. The crushing. Thank you watching for aiming for the crushing blow. She was knocked out on the spot. As long as the June bug is still effective, I will not lose. Launching simultaneous attacks, his body, Song Hai-yi, became even more pathetic. Not stopping at that blow, he rushed up and launched another sacrifice for the master. That is the spirit of a true... Besides Song Hai-yi, he was trying his best to dodge Nunmo's tail after a period of sparring, delivered the final blow, but it was blocked by... This displeased Nunmo greatly. What's wrong with this guy? He doesn't look that... How can he counter all my attacks, even though he looks so pathetic? Just as he said, Song Hai-yi is now defending and... Hearing those words, he couldn't deny them, squinting and observing his opponent carefully. Of course, I'm too familiar with these scorpion-like complexes, because a fool helps me with all their might ever. However, looking behind and witnessing his comrades dying, Song Hai-yi panicked. But there wasn't much time. They all have poison resistance, so they can still hold on. But I don't know how long they can. He then rushed up to continue fighting with Nunmo. This battle cannot be prolonged indefinitely. But before Song Hai-yi could do anything, Nunmo got punched, making him freeze. Why did you enter someone else's hunting territory? Suinsu, who had woken up at some point, punched him away. Nunmo, getting hit, twitched his lips. You damn BTC. The entire scene made Song Hai-yi freeze, his legs full of question marks. What the hell is... Why are they so... But ignoring his surprise, Suinsu dramatically stepped forward and declared to Nunmo, They are my prey. How dare you cut in and steal... The current situation, Song Hai-yi quickly formulated a plan. Both are injured now. I'm not sure but this is the opportunity. Hello, Manhwa, despite being knocked down, managed to... You surprised me. I thought you were hiding some... However, you're out of... After a period of effort, Song Hai-yi was completely defeated. Although he no longer reacted, Manhwa still... Even if you cut me, I will heal... Song Hai-yi was not angry because he had done everything he could. That's enough. My goal is protect Nana. Before he could finish speaking, Manhwa... After dealing with her, she looked up but was quickly surprised. Next is Miss Butterfly. Where is she? The person mentioned was already behind her at some unknown... Manhwa, startled, quickly turned her head to... However, Nanami had already reached Song Hai-yi's side. Gently touching his lifeless body, she angrily said, You always take the people I... Nanami, now erupting with rage, entered a dark control. Reason for Nanamis' rage goes back to the past. She had witnessed countless sad scenes, so much so that her tears flowed like a spring. Why do you always take away everything? Thank you watching for vid. Suddenly, the image of her happy family from childhood appeared in her mind. Even the people I cherish. However, that happy scene didn't last long. When the two transformed people fought over a piece of meat, this scene terrified young Nanami. Get away, that's mine. Meat, Mom. And the scene shifted to when Bomihan by UNS Group was joyfully playing. Although he often acted mischievous outside, he always silently took care of everyone. After seeing everyone tired from playing, Han Byun sighed and adjusted everyone's leg position, one by one. Nanami commented concisely, "He is my precious." However, it wasn't long before Han Byun injected himself with the same medicine as Haisong just now. The scene shifted to a time when she and her comrades were attacked. In flying away, just as Nanami was about to be thrown elsewhere, Haisong appeared and being suddenly grabbed like that, she pouted angrily. He's shameless and a bad I don't hate him at all. Returning to the present, the person she cherished most had fallen, making Nanami unable to hold back her tears. They all left. After finishing her crying, Nanami unleashed her power, making Manhwa hesitate. I hate you. Her eyes changed from whites to blacks. Her pupils turned blue, and strange symbols appeared on her hair. This is Nanamis dark control. I really hate you. Embracing Haisong, Nanamis illusion exploded everywhere. I wish you would just. Her ability is the ability of the Morpho Butterfly. The Morpho Butterfly has beautiful blue, but those wings also have a very terrifying aspect. The Morpho Butterfly has a very interesting characteristic. That is the scales on its wings. These scales reflect different colors depending on the viewing angle. That's because, like a chameleon's skin, they are composed of an optical structure that can interact with. Therefore, the Morpho Butterfly's wings use light to deceive the eye and create a special kind of illusion. Unwilling to be defeated, Manhwa rushed to attack, but she quickly attacked into nothingness. From then on, countless small butterflies flew out. Nanami hovered and landed lightly on the ground, starting to provoke. She said she had found me. Try again. Is it because of the pheromone? Try. Thank you watching for vid if you can. Manhwa quickly turned her head and saw only countless butterflies flying around. At some unknown point, countless Nanami had. As soon as those Nanami finished speaking, they were quickly cut in half. But then they disappeared. Only then did she realize with horror that they were all illusions. Unwilling to accept the result, Manhwa swung her arms continuously, but none of it had a significant effect. Where is she? Nanami, while she was struggling with her copies, slowly approached Haisong's sword lying on the. Immediately after it was picked up, while Mei was distracted, she stabbed straight in. After stabbing, she twisted it a few times to make it more painful. Nanami asked, how? Does it? Not only stabbed once, Nanami created illusions and stabbed a few more times, stabbing and psychologically attacking. Does it hurt? Do you feel pain? Does it feel like you're about to die? But don't die. At this point, countless butterflies flew around, filling Manhwa's eyes with fear. Nanamis' voice echoed in her ears like a demon's. I will make you live a fate worse than. Hearing these words, she suddenly remembered her dark school days when she was bullied. The feeling of helplessness, being pushed down, having a knife pressed against her hand, became vivid. I don't want. Scene drove Manhwa mad, and she erupted with power. Get away. Don't come near. Her loss of control pleased Nanami greatly, who smiled. The more she slashed, the more frenzied Manhwa became, desperately rushing towards Nanami. When the final blow was delivered, it was unfortunately also an illusion. But unfortunately for her, behind where Nanami stood was a pit, and Manhwa fell into it. The leader told me this cave is very. Go there and. Returning to Konghai Isung, Nunmo staggered to his feet after being punched. Oh, that hurts. Why did you hit? Looking at Sun Tzu, whose face was bruised but whose eyes were filled with hatred. She was bored. She went crazy. Was she that angry because that kid saved? Nunmo couldn't swallow his anger and raised his sharp tail. What can I? Just as Sun Tzu was about to attack again, he actively surrendered. It was my fault. I interfered without permission. Breeder told me to help, so I had no choice. This turnaround, faster than flipping a pancake, confused Kong Hai Isung. What the hell? Is it apologizing? To show goodwill, Nunbo even admitted. They are your prey. You should be the one to finish them. The more he looked, the more something felt off. Weren't they about to fight just before these words? Sun Tzu finally softened a bit and prepared to continue fighting, adding a disclaimer. If Breeder orders you, then so be it. You should know I will still win even without you. Damn scorpion is mine, so don't touch it. Finally, they managed to get there. Nunmo breathed a sigh of relief. The peace didn't last long. Sun Tzu's voice rang out, calling out the title Nunmo hated the most. That way of calling him successfully angered Nunmo. You know, I hate it when people say that. Suddenly being yelled at, Sun Tzu turned around. Nunmo didn't say much and rushed up, stabbing his tail into her. I respected you. Successfully made Sun Tzu freeze on the spot. Nunmo, and raised his hand to punch. You should respect me back. Shouldn't you? You damn. The punch that was just thrown was caught by Sun. Scene surprised Lee Jun-hyung. What? Then he noticed Cha Hai-isung's strange movement. How can you imitate Sahee's? Grasshoppers can produce sounds with their emit various sounds depending on the species and season. For this reason, when Sun Tzu was about to leave, he imitated her voice calling Nunmo my. To their disbelief, he chuckled and explained, I wanted to help everyone in a different way than running or jumping, so I secretly practiced this grasshopper. Pausing for a moment, he walked over to Do Hoa, picked her up, and pulled Lee Jun-hyung along. While running, he explained, although the voice imitation ability is not perfect yet, thank you watching for vid have bought us more. To running a super long distance, Cha Hai-isung proudly declared to Do Hoa, I'm not a freeloader this time. These words made Do Hoa fall silent for a moment. Then she had to admit, you really hold a. Returning to Su Chan, he transformed into the praying mantis form and charged directly at He used a charged shot that penetrated armor and passed through his. It had no effect as his body turned into countless. When no longer injured, Giganta charged again, but Su Chan dodged them all. Its use. While dodging, Su Chan noticed that Giganta's wound wasn't healing. I see it. I can see the recovery ability is Realizing this, he used Hunting Rabbit to shoot randomly everywhere, dividing his body into many pieces. Therefore, he is not entirely unbeatable. I have to. Behind that haste were Giganta's warnings. If the mind is destroyed, there will be no way to. If you don't kill it quickly, it will soon become a soulless puppet. You know this. Remembering those words, he was furious. Have to hurry. Kill that damn. Extremely annoyed by this, he unleashed his final blow, causing everything to But Giganta, from somewhere, appeared behind Su Chan. Are you? Before Su Chan could do anything, his wings were thrown straight to the. Su Chan's body trembled after the blow, and he was satisfied with the scene. Despite having insect vision, you still exposed your back. You must have been distracted by trying to save that girl, so your mind started to. Saying this, he lunged down, preparing to deliver the final blow. Breeder was indeed facing the impending attack. He could only raise his hand to defend. You are not necessary for our. A world-shaking collision caused the ground to erupt with water and Su Chan then felt no pain and slowly opened his. It turned out that the needle had been caught by someone and stopped just a few inches from his. This sudden and dangerous event made both Su Chan and Giganta question their existence.
Impossible.
How could the. Su Chan thought it was impossible to believe this. Hygiene had tried to wake up and reached out to grab that. She wake up from a. Hygiene felt extremely panicked. No. Her feet were bare, surrounded by thousands of cockroaches. In the dark space, Hygiene hugged her face and tried to call for help outside. Someone said. Suddenly, Su Chan's soft voice called out, Hygiene. She hugged herself, her eyes teary, and recognized Su Chan's. His face turned red as he approached, incredibly surprised. Good heavens! What is this? Su Chan covered his mouth with his hand, as if to shoo her away. Disgusting. Don't come near me, Bami. Next to him, pouted and pulled his hand. Let's go. Su Chan gently patted her and chided playfully. Want to take a bath together again? Good heavens, you're so. Suddenly, a gentle voice said, Excuse me. Sansong appeared, hanging upside down. I don't think our family is destined to be. Then blood splattered onto Hygiene. She painfully continued to walk, despite the cockroaches covering her legs. Hygiene helplessly sat down and begged, Please, wake me from this. She tried to focus on her goal. I have to kill that gigantic. Hygiene's eyes saw a different scene. This voice. Are there two Su? Hygiene didn't get distracted. No, it's probably because I was so worried about saving that girl that my mind started to blur. That's the truth. He also began to understand the problem. He couldn't concentrate on fighting because he was worried about. Hygiene cared deeply about Su Chan. He already carried a heavy. Bravely stepped on the pile of cockroaches below. I need to wait. Hygiene forcefully broke free from the illusion. Now is not the time to be lost in night. She saw him walk. Look, Su Chan. That thing is about to hit your. She accelerated even more. I will thank you watching for Blood dripped onto Su Chan's. Hygiene appeared in time and grabbed the iron bar, saving Su Chan becoming a burden. Giganta flew high into the air. Hygiene lay on the ground in. He felt surprised by this appearance. She woke up by her own. Giganta couldn't believe it.
Impossible.
Human. There's no way to resist this. He gritted his teeth in rage. Su Chan looked at her in pain. Hygiene is fighting the. His voice changed. Su Chan grabbed his collar in anger. You can become stronger to protect someone. But Giganta was truly helpless. No, I can't move my... He was also enduring extreme pain. Wounds piled on wounds. I've reached my... Giganta couldn't accept it. Could I really... He didn't expect that an ordinary... Back to the past. A long time everyone lined up. Respected students. Listen carefully. From today on, he declared to everyone, I will make you the best soldiers. And call me teacher. Former teacher in the past. Special forces. Giganta once worked hard to rise. In those days, I only thought about how to help my students become the most outstanding. He tried hard, not for fame or... Giganta reached out to help. I just don't want my students to die on the battlefield. Something unexpected appeared. However, deployment or a huge explosion. Giganta became extremely panicked. Repeatedly called for rescue. Why is there no withdrawal order? The power difference is too great. This place will fall. Tried to explain. We will go down in history as cowards? Better than a comforter. It's okay. The brave students cheered. Today we will also win. We always win, don't we? You trained us to be the... They charged into battle. Charge. Let them see the power of the legendary Putator. Gun fired. Humans are always... The other person reported. Mission accomplished. Giganta squad eliminated. We have captured the... Giganta was captured. Even after relentless training, they found a suspected commander. He agreed to lay down his arms. Signs of resistance have... Giganta was recaptured. I became a prisoner of war. While being escorted to the... Giganta met him. I met him. Are you the commander of the famous Giganta? Breeder approached and asked. The teacher who brought ordinary people to their limits. That's the talent I... He made an offer. If you follow me, I will show you a new... Breeder discussed was a supernatural power that ordinary people could not possess. He confidently assured, once you have this superior power, you will never lose to anything. Giganta became more bloodthirsty. From then on, I craved the power of insects. Please say... He became increasingly insane to become stronger and stronger. I gave up everything. Despite the cries for help, he still couldn't understand. But why? Suchan rushed. Thank you watching for vid. Surprised. Giganta unleashed his power and questioned. Why? Are you more... He had been curious. Why do you want that grasshopper so much? Isn't it enough to have us for the... Breeder answered enigmatically, no, Giganta is not enough. I need a more special He looked forward to Suchan. You feel the same way, don't you? That teacher's... Giganta also realized he had reached his... He unleashed his abilities. Don't mess with me. Breeder. Predator. Or... Thank you watching for vid. Giganta became increasingly terrifying. I can triple... He ordered everything to surround... Even stronger than now. Legend. Fly... Thank you watching for vid. Suchan felt extremely scared. These are not just copies or illusions anymore. Each entity is the true physical form of the swarm of... Giganta threatened. With this power, I will kill and absorb. He accelerated and rushed forward. Prove my uniqueness. Show. Suchan immediately flew. Continued to fly. What hell? What's so special about... Suchan criticized them. You kill people and he knew clearly on Breeder's order. Suchan angrily criticized. You obey orders and cut off Professor Disarm. Almost kill. He despised their crimes. You obey orders and kidnap innocent people, eating them after turning them into monsters. Suchan responded powerfully. You are not special at all. That you are doing is giving up your will and following. He hated them. You are no different than Breeder's beasts. Duel. Thank you watching for vid. Suchan dealt with... Giganta couldn't believe it.
Impossible.
I used my power to use that. Still refused to believe it, but completely just an ordinary... Rushed forward and grabbed Giganta. I don't care what you do. You will never be forgiven for what you have... Suchan was very strong. He was determined to seek revenge. It's time to pay the price. Praying mantis... Suddenly, a voice stopped him. Wait, it's dangerous there. Ali was shocked. I can't believe... He was very scared. Giganta is that... He is truly capable of destroying a... Ali observed everything. But how? The hunting rifle is... He looked at him, stunned. How strong have you become, Jiangsu? In the dark, ruined base, Breeder smiled and approached the injured Professor Ma, who was lying on the... Squinted at him, astonished. Impossible. He remembered an image of him from his childhood. The child who died that... Professor Ma seemed unable to believe his eyes. Is you, Breeder? Above him he smiled, hands on his hips, looking down. Breeder squinted, laughing playfully, his hand also raised to his head, mimicking his words. Haha, I guess there's a reason you don't recognize me. I've grown taller, and since becoming an insect hybrid, I've changed a lot. Then he stood silently, looking at him. Professor Ma looked at him in shock. Until recently I couldn't remember. Memories of childhood after transformation flooded back. The first time I woke, he looked up in the rubble with his insectoid body. I couldn't remember anything from when I was... Then the memory of the beach at sunset reappeared in Breeder's mind. But now, returning to the Baltic Sea, I remembered immediately after, he used spider silk to wrap around Professor Ma's neck. He widened his eyes, struggling to breathe. He questioned. His eyes were full of resentment. His hand tightened around his neck. You killed me. Suddenly, something cut through, breaking Breeder's silk. He widened his eyes in realization. Adelabide, it was Assistant Moon. She used silk to cut through many loops behind him, severing the silk. He widened his eyes in surprise and looked back at her. And Breeder explained, the sharp claws of the Adelabide can easily cut spiders. On this side, he held his severed arm and looked at him with a grim face. I brought Moon as a precaution in case I met you, because you used the formula for G's. Immediately after, Assistant Moon rushed forward to attack. I will also use my life as. On the other side, Hyjin slowly opened her. In front of her was a canyon. The sky above was full of stars. Suddenly, Hyjin jolted awake. Her body lay on the ground. Haha! She jumped up, worried, and shouted, I'm awake. Only now did she feel. Su-chan was lying on her body. She looked. Her head was spinning. Her face turned. Then she placed her hand on his head, feeling awkward. And he had fallen asleep. Su-chan, why are you lying? Voice from behind startled her. She looked back. I guess he's exhausted. In front of her, his body was like melted wax. Blood flowed everywhere. Hyjin's Giganta lay gasping on the ground, trying to breathe in the pool of blood. I have completely lost. But I still don't understand. He remembered the image of him furiously strangling him. How could he be so? He clenched his neck. His hand drew back to gain momentum and shouted, you can become stronger to protect. Giganta's eyes flickered as he looked at him. Then he also remembered his students in the army. That time, he was afraid and surrendered with his gun against the corner. But that guy muttered, be careful. Suddenly, something grew larger. Giganta's reminder made Hyjin confused as well. He will do anything to get that grass. She reached out and touched Su-chan's head and face. He was still sleeping. He assessed the belief in protecting those around him would become his fatal weakness. Breeder will target. Next, Hyjin picked up the shard on the ground. Why did you do this to Su? She remembered that handsome guy stuffing something into Su-chan's mouth. You didn't just force Su-chan to absorb that. His former friends all turned into monstrous anthropomorphic beasts, including Mihi, and attacked his school, turning his friend Mihi into a monster. He held the shard and stood in front of Giganta. Why is Breeder so obsessed with Su? Seeing this, he also revealed with his last breath, Breeder collects special individuals. A male and a female his eyes darkened with pain, muttering, once the pairs are gathered. He stopped. Hyjin also squinted down in disbelief. Giganta's breathing stopped. His body turned black. She lowered the shard. On the other side, Noonbo held his knees, panting. On the ground, a person lay face down, motionless. He reached out to wipe the sweat and blood from his face, cursing angrily. Her body was corroded and bruised. I was too angry and used a deadly poison. Is she? Next, he looked around the water-filled tunnel and the corpses of anthropomorphic beings, assessing the prey also escaped. I guess the plan. His eyes were full of fatigue as he looked up. The man hugged his head, looking at the surrounding situation. Now everything is really trouble. Sounds of hurried footsteps grew closer. Noonbo realized, if I continue like this, Breeder will surely kill. It was Jasong and Bomi who rushed over, alert. He pondered in that his hand swung out, preparing to attack them. But he raised his hand in surrender. Then he spoke first, causing them both to look at him with caution. Your comrade is not here. You have to go another 5 meters under. His eyes were cunning as he smiled. Win or lose is not determined by who is strong or. Next, he pointed a finger and made an offer. I will tell you the location of your remaining comrades. I just want to ask one question. He told himself He tilted his head and offered his hand, obediently submitting. Does Nest's prison have good food? He shouted internally the last survivor. On the other side, Ji Feng wildly attacked the group. A human creature rushed towards Hai Min and Yu Trang. Water splashed quickly dodged. Yu Trang gritted his teeth and complained. Ouch! This damn. Hai Min beside him also gritted his teeth, with medicine in his mouth, full of anger. His hands were wet. Damn it, why does this place always have. He extended his finger, trying to gather fire in his wet palm, lamenting, it gets wet before the heat can accumulate. Behind them, the centipede-like creature attacked Hai Min from behind. Yu Trang saw this and shouted a warning. Hai Min used its centipede form to curl up, delivering a destruction orb along with a sphere was thrown towards the centipede. The two also safely. They stared at the newcomer with a familiar voice. Phew! Just as Jasong said, they really. Jun Hyen stepped forward, holding the silk thread in his hand. To it, her face darkened, carrying weapons and a group of.
Arasong Abalo.
Since you're late, let's go. Although there were wounds on her face, she still forced a smile. Those disgusting pet shop. She remembered Yeo Song's body. They wrapped it in bandages and modified it like a fighting machine, full of anger. How dare you make fun of Senior Yeo Song's centipede, driven mad, rushed towards her, splashing water on Trang and Hai Min. You're coming to fight today. She swung her hand and shot out silk, her brow with self-resentment. Not a single one of you will. On the other side, he finally woke up groggily on Hai Jin's lap. He looked down with joy. Suchan, Jore. Then he sat up, worried. What happened to Hai Jin? The fight with Giganta. She also smiled. Suchan still shouted urgently, more importantly, the people underground. And she looked at the approaching person. That person interrupted. Don't. It was Hai Min, Trang, Bomi, and Jae Song. He put his hands in his pockets and announced, we've brought everyone. Suchan looked at them, his eyes wide with confusion. Everyone is. He explained the situation. Some people were poisoned. San is treating them. She waved hello. By the bedside, Du Hoa and Jun Hyung lay unconscious. Under the bed, Song Hai Sung looked at them with. Though they were given the antidote, they were still in a coma. They already had antibodies to the poison, so there was no need to. On the other side, Bomi approached Nanami, who was sitting by a rock, to comfort her. Hai Min and Yuchang also just watched in silence. It seemed not everyone was. She hugged of her beloved Aunt Con. He grasped the situation and stood up. So everyone has been found. Jae Song's expression was serious. No, there is still one. On the other side, Song Ha was guarding Nunbo, who was tightly coiled. He was angry but couldn't do anything. He assessed if the information he provided us is correct. Then they proceeded together to the ruined research facility. Then Professor Ma is not underground, but not far from. Jae Song recalled Professor Ma being shot through the shoulder. Despite being seriously wounded, then he remembered Assistant Moon with her long head. But with Mun by his side, at least he would be. Hearing this, Suchan and Hai Jin nodded and looked at each other. Professor. On the side, Bomi supported the injured Callie, who was panting. He broke through a wall and looked inside. Tell us the truth. Behind the wall, Breeder turned his head and smiled at them. Yes, you found. 3 people died before the scene. He sighed. Faster than I. And Hai Jin trembled with fear, remembering Giganta's words. Be careful. When he was gasping, he warned her. He will do anything. In front of them, the bodies of Assistant Moon and Professor Ma were cut into many pieces, scattered on the. His voice echoed in her mind. To get that grasshopper. Subscribe to La La School channel to not miss exciting videos. Hai Jin trembled with fear, remembering Giganta's words. Be careful. As he gasped for breath, he warned her. He will do anything. In front of Assistant Mun's and Professor's body. Ma was cut into pieces and scattered at his. Voice still echoed in her mind. To get that dragonfly, subscribe to La La School channel to not miss any exciting videos.